My name is Ye Chen, originally just an ordinary office worker in Yanxia country, but I foolishly trusted the invitation from Hanyu, my college crush. Insisted on going to Thailand, only to be lured into the telecom fraud compound in Mayawati, Northern Myanmar.
Chapter 1, about to get kidney harvested? System activated. Bang!
The door swung wide open as Ye Chen was dragged in by two burly men in camouflage uniforms and thrown to the ground. Covered in blood and covered with whip marks, the pain made him gasp sharply.
See, this is the consequence of not delivering results.
One of them, Ahau, stepped on Ye Chen's face and said viciously, "This is Mayawati. No one can escape from here." He crushed the smoldering cigarette butt into Ye Chen's palm.
Percent don't actually kill this guy, someone at the door warned. Luoji said he's a match, some rich backer is willing to shell out 10 million for a kidney. Damn, these fucking rich bastards. Ahau spat and left the room.
Ye Chen struggled to his feet, pounding desperately on the locked iron door as he cursed in despair. "Hanyu, I trusted you so completely, why would you do this to me?"
Only the echo in the hallway responded.
His mind flashed back to the events of 1 month prior.
After disembarking the plane, Hanyu's secretary had handed him a bottle of soda.
When he awoke, he was already inside the high-walled compound, with no identification or passport left. The barrel pressed against his temple, only then did he realize he had fallen into a cyber scam compound. For a month, he endured whippings for resisting being a scam pusher, even from Hanyu, the very person who had tricked him into coming. But he was fortunate because his organ matches were successful, so he wouldn't have to face execution. In his moment of despair, gazing at the twisted steel wires resembling tangled dough twists outside the window and the electrified fences atop the high walls, a chilling voice echoed in his heart.
Ding! The Multiverse Conquest System has been activated. Ye Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment.
This system could actually summon death warriors to serve him, and even unlock spatial gates to conquer other worlds.
Conquest points can also nourish oneself, granting enhancements.
With a thought, a translucent panel appeared. Host, Ye Chen conquest value, 0 wealth value, 0 death warriors, 0. Just as he was agonizing over how to summon death warriors, the system's voice rang out again.
Ding!
Host has activated the system for the first time.
Newbie grand gift packages being distributed.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 F-grade death warriors. Congratulations, host, you have obtained times 100 Gauss rifles. Congratulations, host, you have obtained times 1000000 spike bullets. Congratulations, host, you have obtained times 1000 badge communicators. Item rewards have been sent to the backpack, please check, host.
Please select a drop point for the Death Squad. Chapter 2, Death Squad deployed. The sky changes. Ye Chen was astonished by the system's generosity.
Even an F-rank Death Squad, the lowest tier, is equivalent to battle-hardened elite soldiers. The Gauss rifle and spike rounds are technological marvels far ahead of their time.
Please select a drop point for the Death Squad.
Snapping back to reality, he watched as a virtual map materialized in his vision, encompassing the entire industrial park.
Let's start with this Kongbang Industrial Park.
With a single thought, he deployed 10 elite guards around himself, while dispersing the remaining 90 throughout the compound. Each was armed with a Gauss rifle, 1,000 armor-piercing rounds, and a badge communicator.
Deploy.
The next instant, several towering figures materialized abruptly by his side.
Master.
The Death Warriors knelt on one knee, their bodies robust and explosive strength astonishing.
Bam!
The room's door burst open as several elite guards filed in, kneeling before Ye Chen. "Master, your servant has failed to arrive in time to protect you. I beg for your forgiveness, Master." Looking at the twisted door lock, Ye Chen thought to himself, truly worthy of being humanity's ultimate 100-war king.
He stepped out of the room, his eyes flashing with fury. Take my kidney? Let's see who takes whose kidney today. Meanwhile, at the compound gate.
2 guards armed with guns were smoking when suddenly, spatial ripples appeared and 2 death warriors materialized out of thin air. Before the guard could react, he was knocked unconscious by the death warrior with 2 punches, and his firearm was taken away.
In another luxurious room, the resort owner Luo Hong and Han Yu were entangled together when boom! The door was kicked open with tremendous force.
Hanyu screamed as Luo Hong grabbed a desert eagle from the bedside, but a death warrior's fist smashed into his face, causing blood to gush from his nose and mouth, knocking out a front tooth.
"Who are you?" Luo Hong spat out blood and teeth, utterly horrified.
The cold gaze of the death warrior shattered all his illusions. "Put on your clothes and get out."
Scenes of death warriors descending played out across the compound. Within mere minutes, Ye Chen's deployed death squad had precisely seized control of the entire premises.
The park had changed ownership, with all guards and dog pushers either knocked out or subdued.
It converged toward the small dark room where Ye Chen was. Chapter 3, I'm in charge here now. Outside the black room.
Everyone was escorted here, gathered together, crouching on the ground. Surrounding them, death squads armed with Gauss rifles stared impassively. Luo Hong crouched among the crowd, scanning the faces around him. One familiar face after another flashed past.
Are all the people from the compound here? Who the hell are these people?
At the same time, Hanyu scanned the assembled crowd.
But after a quick glance, she sensed something was off. How come? Ye Chen isn't here. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she covered her mouth and looked toward the small darkroom. Could it be? Just then, the door to the small darkroom slowly opened. Several loyal guards emerged. A figure familiar to everyone present emerged, pacing slowly. Ye Chen stepped out of the darkroom and glanced at the sunlight outside. Life had never felt so beautiful. From this day forward, his destiny would be firmly in his own hands. He looked ahead, where rows of figures crouched on the ground, not daring to make a single move. Ye Chen? Is it really him? Hanyu stared at the figure before her, stunned. Wasn't his family from a farming background? How could he have mercenary connections? Ye Chen? How could it be him? Is he the leader of these people? No way. You'd never guess from his usual demeanor. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Though they hadn't known him long, Ye Chen had still left a certain impression on them. In an instant, murmurs of discussion filled the air. Quiet. Just as the murmurs grew louder, the closest assassin to Ye Chen roared at the crowd. Once they fell silent, too afraid to utter another word, he turned back and addressed Ye Chen with respectful deference. Master, all personnel within the compound have been detained here. Not a single one has been missed. Master? These men actually call Ye Chen master? Luo Hong below was utterly stunned. He had assumed these mercenaries were merely tasked with rescuing Ye Chen. He never imagined they shared a master-servant relationship. To have such elite mercenaries as servants, just how deep must Ye Chen's connections run? At this thought, he shot Hanyu a fierce glare. This woman had brought nothing but trouble upon him. Why did she have to go and bring such a formidable figure back? Enough! Just as everyone's thoughts were racing, Ye Chen spoke up. I'm sure you've all noticed that I'm now in charge of Kongbang Park. His gaze swept over the 100+ figures. It seemed that by integrating the conquest system, though his physical constitution hadn't yet strengthened, Ye Chen had already cultivated an imposing aura. Anyone meeting his gaze felt their own insignificance. After surveying the entire crowd, Ye Chen spoke slowly. Alright then, I won't put you all in a difficult position. Those who did not come to the park voluntarily may step to my left. He extended his left hand, gesturing toward the empty space beside him. As long as you're not here by choice, I can let you leave the compound. I can even contact your embassy and arrange your return home. Before Ye Chen had even finished speaking, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of many present. Even several security personnel instantly formulated their excuses in their minds. Stories of being deceived, forced into this situation, or having a 70-year-old mother at home. Whatever sounded most pitiful would do. Much like the good voices of the scorching summer. Of course. He shifted his tone, don't even think about trying to fool me. Ye Chen glanced down at them, a faint smile playing on his lips. After spending a month with all of you, I believe I can tell what kind of people you are. I hope you all have a clear understanding of yourselves. Otherwise, my brothers here will have plenty of work to do. His words were naturally directed at those who were forced into their roles as pushy salesmen. Among them, a few still possessed a shred of conscience. Though forced into their roles, they acted only to survive, not out of greed. Ye Chen had no intention of making things difficult for them. Of course, what punishment awaited them upon their return to Yanxia was beyond his concern. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, several individuals immediately rose and moved to his left side. These were the notoriously honest souls within the compound, occupying the lowest rung of the ladder among the 40 or 50 sycophants, possessing the least standing. At the same time, a middle-aged man rose and walked toward Ye Chen's left side. To everyone's surprise, Ye Chen glanced at him and addressed him, Uncle Wang. This man was Wang Hai, who had served as Ye Chen's mentor in learning the ropes when he first entered the compound. Not only that, but like Ye Chen, he was also from the province of Yanxia Dahu. As the saying goes, when countrymen meet, they shoot each other in the back. The scars on Ye Chen's body bore an inextricable connection to Wang Hai. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, his body trembled violently, shaking like a sieve. He turned his head unsteadily to look at Ye Chen. Ah Chen, I remember telling you. I was doing business in Thailand when I got kidnapped and brought here. So I should count too. To his surprise, Ye Chen shook his head. Uncle Wang, I remember I only told you about wanting to leave. How did Brother Luo find out the very next day? Luo Hao lowered his head even further upon hearing Ye Chen mention his name, terrified the other might turn his attention to him. But at that moment, Ye Chen's gaze toward Wang Hai grew increasingly dark. You really are, my dear uncle. He glanced at the loyal bodyguard beside him. Take him away. Give him a good beating. Don't hold back. The henchman nodded, stepped forward, grabbed Wang Hai by the collar, hoisted him up, and dragged him away. Wang Hai's face drained of color. Shen Gu, no. Shen Yi. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I had no choice. If I don't talk, they'll beat me to death. I have. But Ye Chen merely shook his hand dismissively, showing no intention of listening to his explanations. Regardless of the reason, once he'd laid a hand on him, he had to pay the price. Once Wan Hai's figure vanished from everyone's sight, Ye Chen shifted his gaze back to the front. At that moment, over a dozen figures had already gathered to his left. Another 70 or 80 crouched ahead. Ye Chen glanced over them and walked forward. Hanyu, you tell me, how should we settle this between us? A lot of these injuries on my body are thanks to you. Ye Chen looked at Hanyu and grinned. But to Hanyu, that smile looked terrifying, like a demon from the depths of hell. Thud. She knelt before Ye Chen, her face drained of color. Ye Chen, I was wrong. Chapter 4, Ruthless and Decisive. Outside the small black room, Hanyu knelt before Ye Chen, tears streaming down her face. Tears streamed down her face, dissolving her makeup like ghostly shadows. Weeping, she crawled toward Ye Chen. I'm sorry, Ye Chen. I had no choice. She slowly crawled to Ye Chen's feet, tugging at his pant leg. And Hanyu suddenly turned her head, pointing behind her at Luo Hong, who was also crouched on the ground. It was him. He forced me. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Luo Hong, as if he were her mortal enemy. It's all because of him. Surrounded by armed assassins, Hanyu trembled with fear. Suddenly, she was consumed by hatred for Luo Hong. If he hadn't insisted on dragging her into this chaotic mess, how could she have ended up in mortal danger? How dare she turn on me like this? Seeing Hanyu suddenly direct her anger at him, Luo Hong nearly leapt to his feet in rage. But the sight of the black muzzles of the guns instantly made him abandon that thought. Yet the depths of his gaze toward Ye Chen were filled with cunning. In 5 minutes, General Songchai will arrive for the exchange. Even if these men are all special forces, there can't be more than 100. They're no match for General Songchai. Damn it, I'll let you cocky brat gloat a little longer. The General Songchai he mentioned was a minor commander in the Kren border guard, commanding a fully formed unit of over 1,000 men. With this thought, Luo Hong obediently lowered his head, showing no reaction whatsoever to Han Yu's insults. Oh? Ye Chen gave a non-committal smile at Han Yu's sudden outburst. He crouched down, gently pinched Han Yu's chin, and lifted her face. Though her makeup was smudged by tears, it couldn't obscure her bright eyes and pearly teeth. Chen. Brother Chen. What do you want to do? I'll do anything. Han Yu's pitifully beautiful eyes were utterly captivating. Her words, like those of a succubus, drew one irresistibly into their depths. Damn it, she really is a. Ye Chen cursed inwardly. Back then, it was precisely because of these very words from Hanyu that he'd foolishly left Yinsha, walking straight into her trap. But suddenly, Ye Chen's hand tightened, clamping down on Hanyu's throat. Ugh! Taken completely by surprise, Hanyu's face flushed crimson. A suffocating sensation surged up her throat. Let go. Hanyu struggled painfully, but couldn't break free. You still think you can deceive me now? Ye Chen's other hand grabbed her hair as he slowly leaned in. A hint of cruelty flickered in his eyes. He tightened his grip slightly, and Hanyu was violently slammed onto the floor. Thud. Unluckily, her forehead hit the ground with a sharp thud. Her once beautiful face was instantly covered in blood. Ah! Ye Chen! How dare you do this to me? Even as a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook. Hanyu was now consumed by madness, having completely lost her mind. Staggering to her feet, she lunged at Ye Chen, clawing wildly. Her sharp nails aimed straight for Ye Chen's eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A fist-sized hole instantly appeared in Hanyu's high chest. Spurting blood gushed from her back, splattering onto the bodies of those behind her. Beside Ye Chen, a loyal assassin spun around, re-aiming his gun at those still crouched on the ground. Many were stained with warm blood, yet dared not move a muscle. They trembled in fear, terrified that the next bullet would be theirs. Oomph! As Ye Chen watched Hanyu's fallen body, an imperceptible flicker of emotion passed through the depths of his eyes. After all, just half an hour ago, he had been nothing more than a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Suddenly wielding the power of life and death, his mindset inevitably shifted. Moreover, this was the first time he'd witnessed someone being shot dead right before his eyes. But that deserved it. Despite this, Ye Chen's gaze toward Hanyu held not a shred of emotion. He had trusted her like that, yet she had treated him this way. After dealing with Hanyu, Ye Chen turned and scanned the open area. His gaze swept over the crouching figures. These people, whether the money-grubbing lackeys or the thoroughly depraved enforcers. Each and every one of them had blood on their hands, either directly or indirectly. Countless happy families had been torn apart by their deceit and greed. Not a single one of them was innocent. Soon, he spotted 2 figures trembling in fear. These 2 were none other than Ah Hao and Ah Yong, the very men who had dragged him into the darkroom earlier. As if sensing something, they both looked up simultaneously. Only to find Ye Chen's gaze, as deep as an abyss, staring back at them without a shred of emotion. Yet they knew they lacked the capital Hanyu possessed. Even Hanyu had been shot dead. If they stepped forward to beg for mercy, their fate would likely be no better. But clearly, Ye Chen's gaze didn't linger long. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Luo Hong. Mr. Luo, Ye Chen spoke slowly, never imagined you'd end up in my hands, did you? Supported by 2 loyal bodyguards, Ye Chen walked slowly toward Luo Hong. With one kick, he sent Luo Hong crashing to the ground. Then he stepped forward and planted his foot squarely on the man's chest. How does it feel? To have your life and death held in someone else's hands? Cough. Cough cough. Luo Hong choked, struggling for air beneath the crushing weight. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Luo Hong pleaded, it was my mistake this time, disturbing Mr. Yi. I hope Mr. Yi will forgive a petty man's mistake. We could become friends in the future. If you don't mind, I can introduce General Songchai to you right away. Oh? Ye Chen shifted his weight slightly. You wish to collaborate with me? We're both people of Yenxia, we should help each other. I, Luo Hong, have connections here in Miaowadi. With your brother's exceptional skills, if we establish a new industrial park together, we could grow strong and powerful in no time. Feeling the air rapidly leaving his lungs, Luo Hong's mouth rattled on like a machine gun. Damn it! Before the man could finish, Yichen delivered a kick straight to his jaw. A faint cracking sound echoed through the air. Now you realize we're all Yenxia people? Didn't you think about that when you were whipping me just now? Just then, a loyal guard approached and whispered respectfully into Yichen's ear. Master, the brothers at the main gate report someone approaching the compound in trance. Ye Chen nodded. Understood. He stepped forward once more and delivered a kick straight to Luo Hong's abdomen. Today I'll show you what true Yenxia hospitality means. Chapter 5, Conquest Reward. Songchai arrives. Ye Chen lifted his head to look at the 70 or 80 people still crouched on the ground. You people, Ye Chen began, no, you beasts, you all deserve to die. But just like our boss Luo, we're all Yenxia people. I'm willing to give you all a chance. With that, he drew a triangular military dagger from the waist of a loyal guard beside him. Crouching down, he thrust the dagger into Luo Hong's hand. Mr. Luo, since you've put it that way, I'll give you a chance. I'm entrusting this dagger to you. Before Luo Hong could comprehend what was happening, Ye Chen had already risen and walked to the edge of the crowd. He then turned to face the crowd and shouted. From this moment on, you all will fight each other to the death. In half an hour, if only one person remains alive, I will let him leave the compound. Hearing Ye Chen's words, everyone's pupils involuntarily contracted. Before they could process it fully, Ye Chen continued, of course, if more than one person survives, well, don't blame me for being ruthless. It'll be your own fault for not being ruthless enough. The implication was crystal clear. He was forcing them to slaughter each other. Oh, and one more thing, Ye Chen gestured toward Luo Hong. The only weapon among you is right in Mr. Luo's hands. Mr. Luo, he addressed Luo Hong, pounding his chest emphatically before gesturing toward him, we're all fellow citizens of Yenxia. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Ye Chen walk away, Luo Hong finally understood why the other man had deliberately placed the checkmate move in his hands. Ye Chen, you're ruthless. Don't get cocky. General Songchai will be here any moment. Every last one of you will die. Before Luo Hong could continue his threats, he suddenly felt waves of malevolent stares. Every pair of eyes fixed on him with a look of greed. Or rather, they were fixated on the triangular bayonet in his hand. When the death squads had brought the prisoners here, they had already stripped them of every weapon. Now, the only weapon present was the one in Luo Hong's hand. Whoever controlled it held the greatest chance of survival. What do you think you're doing? Luo Hong scrambled to his feet, brandishing the dagger around him. Are you trying to revolt? Have you forgotten who has sustained you all this time? His voice cracked with fear beneath a thin veneer of bravado. His only hope now lay in General Songchai arriving swiftly to rescue him from this peril. But just then, Ah Hao and Ah Yon closed in together. What? You two want to join in too? Damn it, without me, you'd have starved to death on the streets of Burma long ago. Luo Hong brandished his three-edged bayonet, waving it menacingly before them. Boss, Ah Hao said, his expression darkening as he moved closer. Don't blame us, boss. We just want to survive too. Before he could finish, several dark figures burst forward. In an instant, they pinned Luo Hong to the ground. I got it. I got it. You're dead. Thud. Someone had seized the military dagger, and with a single thrust, it pierced Luo Hong's chest. You. Luo Hong's eyes widened as he stared toward the direction of the stab. He saw Ah Hao's right hand gripping the bayonet tightly. Without even glancing at him, Ah Hao swiftly pulled it out. In an instant, blood gushed from his heart, shooting 3 or 4 meters high like a fountain before splattering onto the ground. The viscous blood instantly soaked through the clothing of everyone present. Yet the slaughter below the stage showed no sign of ceasing. Surrounding them, a dozen or so death squads wielding Gauss rifles watched the scenes unfold with expressionless faces. The moment anyone attempted to flee the battlefield, they were instantly shot in the head as a warning. The hellish slaughter continued unabated. The park's main gate. Soon, Ye Chen arrived with several dozen loyal guards. At that very moment, a sound rang in Ye Chen's ears. Ding! Kongbang Park owner, Luo Hong has died. You have successfully conquered Kongbang Park. Wealth points gained, 50 million. Conquest points gained, 100. Hearing the system notification, Ye Chen instantly understood. This Kongbang Industrial Park alone had brought Ye Chen 50 million in wealth.
It must be noted that in the chaotic region of Mawadi, countless warlords of varying sizes roamed. This led to the emergence of compounds of varying sizes. Luo Han's Kongbang compound was among the smaller ones, housing no more than 100 people in total. In contrast, the largest KK compound in all of Mawadi housed a full 10,000 people, comparable to a small town. At every moment, countless funds flowed out of Yenxia and poured into this land of sin.
So that's how it is. Once I conquer a region, all its wealth becomes mine. Fine. This saves me the trouble of plundering it myself. Ye Chen nodded. 5 million wealth points would be more than enough for him to go on a shopping spree in the mall. But Ye Chen wasn't in a hurry. He walked straight to the control room beside the main gate. Loyal operatives had already taken control of everything.
Upon entering, Ye Chen saw the surveillance monitors displaying a convoy approaching the compound. Among the convoy were even several heavily armored vehicles. The insignia on the front of these armored vehicles revealed their identity. The Karen Border Guard Force. Though nominally a border guard force, these troops were the Karen ethnic armed group based in Mayawadi, locked in a bitter, long-standing conflict with Myanmar. The fraud operation complexes scattered throughout Mayawadi served as the cash cows for these military groups. Each commander within the border guard forces controlled several, sometimes even a dozen such operations. They provide security for the operations, and in return, the operations pay them rent. A peculiar equilibrium has emerged between them. So this must be the border guard commander behind Luo Hong. Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly.
What was his name again? Something like Vegetable Delivery? What a fitting name. Since you arrived in an armored vehicle, I can't let you have all the glory. Ye Chen's heart stirred slightly as he opened the system's shopping interface.
Suddenly, an extremely sci-fi image caught his eye.
Plasma cannon. Price, 100,000 wealth points. Description: compresses heavy hydrogen into plasma using lasers, then fires it via electromagnetic technology. Chapter 6, Instant Infatuation. Ye Chen briefly studied the detailed specifications and was instantly captivated. He currently only had 100 loyal followers at his disposal.
If it came down to a real fight, he'd be at a disadvantage.
But with a plasma cannon? What was there to fear? One blast would reduce anything, be it mortal or immortal, to ashes. Moreover, the plasma cannon only cost 1 million wealth points.
For someone like him, who already possessed over 50 million, that was practically nothing. This kind of sci-fi gadget, even if he used it and then tossed it to Yenxia would reward him far more than 1 million.
Trade. Ye Chen decisively clicked the transaction button. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Plasma Cannon X100. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the detailed blueprint for crafting plasma cannons.
Distributed according to the number of assassins.
Equip?
Ye Chen froze in shock, then his face lit up with wild excitement. He had assumed that spending 100k would barely buy one plasma cannon to deal with that so-called delivery army. He never imagined it would be distributed based on troop numbers.
A single plasma cannon cost only around 10,000 credits rounded up, that was practically free. And with detailed blueprints included, whether he sold the blueprints or had his assassins craft the weapons, it was a surefire win. This was ING like a little cow taking a plane ride. It was ING awesome. Equip. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen barked the order. Soon, the system relayed the update: all assassins were ready. He glanced at the system panel, then at the convoy steadily closing in on the screen, his hands itching to get started. Everything was ready, all that was missing was the signal. If they dared to come, he dared to blast them to smithereens. Outside the compound. Watching the compound remain eerily quiet for an extended period, the convoy leader felt an inexplicable unease. Having spent years in Northern Myanmar, he'd always worked in high-risk, high-reward jobs, seen his share of battlefields, and was considered a figure of some stature within General Songchai's forces. When the alert about the rebellion inside the compound came in, General Songchai remained stationed where he was, while he was the first to lead a team to stabilize the situation. A minor uprising like this could be suppressed with 100 men, no need for General Songchai to bring his entire force. He'd handled countless such incidents before, but this time felt different. For some reason, the hairs on his body stood on end, and he found himself breaking out in a cold sweat. He had this overwhelming feeling that something terrible was about to happen. But if he failed to handle the uprising properly, General Songchai would not let him off the hook. The convoy leader halted the vehicle 300 meters from the compound. Glancing toward the main gate, he couldn't help but chuckle. The tension in his chest eased slightly. It seemed he really was getting old and paranoid. What could that bunch of summer piglets inside the compound possibly accomplish? They probably thought this was some kind of make-believe game. He stared at the dozen or so people at the gate with contempt. He'd heard these rebels were top-notch marksmen with real guns, but judging by the scene before him, the dozen or so men at the gate were armed with nothing but colorful toy barrels. They might have a metallic sheen, but these things couldn't hold bullets or fire ammunition. Clearly just toys. And their leader was a young man. A kid who probably hadn't even grown any facial hair yet. How could he possibly stand a chance against them, seasoned military men? Only the naive locals within the compound would be intimidated by these new recruits.
The military captain waved at the convoy behind him, seemingly too lazy to bother with even basic protection. He strode confidently out of the vehicle and headed toward the park entrance.
What the hell is going on?
Ye Chen narrowed his eyes at the approaching soldiers, confusion rising within him.
What? Did they think he was messing around with this bunch of desperados? Or did they look down on him? Kid, you're stirring up trouble on General Songchai's turf? You don't want to live, do you?
The army captain had already led a large contingent right up to Ye Chen's face, his tone brimming with arrogance. Behind him, a group of soldiers pointed their guns directly at Ye Chen, their posture radiating a threatening sense of turning the tables. One burst from my men, and you won't live to see tomorrow. While I'm still talking to you politely, get your men to clear the road. Kneel down and kowtow to General Songchai. Considering you've got some skills, you might just scrape by with your life. The man ranted on, but Ye Chen's gaze grew colder by the second.
Kneel and apologize? Ever since obtaining the system, Ye Chen had silently vowed that no one would ever bully or abuse him again.
This military captain was dancing on every single one of Ye Chen's pet peeves.
Ye Chen sneered coldly. Kill everyone behind him. He stays.
At Ye Chen's command, the loyalists surrounding him raised their plasma cannons, aiming them at the squad behind the military captain. Sharp beams of light began to converge on the weapons. The military captain hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. He was just about to open his mouth to sneer. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as one of the loyalists pressed the trigger. A cold, blinding beam shot from the plasma cannon, streaking toward the rear of the army captain's unit. The soldiers behind him didn't even have time to react before the beam engulfed them entirely, their bodies melting away within its light. In the blink of an eye, even the armored vehicle 100 meters away was obliterated into nothingness. Even if all the gods and Buddhas descended now, they couldn't save these men's lives. Thud! The army captain's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Glancing over his shoulder at the empty space behind him, he dared not breathe, his entire body shaking like a sieve. He looked at Ye Chen with utter terror. His gaze was as if he were looking upon the Grim Reaper himself. He never imagined that the weapons in the hands of the people surrounding Ye Chen were not toys. No wonder the compound fell so swiftly. Even in General Songchai's warlord territory, could they possibly withstand this living demon king, Ye Chen? He had never feared death in all his years on the battlefield, but this overwhelming display of absolute power crushed him beneath its weight, his eyes rolling back in his head. The remaining convoy soldiers in the distance were stunned. One by one, they nervously climbed out of their vehicles, raised their hands, and approached Ye Chen. They knelt down in unison. To them, Ye Chen was no longer the Yenxia lackey they remembered. He resembled a murderous dragon awakened from the darkness. Ye Chen sneered. He had no intention of ending the convoy captain's life completely after all, keeping him alive served the purpose of sending a warning message. But as for the rest of the soldiers? Ye Chen had no intention of sparing a single one. Don't be fooled by their current docile demeanor. Away from Ye Chen's sight, how many Yenxia people had they slaughtered? How many Yenxia people's paths home had they severed? Ye Chen saw no reason to spare them. Go back and tell Songchai, if he wants to kill me, his men alone won't suffice. Tell him to come personally. Chapter 7, A Sliver of Murderous Intent. Hearing Ye Chen's words, a flicker of murderous intent passed through the convoy captain's eyes. Songchai had recognized his talent and nurtured him to his current position. How could he possibly relay such humiliating words to Songchai's ears? Though it lasted only an instant, Ye Chen caught that glint of murderous intent. Who would have thought? The man had some nerve. Even in this situation, he still dared to challenge him. Was it because he'd grown accustomed to bullying the Yenxia people in Northern Myanmar, truly treating them like pigs? Even now, he still thought he could turn the tables and eliminate Ye Chen? Ye Chen was eager to see just how loyal this man truly was. Ye Chen merely chuckled cheerfully twice, then extended his hand in a beckoning gesture. Without needing instructions, the system-produced death squad instantly understood Ye Chen's intent. In 2 or 3 strides, they closed in on the convoy captain, delivering a series of punches that landed with bone-crunching force. These assassins possessed physical prowess far beyond ordinary men. After just a few punches, the convoy leader felt as if a truck had run him over, every bone in his body teetering on the brink of shattering. Had Ye Chen not intended to let him return with the message, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. Paralyzing terror seized the convoy leader's throat. Trembling, he stared at Ye Chen, his mouth spilling out desperate pleas. Stop hitting me. I'll go report immediately. Please, stop hitting me. The moment the words escaped his lips, not only did Ye Chen recognize the familiar tone, but the convoy captain himself felt that the pleading voice and tone sounded eerily familiar. Indeed, back when they beat the piglets brought over from Yenxia, those victims had begged them in exactly the same way. Back then, they never imagined the tables would turn. That alone won't suffice. Spill everything you know about Songchai's side. Ye Chen bent down, his cold smile fixed on the convoy leader. Even though he now held absolute military superiority, the old saying held true, knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle.
Ye Chen had no intention of letting Songchai live because of a momentary oversight on his part. Rest assured, if you tell me everything honestly, you'll get a decent death. You'll go down without pain, and I'll send someone to keep you company. But if you don't. The convoy captain's organs and bones had already been pushed to the brink of shattering by those earlier punches. Once he finished relaying the message to Songchai, his life would be forfeit. With so much Yensha blood on his hands, Ye Chen wouldn't let him walk away unscathed after delivering the message. If he refused to talk, what awaited him instead would be prolonged torment. After all, with so many soldiers behind him, even if the efficiency was low, the message would still reach Songchai. The convoy captain was utterly terrified by Ye Chen's methods. Before Ye Chen could threaten him further, he blurted out everything about Songchai's troop numbers and territories, begging Ye Chen to stop torturing him. Kill the rest of them. Send him back. Ye Chen issued the order to his loyal guards, then turned to watch the terrified convoy captain flee in disarray before striding toward the compound. Inside the compound, corpses littered the ground. Only one middle-aged man remained, trembling as he stood among the bodies, clutching a bayonet and wearing a savage grin. I survived. It's me. Ye Chen observed the man, overcome with triumph, and shook his head with a faint smile. It was truly baffling. When these people targeted the innocent group brought by Yensha, breaking promises and changing their minds on a whim seemed like second nature. Yet when it came to themselves, they expected others to honor agreements. Why? Was it simply because they, the deceived ones, were destined to be second-class citizens in Northern Myanmar? Did they never consider that one day, they too might be deceived by him? They lured living people to Northern Myanmar like pigs and dogs, treating human lives as commodities and playthings, yet expected us to sympathize with their desire to survive. Ye Chen shook his head in amusement. He took the AK-47 handed to him by his loyal bodyguard and fired a single shot straight into the man's forehead. Bang! The man collapsed among the corpses, his face still frozen in ecstatic delight. Killing a few scum had little impact on Ye Chen. He beckoned to 5 or 6 more loyal guards and headed downstairs. In the various punishment chambers below, hundreds of innocent Yensha citizens remained trapped. Among them were farmers, laborers, even college students and office workers. Each person's goal was simple, most simply wanted to earn money and live a better life. Yet they were too naive, ignoring warnings, truly believing in such windfalls from heaven. One after another, they rushed into this hellhole of Northern Myanmar. Many who survived were left with lifelong disabilities, some even missing vital organs. You are all free now. Ye Chen opened the gates one by one. My men will escort you to the vicinity of the embassy. If you wish to return home, they will assist you. But if you still cling to illusions, my men will only take you as far as that point. Surrounded by these compounds, allowing hundreds to flee unchecked would only send them to their deaths. Ye Chen was merely doing what he could to help them out. As for whether these people harbored resentment or clung to the delusion that Northern Myanmar held untold riches, insisting on staying against all odds, well, Ye Chen could only say that some souls are beyond saving. If some sought their own demise, how could Ye Chen possibly stand in their way? Before departing, the group naturally showered him with endless thanks. But Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to spare a thought for them. His most pressing task now was to enhance his strength. Though Songchai's influence on Ye Chen was practically negligible, Ye Chen had no intention of stopping at just dealing with Songchai. With his system in hand, his journey would lead to the vast expanse of the cosmos. Besides, who could guarantee those warlords wouldn't band together to target him? The more Ye Chen thought about it, the more restless he grew. A certain firepower deficiency was ingrained in the very bones of the Yensha people. After a moment of deep contemplation in the empty office, Ye Chen activated the system interface. Most of the data remained unchanged. But since Ye Chen had finally found some free time, he naturally wanted to thoroughly examine the areas he hadn't had a chance to scrutinize before. What he discovered was astonishing. One glance immediately drew Ye Chen's attention to something else entirely. A conversion function? Ye Chen stroked his chin. Unexpectedly, once he defeated an enemy army, the system could transform all remaining soldiers into puppets under his command. It worked much like devouring an entire district. The wealth within would become his own. If that were truly the case, it would solve one of Ye Chen's most pressing problems. After all, establishing a weapons manufacturing facility currently faced a severe manpower shortage. Now he just had to wait for Songchai to walk right into his trap. Chapter 8, The Bell Rings. As Ye Chen pondered this, the phone in his office suddenly rang loudly. Piglet from Yensha, who's pulling your strings and supplying your enforcers, came the voice over the line, thick with the distinctive accent of Northern Myanmar. The moment the voice spoke, Ye Chen knew exactly who it was. The caller could be none other than, "You're so cowardly you won't even show your face, afraid we'll really come for you?" Ye Chen's tone dripped with scorn. In Northern Myanmar, most of those deceived into coming were Yensha natives. As someone with relatively close ties to the industrial park, Songchai naturally spoke fluent Yensha and understood the contempt in Ye Chen's words. Immediately, the voice on the line erupted in fury. "I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You actually sent my men to deceive me. I'll bring his head over shortly as a sacrifice for you. No matter who's backing you, I'll make you all pay dearly for this. With that, the call ended abruptly in fury. Sure enough, shortly after, a loyal henchman arrived to report several convoys approaching from the distance. Judging by the sheer scale of the operation, it seemed they had mobilized every last one of their men. For Ye Chen, this was perfect timing. His forces were short on manpower. Songchai wasn't just delivering supplies, he was handing him reinforcements. Where else could he find such a perfect succor? Just as Ye Chen was about to order Songchai's lead convoy to be blown to smithereens, the convoy halted. But it wasn't Songchai who stepped out first. Instead, one by one, Yenxia people were pushed out. Each of them was emaciated to the point of being nothing but skin and bones. Their eyes appeared unnaturally large and protruding under such conditions. Were it not for their skeletal features, calling them aliens would have been entirely justified. See that, Yenxia pig? That's the fate you deserve. Hidden behind the group of Yenxia people stood a short, stocky man. If anyone present deserved the label pig, it was clearly him. He pushed the Yenxia man before him with smug satisfaction, hissing threats, "Speak up. Admit you Yenxia people are nothing but trash. You deserve nothing more than to kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." The Yenxia people's faces twisted in agony. Their bodies were bent and broken, their eyes fixed on Ye Chen with a look of utter hopelessness, as if they could see no glimmer of hope. But no matter how much Songchai shoved and prodded them, they remained utterly silent. This infuriated Songchai, who stomped his feet in place. He was merely a low-ranking commander in the border guard forces, lacking both real ability and patience. He'd climbed to his current position through sheer luck, and couldn't tolerate a bunch of fools defying his will. You think by refusing to speak, you Yenxia people aren't useless morons? Songchai drew the pistol from his waist with a cold sneer. He refused to believe the convoy captain's earlier report about plasma cannons and strange beams. For all he knew, the captain had been bribed by Ye Chen. At least for now, the convoy leader couldn't speak anymore. And Ye Chen would soon be joining him down there. Songchai grinned savagely as he pulled the trigger. "You're all my shields now. Move forward. I'm going to teach that yellow-haired brat a lesson today." Ye Chen surveyed the scene, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. He knew the people in Northern Myanmar had no scruples, but he hadn't realized they'd sunk this low. Just as Ye Chen was about to order his loyal guards to drag Songchai out from behind the crowd, the group of Yenxia people who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. "We don't want to live anymore. Don't worry about us. Kill Songchai to prevent more Yenxia people like us from being deceived." Compared to those still in the compound, this group brought over by Songchai was clearly in far worse condition, both physically and mentally. Their eyes betrayed utter despair, drained of any hope. Their only remaining hope, it seemed, was to find a swift and painless death. Ye Chen frowned. "If you manage to return alive, you must tell the Yenxia people about what's happening here. Warn them to stay away from Northern Myanmar. This place is no place for humans." Stay away from Northern Myanmar? No. Ye Chen intended to turn Northern Myanmar into his domain, completely and utterly. Yet upon hearing the Yenxia man speak, Songchai's face broke into a look of intense amusement. Peering at Ye Chen's reaction from the crowd, he smugly remarked, "You heard him. Why not just kill your fellow countrymen? Then you can all leave together underground and avoid loneliness." Under any other circumstances, Songchai might have considered sparing Ye Chen to extract some value. But Ye Chen had just destroyed his entire complex. As a minor boss with only a handful of compounds under his control, Songchai couldn't possibly let Ye Chen off after having his operation destroyed and his money stolen. Even all of Burma had to tread carefully around their operations in northern Burma, treating them with utmost deference. Ye Chen, an outsider, a lowly piglet from the scorching summer, a mere pawn destined to be carved up by the northern Burmese underworld, dared to strut around here? If they didn't teach Ye Chen a lesson now, soon even the lowest of the low would be riding roughshod over them. "Move." Ye Chen's words nearly echoed Songchai's command. The soldiers behind Songchai immediately trained their guns on the group of southerners, fingers already on the triggers, ready to send them to meet their underworld king. At this critical moment, Songchai finally saw the plasma cannon and special beam the convoy captain had mentioned earlier. A smirk had just begun to form on his face, but before he could utter a word of mockery, his right arm vanished entirely within the overflowing beam of light. "Sorry, just grazed it." Yichen beamed as he cradled the plasma cannon in his hands. That blast moments ago had come from his very hands. And the precise moment it consumed one of Songchai's arms was the result of Ye Chen's calculated timing. Songchai's eyes widened in horror. He stiffly turned his head. The soldiers who had initially aimed their guns at Yenxia had vanished entirely, even the weapons in their hands had evaporated into thin air. Songchai finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He didn't even bother with the soldiers behind him. He scrambled and crawled into the nearest vehicle, yanked the driver out, and slammed his foot on the accelerator. No. This isn't Yenxia's piglets. This was the devil. A demon crawling out of hell to exact revenge on him. Songchai slammed the accelerator to the floor. He had to escape now, find his superiors, and mobilize the entire border defense force to deal with Ye Chen. Under no circumstances could Ye Chen be allowed to leave northern Burma alive. Chapter 9, Rescue. Behind the car, Yichen closed one eye as his plasma cannon fired again. The vehicle, already 400 or 500 meters away, along with Songchai inside, dissolved into a beam of light and vanished completely. Ye Chen raised the barrel of his cannon and let out a cold laugh. Even if Songchai hadn't deliberately provoked him by pushing the Yinsha man to his death, Ye Chen would never have spared him. And now Songchai had willingly courted his own demise. Ye Chen's gaze turned calmly to the remaining men. The Yinsha soldiers stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly unable to believe what they were witnessing. The border guards, who had initially intended to flee swiftly, found themselves trapped. Though Ye Chen hadn't yet converted them, his system allowed him to easily immobilize them. Has our nation's technology advanced this far? Is this the rescue the nation sent for us? Are we dreaming? No one knew who spoke first, but soon the Yinsha people began jostling each other, elbowing and pushing. The scene was faintly absurd. But soon, they were wailing uncontrollably, some crouching, some lying flat, their cries echoing in a near-frenzied state. It hurts so much, it's real. Our countrymen have rescued us. They all turned to look at Ye Chen, wanting to thank him. Yet Ye Chen politely declined any gratitude. He merely ordered his loyal guards to group these Yinsha people together with the previous batch, packing them off en masse to the vicinity of the embassy. Transformation. After dispatching all the Yinsha people, Ye Chen decisively pressed the system's conversion button. The border guards, who had been visibly fearful and struggling moments before, began to grow sluggish after Ye Chen's action. Within mere seconds, their minds were obliterated. Acquired Border Guard Puppets X-1000. Available for routine duties. After system training, can reach F-grade assassin standards. Proceed with training? Ye Chen showed no mercy or pity. He even glanced at the newly created puppets with a hint of disgust. Forget it. He had no intention of training these northern Burmese to the level of assassins. These men had taken countless Yinsha lives. Allowing them to survive by performing the most menial labor was already showing them considerable leniency. But this way, Ye Chen had no worries whatsoever about the plasma cannon blueprints in his possession being leaked. The finer work would be assigned to the elite assassins. The menial tasks would be handled by the puppets. This way, no one would meddle. With the system's safeguards, the assassins and puppets were even less likely to betray him. It was foolproof. It's just a matter of money, after all. Ye Chen glanced at the raw material procurement costs and felt a headache coming on. Although he now possessed 50 million, further expenditures were inevitable, purchasing additional weapons and continuing production. Whether it would be enough was another matter entirely. Was there anyone in the world who would complain about having too much money? Looks like I'll have to set my sights on other industrial parks. Ye Chen didn't dwell on the headache for long before devising a solution. After all, whether he seized one industrial park or two, the money would accumulate through such actions. While Ye Chen was still calculating his next move, little did he know the storm he had unleashed in northern Myanmar and back home. Northern Myanmar was already close to the Yinsha kingdom, separated only by a border. With Ye Chen's assistance, many had secured their freedom through the embassy and returned to border cities. After a bout of tears, they recounted their ordeal. Stop making up nonsense here. Unfortunately, neither the authorities nor the public believed their accounts. A single man leading a group of loyal followers launching a surprise attack on a northern Myanmar facility? And what about a plasma cannon? Who would believe such nonsense? People found it easier to believe in gods descending from heaven than to accept these claims. Just as the public was scoffing at their claims, dismissing these con artists as incorrigible frauds trying to pull another scam, a video began spreading like wildfire on Douyin. In northern Myanmar, once workers passed the initial probation period and performed reasonably well, they were actually issued mobile phones, though these were strictly prohibited from contacting the outside world and were mostly outdated models. Even these outdated phones possessed some basic photo and video capabilities. Though the footage was somewhat blurry, it clearly showed Ye Chen wielding a plasma cannon, reducing Songchai to dust. This scorching summer, the internet exploded. Experts from all fields began analyzing the video, but ultimately, the official conclusion prevailed. It was indeed not fabricated. The moment this news broke, all sorts of theories flooded the Yinsha internet. It shot straight to the top of every major app's trending charts and refused to budge. This is insane. Can any expert tell me what kind of weapon this is? Whatever it is, this guy charging into northern Myanmar to rescue people and taking out so many traffickers? All I can say is sweet. Exactly. Only men like this are true heroes of our nation. I bow down in respect. I'll be the big shot's loyal dog. However, the authorities remained silent on the matter, quietly launching an investigation into Ye Chen's identity in an attempt to establish direct contact with him. Meanwhile, classmates and colleagues who knew Ye Chen were stunned speechless. Was this really the Ye Chen they knew? The ruthlessly decisive man before them bore Ye Chen's exact likeness, yet none had ever heard of him possessing such formidable abilities. Damn it, if I'd known Ye Chen was this formidable, I would have groveled at his feet long ago. Why are you hogging my spot? If anyone's kneeling, I'm first in line.
Meanwhile, online, wave after wave of people began popping up claiming to be distant relatives of Ye Chen's third and eighth cousin's next-door neighbor, but everyone just laughed it off. Yet their admiration for Ye Chen remained undiminished. Within northern Myanmar, the video continued circulating relentlessly. They remained fairly active on the Chinese internet after all, how else would they scam people from China? As soon as the video surfaced, someone spread it throughout northern Myanmar. Border guards immediately launched an investigation into Songchai's whereabouts. Yet they found not a single trace. Not a single soldier under Songchai's command returned to the border guards. In an instant, northern Myanmar descended into chaos. They had no idea that those soldiers had already become puppets under Ye Chen's command. The smaller industrial zones near Kongbang Industrial Park were gripped by panic. Why not make overtures first? He hasn't made a move yet. Perhaps he intends to establish himself in northern Burma too. A powerhouse like Ye Chen was someone they'd avoid antagonizing if possible. Besides, who doesn't love money? They refused to believe Ye Chen had truly come to rescue anyone. Chapter 10, Filling the Gap. The way he knows his way around, he probably has connections up there. Could be some big shot sent to muscle in on territory. The more the nearby compounds pondered it, the more plausible this theory seemed. Otherwise, where did Ye Chen get the audacity to stir up such a commotion? Beyond their own compound, similar suspicions were brewing among other major settlements, even among rival warlords. However, for the time being, no one could say for certain which warlord Ye Chen served under. They could only speculate and test each other's intentions. Little did they know that every one of their assumptions was wildly off the mark. Ye Chen certainly hadn't come to rescue anyone, nor was he under any warlord's command. Hadn't he been tricked into coming here by the northern Burmese in the first place? To those inhuman creatures in northern Burma, this was nothing but self-imposed bondage. Ye Chen surveyed the loyalists and puppets under his command, who had gradually formed an ecosystem within the compound, and nodded approvingly. In just a day or two, the Kongbang compound here had been organized into a proper, functioning system. Ye Chen finally found some free time. Sitting in his office, he scrolled through recent short videos while planning which next park to target. Soon, Ye Chen noticed something amiss on the short video app. Who was dominating the entire app? Himself. He had no idea who had dug up his old photos and experiences, edited them into videos, and spread them widely online. The comments were flooded with cheers and cries of husband, and when that failed, please a big brother. Boss. Please take me under your wing. Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Back then, he was just a nobody looked down upon by others. Forget about the goddesses he once admired, even the female colleagues at his company barely gave him a second glance. Now, however, the tide had turned effortlessly. Even some female celebrities were openly hinting at their admiration for him. Human nature, huh? Ye Chen sighed twice. After glancing around left and right, he lost interest. Given the current situation, it seemed he'd be dominating the screens for quite some time. He still had no desire to become an internet celebrity. Fighting in northern Myanmar held far more meaning. Still, Ye Chen casually logged into his old short video account. Unexpectedly, the moment he logged in, his phone nearly froze. Countless comments, likes, and shares flooded into his phone. After struggling to navigate to his main page, he finally got a clear look. A staggering 300 million followers. His very first simple video documenting his trip to Thailand had already garnered over 100 million likes. The comments section was a veritable showcase of talent. Northern Myanmar, we've stumbled upon a legend. I'm such a fool, really. I knew northern Myanmar was a scam, but I never imagined they had such a big shot up there. If I'd known, I'd have gone over to join up. Support the big shot in wiping out northern Myanmar. Seeing the chaotic comments section, where some still harbored aspirations for northern Myanmar, Ye Chen felt compelled to post a video. Though he harbored ambitions to dominate northern Myanmar, it wasn't under his control just yet. Facing the camera, Ye Chen wore an exasperated expression. Jokes are fine, but don't even think about coming to northern Myanmar. This isn't paradise or a gold mine, it's a living hell. He proceeded to recount the horrors he had witnessed in northern Myanmar. Beneath this serious video, the jokes about visiting northern Myanmar vanished. Instead, the number of people calling him husband multiplied. Meanwhile, neighboring industrial parks realized Ye Chen had made time to visit. Regardless of how he was disrupting their business, they immediately sent private messages and made calls to the park simultaneously. Ye Chen had thought that with Songchai dealt with, at least for the short term, no one would come to disturb this park. Little did he expect the phone to ring again so soon. Who is this? His voice was flat. But the person on the other end of the line shuddered violently. Hearing Ye Chen's voice instantly brought back the image of him casually sending Songchai flying out of sight. Brother Yi, you should still be at Kongbang Park, right? Their tone had grown noticeably more respectful, their attitude deliberately subdued. If the old and new hands in the park saw this scene, they'd be utterly shocked. Leaning back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, Ye Chen couldn't help but let a mocking smile creep onto his face. What? You guys want to come knocking on my door looking for a beating, just like those delivery guys? He hadn't yet selected a suitable target within the complex. Those too far away were out of his immediate reach. The closer ones were all minor complexes, barely worth the effort. If someone came knocking on his door, it would save him the trouble of deciding. "You're joking." The person on the other end of the line shuddered, their tone growing even more deferential. "We were thinking, since you've just taken office, we'd like to come over and offer our congratulations. Additionally, your capabilities are truly exceptional. My proposal is this: if you're willing, our two parks could merge into one. You'd be the leader, and I'd follow." The caller was taking a bold gamble. Being second in command was far better than risking one's life. But Yichen had never been the type to act for money, as they imagined. Their proposal held even less interest for him. Most of the money circulating within the industrial park was illicit. As for the people involved, Yichen didn't need to elaborate. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with Northern Myanmar knew that no matter how sweet their words sounded now, at their core, they were inhumane, cold-blooded killers. Ye Chen had no intention of associating with such scum. Without a word, he simply hung up the phone. On the other end, the caller's heart sank without Ye Chen's response. After waiting a full 2 hours without Ye Chen returning the call, they even received the voice notification that they had been blocked. It was then that they understood. Ye Chen had no intention whatsoever of aligning with any of their compounds. In that case, Ye Chen was like a mushroom bomb poised over all of northern Myanmar. No one knew when it would detonate. Those closest to the Kongbang compound would bear the brunt of the impact. They'd end up suffering the exact same fate as Songchai. Who could predict which target Ye Chen would strike next? No, we absolutely cannot just sit here and wait for disaster. Inside the office adjacent to the Kongbang Industrial Park, several park owners huddled in a circle, their faces grim. But what can we do? Songchai is already dead at his hands. How could we possibly defeat him? Suddenly, one owner looked around at the others and spoke up. Isn't Songchai's death perfect? Under that pretext, we can directly request the Mawati border guard. I refuse to believe we can't take down Ye Chen. While these men plotted against Ye Chen was plotting against them. Chapter 11, Taking over KK Park. The park. Luo Hong's office had now become Ye Chen's office. Ye Chen had the flashy, useless furniture and decorations removed, transforming the space into his own command center. Though collectively called the park, the Mawati fraud park was internally divided into factions, each backed by different power brokers. Some of these masterminds hailed from the Yanxia nation, others were local officials, and the majority were joint ventures between local officials colluding with outsiders. Taking them down wasn't difficult, but apprehending them would require considerable effort. The current operators of each park were merely proxies, so Ye Chen had no fear they would dare confront him first. With nearly 1,000 puppet soldiers and 100 F-grade assassins at his disposal, it was indeed unrealistic to think he could completely take over Mawati with these numbers alone. Still, Ye Chen felt confident these forces could fully control the industrial park. Before taking over the entire scam complex, Ye Chen had one more task: selecting a few elite assistants. Otherwise, if he had to personally lead the assault on the entire complex and handle every detail himself, he'd work himself to death. If he had to choose from among those who had stayed behind to fight alongside him, Ye Chen would never commit such foolishness. After being deceived by that Hanyu, Ye Chen now trusted absolutely no one. Therefore, he planned to select a few formidable assassins from the marketplace to lead the fight against the other puppets and assassins. After opening them all through the system, Ye Chen navigated to the Loyal Assassin Exchange interface. 5S grade Death Knight, 1 trillion. 4S grade Death Knight, 100 billion. 3S grade Death Knight, 10 billion. 2S grade Death Knight, 10 billion. 1S class assassin, 100 million. A class assassin, 100 million. B class assassin, 500 million. C class assassin, 10 million. D class assassin, 500,000. E class assassin, 100,000. F class assassin, 50,000. Scanning the assassin prices on the marketplace list and glancing at his remaining balance, Ye Chen finally settled his gaze on the A class assassin. The combat effectiveness of an A-class assassin is not only 5 times that of an F-class assassin, but crucially, A-class assassins are the only ones besides S-class capable of repair and upgrade. Below the A-rank tier, all assassins become irreparably damaged once injured, ultimately fading into oblivion. Therefore, upon seeing his balance of over 3,000 credits, Ye Chen immediately purchased 3 A-class assassins. Upon confirming the purchase, the 3 assassins materialized before Ye Chen. All 3 were stunningly beautiful. Choosing such attractive assassins served a dual purpose: first, to easily deceive opponents into underestimating him; second, to keep them by his side for visual pleasure, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yameng. Curtain Blade. Xian Sha. Greetings, Master. The 3 assassin beauties were summoned forth and immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Ye Chen. Though these 3 A-grade beauties carried the same price tag, each possessed distinct traits. Yumeng excelled in interrogation and investigation. Her demeanor was elegant and refined, like a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, possessing a mesmerizing charm that seemed to lull others into a drowsy trance. Mu Run excelled at assassination.
Her demeanor was icy, her gaze sharp and cold. To be targeted by her felt like having a chilling blade pressed against one's throat. Qianxia excelled at sniping. Her demeanor was serene, giving the impression she could blend seamlessly into any crowd while taking lives from a kilometer away. Though each possessed distinct strengths, their overall capabilities far surpassed those of assassins below Class A. In hand-to-hand combat alone, they could utterly overwhelm sub-Class A operatives, let alone ordinary civilians. Seeing their unwavering loyalty, Ye Chen declared, "Tonight, I will take down the entire fraud operation. Every single core member, not one will be spared. If any particularly heinous criminals are found among the fraudsters, you may punish them directly without reporting. Yumeng, take 20 F-class assassins and 200 puppet soldiers to assault the western compound. Niren, take 20 F-rank assassins and 200 puppet soldiers to attack the eastern compound. Zhensha, take 20 F-level elite warriors and 200 puppet soldiers to attack the northern compound." "Aye, sir." After the orders were issued, the three beautiful female assassins departed with their forces. Ye Chen, meanwhile, was not idle. He led the remaining assassins and puppet soldiers straight to the southern gate, completely sealing off the escape route for all the fraudsters within the compound. To prevent escape, the entire Miaowati fraud compound was surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, with only the northern gate and southern back entrance accessible. The eastern gate, adjacent to the fraud compound he occupied, had already been secured by Ye Chen. Thus, he headed straight for the southern back gate. The southern gate was called the rear gate because crossing the river to the south led directly into Thailand. The scammers likely anticipated the possibility of their operation being busted one day, deliberately leaving this escape route to facilitate cross-border flight. But this time, the scammers inside likely wouldn't escape at all. Ye Chen launched his assault between 4 and 5 in the morning, when fatigue was at its peak. The southern gate guards were caught completely off guard, swiftly neutralized by Ye Chen's men. Control of the southern gate was seized without a single casualty. Soon, the sound of gunfire erupted throughout the entire compound, continuing until 8 in the morning before finally ceasing. Ye Chen had anticipated that members of other factions within the compound would attempt to break out through the south gate. Yet he had overestimated their combat capabilities. He waited at the south gate until broad daylight, yet not a single soul appeared. What was even more baffling was that throughout the entire operation, the three A-grade female assassins never once engaged in combat. Relying solely on F-grade assassins and puppet soldiers, they effortlessly seized control of the entire KK fraud complex in Miaowati. In the end, Ye Chen could only yawn and go back for a nap. However, when Ye Chen awoke that afternoon, he found Yumeng standing before him, respectfully reporting, "Master, many within the complex refuse to leave. Among them are 7 or 8 rather special individuals. Perhaps you could meet them, it might bring you an unexpected surprise." Hearing Yomeng's words piqued Ye Chen's interest. Given her advanced attributes, she rarely praised others lightly. If she was praising them, it meant these individuals were truly worth meeting. With that thought, Ye Chen waved his hand. "Bring them over for me to meet." "Yes." With that, Yumeng turned and left Ye Chen's bedroom. Before long, she returned leading several individuals of varied appearances. Among them were an elderly man wearing glasses, a teenager of 15 or 16, and a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in flamboyant attire. Seeing them, Ye Chen sat down casually on the bed and said, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves." Chapter 12, Special Individuals. My name is Ga Tai. I'm a local Burmese. Since I was 3, I've been guiding people through the routes with my father. So I know all the safe paths into Burma, as well as the restricted zones and minefields. Among the 7 standing before Ye Chen, a teenager of 14 or 15 was the first to speak. After hearing his introduction, Ye Chen casually tested him and confirmed his deep familiarity with Myanmar. This solidified Ye Chen's intention to keep him. However, recruiting subordinates required careful consideration. According to Ye Chen's principles, there were several types of people he would never accept. He wouldn't take traitors, those lacking loyalty or integrity, those who broke their word, or those consumed by greed. Therefore, Ye Chen promptly asked, "Tell me why you sought me out. If your reason moves me, I wouldn't mind hiring you as my guide." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 14 or 15-year-old Burmese boy quickly knelt down and kowtowed, pleading, "Please, boss, take me in. I must avenge my mother and sister." Revenge for his mother and sister? Hearing this, Ye Chen paused, then pressed, "Tell me exactly what happened to your mother and sister. Only with a clear account will I consider keeping you." At this, the boy seemed to sink into recollection before beginning to recount his story. "My father was a renowned smuggler in Myanmar. He made a fortune by helping scam bosses smuggle people across the border. But my father was a compulsive gambler. Every penny he earned through smuggling ended up back in the boss's pockets after he lost it all at the gambling tables. Later, after my father lost a huge sum at the tables, our family couldn't cover the debt. So they took my mother and sister to Thailand to sell them. I later heard the traffickers sold them to the White Mask Gang. That's when I knew my mother and sister would never return. I hate Songla. He's Songchai's younger brother and one of the masterminds behind the Mawati fraud operation. The most notorious casino in Mawati is his.
After listening to the youth's story, Yichen pondered for a moment before waving his hand.
Rise. You may stay for now.
I promise you this, when the opportunity arises, I will ensure you execute Songla with your own hands.
His tone turned icy as he added, but if I discover you're deceiving me, you should know the consequences. You may leave now.
With that, the youth was led away.
Ye Chen then turned his gaze back to the strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in flamboyant attire, and addressed her. Your turn. Tell me your strengths and reasons. Don't assume your looks alone will secure your place here.
Hearing Ye Chen's words, the rather beautiful woman quickly bowed and said, Boss, my name is Li Hongxiu.
My strength lies in civil engineering design.
I was deceived by a man and ended up here, becoming a dealer for online scams.
I don't have some tragic backstory at worst, I've slept with a few men.
But I despise the scum who tricked me into this. For him, I abandoned everything, only to end up like this.
I refuse to accept it.
I'll find him and chop him into pieces to feed to the dogs. Listening to her calm words, Yichen could sense the beautiful woman's boundless hatred beneath her composed tone. Yichen felt deep sympathy for her plight. But if he spared her out of pity, would that be fair to the others? With that thought, Yichen asked directly, Do you know how to build an air raid shelter? Li Hongxiu paused at Ye Chen's question before replying solemnly, Though I haven't participated in designing air raid shelters, many tunnel designs in Yanxia Nation meet the requirements for such structures. I had the privilege of participating in the design and inspection of Yanxia Nation's third largest tunnel.
Perhaps I can leverage that experience to meet your requirements. Ye Chen gave no immediate response.
Instead, he tossed a proposal onto Li Hongxiu's desk and stated, I need 4 air raid shelters built within the complex.
Here are the blueprints and construction procedures. Next, I expect you to oversee the completion of this task. If you can accomplish it, I will do my utmost to help you find the person you seek.
Thank you, boss.
I will do my utmost.
Having secured what she sought, Li Hongxiu departed with satisfaction. Ye Chen then turned to the third man, an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses.
And what brings you here?
Hearing Ye Chen's question, the bespectacled old man replied in a hoarse voice, My son came to Miaowati.
They demanded money for his release, but I couldn't afford it.
So I had no choice but to come here and help them with their scam just to get my son back. But I never imagined that ungrateful son would use our entire family as bait to lure us to this place. They even captured my daughter within the compound. Though she's been found now, she refuses to leave, claiming her body has been defiled and she has no face to return home. So I'm offering my life in exchange for that ungrateful son's. I hope you can persuade my daughter to return home safely and stop suffering here.
Hearing the old man's words, Ye Chen didn't respond. Instead, he looked at him and asked, seemingly off topic, What did you do for a living? I used to be a teacher. But now you're a fraudster.
The old man spoke, his posture slumping further, clearly ashamed to face anyone. Seeing this, Ye Chen waved his hand. I'll do my best to grant your request.
But you don't need to give me your life, just teach me.
Also, if your daughter doesn't want to go home, she can stay here. As long as you both help me handle things smoothly, with me around, no one will dare bully your family. After speaking, Ye Chen gave a few instructions to Yu Meng beside him, then led the old man away. His gaze then shifted to a woman of ordinary appearance, dark-skinned, yet possessing an intensely sharp gaze.
And what brings you here?
Ye Chen asked, fixing his gaze on the woman.
I want revenge too.
And you might be the only one in the entire world who can help me achieve this wish.
Hearing the woman speak, Ye Chen didn't interrupt her.
Instead, he raised his hand, gesturing for her to continue.
My name is Jinhua. My family was originally from Miaowati.
But after the man who married into our family became the police chief, he arrested us all to seize our property and marry the mayor's daughter. Later, with help from relatives, I escaped. To survive, I had no choice but to enter the industrial park and become a fraudster. Hearing her words, Ye Chen thought it sounded exaggerated and suspected it was a lie. But then he saw the woman pull out 2 photographs.
Chapter 13, all set, just need the right moment.
After being deceived into coming to Maati, Ye Chen had attempted to escape several times. On one occasion, he had completely broken free from the compound and was preparing to seek help at the police station. But what Ye Chen hadn't anticipated was that the local police chief and the officers were actually accomplices of the scam compound. Thus, Ye Chen's fate was sealed. The police escorted him back to the compound, where he was brutally beaten. So when the woman pulled out the photos, Ye Chen instantly recognized the man as the very local police chief who had sent him back Mayan. Seeing his enemy filled him with seething rage. But Ye Chen wasn't foolish enough to immediately storm into Miaowati with his men. Instead, he looked at the woman and asked again, I can help you get revenge, but what can you offer me in return? My father once served as the secretary to the mayor of Malamine, and I worked as a clerk at the police station. I know where the police armory is located. I know exactly where these scumbags stash their ill-gotten gains within the station. So if Boss Yi helps me get revenge, I'll give you all this information. The woman spoke with genuine sincerity, her tone almost pleading. Go back and prepare thoroughly. I accept this deal. But I still need to plan when exactly we'll take out this man. After having the woman named Jinhua escorted away, Ye Chen turned his attention to the remaining 4 individuals. These 4 were clearly different from the others. 3 women and 1 man, each with piercing eyes and long, muscular builds, obviously trained fighters. Observing them, Ye Chen voiced his confusion directly. Why did you choose to stay and see me? With your abilities, you could likely thrive anywhere. Why seek me out? In response to Boss Ye's question, we 4 siblings are all former soldiers. We're not afraid of death, but we're even more determined to follow someone who upholds fairness, keeps their word, and possesses real strength. A man like you, Mr. Yi, who took over the industrial park in a single night and shows no fear of its shadowy backers, is precisely the kind of leader we seek to follow. We have no enemies in Myanmar, but in Vietnam, we face an adversary we cannot overcome. Our sole request is this: should your influence ever extend into Vietnam, we wish to take our enemy's life with our own hands. After the eldest woman finished speaking, Ye Chen hesitated briefly before offering an excuse. Many people have joined the compound recently. Since you wish to stay, prove your worth first. Starting today, you 3 sisters will assist my 3 female commanders in managing the compound. Your brother will be responsible for procuring and preparing all food supplies. Only if you pass this test will our cooperation be officially established. If you can't even handle such minor tasks, then feel free to go wherever you please. With that, Ye Chen waved his hand, dismissing them. Ye Chen then rose and headed to his command center to strategize the capture of Mayawati City. After seizing the entire estate last night, Ye Chen's wealth had surged from a few million to over 100 million. This sum was clearly sufficient to purchase weapons for the Ma'ati offensive. However, his current manpower was still insufficient for the assault. After studying the Ma'ati sand table, Ye Chen headed to the system store to acquire more F-grade assassins. F-class assassins were priced at 50,000 each in the store. Thus, with his newfound 100 million, Ye Chen didn't hesitate. He spent the entire sum to acquire 2,000 F-class assassins. With 2,000 F-class assassins, his own 1,000 puppet soldiers, plus the 100 F-class assassins provided by the system, and if equipped with some quality weapons, it wasn't impossible for this force to sweep through Ma'ati. Glancing at his remaining fortune of over 80 million credits, Ye Chen proceeded to the weapons and military equipment section of the mall to select armaments. Tanks were priced in the tens of millions. Helicopters started at tens of millions, with top-tier models reaching hundreds of millions. As for armored vehicles, the high-end models approached 100 million, while the lower-end ones still cost tens of millions. Fortunately, firearms and drones were affordable. A high-quality rifle with 1,000 rounds of ammunition cost only about 2,000 yuan. A single drone cost anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands. After surveying the weapons in the military supply section, Ye Chen immediately purchased 3,000 rifles and 3,000 handguns, totaling over 12 million yuan. With the remaining funds, Ye Chen acquired 2 of the cheapest armored vehicles available, spending a total of 70 million yuan. With this equipment secured, Ye Chen immediately outfitted all his subordinates. The 2 armored vehicles were converted into temporary command and control centers. Now everything was ready except for the right moment. Ye Chen planned to send scouts into Malamine City to gauge the situation. If the external tensions weren't too severe, he would seize the opportunity to take Malamine. If the situation was tense, he would focus on fortifying the compound, gradually encroaching on surrounding areas until Ma'ati was completely subdued. Having made his decision, Ye Chen immediately dispatched Yumeng with several elite assassins to leave the compound and investigate the city. As an A-class assassin, Yumeng excelled at reconnaissance and interrogation. Yet beyond these skills, her most formidable abilities lay in disguise and deception. Thus, Ye Chen harbored no worries about sending such a stunning beauty out alone. After all, the moment she stepped outside, she transformed into a rugged, rough-looking man who could possibly recognize her as a great beauty? While Ye Chen plotted within the compound on how to seize Mawati, in the city center, Song Lai, the younger brother of Songchai, had gathered numerous wealthy and influential figures of Mawati. They were discussing how to eliminate Ye Chen. After all, Ye Chen had now seized the entire industrial park, forcing many behind-the-scenes power players to step into the open. Damn it, that Ye Chen is utterly brazen. He even dared to take over our Henry Group's industrial park. He even killed Songchai. What does he care about your Henry Group? Our top priority now is to unite and take down Ye Chen. If that fails, we'll have to call in the border guards. But mobilizing the border defense forces will cost us all a fortune. So let's discuss how to deal with Ye Chen. As for me, Mayang, I'm determined to take him down. As soon as Mayang finished, Li Saigao, representing Henry Group, immediately retorted angrily, mobilizing the border defense forces to take down a lowly scumbag? Tonight, I'll lead my men to wipe him out. Hearing Li Saigao's words, those who truly knew Ye Chen's capabilities all smiled silently. They didn't mind if fools like Li Saigao went to meet Ye Chen's bullets. In their eyes, the more such fools there were, the more they could drain Ye Chen's strength. Once Ye Chen was weakened, eliminating him and reclaiming the industrial park would merely be a matter of time. Chapter 14, Tit for Tat. While Yumeng was out gathering intelligence, Ye Chen busied himself transforming the park into a military base capable of both offense and defense.
First, Ye Chen ordered the remaining men to begin constructing 8 bunkers around the perimeter of the compound.
These bunkers were positioned on elevated ground, with only machine gun firing ports exposed above ground, along with 5 or 6 individual firing lanes.
The rest of the structure was built underground. The advantage of these bunkers was their exceptional resilience to attack.
Even if a machine gunner was killed, others could quickly take their place. Even if the upper section of a bunker was destroyed, defenders could continue engaging enemies through the individual firing lanes. Additionally, Ye Chen had lookout towers erected on the tall buildings at the 4 corners of the compound. He assigned loyal guards to maintain round-the-clock shifts. Should any attack on the compound be detected, they would immediately sound the alarm and organize a counterattack. Exhausted after completing these preparations, Ye Chen instructed his men to settle the workers' wages before returning to his office to collapse into sleep. With the protection of the 2 stunning female assassins, Mu Ren and Qiansha, outside, Ye Chen slept soundly.
Under the moonlight, Li Saigao led several hundred men through the wild woods, slowly closing in on Ye Chen's compound.
Every man in Li Saigao's force carried an AK or rifle, strapped with grenades, and wore sturdy leather boots.
Though lacking body armor, their equipment was otherwise top-notch.
According to Li Saigao's plan, storming the compound with these men should be a breeze, so he paid little heed to Ye Chen, who had already taken control of the compound. As Li Saigao's force crept within 200 meters of the compound, the area remained eerily quiet. Only faint figures patrolling the high-rise buildings and the main gate were visible. Seeing the lax security, Li Saigao immediately ordered his men to split into 2 groups, one to assault the main gate and the other to blow up the perimeter wall, then attack from the flanks. This battle plan was sound enough against ordinary foes, it would have caught them completely off guard.
But Ye Chen was different.
Having already been ambushed twice by Songchai, his vigilance was exceptionally high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have begun transforming the compound into a military base. Crucially, Ye Chen had issued 2 combat directives to his loyal guards: if outnumbered, hold the position and resist the enemy; if outnumbering the enemy, encircle and annihilate them completely. It was precisely because of these 2 orders that Li Saigao's several hundred men had the chance to approach the compound.
With a thunderous boom,
a massive hole instantly blew through the compound wall, and the battle erupted. Over 100 men assaulted the main gate fiercely, while another 100+ slipped through the breach in the wall and charged toward the nearest compound building. Li Saigao's plan was for one squad to distract the guards at the entrance and draw enemy attention, while his squad swiftly captured a building to establish a foothold.
Once they secured that position, they could take the entire compound. While the plan was sound, reality proved otherwise.
Ye Chen considered the high-rise buildings at the 4 corners of the perimeter walls even more crucial than the main gate, so he had already stationed 100 elite guards there. Thus, when Li Saigao led over 100 men toward the buildings, the 100 elite guards inside simultaneously raised their weapons at the windows.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
A fierce exchange of fire erupted between the 2 sides.
Less than a minute of mutual gunfire later, all sounds ceased. Li Saigao never imagined that even a random 100 men recruited by Ye Chen would be elite among elites.
Over 200 men exchanged fire, yet barely a handful fell on the opposing side. On his own side, however, men dropped like cut rice, falling in waves. Seeing something was amiss, Li Saigao had no choice but to feign being shot. With a cry of awe, he collapsed into the pile of corpses. Li Saigao had thought feigning death would save him, but these assassins were high-tech operatives equipped with thermal imaging night vision goggles. While inspecting the bodies, they instantly spotted his ruse. Thus, after the battle concluded, Li Saigao was brought before Ye Chen. Ye Chen had been sleeping soundly, but this bastard Li Saigao had dared to launch a sneak attack, disrupting his sweet dreams. Thus, when Ye Chen was roused by the commotion and saw the man, he wore nothing but a sour expression. Though Ye Chen had little interaction with Li Saigao, he knew this scumbag frequently posed online as a spiritual young man singing songs, luring young girls from mainland China to Myanmar to prey on them. Thus, Ye Chen's punishment for Li Saigao was straightforward. First, he had someone fetch a guitar. Then he made the scumbag kneel before him and sing Conquest. For every wrong note, a chunk of flesh would be cut off. Li Saigao had always been arrogant, relying on his powerful connections, but facing Ye Chen, he finally lost his swagger. After having 2 thumb-sized chunks of flesh sliced from his body, Li Saigao finally knelt on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy.
"Mr. Yi, Father Yi, please spare my life. I have money, I'll give you every last cent." Money?
Faced with Li Saigao's pleas, Ye Chen dismissed him with contempt.
With his current capabilities, did he need to extort money from others?
As for forgiving such heartless scum, that was God's business. Ye Chen's role was to send them to meet him.
A powerful kick slammed into Li Saigao's face.
Ye Chen's voice was cold as ice. "Whatever atrocities you committed against the Yichen nation in the past, you shall suffer today." With that, he waved to the nearby F-class assassins and ordered, first, sever his tendons in hands and feet.
Then lock him in the water dungeon.
When he's near death, pull him out for treatment. Once he recovers, gouge out his eyes and kidneys, cut out his tongue and testicles, then throw him onto Mayawati Street to beg for food. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Saigao instantly wet himself in terror before foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious.
It wasn't that Ye Chen was cruel. Compared to what he was planning, these were merely the everyday deeds of men like Li Saigao. So when faced with scum like this, Ye Chen could only fight fire with fire. By the time Ye Chen dealt with Li Saigao, dawn had broken. He grabbed a quick breakfast before heading to inspect the air raid shelter about to break ground. Li Hongxiu, now entrusted with important responsibilities by Ye Chen, had shed her flashy attire. She stood on the construction site, her face bare, wearing only a work uniform as she directed the laborers. Spotting Ye Chen approaching, Li Hongxiu hurried forward to report, "Boss, construction has just started here. Since we don't have any heavy machinery operating yet, it looks a bit chaotic. Please don't mind the mess." Hearing her words, Ye Chen seemed to recall something. He then instructed his bodyguard to place 2 suitcases before Li Hongxiu. "This is all cash. From now on, workers' wages will be paid daily. Anyone who wants to quit can leave any time." Chapter 15, British and American Undercover Agents. "Understood, boss. I'll carry out your orders diligently." Li Hongxiu looked at Ye Chen earnestly as she pledged her commitment. Seeing this, Li Yu gestured toward the 10 loyal guards beside him and added, "These 10 bodyguards are responsible for your safety. If anyone causes trouble or threatens you, they will protect you." With that, Ye Chen turned and walked away. Li Hongxiu stood frozen in place, staring blankly after Ye Chen's retreating figure. It seemed she had already resolved in her heart to follow him for the rest of her life. Ye Chen remained unaware of Li Hongxiu's thoughts. Upon returning to his office, his first action was to have someone investigate whether any large construction companies operated in the vicinity. As Li Hongxiu had pointed out, without heavy machinery, how long would it take him to build a bomb shelter? After pondering briefly, Ye Chen summoned Ye Tai and asked, "Do you know of any construction companies nearby? Or excavators and such machinery?" Upon hearing Ye Chen's question, the youth named Ye Tai frowned in thought before suddenly realizing. "There is a company about 30 miles from the industrial park. This company was originally invested in and built by the Yanxia Kingdom. All the materials were shipped in through Myanmar's second largest port. But the owner couldn't withstand the threats from the local warlords and ended up selling the company off cheaply to them. If I recall correctly, it was sold to Songchai at the time, who later handed it over to Songler to manage. So that company should be in Songlit's hands now." At this point, Ye Tai seemed to recall something and added, "Boss, Songlu has long been colluding with the local police. If you plan to take over his company, you'd better prepare well in advance." Port? Company? Hearing these terms from Ye Tai, Ye Chen finally realized his own shortcomings. His current ambition was to dominate Myanmar, yet he knew little about the country's affairs. Ye Chen immediately resolved to formulate a plan to seize Mada as soon as possible. Just as Ye Chen was brimming with ambition, Yu Meng finally returned from gathering intelligence. However, accompanying her group were 2 unfamiliar faces. Yu Meng approached Ye Chen, clasping her hands respectfully. "Master, our reconnaissance mission yielded substantial intelligence and an unexpected bonus. This blonde-haired man is a spy sent by the United States to Burma. His primary mission is to sow hatred between the Burmese government and its people toward the Yanxia nation. This fuels hatred toward Yanxia citizens, enabling fraud, extortion, and even drug trafficking. This brown-haired British woman was sent by the United Kingdom. Her objectives are similar to the blonde man's, with one key difference: she uses her charms to capture high-ranking Burmese officials and manages their assets overseas, wielding significant influence." After hearing Yu Meng's explanation, Ye Chen finally understood many things. Burma had been colonized by Britain. Though it gained independence later, the ethnic conflicts within the nation remained difficult to resolve. Despite Yanxia's persistent efforts over the years to mediate these internal conflicts, the results have been minimal. To claim no one was pulling strings behind the scenes? Ye Chen would never believe it. Now that Yu Meng had captured ready-made hostages, Ye Chen naturally intended to make full use of them. Drawing the dagger from his bodyguard's sheath, Ye Chen fixed the 2 captives with a forced smile. "I'm giving you a chance to buy your own lives. If you value your lives, answer every question I ask. Should I discover you deceiving me? I'll sever your tendons and throw you into the water dungeon to be devoured by leeches." Hearing Ye Chen's words, the blonde American man remained utterly contemptuous, but the brown-haired British woman was terrified. "I am willing to cooperate. I'm willing to cooperate. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The British woman screamed, her face drained of color. She deliberately tugged at her collar, exposing her ample cleavage in a blatant attempt to seduce Ye Chen. A sharp slap echoed through the room. Ye Chen delivered a hard slap to the brunette woman's face, snarling, "Get to the point. Don't pollute my eyes with your filthy body." The sudden blow left the brown-haired Englishwoman dazed. The American blonde man beside her, seemingly understanding Yanxia's words, actually laughed brazenly. It seemed like he was mocking the British woman's cowardice and Ye Chen's straight-laced nature. Seeing this, Ye Chen lost interest in dealing with the brunette. He turned to the blonde man and said with a smile, "Since you can understand my words, let me introduce you to one of the 10 great tortures of ancient Yanxia." With that, Ye Chen gestured to his henchman. "Take him outside. Run over one leg with a cart. If he still stands firm, burn the other leg."
Should he endure that, cut out his tongue, chop off his hands, and throw him out onto the streets? As Ye Chen finished speaking, the once smirking American blonde had already wet his pants in terror. Before the executioners could move to seize him, the blonde scrambled to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry.
I surrender. I'll tell you everything you want to know. But I have one request, you must give me a quick death. And before I die, I want to make a phone call to say goodbye to my family." Ye Chen neither agreed nor refused the blonde American's plea. Instead, he demanded, "Tell me the names and locations of all your colleagues in Myanmar. Additionally, you must tell me everything you've been doing in Myanmar all these years. If your answers satisfy me, I might even let you go." At this point, Ye Chen turned to the brown-haired Briton beside him and added, "Of course, the same goes for you." What followed was the two spies' confession process, a recording that lasted an entire day. In the end, Ye Chen obtained 3 pieces of valuable intelligence. The first was that Myanmar's current factions were effectively divided into 4 groups. Pro-American and pro-British factions were the most prominent, while the remaining were pro-Yichen factions and loosely organized civilian drug trafficking groups. The second piece of intelligence revealed that Britain and the United States were currently infiltrating Myanmar's upper echelons, attempting to establish military missile bases in Southeast Asia to contain Yichen. Third, these 2 individuals currently controlled over 1,000 overseas accounts belonging to Burmese government officials, involving sums reaching hundreds of billions of dollars. Having secured these 3 highly valuable connections, Ye Chen saw no need for further discussion. He immediately ordered them to transfer the funds into his accounts. Billions upon billions of dollars. Just the thought of it made Ye Chen feel he'd hit the jackpot on this trip. Chapter 16, Seizing Mayawati. When the billions transferred from Myanmar's high-ranking officials overseas landed in his accounts, Ye Chen not only spared their lives but treated them to a lavish meal before setting them free. Given the vast sums under their control, there was a real risk they might embezzle the funds and abscond. But Myanmar's government officials weren't fools. Their overseas accounts had dual passwords. One password was held by the officials themselves, while the other was entrusted to these 2 undercover agents. Whenever funds needed to be moved, either the officials would contact the agents to withdraw the money, or the agents would approach the officials to discuss investment management. Consequently, the 2 agents spent an entire day just making phone calls to transfer the funds. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in transferring all the funds into their own accounts. Watching Ye Chen escort the pair away, Yu Meng beside him asked, "Boss, why didn't you kill them? They've lost their usefulness now." Hearing this, Ye Chen explained, "It's not that they have no value. On the contrary, releasing them will make them even more useful. They've already lost the money meant for Myanmar's high-ranking officials. If they want to survive, they'll either have to flee back to their own country and face torture from their own people, or stay here and be tortured by Myanmar's government officials. So if they want to stay alive, they have no better choice than to cooperate with me. I won't touch the money I got from them for now. After all, I still need to play along with these 2. Moreover, having their cooperation will be extremely beneficial for our next steps." After speaking, Ye Chen pulled out his phone and sent a message to 2 numbers. "Find a way to intimidate the officials you serve. Tell them they must not interfere with the rebellion in Malamine from now on." With the messages sent, Ye Chen had already set the date for the assault on Maati. At the same time, the British and American undercover agents who had just been escorted out of the compound by Ye Chen's men simultaneously received their first assignment from him. Subsequently, high-ranking Burmese officials simultaneously received reminders from both agents, reminders delivered in the authoritative tone of British and American leaders. Suddenly, a rumor began circulating among Myanmar's elite. Malamine was on the brink of chaos, part of a plan by British and American leaders to divert trouble eastward toward Thailand. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Myanmar federal government seemed to automatically block all news from Malamine, pretending to see and hear nothing. 2 nights later, Mayada Police District Chief Mayadaon was driving his luxury car out of a hotel when he was ambushed by gunfire from an oncoming vehicle. Crucially, while the driver was riddled with bullets, Mayong emerged unscathed. Afterward, he was hooded and publicly abducted in broad daylight. That same night, all senior officers across Malamine's police stations either vanished or met violent ends on the streets. Then, Mayawati descended into complete chaos. Police roamed the streets making arbitrary arrests, while criminals seized the opportunity to loot and plunder. But just as dawn broke on this night of madness, 2 dark masses of troops advanced slowly through the streets of Malamine, coordinated between infantry and tanks. Anyone wearing a police uniform, carrying firearms, or wielding other weapons who attempted to attack Ye Chen's forces was immediately shot dead. Subsequently, Ye Chen's elite forces split into 1 or 2 dozen smaller units, each assigned specific elimination targets. These targets were either police stations, local banks, or government institutions. The reason for targeting banks and government institutions was that most of these banks served as money laundering operations for fraud schemes. As for the government, its culpability runs even deeper. Calling them partners in the fraud operation would be an understatement. Some were outright masterminds behind the scheme. Thus, in Ye Chen's assault on Mayawati, the first targets to be eliminated were the government institutions and the police station responsible for public security. Bang bang bang.
Amidst the crackling gunfire, the resistance from Malamine's military and government forces grew increasingly feeble. The battle lasted barely half a day before nearing its end. Any sporadic gunfire that followed likely came from fleeing Burmese government personnel being pursued. Mayawati was hardly a bustling city, it was backward, even. Its already quiet streets now resembled a graveyard after the turmoil, utterly deserted. Ye Chen harbored no particular animosity toward the Burmese people. While some might have been involved in the fraud industry, he refused to kill indiscriminately without evidence. After securing complete control of Malamine, Ye Chen immediately had proclamations posted. From now on, no one in Malamine was permitted to engage in fraud or drug trafficking. Anyone caught would be summarily executed. Soon after, people noticed that the once murderous army had swiftly withdrawn from the city, vanishing without a trace. Though the police station and government buildings lay in ruins, the corpses within had vanished. People knew Malamine had changed hands, yet they remained uncertain who would truly hold sway from now on. Meanwhile, Ye Chen received intelligence that the masterminds behind the KK fraud operation were gathering at Somla's casino. Ye Chen led 1,000 men to directly surround Somla's casino in Mayawati. Initially, Ye Chen intended to have his men issue a call for surrender, reasoning that destroying such a prime casino would be a shame. But led by Somla, the fraud park bosses seemed utterly fearless of death. With only a few hundred men, they dared to engage Ye Chen's force of over 1,000 in battle. So Ye Chen saw no point in further talk. He immediately ordered Mu Run to lead the assault into the casino building. The casino's defenders had never seen a woman as formidable as Mu Run. Fixing her gaze on a shield, she single-handedly shattered the guarding forces at the entrance. Under Mu Ren's formidable prowess, Songler's casino fell swiftly. As Ye Chen entered the casino, Mu Ren tossed a pile of explosives before him and declared, they planted bombs likely intending to blow up the boss. Hearing Mu Ren's words, Ye Chen glanced at the dozen or so masterminds of the scam park kneeling on the ground. He didn't kill them immediately but waved to his loyal guards, take them back to the park. There are so many suffering people in the park. They deserve to vent their grievances. Otherwise, they'll eventually get sick from bottling it all up. After sending the masterminds away, Ye Chen surveyed Songla's casino with satisfaction. This place will become a hotel. I'm confident we'll have plenty of guests in the future. Just as Ye Chen was basking in the triumph of conquering Mawati, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing Mawati. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 11 billion in wealth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the hidden quest reward, the generous prize package for conquering Mawati. Chapter 17, Father and Daughter Reunited. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen immediately opened the rewards for capturing Mayawati through the system interface. Then the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 permanent attribute card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 energy wave armor. Note, the permanent attribute card allows the host to permanently enhance 1 attribute. The energy wave armor can withstand 3 attacks from any sniper rifle. Hearing the system's notifications, Ye Chen was overjoyed. Although he now had loyal bodyguards protecting him, he remained vulnerable to enemy attacks from beyond 500 meters. Now, with the permanent attribute card boosting his abilities and the energy wave armor filling his weakness, even if an enemy used a Barrett sniper rifle to target him from 100 meters away, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Of course, if the enemy deployed rocket launchers or tanks, that would be another matter entirely. Fortunately, in Myanmar, only the Myanmar armed forces and the armed groups of various states possessed such weapons. If these forces targeted him, the commotion they'd create would give him ample time to prepare. Thus, Ye Chen could now say he feared no scattered forces in Myanmar except for the Myanmar government army and the Union Territory forces. Activate permanent attribute card. Ye Chen silently commanded in his mind, and his attribute panel immediately materialized before him. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia nationality. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 60. Speed, 60. Intelligence, 90. Conquest value, 10,000. Wealth, 3.8 billion. Assassins, a rank 3, F rank 2181. Glancing at his attribute panel, Ye Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately allocated all permanent attribute bonuses from his cards to speed. Subsequently, Ye Chen's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Place of origin, Yanxia nationality. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 60. Speed, 70. Intelligence, 90. Conquest value, 10,000. Wealth, 3.8 billion. Assassins, a rank 3, F rank 2181. Seeing the 10-point increase in his speed attribute, Ye Chen wasn't overly concerned. While the improvement wasn't immediately noticeable, he merely felt his reactions had become slightly quicker. He knew the stat could be further enhanced later. After enhancing his attributes, Ye Chen donned the energy wave armor. No sooner had he finished than Xianxia, in charge of coordinating today's patrol, entered and reported, Master, the remaining government personnel from Mayawati have, for some reason, not fled.
Instead, they've gathered together, claiming they wish to send a representative to speak with you. Negotiate with me?
Hearing Qinsha's words, Yichen paused for a moment before waving his hand.
Let their representative in. I'll see what tricks they're trying to pull. Shortly after, a gaunt old man was brought in.
Yichen glanced at him and felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this man before. Before Yichen could ask, the gaunt old man spoke. Commander Yi, my name is Wu Di.
My father was a true Yanxia national.
He fought in the self-defense counterattack war against Vietnam, but after being wounded, he lost contact with his unit. By a twist of fate, he fled to the Burmese border. After my mother rescued him, he stayed in Burma.
Eventually, they married. With no family left in his homeland, my father remained in Burma. As Wu Di continued his story, Ye Chen cut him off. If you're trying to use this background to curry favor, save it. Spit it out. What exactly do you want?
Far from being intimidated by Ye Chen's directness, the old man named Wu Di responded with remarkable patience. I've shared all this precisely to show I mean you no harm. During my tenure with the Burmese government, I repeatedly assisted compatriots who had been deceived into coming here to return home. This is precisely why I was marginalized and persecuted by other officials in Malamine, ultimately leading to my imprisonment. Now most of my family has been killed by Mong Ong, and my daughter Kin Hla, who escaped, is nowhere to be found. That's why I came to speak with you to see if you could arrange for me to take charge of government affairs in Mayawati.
If my family heard I was still alive, they would surely come looking for me.
Hearing Wu Di say this, Yichen suddenly realized so this old man was Jinhua's father. Though Yichen didn't immediately reveal that Jinhua was within the compound, he instructed Yu Meng to send someone and bring her over. The moment Jinhua stepped into the room, father and daughter locked eyes, then embraced and wept bitterly. After a long while, once Jinhua and her father had calmed down, Yichen finally spoke. Now that you two are reunited, I might as well do you a favor. From now on, Mayawati will be entrusted to you both. Whatever you need, come find me anytime. Hearing Yichen's words, Wu Di and Jinhua were so moved they immediately knelt to express their gratitude, only to be swiftly helped up by Yichen.
No need for formalities. Just manage Mayawati well and prevent the scam part from reopening. That means more than anything else.
As long as you remember the blood of the people of the Flaming Summer Nation still flows through your veins, you will always be my compatriots. With that, Yichen waved to Yu Meng beside him. Go get some of the confiscated weapons and give them to this father and daughter to take back. Turning to Wu Di and his daughter, Yichen added, these weapons aren't a gift. I need you to compile a detailed report on the Burmese federal government's forces and deliver it to me once you return. If Malamine wants to develop its economy in the future, you can explore jade mining.
I'll also find ways to secure some industries for you.
Additionally, you must guard against foreign infiltration.
Don't let spies manipulate you into turning against me or even Yanxia. Alright, I've said my piece. You two have much to discuss now that you're reunited. I won't keep you for dinner. Hearing Ye Chen's polite dismissal, Wu Di Jinhua and her daughter bowed gratefully. Commander Yi, rest assured. You have done our Wu family a great favor. Even if it costs me my life, I, Wu Di, will do everything in my power to fulfill your instructions. With that, father and daughter withdrew from Ye Chen's command center. Once they were gone, Ye Chen finally exhaled in relief. He'd been fretting over who to entrust with managing Mayawati, but now it seemed his worries had been neatly resolved. After eating a light meal in the command center, Ye Chen returned to his quarters to rest. Perhaps due to the day's exhaustion, Ye Chen fell asleep quickly. When he awoke again, it was already midday the following day. Fully refreshed, Ye Chen rose, hungry, and was about to search for food when he heard Mu Rin at the door. Master, Wu Di has been waiting for you all morning. Would you like to see him? Chapter 18, Myanmar's Power Dynamics.
Hearing Wu Di had come again, Ye Chen assumed the old man was delivering intelligence. Without giving it much thought, he waved his hand and said, have him wait for me in the living room. Also, prepare an extra lunch. With that, Ye Chen rose to wash up before heading to the dining parlor. He had barely sat down and taken a sip of water when Wu Di, clutching a stack of documents, was ushered in by Mu Rin.
Sit. We'll talk over lunch.
Seeing the lunch dishes being served one after another, Ye Chen beckoned to Wu Di before diving into the 3 dishes and soup on the table with gusto. Wu Di, observing this, made no pretense of refusal. Ye Chen inviting him to share a meal was a clear sign of respect. Now that Mayawati had changed hands, people eager to curry favor with Ye Chen were as plentiful as market day crowds. Yet whom had Ye Chen actually met? As he chewed slowly, Wu Di pondered how to broach the subject. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen played by no conventional rules, blurting out, I won't review the files. Just give me a brief oral summary. I just need to understand who the enemies are and who the potential allies are. The details below that level are for my subordinates to handle. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Wu Di gathered his thoughts before continuing. Since Commander Yi insists, I'll begin with the surface level situation. While Myanmar is officially known as the Union of Myanmar, its military and political power is controlled by several major clans.
First is the Bao family, which commands the federal government army.
The head of the Bao family, Bao Yongxiang, currently serves as commander-in-chief of the Wa United Army. His son, Bao Yenkong, serves as Deputy General Secretary of the Y United Party. His nephew, Bao Junfeng, holds the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Y United Army, while another nephew, Bao Junlong, commands the Y United Army's artillery brigade. Notably, Bao Junlong's wife, Wei Ron, is the daughter of the Wei family from Kokong and also serves as chairwoman of the Henry Group.
Next comes the Bai family of Kokong.
Bai Song of the Bai family not only commands the Kokong militia brigade but also serves as general manager of the Baisheng Group. He previously studied in Yunnan. Beyond him, the Bai family includes Bai Ning, a member of the Kokong Administrative Committee and president of the Baisheng Group. He is the eldest son of Bai Suwacheng. Next is Bai Suwacheng, the first chairman of the Kokong Autonomous Region. Though he has since stepped down, he remains a formidable figure within the Bai family and throughout Kokong. Beyond the Bai family, Kokong also has the Peng family.
The current commander-in-chief of the Kokong Alliance Army is Peng Dirun of the Peng family. As for Shan State's 4th region, the Lin family holds sway. Lin Mingxian serves as the 4th Special Region Chairman of Shan State, and it is said his ancestral roots trace back to Hainan.
Furthermore, Lin Mingxian's eldest son, Wu Tinglin, is the current commander-in-chief of the Shan State Eastern Alliance Army. As Wu De spoke, Yichen drew upon his prior understanding of Myanmar's political landscape to piece together the implications of Wu Da's words.
The Burmese coalition forces were pro-American, pro-Japanese, pro-European, and even pro-Russian. Yet these fellows all maintained outwardly friendly relations with the Yenxia nation. What shady dealings they engaged in behind the scenes? Who could say for certain? Though Wu Da's intelligence offered limited direct utility, it did provide Ye Chen with a clearer picture of Myanmar's complex landscape. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen spoke up, "From now on, you'll oversee matters in Mayawati. If they come looking for you, just play along and don't get too involved. If anyone gets the nerve to cause trouble in Mayawati, I'll handle it myself." With that, Ye Chen, his stomach now full, prepared to rise and inspect the construction progress at the compound. Wu Da, noticing this, quickly stood up and said, "Commander Yi, we found the treasury looted from Madwi. I've already had it transported here by truck. Where should I have them unload it?" Hearing Wu Da's news, Ye Chen paused for a moment before asking, "How much money is there?" "About 30 billion.
"Over 30 billion? Hearing the figure, Ye Chen smiled and waved his hand. "From now on, entrust this money to your daughter, Jin Hua, to manage. Also, hand over Songless Casino to her. You might as well store this money in the casino's treasury. If you need to use it, just go directly to your daughter. I have no other demands, nor do I fear you'll appropriate this money for yourselves. My only request is that you both remember to honor the promise you made to me." With that, Ye Chen turned to leave. But as he reached the doorway, Ye Chen seemed to recall something and added, "I don't like betrayal, not even betrayal born of necessity." With that, Ye Chen departed without delay. Wu De watched Ye Chen's departing figure, his heart filled with shock and a tinge of excitement. What stunned Wu De was that Ye Chen hadn't even flinched upon hearing the offer of billions. After all, even if this sum were placed before the commander-in-chief of the Wa Alliance forces, he would likely be tempted. Yet Ye Chen had casually handed it over to him and his daughter to manage. The breadth of his generosity left Wu De feeling utterly ashamed. What thrilled Wu De was the realization that Ye Chen, unmoved by wealth, was destined for great things. Recalling Ye Chen's inquiries about Myanmar's situation, Wu Da's heart surged with excitement. If Burma were subdued and voluntarily surrendered to the Yenxia kingdom, then his father's dream of returning to his roots could be truly realized without moving a single inch of soil. With these complex emotions weighing on him, Wu De left the industrial park. Meanwhile, Ye Chen watched as excavators, bulldozers, and loaders of fleet of heavy machinery worked feverishly across the site. A weight lifted from his chest. Ye Chen's true purpose in constructing these air raid shelters wasn't to defend against airstrikes. The real goal was to provide cover for the ground forces brigade he was about to assemble. With satellites so advanced nowadays, if he assembled an army brigade within the compound that could rival the Burmese coalition forces, wouldn't it be exposed prematurely if detected by American surveillance? Therefore, Ye Chen's plan was to build the brigade underground, hidden from view, only to be deployed when needed. It must be said, this was a monumental undertaking. The materials and funds required were nothing short of astronomical. Fortunately, Ye Chen still controlled the overseas assets of high-ranking officials from the Myanmar federal government. With deep pockets, he remained unfazed. Surveying the bustling construction site, Ye Chen summoned Li Hongxiu, the project manager, and inquired, "Based on your estimates, how long will it take to build a bunker capable of housing 7,000 people?" 7,000 people? Hearing that figure, Li Hongxiu was so stunned she was momentarily speechless. Chapter 19, Dilemma. "Boss, are you really planning to build a bunker for 7,000 people? I thought you only wanted one for 1,000 or 2. If we plan it according to your vision, the footprint might even exceed the size of the entire park." Li Hongxiu spoke nervously, as if afraid of saying the wrong thing and incurring Ye Chen's displeasure. "Don't worry about funding or manpower. Just build it for 7,000 people. I have a few additional requirements. Besides living quarters for the occupants, the bunker must also have space to park armored vehicles, even tanks. 30 armored vehicle bays.
50 tank positions. 300 military transport vehicle bays.
I'll have someone deliver the detailed specifications for these parking spaces shortly.
If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask.
Speaking of which, Ye Chen seemed to recall something and added, now that you're one of my key personnel, you won't have to crowd with the other workers anymore. After all, your duties are different and require confidentiality.
I've prepared a few rooms for you in the building where I live. You can move in tonight. Got it, boss. Thank you.
Li Hongxiu looked at Ye Chen with sincere eyes. She wasn't the least bit worried that Ye Chen might have any ulterior motives in having her move in. Based on her observations, whenever she went to report to Ye Chen, those beautiful bodyguards always slept outside the building. Therefore, Li Hongxiu concluded that if Ye Chen wouldn't take advantage of such beauties, he certainly wouldn't do so with her, a woman who had already been violated. Moreover, if not for Ye Chen's intervention, she might still be deceiving people as a dealer by day, only to be taken turns by the scum in the compound at night or even dragged out to entertain those corrupt officials in Mayawati. Thus, Li Hongxiu felt genuine gratitude toward Ye Chen, without a trace of pretense or flattery. Hearing her words, Ye Chen nodded without saying much.
Too many words could lead to mistakes.
Whether meant as comfort or encouragement, they might only wound Li Hongxiu further. Thus, after settling the matter, Ye Chen headed to the building where the mastermind behind the fraud park was being held. The reason Ye Chen was still keeping these people alive was to turn the tables on them, squeezing every last penny out of them.
As for selling their kidneys?
Ye Chen, possessing at least a shred of conscience, would never stoop to such a thing.
But making these scum suffer a little? He saw nothing wrong with that.
Upon entering the building, Ye Chen peered through a window to observe the scene inside. He saw everyone suspended mid-air by iron chains, their bodies covered in wounds. Seeing this, Ye Chen felt not a shred of pity. The suffering these masterminds of fraud endured now was nothing compared to the harm they had inflicted on others. After a cursory glance, Ye Chen turned to the retired soldier sisters guarding the entrance.
So, how's it going? Getting used to working under me?
Hearing Ye Chen's question, the second and third sisters who had sworn brotherhood as orphans froze before shaking their heads with smiles.
The commander treats us exceptionally well. We're doing just fine, thank you for your concern. Hearing the title commander, Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile. Let outsiders use that title if they wish. You don't need to copy it.
Hearing this, the second sister, Lin Danyang, spoke up first. Commander, we didn't just copy that title. Ever since you captured Mawadyar, both outsiders and people within the compound have been calling you that behind closed doors. Besides, we feel you'll inevitably lead a faction to rule a region someday.
Calling you commander isn't too much. Hearing Lin Danyang's explanation, Ye Chen shook his head helplessly.
He had intended to keep a low profile, but now it seemed impossible to maintain it. But since everyone below him was already using it, he saw no point in continuing to play dumb. Revealing his true strength sooner rather than later might not be such a bad thing after all. Having come to this realization, Ye Chen stopped dwelling on the issue and changed the subject. If these scum can't be interrogated into talking, just feed them to the crocodiles. Those crocodiles in the park were brought in for this very purpose anyway. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the group of con artists who had been feigning death inside the room immediately began begging for mercy one after another.
Mr. Yi, I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. Please just put me out of my misery. Mr. Yi, Commander Yi, I'll confess too.
Please, consider that this is my first time doing this.
Can you spare my life?
Hearing their pleading cries rise and fall in waves, Ye Chen made no promises. Instead, he played word games with them just as they had done.
No matter what you beg for. It all depends on your performance.
With that, Ye Chen shot a glance at the Lin sisters before turning and heading back to his command center to enjoy the air conditioning.
Squeezing these heartless scum was merely turning their own tactics against them. As for sparing their lives? That option never even appeared on Ye Chen's menu. If he spared scum like these, Ye Chen would consider himself no better than a fool. Staring at the sand table on his desk, Ye Chen had no interest in these small fry anymore. His mind was now focused on how to play the larger game in Myanmar. Myanmar comprised 7 provinces, 7 states, and 1 federal territory, boasting a total military strength of over 400,000 troops, with approximately 110,000 paramilitary forces. Additionally, Myanmar had a population of over 50 million, spread across numerous towns and countless villages. While it wasn't impossible to overrun Myanmar solely with high-tech force, it would require at least 10 to 20,000 elite troops and an arsenal of advanced weaponry. Economically, Ye Chen faced little pressure at present. Yet until he fully grasped Myanmar's situation, he would not act rashly. First, he feared miscalculating his targets, risking unintended consequences. Second, he worried that provoking one enemy might stir up a hornet's nest. While he no longer feared sniper attacks, he certainly couldn't withstand rocket launchers and artillery. Myanmar may lack nuclear weapons, but it certainly wasn't short on artillery and tanks. If he pushed them too far and they unleashed a barrage of firepower, he wouldn't stand a chance. As these thoughts swirled, Ye Chen's gaze drifted toward Myanmar's neighbors bordering Malamine. Should we take it piece by piece? Or should we concentrate our firepower to deal with the surrounding warlords? Or lure them here for talks, then ambush them at a banquet? Countless ideas flooded Ye Chen's mind, yet after much deliberation, he still couldn't settle on a single plan. What Ye Chen didn't know was that the Karen state government, which administered the Malamine district he occupied, had already taken notice of him. They had dispatched an army unit that was currently en route, heading straight for his fraudulent industrial park. And the commander leading this force would bring Ye Chen a surprise. Chapter 20, Who Are We? Under the cover of night, military trucks crawled along the winding mountain road, the roar of engines the only sound breaking the silence. Tok Zin sat in the backseat of a jeep, his thoughts complex. Maudadi's Karen state was one of the largest armed regions opposing the Burmese government. The Karen Alliance Army, in particular, was the most powerful local armed force in the state. Tok Zheng hailed from the Karenni Union Army within Karenni State, currently serving as deputy commander of the Union Army's 1st Counteroffensive Regiment. In the Karen State region, a regiment typically numbered around 1,000 soldiers. If the strength reached 2,000, it could be classified as an independent regiment. As deputy commander of the KLA's Vanguard Regiment, Tok Zin's primary duty is to engage Myanmar's government forces. Through years of commanding operations, Tok Zheng has accumulated extensive combat experience. Given his capabilities, he is now fully qualified to independently lead an entire regiment. However, Tok Zheng's ancestors hailed from the Yinxia kingdom. Consequently, the shadowy backers secretly funding their anti-Myanmar government activities feared he might turn against them. Thus, for years, Tok Zheng has languished in the position of deputy commander. Tok Zheng's superior, Soli, was a young man 10 years his junior. Merely because Soli's uncle served as vice chairman of the Karen Alliance, this youth led an anti-Myanmar government force to raid a village. He then returned and falsely reported that they had defeated a battalion of Myanmar government troops. Such nonsense should have been laughable, yet Soli used this fabricated achievement to leapfrog Tok Zheng in rank, treating him with utter contempt. Now, as one of the hidden masterminds behind the fraud zone, Soli learned his territory had been swallowed by someone named Ye Chen. He immediately dispatched Tok Zheng to attack Ye Chen. Tok Zheng neither knew nor had ever seen Ye Chen. Upon learning Ye Chen hailed from the Yinxia kingdom, Tok Zheng refused to attack him. Instead, he rejoiced that Ye Chen had seized Suoli's scam operation, cutting off one of Suoli's revenue streams. This reaction stemmed from a peculiar local belief. Tok Zheng's village venerated a prominent figure from the Ming dynasty of Yinxia, none other than Zhang He, the legendary admiral of the maritime expeditions. Legend held that during Zhang He's voyages, some wounded soldiers, unable to endure further sea travel, remained in coastal regions to recover. These soldiers later married local women and started families. Then came World War II and colonial invasions, forcing coastal populations to relocate. Thus, Tok Zheng's ancestors eventually settled in what is now the interior of Shan State. In Tok Zheng's village, every name ends with the character Zhang, a testament to commemorating and preserving that bloodline. The armed forces of the former Karen state once fought under the banner of justice, claiming to defend their land from outsiders. Yet in the end, they became traitors to their original ideals, selfish scoundrels who only knew how to plunder wealth and then transfer it overseas to live in luxury. Having seen through the Karen organization's dirty tricks, Tok Zheng had long wanted to break away from this disgusting group. So when Sol Win sent him to attack Ye Chen, Tok Zheng showed no resistance whatsoever. Instead, he leveraged Ye Chen's formidable strength in capturing the Malamine region to demand substantial arms from Soli. Thus, this mission to attack Ye Chen presented Tok Zheng with a golden opportunity to defect. To forestall retaliation from the Karen Alliance, he had even preemptively arranged for his entire village to relocate to Mayawati. Should negotiations with Ye Chen fail or worse, should he be killed, his villagers would cross the border river at Malamine into Thailand, where they could live under assumed names. If Ye Chen accepted the people Tok Zheng brought, then Tok Zheng would willingly pledge allegiance to Ye Chen. As dawn gradually broke, Tok Zheng ordered his deputy to halt the convoy. After whispering instructions into the deputy's ear, 7 soldiers, presumably platoon and company commanders, were bound and dragged before him. Gazing at the kneeling figures before him, Tok Zheng sneered coldly, "I know you are spies planted by Soli within my camp. But I truly pity you. The Soli you serve is nothing but a gluttonous, greedy, and lecherous drunkard who lines his own pockets. Serving such a man leaves you only one fate, to become Soli's cannon fodder. After you die, save for your families, no one will remember you. But you failed to recognize true character, you chose your own path." With that, Tok Zheng waved his hand dismissively, turning to face the rising sun with a piercing gaze. Then, several gunshots rang out behind Tok Zheng. The trapped undercover agents collapsed in pools of blood. Without Tok Zheng needing to give orders, soldiers nearby began digging graves in orderly fashion. While the soldiers dug and buried, Tok Zheng's men, armed with binoculars, stood atop the hills north of Maati, gazing distantly at the city below. It seemed they wanted to see what kind of man Ye Chen truly was. "Uncle, isn't it too risky for us to seek refuge with a complete stranger? Wouldn't it be better if we just took Maati ourselves and ruled it?" Tok Zheng's deputy was a young man in his 20s, who also happened to be Tok Zheng's own nephew. Hearing his nephew's objections to his plan, Tok Zheng didn't grow angry. Instead, he replied with genuine satisfaction, "It's excellent that you think this way. At the very least, you've learned to use your head. But do you think we have the strength to take down that cancer, Songchai? Without hesitation, the young man shook his head. We can't defeat him. Seeing the young man's reaction, Tok Zheng continued with a smile. Since we couldn't defeat him, yet Ye Chen did, it proves Ye Chen is far more powerful than we imagined. We couldn't defeat Songchai, yet we're going to attack an enemy even stronger than him. What do you think the outcome will be? Hearing Tok Zheng's earnest admonition, the young man bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. I'm sorry, uncle. I was wrong. Tok Zheng looked at the bowed youth and patted his shoulder with a sigh. Huai Jia, do you know why, starting with your generation, the Zhang surname has been placed before your given names? It's because your father's final wish before dying in battle was for us to seek out our roots to remind us who we truly are. And the reason your father named you Huai Jia is because it means longing for home in the Yanxia kingdom. Both your father and I have placed great hopes in you. So you must always remember who we are. Chapter 21, Seeking Refuge. The Miaowadi Fraud Park, following Ye Chen's planning, had transformed the vast open space in front of the park into Miaowadi's largest commercial plaza. This transformation occurred because Ye Chen, after expanding the park, recruited numerous workers from Maadi. These workers labored by day and received payment that very night. With money in hand, they naturally sought to spend it. Over time, the area in front of the park blossomed into a bustling commercial hub, teeming with countless vendors selling all manner of goods and food. Ye Chen was naturally delighted by this development. As long as they didn't engage in fraud or drug trafficking, he didn't mind them occupying his space to sell goods. Of course, if anyone was caught dealing drugs in his market by Ye Chen's men, regardless of the quantity involved, they were immediately dragged to the nearby construction site and shot on the spot. Consequently, drug dealers in Mawadi had largely vanished, relocating elsewhere. Watching his industrial park flourish, Ye Chen renamed it Zhongqing International Mall and began attracting numerous merchants from Yanxia to invest. Seated at the head of the highest office building in the complex, Ye Chen addressed the assembly of Yanxia merchants in the conference room. Welcome, fellow countrymen, to this investment conference. As long as you conduct business in Mawadi legally and compliantly, I, Ye Chen, am more than happy to accommodate you. Of course, if you choose to build factories here to benefit the local people, I will offer my full support. Therefore, to demonstrate my sincerity, you need only provide the technology. The construction of factories will be entirely handled by our Zhongqing International Group. Please review our cooperation proposal below. If you have no objections, feel free to approach me anytime to discuss collaboration. As soon as he finished speaking and sat down, the conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Immediately, a businessman from Yanxia stood up and declared, Commander Yi, we trust your character. We signed this letter of intent. Indeed. What Commander Yi accomplished in Malamine has made him a national hero back home. We have every reason to trust you. On our way here, your escort troops demonstrated exceptional professionalism and care. We were attended to with utmost consideration. Frankly, we don't even need to review this agreement. Hearing the words of the numerous Yanxia merchants, Yichen felt a warm glow in his heart. Very well then. Since you all place such trust in me, starting tomorrow, you are welcome to visit Zhongqing International Group anytime to discuss cooperation. Simply notify Minister Jin, and arrangements will be made to ensure your safety throughout your visit. Yichen paused, intending to add a few more polite remarks before assigning Jin Hua to host these visiting merchants. However, Zhensha, the officer in charge of security today, rushed in, his military uniform crisp and sharp. He thrust a phone toward Ye Chen and whispered, Master, a leader of the Karen militia has suddenly arrived at the group's entrance. He sent this phone, saying he wishes to speak with you. Hearing Zhensha's words, Ye Chen paused, then turned to the assembled merchants in the conference room with an apologetic expression. My apologies, everyone. I have other matters to attend to and must excuse myself for now. Turning to Jin Hua beside him, he added, entertain our guests well. Feel free to take them to the casino or other places. All expenses will be charged to my account. With that, Ye Chen exited the conference room. Arriving at the glass wall of the office building, Ye Chen peered through the glass at the jeep parked outside the compound gates. Finally, he raised the phone to his ear and said, My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome, but the situation in Myanmar is complicated at present. This is the best I can offer for now. What might you wish to discuss? The words had barely left his mouth when Tok Zheng, who had been waiting on the line for what felt like an eternity, sat up straight in the jeep at the compound entrance. My name is Tok Zheng. I am a deputy battalion commander of the Karen State Alliance Army. Moreover, I am a descendant of the Yanxia nation. I have come uninvited this time, seeking to defect to Commander Yi. I wonder if I might have the honor of meeting Commander Yi in person? Seeking refuge with him? Had he truly become that influential? Hearing the words, Yichen could scarcely believe his ears. Agreed. After a moment of silence, Yichen didn't waste another word. He simply said alright and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Yichen turned to Qiansha beside him and ordered, have their leader come in, but no more than 2 bodyguards. With that, Yichen returned to his command center, awaiting the arrival of the first person to defect to his side. Upon receiving the order, Qiansha used his walkie-talkie to relay instructions to the gate guards.
Tok Zhang then led his nephew and son through the gate. After undergoing a search by the guards and surrendering all weapons, they were escorted to Ye Chen's command center. Inside the command center, Ye Chen observed the middle-aged man and two youths entering. He waved his hand. "Guests are welcome. No need for formalities. Sit down." Upon entering, Tok Zhang and his companions were taken aback by Ye Chen's youth. They even harbored doubts, was this truly the Ye Chen who had conquered Mawadi? However, upon seeing Qianxia and Muren standing beside Ye Chen, their presence as deep and formidable as an abyss, Tok Zhang knew he had overthought it. The aura emanating from Qianxia and Muren was undeniably that of gods of slaughter who had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Thus, Tok Zhang paused only briefly before bowing deeply. Deputy Commander Tok Zhang of the Vanguard Regiment, Counter-Offensive Forces of the Karen Confederation, accompanied by my son and nephew, greets Commander Yi. Seeing Tok Zhang's stiffly formal demeanor, Ye Chen remarked with genuine appreciation, "Former regular army soldiers are a different breed. Sit down. Let's talk over tea." At Ye Chen's invitation, Tok Zhang exchanged a glance with his son and nephew before they took their seats in turn. After the tea was served, Ye Chen sipped his cup and turned to Tok Zhang. The Karen state's local armed forces are among the groups opposing the Burmese government. If I were to occupy your territory, I wouldn't be surprised if you came to attack me. But you, a deputy battalion commander of standing, defecting to me? That truly puzzles me. Tell me, what reason drove you to take such a startling step? Hearing Ye Chen's question, Tok Zhang sat up straight and declared in a clear voice, "The Karen Alliance forces claim to fight under the banner of justice to protect their land from invasion. But every single one of the high-ranking officials up there is a greedy tycoon owning mansions, yachts, and luxury cars overseas. They couldn't care less about the lives lost. All they care about is how much wealth they can amass through their power on this impoverished land. Serving such an organization brings me shame, and I could be sacrificed at any moment. For the sake of my brothers and loved ones, I choose to lead them down a new path." Chapter 22, Accepting Tok Zhang's Forces. Hearing Tok Zhang's words, Ye Chen couldn't tell how much truth or deception lay within, nor whether their defection was a ploy. Thus, Ye Chen decided to test him. "Since you've come to join me, you must demonstrate sincerity and present your demands. First, state your demands. Then we'll assess your sincerity. If you convince me, your men may camp at Mayawati tomorrow and become part of our ranks." Hearing Ye Chen's probing, Tok Zhang calmly replied, "To be honest, I was actually sent to attack Commander Yi. However, I chose to defect from the Karen Confederation forces at this opportunity. To join Commander Yi, I have only 3 requests. First, I implore Commander Yi to accept the families of my soldiers under my command and provide them with a place to settle. Second, feed my soldiers properly and treat them with dignity. Third, do not send them to their deaths. As for my sincerity in joining Commander Yi, besides this force of over 1,000 armed men, I also possess detailed intelligence on armed factions throughout the Karen region. Should Commander Yi have ambitions for the entire Karen region, this intelligence will prove invaluable." After speaking, Tok Zhang had his son retrieve a dossier and place it before Ye Chen. Ye Chen glanced at the documents on the table but did not immediately examine them. Instead, he instructed Muren, standing nearby, to take them away for safekeeping. Turning to Tok Zhang, who wore a solemn expression, Ye Chen smiled. "Your 3 demands are reasonable, and I can easily fulfill them. But these 3 requests are all for your soldiers. Have you not considered making a single demand for yourself?" "No. As long as my soldiers live well and don't have to die for those selfish, self-serving petty officials, that is my greatest wish." Hearing Tok Zhang's words, which carried a profound sense of righteousness, Ye Chen couldn't help but regard him with greater respect. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chen saw Yu Meng nodding. He then declared, "You are exceptional. I see in you the qualities of a sage from the Yanxia kingdom. Therefore, I accept your allegiance." At this point, Ye Chen shifted his tone, his voice growing colder. "However, your troops must first undergo my acceptance procedure and surrender all weapons. Then I will assign you to a camp. Your food, clothing, and lodging will be identical to my own soldiers, no distinction between insiders and outsiders. Finally, you will undergo military and political training lasting anywhere from half a month to 3 months. Soldiers who pass will receive the same treatment as those under my command. Can you accept these terms?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tok Zhang rose and saluted. Tok Zhang accepts Commander Ye's integration plan. Seeing this, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured toward Yu Meng and Qianxia Muren beside him. "This is my chief of staff, and these are my 2 combat commanders. Should you have any questions, you may contact them directly through the soldiers. They will relay them to me immediately. Next, your troops will move from Malamine to the rear of the group to prepare for the takeover. Arrangements for your subsequent actions will be made." At this point, Ye Chen produced a small notebook from his pocket and placed it before Tok Zhang. "These are our military disciplinary regulations. You may review them first, then ensure your soldiers never commit the offenses listed here." His words abruptly halted. Clearly, no further explanation was needed. Tok Zhang understood exactly what was implied. "Yes, sir."
Understanding Ye Chen's unspoken warning, Tok Zheng saluted and withdrew from the operations command center.
After boarding his jeep and returning to the temporary military encampment, Tok Zheng immediately ordered his troops to advance toward Malamine.
Generally speaking, surrender was a desperate measure that dealt a severe blow to troop morale. However, the soldiers under Tok Zheng were all elated and highly excited.
The reason for their excitement was that their families had already been granted priority access to Mayawati and were now residing in government-provided housing left behind by the previous administration. Though Ye Chen's arrangement seemed minor, it had already won the hearts of these soldiers.
Kachin State, plagued by frequent conflicts, remained impoverished.
For most residents, living conditions were scarcely better than those of impoverished households in the mountainous regions of Yanxia.
Therefore, upon hearing that their families had moved into apartment buildings, who wouldn't be thrilled? Amidst this joy, Tok Zheng finally led his troops to the outskirts of Mayawati city.
Only to find, upon seeing the receiving forces, that every soldier under Tok Zin was simultaneously relieved by their deputy commander's wisdom and grateful they hadn't clashed with Ye Chen's troops. If heavy machine guns and mortars were standard equipment for Karen State's elite forces, then the tanks and armored vehicles Ye Chen had dispatched to receive them represented the cream of the crop. Watching the tanks lead the way, with armored vehicles escorting the rear, they arrived at the designated camp. Upon seeing the two rocket launchers standing tall in Ye Chen's barracks, even Tok Zheng felt profound relief at his wise choice. Over 1,000 men, like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden, were joyfully received. After being assigned showers and undergoing various physical examinations, they finally made their way to the mess hall. Faced with an array of fragrant dishes, these soldiers accustomed to gnawing on hardtack in the woods devoured their meals with wolfish hunger. After experiencing Ye Chen's professional military management firsthand, Tok Zheng's son, Zheng Jihe, and his nephew, Zhen Luan, both turned to Tok Zheng and said, "Father, if Commander Yi isn't just putting on a show for the soldiers, then I truly believe he's worthy of our allegiance." Indeed, such treatment is likely only available in the Yanxia Kingdom or the First Army. With such benefits, and the families of soldiers also receiving preferential treatment, these men would likely fight to the death for Commander Yi now. Hearing his son's words, Tok Zheng harbored no misgivings. His sole thought was for Ye Chen to grow ever more powerful. For only then could those who had defected, along with the soldiers' families, have any hope of surviving.
Inside the park's administrative building, Mu Ren, in charge of commanding the reception of Tuako Zheng's troops, was reporting to Ye Chen, "Master, the soldiers' families have been settled. They receive the same treatment as our workers 3 meals a day provided, and we've even helped them find jobs. The troop integration is proceeding smoothly.
The first batch of roadside military bases within the complex has been completed, and they've already moved in. No drug use or drug-related personnel have been discovered so far, and there have been no incidents of soldiers causing trouble. This Tok Zheng truly is a capable officer who knows how to lead troops."
Chapter 23, The Darkness Before Dawn. What? One of Tok Zheng's regiments has defected to Ye Chen?
In the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Karen Confederation Army, Bao Lingning, upon learning of Tok Zheng's defection, was so enraged he drew his pistol and emptied the magazine into the ceiling. Logically, as commander of the Burmese government's allied forces, Browning should have been an adversary of the local rebel forces. Their paths should never have crossed. Yet only a handful knew the truth. The absence of large-scale warfare in Karen State over the years stemmed from a secret alliance between Boring and Tok Zin. Naturally, as the initiator of this alliance, Browning had to demonstrate sufficient sincerity by paying Tok Zheng an annual military subsidy of $1 billion. Forced by circumstances to ally with Bao Lingning, Tok Zheng agreed not to provoke large-scale conflict that would trouble Bao Lingning, the commander-in-chief of Karen State. Logically, even if Tok Zin had defected to Ye Chen, it should have been irrelevant to Bowen. Yet this matter was inextricably linked to Bowen's secret financial backer. As the largest investor in Malamine, Bao Lingning knew that without the backing of his financial patron, he would never have ascended to the position of commander-in-chief of Karen State. After Ye Chen's complete conquest of Malamine, Bao Lingning's backer repeatedly pressured him to launch a counterattack against Ye Chen. Fortunately, Bao Lingning stalled by insisting that such deployments required approval from the central commander of Myanmar, buying him time. Now that news of Tok Zheng defecting to Ye Chen had surfaced, Bao Lingning's backers were likely to interpret this development as a case of one black gang turning on another. After all, when Bao Lingning allied with Tok Zheng, the military funds provided to Tok Zheng came directly from Bao Lingning's backers.
Damn Tok Zheng. This ing forces my hand.
After venting his fury, Bao Lingning summoned several generals of the Karen Alliance army and ordered, "Mobilize your forces.
Surround Malamine. Kill Ye Chen and that Tok Zheng." With Bao Lingning's orders, the allied generals wasted no time mobilizing their forces.
They stood ready to march on Malamine at his command.
Meanwhile,
Tok Zheng, who had defected 10 days prior, found these days both intensely fulfilling and strangely surreal. The busyness came from Ye Chen assigning 2 or 3 individuals with exceptional Burmese and Chinese language skills to teach them political and military lessons. The surreal part was the exceptionally high standard of living at Ye Chen's Zhongxing Group military base. Not only were every meal lavish feasts of meat and fish, but soldiers could also read books, attend classes, and even play ball games during their free time.
Everyone was so content they forgot their homes.
Tok Zhang had initially worried whether such conditions might diminish the soldiers' combat effectiveness, but he had overthought it. Whenever Ye Chen conducted spot checks, the speed of the soldiers' assembly and the results of the military exercises far exceeded his expectations. Thus, Tok Zhang interpreted all this as the soldiers' highest form of respect for Ye Chen. Today, Ye Chen arrived at the camp for another surprise inspection. After the drills concluded, he led Tok Zhang to the mess hall to dine alongside the soldiers, chatting as they ate.
You've been here nearly half a month now.
If what you say is true that the biggest backer behind the fraud park is also the backer of the Confederation Commander-in-Chief, and given your special relationship with him, then Bo Lungning will definitely send troops to attack.
Moreover, since you defected from the anti-government alliance, they'll likely take action too.
It's not impossible that the Karen Confederation Army and the anti-government alliance could join forces against me. Therefore, I've already prepared for battle. At this point, Ye Chen smiled and pressed his palm down.
But rest assured, I promise not to let your men die in vain, and I, Ye Chen, will see that promise through. My only demand now is that you handle the rear supply for my soldiers.
If my men can't hold out, whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. His tone turned stern as he fixed his gaze on Tok Zhang.
But I only trust each person once.
I hope you and your men won't disappoint me. With that, Ye Chen patted Tok Zhang on the shoulder and returned to his command center. Ye Chen didn't know if Tok Zhang would prove reliable at this critical juncture, but he believed that with his current strength, even facing both the Krun Confederation Army and the anti-government coalition forces simultaneously would be more than manageable. Moreover, this opportunity presented the perfect test for Tok Zhang and his forces.
Ye Chen had already made up his mind. If Tok Zhang proved untrustworthy, he would eliminate him without hesitation.
He would then fully convert those who had betrayed him, transforming them into utterly loyal killing machines. Upon returning to the command center, Ye Chen addressed his 3 elite bodyguards. Our forces have now swelled to 7,000 men. Starting tomorrow, Mu Ren will lead 2,500 men to garrison the western flank of Malamine, preparing defenses against the Karen Alliance forces. Xianxia will likewise lead 2,500 men to garrison the eastern sector of Malamine, preparing to defend against the Karen National Union's rebel forces.
If either of your regiments comes under attack, you need not seek my orders counterattack immediately. Only if the enemy surrounds you without attacking should you call me to discuss further.
Yes, Master. Yes, Master. After receiving their orders, the 2 elite bodyguards led their 2,500 elite soldiers to their assigned defense zones. Ye Chen considered his arrangements neither brilliant nor particularly sophisticated, but they were the most direct and effective solution. The Krun Confederation's forces, including reserves, numbered only 20 to 30,000. Even if they mobilized every last soldier to attack him, Ye Chen was confident of victory. For starters, the recent procurement list he'd placed through the system mall alone would likely make the central commander of the Myanmar Federation gasp in horror.
60 anti-aircraft guns, 20 mountain combat tanks, 4 missile rocket launchers, 300 RPG rockets, 4 Warhawk helicopters, 600 mortar launchers. Additionally, thousands of machine guns, grenades, landmines, and pistols. With this arsenal and 7,000 F-class elite fighters, Ye Chen felt he could essentially overrun the entire Karen state. However, due to the lack of an airport in Mayawati and insufficient air superiority, Ye Chen decided it was best to maintain a low profile. Once he completed the airfield, that would be the optimal moment for his true rise to power in Myanmar. As Ye Chen finalized his operational plans, the system alert sounded in his ear. Detected war risk. Intermediate mission triggered. Primary Mission 1, defeat the Karen Confederation forces. Primary Mission 2, eliminate boring. Primary Mission 3, defeat the anti-government coalition forces. Chapter 24, Change. Listening to the system's voice ringing in his ears, Ye Chen remained utterly calm. Capturing Malamine was merely his starting point. Only by completely seizing control of Karen state could he truly establish a foothold. Otherwise, if the Myanmar Central Alliance came to encircle and eliminate him, he truly had no strategic depth to engage in protracted warfare. But with the Karen state under his control, everything changed. First, the proximity to Myanmar's second largest port made trade exceptionally advantageous, fulfilling all of Ye Chen's commercial needs. Second, the complex terrain of Karen state with its rugged mountains and dense forests was ideal for guerrilla warfare and protracted attrition. If the Burmese Central Allied forces lacked the resolve to crush him in one decisive blow, Ye Chen was confident that ultimately, it would be the Burmese government forces who would be worn down. Moreover, whenever Ye Chen captured a location, its wealth value would convert into currency for his in-game marketplace, eliminating the need to procure arms from external sources. Moreover, Ye Chen's real-world wealth remained unaffected by these actions, allowing them to use these funds for numerous purposes. For instance, Mayawati didn't even have a decent university before, so once he had the funds, Ye Chen went ahead and established one. He then recruited teachers from Thailand at high salaries to educate the locals on what a communist republic truly meant, and what genuine democracy and freedom entailed. Today, throughout all of Malamine, even if people leave their doors unlocked at night, no one dares to steal or rob. because if they break the law, they'll pay with the loss of a hand. Under such strict laws, who has enough hands to spare? To keep these people occupied and productive, Ye Chen also established several factories and agricultural bases. The factories primarily manufactured daily necessities and canned goods. The plantations directly supply Ye Chen's corporate personnel, eliminating any possibility of tampering with the food supply. After Ye Chen took control of Mawadi, the 7 individuals who came to see him had all become key members of his team. Li Hongxiu, needless to say, now served as the head of the engineering department at Zhongxing Group. She was constantly swamped with work, so busy that Ye Chen had to personally seek updates from her. As for Wu Di and his daughter, one became Ye Chen's foreign affairs director, while the other assumed the role of vice chairperson of the Communist Party in Mawadi. Of course, the chairman himself was Ye Chen. Then there was the young man named Ye Tai, now director of military cartography for Ye Chen. He spent his days leading teams to thoroughly survey every inch of Mawadi within a 100-mile radius, knowing every resource and terrain like the back of his hand. As for the 3 siblings who joined the military, eldest sister Chen Xian became commander of the Conversion Corps, while second sister Lin Danyang served as its chief of staff. The third sister, Zhao Lei, served as Ye Chen's logistics minister, while the fourth brother, Chen Ping, held the position of director of the industrial department. With such exemplary figures leading the way and witnessing the benefits of aligning with Ye Chen, countless individuals now begged daily for an audience with him. However, as Ye Chen's forces emerged from the underground military base onto the surface, this fervor began to wane considerably. Nevertheless, the prospect of earning a day's pay for a day's labor on the construction site still sparked high enthusiasm. During the scam park era, local residents earned next to nothing. 99% of the profits flowed into the pockets of the scam's masterminds. Now that Ye Chen provided them with work opportunities and opened a department store in the market, the people, whose quality of life had greatly improved, were naturally eager to work. Moreover, Ye Chen never mistreated or exploited the common folk. Thus, those in Mawadi with kind hearts remained deeply grateful to him. Whenever Ye Chen traveled, crowds would gather, chanting his name and even presenting garlands to his soldiers. Whereas Mawadi's streets had once been filthy and chaotic, Ye Chen's arrival brought cement roads and an end to littering. For littering meant a 30-lash punishment and a 3-day detention if caught. People were too busy trying to make ends meet. With such severe penalties in place, who would dare litter? It could be said that Mawadi had been transformed beyond recognition. Ye Chen believed that as long as this continued, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. The common folk would tear apart those who threatened them. Now, within the Zhongxing Group headquarters, watching the 2 armies march east and west through the city before deploying into the mountains, Ye Chen found himself growing unexpectedly eager. Mu Ren, Xianxia, and Yu Meng, 3 A-level assassins, not only possessed unique specialties but also demonstrated exceptionally advanced tactical command intelligence. Mu Ren, in particular, possessed the highest tactical acumen among the 3, reaching an impressive 260. Ye Chen therefore assigned her to confront the government coalition forces in Karanbang. Xianxia's tactical acumen was slightly lower but still reached 230, so Ye Chen assigned him to deal with the anti-government coalition forces. As for Yameng, who remained by his side, Ye Chen ordered him to secretly monitor Tok Zheng. Should Tok Zheng harbor any ill intentions, Yameng would eliminate him immediately. Ye Chen accepted Tok Zheng not because of his Yanxia bloodline, but purely as an investment, buying a horse for its bones. After all, Yanxia had both good and bad people. Ye Chen trusted neither individuals nor human nature. With all preparations complete, Ye Chen now awaited only the final push. He hoped the Karen Confederation forces would arrive sooner rather than later, so he could finally find peace of mind. Otherwise, this perpetual state of uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. Within the Rebel Alliance's sphere of influence, Songchai, chairman of the Karen Alliance, the largest faction within the Rebel Coalition, had unexpectedly summoned all allied commanders. Upon arriving at Songchai's headquarters, they learned that Tok Zheng had betrayed the Karen Alliance. The generals condemned Tok Zheng's shameful betrayal with scathing criticism, each outdoing the other in their condemnation. Yet, when Songchai asked who would lead the assault against Ye Chen and Tok Zheng, they all fell silent in unspoken agreement. The commanders present had risen to their positions through merit. They were no fools. Though part of the alliance, they did not entirely follow Songchai's commands. At best, when their objectives aligned, they would gather to discuss how to divide the spoils after a victory. When objectives diverged, their visits to Songchai were merely a formality, a means to preserve the coalition's internal cohesion and prevent the Burmese government forces from defeating them one by one. Seeing no support for his ideas, Songchai grew irritated. His anger wasn't directed at their lack of unity, but rather at their short-sightedness. If Tok Zheng successfully defected to Ye Chen and allowed Ye Chen's power to grow, how would the rebel coalition position itself in the future? Even more terrifying was the fact that corruption among senior officers had already sapped the morale of the rank-and-file soldiers. If this continued, upon hearing of Tok Zheng's actions, they would likely desert en masse. Chapter 25, The Karen Alliance. Your short-sightedness today. And corruption continues unchecked. Do you truly believe such misfortune will never befall you? Songchai slammed his fist on the table in fury.
His authority as chairman of the anti-Myanmar government coalition had long been eroded by his insatiably greedy uncle, whose money had bought him influence.
Songchai, we know you're a good man and a good chairman. But what good does that do? Those present aren't ignorant of your words, but what good does understanding them do? We've fought the Myanmar government coalition for so many years, hasn't your So family been the biggest beneficiary? Now you stand before us saying such things, isn't that a bit inappropriate?
A commander spoke calmly, yet every word cut like a knife, piercing deeply into Songchai's heart.
As the words fell, another general added, forget the past. Just look at the present. Your So family even dares to poach soldiers from our own ranks. And your cousin is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Running gambling dens and dealing drugs right in the barracks, making money to indulge his pleasures. Truly a fine businessman never misses an opportunity to do deals, no matter where he is. You Sokos can't even sort out your own family affairs, so don't come pointing fingers at us.
Hearing this, Songchai was rendered speechless. After all, every word was the plain truth. After he finished speaking, the oldest among the generals finally spoke up. Songchai, it's not that we elders look down on you, but your family has become increasingly disappointing over the years. When you took office, we all advocated for Tak Zheng to be the alliance's military commander-in-chief. Yet you stubbornly insisted on appointing your uncle instead. The alliance was your Songchai family's idea, and everyone has benefited from it. How you choose to manage your own affairs is none of our concern. But having made that choice, you must have the courage to face the consequences. It's a pity you lack even that. You refused to utilize Tak Zheng, a capable officer, instead suppressing him for a full decade as deputy regiment commander. You even sent your incompetent cousin to on others' heads. If I were in his shoes, I'd run too. Tak Zheng's grandfather fought alongside the Sui family's old commander Kai to build this empire. You mistreated him, and now you suffer betrayal. You brought this shame upon yourselves. In my view, this alliance is better off dissolved. From now on, whoever has the strength to conquer Karen State shall hold the power. With that, the old man rose to leave.
Guards nearby immediately blocked his path, seemingly unwilling to let him go without Songchai's permission. What? Do you intend to kill me now? If I, Li Huai, die here, do you believe my loyal descendants won't declare war on your Suwa clan tomorrow?
Songchai offered no response to the old man's fury, only slowly drawing his pistol.
Bang!
The guard blocking the old man's path collapsed to the ground, yet the old man himself remained unscathed. Songchai then slowly holstered his pistol, smiled at the old man, and bowed respectfully.
Uncle Li speaks wisely. Whoever conquers Karen State shall rule it. I find this proposal sound.
As for my disrespect toward you, I offer my sincere apologies. Watching Songchai's affected behavior, the elderly man named Li Huaijia remained silent. He merely gave Songchai a meaningful look before departing from the territory controlled by the Suwa family. Within the Karen alliance, the So family had once rapidly expanded under the leadership of its first patriarch. Yet over 2 generations, rather than developing the strength to rival the Karen state government's coalition forces, the So family had steadily declined. In stark contrast, the Li family, one of the founding pillars of the Karen alliance, had steadily caught up to the Songchai family. Whether in military might, economic clout, or prestige, the Li family had essentially reached parity with the Songchai family. Therefore, after the Li family's leader departed, the others dispersed one by one. Finally, only Songchai remained, sitting in the empty conference room with an icy expression. After an unknown period of time, Songchai stared at the cold tea on the table. He dipped his finger into the liquid and slowly traced the character for kill on the surface. After writing the character, Songchai wiped it away with his hand and rose to go to his office. He summoned his most trusted confidant by phone. Songchai looked at the tall, upright figure before him and said, "Go inform Soli and my uncle that grandmother's birthday celebration is in a few days. They must attend without fail. At that time, grandmother will announce the division of the Songchai family's assets." Hearing Songchai's calm yet murderous tone, his trusted commander whispered, "Should we arrange security personnel in advance?" "No need. Just proceed as usual. The mud they've slung at the Suwa family must be wiped clean by the Suwa family themselves. Only then will we gain the support of the other allied commanders. As for the army camp, we must handle those cancerous elements with caution. Prevent any mutiny, lest others exploit our vulnerability." Upon receiving Songchai's instructions, the commander responded, "Chairman, rest assured. I'll handle it properly." With that, the man withdrew from Songchai's office. What no one knew was that this trusted commander of Songchai was actually the right-hand man most relied upon by his uncle, Songchai. Few realized that Songchai had spent a full decade preparing for this day. Had Tak Zheng's escape not forced him to accelerate his plans, he might well have waited several more years. He intended to wait until the coalition forces had decayed beyond redemption before stepping in to clean up the mess, ultimately uniting all factions under his banner. Only then could he truly challenge the Burmese government's coalition. Of course, the rise of the Li family was also one reason Songchai had no choice but to advance his plans. Therefore, after advancing his plans, Songchai would offer the position of party chairman and deputy commander of the coalition forces to the Li family. After all, only by winning over the equally powerful Li family could his scheme truly succeed.
Otherwise, confronting the Li family with his current strength would only benefit outsiders. Songchai must be considered a man of considerable boldness and endurance. Yet he possessed one flaw: he underestimated others while overestimating himself. While the Li family remained unaware of Songchai's schemes, they had thoroughly investigated Ye Chen, the man whose exploits in Mayawati had become legendary across the land. In the Li family's view, Ye Chen might not be a good person, but he absolutely could not be an enemy. Having chosen their path from the very start through their surname, the Li family even sent agents posing as merchants to invest funds in Malamine after Ye Chen's conquest. Thus, upon returning home, Li Huijia had already obtained Ye Chen's basic background information. Chapter 26, Sacrificing Kin for the Greater Good. You fool! Not only did you send Tok Zheng alone to lead troops to Mawati, but you actually gave him so many weapons? Have you lost your mind? In the ancestral home of the Suwa family, Suwa Long, vice chairman and deputy commander of the Karen Confederation army, shouted angrily at Suwa Li before him. Knowing he was in the wrong, Suwa Li kept his head bowed, saying nothing. He just waited for his uncle Suwa Long to calm down, figuring he'd be off the hook then. The reason So Liek acted so brazenly was because So Lone was his biological father. Suwa Li's mother had been fleeing from the impoverished northern Burma region toward Thailand. While passing through Karen State, she was abducted by Suwa Li's uncle. So Long seized her, subjected her to abuse, and intended to sell her. Unexpectedly, So Li's father took a liking to her and married her into the family. Less than 8 months after the marriage, So Li's mother gave birth to him. The family claimed it was a premature birth, but the truth was she had conceived during Solo's assault. So Li's father, serving as deputy commander of the resistance forces, led troops against the Burmese government coalition but was killed in an enemy assassination attempt. Later, Suwa Long discovered that Suwa Li was his own son and began supporting him wholeheartedly. Yet Suwa Li proved utterly hopeless. No matter how much Suwa Long helped him, he always found ways to ruin everything. Uncle, please don't be angry. I'll fix these things as soon as I get back. So Li's words were conciliatory, but his thoughts were elsewhere. If you won't let me sell drugs in the army, I'll just sell them on someone else's turf. This lucrative business can't be interrupted. Suwa Long knew his nephew's stubborn nature well and couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. He merely gave him a stern look and said coldly, Suwa Li, some things can be done and some things cannot. Don't assume having me as your backer means I'll protect you forever. Until you have real power, you'd be wise not to anger your big brother. With that, Suwa Long left the room, leaving Suwa Li standing there, utterly bewildered. Today marked the birthday banquet for the matriarch of the Suwa family. Prominent figures from the Krenbang rebel coalition had sent representatives to offer congratulations. The ancestral home of the Suwa family bustled with a constant stream of vehicles and people, creating a lively atmosphere. Inside the matriarch's quarters, the elderly Lady Suwa gazed at her most cherished grandson, Suwa Kokai, her expression grave. Must it truly come to this? Soko Kai nodded solemnly before speaking slowly, Grandmother, as long as Suwa Long and Suwa Li continue to hold positions of power, our family will only sink deeper into ruin. But they will never willingly relinquish their power. Therefore, I have no choice but to take the most decisive action. After their deaths, I will send Soli's children and Suliua's other grandchildren abroad for their education. If his grandchildren stay out of the family's internal affairs, they'll live lives of perpetual luxury and wealth. I can guarantee that to you. Hearing Suwa Kokai's resolute words, the elderly Madame Suwa sighed softly. Though Suwa Long is not my biological child, his father died for your grandfather. I have always regarded him as my own. Yet I never imagined Suwa Long would fail to inherit all his father's noble qualities, instead becoming the person he is today. Proceed as you see fit. With that, the matriarch waved her hand, signaling his dismissal. Sokokai bowed once and withdrew from the matriarch's quarters. As the banquet commenced, guests took their seats one by one, all eyes fixed on the matriarch of the Suwa family as she made her way to the podium, anticipating the speech from the former commander-in-chief's wife. Supported by Suwa Kokai, the matriarch ascended the podium and began her address. Today, I welcome your congratulations. However, there may be a few minor interruptions ahead. Should they disturb you, I apologize in advance. After speaking, the elderly Mrs. Suwa bowed deeply to the assembled crowd before handing the microphone to Suwa Kokai standing beside her. The audience was baffled, wondering what the Soko family had in store today. Everyone was filled with curiosity. But as Soko Kai began his speech, all eyes turned to Solo and Soli seated at the head table. Back then, my uncle Suwa Long's father sacrificed himself on the battlefield to cover my grandfather's retreat. Thus, my grandmother raised him as her own son. Suwa Li is not actually my eldest uncle's son. His father is Suwa Long. That is why Suwa Long has spared no effort to support him all these years. But Suwa Li has chosen to ruin himself. Not only is he deeply corrupt, he even trafficked drugs within the military. Our Suwa family will never tolerate such behavior. On this significant occasion, I hereby declare the removal of all positions held by Suwa Long and the revocation of all positions and assets held by Suwa Li. As Suwa Kokai delivered these words from the podium, Suwa Long and Suwa Li, seated below, could no longer remain seated. They rose to challenge Suwa Kokai.
But the moment they rose, soldiers in suits forcibly pressed them back into their seats, confiscating every weapon they carried. Sokokai. Don't think that by detaining me, my troops will obey your commands. Just wait for my men to rescue me. When that day comes, the entire anti-Myanmar government coalition will crumble because of what you've done today. Sakole, held captive, roared furiously. It was clear that Sakole's actions had made him feel the chill of impending doom. Facing So Long's words, Sokote showed no flicker of emotion, continuing to read out So Long's charges. As Deputy Commander-in-Chief and Vice-Chairman, Solwin oversaw the procurement of military supplies and weapons for the anti-Myanmar government coalition. Abusing this position, he embezzled no less than 30 billion in wealth and transferred it overseas, and that's a conservative estimate. The annual output of the anti-Myanmar government coalition in Kayin State barely reaches 50 billion, yet he alone swallowed up 6 years' worth of everyone's blood, sweat, and tears. Salai, Solwin's own son, has been even more egregious. Not only has he trafficked arms and established electric shock torture zones, but he has also peddled drugs within our own military camps. You have no one to blame but yourselves for the fate that awaits you today. This is entirely your own doing. Carry out the execution. As Sokochai's words fell, 2 gunshots echoed through the vast hall. Instantly, So Long and So Lee's heads exploded, spilling blood and brain matter across the floor. The bodies were promptly removed, and the banquet proceeded as scheduled. Yet every attendee understood, from this day forward, within the Suwa clan, only Sokokai's word would hold true authority. Meanwhile, news of Sokokai's ruthless execution of his own kin spread rapidly. Many chieftains were stunned by the sheer audacity of his actions. Chapter 27, Engagement. The Karen coalition forces were now embroiled in internal strife, leaving them no time to pursue the fleeing Tok Zhang. However, as the enforcer for the mastermind behind the fraud park, Bao Longning had indeed mobilized an army of 20,000 troops and marched toward Malamine. For Bao Longning, the fraud park could be reclaimed if seized. But if Malamine fell, it would prove his incompetence as commander of the Karen region. Should the Burmese central government question his competence, he faced imminent dismissal. Though bearing the surname Bao, his unique background meant that losing control of the Karen region would seal his fate. He would have no further opportunities for advancement. With his own future at stake, Bao Longning could not stand idly by. He mustered 18,000 men and set out from Yangon in a mighty procession toward Modwi. When Bao Longning arrived with his 18,000 troops at the county town adjacent to Modwi, the commanders and officials responsible for guarding the surrounding areas hurried to meet him. Thus, Bao Longning's troop strength swelled from 18,000 to nearly 30,000. Commanding such a vast force lifted Bao Longning's spirits considerably. Yet he did not underestimate Ye Chen. Ye Chen's capture of the industrial park, elimination of drug lord Songchai, and even discovery of Burmese government officials in Malamine. This series of events spoke volumes. A single success might be luck, but repeated successes were proof of true capability. Thus, as he approached Malamine with his 30,000 troops, Bao Longning was prepared to sacrifice 5,000 men if necessary to seize the city. Yet Bao Longning could never have imagined that, when his 30,000 troops were still 20 miles from Mayawati, the vehicles were swaying along the winding mountain road when the lead convoy was suddenly blown to pieces, sending flames shooting skyward. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Witnessing this scene, Bao Longning broke out in a cold sweat. He even began to doubt whether personally leading the assault against Ye Chen was a foolish decision. After issuing combat orders over the radio, Bao Longning quickly disembarked and took cover in the woods. But when Bao Longning's troops charged out to search the mountains for the enemy, they found not a single soul. At this point, everyone realized it was highly likely that Ye Chen's forces had preemptively laid landmines along the route to prevent attacks from either the Burmese government coalition or the rebel coalition. While these mines possessed significant lethality, their primary function was surveillance. Because if the vehicles at the front of the convoy were hit, the rest of the convoy would inevitably halt. Thus, the true purpose of these mines was essentially to serve as sentry posts. Without anyone needing to say it, Bao Longning knew that the moment the landmine detonated, there might be a reconnaissance squad within 3 kilometers. And once the mine was triggered, that reconnaissance team would immediately alert Ye Chen's main force. And that's exactly what happened. Only this reconnaissance unit had been dispatched by Mu Ren, the commander-in-chief stationed in the northwest. Not only had they detected Bao Longning's advancing forces, but they had also roughly estimated the troop strength and the types of weapons carried. All this intelligence had been relayed to Mu Ren's temporary command center. Upon receiving this intelligence, Mu Ren immediately relayed it to Ye Chen while simultaneously issuing command deployments. She divided the 2,500-strong regiment into 4 specialized units: the Vanguard Interception Battalion, the Containment Battalion, the Artillery Battalion, and the Ambush Battalion. The Vanguard Interception Battalion comprised 500 elite soldiers. Their mission was to engage the enemy forces during the 20-mile advance into Maati. Though the outcome of sacrificing 500 elite soldiers remained uncertain, Mu Ren was confident that even their complete annihilation would inflict significant pain on Bao Longning. The Diversionary Battalion comprised 900 elite soldiers. Their mission was to flank the enemy rear after the vanguard's assault, drawing enemy fire to disrupt their operations rather than inflict casualties. The artillery battalion provided long-range fire support, targeting the enemy's high-caliber weapons like tanks and armored vehicles. Finally, the ambush battalion would sever Bao Longning's retreat routes. His withdrawal options were extremely limited.
He couldn't retreat northeast, as that area was controlled by the Karen National Union, an anti-Myanmar government force. To the southwest lay Myanmar's second-largest port.
If Boring dared to bring the fighting to the southwestern port, not only would he lose his command, but his life would likely be forfeit. Thus, his sole escape route lay northwest toward his hometown of Yangon.
Deep within the dense forests 20 miles from Mayawati.
Bao Longning was eating canned military rations when a soldier ran up to report, "General, the mines 5 miles ahead have been cleared." Hearing the soldier's words, Bao Longning set down his can and pulled out a map to study it. Beyond the cleared 5-mile stretch, the terrain remained relatively flat. The remaining path to Malamine, however, was rugged and densely forested.
Contemplating this complex terrain, Bao Longning's face darkened with worry. After a moment of deep thought, he made his decision: send out the order, we must cover the remaining distance before nightfall. Then we'll set up camp. Once the troops are fully assembled, we'll launch a decisive assault on Malamine. Under Bao Longning's command, his troops pressed onward. This time, however, Bao Longning had wised up. Instead of riding in a jeep, he took a seat in one of the few armored vehicles available. Upon reaching the encampment site, Bao Longning immediately dispatched 2,000 men to sweep the surrounding hills. Finding no enemy presence, his troops finally began their meal and rest. As the full moon hung high in the sky, the hills where Bao Longning's forces were encamped were dotted only with scattered campfires and the occasional patrol soldier wandering outside the perimeter. Just as the soldiers within the camp were sinking into deep sleep, a streak of light sliced through the night sky and slammed into Bao Longning's encampment. A thunderous boom echoed.
A massive fireball erupted within the camp, instantly rousing every soldier from their slumber. Upon learning that this was a rocket missile launched by the enemy, Bao Longning was shot. He immediately dispatched 3,000 men to the rocket launcher site 10 miles away. However, after these 3,000 men entered the forest late at night, sporadic, intense firefights erupted within the woods. By the time Bao Longning waited until dawn, not a single one of the 3,000 soldiers he had dispatched returned.
3,000 men lost in a single night. This toll tore at Bao Longning's heart and flesh alike. Yet with war now unleashed, he had no choice but to press forward. Chapter 28, 300 against 3,000. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. The Vanguard Ambush Battalion of the Murin achieved a decisive victory last night, annihilating Bao Longning's 3,000 troops in the forest. Our losses totaled 211 men. In the base compound, Ye Chen had just awakened when Yu Meng presented last night's battle results before him. 3,000 men? Hearing this number, Ye Chen was somewhat astonished. He had also witnessed the battle through the Sky Eye military surveillance system in the command center last night. However, the battle had raged all night. Unable to endure it any longer, Ye Chen had returned to sleep, leaving Yu Meng to monitor the situation. When Ye Chen was present, the 500-strong Vanguard Battalion suffered over 50 elite casualties during their initial engagement with the enemy forces, while the opposing side lost 300 to 400 men. Based on that ratio, Ye Chen had assumed that for the Vanguard Regiment to eliminate 3,000 enemy soldiers, they would have to pay the price of total annihilation. Yet Ye Chen never imagined the Vanguard Regiment would annihilate the enemy's 3,000 men with just over 200 elite warriors. Murin did well. This is truly a pleasant surprise? But with Bao Longning suffering such heavy losses, the coming battles will likely grow increasingly fierce. Relay this to Murin. Should he require reinforcements, either the Western forces or the garrison at base can immediately detach another 3,000 men for him. After all, the Burmese government forces and the Karen state rebels have never gotten along. While we're fighting the Burmese government forces, they probably won't take advantage of the situation. They might even be praying that I deal a heavy blow to the Burmese government forces. Therefore, we only need to keep 1,500 troops in the northeast. We can redeploy 1,000 from there, and of the 3,000 left behind, we can also redeploy 2,000. Tell Muren not to worry. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng nodded in agreement and immediately went to relay his orders via phone. After waking up and eating breakfast, Ye Chen took a tour of the base under construction. 2 underground military bases had already been completed within the compound. One was assigned to Tok Zheng's troops for garrison, while the other was occupied by Ye Chen's forces. Beyond that, Ye Chen planned to construct 4 more underground military bases, completing the foundational infrastructure for a 20,000-strong base. Once these 20,000 troops were assembled, Ye Chen's next plan was to conquer and control 5 key locations in southern Myanmar: Ta, Malamine, Payan, Yangon, and Bago. Combining these 5 regions would not only provide strategic depth but also secure ports. Once these areas were firmly under his control, neither the Burmese government forces nor the anti-government coalition could afford to ignore his presence. At that point, the international landscape might undergo subtle shifts as a result. Of course, these were merely plans. Ye Chen's primary task remained securing Malamine. Defeating Bao Longning decisively would be even better. After inspecting the construction site's progress and receiving Li Hongxiu's report, Ye Chen headed to the market.
Though the people of Mayawati knew Ye Chen was engaged in combat, they remained largely unconcerned. First, Ye Chen proved exceptionally capable in battle, swiftly capturing the industrial park and seizing Malamine, a feat even the anti-Myanmar government coalition forces had failed to achieve. Second, even if they were worried, it wouldn't change much. Regardless of who won, it didn't matter much to them. What truly mattered was who could bring them a better quality of life. It was precisely these factors that kept the people of Mayawati going about their lives as usual, eating, drinking, and remaining utterly indifferent. The market remained as bustling as ever, teeming with crowds. Seeing the people's calm demeanor, Ye Chen felt the last weight lift from his heart. As long as the populace remained peaceful, his stronghold would be impregnable. By the time he finished his inspections, it was nearing noon. Passing by the hotel under Jinhua's management, Ye Chen stopped in for a meal, casually inquired about the situation, and then returned to base. Upon returning to base, Ye Chen's first order was to have Yu Meng spread the news that his force of 300 had repelled Bao Longning's 3,000 troops. Even the laborers working that day received 20 yuan red envelopes. The news spread like wildfire through word of mouth, quickly echoing throughout Mayawati. Having accomplished this, Ye Chen realized he held little influence in Malamine, let alone Myanmar or on the international stage. A sudden idea struck him, and he summoned Jinhua and Li Hongxiu, who oversaw the industrial park workers. Once they arrived, Ye Chen addressed them. "I intend to establish a department. This department will serve as our propaganda arm in society. Only by controlling the narrative in the hearts of the people can we truly control this place. That's why I've called you both here to recommend suitable candidates. If anyone has experience in news or publicity work and possesses a presentable demeanor, bring them to me for an interview." Upon hearing Ye Chen's instructions, Jinhua and Li Hongxiu prioritized this task above all else and immediately set out to find suitable candidates. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sat in the operations command center, monitoring the northwestern battlefield through the Heaven's Eye military surveillance system. The Heavenly Eye monitoring system. This military communication system, which Ye Chen had stumbled upon in the system mall, encompassed radio transmissions, 36 types of encrypted telegrams, video calls, swarm remote control systems, swarm monitoring systems, fly swarm monitoring systems, and highly intelligent automated surveillance systems, among other functions. This military communication system proved remarkably effective, though its price was staggering. Acquiring it alone had consumed a full 48 trillion system credits from Ye Chen's holdings. Yet it proved worth every penny. Now, through the video monitoring feed, Ye Chen could clearly see every move Mu Ren's army made. Even each death soldier carried a monitoring camera, allowing Ye Chen to observe their individual actions in real time. To be precise, the swarm monitoring system handled large group surveillance, while the fly swarm monitoring system provided granular tracking down to individual operatives. Watching the soldiers in the footage lay various mines and traps in the jungle and along the highways, Ye Chen knew that Bao Longning's forces would find it far more difficult to reach him than they imagined. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ye Chen, the true mastermind behind the fraud operation had assembled a group of international mercenary assassins. They had placed a bounty of 68 billion on his head, vowing to twist it off and kick it like a ball. After assembling on a certain island nation, these mercenaries flew to Thailand, intending to infiltrate Mayawati directly from the Thai border and eliminate him once and for all. No one could have foreseen that this very event would gradually make Ye Chen's name resonate throughout international mercenary circles. Chapter 29, The Grand Offensive. At the base compound, Ye Chen's daily tasks now consisted of inspecting construction progress and monitoring public sentiment surveys in Maywad. As for the fighting in the northwest, it wasn't that Ye Chen didn't care, he simply wasn't worried. The two armies were locked in a back-and-forth battle in the mountain forests northwest of Malamine. Bao Lonning might advance 3 miles today, only to be pushed back 4 miles by Mu Ren tomorrow. In this stalemate, both sides fought with restraint. Especially after Bao Lonning suffered his first heavy loss of 3,000 men, his subsequent troop deployments never exceeded that number. As Ye Chen counted the days on his fingers, calculating how much time Bao Lonning had left to stall, the countdown to Bao Longning's collapse had begun. After all, in just 5 days, his 30,000 troops had launched no fewer than 10 assaults, yet their advance could only be described as painfully slow. Not only that, but in those brief 5 days, Bao Longning's forces had already suffered over 9,000 casualties. Beyond the initial 3,000 casualties, Bao Longning was losing roughly 1,500 men daily. Should losses exceed this threshold, Bao Longning would retreat. Any keen observer could see that Bao Longning was luring the enemy deeper into his trap, preparing for a counter-encirclement. Yet Mu Ren, the commander in the northwest, stubbornly refused to pursue. When the enemy advanced, he fought. When they retreated, he occupied the hills and forests, laying minefields or deploying fly swarms for surveillance. Should the enemy counterattack, long-range rocket forces would provide fire support, or drones would launch strikes. Under this tactic, Bao Longning, deprived of air support, was beaten into submission. Meanwhile, his commanders seethed with fury, wishing they could strangle him and then pack their bags and flee. Given the strength Ye Chen's forces had demonstrated thus far, everyone understood that continuing this fight would only turn them into cannon fodder. Thus, after 5 or 6 days of mountain warfare, Bao Longning was compelled to convene all his commanders to deliberate on the next course of action.
Commander Bao.
In my opinion, we must either request air support from the Burmese central government or launch a full-scale offensive to push through to Malamine in one decisive push. Otherwise, if we keep fighting like this, we'll be crushed sooner or later. At the meeting, a commander who had just returned from the front spoke up, his voice thick with resentment. No sooner had he finished than another commander, covered in dust and dirt, chimed in, "We need more than just air support. If possible, we should also request the commander-in-chief to deploy the artillery brigade. Without ground fire suppression, we'll never advance through these dense mountain forests." Clearly, anyone making such demands had suffered heavy losses at the hands of Ye Chen's rocket force. Listening to his subordinates, Bao Longning knew these suggestions represented the optimal strategy, indeed, the only viable path to penetrate Malamine. But if this were reported up the chain that he, a regional commander leading 30,000 troops, had been utterly routed by a local militia, suffering heavy losses, would he even keep his command? On one side was his position, on the other, impartiality. For Bao Longning, this choice presented an impossible dilemma. Assemble 15,000 troops tomorrow. Artillery units will first conduct a barrage on the mountainous terrain. Following that, infantry will advance in 3 regiments. We must secure the high ground 5 li ahead. Regarding requests for air support and artillery brigade assistance, I will personally seek approval from the commander-in-chief. But before that, we must achieve tangible results on the battlefield. Hearing Bao Longning's words, the assembled generals finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the request went through the Burmese central government, the commander-in-chief would surely approve. After all, this concerned the future sovereignty of Malamine. If even an unknown upstart like Ye Chen could casually seize their territory, it would be a complete disgrace to the Burmese government. Moreover, setting this precedent risked the anti-Myanmar coalition following Ye Chen's example, seizing territories and plunging Burma into chaos. The artillery brigade was a special operations unit within the Burmese government's coalition forces. Though nominally designated as a rocket brigade, it possessed long-range missile strike capabilities spanning 200 to 500 kilometers. Beyond that, this artillery brigade is a heavily armored force integrating naval, land, and air assets fully equipped with bombers, light transport aircraft, fighter jets, tanks, armored vehicles, amphibious combat vehicles, and more. Such overwhelming firepower would deliver a devastating blow to any local armed group, regardless of location within Myanmar. Therefore, it was only natural for the commanders under Bao Longning to request the artillery brigade for combat operations. However, Bao Longning was an airborne commander with limited combat experience. Were it not for his status as a collateral branch of the Bao family, he would likely still be raising pigs in his village. Thus, in Bao Longning's mind, his official position always came first. Moreover, based on intelligence from his frontline troops, Bao Longning knew the enemy forces, though well-equipped, were outnumbered. After so many days of attrition, Bao Longning surmised that Ye Chen's forces were likely spent. This was why he used the excuse of seeking central command approval to stall the impending collapse of his forces. Scheming to commit 15,000 troops for a final decisive assault. On the 7th day of the campaign, just as Ye Chen finished his morning ablutions, Yu Meng rushed in to report, "Commander! The enemy and our forces are engaged in fierce combat in the mountainous terrain 15 li from Malamine. The enemy has committed a total of 15,000 troops to the battle. Moreover, they've subjected the mountain terrain to heavy fire. We've already suffered 1,480 casualties, leaving us with only 1,020 men remaining." Hearing Yu Meng's report, Ye Chen hesitated not a moment. He immediately issued his orders, "Proceed according to the original plan. The 3,000 troops preparing for battle are to rush to the front lines immediately to provide support. They must reach the northwest battlefield by noon today." As he spoke, Ye Chen recalled the surface-to-air missile vehicles he had exchanged for in the mall the previous night. He added, "Dispatch 2 missile vehicles from the base as well, to counter enemy air support." With Ye Chen's orders issued, the 3,000 troops at the base immediately assembled and departed, racing toward the northwest battlefield at top speed. Ye Chen then entered the operations command center, observing Bao Longning's forces divided into 3 regiments advancing toward the commanding heights 5 miles away. Watching the dense mass of soldiers weaving through the mountain forests, Ye Chen knew that once his reinforcements of 3,000 arrived on the battlefield, Bao Longning's plan would shatter. Earlier, just 1,400 men had repelled over 9,000 enemy troops. Based on a 1-to-6 ratio analysis, Bao Longning's 15,000 troops stood no chance against the 4,000 elite defenders holding the high ground. Moreover, Ye Chen roughly calculated that Bao Longning likely had no more than 5,000 troops remaining under his direct command. Without hesitation, Ye Chen ordered the Northeast's 1,000 slayers to detach 2,000 men. They would bypass Bao Longning's forces and encircle him completely on the northwest battlefield. Chapter 30, The Li Family Council. While Ye Chen was redeploying the 1,000 slayers, Tok Sheng also received orders from him to lead his own 1,000 men to assist in defending the northeast against the anti-Myanmar government coalition forces. Tok Sheng readily accepted this assignment, having witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of Ye Chen's elite troops in recent days. Without the threat of firearms, in hand-to-hand combat alone, these elite warriors could likely annihilate Bao Longning's 30,000 troops with just 3,000 men.
Moreover, Ye Chen had retained 500 elite warriors in the northeast as the main assault force. Thus, Tak Zheng harbored no concerns about engaging the anti-Myanmar government coalition forces. Once both sides had finalized their battle plans, it wasn't just Bao Longning who waited anxiously for the outcome. Even the various factions within the anti-Myanmar government coalition forces, upon learning that Ye Chen had actually clashed with Bao Longning, the government commander of the Karen State region, were eagerly anticipating the outcome of this battle. For these anti-Myanmar government forces, they actually hoped Ye Chen would win this battle. This would weaken the Burmese government coalition's control over Karen State while also facilitating the expansion of the anti-government coalition's own sphere of influence. However, these anti-government forces had never clashed with Ye Chen or truly understood his capabilities, so they remained unaware of his true strength. Thus, while they hoped Ye Chen would prevail, they harbored doubts about his actual capabilities. One of the anti-government forces. At the Li family estate, Li Huaijia, the head of the Li clan, gathered all the military commanders to discuss their strategic predictions following the clash between Ye Chen and Bao Longning. Father, in my view, Bao Longning bringing 30,000 troops means he's absolutely determined to capture Modwi. Otherwise, he'd likely lose his position as regional commander. I fear Ye Chen won't be able to withstand Bao Longning's forces. Li Huaijia's fourth son spoke first. With the Li family's spies spread throughout southern Burma, news of Bao Longning's campaign had naturally reached them. Fourth brother, that might be a bit too absolute. You oversee the spies in Yangon, so naturally you know Bao Longning better. But from what I've heard, that Ye Chen might not be so easy to deal with. According to my informants in Mayawati, Bao Longning has been fighting in the mountain valleys northwest of Mayawati for nearly a week now and still hasn't emerged. Moreover, I received the latest intelligence today. Ye Chen has dispatched several thousand elite troops to reinforce the northwest front. I reckon Bao Longning will be stuck in those mountain ravines 20 li northwest of Malamine for the foreseeable future. After the fourth son of the Li family finished speaking, the fifth son voiced a different perspective. Listening to his two sons, Li Huaijia remained non-committal. He was effectively nearing retirement, having entrusted command of his forces to his 3 daughters and 2 sons. After his sons finished speaking, Li Huaijia turned to his eldest daughter, the most level-headed and powerful among them. Jinhu, what's your take? Li Huaijia governed his household with extreme rigor, raising his children with absolute equality, even extending to the naming of his offspring. Li Jinhu, that was the name of Li Huaijia's eldest daughter, a name that radiated authority just by its sound. Hearing her father's inquiry, the 34-year-old Li Jinhu replied calmly, Father, there's no need to speculate on who will win or lose in this matter. If Bao Longning wins, he will inevitably suffer losses. If Ye Chen wins, it would be the best possible outcome for our anti-Myanmar government coalition forces. Therefore, we only need to prepare for both outcomes and figure out how to maximize our gains from this battle. That is what we should focus on. Thus, I have 2 proposals. If Bao Longning prevails, we should unite with other factions to see if we can seize the surrounding territories. If Bao Longning retains the strength to counterattack us, then we'll continue our gradual development as before. Should Ye Chen prevail, I believe Father should personally meet with him. After all, once he absorbs Bao Longning's forces, he will dominate the entire southeastern region. But fame breeds envy, and strength invites suspicion. Even if Ye Chen triumphs, we must cultivate goodwill without forming an alliance. Only after he withstands the initial fury of Burma's central government coalition and gains the strength to challenge them should our Li family immediately seek union with him. Only by doing so can our Li family maximize our gains in this conflict, even surpassing the Suwa family and establishing our own faction. Listening to Li Jinhu's meticulous analysis, even Li Huaijia had to admit that his eldest daughter was indeed the sharpest mind in the family. Jinhu was absolutely right. It's even better than I had imagined. You 2 siblings should learn from your eldest sister. This is what it means to win battles from afar, to strategize from the comfort of your command tent. If you all possess Jinhu's wisdom, how could the Li family fail to flourish and prosper? As Li Huaijia's words fell silent, everyone understood that Jinhu's plan had become the Li family's next course of action. The siblings generally held affection for Li Jinhu, especially her husband, who had sacrificed his life in the civil war to rescue her 2 younger sisters. What was even more admirable was that Li Jinhu had promised to hand over power to her 2 younger brothers after stepping down. As for who would ultimately become the head of the Li family, only time would tell. Thus, the siblings remained deeply united, and none harbored jealousy toward Li Jinhu over this matter. When her father praised her, Li Jinhu nodded in acknowledgement, neither humble nor arrogant, exuding an indescribable sense of steadiness and composure. Li Huaijia saw this and immediately laughed, saying, If this Ye Chen wins, I won't have to go. Jinhu, you can represent me. Your father thinks you and this Ye Chen might be cut from the same cloth. It'd be good for you to get to know each other. Though I hear Ye Chen is a bit young, if you fancy him, Jinhu, you could try reaching out. You're not exactly young anymore. It's time to start thinking about yourself. If you can still have children, giving me a few grandchildren would be quite nice. Hearing Li Huaijia's blunt marriage pressure, Li Jinhu closed his eyes and sighed helplessly before replying, Father, there are still important matters to attend to in the military. If you have no further business, I must return to my duties.
Seeing Li Jinhu use this as an excuse to leave, Li Huaijia made no attempt to stop him. After all, he'd been through this countless times before. After Li Jinhu's husband passed away, Li Huaijia had repeatedly tried to find him a new husband. Even Sua Kokai from the Sua family had expressed his willingness to marry Li Jinhu. Yet each suitor was dismissed with Li Jinhu's retort, "Don't be ridiculous." Li Huaiyan knew Li Jinhu couldn't let go of her late husband. With a sigh of resignation, he said, "Go ahead, go ahead. The moment I bring up serious matters, you lose interest." Chapter 31, An Unexpected Victory. Reporting to the commander. Our forces have annihilated 800 enemy troops to the south. We suffered 120 casualties. Reporting to the commander. Our central force has eliminated 1,200 enemy troops. We suffered 260 casualties. Reporting to the commander. Our eastern flank eliminated 1,010 enemy troops. We lost 96 men. In the operations command center, Ye Chen stared at the drone footage on the screen. Smoke billowed through the mountains and forests, while the crackle of gunfire and the roar of artillery echoed all around. It wasn't until noon that Bao Longning's forces halted their first wave of attacks, seemingly preparing to eat lunch before launching another assault in the afternoon. Subsequently, combat data statistics from the morning operations poured in from various units. Enemy losses totaled over 3,000, while our casualties remained under 500. Given the enemy's full-scale assault with maximum firepower, Ye Chen was highly satisfied with such impressive casualty figures. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen spoke, "Send word to Mu Ren. Tell her to prioritize her own safety and find out how long it will take for reinforcements to arrive." Upon hearing Ye Chen's question, Yu Meng checked her tablet and reported, "Commander, reinforcements are 3 li away. They'll fill the gap in our defenses within half an hour at most." Satisfied that the plan was proceeding largely as intended, Ye Chen nodded approvingly before adding, "Also relay this to Qiansha, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will launch a major counteroffensive. This will create an opportunity for him to strike Bao Longning's main camp. She must secure Bao Longning's head." With that, Ye Chen returned to his quarters to rest. For a military novice like Ye Chen, commanding battle was an utterly taxing endeavor. He had to consider every aspect of the enemy's capabilities and psychology, while also guarding against other factions exploiting the situation to strike. Thus, even after merely overseeing operations in the command center for a single morning, Ye Chen felt thoroughly exhausted. Back in his quarters, Ye Chen closed his eyes to rest while mentally browsing the mall, searching for anything within his budget. Nuclear weapons were indeed available in the mall, but their price far exceeded real-world costs. Moreover, such weapons were only suitable for deterring enemies or retaliatory strikes. Myanmar was the stronghold Ye Chen intended to cultivate, so he wouldn't use such weapons to destroy the local environment. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Ye Chen simply couldn't afford them. Since spending a fortune on the Sky Eye system, Ye Chen's mall currency reserves were now nearly depleted. Replenishing 2,000 or 3,000 dead soldiers might be manageable, but purchasing large-scale weapons of mass destruction would leave him stretched thin. Although he still controlled the massive overseas assets of Myanmar's high-ranking officials, Ye Chen had other plans for that money and wasn't prepared to use it unless absolutely necessary. After browsing the marketplace for a while and finding nothing worthwhile to buy, Ye Chen entered sleep mode. Meanwhile, a mercenary assassination squad had already crossed the Thai border into Malamine. Guided by a local Malamine con artist, the team not only entered the city safely but also located the most suitable assassination spot near Ye Chen's military base. Locals knew Ye Chen routinely patrolled the city every few days, so this assassination spot lay directly along his inevitable route. However, Ye Chen's focus was entirely on the battlefield in the northwest, so he had delegated the patrol duties to others. Afternoon, 3 p.m. Ye Chen awoke punctually and proceeded to the operations command center. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no war had erupted. Instead, it was eerily quiet. Then, unexpected news arrived from the northwest front. The enemy forces were in turmoil. In the drone footage, several deafening explosions erupted across the enemy-occupied territory, sending massive clouds of black smoke billowing into the sky. This was followed by intense gunfire and artillery explosions. This enemy infighting lasted an entire afternoon. Eventually, the men brought by Bao Longning all laid down their weapons, raised white flags, and surrendered on the open ground visible from the Muren positions. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Ye Chen, like everyone else, had no idea what had transpired. The cause of the enemy's internal strife was actually quite simple. During the midday council, a commander under Bao Longning, frustrated by heavy casualties among his troops, questioned Bao Longning why hadn't the Central Artillery Brigade arrived to provide support. Bao Longning had been deceiving everyone from the start. Confronted by this commander's questioning, he lost his composure on the spot. Immediately, Bao Longning shot and killed the speaking commander on charges of undermining military morale. Upon learning of this, the slain commander's brother colluded with other regional military leaders, denouncing Bao Longning as a selfish, brutal scum of a commander unworthy of their lives. Thus, under the command of several provincial generals who had suffered heavy losses, 7,000 or 8,000 provincial troops turned against Bao Longning and began attacking his camp. Seeing the tide had turned against him, Bao Longning attempted to flee with his loyal soldiers, leading to a protracted skirmish in the woods. The two sides chased and evaded each other, fighting relentlessly throughout the afternoon. As Bao Longning had lost the support of his men, his numbers dwindled steadily during the retreat. Ultimately, only a few hundred soldiers remained, trapped on a mountain. Rather than reflecting on how he had reached this point, Bao Longning harbored resentment toward Ye Chen and his backer. Driven by this peculiar mix of emotions, Bao Longning ultimately sat beneath a tree and took his own life with a pistol, bringing the battle to a definitive close. Watching Mu Ren's troops begin taking prisoners on the spot, Ye Chen felt both amused and exasperated. He had prepared to commit his entire force to a final, desperate battle against Bao Longning. Yet, unexpectedly, Bao Longning had managed to destroy himself. Truly, the ways of heaven were unfathomable. After a moment of deep thought, Ye Chen turned to Yu Meng beside him and said, "Send word to Mu Ren. After taking the prisoners, he is to establish a field encampment on the high ground 15 kilometers away. That location will become our second military outpost. Inform Qiansha to return to the northeastern base and establish defenses there as well. Begin constructing the base immediately. Inform Tua Kuzhang to return to headquarters. He will now command the primary logistics and transport forces for both bases." After relaying these orders, Ye Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. His objectives were now clear: secure funding and build the bases. Having defeated Bao Longning's forces and dealt a severe blow to the Yangon government army, coupled with the imminent completion of these two bases, Ye Chen's plan to advance into southern Myanmar had taken a crucial step forward. Once the two bases outside Malamine were completed, Ye Chen would possess sufficient strength to defend himself, whether in offense or defense. Chapter 32, Fame Across Burma. What? Bao Longning has been defeated? In the office of the commander of the anti-Myanmar government coalition forces, Sokothwei heard the soldier's report and could scarcely believe his ears. Baolanging's 30,000 troops had not only been defeated by Ye Chen's single regiment, but hadn't even advanced a single step beyond Malamine. It was undeniably astonishing news to anyone who heard it. "Commander! Our informant in Malamine confirmed that only a 2,500-strong regiment is stationed in the northwest. As for how Bao Longning was defeated, there are currently three prevailing theories in Malamine. The first is that Bao Longning's army was defeated, and he subsequently took his own life as an act of atonement. The second is that mid-battle, Bao Longning foolishly executed a local commander, triggering internal chaos that ultimately destroyed his forces without a single shot fired. The third account claims Ye Chen's troops were reckless madmen, willing to fight to the death even if it meant sacrificing several men for one. Thus, Bao Longning's forces were simply worn down. Listening to his subordinate's detailed report, Sokothwei pondered briefly before concluding that all three accounts could potentially be true simultaneously. For a regiment of 2,500 to defeat 30,000, it required not only a spirit of mutual destruction but also a measure of luck. Moreover, based on Sokothwei's years of observing Bao Longning, the commander was indeed capable of making foolish decisions like executing a field commander in the heat of battle. Having arrived at a near-truthful conjecture, Yichen, both the man himself and his army, once again rose in Sokothwei's estimation to a level nearly equal to his own. "Commander! What should we do next? This Ye Chen from Yanxia is rising too fast. Should we send a few suicide bombers to take him out?" Our informant in Malamine reported that Ye Chen regularly patrols the city to gauge public sentiment. The people of Malamine already worship him like a god. Upon hearing this, Sake cast a cold glance at his subordinate before responding sternly, "Keep thoughts of assassinating Ye Chen buried deep within you. Nowadays, every anti-Myanmar government faction wants to establish its own power base. If I provoke Ye Chen, these groups won't just refuse to defend my territory, they might even stab me in the back. Therefore, regarding Ye Chen, we must court his favor and never provoke him lightly. Pass this message down: Ye Chen may become our ally in the future. No one under our command is to provoke him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." After pausing to reflect, Songchai added, "My wife still has an unmarried younger sister. Prepare a generous gift, then have my wife and niece meet this Ye Chen." Upon learning the news, Sokothwei's first instinct was to court Ye Chen's favor, even devising a scheme involving his sister-in-law to win him over. His intentions were clearly calculated. On the other side, the Li family. Upon learning that Ye Chen had defeated Bao Longning's 30,000 troops, Li Huijia immediately dispatched Li Jinhu and his two other daughters, bearing gifts, to rush to Malamine and offer their congratulations to Ye Chen. Other anti-Myanmar government factions, observing the moves of the So and Li families, followed suit and came to congratulate Ye Chen. After all, Ye Chen had yet to form alliances with anyone. Whoever could win his allegiance would effectively stand on equal footing with the So and Li families. Within the Modwi base compound. After defeating Bao Longning, Ye Chen's forces not only seized vast quantities of weapons and equipment but also took nearly 8,000 prisoners. Ye Chen's treatment of these prisoners was unexpected to all. If a prisoner wished to return home, he not only provided travel expenses but also ensured medical treatment for the wounded before releasing them. As for those who had betrayed the Burmese government, whether local militia or Central Army soldiers, Ye Chen treated them equally. If they wished to stay, whether to make a living in Malamine or enlist in his army, Ye Chen provided for all their needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. It was precisely because of Ye Chen's unique approach to treating prisoners that he not only won the hearts of the surrendered troops but also secured pledges from those wishing to return home that they would never again oppose him.
In no time, Ye Chen's reputation became household knowledge even in the Yangdong region. In stark contrast, news of Bao Longning's execution of a field commander spread far and wide.
Worse still, reports of his deceitful practices concealing the truth from superiors and treating soldiers as cannon fodder reached the Burmese central government.
Fool! Idiot! How could my Bao family produce such an imbecile?
In the Commander-in-Chief's office of the Burmese central government, Bao Yongxiang turned crimson with rage upon hearing that Bao Longning had led 30,000 men to attack Manhwa, only to fail to even enter the city and perish in a remote mountain ravine.
Father! The urgent priority now is to send someone to take over Bao Longning's position. Otherwise, if Yangdong descends into chaos, the major cities to the south will also erupt in internal strife.
Bao Junlong, commander of the artillery brigade, cautioned from the side.
Hearing this, Bao Yongxiang's fury boiled over. Bao Junlong had been the one who strongly recommended Bao Longning for his position. Now, with a single sentence, he was being dismissed as if he'd never existed? Then who do you think would be suitable to replace him? Why don't I just hand over my position as commander-in-chief to you? You can take charge.
Bao Yongxiang shot Bao Junlong a cold stare. If it weren't for Bao Junlong's usefulness in controlling the wealthy Kokong elite, Bao Yongxiang would have cast him aside long ago.
Bao Junlong's wife, Wei Rong, was the heiress of the wealthy Wei family in Kokong and the chairwoman of Henry Group. Over the years, if it weren't for the Wei family's annual tribute, which provided substantial military funding, given Bao Yongxiang's temperament, he would have wiped out the Wei family who dared to engage in any business long ago. How could the Wei family still be flexing their muscles in Kokong today?
Hearing Bao Yongxiang's stern words, Bao Junlong immediately knelt and pleaded, "Commander-in-Chief, please calm your anger.
The losses caused by Bao Longning are undoubtedly linked to my recommendation of him to Karen State. I am willing to make every effort to rectify this mistake." Seeing Bao Junlong's pleading expression, Bao Yongxiang waved his hand dismissively. "Go back and think it over. If you feel this artillery brigade commander position is beneath you, I can arrange a transfer." Hearing Bao Yongxiang's words, Bao Junlong felt murderous rage surge within him. This wasn't the first time he'd heard such threats, and each time Bao Yongxiang made such demands, the Wei family had to pay a hefty sum. But Bao Yongxiang now held the position of commander-in-chief of the Burmese government, commanding all its military forces. His authority surpassed even that of the chairman. Though Bao Junlong harbored countless grievances, he dared not act rashly. He could only swallow his pride, biding his time and waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 33, Bye. Congratulations, host, on completing 2 system tasks. Task 1, eliminate Bao Longning. Task 2, defeat the Burmese government coalition forces. System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. While Ye Chen's men rejoiced over defeating Bao Longning, Ye Chen's delight stemmed from receiving the system's mission rewards. Although one of the system's previous tasks remained unfinished, Ye Chen was already satisfied. Upon opening the system interface, the system rewards appeared in his alternate dimension storage warehouse. With a thought, Ye Chen opened the warehouse and saw the mission rewards granted by the system. Bao Longning Elimination Task Reward, 1 Random Permanent Attribute Enhancement Card. Defeat Myanmar Government Coalition Forces Reward, Mall currency equivalent to Yangon's GDP for 3 years. Seeing the system's rewards, Ye Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Though the permanent attribute card was random, anything that boosted his capabilities was a blessing. Then there was the Mall currency equivalent to Yangon's GDP over 3 years, nearly 210 billion renminbi. Suddenly blessed with such a massive sum of Mall currency, Ye Chen couldn't resist the urge to go on a shopping spree. He immediately opened the mall and started buying. Similar to the 3rd-generation fighter jet J-10 Dragon of the Yenxia nation, priced at 9.8 billion. 10 units, please. Similar to the 4th-generation Tiger tank from the Yenxia nation, priced at 150 million. 20 units to start. F-class Death Knights, priced at 50,000. Expand the army by 50,000 immediately. 10 800-mile long-range cruise missiles, complete with missile transport and launch vehicles, priced at 1.5 billion. 10 units to start. Similar to the 4th-generation amphibious Xian armored vehicle of the Yenxia nation, priced at 98 million. 10 units first. Xian Niao armed helicopters, priced at 380 million each. 20 units first. With all these purchases, Ye Chen's military base suddenly became crowded. Fortunately, the complex already featured 4 underground military bases. Capable of housing 50,000 elite soldiers, it was barely sufficient. As for the advanced naval, land, and air weaponry, they were directly stored in the military base's warehouses. With his strength now reaching a new level, Ye Chen set his sights on the entire southern region of Myanmar. The first target was Mongda, the largest city near Mayawati. Mongdo resembled a third-tier county town in the Yinxia kingdom, barely qualifying as developed. If he could seize this location, Ye Chen could advance north to attack Yangon or head south to capture Tonggu.
While this plan seemed sound, Ye Chen wasn't so reckless as to attack Mandalay immediately after a single victory, overestimating his strength. In Ye Chen's view, these were all matters for future planning. The immediate priority was countering the counterattack from the Burmese government coalition forces. If he could withstand their second assault and cement his position as an unshakable local force, then wherever Ye Chen chose to strike next would depend solely on his whim. But as Ye Chen busied himself preparing for the Burmese government forces' second assault, it wasn't the Burmese government forces that arrived. Instead, representatives from the anti-government Karen State local armed forces showed up. As Ye Chen was arranging his forces in his command center, studying potential attack vectors for the Myanmar government forces, a soldier rushed in to report, "Commander, 5 armed jeeps have arrived outside the base gates. They claim to be from the Li family, an anti-Myanmar government faction in Karen State." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen showed no surprise, for the Li family had already sent him a visiting card before dispatching their representatives. The invitation was an ancient yet modern artifact originating from the Yinxia kingdom, reserved only for significant occasions. After seeing the invitation, Ye Chen had informed Qianxia, who was now responsible for the entire security blockade around Malamine. All personnel entering or exiting the area required registration and inspection. If Qianxia refused passage, the visitors would likely be unable to breach the perimeter without mobilizing tens of thousands of men. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the soldiers to let the man through and bring him forward. Ye Chen then resumed studying the maps of the Mayawati area. Base entrance. The Li sisters gazed at the sprawling compound now transformed into a heavily fortified military base. At the entrance alone, no fewer than 50 guards stood watch, each armed with high-caliber rifles and clad in bulletproof vests. They looked even more dashing and imposing than soldiers in American blockbusters. If any force in the world could rival these soldiers, it was undoubtedly the globally recognized top military, the invincible ground forces of Yinxia. Big sis, could Ye Chen be a soldier from Yinxia? That sheer intensity in the sentries? I've only seen it in Yinxia soldiers. Other nations' armies? They're not even worthy of tying their boots. While waiting for the soldier to report on Ye Chen, the 3 Li sisters took the opportunity to survey his military base. The vivacious third sister, Li Changping, spoke first, clearly deeply impressed by Ye Chen's soldiers. Hearing Changping's words, eldest sister Jinhu frowned deeply before sighing helplessly. "Perhaps we really have been living in a well." On our journey into Maati, surveillance began 50 Li out. We encountered our first checkpoint 20 Li in, followed by inspections every 10 Li thereafter. Their military discipline is truly formidable. It doesn't surprise me at all that such a force could defeat Bao Longning. But if we were to seek an alliance with them, I doubt they'd even consider us worthy. Just consider this: after we entered Malamine, they sent us surveillance using advanced armored vehicles. Tell me, how many anti-Myanmar government forces in Karen State could achieve this level of sophistication? Hearing Li Jinhu's words, his younger sister Li Anil remained optimistic. "Big sister, we haven't antagonized them. Even if they look down on us, as long as we show goodwill, would their headquarters really target us? I've heard they treat even prisoners with great kindness. Among the people of Malamine, their reputation is excellent. Given their standing, they shouldn't target us." After second sister Li Anil finished, third sister Li Changping chimed in. "Big sister, I think second sister is right. As long as we don't provoke him, there's really no chance of us becoming enemies." Listening to their words, Li Jinhu shook his head helplessly. Her thoughts extended far beyond those of her 2 sisters. Judging by Ye Chen's current outward display, he already possessed the capital to dominate Burma. When that day came, how would the Li family position themselves? Should they abandon their own interests and integrate under Ye Chen's command, or stand on the opposing side and become sworn enemies? Li Jinhu believed such a day would inevitably come, for Ye Chen's forces truly possessed the aura of a conquering army, just as her 2 sisters had described. Once the dragon gained its wings, it would surely ride the winds and waves, stirring up storms across Burma. Chapter 34. Can you have children? The 3 Li sisters waited at the entrance for a moment before the guards at the gate let them through. They were then escorted to meet Ye Chen. However, upon entering the base, all weapons carried by the sisters' guards were confiscated. Only the 3 sisters were permitted to meet Ye Chen. The rest of the guards were escorted to a lounge to eat, drink, and rest. As the sisters rode in a jeep across the base toward Ye Chen's office building, they gazed in utter awe at the fighter jets, helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and even missile launchers parked throughout the compound. This was no local militia. This was clearly more like the Myanmar government's coalition forces than the Myanmar government's coalition forces themselves. The sisters exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. But with Ye Chen's soldiers nearby, they remained silent. When the 3 sisters were led into Ye Chen's operations command center, they were struck by utter astonishment once more upon seeing Ye Chen, who appeared to be in his early 20s. They had heard Ye Chen was young, but to wield such immense military authority in his early 20s? Wasn't that a bit too young? Noticing their astonishment, Yumeng, who had been reviewing their files, began her introduction. Commander, these three are the daughters of the Li family, the second largest armed faction in Kronbang. This is Li Jinhu, the eldest daughter of the Li Huai family, currently serving as commander of the Li family forces. This is Li Anil, the second daughter of the Li Huai family, currently serving as the quartermaster general of the Li family's forces. This is Li Changping, the third daughter of the Li Huai family, currently serving as deputy chief of staff of the Li family forces. Upon hearing Yomeng's introduction, Yichen smiled as he stepped forward to shake hands with the three. Welcome, ladies of the Li family, to offer your congratulations. It is my utmost honor. At this point, Ye Chen shifted his tone and continued, but as the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Your timing coincides with my recent defeat of Bao Longning, so I suspect your visit holds more than mere congratulations? If you have something on your minds, feel free to speak plainly. As long as your requests aren't too unreasonable, considering you're the first to offer congratulations to this humble Yi, I'll grant them. With that, Ye Chen gestured for them to sit on the sofa. The Li sisters hadn't expected Ye Chen to be so direct, but this saved everyone the trouble of beating around the bush. Li Jinhu, known for his straightforward nature, spoke up immediately. My father's intention is for the Li family to form an alliance with Commander Yi through a marriage alliance. However, Commander Yi has achieved such remarkable success at such a young age. I fear the Li family may not be worthy of you. Therefore, I dare to ask if Commander Yi might propose some conditions for an alliance and marriage between our families. Marriage alliance? Hearing those two words, Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, recalling how noble clans and powerful families had expanded through such means since ancient times, he quickly dismissed his unease. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen finally spoke. An alliance through marriage isn't impossible, but I currently have no plans to marry. As he spoke, an unexpected thought struck him, prompting him to add, still, I'm genuinely curious who exactly would the Li family propose for this alliance? I've heard that nearly all the sisters in your Li family are already married off. Could it be you're trying to fool me with some outsider? Li Chen's words startled the three sisters of the Li family. Seeing no sign of anger from him, they gradually relaxed. Seeming to sense Ye Chen's pressure, Li Jinhu spoke first to explain, Commander Yi, actually, it was my father who sent me for this marriage alliance. I know my youth is gone, which is why I said I'm unworthy of you. I hope you won't misunderstand. Hearing Li Jinhu's words, Ye Chen studied the woman, who still possessed a certain charm despite her age. He found her quite intriguing. A strong woman, steady-tempered, tall and slender, with a beautiful face. If she were 10 years younger, she'd absolutely be the mature, sophisticated type Ye Chen preferred. But Ye Chen was barely in his early 20s. Even if they say a woman 3 years older is like 3 gold bricks, stacking 3 gold bricks together felt a bit overwhelming for Ye Chen. After hearing Li Jinhu's blunt words, Ye Chen fell silent, saying she was actually quite nice. But that would expose his pervert tendencies. Saying she's not, he might end up offending someone. As the first to propose an alliance, Ye Chen valued this opportunity and didn't wish to reject the Li family's goodwill. While the alliance might not bring significant business advantages, refusing it could invite considerable trouble from the Li family. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, so, can you have children? The three sisters of the Li family had expected Ye Chen to use this opportunity to impose harsh conditions. They never imagined his question would be so utterly unique. The moment the question was asked, Li Jinhu, whose composure had remained unshaken for years, flushed crimson. Even his two sisters couldn't suppress their amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. Yet upon seeing their reactions, Ye Chen expressed puzzlement once more. Isn't marriage fundamentally about bearing children and continuing the family line? To me, this is a very serious matter. Therefore, if I were to marry, the first and foremost condition is that my partner must be able to bear children. Of course, if she could be a bit prettier, a bit sexier, and a bit smarter, I wouldn't ask for anything more. Commander Li meets most of my other requirements. Aside from being a bit older, she basically fits my criteria for a partner. As long as Commander Li can bear children, we're not opposed to an alliance through marriage. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the three Li sisters went from stunned to bewildered. They never imagined this Ye Chen could be so unconventional. His eccentricity made his true intentions utterly unfathomable. Seeing the sisters momentarily at a loss for words, Ye Chen promptly added, how about this? I recently seized a large cache of military equipment from Bao Longning. I'll give you a portion of it. Commander Li, please stay a few more days. If you find it suitable, we can discuss the marriage alliance further. As for that batch of weapons, consider it my, Ye Chen's, return gift to the Li family. At this point, seemingly concerned the sisters might worry, Ye Chen added, of course, if you prefer not to stay, you're free to leave any time. I, Ye Chen, won't stand in your way. And regarding that other batch of weapons, you may still take it. Rest assured, I won't use this as an excuse to cause you trouble. Listening to Ye Chen's explanation, Li Jinhu studied him intently, as if seeing that person once more. After a long silence, Li Jinhu finally spoke, since Commander Yi has invited us, we shall stay for 3 days. It will also give us a chance to witness the majesty of your royal army. His tone shifted abruptly as he added, and to address Commander Ye's earlier point, my fiancé perished on the battlefield years ago. I am in perfect health, carry no hereditary conditions, and am fully capable of bearing children.
Chapter 35, The Alliance.
Congratulations, congratulations. Commander Ye is truly young and accomplished. No wonder even a beauty like Commander Li came to pay her respects in person. It leaves us all both envious and jealous. The Malamine base compound buzzed with activity these past few days. First, the three Li sisters, leaders of the anti-Myanmar government faction, came to congratulate Ye Chen. Soon after, commanders from the So family and most of the anti-Myanmar government forces in Karen State paid their respects one after another. Initially, Ye Chen had intended to receive them at the base. However, to avoid revealing his true capabilities, he chose to hold the meetings at a hotel instead. Listening to the congratulations and flattery, Ye Chen appeared extremely humble. Although these anti-Myanmar government commanders might not match his strength, their connections within Myanmar were deeply entrenched.
To avoid unnecessary complications, Ye Chen personally received each of them with exceptional warmth and consideration.
The reason for this approach: first, it avoided unnecessary complications.
Second, these individuals could prove useful. Cultivating goodwill today might yield benefits down the line.
After meeting with each commander at the hotel, Ye Chen invited all the commanders excluding their respective bodyguards directly into a conference room.
Once everyone had gathered, Ye Chen began his address. Thank you all for honoring me with your presence and congratulations today. I, Ye Chen, am deeply honored.
To express my gratitude for your presence, I prepared a small token of appreciation for each of you. At this point, Ye Chen shifted gears and continued, additionally, I'd like to propose some business deals with you all. For those willing to cooperate, I, Ye Chen, have even greater gifts to offer.
With that, Ye Chen instructed Yu Ming beside him to activate the projector.
Images of various light and heavy weapons immediately filled the conference room screens. Ye Chen pointed at each image as he continued. AK-47, 33 Hong Kong dollars replica, Type 81 assault rifle, Type 56 submachine gun, P226, GI pistol, all captured during our engagement with Bo Longning.
These items are merely dispensable to me.
Therefore, if you don't mind, consider these weapons as small gifts for you all. Finishing his explanation, Ye Chen pointed to several more images: Guardian 2D rocket launchers, formerly known as SY-400 ultra long-range guided rocket launchers, 2 units. 2 Type 81 122mm rocket launchers, replicas of the Soviet BM-21 122mm rocket launcher. 50 South Korean-produced M114 towed howitzers, based on the American design.
30 M845P howitzers.
All these weapons are large-caliber artillery captured from Bowen. I'm sure you all understand their value.
These weapons form the basis of my cooperation proposal. Should any commander wish to partner with me, Ye Chen, and demonstrate concrete action, these weapons may be taken at any time. I, Ye Chen, will not bat an eyelid. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the commander representing the Suwa family interjected, May I ask what kind of cooperation Commander Ye seeks? This question voiced the collective thoughts of everyone present, and all eyes instantly focused on Ye Chen.
Seeing this, Ye Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he switched the weapon images on the screen to a detailed map of Mayadamnian. Pointing at the map, Ye Chen declared, I know you all covet this place.
But Mayadamnian is the largest city in Mengbang.
For any one of us here, capturing it would be no easy feat. Therefore, I urge you all to intensify the turmoil within Mengbang. This will create opportunities for us to gradually encroach upon the surrounding areas of Mayadamnian. If we seize all the towns and villages encircling Mayadamnian, then taking the city itself will merely be a matter of time.
For this plan, I am willing to wait.
If you're willing to cooperate, I'll provide weapons if you need weapons, and ammunition and medical supplies if you need ammunition and medical supplies.
Upon hearing Ye Chen's proposal, those present exchanged glances before their eyes settled on the representatives of the Suwa family and Li Jinhu of the Li family.
The Suwa and Li families were both leading figures among the anti-Myanmar government forces. If they dared not take action, then commanders from other factions likely wouldn't dare either. Amidst the ensuing silence, Li Jinhu, Ye Chen's dance partner for the evening, dressed in a sleek blue and white cheapao, spoke first. On behalf of the Li family, I agree to this collaboration. However, the extent to which we'll push the situation in Mayadamnian must be further discussed. Hearing Li Jinhu's endorsement of Ye Chen's plan, the Suwa family representatives quickly followed suit. On behalf of the Suwa family, we also agree to join Commander Ye's initiative. Seeing the Suwa and Li families agree to cooperate with Ye Chen, commanders from other factions immediately chimed in one after another.
I agree too. I'm in too. I'm in too.
Observing the declarations, Ye Chen smiled faintly before switching to another map on the screen. As the primary upstream waterway of Mayadamnian, Pan serves as a crucial transportation artery. Should internal strife erupt here, Mayadamnian will inevitably be affected. I don't need you to send troops to attack or occupy this place, nor do I want your men to die in vain. All I need is for you to sow discord between the local populace and the government, escalating tensions in the region. Then we can seize the opportunity to capture some townships. At this point, Ye Chen retrieved intelligence provided by the captured British and American spies, converted it into images displayed on the screen, and continued. This details the overseas assets of Pan's top leadership and other high-ranking officials, along with comprehensive listings of assets held by their families abroad. With these assets exposed, combined with carefully orchestrated incidents, escalating the chaos in Pan won't be difficult at all. If anyone requires detailed intelligence on Pan's high-ranking officials, contact me, I'll provide it freely. As Ye Chen presented the documents, all the generals except for the Suwa and Li families shifted their gazes nervously.
It was abundantly clear. Corruption wasn't confined to Myanmar's government elite. Among the anti-government forces, the generals were even more corrupt.
Ye Chen refrained from exposing these individuals outright, which was already showing considerable restraint. Whether they interpreted his actions as a threat was ultimately irrelevant. With Ye Chen's current strength, he couldn't care less whether these men dared to attack him.
Ye Chen's sole concern was how many within these anti-government factions would genuinely dare to cooperate with him.
Beyond that, Ye Chen was also using this opportunity to test their true colors.
Who could be an ally? Who was an enemy? One test would reveal all. Chapter 36, Ambush. The celebratory banquet finally dispersed late into the night.
As the arranged marriage partner, Li Jinhu had been spending considerable time with Ye Chen lately. Aside from not sharing a bed yet, they were practically inseparable. After being deceived once, Ye Chen had finally come to a realization. He would certainly have other women in the future, but expecting him to give his heart again was likely impossible. Still, for the sake of succession and to satisfy his desires, he didn't mind that Li Jinhu was 10 years his senior. In contrast, Ye Chen considered Li Jinhu an ideal match, not only beautiful but also exceptionally intelligent. Such intelligent women possessed principles, ideals, and convictions. They understood right from wrong, knew what was permissible and what was not, radiating an aura of integrity. They were nothing like those vile, cunning women who sent chills down your spine and had hearts as venomous as scorpions. Now, in the armored vehicle returning to base, Li Jinhu sat beside Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt perfectly at ease, not the slightest bit uncomfortable. Midway through the journey, Li Jinhu observed Ye Chen's serene expression and addressed him as if they were old acquaintances. Your true target wasn't Mao Danmian, was it? Realizing Li Jinhu had seen through his performance at the banquet, Ye Chen felt no need to hide anything. He picked up Li Jinhu's hands calloused from years of gun practice and admired them as he spoke. You're a beautiful and intelligent woman. Before I was deceived, I wouldn't have had the courage to even approach a woman like you. But now, I've shed that naivety. Everything I do has ulterior motives. If there are trustworthy allies among the anti-Myanmar government factions, I'll naturally consider them friends or confidants like you. At this point, Ye Chen sighed helplessly. Then he added, but after looking around the anti-Myanmar government factions, they're either corrupt parasites or two-faced opportunists working for foreign powers. Looking at it all, only your Li family and the Suwa family have the strength to cooperate with me and are relatively clean. So let those parasites play their part, create headaches for the Myanmar government to cover my tracks. I'll reward them accordingly. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. At this point, Ye Chen glanced at Li Jinhu's beautiful face, locking eyes with her as he said, after tomorrow, you should return home. Go tell your father I approve of the Li family alliance. But I should warn you now, I may not have just you as my woman in the future. Prepare yourself mentally for that. As he spoke, Ye Chen saw a flicker of complexity in Li Jinhu's eyes. He quickly added, I don't mean to disrespect you. What I mean is, I need to father many children, and bearing children is a life-draining endeavor for a woman. The reason I need many children is that I fear my great cause might ultimately fall into the hands of a wastrel. So I must select the finest among my offspring to carry forward the dream I hold in my heart. Dream? Hearing Ye Chen's peculiar words, Li Jinhu asked, then what is your dream? Ye Chen smiled faintly at the question, then replied evasively, if we meet again next time, I'll tell you the answer. Otherwise, I fear you'll laugh at me for being a madman. Ye Chen's words abruptly halted as the lead armored vehicle ahead was struck squarely by an RPG, instantly crippled. Seeing someone dare to attempt an assassination against him in Mayawati, Ye Chen grabbed the walkie-talkie beside him and ordered Xianxia, the security chief, capture every single attacker. I want them alive. With that, Ye Chen set down the radio and ordered Mu Run, who was driving, turn around. Head to base 2. With that, the car executed a sharp U-turn under Mu Ren still driving and sped off toward base 2 in the opposite direction. Attacked on his own turf, Ye Chen's first instinct was that there was a mole within his inner circle. The fact that the enemy could ambush him on his return route meant they knew him intimately, even his travel patterns. That was precisely why Ye Chen hadn't returned to the main base, opting instead for the sudden decision to head to base 2. The moment Ye Chen's car completed its U-turn and departed, a rocket launcher shell exploded where the vehicle had just been, leaving a massive crater. Subsequently, assassins from the following armored vehicles disembarked, completely surrounding the surrounding streets. Xianxia, one of the 3 Elite A-class assassins and the ace of the assassination squad, was the first to locate the enemy ambush site after Ye Chen issued the order. Hidden in the shadows of the buildings, Xianxia moved like a ghost. Swift as a cat, she swiftly scaled the 4th floor of a 5-story hotel. After quietly entering an empty room on the 4th floor, Xianxia immediately located the hotel's hidden surveillance camera. She dismantled it and retrieved a storage box containing 30 swarms of flies. Opening the container to release the swarm, she activated her multi-perspective surveillance system. After donning her VR stereoscopic imaging gear, Xianxia opened the door and slipped into the hallway. The moment he stepped into the hallway, 2 slender, needle-like objects shot from his hand. Standing at the far end of the corridor, the foreigner holding the submachine gun felt only a mosquito bite on his neck before collapsing unconscious. After eliminating the 2 foreign assassins guarding the stairwell, Xianxia glanced at the stairs leading to the 5th floor but did not ascend them. Instead, he used a steel cable hook to scale up to the 5th floor through the ventilation shaft at the corridor's end. Just as he reached the 5th floor, the foreign assassins whose mission had failed attempted to escape via zipline. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly as he flicked several flying needles. Before the fleeing assassins could even catch a glimpse of him, they collapsed unconscious on the rooftop. Evacuation of a team. Evacuation of a team. Evacuation of a team. Team 1 withdrawing. Hearing the foreign language transmitted through the assassin's chest-mounted walkie-talkie, Xianxia raised the heavenly eye monitor on his arm. He quickly pinpointed the location of the other assassin's accomplice on the other end of the walkie-talkie, a residential area just 7 or 8 miles away. Upon receiving this intelligence, Xianxia ordered the arriving assassins to transport the suspect to Base 2. He then led another team of assassins toward the residential compound 7 or 8 miles away, intending to eliminate the entire group. Base 2. This was a base still under construction. The only completed section was the surveillance outpost. After Ye Chen brought Li Jinhu here, they waited for Xianxia's report. As one of Ye Chen's 3 elite assassins, Xianxia did not disappoint. Shortly after Ye Chen arrived at Base 2, good news arrived from the front. Chapter 37, The Mastermind. Jammers? Could a local militia leader already possess the resources to deploy such high-tech equipment? Why wasn't this mentioned in our previous intelligence reports? You must know that this kind of jammer is one of the patents exclusive to the United States. Even Yanxia Nation is still in the midst of developing it. Where did the target's jammer come from? Upon learning of the assassination's failure, the leader in charge immediately pinpointed the cause. The first assassination squad they dispatched had actually targeted Ye Chen's vehicle. It was the misguided bombing of the lead armored vehicle that caused the operation to fail. The real reason was that Ye Chen's convoy had long been equipped with the Sky Eye system. One of its functions was to disrupt any attack commands targeting Ye Chen within its signal coverage range. Thus, the assassin's RPG rocket launcher had been jammed, causing it to veer off course and miss its intended target Ye Chen at the critical moment. Upon learning this truth, the assassin leader was both furious and deeply troubled. If Ye Chen possessed such advanced technology, it meant none of their assassination plans could ever succeed. Upon realizing this, the assassin leader paused to think calmly for a moment before speaking. Due to faulty intelligence, we must withdraw immediately. Otherwise, if the enemy gains enough time, they may very well track us down. After issuing the order to withdraw from Mayawati, the mercenary hired assassin squad hurriedly packed their belongings to flee. However, just as they finished packing and stepped outside to board the car for their overnight escape, they discovered the vehicle wouldn't start. At that very moment, the remaining 7 or 8 assassins sensed trouble brewing. Just as they opened the doors to scatter and flee, countless figures emerged from the shadows, advancing with bulletproof shields. Witnessing this scene, the assassins immediately dropped to the ground, covering their heads, showing no inclination to resist. The entire mercenary assassin squad was subsequently apprehended. As for the traitor who had aided the assassins in infiltrating Mayawati, Xianxia naturally had him arrested along with his accomplices. With the mission accomplished, Xianxia escorted all the assassins and accomplices to Base 2, where Ye Chen was located. Upon learning that Xianxia had captured every single assassin and accomplice, Ye Chen ordered him to take them to the construction site currently under development. Gazing at the assassins kneeling before the massive pit, Ye Chen spoke coldly, "I'm giving you one chance. Tell me who the mastermind behind this is. I will reward those who cooperate honestly. As for those who refuse to speak, punishment awaits." With that, Ye Chen pointed at the mastermind among the accomplices. "You have no right to this chance. According to my intelligence, your family was among the first to receive subsidies after I became the master of Mayawati. I can understand your disloyalty, but repaying kindness with betrayal? That I cannot tolerate." With that, Ye Chen turned to his executioner and ordered, "Drag him to the shredder." With that, the man who had aided the assassins was thrown into the grinder amid his desperate struggles, crushed into a pulp. Witnessing Ye Chen's ruthless methods, every assassin shuddered in fear, dreading the possibility of meeting the same gruesome fate. "Your turn. Speak. Who sent you?" After disposing of the traitorous accomplice, Ye Chen pointed at another assassin and demanded again. I don't know." The assassin glanced at their leader, stammering out his words, clearly terrified. Facing such a stubborn bastard, Ye Chen didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he had the man carried away and tossed into the crusher. Watching the blood spatter from the crusher, the remaining assassins were too terrified to even look at Ye Chen, fearing he might point at them next.
But Ye Chen had no time to waste grinding people in the crusher. He fixed his gaze squarely on the burly man who served as the assassin's leader. Now tell me who sent you. The leader remained silent for a long moment after the question was asked. Seeing this, Ye Chen smiled faintly and added, "Long ago, I met 2 British and American undercover agents operating in Myanmar. They have extensive connections. If you have family in those 2 countries, I'm sure with their capabilities, finding your loved ones won't be difficult. It doesn't matter if you refuse to talk now. Once I find them, they'll end up like this. I guarantee I can make this happen. Beyond that, I'll offer 50 billion to hunt down every last one of your relatives, leaving not a single one alive. And this is the price you'll pay for attempting to assassinate me." With that, Ye Chen had his men collect DNA samples, facial features, physical characteristics, and personal belongings from the captives. He then mimicked the motion of slitting a throat before preparing to leave. Seeing Ye Chen was serious, all the assassins panicked. They might not fear death, but some among them had people they truly cared about. The moment Ye Chen turned away, several assassins completely broke down. They immediately threw themselves at his feet, spilling everything they knew. "We were hired by a Chinese businessman. He offered a massive bounty for your life. Only our leader knows the contact details for that boss. Our boss has a daughter who's already emigrated to Switzerland. Our boss also has a mistress in Canada." Listening to the assassin leader's subordinates spill all his secrets, Ye Chen was thoroughly satisfied. He then turned to the group and said, "I hope the intelligence you provide is genuine. If your boss still isn't telling the truth, you'll have to endure a period of confinement at my base. Once I send men to retrieve your boss's family, those who provide accurate information will not only be granted a way out but also receive a generous reward." With that, Ye Chen prepared to lock them up and set out to locate the assassin leader's family based on the information provided. Seeing Ye Chen's unwavering resolve, the assassin leader completely broke down. He never imagined Ye Chen could act with such ruthless decisiveness. He finally confessed, "The man who sent us to kill you is named Shi Jijiang. He's a major investor in Myanmar, even Myanmar's high-ranking officials know him. He's currently in Dawei. After you seized his fraud operation, he planned to set up another one there. Before we came, I met him in Dawei and received the advance payment for your assassination." Shin Jijiang? Hearing that name, Ye Chen felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of recollection, it finally clicked. This name had appeared in the phone confiscated from Bao Longning. For a moment, Ye Chen seemed to grasp something. Chapter 38, Mae Sot County. After the Li sisters departed, Ye Chen warmly escorted them out of Malamine. He even dispatched 1,000 troops to accompany them into the territory controlled by anti-Myanmar government forces before returning. In present-day Kayan state, Ye Chen's reputation was formidable. Even when his troops crossed territories, local factions showed considerable deference. After all, they had recently received considerable benefits from Ye Chen. If they turned their backs on him now, he might just teach them a lesson. "If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you dare to provoke me, I will annihilate you." The international mercenary organization that attempted to assassinate Ye Chen learned this lesson the hard way. Unfortunately, after experiencing that lesson, they never had the chance to reconsider. After identifying the mastermind behind the operation, Ye Chen did indeed fulfill his promise by paying the group a substantial sum before allowing them to depart base 2. But Ye Chen wasn't a fool. "If you came to assassinate me, did you really think you could just walk away?" Thus, after the mercenaries left base 2 and contacted another group in Malamine, they met their end in the jungle. Upon learning that more spies lurked within Malamine, Ye Chen decisively dispatched his elite forces to eliminate them. During the operation, however, the loyalists uncovered a shocking truth: these spies were double agents. They were not only connected to the mastermind behind the fraud operation but also had ties to high-ranking officials within the Burmese government. That a lowly spy could be entangled with Myanmar's government elite inevitably made Ye Chen ponder deeper implications. Through deepening investigations and interrogations of the spies, Ye Chen uncovered a truly shocking revelation. It turned out that besides British and American meddling in Myanmar's internal affairs, a certain island nation was secretly manipulating and destabilizing the country from the shadows. Moreover, the various scams targeting Yencha Nation, when traced to their source, revealed that the true mastermind behind them was part of the island nation's invasion plan. Faced with this shocking revelation, Ye Chen was astonished yet found it entirely plausible. During World War II, that island nation had launched large-scale invasions across Southeast Asia. Ye Chen absolutely refused to believe it could ever abandon its aggressive nature. Since this incident indirectly exposed the island nation's involvement, Ye Chen accelerated his plan to change Myanmar's leadership. Earlier at the congratulatory banquet, Ye Chen had hinted at his covetousness toward Malamine and even encouraged anti-Myanmar government forces to stir up trouble. However, only a handful knew this was merely a diversionary tactic. What Ye Chen truly coveted was Taungoo, dubbed the Hong Kong of Myanmar. Pha, located in Myanmar's southernmost coastal region, was also recognized by the Myanmar government as a deep-sea economic zone for the Yencha Nation. Despite its status as a coastal economic zone, Thilawa has a population of only 100,000, with fishing, timber, and seafood processing as its primary industries. If Myanmar were a nation with stable government and civil society, this region could genuinely become Myanmar's answer to Hawaii. Alas. From British colonial rule to the island nation's invasion during World War II, irreconcilable conflicts have plagued its people. To this day, internal strife persists unabated. Thus, despite having the potential to become Myanmar's Shenzhen Guangzhou Special Economic Zone, without a strong government to implement it, it falls far short of achieving the same level of development. The reason Ye Chen set his sights on Tuvalu was precisely its geographical location. Bordered by the sea, Tuva offers immense economic advantages for maritime trade and transportation. Militarily, the ocean provides a strategic depth of territory. Consider this: if Ye Chen controlled even one or two nuclear submarines, he could emulate North Korea's stance. Even challenging the United States would compel Washington to show considerable restraint. However, to attack Tuba, one must first seize the entire Meiktila district. Malamine is merely a sub-district within Meiktila. If Meiktila itself cannot be captured, then forget about taking Tuba or coveting all of Burma. Fortunately, Ye Chen had previously eliminated Pao Lang Ning, the regional commander of Karen State, and dealt a severe blow to the Myanmar government's allied forces in the area. Therefore, seizing Mae Sot now was merely a matter of following through on the momentum. Upon returning from Base 2, Ye Chen summoned Mu Run, intending to dispatch him with 10,000 troops to spearhead the assault and purge the enemy forces entrenched in Mae Sot County. Upon receiving the order, Mu Run swept through the entire Maeshi County the very next day, though they encountered resistance from small factions and remnants of the Burmese government forces along the way. However, against the formidable force of 10,000 elite warriors, these resistance groups were like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. They couldn't stir up much of a storm. Within 3 days, all hostile forces in Mae Sot County were utterly wiped out. Even small-time fraud rings were so terrified they packed up and fled overnight. After all, Ye Chen was notorious as a fraud hunter. Once the mastermind behind any scam ring was captured, the only outcome was execution by firing squad. Of course, for those who put up a fight, Ye Chen offered special treatment until they were satisfied. After securing Maeshi, to appease the locals, Ye Chen collaborated with the Li family's undercover agents stationed there, temporarily entrusting the Li family to oversee the county's affairs. The Li family was naturally delighted by Ye Chen's overture. Having just joined forces with him, they had already secured the lucrative prize of Maeshi County, a development that filled them with unbridled joy. Upon learning that Ye Chen had not disdained Li Jinhu and had even expressed interest in a marriage alliance, Li Huaijia's delight was palpable. After Li Yu captured Maishao County and entrusted its governance to the Li family, Li Huaijia even considered meeting this sharp-witted young man. Fortunately, Li Jinhu intervened, reminding him that nothing was certain yet and that rushing things could backfire. Only then did Li Huaijia regain his composure. Nevertheless, Li Huaijia penned a letter to Ye Chen, pledging the Li family's full support for any requests. After receiving Li Huaijia's letter, Ye Chen found himself wondering, with technology so advanced nowadays, why hadn't the other party simply called him? But when Ye Chen picked up the phone to reply, he froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Given the current situation, the relationship between the Li family and Ye Chen was extremely delicate. They weren't quite in-laws yet, but they were more than just allies. In such circumstances, it was truly difficult to say much. Should their relationship deepen or sour in the future, anything spoken now could become a laughingstock. Better for both sides to maintain an unspoken understanding, preserving each other's dignity. After pondering, Ye Chen suppressed his urge to contact Li Huai's household. Instead, he instructed the messenger to convey his gratitude. Chapter 39, Promotion to S-Class. Mae Sot derives its name from the Mekong River. Being adjacent to Thailand, it was considerably more prosperous than other inland regions. After Ye Chen's forces occupied Mae Sot County, only two paths lay before him. First, he could advance westward, capturing Gao Jeli and pressing toward Mayatamian or Pan. Second, attack southward, seize Ban Phepa, then capture Bangaladon to open the way for an assault on Tua. As one of Burma's major cities, Malamine was not only heavily garrisoned but also plagued by chaotic local conditions. Even if Ye Chen possessed the strength to attack Mandalay now, he would not choose to do so at this moment. For if the Burmese government were to divert the conflict eastward, directing ethnic tensions toward him, the entire population of Mandalay would become his enemies. However, attacking Ban Phra Pha or Bang Kaladon would be considerably easier. After all, these were merely two small counties with relatively sparse garrisons. Moreover, local anti-Myanmar government forces had already established cooperation with Ye Chen. Thus, on the fifth day after Murin captured Mae Sot, news reached Ye Chen's ears. Local Rohingya in Ban Phepa had raped Burmese ethnic minority girls, yet the Ban Phepa government failed to address the issue seriously, sparking massive protests. The police station and government offices in Ban Phet Phra were attacked by large numbers of protesters and had now been rendered paralyzed. The military station in Ban Phi Pha attempted to deploy to restore order, but excessive force resulted in fatalities, reigniting and escalating the conflict. Upon learning this news, Ye Chen ordered Mu Run to mobilize his troops. That very night, Mu Run led 10,000 soldiers directly toward Bampo. The Bampapa incident had already been fueled by anti-Myanmar government forces. As soon as Ye Chen's troops appeared, local anti-Myanmar government forces acted as guides. With their support, Mu Ren's 10,000 troops swept through Banpapa. Ultimately, in the mountainous region of Banpapa, they killed the garrison commander. The remaining soldiers surrendered, with only a few escaping into the forests and fleeing toward Bangladesh. After securing Banpapa, Yichen immediately ordered Mu Ren to lead his forces westward toward Bangladesh. The garrison commander of Bangladesh was a thoroughly corrupt official and a complete incompetent. Upon hearing of Ye Chen's advancing forces, he fled that very day with his family to Malamine, then escaped abroad. Seeing their commander flee, the garrison at Bangladesh lost all will to resist. They knew full well that even the commander of the Karen region had fallen to Ye Chen. With only a few thousand men, their resistance would barely serve as warm-up exercise for Ye Chen's troops. In just 1 week, Mu Ren led his 10,000 troops to capture 2 cities in succession. News of this swiftly spread throughout southern Burma. The regional commander stationed in Malamine was named Kangchen. It was noteworthy that Malamine had served as the capital of Burma during the British colonial era. Now Kangchen, the regional commander of Malamine, had taken a British wife with golden hair. Kangchen's choice of a foreign wife was inextricably linked to his immediate superior, Aung San Suu Kyi. Upon hearing the name, Aung San Suu Kyi immediately recognized it as the offspring of Burma's founding father and a Japanese woman. Having married into the British family, Aung San Suu Kyi became the daughter-in-law of the British and now stands as the head of the Burmese government. Thus, one can see just how deep the waters run in Burma. Yet Ye Chen understood clearly, Aung San Suu Kyi was leveraging British influence in Burma to serve and profit for a certain island nation. Ye Chen couldn't care less whether Aung San Suu Kyi had multiple hideouts, nor did he care whether her lackey Kangchen would send troops to support Bangalore East. On the contrary, Ye Chen would welcome Kangchen's intervention, as it would provide an opportunity to weaken the military presence in Malacca. What disappointed Ye Chen, however, was that upon hearing of Bangladesh's fall, Kangchen showed no reaction whatsoever, let alone sending reinforcements. Though his contingency plan had failed, Ye Chen remained unconcerned. With 2 medium-sized counties now secured, his forces were stationed in Bangladesh while Banpapa lay undefended. Thus, Ye Chen ordered Xiansha to lead 10,000 troops from Malamine, swiftly establishing a garrison at Banpapa. With these 2 forward bases secured, Ye Chen's next task was to repair the highways connecting the 2 medium-sized counties to Mayawati. This undertaking was undeniably a massive project. Yet Ye Chen understood that the people of both Banpapa and Bangladesh were not wealthy. He reasoned that this presented an opportunity to boost local incomes, thereby enhancing his influence and governance. Thus, when Ye Chen's project commenced, locals learned that wages for working on his road would be double those elsewhere. Consequently, roughly half the population from both regions flocked to the construction effort. Ye Chen had originally planned to complete the highway within a year, facilitating rapid troop support and deployment between 3 key points. Unexpectedly, with over half the local population joining the effort, the road construction project's pace accelerated by a staggering 3 to 4 times. At the current pace, Ye Chen's triangular highway network would be completed in less than 3 months. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully occupying Banpapa. Congratulations, host, on successfully occupying Bangladesh. Congratulations, host, on gaining 80% favorability from Banpapa locals. Congratulations, host, on gaining 75% favorability from the local residents of Bangladesh. Mission complete. Rewards have been dispersed. While inspecting Base 3, Ye Chen suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. After the system finished its announcement, Ye Chen realized he had completely taken control of both Banpapa and Bangladesh. Opening the system inventory, several eye-catching rewards appeared before Ye Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 assassin upgrade cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 permanent random attribute boost card. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining plus 7.87 billion in store currency. Listening to the system's announcements, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had longed to upgrade his 3 assassin beauties for ages. But the system had never provided such items before, leaving him helpless. He never imagined that after Mu Ren led the troops to complete the mission, he would receive 2 assassin upgrade cards. Needless to say, Ye Chen immediately used both upgrade cards to enhance Mu Ren. As soon as the upgrade cards were used, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Assassin upgrade card successfully used. A rank assassin successfully promoted to S-rank Lord's Assassin. Congratulations to Mu Ren on acquiring the S-rank skill, Shadow Slay. Congratulations to Mu Ren for obtaining the S-rank weapon, Star Devourer. Chapter 40, The Downfall of the Southern Defense Army. After Mu Ren ascended to S-rank assassin, Ye Chen temporarily stationed Yumeng in East Bangala to cover for Murin, while he dispatched Murin to Tuwa on a mission. Mu Ren's objective this time was to send assassins to kill Ye Chen's Shizijiang. It must be said that Shi Jijian was indeed cunning. He chose to reside in Tuwa, a location where retreating meant he could hide in Thailand or Laos. If forced to flee, he could escape by sea to the Philippines, Malaysia, or even Australia, truly more cunning than a rabbit. It was precisely because Ye Chen had considered this that he didn't wait until the day he attacked Hua to capture Shi Jijiang. Instead, he dispatched Mu Run to carry out the hunting mission. After dispatching Mu Run, Ye Chen assumed that with his current strength, ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke him. Unexpectedly, shortly after Mu Run departed, the Yumeng forces stationed in Bangladong were ambushed by the Karen State Border Guard. Upon hearing the news, Ye Chen remained remarkably composed. Yet this composure did not imply he would let the matter rest. The Karen State Border Guard force was essentially one of the Myanmar government's allied factions. While ostensibly under government control, their actions were never authorized by anyone. Ironically, the primary economic sources for the Karen Border Guard forces, aside from providing security for scam operations, were drug trafficking and human smuggling. A military unit that claimed to fight for national justice while committing heinous crimes. No wonder anti-government forces were growing stronger in Myanmar's special regions. During his time in Mayawati, Ye Chen had already clashed with the border forces. However, they had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, so Ye Chen hadn't pursued them. What Ye Chen hadn't anticipated was that even with his current strength, they would dare provoke him. This time, he wouldn't be so forgiving. Border guards were typically stationed along district frontiers. While ostensibly guarding against anti-government forces, these units were actually smuggling drugs and controlling border trafficking. In Karen State, 3 border guard units operated, one in the south, one in the west, and the last one, driven into disarray by anti-Myanmar government forces in the northeast. The border guard unit now under attack was the one stationed in southern Karen State. Leveraging their geographical advantage, the enemy typically launched hit-and-run attacks before retreating into the forests to hide. When it came to guerrilla tactics, the founding father of Yenxia Nation was the pioneer in this field. Thus, Ye Chen naturally grasped the essence of guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare, guerrilla warfare. The most crucial element was mobility, staying fluid and seizing opportunities. Upon learning the border troops' movements, Ye Chen ordered Yumeng to remain stationary within the city. He then dispatched Banpapa's Thousand Slayer, leading 5,000 troops, along with anti-Myanmar government forces from Banpapa's vicinity, to directly seal off the border troops' southern retreat route. After issuing the command, Ye Chen was taken aback when the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Large-scale warfare detected. System mission is being issued. Mission 1, annihilate the border defense forces in Karen State. Mission 2, unite with anti-Myanmar government forces to launch a large-scale counteroffensive in Karen State. Mission 3, eliminate all Burmese government organizations in Karen State. Hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen froze for a moment. He had only intended to eliminate the southern border defense forces. How had this escalated to the entire situation in Karen State? Just as Ye Chen was utterly baffled, Li Jinhu delivered a crucial piece of intelligence. The island nation's inspection team and Aung San Suu Kyi's son were currently surveying the southern border forces' territory. The exact nature of their inspection remained unclear. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen instantly understood why the border forces had attacked him with such fury. It turned out that Ye Chen's consecutive captures of Banpapa and Bangladong, coupled with the encirclement from anti-government forces in the southernmost Mon State region, had trapped the southern border forces like fish in a barrel. Even more fortuitously, both the island nation's delegation and Aung San Suu Kyi's youngest son were within the southern border forces' sphere of influence. Upon learning this, Ye Chen abandoned all pretense. The combined 20,000-strong forces from Banpapa and Bangladong immediately fanned out in a network formation, launching a counteroffensive deep into the mountainous territory controlled by the border defense forces. The border troops were not small in number, numbering over 10,000. However, Ye Chen's forces were greater still. Ye Chen's main force numbered 20,000, bolstered by anti-Myanmar government forces from Mon State and Karen State, bringing the total to a formidable 40,000 troops. Faced with encirclement from multiple fronts, the border defense forces in southern Karen State began retreating steadily. The two sides then engaged in a protracted stalemate within the mountainous terrain for a full fortnight. Ultimately, the southern border defense commander was killed in action. The remaining soldiers either fled into Thailand or surrendered, bringing this battle to a definitive conclusion. Having achieved a decisive victory in the encirclement campaign, Ye Chen first received the commanders from the Mon region and southern Karen State in Bangala East. He then distributed the spoils captured from the southern Kayan region equally among the various factions, instantly earning a wave of goodwill. Upon receiving their share, the border factions in Mon State immediately contacted all anti-Myanmar government forces in the region upon returning to Mon State, initiating the process of forming an alliance with Ye Chen. Ye Chen wasn't sure how effective this approach would be, but he figured it was worth a shot regardless of the outcome. To his surprise, barely 3 days after the southern border campaign concluded, he received calls from various Mon State faction leaders extending overtures of cooperation. After responding to each of them individually, Ye Chen made it clear that any faction willing to ally with him would receive weapons and funding to help establish their own local governing authority. His reasoning was simple: Ye Chen had become too conspicuous. If he didn't encourage others to challenge the Burmese government, the regime would free up its forces to target him directly. Ye Chen wasn't afraid of a showdown, but he wasn't ready to go head-to-head with the Burmese government just yet.
Setting aside the fact that the Myanmar government's regular forces numbered between 400,000 and 500,000, with land, sea, and air branches, their long-range strike weapons like rocket artillery held a clear advantage over Ye Chen's arsenal. The three key players backing the Myanmar government alone compelled Ye Chen to proceed with caution. If he provoked the Myanmar government into seeking international aid and triggering a multinational joint operation, Ye Chen would undoubtedly experience the same treatment once bestowed upon the Yanxia nation. Lacking the formidable strength of the Yanxia nation, Ye Chen would never prematurely launch a large-scale war against the Myanmar government before fully securing the southern regions. Thus, after eliminating the border defense forces in southern Karen state, multiple Burmese government institutions in Karen and Mon states came under bombardment. Local police stations colluding with the fraud hub like rats in a nest became prime targets for anti-government forces. In an instant, the southern regions of Myanmar were engulfed in smoke and fire, as if transported back to scenes from World War II. Chapter 41, Kim Alice's Plea for Mercy. Master, Kim Alice has been brought in. At the Mada Industrial Park base, Ye Chen was reviewing the latest intelligence from the southern Myanmar war zone when two loyal guards escorted a mixed-race youth into the room behind Yu Meng. Let me go. You Burmese terrorists. My mother is high-ranking in the Burmese government. She won't let you get away with this. The moment Jean Alice entered the room, he began ranting incessantly, his attitude brimming with arrogance and insolence. Ye Chen shot him a look as if he were an idiot. To act so brazenly while under someone else's protection truly, he didn't know when to quit. Facing Ye Chen's silent stare, Kim Aris seemed to sense the murderous intent radiating from him and instantly fell quiet. After a long silence, Ye Chen finally spoke. You have two choices. First, answer my questions truthfully, and I guarantee you'll leave unharmed. Second, I kill you, then send your head to the Burmese government. Let's see how your mother reacts. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Kim Aris glared at him through gritted teeth for a long moment before finally speaking. What do you want to know? I want to know what you were doing in Karen State with that Japanese delegation. I also want to know, are you representing your mother, the British government, or both? Ye Chen calmly voiced his thoughts. Yet after posing these two questions, Kim Aris fell silent, seemingly unwilling to answer. Seeing Kim Aris's attitude, Ye Chen showed no anger. He merely said coldly, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. Then take these secrets with you to the grave. With that, Ye Chen waved his hand, signaling Yu Meng to take the man away for disposal. He then focused his attention on the intelligence report in his hands. I'll talk. I'll talk. Seeing Ye Chen's complete lack of patience, Jean Alice panicked and quickly begged for mercy. Speak. Treasure this chance. Or I won't have time to waste on you. Ye Chen set down the intelligence report, adopting an attentive posture. This time, the British government has teamed up with the island nation to massively cultivate drugs in Karen State for profit. The British government is facing severe financial issues, and the island nation is also in an economic slump. After negotiations, they plan to establish a massive drug cultivation base in Burma. Since the United States withdrew from Afghanistan, most drugs on the market originate from North and South America. Establishing a cultivation base in Asia would allow them to monopolize the majority of the Asian drug market. That's why Britain sent me and the island nation representatives here for this inspection. After hearing Kim Aris's words, Ye Chen remained non-committal, merely waving his hand at Kim Aris and saying, for now, you'll stay at my base for a month. After a month, I'll naturally let you go. With that, Ye Chen instructed Yu Meng to escort him away. Ye Chen had his own reasons for not killing Kim Aris and instead detaining him for a month. First, Kim Aris had witnessed the might of Ye Chen's forces in Karen State. Releasing him immediately would alert the Burmese government to Ye Chen's capabilities, compelling them to take him seriously. Second, with Kim Aris in his custody, even if the Burmese government had already learned of Ye Chen's existence, as long as Kim Aris remained in his hands, Aung San Suu Kyi would hesitate to allow the forces behind her to attack Ye Chen. 1 month. That was ample time for Ye Chen to seize control of the entire Karen State. If he moved swiftly enough, he might even secure Tuwa. Studying the battle reports in his hands, Ye Chen knew the next test would be whether the anti-government forces could withstand the Burmese government's combined assault. As long as both sides could hold out in Malamine for a month, Ye Chen's plan would essentially be accomplished. Meanwhile, on the other side, hidden away in a luxury hotel in Ta, Shi Zhejiang savored his fine wine. Tomorrow was the day he had arranged with the international mercenary assassin, and anticipation began to build within him. What kind of head would his killer bring back? But just as Shi Zhejiang was lost in his fantasies, a hotel attendant pushed a food cart into the room. Mr. Shi, your lunch has arrived. Where would you like me to place it? Spotting the stunningly beautiful waitress delivering his meal, Shi Zhejiang's lecherous instincts kicked in. He reached into the bag beside him, pulled out a stack of US dollars, and tossed it at her feet. Hey, sweetheart, how much can you make as a waitress? Spend a week with me, and I'll make you more money than you could earn in a year. How about it? Blushing at Shi Zhejiang's teasing, the attendant murmured softly, Sir, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. With that, she picked up the bills from the floor and reluctantly handed them back to Shi Zhejiang. Watching the shy waitress, Shi Zhejiang gave a devilish smile. Having known countless women, he knew instantly that the girl before him was smitten. If 1 stack wasn't enough, then 2 stacks, 3 stacks. Shi Zhejiang firmly believed that with enough temptation, no woman was beyond his reach. But just as he was about to empty his wallet to tempt her, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. Everything went black and he collapsed unconscious. Who are you? Before Shi Zhejiang could finish his words, the shy beauty's face in his vision turned icy cold, then gradually blurred. When Shi Zhejiang regained consciousness, he found himself bound head to toe and stuffed inside a burlap sack. At that moment, Shi Zhejiang finally understood some enemy had come looking for revenge. Feeling the vehicle swaying, he knew he was being transported along a mountain road. But which enemy had the means to track him down? No matter how hard he racked his brain, Shi Zhejiang couldn't figure it out. After lying in the vehicle for an unknown duration, Shi Zhejiang awoke from sleep to the sudden halt of the car. He was then lifted out by 2 men. His mouth was gagged, so even if he wanted to beg for mercy, he couldn't speak. Just as he thought he was about to be killed silently, he felt himself being thrown heavily onto the ground. Then, the hood covering his head was removed. When his eyes adjusted to the light, Shi Zhejiang found himself staring at a young man he'd never seen before, sitting on a sofa and gazing at him coldly. A sharp tearing sound. As the duct tape was ripped from his mouth, Shi Zhejiang finally voiced his burning question. Who the hell are you? Why did you kidnap me? Hearing this, the youth spoke slowly. I am Ye Chen, the man you tried to kill. Chapter 42, The Plan to Attack Taoa. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Shi Zhejiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Shi Zhejiang never imagined that the man he had sent assassins to kill was not only alive and well, but also powerful enough to track him down and capture him. Watching Ye Chen search the command room for the loyalists, each with an icy expression, Shi Zhejiang pondered for a moment before quickly feigning ignorance. General, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a businessman. We have no grudges or conflicts. Why have you kidnapped me? If it's money you want, I can give you 50 million. Just let me go, I'll give you my entire fortune. Even now, Shi Zhejiang clung to his belief in the International Mercenary Assassins' Code of Honor, convinced they wouldn't betray him. After all, even if those mercenary assassins died, as long as they didn't reveal their employer and thus protected the interests of the assassin group, their families would receive a generous death benefit. Therefore, Shi Zhejiang believed that by feigning madness, he might just escape unscathed. Listening to Shi Zhejiang's evasive pleas, Ye Chen offered a faint smile before handing him a stack of documents. No need to rush with explanations. Take a look at these first. With that, Ye Chen waited silently. Seeing Ye Chen's composed expression, Shi Zhejiang instantly lost his composure. Picking up the documents on the table, he froze. They contained not only his money transfers to international assassins but also a detailed record of his rise from an obscure nobody to his current status as a wealthy tycoon. It could be said that the dossier Ye Chen presented covered nearly every detail of his life except perhaps what underwear he wore today. Staring at the documents before him, Shi Zhejiang felt utterly defeated, momentarily at a loss for words to defend himself. Observing Shi Zhejiang's despair, Ye Chen felt deeply satisfied. He picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and then spoke. For a tycoon worth tens of billions, offering a mere 50 million to buy your freedom seems a bit petty, don't you think? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Shi Zhejiang glimpsed a sliver of hope. If Ye Chen was after money, perhaps he could truly escape this predicament. General Yi, name your price. I'll do my utmost to meet it. But while I may be worth billions, that money isn't all mine. I'm sure you understand that. Listening to Shi Zhejiang's words, Ye Chen nodded and then took up the thread of the conversation. You started your business with a few tens of thousands back then, and now you're worth billions. I certainly don't believe that fairy tale about deceiving children. I know that after you arrived in Myanmar, you made contact with an undercover agent from Taipei operating there. It was only with this agent's help that you reached your current position. According to my investigation, the most you could actually access is 2 billion. Yet the wealth you control far exceeds that figure. Since you're so fond of scams, why not team up? Let's swindle the fortune from your puppet master. Once it's done, I'll spare your life. What do you say? Hearing Ye Chen's terms, Shi Zhejiang was stunned by Ye Chen's methods, yet he also realized this might be his only chance to survive. I accept. Whatever you say, I'll do. After uttering these words of submission, Shi Zhejiang sighed helplessly and sat down on the floor. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He didn't want to die. Good. No wonder you've risen to your current position, you agree so readily. Stay at the base for a few days. Once I've made arrangements, I'll come find you. With that, Ye Chen instructed Mu Ren to escort the man away. After Mu Ren led him away, Li Hongxiu, who had been preparing to report on her work, interjected, Boss, I've met Shi Zhejiang once. He's cunning and deceitful. You mustn't let him trick you. If you let him go, he'll find every possible way to get back at you. Waving off Li Hongxiu's well-intentioned warning, Ye Chen replied, I wouldn't trust a con artist like Shi Zhejiang anyway. But he still has some use right now. Once I get the money out of his hands and have him help me take down Taoa, he'll learn firsthand what it means to be swindled. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Hongxiu paused, then sighed in relief. That's good. If scoundrels like him can live comfortably, then many of us who were deceived into this life might die with unresolved grievances. Seeing the sorrow on Li Hongxiu's face, Ye Chen stood up and patted her shoulder.
Don't worry. I'm not the type to be blinded by money.
If I truly wanted to be a millionaire, I wouldn't be involved in this line of work. After that, Ye Chen changed the subject and continued, all 3 bases are progressing smoothly now.
You don't need to keep a constant watch over them. I have a new mission for you to handle. Successfully completing this will not only secure Tuwa for us, but also seal Shizijiang's fate. Are you willing to take it on? I'm in. Facing Ye Chen's inquiry, Li Hongxiu answered without hesitation. Good.
Then go find Jinhua and Wu Di immediately and have them establish a construction company. You will serve as the company's chairman. Then, under the guise of investment, go to Tuwa to establish connections with their government and secure a major project.
This project must enable me to relocate 10 to 20,000 people to Tuwa. Once our people are settled there, we'll take control of the Tuwa government. At that point, Tuwa will essentially be ours. I'll assign Xianxia to assist you in this endeavor. As for the funding, let this wealthy Mr. Shi cover it. Hearing Ye Chen's plan, Li Hongxiu's eyes lit up instantly.
She hadn't expected Ye Chen would attempt to seize control of Tuwa through such means. Initially, everyone assumed Ye Chen would use military force to overrun Tuwa, fearing a joint counterattack from the Burmese government forces. But now that Ye Chen proposed this approach, it was undeniably effective and swift. Rest assured, boss. I will see this through. Li Hongxiu pledged confidently before heading off to find Jinhua and Wu Di. Watching Li Hongxiu's retreating figure, Ye Chen said to Yu Meng, go to the prison and see our brother Kim Aris.
Have him write a letter of recommendation.
With Aung San Suu Kyi as our banner, I'm sure our plan will proceed much more smoothly.
Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng nodded and departed, heading to find Jean Alice imprisoned in the cell. Chapter 43, Stealthy Maneuver.
Though Myanmar's military strength ranked among the world's top 30, its economic power placed only around the 120th position. Therefore, even amidst years of internal strife and warfare, the Burmese government would exhaust every means to attract foreign investment. Thilawa, being a coastal region, should theoretically attract ample investment. However, due to Myanmar's chaotic political landscape, only state-owned enterprises from other nations or conglomerates backed by national support dare to invest here. Yet beyond its exploitable tourism resources, Myanmar's other industries remain largely stagnant.
Consequently, the number of companies willing to invest here is extremely limited. Tua's investment promotion department has faced increasing difficulties in attracting investment due to the ongoing domestic turmoil.
Consequently, when they received a letter of intent from a company called Chunhua Group, they treated it with particular seriousness. Furthermore, since Chunhua Group was recommended by Aung San Suu Kyi's son, the Tuwa government placed unwavering trust in them. Consequently, when the Chunhua Group's inspection team arrived in Thua, the local government extended a high-level reception. Sitting in the office of the Minister of Investment Promotion in Yangon, Li Hongxiu looked at the map projected on the screen and said, Minister Min Lei, we plan to invest in 3 tourist areas in Yangon. One of these tourist attractions will be located in the suburbs of Yangon City itself. After all, this area boasts beautiful scenery and rich cultural heritage, so the returns are sure to be excellent. As for the other 2 tourism zones, we hope to establish them in Pai and Ulwin and Lulu. Connecting these 3 tourism zones in a straight line is precisely our investment objective. If visitors come to our tourism zones, even a brief tour of these 3 recommended locations would cost them at least 10,000 Myanmar kyats in transportation alone. If we can attract 10 million tourists annually, the Myanmar government stands to gain at least 100 billion Myanmar kyats in revenue. At current international exchange rates, 100 billion Myanmar kyats equates to roughly $50 million or 350 million renminbi. Our research shows that the total annual salaries of all Thilawa officials combined amount to only about $80 million. In other words, if our tourism zone investment succeeds, it would instantly alleviate over half of the Thilawa government's financial pressure. Listening to Li Hongxiu's eloquent explanation, the Minister of Investment Promotion for Tuwa couldn't help but beam with delight. What he didn't know was that these 3 locations had all been carefully selected by Ye Chen. Both Bimbo and Lulu were coastal locations with harbors, making them ideal for naval bases. Moreover, Tuba City, Bimbo, and Lulu strategically spanned the entire Tuba region. Controlling these 3 points, backed by naval support, would ensure Tuba's secure defense. But before that, Ye Chen had one more thing to do: forge an alliance with the Li family through marriage. For if Ye Chen remained a citizen of Yenxia, and if he launched a war in Burma, the Burmese government would likely appeal to the international community to intervene against him. But if Ye Chen became a Burmese citizen, it would be a Burmese civil war. International powers would struggle to find a suitable pretext to intervene. Of course, the Seven Eyes Alliance, those self-appointed Pacific police, would likely shamelessly fabricate some maintaining international stability scheme to hunt him down. But once Ye Chen secured Ta first, he'd have nothing to fear from the Seven Eyes Alliance. Because when Ye Chen dispatched Li Hongxiu to Tuwa to transfer soldiers under the guise of an investor, the system issued him his first fixed reward mission beyond the binding contract. The mission objective was
Simply seize control of Tuva, and Ye Chen would obtain an atomic bomb. Among the world's 5 permanent UN Security Council members, which one didn't possess nuclear weapons? With nuclear weapons, he could finally stand tall. Anyone daring to provoke him would receive a devastating surprise in return. After 3 days of negotiations with Tuan government officials, Li Hongqiu's investment plan gained the Tuan government's backing. Though securing the tourism zone construction permit cost Ye Chen hundreds of millions in bribes, compared to gaining control of Tuwa, but some seemed insignificant. 1 week later, under the pretext of worker relocation, Li Hongqiu transferred 10,000 people in batches to the outskirts of Tuwa city. Then, 2 more groups of 5,000 each were transferred to Bimbo and Lulu. Some were transferred under the guise of company assignments, while others were sent under the pretext of tourism. As for the weapons used to arm these men, they were concealed within Manhwa Company's construction machinery. With the government's full backing, these weapons were transferred without even a search by local police. In fact, bribed by Ye Chen's men, the officers were downright enthusiastic, practically eager to haul the machinery themselves and deliver it to Chinawa's destination. Seeing his plan about to commence, Ye Chen dispatched Xiansha and Murin to oversee operations while he personally led 2,000 men to the Li family in Kronbang for a marriage alliance. The Li family accorded Ye Chen the highest regard. Not only did Li Huijia personally receive him, but every direct descendant of the Li lineage met with Ye Chen individually. Clearly, the Li family recognized the potential of this dark horse, Ye Chen. A marriage alliance between the Li and Ye families would effectively place the future of Kronbang under their joint control. As for the So family, they naturally sent representatives to seek Ye Chen's hand in marriage for Sokakai's sister. Upon hearing this proposal, Ye Chen offered Sokakai a single response: if you dare to invade the Kokong region, then marrying your sister is not out of the question. Songchai pondered Ye Chen's retort for a long time. It wasn't until he heard that Ye Chen had gone to the Li family that it suddenly dawned on him. Recently, friction between various Kachin forces and the Burmese government's allied forces had been escalating. Sokakyu had always suspected the Li family was secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes. Now that Ye Chen had gone to the Li family, this matter must inevitably be connected to him. Songchai initially suspected Ye Chen intended to ally with the Li family to annex the Karen state region. However, aside from the recent defeat of the border defense forces, there had been little friction in Karen state lately. Thus, Songchai dismissed that notion, assuming Ye Chen's true target was Malamine. Now that Ye Chen has ordered him to advance into the Kokong region, so Kosai finds himself increasingly unable to discern Ye Chen's true intentions. Is he using this as an opportunity to weaken the So family? Or was Ye Chen preparing to unite with the anti-Myanmar government coalition forces, aiming for all of Myanmar? Ye Chen, of course, remained oblivious to Sokochai's doubts. His visit to the Li family was solely to formally claim the beautiful Li Jinhu as his wife. Li Jinhu was thoroughly satisfied with Ye Chen, young, capable, and completely unconcerned that she was a 30-year-old spinster. Thus, when Ye Chen arrived bearing a generous dowry, the Li family had already prepared a new wedding gown for Li Jinhu. Little did anyone know that after Ye Chen's marriage alliance with the Li family, he would soon become the most renowned figure on the international stage. Chapter 44, The Offensive begins. Begin the assault. After finalizing the betrothal with the Li family, Ye Chen's first action upon returning to base was to command the assault on Tuwa's city government. Upon Ye Chen's command, the loyalists who had infiltrated Tawa disguised as workers immediately launched attacks against the Tawa government and military. Simultaneously, the Li family, having agreed to deploy troops in coordination with Ye Chen, launched their assault from the northeast direction at the earliest opportunity. With the Li family tying down the Burmese government coalition forces in the northeast, Ye Chen's loyalists found their assault on the Tawa government significantly easier. Anti-Myanmar government organizations in TWA were scarce for 2 reasons. First, the terrain lacked sufficient depth, making it unsuitable for guerrilla warfare by anti-government forces. Second, Ta State's coastal proximity and relatively robust economy meant that even the poorest residents could find suitable employment by leveraging the region's geographical advantages. Consequently, military garrisons in Tuba were relatively sparse. The main garrisons in TWA were concentrated in 4 locations, one in Yi City near Manhwa, and the other 3 were precisely where Ye Chen had positioned his forces. Defeating the garrisons at these 4 points and overthrowing the local government would make capturing Ta State a straightforward matter. The fighting erupted in the dead of night. The Myanmar government troops stationed in the outskirts of Tuwa were caught off guard before Murin led 10,000 men to breach the camp gates. By the time the soldiers at the outskirts base realized what was happening, the entire base descended into chaos. Ye Chen had explicitly ordered that any Burmese government soldiers found armed could be killed outright. If they were unarmed, they could be spared. But allowing these soldiers to escape would only deepen TWA's chaos. Ye Chen sought precisely this chaos in TWA. Only then could he take advantage of the confusion, ensuring the Burmese central government remained unaware of who had attacked TWA. Moreover, while Murin led 10,000 troops to assault the Ta suburban base, another 1,000-strong force simultaneously attacked the Ta Power Grid Corporation. The Power Grid Group was a state-owned enterprise controlling Myanmar's telecommunications and electricity sectors. Capturing it would sever Ta's connection to the outside world. Watching his soldiers methodically execute each tactical objective, Ye Chen knew that after tonight, Tuwa would truly be within his grasp. Seeing that Mu Ren had the outskirt space firmly within his grasp, Ye Chen turned to Yu Meng beside him and said, "Let them move out." Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng nodded in acknowledgement before relaying his orders. To seize Tuwa, Ye Chen had prepared no fewer than 3 contingency plans. The first 2 could be executed independently or in combination, forming the primary offensive strategy for capturing Tuwa. The third preparation, however, was a contingency plan in case the assault on Tuwa failed. The first plan involved a diversionary tactic, disguising soldiers as workers to infiltrate Tuba, then launching an attack at the opportune moment. The second plan involved sweeping across the entire Tuba region with a large force, eliminating all Burmese government allied forces. Additionally, Ye Chen had allied with anti-Myanmar government forces in Karen State through the Li family, inquiring if any were willing to join the campaign. Once Ta fell, all participants would share in the spoils. Having tasted victory in the previous conquest of Karen State, these forces had not only expanded their territories but also significantly bolstered their strength. Seeing the potential rewards in following Ye Chen, many eagerly volunteered to join forces. Together with Ye Chen's main army, they would sweep southward from the north. After dispatching his initial 30,000 troops, Ye Chen used the system marketplace at his base to expand his forces by another 50,000. This new force was stationed to defend Karen State against potential Burmese government attacks, while also serving as the vanguard for future northern offensives, a twofold advantage. While Ye Chen now possessed ample funds for expansion, the task of equipping these additional troops presented a headache. Fortunately, a successful capture of Thilawa would not only grant him the wealth points from the entire region but also allow him to seize the overseas assets of Myanmar's high-ranking officials. According to a captured mole, wealthy Burmese officials typically funneled their assets through Thilawa. Capturing the city would effectively vaporize their fortunes. The thought of soon reaping tens of billions sent excitement surging through Ye Chen. With this fortune secured, capturing Tuwa would guarantee funding for establishing his land, sea, and air forces. He could then assemble 2 naval fleets, establish air forces in both northern and southern Tuwa, and divide the ground forces into 4 armies, 3 tasked with northern offensives and 1 dedicated to defense. Once these forces were established, Ye Chen would finally be ready to truly test his mettle against the Burmese government's coalition. Of course, these were all plans for the future. For now, capturing Ta was the absolute priority. Seated in the command center, Ye Chen monitored Mu Ren's offensive while simultaneously tracking the movements of the other 3 armies. One force was tasked with attacking the government in Ta City, while the other 2 were assigned to assault Lulu and Pimba. Inside the government hall of Tuwa City, Li Hongxiu sat in the chair of the Tuba Federation president, glaring at the government officials cowering on the floor. "Who among you has ties to Shi Zhejiang? Step forward and confess everything, and I might spare your lives. If I have to find out myself, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing Li Hongxiu's words, the officials present exchanged nervous glances. After a moment's hesitation, several finally stepped forward. The rampant fraud in Myanmar was fundamentally tied to the government's inaction, or rather, its tacit approval. As someone who had been defrauded herself, Li Hongxiu naturally despised the situation with deep-seated hatred. Ye Chen had sent her here to oversee operations, and it was far from a mere ceremonial role. Cleaning out the cancer within the Burmese government was part of her mandate. Only after purging these elements could Ye Chen, upon taking control, cultivate a new team and firmly secure his grip on Tawa. As several high-ranking officials emerged, Li Hongxiu immediately declared, "Spill everything you know about the fraud zone. Then you can take your lives and get the hell out of here. If anyone dares to conceal anything, the fate of the federal chairman awaits them." As she spoke, Li Hongxiu gestured toward the cold, lifeless body of the Tuwa Federation chairman lying on the floor. The chairman's demise was, in truth, his own doing. After Li Hongxiu stormed the Tuwa government building, the chairman, who had been entertaining a woman inside, was rudely interrupted. Grabbing a pistol, he charged out. Seeing him aim the gun at Li Hongxiu, the loyal bodyguards by her side immediately riddled the Tuwa Federation chairman with bullets. Chapter 45, Taking Tuwa. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. The Tuwa city government complex is now fully secured. Aside from a few fleeing Tuwa officials and soldiers, all others have been apprehended. Reporting to Commander. The Tuwa suburban base has been captured. We've eliminated 6,000 enemy troops and captured over 8,000. Aside from a few soldiers who escaped, all senior military officers have been either detained or killed. Commander. Bimbo has been fully secured. We eliminated 2,900 enemy troops and captured 3,000 prisoners. Additionally, troops have been stationed at the Bimbo docks. Should any external reinforcements arrive, we are prepared to counterattack at any moment. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Lulu has been fully secured. Aside from a few offshore islands we cannot yet control, both the Lulu government and allied forces are under our command. Our forces have eliminated 4,000 enemy troops and captured over 5,000 prisoners. After spending the entire night in the operations command center, Yichen finally heard the triumphant reports from all fronts as dawn broke.
Now that Tuwa was largely under control, all that remained was for his forces and the anti-Myanmar government factions to sweep through the entire region, purging all remnants of the Myanmar government. Then Tuwa would truly bear the Yi name. Though Ye Chen's plan had initially proceeded smoothly, his main force encountered an unexpected skirmish upon advancing into Tuwa. As the main force advanced south of Yi City, a group of miscellaneous soldiers calling themselves the Descendants of the Sun suddenly emerged from the roadside to ambush Ye Chen's troops.
Descendants of the Sun?
Without needing anyone to tell him, Ye Chen knew these attackers were undoubtedly forces planted in Myanmar by the island nation. Given the island nation's doggedly unchanging nature, Ye Chen concluded this was undoubtedly preparation for their third invasion of another country. Upon receiving this intelligence, Ye Chen immediately issued an order for total annihilation, leaving not a single one alive.
To these despicable islanders, Ye Chen never regarded them as human beings.
A force of 1,000 or 2 might seem formidable to ordinary people, but to Ye Chen, they were nothing more than trash that could be wiped out in half a day. In the end, Ye Chen's forces took less than half a day to annihilate this island nation's military force disguised within Burmese territory. The main force then pressed southward.
Although they encountered numerous skirmishes along the way, these merely slowed Ye Chen's advance. They did not alter the outcome. Of course, Ye Chen's advance on Thilawa could not be concealed indefinitely.
When his forces were just 50 li from Thilawa, the Burmese government, having learned of the offensive, mobilized in response. However, the Burmese troops dispatched from Malamine had barely reached the outskirts of the Mayawati base, 50 li away, when they encountered Ye Chen's expanded forces stationed at bases 2 and 3.
In an instant,
south of the line stretching from Yangon to Mayawati, the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder as battles erupted everywhere. Anti-government forces, upon encountering Burmese regular troops, would launch hit-and-run attacks before retreating, avoiding direct confrontation with the Burmese coalition forces. Thus, when the Burmese government's regular forces encountered Ye Chen's troops stationed at bases 2 and 3, they mistakenly regarded Ye Chen's large force as an easy target. They charged recklessly, fighting with utter carelessness. The ensuing outcome saw nearly 40,000 troops utterly annihilated in the forests dozens of miles from Malamine. Following this disaster, Myanmar's top brass railed against the commander leading the operation as incompetent, yet they dared not send forces to hunt down Ye Chen again.
The name Ye Chen became the most feared entity within Myanmar's anti-government coalition forces. After that, the Burmese government fell silent, not a single word about Ye Chen surfacing. Whether they were plotting something in secret or simply no one dared provoke this killing god remained unknown. During this period of silence from the central Burmese government, Ye Chen's main force advanced rapidly through the Tuwa region. With an area of approximately 2.7 million square kilometers, Tuwa's greatest north-south span measured only 400-500 kilometers. Ye Chen's 30,000-strong army, joined by anti-government forces, advanced southward from the north. Within just 21 days, they had completely occupied the entire Tuwa region. At the base compound,
Ye Chen was deep in thought, strategizing the specifics of establishing his upcoming land, sea, and air forces, when he received a call from Muren.
Reporting to the commander-in-chief. Our forces have fully occupied Tuwa.
This operation lasted 21 days, eliminating over 60,000 enemy troops and seizing countless supplies and weapons. Additionally, our forces suffered over 8,000 casualties, leaving approximately 42,000 troops. As per the original plan, 10,000 troops are now stationed in Tuwa, while the remaining 32,000 are divided into 4 armies of 4,000 each, deployed across 8 key military cities in Tuwa. As Muren delivered his report, the weight on Ye Chen's heart finally lifted.
Excellent. You will temporarily oversee all military and administrative affairs in Tuwa. Headquarters will relocate to the base on the outskirts of Tuwa within the next few days.
Additionally, should anyone attempt to stir up trouble, you need not seek my approval, eliminate them immediately. After issuing these orders to Muren, Ye Chen turned to Yu Meng beside him and said, "Looks like it's time for us to move.
Go relay the orders."
From now on, Xianxia will serve as the commander of the Miaowati frontline base, with the 4 sisters Lin Danyang as his deputy commanders, assisting Xianxia in handling all military and administrative duties.
Yes, sir.
As Ye Chen's orders were issued, Yu Meng also set off to carry them out. Although Malamine had become the forward base after Ye Chen's relocation, he had no intention of relaxing his guard here. Once he relocated to the To region, stabilized his position, and established his army, his next targets would be Malamine and Yangon. Therefore, stationing 50,000 troops in Malamine felt like no waste at all to Ye Chen. The moment Ye Chen finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards have been dispersed. Please collect them promptly. Ding!
Detecting imminent international pressure from major powers.
New mission generated. Mission 1, retaliate against the major power threatening you.
Mission 2, declare your sovereignty and strength, intimidating the major power that dared to threaten you.
Mission reward, high-tier random reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen hurriedly opened the system inventory to check the tasks.
Immediately, he spotted the very thing he'd been longing for.
Nuclear weapons. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring one Ivan-class nuclear weapon. Gazing at the nuclear weapon, Yichen couldn't help but smile. Possessing this meant he'd essentially affixed a life-saving talisman to himself. If any other nation dared to join the coalition to eliminate him, he would make them understand the meaning of retaliation. Chapter 46, Come Try Me. 3 days after receiving news that Murun had secured full control of Tuo, Yichen relocated only the heavily AI system to a base on the outskirts of Tuo, leaving most of his other weapons and military equipment behind. Upon arriving at the outskirts base, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 89.7 billion mol currency. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring an additional 421 billion mol currency. Hearing the system's notifications, Yichen stared at his store currency balance now exceeding 500 billion and felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. With this massive sum, he could expand his forces in Tuwa by another 100,000 ground troops, 30,000 naval personnel, and 10,000 air force personnel. Combined with his existing 90,000 plus ground troops, his land forces would now exceed 150,000. Purchase 50 J-15 fighter jets. Cost 100 billion. Purchase 2 battleships and 10 destroyers. Cost 150 billion. Purchase tanks, armored vehicles, firearms, drones, robotic dogs, rocket artillery, and various military equipment. Cost 80 billion. After procuring everything he desired, Yichen still had over 100 billion left in his mol currency. However, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, he decided to save this surplus. With Ye Chen's sudden military expansion reaching nearly 200,000 troops, his presence now towered over even the commander-in-chief of Myanmar's Central Union Army. Leaders of anti-Myanmar government factions now treated Ye Chen with extreme deference. After all, in Ye Chen's eyes, they likely held less standing than the former Karen State Border Guard Force. Moreover, these factions now conducted business throughout various regions of Dawei. Without Ye Chen's permission, they couldn't take a single penny. Consequently, the commanders of these various anti-Myanmar government factions now treated Ye Chen almost like their boss. Wherever Ye Chen feasted, they were sure to get a share of the broth. After relocating to Ta, Ye Chen's first act was to marry Li Jinhu. He then spent roughly 10 billion yuan constructing a grand estate adjacent to the suburban base in Ta. Modeled after the grand halls of the Forbidden City, this estate became known to outsiders as the Little Tiananmen Palace. Today, Ye Chen attended a banquet with his beautiful wife, Li Jinhu. The gathering featured not only representatives from various anti-Myanmar government factions commanders, but also included international media outlets Ye Chen had deliberately invited. For instance, the BBC from Britain, CBN from the United States, and international media outlets like Thailand's and Yenxia's CCTV. Mr. Yi, as a citizen of Yenxia, why would you invade the beautiful nation of Myanmar? The press conference had barely begun when a fearless British reporter fired off a deliberately provocative question, aiming to intimidate Ye Chen. Upon hearing the question, Ye Chen smiled faintly, produced his newly converted passport, and gestured toward Li Jinhu beside him. My passport states I am Burmese, and my wife is Burmese as well. I don't understand why you would slander me. Nevertheless, I wish you a pleasant journey in Dawei. With that, the British reporter who had asked the question was dragged out by soldiers standing nearby. Moments later, a gunshot echoed from outside. Hearing the shot, Ye Chen looked at the others and said, Today, I expect everyone here to speak like human beings. If anyone else acts as shamelessly as that Briton, I won't hesitate to send them to meet God so they can discuss with him what proper conduct truly means. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the CBN reporter from the United States of America wisely stood up and asked, Mr. Yi, do you believe the actions you are taking now are recognized by the Burmese people? Or are they not recognized by the Burmese people? Hearing the reporter's question, Ye Chen smiled faintly and replied, Before I arrived, the average monthly income for the people here was $300 or $400. After I arrived, their earnings doubled. Do you think they approve of me? After answering the American reporter, an Australian journalist stood up and asked, Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid that the Myanmar government will team up with major international powers to suppress you? Ye Chen's eyes lit up at this question. He had held this press conference precisely to declare that he feared no siege anyone daring to challenge him would soon regret it. As soon as the reporter finished speaking, Ye Chen instructed Yu Meng beside him to project a slide onto the large screen behind him. This is our latest nuclear weapon development. Its destructive power is 10 times that of Russia's Big Ivan. If anyone wants to taste its might, they're welcome to come try it. The room fell silent as shock rippled through the crowd. Instantly, every journalist scrambled for their cameras, firing off shots frantically, desperate not to miss this explosive and utterly intimidating revelation. After the press conference concluded, Ye Chen led Li Jinhu to a meeting room specially arranged for representatives of the anti-Myanmar government forces. Everyone present had contributed to the recent offensive on Tuwa. Their gathering today was essentially to secure their share of the spoils from the upcoming division of Tuwa's resources. Observing the eager expressions around him, Ye Chen declared, Moving forward, I expect all representatives to adhere to 3 prohibitions and 3 unifications. The 3 no's are, no drug trafficking, no fraud, and no drug manufacturing. The three unifications are a unified front, unified action, and unified faith. As long as you adhere to these principles, every industry I develop in Taoa will include your share of the profits. Tuba possesses mineral resources and geographical advantages, while I bring technology and you provide manpower. With effective collaboration, we can all prosper. To reward your cooperation this time, based on the specific operational tasks, each of you will receive a benefit payment ranging from a minimum of 10 billion to a maximum of 100 billion. Beyond that, from the weapons I've seized, whatever catches your eye I'll sell it to you at half price. Any objections? Clap clap clap. No objections here. Commander Ye's approach has always been convincing, we trust him implicitly. Exactly. Commander Ye is generous. We'll still follow your orders. Well said, well said. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the crowd below chimed in with a chorus of agreement, not a single voice of dissent among them. Ye Chen knew these men followed him solely for profit. Even without the billions he'd promised as rewards, the wealth they'd seize by crushing the Tuwo local government would easily surpass the total earnings from years of toiling in the mountains cultivating drugs. Now that everyone had food on the table, who would still bother with such shady business? Seeing their cooperation, Yichen wasted no time. He produced a contract for them to sign, then began transferring the funds. Meanwhile, upon learning Yichen possessed nuclear weapons, the Five Eyes Alliance convened another emergency summit meeting. Chapter 47, The Encirclement Meeting. Inside the Parliament building in Naypyidaw, Myanmar's capital, representatives of the Five Eyes Alliance gathered alongside Burmese government officials to discuss matters concerning Ye Chen. Your Burmese military is utterly incompetent. You actually let some greenhorn from Yenxia Nation beat you into retreat, and now you've lost the southern Taoa suburbs and the Karen State region. Your government bears inalienable responsibility for the loss of our invested industries in these regions. Therefore, Myanmar must compensate us for all our losses. The American representative pounded the table with his usual forceful manner. In truth, although Ye Chen had occupied the southern regions, he had no intention of seizing the foreign-owned industries there. First, doing so would provoke too many adversaries. Second, most of these enterprises were essentially shell companies, with only a handful of genuinely valuable assets. With hundreds of billions in assets already under his control, Ye Chen couldn't care less about these holdings. The Five Eyes Alliance was pressuring the Myanmar government merely to extort a hefty sum. Exactly. Your government must compensate us for our lost assets and grant us international legitimacy to eliminate Ye Chen. Otherwise, how can we save face as five major powers? The British government representative spoke with equal force, seizing the opportunity to demand the right to intervene in Myanmar's military and domestic affairs. As the British representative finished speaking, the Japanese delegate chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "Why doesn't the Burmese government join our alliance? Then, in the name of the government, invite us to jointly eliminate Ye Chen. Once we've dealt with Ye Chen, compensation for those lost industries will be settled. But the Burmese government must grant us a concession in Burma to conduct our business. With the support of our five great nations, we are confident Myanmar will grow increasingly prosperous, and its people will enjoy a better life." Listening to the wolfish ambitions of these major powers, the Burmese government officials dared not speak their anger. Already beset by internal and external crises, another misstep could spell the complete collapse of their government. Myanmar's chairman Min Aung Hlaing and commander-in-chief of the armed forces Bao Yongxiang exchanged glances. Min Aung Hlaing then spoke, "We understand the positions of all representatives. We can consider the issues you have raised. However, discussing these matters before eliminating Ye Chen is merely after-the-fact talk. Currently, NATO forces are bogged down in the Ukrainian conflict. If you truly possess the capability to encircle and eliminate Ye Chen, we naturally have no objection to your deployment of forces. However, your operations must be strictly confined to the area south of Yi City. Should anyone attempt to undermine our Burmese government, we will certainly not let it go unpunished." Upon hearing Chairman Min Aung Hlaing's words, the Five Eyes representatives exchanged glances, each seeing a fiery gleam in the other's eyes. The representative of the United States government, in particular, could barely contain his delight. The United States was currently facing a major economic crisis. Only by igniting conflict elsewhere could they alleviate domestic pressure through the military-industrial complex. Therefore, receiving permission to deploy troops to Myanmar to eliminate Ye Chen naturally filled the American representatives with delight. However, since Ye Chen's press conference, the world had learned that a warlord named Ye Chen in Myanmar possessed nuclear weapons. Although the veracity of this information remained unverified, the American representative was no fool. He was unwilling to risk nuclear bombardment by acting recklessly. Thus, the American representative glanced at the Japanese delegate and chuckled, "Our nation is currently maintaining international order in Ukraine. Therefore, the minor task of eliminating the Ye Chen warlord would be best handled by Japan." As soon as he finished, the British representative chimed in with a smile, "Quite right. Your island nation is closest to Myanmar. You provide the troops, we supply the weapons. We'll cooperate to eliminate Ye Chen. In return, your island nation will gain the right of first refusal to select concessions in Myanmar." The Japanese representative wasn't fooled by the Anglo-American provocation.
They had tasted the true horror of nuclear weapons firsthand. Sending their own troops to confront Ye Chen's warlord forces would be courting a second round of nuclear bombardment. I must report this matter to our Prime Minister before making a final decision. Gentlemen, please refrain from rushing to conclusions. After all, this warlord Ye Chen is right here in Thilawa. Where else could he possibly go? The other nations knew the island nation's representative was merely stalling for time, but his reasoning was sound, leaving them no grounds to force the issue. Thus, the American representative surveyed the 7 nations present and reluctantly proposed, in 2 weeks lies the NATO Alliance Summit. Perhaps we should revisit this matter then. But before then, the Burmese government must withstand Ye Chen's attacks. We absolutely cannot afford to lose the South and then the North as well. With that, the meeting on eliminating Ye Chen concluded. Far away at the Ta suburban base, Ye Chen was currently enjoying his honeymoon vacation with Li Jinhu at his sprawling estate. Though in her early 30s, Li Jinhu maintained an impeccable appearance, looking no older than 25 or 26. As the military commander of the Li family's anti-Myanmar government forces, she exercised regularly, maintaining a stunningly fit physique. On their wedding night, if not for Ye Chen's youthful stamina, he might not have been able to keep up with Li Jinhu's insatiable appetite. Husband, with all the commotion you've stirred up lately, aren't you afraid international forces will unite to hunt you down? You must understand that Myanmar is a hotbed for numerous international factions. Otherwise, the country wouldn't be embroiled in endless civil wars year after year. By the estate's swimming pool, Ye Chen lounged on a deck chair, letting Li Jinhu dressed in a bikini massage him, utterly content. Ye Chen never imagined his first wife would be someone as stunningly beautiful and well-connected as Li Jinhu. Patting Li Jinhu's snow-white thigh, Ye Chen smiled faintly. I do welcome them coming to fight me. The NATO alliance, led by the United States, is nothing but a spent force. They've opened up the Ukrainian front and are locked in a bitter struggle with Russia. If they dare open a new front in Southeast Asia, I'll make them regret it. Once international warfare begins, there's no turning back. At this point, Ye Chen squeezed Li Jinhu's pale thigh and added, I've already applied for citizenship for you all in Yenxia. If the day ever comes when I truly can't withstand their attacks, I'll send your entire family to Yenxia for refuge. Yenxia will become the world's leading power sooner or later, I'm absolutely confident of that. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Guest. But if you manage to hold off their encirclement, or if they abandon their siege, will you then advance northward? If you ever truly unify Myanmar, how will you handle the local military factions? Li Jinhu was a woman of both beauty and intelligence. She understood that Ye Chen dared to make such bold international declarations only because he possessed the backing and strength to back them up. Therefore, she didn't ask about his plans in case of failure, but rather inquired about his strategy for success. Ye Chen understood that Li Jinhu's questions stemmed from concern for the Li family. After all, though allied with Ye Chen now, the Lis remained, at their core, a regional warlord faction. If the day truly came when Ye Chen unified Burma and their interests clashed, they would inevitably become enemies rather than in-laws. Rest assured. If warlords like your Li family, who genuinely care for the common people, emerge in the future, they will inevitably become the administrators of the special zones. Myanmar's ethnic conflicts won't be resolved overnight, so the special zones serve as a buffer to mitigate these tensions. If these warlords are only after wealth and privilege, should I ever unify Burma, I can offer them the chance to leave military and political life behind and enjoy their riches in peace. Of course, this opportunity comes with one condition: they must not cross my red lines. With that, Ye Chen wrapped his arm around Li Jinhu and took the chance to get a little cozy. Enough of that. Get dressed up tonight, I'm taking you to meet some special guests. Evening. At the gates of a grand estate on the outskirts of Tuwa, several Hongqi armored vehicles pulled up slowly. 2 East Asian men and 1 Caucasian man stepped out in succession. Seeing them disembark, Ye Chen, who had personally come to greet them, led Li Jinhu forward to shake hands with each in turn. It is my profound honor to welcome all 3 distinguished guests together. This is my wife, Li Jinhu. After introducing himself, Ye Chen promptly introduced the 3 mysterious guests. This humble one is Kim Jong Cheol. Commander Yi may address me simply as Jong Cheol. I am Wang Yi. Commander Yi may address me by my given name. My name is Vladimir Vire. Commander Yi may simply call me Vire. Hearing their remarkably concise introductions, Li Jinhu had already guessed their origins without needing Ye Chen to elaborate. Wise men often see through things without revealing them. After the brief introductions, Ye Chen led the 3 into the estate. Arriving at the estate's simple yet elegant banquet hall, Ye Chen waited until everyone had taken their seats before turning to the 3 mysterious guests with a smile. To be honest, I anticipated the arrival of our distinguished guests. I just didn't expect you to come so soon. I know your visit must carry an important mission, so I shall not beat around the bush. Please state your purpose plainly. Whatever I can do within the bounds of my conscience, I shall do to the best of my ability. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the white man named Vladimir Vire and the man named Kim Jong Cheol exchanged glances with the man seated in the center, Wang Yi. In unison, they said, perhaps we should let Director Wang speak first. After all, this meeting between our 3 parties and Commander Yi was initiated by Director Wang.
Hearing this, the middle-aged man named Wang Yi smiled faintly. Since you two have nominated me to speak first, I shall take advantage of my seniority and act like an old fogey. After this brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Yi turned to Ye Chen and said, the Prime Minister was quite surprised when he received your letter, but he greatly admires your approach in Myanmar. Myanmar has been in turmoil for so many years. We also hope for greater stability among our neighboring nations, so they don't cause too much trouble for our country. Since Commander Yi possesses such ambition and resolve, we will certainly offer our full support. Regarding your application for residency, the relevant departments have already begun processing it. Within a month, everything you requested will be arranged. However, the Prime Minister asked me to convey a message during this visit: do not allow the flames of war to spread into our territory. Otherwise, we too will find it difficult to manage the situation. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Ye Chen nodded and said, rest assured, Director Wang. I guarantee this matter will be handled. However, when the Imperial Guards launch our northern campaign, unrest will inevitably arise in the north. At that time, I hope Director Wang and all the leaders will strengthen defenses along our shared border to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from deliberately diverting trouble eastward. That goes without saying. My task is now complete. It's your turn. Satisfied with the answer he sought, Wang Yi nodded approvingly before turning to the two familiar figures beside him. The man named Kim Jong-cheol glanced at Vladimir Vyar before smiling. Why don't Secretary Vyar speak first? My visit is merely a routine diplomatic gesture to establish relations, nothing urgent. Hearing Kim Jong-cheol's words, Vladimir Vyar gave a resigned smile before turning to Ye Chen and speaking. Commander Yi, our forces are currently engaged in combat in Ukraine. We require significant quantities of strike weapons, such as drones. Since the Yanxia and Chaoqiao factions maintain neutrality, they cannot participate in the conflict or supply any weapons. Therefore, we urgently require military-industrial support from another region. Therefore, we are willing to invest capital in Tuwa to mass-produce drones and various military equipment. Upon hearing Vladimir Vyar's proposal, Ye Chen nodded. No problem. You won't even need to contribute funds. Moreover, I'll sell you whatever I produce at half the market price. As long as you can hold back NATO, I'd be willing to sell at a loss. Vladimir Vyar could scarcely believe his ears at Ye Chen's response. But before his joy could fully settle, Ye Chen added, of course, these concessions come at a price. I propose we establish a permanent non-aggression pact. Should any party violate this agreement, the other three parties shall be entitled to take corresponding countermeasures. After hearing Ye Chen's addition, not only Vladimir Vyar was stunned, but even Wang Yi and Kim Jong-cheol were caught off guard. After all, Ye Chen's proposal touched on too many complex issues. Relying solely on the few of them, it was truly impossible to reach a consensus immediately. Observing their expressions, Ye Chen smiled faintly. Gentlemen, there's no need to be troubled. This is merely a proposal. The specifics of its implementation naturally require further discussion. The NATO summit is in 2 weeks. I hope we can meet again before then to finalize an agreement. Only then can I fully prepare for the impending crisis. After all, I've heard the Myanmar central government is already convening meetings to discuss my elimination. Chapter 49, Wei Rong and Bai Yinglan. After seeing off the three mysterious visitors, Ye Chen's days ahead were devoted to stabilizing the situation in Tawa and monitoring the movements of all anti-Myanmar government forces entering the region. As for the local Tawa populace, though they knew their homeland had changed hands, none stirred to protest or demonstrate as long as their daily lives remained undisturbed. This legacy of colonialism proved a double-edged sword for Ye Chen, Tawa's new ruler, offering both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that such people were easy to manage. The disadvantage was that they were also prone to turning against Ye Chen for personal gain. Fortunately, Tawa had now entered a period of complete lockdown. Only those holding foreign passports could leave, and even then, exit was permitted but re-entry was forbidden. This measure was implemented solely to prevent infiltration and to cut off any local agents from communicating with the outside world. Although Tawa was now under lockdown, people soon discovered that under the new leadership, they were earning more money than ever before. Consequently, no one paid much attention to these restrictions. Additionally, Ye Chen had the military issue a decree: anyone caught acting as a foreign spy would face execution by firing squad. Under such high-pressure conditions, who would dare take such risks? Instead, people willingly went to construction sites or factories to earn money. As Tawa's situation gradually stabilized, Ye Chen simultaneously began constructing a military-industrial complex and training his troops. Yet Ye Chen could never have imagined that while he was actively preparing for war, two extraordinary women would come knocking at his door. That day, Ye Chen was discussing future profit-sharing plans with his wife Li Jinhu for opposing the Burmese government when he heard Yu Meng enter and report, "Master, two women wish to see you. One claims to be Bai Yinglan, and the other is named Wei Rong." Bai Yinglan? Wei Rong? Hearing these names, Ye Chen's expression darkened instantly. After all, one was the chairwoman of Henry Group, and the other was the wife of fraud ringleader Chao Lichang, both notorious criminals. That they would dare walk into the trap was something Ye Chen had never imagined. But since they had come, Ye Chen believed they must have some purpose in meeting him.
Based on Ye Chen's speculation, there was a 90% chance they had come to recruit him. As for the remaining 10%, they likely harbored ulterior motives and hidden agendas.
Bring them in,
Ye Chen said indifferently, then proceeded to meet these two women, known among netizens as Myanmar's two female demons.
Not long after,
when Yumin led the two women into the estate's reception hall, Ye Chen finally laid eyes on the legendary Burmese female demons.
Commander Yi, hello. My name is Wei Rong. Commander Yi, hello. I am Bai Inglan.
The two women, dressed in sexy dresses, seemed quite surprised by Ye Chen's youthful appearance upon seeing him. Listening to the introductions of these two reasonably attractive women before him, Ye Chen felt nothing but peculiarity. One appeared delicate and demure, with a gentle demeanor, while the other looked graceful and elegant, with a tall, slender figure. Under normal circumstances, Ye Chen would have assumed they were innocent, kind-hearted daughters of wealthy families.
But considering their identities, he couldn't help but feel uneasy toward them. Don't you two know my background?
You come knocking on my door like this, don't you fear I might harm you? Frankly, I can't imagine what terms you could possibly offer to win me over. Ye Chen sat down casually on the sofa, speaking with calm composure.
We are well aware of Commander Ye's circumstances.
It's just that fraud originated in the island nation, flourished on the island of Taiwan, and only became widely known in Myanmar.
This clearly shows outsiders deliberately wanted to pin this stigma on us Burmese to divert attention. Someone as astute as Commander Yi must surely see through this. Wei Rong and Bai Inglan sat down with ease, then spoke first.
Hearing Wei Rong's explanation, Ye Chen understood that the true masterminds behind the fraud industry were all part of the island nation schemes, aimed at undermining the rebellious Yenxia kingdom.
However, as accomplices, Ye Chen naturally did not view the Burmese government as innocent parties.
Therefore, after hearing Wei Rong's words, Ye Chen responded with a calm smile. So your Burmese government accepts bribes from fraudsters with such a clear conscience, allowing them to flourish in Myanmar?
Don't play the innocent. Without your government's support, how could these people run so rampant?
Instead of trying to persuade me like this, why don't you two show me the sincerity behind your attempts to win me over?
At least I can still regard you as businessmen negotiating a deal.
But if you insist on lecturing me about right and wrong, then neither of you will be walking out of this door today.
Hearing Ye Chen's threatening words, Wei Rong frowned slightly, her patience clearly exhausted.
But Bai Inglan beside her smiled and said, Commander Yi speaks the truth.
Wrong is wrong, no excuses needed.
Since Commander Yi understands our purpose, I'll state our sincerity in seeking cooperation with you. My sister and I have come here primarily to represent the central government of Burma in discussing reconciliation with you. Provided you cease your northern campaign, the regions of Tuwa and Karen State shall henceforth fall under your jurisdiction provided you pay taxes to the government on schedule. Additionally, we bring word that should Commander Yi reject these terms, the Burmese government will unite with international peacekeeping forces to launch a coordinated campaign against your army. Though Commander Ye's influence grows ever stronger, facing an international peacekeeping forces encirclement may prove too much.
We urge Commander Yi to reconsider. Of course, to demonstrate our genuine sincerity, Commander Yi may also choose to marry Sister Wei Rong's younger sister or my own younger sister. Once the Yi, Bao, Wei, and Bai families are united through marriage, won't Burma become our realm in the future? Marriage alliance?
Hearing this word, Ye Chen smiled faintly and pointed to Li Jinhu beside him. Are your sisters as beautiful as her? Wei Rong and Bai Inglan both froze at Ye Chen's question, but quickly shook their heads in unison, acknowledging that neither of their sisters could match Li Jinhu's beauty. After all, Li Jinhu ranked among the top 3 beauties in Burma's 10 most beautiful women list. When it came to competing with such a beauty, neither the Wei nor Bai families had anyone they could truly put forward. Seeing them shake their heads, Ye Chen smirked triumphantly. Since your sisters aren't nearly as beautiful, where did you get the nerve to recommend marrying them off to me? Chapter 50, Recruitment Fails. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Wei Rong and Bai Inglan were instantly rendered speechless. They had thought leveraging the international peacekeeping force would intimidate Ye Chen, but not only was he unfazed by threats, he had just publicly humiliated them both. Mr. Yi, I urge you to seriously consider this proposal. A ceasefire between North and South benefits everyone. Continuing the conflict benefits no one, it only allows outsiders to profit. Bai Inglan continued to plead relentlessly, for their mission stemmed from their family's deep involvement in Myanmar's fraud syndicates. Their businesses were either directly implicated or served as key enablers. Should they fail to sway Ye Chen, the Burmese government would immediately sever ties with them. At that point, the Wei and Bai families might be discarded as sacrificial pawns, losing all influence. Hearing Bai Inglan's words, Ye Chen smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. When you were running your scams, did you ever think about the people you were defrauding? Now that you realize you can't suppress me, you resort to both carrot and stick tactics. Truly, you'll stop at nothing. If this is all you've got, you've truly disappointed me. Finishing his words, Ye Chen pointed at the Burmese map hanging nearby and added, let me tell you this, within 3 months, I will launch a northern campaign. When that time comes, the Bai, Wei, Bao, and Lin families will all face reckoning sooner or later. Then we'll see if you still have the guts to speak to me. Today, while I haven't changed my mind yet, you may leave now.
Otherwise, I'll make you taste the agony of those defrauded into losing everything." With that, Ye Chen rose and departed. Wei Rong and Bai Yinglan exchanged a glance, wisely refraining from uttering any further words that might provoke Ye Chen. For in the look in his eyes as he departed, they had glimpsed a bone-chilling intent to kill. After Wei and Bai departed, Li Jinhu, who had been resting by the poolside with Ye Chen, turned to him and asked, "If you were so determined to eliminate those two, why did you spare them?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen smiled wryly. "If my wrath were only directed at 2 women, that would be underestimating me. When I launch my northern campaign, unless they flee abroad, they won't escape death. I intend to subject them to prolonged mental oppression and torment through endless waiting, until they finally break down completely before my eyes. Only then can I truly expunge the hatred in my heart and that of my defrauded subordinates." Perhaps reluctant to dwell on the subject, Ye Chen shifted the conversation. "You must have guessed the identities of those mysterious guests yesterday. The international situation is dire now. These 3 nations are all waiting for a suitable opportunity to break the deadlock, and my emergence is precisely the chance they've been seeking. Therefore, even before I unify Myanmar, they will throw their full support behind me, Ye Chen. As long as I can drain the strength of the United States and its allies within Myanmar, I will earn the trust of all major powers in East Asia. With the alliance of these major powers, if NATO and its allies persist in their campaign, domestic collapse in their nations is inevitable. That day. Perhaps many would welcome that day." While Ye Chen and Li Jinhu discussed the international situation, the Burmese government simultaneously received news of their failed attempt to co-opt Ye Chen. "Since Ye Chen wants to fight, then we'll fight them to the bitter end. Otherwise, he'll think the Burmese government is easy to bully and manipulate at will." In the office of Bao Yongxiang, commander-in-chief of the Myanmar central government, Bao slammed down the phone in fury, his voice trembling with rage. His decision to send Wei Bai and the others to negotiate with Ye Chen stemmed from his fear that a conflict between the 2 sides would allow foreign powers to seize the opportunity and gain an advantage. Though the shadow of the United States still lingered behind the Burmese government, the regime had long sought independence, yet internal factions remained stubbornly unmanageable. Under these circumstances, Myanmar's only path to development lay in resorting to underhanded methods to fund its military expenditures. Thus, Myanmar's fraud industry could be considered a tacitly tolerated black market operation by the local government. Yet no one could have predicted that a victim of such fraud would emerge as a regional warlord capable of challenging the Burmese government itself. Rally half the troops from the northern special zones and station them along the line from Malamine to Yangon to Tachalek. Divide the artillery brigade into 3 units and station them along the Pa'an, Chitwan, and Damo line, ready to provide long-range fire support for the front line at any moment. With these 2 lines of defense in place, I'll see how Ye Chen breaks through." Upon hearing Bao Yongxiang's orders, Min On Ling interjected, "Shouldn't we establish a coastal defense line as well? If the enemy bypasses us from the sea to attack, we'll be in trouble." Upon hearing Min On Ling's suggestion, Bao Yongxiang was about to retort that Ye Chen, a fraudster-turned-militant leader, could never possibly command a navy. But recalling Ye Chen's earlier nuclear weapons press conference, he suddenly felt uncertain. He nodded in agreement. "Then the navy will stand by at Yangon and Dandao. If any suspicious fleets approach, they are to intercept them at sea." As Bao Yongxiang's orders were issued one after another, the entire northern region of Myanmar descended into panic, anticipating the outbreak of a large-scale war. Simultaneously, all nations privy to the intelligence began evacuating their citizens, fearing they might be caught in Myanmar's crossfire. In the north, panic gripped the populace, causing prices to skyrocket by half overnight and plunging locals into hardship. Yet in the south, Ye Chen remained remarkably calm. Military training was overseen by the trio of Yumeng, Murin, and Xianxia, while his primary responsibility was developing industrial parks in Thilawa. Tuwa naturally had its share of fraudulent industrial zones, but with Ye Chen's arrival, these operations were completely dismantled. Ye Chen then restored the industrial zones to their true purpose, transforming them entirely into production bases for drones. Tuan citizens now worked only 8 hours a day yet received generous compensation, significantly improving their quality of life. Consequently, Ye Chen faced no resistance from the populace. Instead, many citizens spontaneously wrote letters expressing their gratitude. Yet, as the saying goes, failing to plan ahead invites immediate trouble. Just as Ye Chen believed Tuwa had stabilized, an unexpected incident caught his attention. An unknown armed group had taken students hostage at a school, demanding to meet Ye Chen by name. This situation was extremely difficult to handle. If Ye Chen agreed to meet the bandits, he risked falling into their trap. Yet if Ye Chen refused to meet, the reputation he had just built would likely collapse instantly. Chapter 51, Change of Plans. Maybe you shouldn't show up after all. What if? At the estate in the outskirts of Tuwa, Ye Chen learned of a hostage situation in the city and was about to investigate the perpetrator's background. But as Ye Chen's wife, Li Jinhu desperately didn't want him to take risks and tried to persuade him not to go. Don't worry, it's just a few kidnappers. Regardless of their background or motives, they pose no threat to me. But children are being held hostage. If I don't intervene, those children might be the ones who die. After reassuring Li Jinhu, Ye Chen boarded a vehicle and sped toward the city center.
Given the severe repercussions of such an incident and the fact that it directly implicated Ye Chen, Mu Ren, the most skilled assassin, had already arrived on the scene to take charge. Spotting Ye Chen's arrival, Mu Ren promptly reported, "There are 25 bandits in total. 5 are guarding the back door, 5 are guarding the front door, and the remaining 15 have all the students held hostage in the gymnasium. I attempted to eliminate them one by one, but they threatened that for every comrade lost, they would kill 10 students in retaliation. Thus, the plan fell through."
As Muren finished speaking, Ye Chen asked, "Did they have any other demands? Just wanting to see me alone?"
"Yes." Hearing Mu Ren's affirmative reply, Ye Chen's gaze turned cold. Instantly, he recalled a remarkable item he'd seen in the system store.
Combat cloak. Priced at 100 million per unit.
This combat cloak was a high-tech garment capable of seamlessly blending into its surroundings based on the current environment. Wearing it granted true invisibility, though its price was outrageously high, reaching over 100 million. Previously, Ye Chen had deemed it of limited use and passed on purchasing it. But now, faced with this situation, the combat cloak found its purpose. The enemy had threatened that if one of them was killed, 10 students would pay with their lives. Ye Chen decided to send 50 assassins in stealth mode to take them all down at once.
How could they kill anyone then? After finalizing his plan, Ye Chen immediately purchased 50 cloaks from the mall.
He ordered Mu Ren to lead the way, donning one himself, and sneak into the school to take down the entire enemy force. However, to prevent the public from seeing that the leader of Tud had abandoned their children, Ye Chen also pretended to prepare to step forward and resolve the matter. But just as Ye Chen feigned readiness to negotiate with the bandits, the criminals within the school had already been completely subdued by Mu Ren's team. Not only had not a single student been harmed, but several captives had been taken alive. After delivering some bold promises about safeguarding Tua's stability at the school, Ye Chen returned to base with his troops. Later, when Mu Ren brought the hostage-takers before him, Ye Chen demanded, "Who sent you? What were your intentions?" Hearing Ye Chen's question, the surviving captives showed no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Ye Chen wasted no time on idle chatter. He shot a glance at Mu Ren beside him. Understanding Ye Chen's intent, Mu Ren grabbed a bandit and dragged him aside to begin interrogation. As Mu Ren's interrogation methods grew increasingly brutal, the captured bandit held out for less than 10 minutes before spilling everything he knew like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Soon, every last one of them had confessed their origins and objectives. It turned out that after Wei Rong and Bai Yinglan had left, Bai Yinglan's husband, Chao Lichun, learned that Ye Chen had refused their offer of amnesty. He immediately mobilized the criminal forces he had infiltrated in Tua, planning to kidnap students to force Ye Chen into the open. He then intended to lure Ye Chen to the school and kill him, thus carrying out his revenge.
Upon hearing the name Chao Lichun, Ye Chen committed the name to memory.
After signaling Mu Ren to dispose of the captives, he returned to the estate. Upon his return, Ye Chen immediately convened a military conference under the guise of an alliance meeting, summoning all leaders of the anti-Myanmar government forces in the southern region. The day after Ye Chen's summons was issued, all the leaders of the anti-Myanmar government forces arrived at the estate on the outskirts of Tuba. Seeing everyone arrive as promised, Ye Chen rose slowly and declared, "The Burmese government is corrupt and tyrannical. To deal with their enemies, they even resort to threatening me with the lives of innocent civilians, an act of utter depravity. Therefore, I have decided to advance the Northern Expedition plan, denying them any respite or time to seek reinforcements. If you choose to join me, I will not shortchange you. After the Northern campaign succeeds, rewards will be distributed based on merit. Of course, if any of you choose not to join, I won't force you. As long as you mind your own business and don't cause trouble during my campaign, you will be treated equally once victory is secured." At this point, Ye Chen's eyes turned cold as he added, "But if anyone chooses to defy fate, they are welcome to try. I guarantee they will get exactly what they deserve." With that, Ye Chen instructed Yu Meng beside him to toss a plan onto the table before the group. He then declared, "This is my Northern Expedition battle plan. Jeojiali, Payagon, and Guanla, these 3 locations are my primary targets. Those willing to join forces may submit their reports to me by tomorrow, and we shall discuss coordination of operations together." The others eyed Ye Chen's battle plan with skepticism. After all, he had previously declared an attack on Matan, only to seize Tawa within a mere fortnight.
Now he was talking about attacking Mu Danjian again.
Those present had learned their lesson and none were willing to be the first to speak up. Just as silence hung heavy, Li Jinhu, representing the Li family, finally rose. "Brother-in-law," he declared, "Father has stated that the Li family's forces stand at your command. Wherever you lead us, we shall follow." Seeing his younger brother-in-law, who was about his own age, Ye Chen nodded. "Then the Li family forces shall head to Jeojiali. At that time, the Mayawati base will also have 8,000 troops coordinating with the Li family in battle." With Li Jinhu's younger brother taking the lead, everyone finally realized Ye Chen was serious this time. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they might miss out on a golden chance in the upcoming Northern Expedition.
"Our Suo family is willing too. We'll support Commander Ye's forces in attacking Payagon."
Seeing the Li family agree to join forces, the Suo family was the second to step forward, clearly unwilling to miss this chance either.
With the Sua and Li families taking the lead, others quickly followed suit. More than a dozen anti-Myanmar government factions joined in, with almost everyone participating. For this northern expedition, Ye Chen commanded an army of 200,000 troops. Combined with the tens of thousands from the anti-Myanmar government factions, the total force now exceeded 300,000. Chapter 52, Premature Battle. Husband, why did you suddenly change the plan? That night, after seeing off all the leaders of the anti-Myanmar government factions, Li Jinhu lay in Ye Chen's arms, her face filled with confusion. Hearing this, Ye Chen sighed helplessly. The school incident changed my perspective. The longer we delay the northern expedition, the more they'll assume we're weak and easy to bully. If we keep stalling like this, they might pull off some nasty trick. That's why I'm going to strike them before they're ready. Let the Burmese government know that I, Ye Chen, am no pushover. As he spoke, Ye Chen seemed to recall something and added, moreover, the longer we delay, the greater the chance that high-ranking Burmese officials will transfer their assets and flee. Let's capture them before they have time to transfer assets and flee. If they manage to flee with their wealth and control Myanmar's domestic situation from abroad, that would be the most troublesome scenario. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Jinhu nodded in agreement before speaking again. Today, I saw you hand over the search plan to those leaders. Was that also part of your strategy? Under Li Jinhu's shrewd gaze, Ye Chen sheepishly rubbed his nose before replying, I refuse to believe this school incident happened without an inside job. With strict inspections now at every airport and station, it's impossible for those bandits' weapons to have entered through those channels. Therefore, I'm certain there's an insider among these leaders. After all, the only people who can freely come and go in Tuwa now are these individuals. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Jinhu finally understood. He cut straight to the point, so you plan to use the search for the blueprint to lure the snake out of its hole, aiming to purge the traitors within these factions? Hearing Li Jinhu had partially guessed his intentions, Ye Chen smiled meaningfully. That's only part of the plan. I won't reveal the specifics just yet, let you ponder it further. Li Jinhu, being exceptionally astute, pondered for a long while before finally speaking up. Could it be you intend to turn the tables, use the traitors' words to your advantage, and scheme against the Burmese government? Or are you planning to pull a point east, strike west maneuver, just like when we attacked Tuwa? Hearing Li Jinhu had nearly guessed his intentions, Ye Chen neither confirmed nor denied it. War is the art of deception, creating illusions of strength and weakness, blurring truth and falsehood. Master these, and you're virtually unbeatable. You truly are a clever and beautiful woman, but I won't reveal the specifics of my plan to you. Sometimes knowing too much might not be in your best interest. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Jinhu understood he didn't want her meddling in military affairs anymore. After all, her unique status could drag the Li family into trouble. How could Ye Chen possibly make that choice? Understanding Ye Chen's thoughtful intentions, Li Jinhu nestled into his embrace, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If one day you truly unify Burma, would you take me to see the Great Wall and the Terracotta Warriors? I also want to go to Tiananmen Square. Listening to her words, Ye Chen smiled faintly. Give me some time, 3 to 5 years at most, 1 or 2 years at least, and I will definitely take you wherever you wish to go. Outsiders knew Ye Chen was preparing for a northern campaign. The Burmese government soon learned of this news as well. What no one knew, however, was that Ye Chen's army had already set out while he was gathering everyone for discussion. While Ye Chen and Li Jinhu lay in bed making little people, Ye Chen's elite death squad had already launched a massive assault on Malamine from 3 directions. From the Malamine base, 45,000 troops were deployed out of a total force of 50,000. From Tuwa, 120,000 troops were deployed out of a total force of over 100,000. All 10,000 air forces were deployed, while 30,000 of the 40,000 naval forces were dispatched, with every warship and destroyer mobilized. In the dead of night, the combined forces of land, sea, and air launched a coordinated assault on Malamine. Ye Chen had committed such overwhelming forces precisely because intelligence from his undercover operative revealed the Burmese government was rapidly reinforcing its troops around Malamine. Ye Chen timed the operation precisely to strike while the Burmese government's forces were still unsettled, catching them completely off guard. Should the enemy suffer defeat in the initial engagement, their planned defensive lines would become nothing more than empty talk. By securing the areas surrounding Malamine, the Burmese government's forces would inevitably become bogged down in the Yangon region, leaving them no time to withdraw. Thus, beyond Ye Chen himself as the instigator, no one knew that the outcome of this war would be decided in the very first clash with the Burmese government. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Our forces are engaged with a large Burmese contingent on the northeastern front. They appear to be troops heading to deploy at Tabata. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Our forces encountered a Burmese government reconnaissance vanguard unit at Gada. Report, Commander. The Navy has reached the designated port at Malamine and is now conducting an amphibious assault. Late at night, Ye Chen was sound asleep when he was abruptly roused by a barrage of orders. This opening battle was crucial. Upon receiving the news, Ye Chen could no longer sleep. He made his way to the operations command center to monitor the progress of several units' offensives. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Bad news. This is bad. Ye Chen's forces launched a surprise attack on the areas surrounding Mutiing tonight. Our troops were ambushed the moment they arrived at their designated deployment site. Meanwhile, on the other side, Burma's military commander-in-chief, Bao Yongxiang, was jolted awake from his slumber. Hearing that Ye Chen had launched an attack on Malamine, Bao Yongxiang looked utterly bewildered. According to the intelligence he had received, wasn't Ye Chen supposed to launch his northern campaign in 3 days? Why had hostilities erupted so suddenly? After staring blankly for a long moment, the commander-in-chief of the Burmese government forces finally realized that he and everyone else had likely been played by Ye Chen. The northern campaign in 3 days. That was merely a decoy. Realizing this, Bao Yongxiang immediately dialed the artillery brigade commander, Bao Junlong, order your troops to advance at full speed and reach the designated combat location as quickly as possible. Our forces are locked in fierce combat with Ye Chen's rebel army. We require your immediate reinforcement. In a luxury hotel in Yangon, Bao Junlong was sound asleep, cuddling his well-maintained mistress, when Bao Yongxiang's call jolted him awake. Upon receiving the news, Bao Junlong slumped back onto the bed. He was supposed to accompany his troops to the designated staging area, but the thought of his mistress's tender embrace had tempted him to secretly remain in Yangon, planning to depart for Pa on the following day. Yet he never anticipated that Ye Chen's premature northern expedition plan would completely disrupt his schedule. Now, if he wasn't with the artillery brigade, the military simply couldn't execute the designated combat plan. To maintain secrecy, all soldiers in the artillery brigade had been cut off from all electronic communication devices before departure. Chapter 53, The Spy. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Our forces have captured the Kayakali region, eliminating over 3,000 enemy troops. The remnants of the Kayakali garrison have retreated in disarray toward the Nonglong and Tibot areas. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. Our forces have captured the Gata and Payagon regions, annihilating over 8,000 enemy troops. The remnants of the Payagon garrison have abandoned their positions and retreated into the city of Mayatamian. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. The Naval Department has captured Kala, completely sealing the seaport. Over 5,000 enemy troops were eliminated in this battle, and the remnants of the Kala garrison have fled toward the Malamine area. In the Operations Command Center, Ye Chen, who had been on watch all night, listened to the victories reported by various units. He was now certain that his forces had outmaneuvered the Burmese government army and encircled Malamine. Now, by maintaining the siege around Malamine without attacking, while bypassing to the rear to intercept the enemy's remaining forces, this first engagement between the two sides would essentially be concluded. The 5 regions behind Malamine Kaikda, Bangkan, Payan, Nyangyu, Tilong, and Damo were Ye Chen's next operational targets. While eating the breakfast brought by his subordinates, Ye Chen reviewed the statistical reports from various battlefields. After setting down his chopsticks, he ordered, send word to Muren, leave 10,000 troops each at Guanlin Payong to encircle Malamine. Once Jindan and Nalong are captured, each detachment will retain 10,000 troops to encircle Malamine from front and rear. I'll see just how many troops the Burmese government is willing to commit to reclaiming Malamine. Upon hearing Ye Chen's orders, the nearby messenger promptly relayed his words to the 3 commanders leading the front lines via the heaven-defying communication system. Upon receiving Ye Chen's orders, the 3 commanders at the front proceeded methodically to execute them, bypassing Malamine and advancing toward the second defensive line established by the Burmese government. But just as Ye Chen's orders were completed, a deafening explosion erupted outside the base on the outskirts of Toa, followed by the sound of intense gunfire. Listening to the battle outside the base, Ye Chen sneered coldly, seems the fox's tail couldn't stay hidden forever. But if you truly think the bases I've captured are easy to take, you're in for a disappointment. Outside the base on the outskirts of Toa, a rebel leader named Pasa commanded his forces to assault the compound while keeping one eye on his escape route. Pasa had started as a local drug smuggler. Later, his ability to procure large quantities of drugs from Thailand and supply them to anti-government forces in Karen State quickly earned him promotion and cultivation by the Su family. What no one knew, however, was that Pasa was actually a pawn cultivated by Aung San Suu Kyi, the puppet of the British government. When Pasa first dabbled in drug smuggling, he was arrested and sentenced by Burmese police. But at that time, Aung San Suu Kyi had just returned to Burma and needed to build her own power base. She also required someone familiar with both Burma and Thailand to secretly relay information. Thus, Pasa, with his knowledge of both Thailand and Burma, was selected by Aung San Suu Kyi's associates to become an undercover puppet. With the Burmese government as his backing and later aligning himself with the Soko family, Pasha's business expanded exponentially, nearly monopolizing the entire pharmaceutical industry in the Karen region. Logically, having reached this position, Pasa possessed the strength to establish his own independent operation. However, Ye Chen's rise rendered Pasa's plan to go solo a failed endeavor. For the very place Pasa initially targeted to establish his own empire was Mayawati, the very place where Ye Chen had risen to power. Ye Chen's ascent had utterly crushed Pasa's ambitions. Thus, as a double puppet, Pasa ultimately allied with the Burmese government, planning to deliver a fatal blow to Ye Chen's command center during his northern campaign. Originally, Pasa was unaware of Ye Chen's preemptive northern campaign. However, Bao Junlong's delay in seizing the strategic opportunity led to the Burmese government coalition suffering successive defeats.
Thus, Aung San Suu Kyi, seeking to demonstrate her influence and gain greater prestige, resorted to deploying PASA. When PASA first learned Aung San Suu Kyi wanted him to attack Ye Chen's Tuwa base, he was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, has this puppet of the island nation and Britain gone mad? However, when PASA learned through his subordinates in the Malamine and Kekto regions that Ye Chen's forces were advancing on Malamine, he finally believed Aung San Suu Kyi's words. Of course, mere knowledge of these facts is clearly insufficient. While the timing for an offensive may be ripe, the motivation for such an action remains severely lacking.
PASA wasn't foolish.
If Aung San Suu Kyi expected him to be eternally grateful for mere trifling favors, he wouldn't have considered carving out his own domain. Therefore, after reaching an agreement with Aung San Suu Kyi and the Burmese government's high command, it was clear, eliminate Ye Chen, and he would become chairman of the Tuwa region, with Tuwa placed under his direct control.
Faced with this immense temptation, PASA ultimately couldn't resist.
At dawn the next day, he launched an assault on Ye Chen's base. According to intelligence PASA had obtained, nearly 80 to 90% of Ye Chen's base personnel had been redeployed elsewhere, leaving only about 3,000 behind. With over 10,000 troops under his command, PASA believed he could capture the outskirts of Toi in half a day at most.
What PASA hadn't anticipated was that Ye Chen's base proved as impregnable as a fortress.
His 10,000 men fought from dawn until noon, yet they couldn't even breach the main gate. Seeing his men suffer heavy casualties, PASA considered retreating.
But the Li family, stationed in Tuwa to protect Li Jinhu with 1 battalion and Ye Chen's elite guard, would never let PASA escape.
PASA had two choices: remain hidden, forever unknown, or risk exposure, making escape as difficult as scaling the heavens.
A crucial element of Ye Chen's plan was to lure the traitor into revealing himself. If the enemy remained hidden, Ye Chen would have no way to find him. But once the traitor was exposed, Ye Chen, unaware of the trap laid for him, wouldn't let this big fish slip away. Seeing Ye Chen's base hold firm against prolonged assault, PASA planned to split his men into 3 waves for escape, hoping to confuse Ye Chen's pursuit. But PASA had underestimated Ye Chen. Most of the leaders of the anti-Myanmar government forces were still in Tuwa. Ye Chen offered a simple deal: whoever captured PASA would receive his entire fortune. Naturally, many were eager to help eliminate PASA. After launching their attack in the morning and fleeing by noon, PASA was finally caught and killed by the Li family at the seaport in the evening. According to the agreement, the Li family could have legitimately claimed all of PASA's assets. Yet they chose not to. Aside from taking control of PASA's pharmaceutical operations, they handed over the rest of his holdings to be divided among other anti-Myanmar government factions. Now everyone was satisfied, everyone profited. And upon hearing that Ye Chen had launched his northern campaign, the others quickly mobilized their forces northward. Chapter 54, Keep Fighting. Ye Chen's forces achieved widespread success on the northern front, later eliminating spies infiltrating the anti-Myanmar government factions. It could be said they had secured victory in their initial campaign. However, just as Ye Chen's forces prepared to advance further north, he received an unexpected international call. The caller was none other than Ye Chen's adversary Bo Yongxiang, commander-in-chief of the Burmese government's coalition forces. Commander Yi, I acknowledge your exceptional military prowess. Should you halt your northern campaign, the Burmese government will recognize your legitimate authority over the southern territories. I urge you not to reject this proposal, for this is my final communication with you on behalf of the Burmese government. It also determines whether we will cooperate with the international peacekeeping forces. Listening to Bao Yongxiang's words, Ye Chen could clearly sense the reluctance in his tone. Perhaps the commander was merely forced by the pressure of defeat on the front lines to suppress his anger and make this call. Cease the northern expedition? That was clearly impossible. Still, Ye Chen was more than willing to rub salt in the wound. After all, if it weren't for that man named Chao Liqiang, he'd still be training his troops right now. With that thought, Ye Chen replied, I'm not saying it's impossible for me to agree. Hand over a man named Chao Liqiang to me, and I'll cease operations immediately. At the mention of Chao Liqiang's name, Bao Yongxiang froze. This was the husband of Bai Yinglan from the Bai family. Handing over a member of the Bai family to Ye Chen would be tantamount to declaring war on the Bai clan outright. Commander Yi, I simply cannot agree to this demand. Perhaps you could consider. In that case, let the fighting continue. No need to waste breath. Bao Yongxiang had intended to persuade Ye Chen to back down, but before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen cut him off. After exchanging a few words, Ye Chen hung up the phone. Seeing Ye Chen hang up first, Bao Yongxiang on the other end was so furious he nearly wanted to pull out his gun and shoot Bao Junlong dead. If not for this fool's strategic blunder, how could Ye Chen's forces have encircled Malamine in a single day? Had Bao Junlong not squandered the opportunity, with artillery brigade support, how could the Burmese government coalition forces have been routed so thoroughly? After hanging up, Bao Yongxiang glared at his nephew, his voice thick with fury. Get your ass back to Pain immediately. If you make another mistake like this, you'll be facing a court-martial. Fearing the wrath of Commander-in-Chief Bao Yongxiang, Bao Junlong dared not defy him. He nodded repeatedly before retreating from the commander's office. Bao Yongxiang represented the faction advocating for an independent Burmese government. Unlike political puppets like Aung San Suu Kyi, they sought nothing less than ruling Burma as local warlords. As for Aung San Suu Kyi's faction, while superficially appearing as puppets of the British government, they were in reality the island nation's true undercover agents and double agents. Their objective was to destabilize Burma, even diverting trouble eastward, allowing Burma's chaos to impact neighboring countries and thereby gain political capital. Now, with the military setbacks suffered by the Bao Yongxiang faction, figures like Aung San Suu Kyi within the Burmese government are urgently seeking cooperation with NATO. This would allow foreign troops to enter Myanmar under the guise of a peacekeeping force, marking the first step toward a peaceful invasion. Fortunately, Bao Yongxiang has strenuously resisted pressure from the puppet faction, asserting that the government coalition forces can withstand Ye Chen. Consequently, the faction led by Aung San Suu Kyi failed to secure the authority to invite foreign troops into Myanmar this time. Though Ye Chen understood these political maneuvers, his immediate objective was the northern campaign to utterly crush the Burmese government and establish his own regime. Whether a foreign puppet regime or a military strongman seeking to become a local warlord took power was not within Ye Chen's considerations. After all, regardless of which faction held power, as long as both remained intertwined within a single government, Myanmar would perpetually descend into chaos as they vied for control and profit. Ye Chen harbored no lofty ambitions of liberating or benefiting the Burmese people. His sole aim was to eliminate the incompetent or even reckless Burmese government, thereby reducing fraud and drug trafficking in the country. Having already secured the 4 regions surrounding Malamine, the next step was to capture Payan and its surrounding areas. Only then would the first phase of the northern campaign be fully realized. At the base in the outskirts of Philawa, Ye Chen had Kim Aris brought in and instructed him to call Aung San Suu Kyi. The message was clear: Aung San Suu Kyi would be wise not to attempt reckless maneuvers, such as colluding with foreign military forces to interfere in Myanmar's internal affairs. Though the call connected, it was not Aung San Suu Kyi herself who answered. Moreover, the idea of collusion had actually originated from her. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. To prevent Ye Chen from using her son as leverage, Aung San Suu Kyi refused to even answer the call. This demonstrated how utterly ruthless she had become in her role as a puppet. Ye Chen paid no heed to Aung San Suu Kyi's ploy. His actions stemmed not from fear that this puppet would invite foreign troops into Myanmar. Rather, he deliberately reminded her, feigning fear of international forces, to lure her into the trap. He wanted her to actually bring international troops into Myanmar, thereby interfering in its internal affairs. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Immediately after her call with Kim Aris concluded, Aung San Suu Kyi contacted the British Embassy and the Japanese Embassy in Myanmar. She conveyed the message that she would promptly invite their troops to enter Myanmar, then jointly eliminate Ye Chen and install their puppet regime, thereby gaining complete control over the country. Ye Chen knew that with Aung San Suu Kyi as their puppet, it was only a matter of time before foreign troops entered Myanmar. Therefore, Ye Chen had long prepared himself, intending to learn from what the Yenxia nation had once done. If he could withstand or better yet, defeat this capitalist coalition of wolves with their ravenous ambitions, he would gain the legitimate justification to establish his own regime in Myanmar. Thus, Ye Chen needed to rapidly advance the battlefield. Once the flames of war reached Naypyidaw, undermining the Burmese government's foundation, that regime would soon follow Ye Chen's path into exile. Once Ye Chen reached Naypyidaw, he would gain sufficient strategic depth to confront the Allied forces. When it came to guerrilla warfare, the great figures of Yenxia were the founding masters. As a Yenxia native, Ye Chen believed he was fully capable of crushing the international coalition in this domain. Furthermore, to avoid becoming a target for precision long-range missile strikes, Ye Chen boarded a military vehicle after rejecting Bao Yongxiang's compromise, thus commencing his guerrilla campaign in Myanmar. Chapter 55: The Peacemaker. In the mountainous rainforests of Bangladesh, Ye Chen's command post had been relocated here 3 days prior. However, relentless torrential rains had made troop movements difficult, leaving the front line silent. For Ye Chen, no news was actually good news. He felt no psychological pressure, instead enjoying a leisurely life in the rainforest with Li Jinhu. Beyond that, Ye Chen's daily task was ensuring supply lines for all military units remained operational. Fortunately, the extensive industrial development undertaken earlier in Tuba allowed for the bare minimum of supply maintenance for the various anti-Myanmar government forces, even amidst the urgent demands of war. This prevented any supply-related mutinies from erupting. While the various anti-Myanmar government factions claimed to be coordinating operations, their true role was merely to mop up the battlefield and assist Ye Chen in stabilizing the territories already under his control. As for forces truly daring to fight alongside Ye Chen's troops on the front lines, aside from the Li family, only the Suwa family remained. Ye Chen recognized Sa Ko Chai's ambition, but based on his actions, he judged Sa Ko Chai to be relatively trustworthy. Thus, on the afternoon of his 3rd day in the eastern mountainous region of Bangala, Ye Chen received Sa Chai, who had come to discuss joint operations. Inside the operations command center, Ye Chen personally brewed tea while observing Sa Chai, who was considerably older than him. Commander Songchai has indeed demonstrated both courage and strategic acumen.
By swiftly securing the southern regions of Demo, you prevented the Burmese government coalition forces from advancing southward.
This has greatly aided our efforts to capture Yichen.
However, at this point, Yichen poured Songchai a cup of tea before shifting his focus to the fragmented nature of the anti-Myanmar government forces.
But even if we ultimately succeed in overthrowing the Myanmar government, what becomes of us? Has Commander Songchai considered this issue? This remains an unavoidable hurdle. Without advance preparation, we'll merely become the next Burmese government.
Listening to Ye Chen's words that struck at the heart of Myanmar's internal affairs, Songchai's expression grew solemn as he nodded. He then replied, Commander Ye speaks wisely.
But even if we could emulate the model of the Yichen nation, that would only be possible after we've taken Myanmar. Commander Ye, you bring this up now for a reason, I presume. Could it be you wish to know my future plans?
Seeing that Songchai had discerned his intent, Ye Chen nodded without reservation.
Precisely.
I wish to inquire about Commander Songchai's future plans.
The Soko family's forces are formidable enough to stand on their own. Yet in the current climate, no matter how powerful they become, resisting Burmese government and international pressure alone would be futile. That's precisely why you've remained suppressed by the Burmese government all these years.
At this point, Ye Chen smiled faintly and continued, but now that I've joined you, the situation is entirely different. Not only can I single-handedly counter the Burmese government, but I also fear no pressure from international forces. It is precisely because of my presence that we can launch a counteroffensive against the Burmese government, isn't it? Therefore, I hope that after my forces conquer Burma, the anti-Burma government forces can unite rather than continue to remain fragmented. Only then can the Burmese regime we establish endure. Otherwise, we'll remain a disorganized mess, forever unable to become the true masters of Burma. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Songchai naturally understood his reasoning. He offered no rebuttal, merely turning to ask, so what exactly does Commander Ye intend for me to do? I want you to act as a mediator. The situation in northern Burma is complex. Until an alliance agreement is reached, I won't push our front lines north of Naypyidaw. Of course, if the local armed groups in northern Myanmar are willing to cooperate with us, I won't mind giving them a taste of our tactics. If they refuse to cooperate, don't blame me, Ye Chen, for showing them no mercy. I'm giving Commander Songchai 10 days to negotiate with these groups. Once those 10 days are up, my forces will attack Yangon and all areas south of Naypyidaw. The flames of war will engulf all of central Myanmar. Once hostilities commence, I will no longer distinguish between the Burmese government forces or other anti-government factions, for I demand command over all territories. Once I seize Yangon and southern Naypyidaw, the Myanmar government becoming a government in exile will be merely a matter of capturing the city. Once the Burmese government becomes a government in exile, it will inevitably give rise to armies representing various international powers. When they clash in a chaotic war, without a unified alliance established beforehand, complications will inevitably arise, leading to a stalemate in the fighting. Therefore, initiating talks with them beforehand is both necessary and crucial. At this point, Ye Chen traced a circle on the map beside him, encompassing northern Burma. He added, should we unify Burma in the future, I intend to designate northern Burma as a special administrative region. While under central administration, it will enjoy ethnic autonomy and be governed by a vice-chairman. I hope that vice-chairman will be Commander Songchai, as you are currently the person I believe most capable of facilitating peace talks in northern Burma. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Songchai finally grasped his true intentions and was thoroughly satisfied with the promise offered. Now that all anti-government forces had rallied under Ye Chen's banner, Songchai's own strength likely amounted to less than a tenth of Ye Chen's. Ye Chen offering him such a position truly granted him immense face. Therefore, as soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Songchai solemnly rose and saluted, saying, rarely has anyone earned my respect. But Commander Ye, you are one of them. I accept this mission and trust you will honor your word. I take my leave. After agreeing to Ye Chen's command, Songchai departed from Ye Chen's temporary command post. Watching the jeep carrying Songchai drive away, Ye Chen waved to the loyal guards beside him. Break camp. Though I trust this man, I still don't trust human hearts. With Ye Chen's order issued, the entire temporary command post of several thousand men began relocating. What no one knew was that Ye Chen hadn't sent Songchai to negotiate at all. Instead, he was leveraging Songchai's connections in northern Burma to gather intelligence on the situation there. Only by thoroughly understanding all the warlord factions in northern Burma could Ye Chen proceed with precision, executing his northern expedition plan. Chapter 56, Stalemate. After days of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased. Ye Chen's advance units clashed with Burmese government forces in multiple locations north of Malamine, though no large-scale engagements exceeding 1,000 casualties occurred. Ye Chen understood that both sides now held advantageous terrain, making any offensive difficult to execute. Thus, Ye Chen remained patiently waiting for an opportunity, one significant enough to shake the confidence of the Burmese government coalition forces. During these days of waiting, Ye Chen not only scrutinized military intelligence around Malamine but also closely monitored the international situation. The United States had egged NATO on into a major conflict in Ukraine. While the island nation and the little Western powers were also stirring up trouble, stirring up public discontent at home and appearing on the verge of collapse. Among these international developments, Ye Chen was most concerned about the food crisis. Since NATO and Russia went to war, global grain prices had skyrocketed, reaching terrifying levels. Ye Chen never worried about his own supplies. After all, the Tawa region he controlled was one of Myanmar's most industrially and agriculturally developed areas. Moreover, Vladimir Vyari's assurances meant Ye Chen had no fear of food shortages. His own food security was assured, but that didn't mean Ye Chen would tolerate the Burmese government fighting him on a full stomach. Thus, he immediately deployed 100 billion yuan to start manipulating grain prices across Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam. His massive purchases drove up grain prices. Combined with the Myanmar government forces losing control of the country's second largest port, which disrupted supply lines, the Allied forces had begun to worry about food shortages in recent days. Coastal combat zones fared better, as food could be promptly shipped south from the north via sea transport. However, remote mountainous areas like Damo faced immense difficulties in supplying provisions. Moreover, with both sides engaging in cross-border operations, supply lines have been nearly severed. Consequently, the morale of the Myanmar government forces has plummeted to an all-time low. Soldiers unwilling to fight due to hunger, officers unable to command their troops' military orders inevitably suffer delays. Under this butterfly effect, the Myanmar government forces fighting in the northeast of Malamine collapsed and scattered in all directions whenever they encountered Ye Chen's troops. Consequently, after encircling Malamine, Ye Chen's forces took just 7 days to seize control of the Damo region southeast of Pan in northeastern Malamine. With Damo's fall, the garrison commander took his own life, while most soldiers deserted or went missing. Only a handful fought to the death on the battlefield. Faced with this situation, Bao Junlong, stationed in Pan, felt immense pressure. If he suffered another crushing defeat at Ye Chen's hands this time, his position as commander of the artillery brigade would likely be untenable. What frustrated Bao Junlong most was that Ye Chen's forces operated like fish in water while conducting guerrilla warfare in the mountainous terrain. Even if his artillery brigade wanted to provide long-range support, they had no enemy coordinates to target. It was like firing blindly, impossible to strike effectively. Even when coordinates were finally obtained, they pointed to areas already lost by their own forces. This left Bao Junlong with a frustration he couldn't even voice. Logically, after the enemy captured their own defended territory, indiscriminate strikes should have been possible. Yet Bao Junlong dared not do so. For he had learned that within the lost territory, large numbers of Burmese civilians were assisting Ye Chen's forces in constructing defensive fortifications. Bombing his own countrymen? That accusation wasn't something Bao Junlong could bear, and even Commander-in-Chief Bao Yongxiang himself probably wouldn't dare take such a risk. If word of this reached the international community, the Burmese government's credibility would be utterly destroyed. Therefore, despite learning of the fall of the Damo region, Bao Junlong could only grit his teeth and accept it, relaying the intelligence to Commander-in-Chief Bao Yongxiang. Upon learning that the Damo region had been lost in just 7 days, along with the sacrifice of 30,000 troops, Bao Yongxiang was furious enough to break Bao Junlong's leg. But with the situation already at this point, and Bao Junlong's subsequent reinforcement plans being solid and well thought out, Bao Yongxiang managed to suppress his urge to curse him out. He gave Bao Junlong another chance to redeem himself. What neither Bao Junlong nor Bao Yongxiang could have anticipated was that the crushing defeat awaiting them would not come from Ye Chen's forces, but from instability within their own rear. Upon receiving Ye Chen's orders, Soko Kai dispatched all the corps officers from the Soko family's army to the Northern Myanmar region. Since the establishment of the Burmese government, Northern Burma had been a stronghold of resistance forces that fought back against the government's allied forces. Therefore, upon hearing that the Burmese government forces were locked in a major battle with Ye Chen in central Burma, these factions grew restless, hoping to seize the opportunity to expand their own influence. However, the various factions in northern Burma showed no interest in Ye Chen's proposed alliance plan, seemingly disregarding him entirely. After Soko Chai relayed the situation in northern Burma via phone to Ye Chen, the latter accepted this outcome. After all, the local armed groups in northern Myanmar had no real principles when it came to making money. Forming an alliance with such people would only be a temporary strategy, and they would inevitably be dealt with afterward. Since these groups now refused alliance and instead sought to expand their territories, Ye Chen would simply play along with their scheme. After all, the mutual attrition between the Myanmar government forces and the armed groups in northern Burma was nothing more than a case of the fishermen reaping the benefits while the clam and the mussel fought. Therefore, Ye Chen resolved to play the role of the fisherman, biding his time to determine the optimal moment for his own intervention. Currently, the Myanmar government coalition forces were primarily stationed in Pan and the surrounding areas west of Pan. With artillery brigades supporting them, capturing this region in the short term was clearly impossible. Thus, Ye Chen's forces spent most of their time employing a harassment strategy in the jungle, bombing them once today, twice tomorrow. Any enemy unit daring to leave their positions in pursuit would inevitably face a one-way trip.
This stalling tactic has quietly stretched over a week, and at the NATO summit, Ye Chen's rise in Myanmar has been listed as one of the two major topics of discussion. The other major topic, naturally, was the situation in Ukraine. During the summit, Myanmar's president requested international peacekeeping forces to deploy in Myanmar and assist the government in countering Ye Chen. Consequently, NATO initiated plans to immediately organize a 7-nation coalition force to march into Myanmar and commence hostilities. Naturally, Ye Chen was now aware of this development. Yet he remained unperturbed. Having adopted guerrilla tactics, he feared no NATO coalition forces. Ye Chen was actually eager for the NATO coalition to arrive sooner rather than later. If he could tie down NATO forces in Myanmar for over a month, the enormous war expenses would inevitably cause internal fractures within the alliance. Chapter 57, Entering Pan. Since Pan was now within the combat zone, many large businesses and merchants had already evacuated, fearing losses from the fighting or the risk of losing both their lives and property. Wealthy merchants and high-ranking officials could naturally leave for safer ground. After all, with ample money and property, relocating elsewhere was merely a vacation for them. But the local poor of Pan had no such option. Beyond farming, their only means of survival lay in small-scale commercial transactions. Tana and Taeyong, siblings from such a family, lost their father to a drug overdose years ago. Their family now carries a massive debt burden. To repay this debt, their mother takes to the streets daily, selling drinks and food to earn money. Tana and Taeyong had long dropped out of school to help their mother peddle small goods. Only through such efforts could the family barely scrape by. Local human traffickers typically only demanded human collateral from indebted families when they couldn't repay their debts. If the family had a female over 14, she would be taken to work as a prostitute to earn money. If the family only had males over 15, they would be sent to work in mines as debt repayment. Families like Tana Taeyong's, who could pay the snakehead monthly without fail, were generally spared such measures, as the snakehead wouldn't want to cut off his own source of income. Instead, they would place indebted families like Tana Taeyong's under their protection, ensuring a steady monthly income. However, as the Burmese government forces clashed with Ye Chen's army, the local snakeheads' control over their territories became virtually meaningless. They still sent people to collect monthly debts from debtors on schedule, while they themselves fled to safer areas to avoid the war. Under these circumstances, the Tana family still had to push themselves to the limit every day to keep their business afloat. If they couldn't repay the debt, the siblings would be taken away to settle the debt. Yet business inevitably deteriorated amid the war. Tanata considered helping her mother sell food and drinks outside the military camp where Bao Junlong's troops were stationed. Little did anyone anticipate that this very plan would plunge Tana and her mother into a living nightmare. The Myanmar government's coalition forces were actually formed from local warlords. In terms of military discipline and ethics, they were arguably worse than some anti-government insurgent groups. Thus, when the young and beautiful Tana and her mother went to sell food at the military camp gate, they were deceived into entering the camp by an officer who was a distant relative of Bao Junlong. Tayo waited outside the barracks for nearly half a day. In the end, he did not see his mother and sister emerge. Instead, he witnessed the officer who had deceived him earlier instructing the gate guards to load 2 sacks onto a truck, drive them to the riverbank, and then dump them into the water. Taeyong witnessed the entire process and recorded it with a stolen phone. After the soldiers who discarded the sacks left, he jumped into the river and retrieved them. Upon discovering the bodies inside were his mother and sister, Taeyong posted the video online and then sought out his uncle. The Young family belonged to the Rohingya ethnic group, descendants of mixed heritage from colonial-era Indians, Japanese, Burmese, and British settlers. They have long been considered an inferior race, and most Rohingya live in poverty. Therefore, when Tong posted the video online, it immediately caused an uproar. Taeyong's uncle, a local gang leader working for human traffickers, learned of his sister and niece's murder and gathered a group to demand justice at the military camp gate. In truth, at this point, Bao Junlong's forces could have simply paid a large sum of money to suppress the incident. However, the errant officer, fearing punishment from his superiors, ordered his men to open fire on the protesters at the barracks gate, claiming they were enemy spies. Those who fled quickly survived, while slower ones were gunned down indiscriminately. Soon, videos of the Burmese government forces shooting civilians began circulating wildly online. As news spread throughout Pan, citizens began packing their belongings to flee, terrified they might be the next victims of the Myanmar government forces' gunfire. In an instant, the entire city descended into chaos. People streamed out of the city, but most did not flee northward. Instead, they headed south. Upon learning of this, Colonel Bao Junlong, commander of the artillery brigade stationed in Pan, slumped lifelessly into his chair, utterly despondent. If the people fled Pan, what was the point of holding a deserted city? Moreover, with the refugees all fleeing south, public opinion would inevitably turn against the Myanmar government forces. This situation was far more severe than Bao Junlong losing his position. Without the people's support, they would completely lose their legitimate international standing and rights. After investigating the full circumstances, Bao Junlong desperately wanted to tear the distant relative responsible to shreds. But to minimize his own blame, he had the man detained and led his forces out of Pan.
They prepared to fall back to the regions of Bago and Kaya south of Yangon. Otherwise, if the fleeing Pan civilians gained Ye Chen's support and launched a counterattack, Bao Junlong would find himself unable to fight and unable to defend. Meanwhile, in Ye Chen's temporary command center, Songchai, previously dispatched to persuade anti-government forces in northern Burma, returned to the command room. This time, however, 2 men accompanied Songchai. These 2 men were none other than Ton, whose family had been murdered, and Ton's uncle, Mo Sang. At first, Ye Chen didn't understand why Songchai had brought these 2 refugee-like figures. But upon learning that Pan was now in chaos due to the murder of Taeyong's family, Ye Chen immediately grasped Songchai's purpose in bringing them. Commander Yi. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we seize it, the Burmese government coalition forces will lose another layer of their advantage. Therefore, I suggest Commander Yi take the lead in swiftly occupying Pan, then reassure the displaced people and help them return to their normal lives. With the local populace supporting us, we'll be unbeatable. Hearing Songchai's words, Ye Chen nodded, then shot a glance at Yu Meng beside him. Upon receiving the order, Yu Meng promptly mobilized troops to occupy Paiyang. The task of pacifying and recruiting the displaced people, however, Ye Chen assigned to Li Jinhu, entrusting the Li family with the mission. As for Taeyong and Mo Zong, who had been brought along, even without Songchai saying anything, Ye Chen knew these 2 were undoubtedly figures of great importance. Chapter 58, New Opponents. Good heavens! Those damned Burmese government coalition forces actually opened fire on us civilians. Have they lost their minds? These scum. The sins they committed against Tana and her daughter will send them straight to hell. It's time for us Rohingya to fight back. The Burmese government never treated us like real citizens. Their officials are nothing but bastards of the island nation and Britain. Poor Tana, she was only 17. The Myanmar government is pure evil. As the floodgates of online outrage burst open, the Myanmar government finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Although the government swiftly ordered relevant platforms to remove similar videos, the incident had already spread far beyond Myanmar's borders. It spread widely on internationally renowned video platforms, with public opinion overwhelmingly one-sided, leaving no room for whitewashing. Even as the NATO-led capitalist empire collaborated to suppress these videos, the incident had already spread far and wide, its impact far exceeding anyone's expectations. Moreover, following these videos, another video emerged featuring a victim's family member confirming the claims. In the video, the victim's relatives, Taeyon and Mausen, jointly declared their unwavering resolve to confront the Myanmar government, vowing to make it pay the price it deserves. Subsequently, public sentiment within Myanmar ignited ethnic tensions. Daily protests erupted in the Naypyidaw metropolitan area, escalating into riots. Confronted by domestic pressure and public outrage, Bao Yongxiang, commander-in-chief of the Myanmar government's coalition forces, was forced to resign. Bao Junlong was tried by a military tribunal and imprisoned, while the mastermind behind the incident was sentenced to death by firing squad during an international live broadcast. With the Bao family's downfall, Myanmar's military swiftly installed a new leadership. Puppets of Britain and the island nation, represented by Aung San Suu Kyi, gained complete control over the Myanmar government. Faced with the mess left behind by Bao Junlong's faction, Aung San Suu Kyi's group did not immediately declare war on Ye Chen. Instead, they dispatched a special envoy to seek peace talks with him. Ye Chen had no interest in meeting the envoy sent by Aung San Suu Kyi's government. He merely ordered the release of Aung San Suu Kyi's son and instructed the Lee family, who had received Aung San Suu Kyi, to deliver an ultimatum to her government. If the Burmese government refused to disband and surrender, the Burmese people would inevitably purge the puppet regime and make them pay the price for their crimes. Upon receiving Ye Chen's response, the puppet government led by Aung San Suu Kyi fell into complete silence. Caught between mounting domestic pressure and Ye Chen's imminent northern offensive, the new puppet regime found itself utterly paralyzed. In the temporary command center on the outskirts of Pan, Li Jinhu was discussing the next offensive plan with Ye Chen. In Li Jinhu's view, launching the northern campaign while leveraging the current public opinion climate would inevitably lead to the complete collapse of Myanmar's puppet government. This also presented an optimal opportunity for Ye Chen's forces to unify Myanmar. With popular support behind them, the puppet regime would likely struggle even to mount organized resistance. While nodding in agreement with Li Jinhu's strategy of kicking a man when he's down, Ye Chen did not approve its execution. While Li Jinhu's reasoning held merit, Ye Chen believed the Burmese government had already collapsed. Further military intervention from his forces was unnecessary. The regime would crumble under the combined pressure of northern Burmese factions and civilian armed groups. Ye Chen's true objective was to wait until these forces had crushed the puppet regime, plunging northern Burma into chaos. Only then would he step forward to eliminate these factions, ensuring lasting stability for the nation. Otherwise, if Ye Chen were to crush the Burmese government only to then have to deal with these regional armed forces, it would be a thankless and exhausting endeavor. Moreover, Ye Chen understood. His greatest enemy now was no longer the Burmese puppet regime, but the impending encirclement by the international alliance. Rather than fighting both the Burmese puppet government and the alliance simultaneously, it was wiser to conserve strength and await the alliance's assault. Only by withstanding or better yet, defeating the International Alliance's encirclement would unifying Myanmar truly qualify as a genuine triumph. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Jinhu pondered deeply and found his reasoning sound. He then inquired, but how will you coordinate the other anti-Myanmar government forces? Those crafty fellows might grab minor advantages, but if you ask them to fight the League of Nations forces, they'll never agree. Hearing Li Jinhu's words, Ye Chen smiled faintly. Let them grab whatever gains they want. I'm not counting on them to take on the Seven Nations Alliance. From now on, let them fight however they please. I won't interfere as long as they don't come looking for trouble. They can battle to their heart's content. Chaos in the north is inevitable, no one can change that outcome. And the more chaotic the north becomes, the more advantageous it is for me. Once the NATO alliance of 7 nations learns of the northern chaos, they won't come from that direction. So as long as I fortify the coastal regions, everyone they land, I'll slaughter. At this point, Ye Chen shifted his tone, wiping Li Jinhu's belly as he suggested, why don't you head to the Yinxia kingdom to lie low for a while? Once I've settled matters here, I'll come for you. What do you say? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Li Jinhu's eyes instantly reddened. Yet she understood that if she remained in Burma, it would likely be Ye Chen's greatest concern. Thus, though deeply reluctant, she could only nod in agreement. After their discussion concluded, the two shared a tender moment. Ye Chen then dispatched troops to escort Li Jinhu to Taungoo, where she would transfer to a flight bound for Thailand and then directly to the Yinxia kingdom. The day after Li Jinhu's departure, Ye Chen summoned all the leaders of the anti-Myanmar government forces who had followed him to Pa'an. He then announced his strategy. He would focus on countering the encirclement by the International Alliance forces and abandon the northern campaign. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the leaders of the various anti-Myanmar government factions fell silent. Firstly, they lacked the capability to challenge the International Alliance forces head-on. Secondly, they were unwilling to risk their lives in such a confrontation. Seeing the collective silence, Ye Chen spoke, since our aspirations diverge, let us part ways here. As long as you do not come looking for trouble, we shall remain allies. As for how much territory each of you generals may capture, I, Ye Chen, swear I will covet not a single inch. Rest assured. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the eyes of those present all gleamed with an unusual light, as if they had glimpsed a grand future. Only Soko Kai and the Li family remained unchanged throughout. Having formed an alliance through marriage with Ye Chen, the Li family naturally understood his intentions. Yet Soko Kai's composure surprised Ye Chen. After the meeting concluded, Ye Chen observed the lingering Soko Kai, determined to gauge his true intentions. Chapter 59, The Great Battle Approaches. Commander Soko Kai, you remained silent throughout the meeting. I imagine you have thoughts on the matter. Now that we're alone, please share your perspective. In the conference room, Ye Chen looked at Soko Kai, who had stayed behind, and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing Ye Chen's inquiry, Soko Kai did not rush to speak. Instead, he produced a document and handed it to Ye Chen and Li Jinhu's younger brother. After finishing these tasks, Songchai spoke up, I know Commander Yi has lofty ambitions and couldn't care less about these useless people who can't even stand on their own 2 feet. These local armed factions, when facing a trash government like Burma's, can still use the banner of justice to secure their own gains without overstepping too far. Moreover, once the Burmese government is overthrown, these men's insatiable greed will only deepen. Their future choices will be either to disband and submit to the new government, or to await annihilation by it. At this point, Songchai pointed at himself, his expression grave. My Sok family is different from them. For 3 generations, my ancestors fought for the impoverished people of Burma. Money means nothing to me, it's as worthless as dirt. If the new government can truly bring stability and happiness to the Burmese people, then even if my family loses its power, I can accept it. However, until Burma is unified, I will not abandon the legacy my ancestors left behind. Therefore, I wish to make an agreement with Commander Yi. I will help you stabilize the northern front lines. In return, you can focus on confronting the wolfish ambitions of the NATO international forces. Once you free your hands, we will join forces to clean up the mess in the north. For this pact, the So family army willingly becomes a corps under Commander Yi's command. We will fight wherever you direct us and never betray you. Hearing Songchai's declaration, Ye Chen did not immediately nod in agreement. Instead, he looked at Songchai and asked, what do you want in return? Don't tell me you want nothing in return that would make me suspect a trap, and I'd never agree to your terms. Hearing Ye Chen's bluntness, Songchai smiled and nodded. Commander Yi is a wise man. I wouldn't play petty tricks before you. I only seek a seat on the Central Political Committee for my Soko family once the new government is established. I don't aspire for the Soko family to rule all of Burma like the Bai and Bao families. I only want my family to have a seat among those who build the new government. Without hesitation, Ye Chen replied, your request is granted. I will grant you one of the 5 vice-chairman positions in Burma's future administrative divisions. But whether your family can maintain that seat, upholding this vision and conviction, depends entirely on you. With that, Ye Chen picked up a pen and decisively signed his name on the document. With Ye Chen, his brother-in-law, leading the way, Li Jinhu's 5th brother also signed without hesitation. Having secured the joint signatures of the Yi and Li families, Sukhothai rose and shook Ye Chen's hand.
You are an admirable leader, he said. I truly believe you are the one destined to unify Burma.
Unmoved by Songchai's flattery, Ye Chen replied modestly, I alone could never achieve such things. Rather than calling me the man who unified Burma, it's better to say it's the result of our collective efforts. At this point, Ye Chen shifted his tone and added, of course, it's still too early to say such things. Therefore, I must also entrust Commander Songchai to fulfill his promise and hold the northeastern defensive line.
The northeastern front? Hearing Ye Chen assign him the relatively less demanding northeast sector, Songchai felt even greater admiration for him.
Should the Burmese campaign erupt, the mountainous northeast defenses would undoubtedly be the easiest to hold, while the coastal northwest would become the fiercest battleground. The fact that Ye Chen spared the Soko family from guarding the northwest front clearly demonstrated that Ye Chen had given him, Songchai, ample face.
Agreed. Should the northwest front fall, it will mean my death.
At that time, I hope Commander Yu will show mercy to the remnants of my Songchai family's soldiers.
Songchai declared with unwavering resolve, saluted Ye Chen, then turned and left the conference hall.
He boarded his jeep and returned to his military deployment zone. Watching Songchai depart, Ye Chen's brother-in-law murmured beside him, Father once said Songchai was truly remarkable.
We hadn't interacted much before, so I assumed he was exaggerating.
Witnessing this today, I finally see that Songchai truly possesses admirable qualities. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Ye Chen smiled faintly before replying, there's no need to envy him.
Recognizing your own shortcomings is itself a commendable quality. Go tell your father to take your family to the Yenxia kingdom for a vacation. With you two brothers helping me here in Myanmar, that's more than enough. A fierce battle is likely coming, and I don't want the Li family to lose too many lives. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the fifth son of the Li family laughed nonchalantly and replied, my father definitely won't leave. Even if you, my brother-in-law, were to ask him, it probably wouldn't work. But my mother and the rest of the family have already rushed to join my sister. They should have reached the borders of the Yenxia kingdom by now. Hearing the fifth son of the Li family, Ye Chen sighed helplessly and said, if the western front can't be held, retreat back as far as possible. Preserving your fighting strength is the most important thing. Since ancient times, there have been sayings about preserving territory but losing people, losing both people and territory, preserving people but losing territory, and gaining both people and territory. Remember this well after my son is born, I can't afford to lose you as his uncle. Get lost. Don't come begging me for freebies later. If the West needs anything, contact me anytime. After dismissing the fifth son of the Li family, Ye Chen returned to his command center. Yu Meng approached to report, Master, the NATO coalition forces have reached Burmese waters. We estimate their 3 military units will land at the ports of Yekuk, Thilawa, and Bamo. Should we dispatch naval forces to intercept them? Hearing Yu Meng's report, Ye Chen shook his head. No need. Let them in first. Then let them land. Once they set foot on shore, they won't be leaving. Of course, we can send military aircraft to issue warnings first. If they insist on landing, then open fire. No need to waste words with them. Finishing his orders, Ye Chen pointed at the sand table on the desk. Additionally, leave 50,000 troops on the northern front. The remainder must swiftly capture Malamine. Once Malamine is secured, the remaining 150,000 troops will immediately reinforce the coastal areas of Yi City, Tuba, and Bimbo. Whoever lands, we strike. No mercy for these bandits. Chapter 60, Island Nation Forces. In the waters off Burma. The NATO-led coalition of 7 nations had split into 3 forces, each sailing toward Burma aboard their respective vessels. However, significant disagreements arose among the NATO coalition nations regarding the division of forces for the Myanmar campaign. The United States and Britain both wanted to avoid attacking Yangon, planning to send their lackeys the island nation and Australia to serve as cannon fodder. The island nation and Australian forces weren't stupid either. Based on intelligence they had obtained, Ye Chen's forces were currently engaged in combat near Malamine. Attacking Yi City now would be like charging headlong into a wound. Therefore, Japan and Australia each demanded to head for Bimbo and Tuba respectively, attempting to reap the greatest benefits without paying too high a price. As the leaders of the coalition, the United States and Britain would never tolerate such underhanded tactics from their lackeys. Thus, the 7-nation alliance ultimately decided to form a combined corps to simultaneously attack 3 strategic targets. While this plan swiftly resolved the coalition's internal conflicts, they remained unaware that this very arrangement would seal their fate, leading to a near-total annihilation in Burma. The NATO commanders leading the assault against Ye Chen were Jesse Arthur of the United States, Paul Windsor of the United Kingdom, and Koizumi Tsuguji of Japan. The remaining 4 nations contributed troops but not commanders, seemingly wary of international scrutiny. They dispatched forces discreetly, refraining from sending renowned generals into the fray. Among these 3 commanders, Koizumi Tsuguji undoubtedly held the least authority. Compounding this, Japan frequently paid lip service while secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. Thus, the Japanese commander Koizumi Tsuguji was dispatched to Jerusalem by the commanders of the United States and the United Kingdom. As the descendant of a World War II war criminal, Koizumi Keiji launched the assault on Jerusalem under pressure.
Yet he paid no heed to the intelligence that Ye Chen's main force was stationed at Malamine. Thus, when Koizumi Keiji ordered his combined forces to land in broad daylight, he encountered the first and last battle of his life. Upon reaching the coastal line of Jerusalem, Koizumi's troops discovered the coastal area was completely undefended. He immediately ordered the landing to commence. With the majority of his troops already ashore and no enemy sighted, Koizumi even concluded he had already won half the battle. Watching his soldiers stream ashore, Koizumi Keiji sneered maliciously, "This so-called Ye Chen is nothing special. Once my troops finish landing, taking Yichen will be a mere formality." Before Koizumi Tsuguji could finish his sentence, a missile streaked across the sky, striking the ship preparing to return to the deep sea for standby. A deafening boom echoed. The struck vessel immediately billowed thick black smoke. Before it could sink, another missile followed in quick succession. A hail of missiles then rained down from the sky, engulfing the entire fleet. Faced with this sudden assault, Koizumi Tsuguji's mixed force scattered in panic. Units ignored his commands, each commander leading their men deep into the mountains and forests, showing no desire to fight. Those already ashore fled, while aboard the ship still landing, soldiers abandoned their vessels and ran, showing no discipline whatsoever. Witnessing this chaos, Koizumi Tsuguji was furious enough to draw his sword and strike someone down. However, he held only operational command authority and lacked the right to execute soldiers from other nations. To prevent further deterioration of military discipline, Koizumi Tsuguji ordered his own troops to hasten their landing and engage in combat ashore. Once all soldiers were ashore, Koizumi Keiji discovered that casualties among his troops were negligible. Most of the dead were crew members returning to the ships. The casualties among the landing troops, however, were mostly the result of panic during their escape. Faced with this situation, Koizumi Tsuguji felt conflicted. While his own troops had suffered negligible casualties, none of his ships had escaped unscathed. Every single one had been hit and silenced. Thus, Koizumi Keiji now faced a dilemma. The landing operation had succeeded, but with all their ships destroyed, how would they return? Faced with this predicament, Koizumi Keiji could only optimistically press forward with the assault on Yichen while attempting to contact other ships. What Koizumi Keiji hadn't anticipated was that as soon as his unit entered the coastal mountains, contact was lost with the other two forces. Moreover, during their advance, Koizumi's troops were intermittently subjected to drone bombardments. As a result, his troops advanced only 50 li on the day of the landing before they could go no further. The coastal towns were already deserted. Koizumi Keiji led his troops to a small town and decided to establish a base there. After establishing their camp, perhaps due to the darkness hindering combat operations, his troops encountered no further attacks. What Koizumi Tsuguji hadn't anticipated was that deep into the night, while his troops rested, a barrage of artillery shells suddenly blanketed the area from the distance. In an instant, Koizumi Tsuguji's troops were routed, scattering headlong into the jungle to flee for their lives. The entire force of 80,000 men had already lost half its strength upon landing. Then, struck by the nighttime assault, they were reduced to fewer than 10,000 survivors. After a night of fear and hiding in the jungle, Koizumi Keiji immediately ordered a search for scattered soldiers at daybreak. But the news he soon received was grim. Those who had fled had all perished in the jungle. Faced with this near-total annihilation before even encountering the enemy, Koizumi Keiji seethed with rage, wishing he could chop Yichen into 8 pieces. But now, without even a glimpse of Yichen's forces, he could only rage helplessly in the jungle. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center within Malamine City, Yumeng was meticulously briefing Ye Chen on the results of last night's ambush against Koizumi Tsuguji. Reporting to the master. Yesterday, the Yi City forces destroyed over 20 enemy vessels and annihilated nearly 40,000 enemy combined troops. According to interrogations of captured prisoners, the commander appears to be named Koizumi Keiji. Koizumi Keiji? Hearing this name, Ye Chen's eyes turned cold. He immediately ordered, "Transmit my command. The Yichen forces are to annihilate the enemy completely, leave not a single one alive. Furthermore, if that Koizumi Keiji is captured, broadcast his execution live worldwide. Torture him to death, show no mercy to such an evil war criminal." Having said this, Yichen seemed unsatisfied, adding, "After Koizumi Tsuguji is executed, issue a global declaration of war. From now on, we will fight the island nation to the bitter end. Additionally, announce internationally that we will retaliate against any nation that invades us. If they dare to come, they must be prepared to pay the price." Chapter 61, The Video Prime Minister. Ding, System Mission Triggered. Mission 1, Decapitate Koizumi Tsugataro. Mission 2, Annihilate the NATO 7-Nation Coalition. Mission 3, Establish a new government in Myanmar. Mission Reward, Random. In the temporary command center at Malamine, Ye Chen had just issued his combat orders when the system's voice sounded. Ye Chen was overjoyed by the system's tasks, for these very objectives aligned perfectly with his immediate plans. Upon hearing the system's tasks, Ye Chen turned to look at Yumeng beside him and asked, "What's the situation with Qiansha and Niren? Any intelligence reports back yet?" Upon hearing this, Yumeng promptly retrieved another intelligence report and handed it to Ye Chen. Xianxia and Murin have already accomplished their objective of cutting off the enemy's retreat route.
However, both Tua and Bimbo are coastal cities with complex urban terrain. Both sides are locked in a stalemate within the city. Currently, we have suppressed the enemy and gained the upper hand. As long as the enemy lacks follow-up forces for long-range maritime support, we hold an unassailable position. Hearing Yoming's report, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The current battle situation matched his assessment. As long as the Navy secured control of the seas, the enemy would be unable to enter Burmese waters to fight. The scales of victory would inevitably tip in their favor. Transmit my orders, the Navy must hold the exit of Burmese waters at all costs. Should any enemy dare to intrude into our territorial waters without authorization, you have my explicit permission to engage them, proactively attack until they are repelled or annihilated. Having spoken, Ye Chen recalled recent incidents along the Thai-Burmese border where Thai forces, seemingly acting on some directive, had begun stirring trouble. Ye Chen would not tolerate such opportunistic maneuvers from Thailand. He immediately issued an order regarding the Thai border troops causing trouble at the Mae Sot border, directly deploy the 2,000 garrison troops stationed at the Mata base to strike back. If we don't show them a thing or two, they'll only grow bolder. But before retaliating, we must contact the Thai Prime Minister. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng promptly dispatched someone to contact the Thai Prime Minister. Shortly after, a communications officer stood up and reported, "Commander, we've reached Thai Prime Minister Yingluck Shinawat, but she requests a video conference with you." A video conference?
After a moment's consideration, Ye Chen nodded in agreement. As the image of an elegant middle-aged woman appeared on the large screen in the command center, a resonant female voice filled the room.
"Esteemed Mr. Yi,
I knew you would contact me, and I also know you are reaching out regarding the border incident.
However, I must apologize to you here. The border incident was entirely instigated by local military and political leaders, not the Burmese government." Hearing the words of Thailand's beautiful female Prime Minister, Ye Chen smiled faintly. "So, Prime Minister Yingluck has no intention of handling this matter?"
Hearing this, Yingluck Shinawat on the other end of the screen replied, "Correct. That is indeed the decision our government has made. Of course, we didn't deliberately condone such incidents. You're likely aware that Thailand's situation is actually quite similar to Myanmar's. Leaders in the Western military region may have engaged in bribery and corruption, leading to some overstepping of boundaries. However, it will require a lengthy investigation on our part to truly address the issue. Therefore, our recommendation is this: as long as the conflict does not extend beyond Thailand's Western military region, our government will not intervene in your disputes."
Does this response satisfy you?
Hearing such unexpected words from the other party, Ye Chen appeared slightly taken aback. However, Ye Chen quickly regained his composure. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. If the other party had given him such a response, they must have something to ask for. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen inquired, "What do you require of me? Or rather, what kind of concession does your government need from me?"
Hearing Ye Chen's question, Yingluck Shinawat chuckled on the other end of the screen.
"Mr. Yi, you're a smart and young leader. Naturally, there are many areas where we need your support. However, we understand you are currently focused on stabilizing the situation in Myanmar. We won't take advantage of your circumstances. Once you've secured the situation there, we can discuss cooperation at that time. Of course, I trust your integrity, Mr. Yi. I know you won't renege on your word. Therefore, our government has prepared another gift for you. Please accept it." With that, the Thai side transmitted a document. Ye Chen signaled Yu Meng to accept the printout. Only then did he discover the document contained blueprints of military fortifications in Thailand's western region, adjacent to Mae Wadi. Seeing this document, Ye Chen finally understood, beneath Thailand's seemingly prosperous and stable surface, turbulent currents swirled, and dangers lurked everywhere. Ye Chen couldn't tell if this was bait being tossed his way or an attempt to use him as a pawn in someone else's scheme. But he knew one thing for certain: regardless of the motive, Thailand had already been drawn into Myanmar's chaotic turmoil. "Thank you for the gift, Prime Minister Yingluck. If all goes well, we'll meet soon. I'll thank you in person for today's gift." Staring at the beautiful woman on the screen, Ye Chen lost all desire to continue discussing the gift. What he wanted most now was to know whether that blueprint was genuine. Only by verifying its authenticity could he discern the other party's true intentions. "Mr. Yi truly is a confident man. I hold you in high regard. If I were not already married, I would certainly choose someone like you as my spouse. I hope our next meeting finds you in the position of Myanmar's highest leader. Best of luck. Goodbye." As Yingluck Shinawat finished speaking, the screen plunged into darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen handed the blueprints to Yu Meng and ordered, "Deliver these to the garrison at Manhwa. Have them verify the authenticity of these plans. If they're genuine, crush the rebellious troops and crush their morale. If they resist fiercely, show no mercy, annihilate them all. Just make sure they don't enter Thai urban areas." Upon hearing Ye Chen's orders, Yu Meng acknowledged them and promptly set off to carry out the mission. Meanwhile, Jesse Arthur and Paul Windsor faced a fate similar to Koizumi Tsuguji's.
Both armies were now trapped within the city, unable to advance or retreat. As time dragged on, the soldiers' morale steadily plummeted, a decline both Jace Arthur and Paul Windsor keenly observed. Yet beyond hoping for maritime reinforcements to arrive sooner, they had no other recourse. Chapter 62: The Downfall of Koizumi Tsuguji. Deep within the jungles of the southwestern mountains surrounding Ye Chen, Koizumi Tsuguji sat slumped in a makeshift thatched hut, mud-caked and utterly disheveled, his head bowed low. Compared to his spirited confidence before the landing, Koizumi now seemed utterly devoid of fighting spirit, even doubting his own competence as a commander. His aide, observing Koizumi's state, hesitated for a long moment before speaking. "General, perhaps we should retreat. If we can find ships, we can still return home." Home? Hearing those two words, Koizumi Tsuguji felt as if something had stabbed him. He slowly raised his head to look at his aide, his voice low and hollow. "It's all over. Everything is over. I am a failure." Facing Koizumi Tsuguji, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, the adjutant shook his head helplessly before silently withdrawing. He knew what Koizumi Keiji needed most now was time. Once he recovered, he would return to normal. But the soldiers under Koizumi Tsuguji's command all understood they likely wouldn't live to see the day he recovered. After landing, half of the 80,000-strong force was immediately scattered. Units fled in all directions, leaving only 40,000 behind on the island. Subsequently, these 40,000 troops suffered repeated ambushes and bombardments, whittling them down to 8,000. Then came a series of night raids, leaving Koizumi Tsuguji with fewer than 1,000 men by his side. In just 3 days after landing, 80,000 had plummeted to 1,000. Yet they had never seen the enemy's true form, plunging the island nation's soldiers into profound terror. In private, the island nation's soldiers referred to the nighttime attackers as ghosts, claiming they were the vengeful spirits of the fallen heroes of the flaming summer nation, now seeking retribution. Faced with this situation, Koizumi Tsuguji's forces were powerless to turn the tide. They could only hold out on this mountain, easily defended but difficult to attack, waiting for their inevitable demise. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sat in his office, listening to Yoming's report, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Reporting to you, Master. According to confirmed intelligence, the remnants of Koizumi Tsuguji's forces now number less than 1,200 men. They are surrounded by one of our regiments on a mountain in the southwestern mountainous region of Ye Chen. Tonight, our forces will launch the final assault to annihilate them completely. As for the fleeing foreign troops, our other units are also doing their utmost to hunt them down. We believe the objective of completely eliminating all enemy forces in Ye Chen will be achieved within 3 days." After hearing the report on the first search zone in Ye Chen, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Transmit my orders, spare not a single invader. Execute them all without exception." Upon receiving the order, they promptly set out to execute Ye Chen's command. In the outlying towns of Tua City, southern region. As the commander leading the assault on Tawa, Jess Arthur angrily slammed his coffee cup onto the floor. The reason? A full 120,000 American soldiers had fought relentlessly for 3 days and nights, yet they still couldn't break through the defenses on the outskirts of Tawa. Originally, Jess Arthur had planned to capture Tawa and personally execute Ye Chen, positioning himself as the greatest victor in the International Alliance's campaign against Ye Chen. But now, he couldn't even maintain the calm composure to sip his coffee. Useless. You bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even take a single town after all that time. Not only did you fail to breach it, but you suffered 30,000 casualties. Are you all pigs? Transmit my orders, withdraw 8,000 troops from each flank. Circumvent the enemy from both sides and encircle them from behind. If we still can't take this town after this, then those useless commanders can go scrub the latrines. Hearing Jess Arthur's command, the messenger could only bow his head and relay the order. After all, Jess Arthur was the supreme commander of the United States Military Commission. Offending him meant certain ruin in the American military. Initially, Jess Arthur's forces suffered heavy losses fighting in the jungle mountains, prompting him to order a shift in strategy, focus the main assault on towns and urban areas. Arthur knew that controlling the cities would grant absolute initiative. From there, it would be a matter of time before victory was secured by systematically clearing out the surrounding enemy forces. What Jace Arthur didn't realize was that if they couldn't defeat Ye Chen's forces in the jungle, a natural battlefield, then entering urban areas would make success even more impossible. Ye Chen's forces had long deployed swarms of surveillance drones throughout the towns, supported by aerial drone swarms. No matter how they maneuvered their troops for an assault, their offensive intentions were detected by Ye Chen's Heavenly Eye surveillance system. The United States naturally possessed satellite systems capable of monitoring Ye Chen, but under the interference of the Heavenly Eye system, all their communication devices had become useless. This was precisely why Jace Arthur's forces suffered such a humiliating defeat, utterly powerless to retaliate. If Jace Arthur knew that the enemy facing him consisted of only 3,800 defenders who had trapped his 120,000 troops, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. Moreover, Jace Arthur had yet to realize that upon withdrawing his forces from the jungle, he had relinquished control over it. An army of 40 to 50,000 men was weaving a spider's web, trapping his forces at its center.
All that remained was to wait until Jess Arthur's forces were exhausted from struggling. Then, this army of 120,000 would face a fatal blow, utterly annihilated. As the day passed, the fighting fell silent. But this was no brief respite. It marked the beginning of the Night Reaper's execution of Koizumi Tsuguji. A 300-strong unit clad in mechanical armor stood ready for action. They were Ye Chen's hastily assembled special operations force, numbering no more than 5,000 in total. The defining feature of this special forces unit was their arsenal of cutting-edge weaponry and equipment, making them most adept at nighttime raids and eliminating enemies. Ye Chen had retained only 1,500 special forces soldiers under his command. Yet these 1,500 men had become the unit with the highest enemy kill count in this battle, achieving the staggering figure of 35,000 enemy casualties. Based on this figure, each special forces soldier had personally eliminated at least 200 enemies. Once this final mission was completed, the unit would be redeployed to Ye Chen's side, becoming the elite core of his central command forces. As night deepened, upon receiving the attack order, the entire unit vanished into the jungle as if they had become invisible. Soon after, gunfire and cries of agony erupted from the mountain peak where Koizumi Tsuguji was holed up. Yet this commotion lasted only half an hour before the night-shrouded mountains fell silent once more. Chapter 63, Live Trial. Reporting to the commander. Koizumi Tsuguji's forces have been completely annihilated. We have also captured Koizumi Tsuguji himself alive. The special forces are currently escorting him back. Late into the night, Ye Chen was so exhausted his eyes were barely open when Yomeng's report sounded in his ear. Hearing that Koizumi Tsuguji's forces had been completely wiped out, Ye Chen took a deep breath and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. The soldiers have worked hard. I'm going to get some sleep now. Wake me when that little dog is brought in. Returning to his quarters, Ye Chen collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep, unbroken sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 10 in the afternoon of the following day. After waking up and freshening up, Ye Chen was eating lunch when Yumeng entered the dining hall to reporting to Master, the Special Forces team has returned, and Koizumi Tsuguji has been brought in. When would you like to deal with him? Hearing this, Ye Chen set down his bowl and chopsticks. Such inhuman scum wasting resources by existing another day. Initiate an international live broadcast immediately. Execute him. I want NATO and the island nation to witness the consequences of their aggression. Receiving Ye Chen's order, Yumeng immediately began arranging the live broadcast of Koizumi Tsuguji's execution. Simultaneously, all national television stations invited by Ye Chen promptly agreed to his live broadcast request. After all, aside from the Ukraine crisis, the most captivating figure on the international stage was undoubtedly Ye Chen of Myanmar. With the broadcast preparations complete, Ye Chen stepped into the center of the camera frame. On the other side of him, Koizumi Tsuguji, captured alive, suddenly began thrashing violently, seemingly attempting to lunge at Ye Chen. Facing the global broadcast cameras, Ye Chen declared, "All aggressors who invade our national territory will ultimately meet defeat and face judgment. The war criminal we are about to judge today is a notorious remnant of World War II. To grant these demons of war the highest level of judgment, we have prepared the most brutal torture to express our utter contempt for them. Untie his mouth. I want to hear the final words of these demons of war." As Ye Chen finished speaking before the executioner, the soldier responsible for executing Koizumi Tsuguji nearby untied the gag from his mouth. "You filthy pig! I swear eternal loyalty to the Emperor. I fear none of your punishments. Come. Let me see how utterly incompetent you are. Let me see how you dare make me tremble. Ha 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 ha. You all deserve to die. Only our Dai nation is the mightiest race." The moment Koizumi Tsuguji's gag was removed, he erupted into a frenzied tirade of abuse directed at Ye Chen. Facing Koizumi Tsuguji's tirade, Ye Chen remained unmoved. Instead, he projected some international livestream comments onto a screen for Koizumi to see. American comment: "The Japanese will always be the most despicable race." Even now, as a war criminal facing trial, he remains filled with such foolish arrogance. Even as a prisoner, he still insults others as incompetent. What kind of foolishness would lead someone to say such things? All I see in them is stupidity, blind arrogance, and brutal cruelty. Such people should vanish sooner rather than later. A Russian netizen commented, "This lowly, unconscionable race deserves to be bludgeoned to death with sledgehammers and dumped into cesspools. That's their rightful fate. No one in our country likes those lowly bastards. They deserve nothing more than to be confined to their nuclear waste-filled island, plotting one inhumane scheme after another until they turn themselves into monsters. Die, you lowly, stupid foot-basin people." A European netizen commented, "They are the most disgusting, lowly humans on this planet. Any evil deeds they commit abroad, they blame on North Koreans and Chinese. I despise those foot-basin people. Beneath their hypocritical facades lies a hideous, evil visage. Bastards, bastards. You're the ones who deserve to die." Reading the comments on the screen, Koizumi Tsuguji lost his composure and began cursing at the comments on the screen. Witnessing this, Ye Chen didn't stop.
Instead, he selected several particularly vicious comments and enlarged them for Koizumi Keiji to see. A netizen from the island nation commented, "I believe all the judgments people make about us are correct, because our nation is inherently one filled with lies and hypocrisy. The government lacks the courage to confront their mistakes, then distorts history, portraying their errors as glorious and magnificent. This makes me sick to my stomach about being Japanese. They've long since lost the wisdom and noble character of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Today's Japanese are nothing but selfish, hypocritical beasts. Kill this war criminal. At least it would bring some redemption to those of us who hold truth dear." A netizen from the island nation commented, "These war criminals never cared about us common folk, they're nothing but greedy demons. They tolerate cults that prey on our innocent people, treating island women as commodities to be bought, sold, and toyed with at will. This is a hopeless nation. I truly wish it would perish sooner." An island nation netizen, no matter how they try to hide it, they can't cover up the fact that this is a hypocritical nation with an evil government. They treat citizens like corporate cattle, drive homeless wanderers into the streets, and force women into the sex industry. This prosperity built on the blood, sweat, and bones of the people is nothing but a bubble ready to burst at the slightest touch. Reading his countrymen's comments, Koizumi Ji stopped yelling at the screen and turned to Ye Chen, "This is all your conspiracy. I will never yield." Hearing this, Ye Chen smiled faintly. "I don't need your surrender. People like you don't deserve my forgiveness. I merely want you to understand what kind of people you are, and for the world to see what kind of people you are. That is all. Enough. Your time is up. Go vent your impotent rage in hell, you hypocritical loser." As Ye Chen's words fell, Koizumi Tsugumi, bound by ropes, was tossed directly into the crusher and ground into mincemeat. Those watching the live stream witnessed this scene. Instead of speaking ill of Ye Chen, they flooded the chat with scrolling text declaring he had rid the world of a menace. Meanwhile, NATO, learning that Ye Chen was publicly judging Koizumi Tsuguji via livestream, panicked. After all, they too were among the instigators of the invasion of Myanmar. If the entire world fully saw their true colors, NATO as an alliance would lose a massive chunk of its supporters. Chapter 64, The Black Dumas Threat. Well done. That scum got what he deserved. The imperialism of the island nation is a cancer on the world. These scum deserve to rot in hell. Staring at the flood of comments on the livestream, Ye Chen remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, "I hereby declare that we will never cease our fight against the aggressors of capitalism and militarism. They will meet their ultimate demise." With that, Ye Chen ended the livestream. Simultaneously, videos of his execution of the island nation's war criminals began circulating wildly across the internet. Even on military and political television programs in numerous countries, special segments were scheduled to discuss the situation in Myanmar and the actions of Ye Chen. The dawn of the Burmese people. The vanguard against capitalist militarism. The judge of capitalist militarism. The light of Myanmar. Light or darkness. Justice or imperial conspiracy. The enigmatic commander of Burma's warlords. For a time, front pages of international newspapers worldwide were filled with news about Ye Chen, some favorable, some unfavorable. The favorable reports mostly came from neutral nations that had reached agreements with Ye Chen, while the unfavorable ones were largely political propaganda tools manipulated by NATO-aligned forces. Ye Chen had no time to concern himself with these reports. Though he had just eliminated Koizumi Tsugumi, descendant of World War II criminals, Jeth Arthur of Tuva and Paul Windsor of Bimbo were still waging war on Burmese soil. Eliminating these two commanders and their forces had become Ye Chen's most urgent task. However, just as Ye Chen finished dealing with the remnants of the island nation's World War II legacy, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Judgment of Koizumi Tsuguji mission. Randomly selected commanders have been issued. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the system notification, Ye Chen promptly opened the system inventory and discovered 2 upgrade cards. Currently, only Muran among his elite assassins had reached S rank. Upon seeing the upgrade cards, Ye Chen immediately considered using them to elevate Yu Meng and Xianxia to S rank. Host, do you wish to use the upgrade cards? Confirm use. Hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen used the upgrade cards without hesitation. He understood that the higher the rank of his elite assassins, the greater their assistance to him. Thus, Ye Chen didn't need to think twice, he directly upgraded Yu Meng and Xianxia to S rank. After completing these actions, Ye Chen didn't rush to redeploy his forces to encircle and eliminate Jace Arthur and Paul Windsor. Instead, he initiated a video call with Li Jinhu's 2 younger brothers and Soko Kai to assess the situation in the north. Just as Ye Chen was about to make the call, an unfamiliar number from Northern Europe rang in. After the operator's inquiry, Ye Chen learned the caller was none other than the President of the United States, He Zhangma. Mr. Yi, we have no intention of invading Myanmar. We received an invitation from the Myanmar government and are assisting them under the guise of peacekeeping to eliminate rebel forces. If you choose to join our NATO alliance, I will immediately order the withdrawal of our forces and mediate the internal conflicts within your country. What do you say? Hearing the caller identify himself as President Black Zhangma of the United States and spout such self-righteous nonsense, Ye Chen responded coolly, "Heckler, you're a black man who's become a lackey for American corporations, filling the United States with discrimination, drugs, and crime. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, why don't you focus on cleaning up your own mess? Myanmar's affairs are none of your business. It's not for arrogant, malicious capitalist lackeys like you to decide. Of course, if these words anger you, feel free to send your troops over any time. As for the forces you currently have in Myanmar, they'll be staying here permanently. Invaders will pay for their aggression. Once I've dealt with the cannon fodder you sent and unified Myanmar, we'll settle this score properly. Besides, I'm busy and don't have time for your nonsense. Excuse me now." With that, Ye Chen hung up. On the other end, He Zhangma was already grinding his teeth in fury, his face twisted in rage. He was currently attending the NATO summit and had made this call to Ye Chen right in front of everyone at the meeting. Thus, every person present heard Ye Chen's scornful taunts directed at him with crystal clarity. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. That Ye Chen is truly stubborn. We must unite and eliminate this arrogant bastard. He Zhangma ranted furiously at the summit, but none of the other national leaders present echoed his sentiments. They had just witnessed Ye Chen's live broadcast of Koizumi Tsugumi's trial. The scene of a man being thrown into a crusher had instilled genuine fear in these self-proclaimed elites. Seeing no support, He Zhangma shifted his tone and declared, "If you refuse this proposal, we shall back the Burmese government funding and arming them to eliminate Ye Chen, that rebel leader. If that proves impossible, we will employ every available measure, even nuclear weapons, if necessary." The idea of finding a proxy to initiate war seemed feasible to the Nordic Alliance summit leaders present. But the mention of nuclear weapons instantly silenced the room. The current 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council all possessed nuclear weapons. Beyond them, only a handful of nations had such capabilities, and Ye Chen was among that rare few. For these non-nuclear states to confront Ye Chen, who possessed nuclear weapons, was tantamount to playing with fire. If the United States could bomb Japan during World War II, why couldn't Ye Chen bomb them? No one present dared to take that gamble. They couldn't believe that a tyrant like Ye Chen, who broadcast his trials live, would yield to their collective pressure. Thus, the summit that had begun so smoothly abruptly ground to a halt and dissolved entirely. As lackeys of capitalism, Black Zhangma naturally wouldn't abandon the lucrative prize of Myanmar. War would allow them to divert attention from their domestic economic crises. Thus, urgently bolstering the Burmese government to counter Ye Chen became Black Zhangma's foremost priority. Just as Black Zhangma was returning to his hotel in a special vehicle, the British leader unexpectedly arrived uninvited and proceeded to recommend someone to him. This person was none other than Aung San Suu Kyi, the leader of Myanmar's puppet government, who had intricate ties with the British government. He Zhangma was overjoyed by Aung San Suu Kyi's arrival, seemingly seeing the ideal proxy he sought to empower. Chapter 65, The Decapitation Mission. Reporting to the General. Our rearguard has fallen into an enemy ambush and suffered heavy casualties. If we don't send reinforcements now, those 16,000 men may not make it back alive. In the makeshift command center of Jess Arthur within the outskirts of Tuva, the soldier's report struck him like a punch to the chest, leaving him with an indescribable sense of anguish. A force of 120,000 men had not only failed to capture a single town but had also suffered losses exceeding 48,000 troops. With less than 80,000 troops remaining, Jessa Arthur felt like dying. He had planned to leverage this war to secure the presidency in the next election. But with the campaign going this badly, forget running for president, just getting back without facing a court-martial would be a feat in itself. Crucially, Jessa Arthur hadn't yet realized that even if he wanted to face a military tribunal, he likely wouldn't get the chance. For under Ye Chen's command stood Mu Ren, the commander of the Tua forces, who had long since ascended to S rank. As one of the 3 most gifted warlords among the Death Commandos. Upon learning through the Heavenly Eye system of Jace Arthur's plan to encircle one of his battalions, Mu Ren decisively split his 20,000 troops into 2 columns, preparing to annihilate Jace Arthur's 16,000-strong force. To rescue or not to rescue? This was an agonizing dilemma. After a long silence, Jace Arthur finally spoke, "Hold off on rescuing the vanguards of the left and right wings for now. Immediately prepare both wings to ambush the enemy forces on their pursuit route. The remaining 22,000 troops will serve as reserves, ready to reinforce at any moment." Hearing Jace Arthur's orders, the reporting soldier sighed helplessly before turning to relay the command. Less than an hour after Jace Arthur made these deployments, Mu Ren, commanding from Tuwa, learned of the troop movements through the Sky Eye system. Though aware of Jace Arthur's troop movement toward the front lines, Mu Ren remained uncertain whether this signaled reinforcement or a counterattack. After a moment of deep contemplation, Mu Ren made a bold decision. He would detach 10,000 troops from the 20,000 garrison forces and dispatch 2 special operations squads, each comprising 200 soldiers, to execute a decapitation strike. This plan stemmed entirely from Mu Ren's prior intelligence that Jace Arthur's forces numbered only 120,000. Through previous battles, they had already eliminated 30,000 of Jace Arthur's troops, and now another 16,000 had been lost. This meant Jace Arthur could field fewer than 75,000 troops. With another 40,000 dispatched as reinforcements, the conclusion was clear: Jace Arthur himself now commanded no more than 30,000 troops.
Based on previous casualty estimates, a mere 10,000 elite troops would suffice to deal with these 30,000. However, to ensure absolute success, Muren had also assigned 2,000 special forces to join the operation, tasked with executing a decapitation strike. Another factor driving this plan was the severe limitations imposed on the US military's command system by the Heavenly Eye surveillance network. Commands could only be relayed through limited walkie-talkie networks and manual couriers on the battlefield. Thus, Muren concluded that even if Jessa Arthur's headquarters came under attack, the remaining forces might not be able to reinforce in time. Thus, executing the decapitation strike was the fastest way to end the war. Night. Jesse Arthur sat on the open ground outside the operations command center, gazing up at the star-studded sky. He had even begun to doubt whether his plan to come here was too hasty and ill-considered. Given his status and position, if he had stayed in the country for a few more years to gain experience, he would inevitably achieve his desired goals. If he failed in this campaign against Burma, the consequences awaiting him would likely be far worse than he imagined. Should he retreat? Better safe than sorry? Or press on? But how could he fight on when he didn't even know if Ye Chen was his true opponent? Gazing at the sky, his mind racing with thoughts, Jace Arthur had never felt so lost and indecisive. Before he could reach a conclusion, however, a deafening explosion from the center of the camp snapped him back to reality. Seeing the sudden flashes of fire across the camp, Jace Arthur knew immediately that enemy forces had launched an attack. He scrambled into the makeshift command center for cover and immediately ordered the alarm to be sounded. Soon, the deafening roar of air raid sirens filled the entire camp. At the same time, shells began falling one after another from the sky, plunging Jessa Arthur's camp into chaos. Countless tents were engulfed in flames, buildings shattered by explosions, and soldiers fled in panic, scrambling for cover from the relentless bombardment. Commanding officers frantically rounded up the scattered troops. After 10 minutes of relentless bombardment, the devastated camp finally fell silent. Though the attack caused minimal casualties, many soldiers, terrified, fled into the surrounding jungle. Just when everyone thought the night raid had ended, gunfire and cries of agony erupted once more from the surrounding jungle. Soldiers hiding in the thickets had thought themselves safe, but when one soldier saw his comrade's head suddenly fly off, blood gushing from the severed neck, he realized the danger had never left, it had only just begun. The soldier then witnessed his comrades being either shot through the heart or severed cleanly at the waist, a scene of utter carnage. The horror intensified when the soldier realized he hadn't seen anything kill his comrades. Paralyzed by terror, he screamed and fled like a madman, only to crash into a pitch-black blade. With the deserters in the jungle dealt with, the soldiers in the camp finally rallied and formed a defensive formation. Yet when the gunfire and screams from the jungle finally ceased, the camp soldiers waited over an hour only to find no enemy troops emerging from the surrounding woods. Had the enemy retreated? The longer they waited, the more the soldiers' nerves relaxed, convinced the enemy had retreated. But just as everyone relaxed, the weapons depot stored within the barracks suddenly exploded. Immediately after, the fuel storage warehouse detonated like a thunderclap. The sudden explosion startled everyone. Yet, just as panic gripped the camp, gunfire erupted from Jace Arthur's temporary command post. The soldiers guarding Jace Arthur witnessed him being hurled from the command post, crashing onto the barbed wire protective fence, lifeless. The ghost army killed the commander. Run for your lives! A cry rang out from the crowd, sending Jace Arthur's troops into chaos. Soldiers scattered in all directions. Chapter 66, Ancestral Skill. Ghost Army. This was the name Jessa Arthur's troops gave to Ye Chen's Special Forces unit. On the very first night Jessa Arthur led his army ashore at Tuwa Coast, they were ambushed by the Special Forces. Dressed in night vision suits made of special materials that allowed them to blend seamlessly into the darkness, the Special Forces moved with stealth and precision. Their ability to appear and vanish without a trace, silently eliminating their comrades, earned them the chilling moniker Ghost Army among Jace Arthur's troops. Since the Special Forces were merely executing Mu Ren's orders to harass the enemy, their appearances in Tuwa were few and far between. Yet it was precisely this tactic employed by Mu Ren that instilled a deep-seated fear of the Special Forces within Jez Arthur's troops. Now, witnessing Jeth Arthur's death, his troops were utterly paralyzed with fear. They abandoned their equipment and weapons, fleeing desperately toward the sea. With their American commander decapitated and their forces leaderless, the battle's outcome was inevitably a crushing defeat. From the initiation of the decapitation mission to the completion of the Tuwa Purge, the entire operation lasted a mere 2 days. Coincidentally, just as the Tuba Purge concluded, the enemy commander in Bimbo, who had been escorting Imperial Royal family member Paul Windsor on a frontline inspection, was killed by a sniper shot to the head at a position 5 kilometers away. Subsequently, the mixed enemy forces led by Dying began to collapse, fleeing en masse toward the coast. However, the numerous islands surrounding Bimbo proved problematic. The fleeing enemy seized fishermen's boats and escaped to the islands, making pursuit difficult and time-consuming. Nevertheless, within just 10 days, all enemy forces were pursued and annihilated. Thus, the entire campaign of the Seven Nations Alliance entering Burma lasted a mere 21 days. When Ye Chen returned to the base in Tuwa and received this news, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction.
What a joke, this so-called Seven Nations alliance couldn't even last half a month.
Even Ye Chen, who had prepared for guerrilla warfare, never moved more than 3 locations throughout the entire operation. Not only did the enemy fail to locate him, but the system's voice chimed in.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the task of annihilating the NATO 7-nation alliance.
System mission rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory.
Hearing the notification, Ye Chen hurriedly opened the system inventory to see what rewards the system had bestowed.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 advanced random character attribute card.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 special grade card, the Card of Rebirth. Note, attribute bonuses from advanced cards are 5 times the card's base value.
Special cards grant a one-time unique ability.
Upon hearing the system prompt and reading the notes on the screen, Ye Chen quickly understood what rewards he had received this time.
Host, do you wish to use the advanced attribute card? Confirm use.
Upon hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen decisively activated the attribute card. After all, using it sooner meant he could grow stronger sooner. As Ye Chen's words fell, his attribute panel appeared on the system screen.
Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 60. Speed, 70. Intelligence, 90. Conquest points, 10,000.
Wealth, 166.59 billion.
Assassins, S rank 3, F rank 194,618.
As the attribute panel opened, a ding sound rang out, and Ye Chen's attribute panel refreshed once more. Not only had his strength attribute undergone a significant change, but his other attributes had also seen considerable improvements.
Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Intelligence, 115. Conquest value, 10,000.
Wealth, 166.59 billion.
Assassins, S rank 3, F rank 194,618.
After his attribute panel changed, Ye Chen felt his body instantly grow significantly stronger. After his body was enhanced, Ye Chen turned his gaze to that special grade card, Su Shang's card. The system panel explained its function. It could revive individuals who had been dead for no longer than 24 hours. Of course, this within 24 hours of death stipulation only applied if the corpse remained intact. This card is quite useful. Though I don't need it now, it might prove invaluable later. I'll keep it for when the time comes. There's no usage time limit listed anyway. After handling the system task rewards, Ye Chen's thoughts turned to the system's third task.
Establishing a new Burmese government.
With that thought, Ye Chen beckoned to Yu Meng beside him. It's been half a month since I've appeared on the international stage.
My loyal viewers might be missing me.
Get ready, we're going live to announce to the world that our new Burmese government has been established.
Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng immediately began preparing for the livestream.
Before long, the broadcast was ready. Video platforms across nations simultaneously streamed Ye Chen's live feed.
Facing the camera, Ye Chen smiled faintly and began, "Hello everyone watching. I am Ye Chen, a Burmese immigrant and leader of Burma's largest anti-government populist movement.
Today, we have defeated the NATO coalition of 7 nations. I possess the capability to deliver the most forceful counterattack against any nation that dares to invade us.
The NATO coalition has been utterly defeated.
If they refuse to accept this, they are welcome to return anytime. For next time, we will bring the flames of war to their own soil and shatter the delusions of these capitalist imperialists once and for all.
Today marks the first day of our new Burmese government.
I solemnly declare here, those who share my ideals are my friends, those who oppose me are my sworn enemies."
As Ye Chen concluded his speech, live streaming platforms across nations were flooded with comments from netizens worldwide. North Korean netizen, "Yeism is wise and mighty. NATO's worthless dogs are nothing special."
American netizen, "Black Zhongma is nothing but a lackey of the capitalist cabal. They only know how to spin lies and persecute both other nations and their own.
Long live Chairman Yi."
Russian netizen, "Chairman Yi is truly benevolent, sending them straight to meet their maker. If it were me, I'd send them to Siberia to plant potatoes. Perhaps they'd find their ancestors in that soil."
Indian netizen, "Chairman Yi did a commendable thing. As the world's largest nation, India could do the same." Netizen from an island nation, "These are all damned scum.
They deserve no mercy.
I support Chairman Yi. If possible, I'd be the first to emigrate to Myanmar." Netizen from Yanxia, "Looks like Chairman Yi hasn't forgotten his ancestral skills. Well done." Chapter 67, Slamming the NATO Secretary General. The livestream concluded amidst laughter and cheers from netizens worldwide.
Chairman Yi also announced that once Myanmar achieves unification, it would grant visa-free access to all nations.
Having garnered immense goodwill, Ye Chen concluded the broadcast.
But just as he stepped off camera, Yu Meng approached and said, "Master, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg wishes to video call you."
Jens Stoltenberg?
Hearing that name, Ye Chen immediately thought of a dog, and that dog was none other than Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General guarding NATO's capitalist imperialism.
Let's see him.
I'll see if they're furious or still arrogant.
With that, Ye Chen entered the operations command center.
After giving the communications officer a nod, the SkyEye system's screen instantly displayed a tall, gaunt blonde man radiating a sinister aura. Ye Chen, on behalf of NATO, I formally notify you, the Myanmar rebels and you have become our top targets for sanctions.
We will support the legitimate government of Myanmar in eliminating your rebellion.
If you surrender now and accept trial at The Hague, we guarantee your life will not be threatened, allowing you to receive a fair and just verdict. I urge you to give this serious consideration.
Do not squander the final opportunity one am offering you. Accept your trial? And this is my last chance?
Hearing these intellectually questionable words, Ye Chen remained unflappable as he retorted, your NATO forces and leaders are nothing but a pile of dog stinking and shameless. Where do you get the confidence to label us as rebels? Where do you find the courage to utter such words? I forgot to mention during the live stream earlier, any nation that invades us next, I will invest trillions to aid the righteous forces in overthrowing your trash governments. Additionally, regarding your invasion of Myanmar, I will take necessary retaliatory measures. I hope the 7 nations of you can still face this with such confidence when you receive my response. With that, Ye Chen smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as he added, and you really do resemble a guard dog. When you have powerful backers, you bark incessantly. But without them, you're no more than an ant easily crushed underfoot.
Having delivered this satisfying retort, Ye Chen ended the call.
He wasn't about to give his counterpart a chance to curse him back, and he certainly wasn't about to give Jens Stoltenberg any more reasons to fume.
On the other end of the screen, Jens Stoltenberg's face was frozen in anger.
As the mouthpiece of the American capitalist empire, this was the first time he'd been treated like this. He had intended to threaten, you will pay for this, but Ye Chen had cut him off before he could speak, leaving Stoltenberg seething with frustration. At the Tua suburban base, after ending the call, Ye Chen began browsing the system mall. His purpose? To purchase a supersonic long-range missile called the Kamikaze. This missile was not only exceptionally fast and long-range but could also carry nuclear warheads, making it a first-rate national treasure.
Ye Chen wasn't buying this for decoration.
With the 7 Nations Alliance invading Myanmar to hunt him down, he naturally intended to give them a taste of their own medicine. While he had no intention of deploying nuclear weapons, Ye Chen had no qualms about letting them taste a few missiles with limited destructive power. A single kamikaze hypersonic missile cost around 50 billion. For Ye Chen, who now possessed over 1 trillion in wealth, purchasing a few in bulk was no issue.
500 billion each? Bring on 10.
7 would be gifted to the Allied forces as a token of appreciation, while the remaining 3 would be reserved as national treasures. However, after purchasing them, Ye Chen did not rush to launch them in retaliation against the NATO alliance invading Myanmar. Instead, he held them back, waiting for the opportune moment.
That moment arrived when NATO issued an international statement declaring its support for the Burmese government in waging a proxy war.
The moment they dared make such a declaration internationally, Ye Chen would deliver those 7 missiles straight to their capitals, a little surprise for them.
The invasion and encirclement by the 7 nations had temporarily concluded.
The primary focus now was restoring livelihoods and economies across the regions. Fortunately, before hostilities began, large-scale evacuations had been conducted in Tawa, Yichen, and Bimbo, sparing local residents from the conflict.
With the war concluded, these displaced people would naturally return to their homes to resume normal lives. However, some towns suffered significant war damage. Therefore, Yichen convened a meeting in the government's name, pledging funds to build new homes for the people. Moreover, homeowners who participate in the construction will receive wages equivalent to their labor.
Thanks to this policy, even though some locals were temporarily living in tents, they were eager to earn this income. Consequently, the economy of southern Myanmar not only avoided significant disruption but grew increasingly vibrant under Ye Chen's new administration. As for the situation in northern Burma, it was now practically a complete mess.
Various armed factions were scrambling to expand their territories and strengthen their influence.
In a game of survival of the fittest, larger groups devoured smaller ones, while smaller ones preyed on even smaller ones. This dynamic had spawned numerous armed forces, each boasting over 20,000 members. What caught Ye Chen's attention most, however, was the latest intelligence from the Suwa and Li families. The exiled government had unexpectedly co-opted numerous local armed factions, significantly expanding its strength. Despite losing their capital, the Burmese exiled government's troop strength not only held steady but surged past their original 400,000-strong force, now approaching a full 500,000. This development surprised Ye Chen, given the bitter enmity that had once defined the relationship between northern Burma and the Burmese government. That mortal enemies had switched sides and now worked hand in hand was something Ye Chen hadn't anticipated. Yet, after a moment's thought, he understood the reason. While the Burmese government had previously sought the allegiance of northern ethnic minorities, it had been highly reluctant to grant them senior official positions. Now that the Burmese government had become a puppet regime, the empty promises a cost-free scheme naturally flourished.
Ye Chen saw little harm in this development.
While the obstacles to unifying Myanmar had grown, the timeline for achieving that goal might actually accelerate. After all, once these local armed forces consolidated, Yichen wouldn't need to hunt them down individually in the jungles. By seizing the right moment to launch a decisive annihilation strike, unification would inevitably come sooner. However, before launching the Northern Campaign for Unification, Ye Chen had one more task to accomplish: establishing a new government for Burma, completely transforming it and turning the tables to become the master.
Chapter 68, Founding the Nation. Half a month after defeating the Seven-Nation Alliance,
Ye Chen convened a meeting of the Communist Party of the Burmese people in Tuwa, announcing the establishment of a new government representing Burma. Standing at the podium as president of the new Burmese government, Ye Chen surveyed the assembled leaders from all sectors and declared, "Today marks the founding of our Communist Party of the People.
I am honored to witness this momentous occasion alongside you all." His tone shifted as he continued, "Yet Burma remains divided.
We must redouble our efforts to liberate northern Burma swiftly and restore peace and stability to our nation." As Ye Chen finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd below. Most faces radiated joy and delight. Yet a few faces betrayed subtle unease. These were the leaders of various regional armed factions.
If Ye Chen demanded their allegiance and sought to strip them of their power, would they comply?
After all, not only had all of Burma learned of Ye Chen's defeat of the Seven Nations Alliance, but the international community was abuzz with discussion about his rise.
Given Ye Chen's power, did they dare resist?
Moreover, Ye Chen had clearly summoned them today for a purpose beyond mere gathering. He must have matters to discuss with the leaders of these regional armed factions.
Otherwise, how would their futures be determined? Would it be business as usual regional autonomy? Ye Chen would never consent to that. That leaves only two options: submission or rebellion.
Beyond these, the regional warlords present could think of no other viable way to handle this situation. After the national founding ceremony concluded, the crowd streamed into the assembly hall, where the real negotiations began. Surveying the regional military leaders seated below the podium, Ye Chen declared, "We are all allies who have worked together. Today, I announce the establishment of Myanmar's new government solely to empower the Burmese people to truly become masters of their own destiny, not to target any of you. However, the Myanmar of the future cannot revert to its former state. Reform and unification are imperative. The reforms I speak of are not about seizing your power or forcing your submission. Instead, I intend to implement them through a harmonious and equitable process. This reform must proceed alongside the Northern Expedition for Unification. The specific details are as follows. When our forces advance northward, you generals may join the Unification campaign. Every inch of land you hold, I will purchase with money. However, after unification, your troops must undergo formal training until they possess strict discipline, iron will, and unwavering faith. Only then can you become legitimate institutions for maintaining local security and governance, and you must obey the central government's administration. Naturally, should anyone abuse their authority to commit illegal acts, the new government will show no leniency and will crack down with the utmost severity. You may deliberate on this proposal among yourselves. If there are any points to add, speak freely." After hearing Ye Chen's words, the assembled men were stunned beyond belief. They never imagined he would take their land by offering to buy it. This was perfectly normal and reasonable, no one could find fault with it. As for the military being centrally managed, everyone found this acceptable too. After all, as long as Ye Chen didn't demand they surrender their military authority or face dismissal, it was enough to win everyone's respect.
I accept President Ye's terms. I have one question, though. Will our authority to command troops be self-renewing, or will it be subject to central government deployment? Hearing the local militia leader's question, Ye Chen rose and smiled. That's an excellent point. My original plan was for generals to independently rotate command authority. However, to prevent defections, I've added two additional conditions. Condition 1, when the army is not engaged in combat, command authority is transferred to a deputy commander specially assigned by the central government for training and management. This deputy commander lacks the authority to mobilize troops for battle. Only when combat operations commence will command be returned to the main commander. Condition 2, should a commander commit crimes or violate laws, it will directly impact the political vetting of 3 generations of their family, thereby forfeiting their right to autonomous succession of command authority. The troops will then be placed under centralized management by the central government. In other words, as long as individuals do not commit wrongdoing, I will not deprive them of their rights. This is my respect for human rights and my understanding of civil rights. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the assembly hall. Amid the sustained applause, Ye Chen gestured for silence before continuing, "Thank you all for your support. Since there are no objections, you may come to the central government at any time to register and handle military and administrative affairs for your respective regions. Next, we shall discuss the Northern Expedition, the most challenging task before us. Currently, various factions dominate northern Burma, each acting independently. Among them, the exiled government and the former Burmese warlord families the Wei, Bai, and Bao clans are the most powerful. To achieve unification, these 3 formidable obstacles stand as insurmountable barriers.
According to my original northern expedition plan, we would form left, central, and right armies to advance northward gradually. However, with your joining us now, I have decided to form only left and right armies, supplemented by 24 cooperative units to fight together. My left and right armies will serve as the main vanguard, targeting only the enemy's main forces. As for the smaller warlords, I leave their disposal to you.
This pinpoint approach will allow us to comb through and eliminate all hostile forces like a comb.
It will also grant our operations greater flexibility and strategic advantages. 3 days hence marks the day my left and right armies launch the northern expedition. I grant you 3 days to deliberate and select freely your routes and regions of attack. After 3 days, this opportunity vanishes. I urge everyone present to deliberate swiftly and seize this divine gift of an opportunity. With Ye Chen's address concluded, the council meeting drew to a close. Upon returning to his estate, Ye Chen intended to discuss domestic matters with Li Jinhu. Before they could speak, Yu Meng hurriedly entered and announced, "Master, urgent news has arrived from the Li family. The Wei and Bai families in northern Myanmar have clashed. Reports indicate fierce fighting over territorial control in the Mandalay region, apparently vying for dominance there. The Wei and Bai families are fighting?" Upon hearing this news, Yichen felt no surprise, finding it entirely plausible. What troubled him most, however, was who currently controlled the Myanmar government's artillery brigade. That was the real source of Ye Chen's apprehension at present. Chapter 69, The Peng Family's Decision. Let them fight. It's just dogs fighting among themselves anyway. What concerns me now is who controls that artillery brigade after Bao Juanlong's dismissal. That artillery brigade is the only asset the old Burmese puppet government has left to oppose us. If we can turn them against us or neutralize their combat effectiveness, then we'll have already secured 40% of the victory in the Northern Expedition plan. The Bai and Wei families were both rotten to the core, involved in countless criminal enterprises, gambling dens, fraud, human smuggling, organ trafficking, drug dealing, arms dealing, and more. Therefore, upon hearing this news, Ye Chen's first reaction was not surprise, but to inquire about the artillery brigade's whereabouts. Reporting to the master. According to intelligence from the Li family, this artillery brigade is currently in Mandalay. That's why the Wei and Bai families have clashed so fiercely. Their true objective is likely seizing control of this brigade, not Mandalay itself. The Li family's intelligence also indicates that this artillery brigade now appears to be under the control of the Peng family. However, the recent death of the Peng family patriarch likely triggered this conflict. After hearing Yomling's report, Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Only this explanation could reasonably account for why the Bai and Wei families would engage in such a fierce battle in Mandalay under these circumstances. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Ancient sages long ago articulated this truth. All strife boils down to one word: profit. Understanding the crux of the matter, Ye Chen pondered briefly before speaking. Dispatch a small team to Mandalay to make contact with the Peng family. See what demands the Peng family has. If we can seize this chance to win them over, the benefits gained won't be merely 1 + 1. Understood. Yu Meng acknowledged the order and proceeded to carry out Ye Chen's instructions. The moment Yu Meng departed, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the founding system task. System task rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen promptly opened the system inventory and was met with another notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining an attribute unlock card 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 affinity unlock card. Host, would you like to use the cards? Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen immediately responded, use. As the words fell, Ye Chen's system panel slowly opened. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Intelligence, 115. Conquest value, 10,000. Wealth, 116.59 billion. Assassins, S rank 3, F rank 194,618. Card reading complete. Unlocking attributes. Attribute unlock complete. Attribute panel updated. As the system prompt sounded, Ye Chen's attribute panel transformed. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Place of origin, Yanxia nationality. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Intelligence, 115. Skills, none. Conquest value, 10,000. Wealth, 116.59 billion. Affinity, 100. Assassins, S rank 3, F rank 194,618. Glancing at his attribute panel, Ye Chen immediately noticed a new skill attribute and a favorability value had appeared. Ye Chen understood skills as talents, but the concept of favor points left him utterly baffled. Just as Ye Chen pondered its purpose, the system's voice sounded again. Friendly reminder, the skill attribute represents the special abilities possessed by the host. Friendly reminder, affection value represents the host's popularity with women, or romantic luck. 100 affection value means a woman is 100% in love with the host. Listening to the system's explanation, Ye Chen felt this feature was somewhat useless. Still, better than nothing he'd make do with it. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the base on the outskirts of Mandalay City, the three Pang siblings sat in Pang Jiaxing's office, their faces clouded with worry as they looked at their eldest brother. Brother! The Bai and Wei families are treating us like dirt. Before we even agreed, they've already decided who stays in Mandalay and who controls the artillery brigade. It's a blatant insult. Pang Jian, the second brother, spoke up, his face twisted with indignation, clearly disgusted by the Wei and Bai family's actions. Exactly, brother. If we don't come up with a countermeasure, they'll think we're easy to manipulate. The Wei and Bai families are indeed powerful in northern Burma, but our Pang family isn't easily intimidated. My say is this: anyone who dares come for the artillery brigade, we kill them outright. If it comes to mutual destruction, so be it. Let's see who still dares covet our artillery brigade. Otherwise, sitting here waiting for death will only invite countless wolves and tigers. Pang Jelly, the third daughter of the Pang family, spoke up. With the chaotic situation in northern Burma and the government in exile, the Pang family had lost its direction after their father's death. Listening to his younger siblings, Pang Jiaxing, the family's designated successor, remained silent for a long time. Unable to think of a better solution, he finally sighed and said, Jian, Jelly, the artillery brigade was something father fought hard to reclaim from the Bao family. I want to use it to make a name for myself. But the Wei and Bai clans combined have over 100,000 troops besieging Mandalay. If we act rashly now, we might truly bury our father's life's work here. If we truly wish for the Pang family to forge its own path, our hope lies neither in our own hands, nor in those of the Wei and Bai clans, nor in the regional warlords of northern Burma. Hearing their eldest brother's words, the second and third siblings exchanged glances. They saw confusion in each other's eyes before turning to ask Pang Jiaxing in unison, then where does our family's hope lie, brother? Hearing this, Pang Jiaxing pointed southward, his expression grave as he declared, our true hope lies in the south in that young man surnamed Ye Chen? Ye Chen? Hearing their eldest brother's words, the second and third siblings of the Pang family spoke in unison. You could say that. The new government Ye Chen has established is indeed our true hope. Moreover, based on the current situation analysis, Ye Chen is the strongest figure with the capability to unify Burma. If we can cooperate with him, then our Pang family can truly survive this war. Earlier, our Pang family lost our stronghold west of Naypyidaw. If we lose the artillery brigade now, we'll be finished for good. After much deliberation, the only solution is to seize the moment while we still hold sufficient leverage, either unite with Ye Chen or pledge allegiance to his new government. Otherwise, we'll likely become mere casualties of this war. Chapter 70, Pang Jelly seeks an audience. 3 days after the new government's establishment, Ye Chen's two main armies totaling 160,000 troops marched toward the front lines. Simultaneously, various local armed forces interwove themselves among the two main armies, coordinating their operations. Despite Ye Chen's constant preoccupation with warfare, economic vitality across the entire southern region recovered remarkably swiftly. After the armies departed, Ye Chen turned to Yu Meng beside him and said, then let's depart as well. With that, Ye Chen climbed into a sedan, embarking on his first incognito inspection tour since assuming the presidency of Myanmar's new government. Reporting to the president. The economic recovery across all regions is progressing exceptionally well. Industries such as fisheries, timber, factory processing, and retail have not only rapidly regained their previous market shares but have also exceeded them by over 30%. With everyone earning income now, currency circulation in the market has increased significantly. Moreover, as personal incomes rise, consumption levels have also advanced to a new tier. If this trend continues for 2 years, I believe every household in the southern regions will have a flat-roofed house, and no one will worry about food or clothing. Though I'm still learning to wield the authority of this position as Minister of Economy, I will strive to master it. In the car, Jean Hua, promoted by Ye Chen, spoke eloquently. Though her speech lacked polish, Ye Chen recognized her earnest effort. Not bad. Now that the economy is firmly on track and I have no other plans for the next 2 years, I want you to go to Yinsha for a year of advanced training. Once you return, you'll be able to handle these financial matters with ease. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be able to take a leave of absence for further training in 3 months. What do you think? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Jean Hua's face lit up with excitement. Really? Actually, I've long wanted to visit Yinsha Kingdom, but with the domestic situation being so difficult, I had to put that idea aside. Absolutely. And you won't be the only one in this training program. There will be members from the Suwa family, the Li family, the Amo family, the Kansang family, a whole series of families allied with us. You are the future pillars of the new Myanmar government. Therefore, learning is your most important task. Only by mastering your studies and returning can you better serve the new government, right? Ye Chen spoke to Jinhua in an approachable manner while observing the bustling scene of street vendors and pedestrians, feeling deeply satisfied. Originally, Ye Chen had planned to inspect the economic conditions south of Taungoo. However, as soon as the car reached the outskirts of Taungoo, an urgent call from Mong Then Myint forced him to alter his inspection plans. The others were unaware of the reason behind Ye Chen's sudden change of plans and itinerary. However, as the president of the new government, wherever Ye Chen decided to go, his subordinates had no choice but to adjust their plans accordingly. Tua lay roughly 270 kilometers from Matan, a journey that, if driven swiftly, would take no more than a morning.
Having departed in the morning and cancelled the inspection en route, Yichen finally arrived in Matan by noon.
After getting out of the car, Ye Chen headed straight for the old government office building in Matan and met with a woman in military uniform. Her surname was Pang, given name Jelly, none other than Pang Jelly, the third daughter of the Pang family.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Moreover, your decision to personally come from Tuwa to meet me deeply moves me. My elder brother was right, President Yi, you truly are the most trustworthy person we have. Pang Jelly was both delighted and astonished by Ye Chen's arrival.
She had come on behalf of the Pang family to negotiate with the new government, not expecting to meet Ye Chen personally. Her sole hope was that the new government's forces would advance on Mandalay swiftly to liberate the artillery brigade under her family's control. Yet Ye Chen's personal reception now clearly demonstrated his awareness of and regard for the Pang family, or rather, for the artillery brigade under their control. Whether it was the former or the latter, while there was a difference, it did not affect the content of the agreement the Pang family would ultimately reach with Ye Chen.
I'm also very pleased to see you.
The fact that your Pang family trusts the new government proves its establishment is both correct and what the people need.
Speak freely. What demands and conditions does your Pang family have? Don't hesitate to voice them openly. Rest assured, I won't hold back. As long as it's feasible and doesn't harm either party's interests, I'll agree to it.
Ye Chen shook hands firmly with his counterpart. Before him stood Pang Jelly, a striking figure radiating military poise, a beautiful soldier whose straightforwardness was immediately apparent.
President Yi speaks wisely. Then I won't beat around the bush.
I broke through that heavy encirclement precisely for the sake of our Pang family and the artillery brigade. The fierce fighting between the Wei and Bai families in Mandalay is all over the artillery brigade under our Pang family's control. Artillery brigades are mechanized units, making them far more difficult to maneuver.
The Wei and Bai families exploited this weakness, trapping us in our outlying base in Mandalay. If we refuse to compromise, they will starve us out.
So while the two sides are locked in battle, my elder brother, Pang Jiaxing, sent me to seek President Ye's assistance. If you agree to help us withdraw from Mandalay, the Pang family and the artillery brigade will henceforth follow President Ye's every command and remain eternally loyal to the new Burmese government.
Upon hearing Pang Jelly's terms and demands, Yichen didn't hesitate.
He waved to summon Yumeng beside him and ordered, have the left front army abandon the plan to attack the relief forces at the encirclement point.
Instead, they are to directly assault Mandalay and prepare to receive the artillery brigade as they exit the city. Additionally, treat defecting soldiers with leniency. Harsh treatment is forbidden.
Violators will face court-martial.
Yes, sir.
Upon receiving Ye Chen's orders, Yumeng immediately contacted Mu Ren, the commander of the left front army, and relayed Ye Chen's directives. After settling these matters, Ye Chen rose, shook hands with Pang Jelly, and added, a major battle is about to erupt at the front lines. General Pang, there's no need for you to risk returning. Stay here and wait for your brother in peace. They will return safely. I have matters to attend to and must depart. Once your brothers reunite with you, I shall return to celebrate with you all.
With that, Ye Chen prepared to depart and resume his inspection schedule. After all, with so many people awaiting his presence, a president couldn't very well linger here chatting idly with a beauty, could he? Seeing Ye Chen prepare to leave, Pang Jelly hesitated for a moment before saying shyly, I wonder what President Yi is busy with. Might I accompany you to learn along the way? My brother says you're a prodigy. I'm very curious to see how you work, which is why I'm making this rather presumptuous request. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen replied, all right, you may join us. There's nothing to hide, it's simply an inspection of grassroots economic conditions to identify areas where the government must improve. Chapter 71, Farewell, Wei Rong. Father, why don't we just send someone to blow up that old rat Bai Suwaching at the Bai residence? Once Bai Suwaching is dead, I'll see how the Bai family dares to fight our Wei family. In a military camp on the outskirts of Mandalay City, Wei Qingtao, his face dark with fury, slammed his fist on the table. Observing his hot-tempered son, Wei Chaoran, who was intently studying a map, spoke slowly, you've only endured a few days of frustrating battles and already can't take it? With such limited endurance, how will you ever accomplish great things in the future? Look at Ye Chen up north. He started as nothing more than a swindled peasant, suddenly became a local warlord, and now he's the president of Burma's new government. Where do you think the difference lies between you and him? Your sister met him. She said he has grand ambitions, keeps clear lines between loyalty and betrayal, and is both wise and principled with remarkable patience. He truly has the potential to unify Burma. At first I didn't believe it. I thought even if Ye Chen was that formidable, facing the encirclement of the Allied forces, he'd surely be doomed. I thought your sister was exaggerating at first. But after he defeated the seven-nation coalition and dared to confront the invading nations head-on in the international community, I realized it was I, Wei, who failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. If I could foresee the future, I'd gladly marry your sister to this young man named Ye Chen. At this point, Wei Chaoran glanced at his bewildered son and continued, I'm telling you all this simply to impart some wisdom. A temporary setback doesn't mean fortune won't turn in your favor, but a moment of impulsiveness could ruin your entire life. The plan to blow Bai Suwaching to bits is indeed feasible. But can you guarantee that after Bai Suwaching is dead, our Wei family can smoothly take over the artillery brigade from the Pang family? Can you guarantee that after Bai Suwaching is dead, the Bai family won't pursue us to the bitter end? With so many uncertainties, why pursue such a course? Listening to Wei Chaoran's explanation, Wei Qingtao, exhausted from a day of feudal battles, finally calmed down. After a moment of silence, Wei Qingtao spoke again, then what does father intend to do? Are we just going to keep dragging this out with the Bai family? I believe the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. If the southern forces seize the opportunity to attack, all our efforts will be for naught. Hearing his son's words, Wei Chaoran smiled meaningfully. That's precisely how I intend to play it. Wait for the southern forces to attack. If your sister can meet Ye Chen again without incident, then our Wei family might survive this northern expedition purge. His voice tinged with rare resignation, Wei Chaoran added, my son, the days of these northern warlords carving out their own fiefdoms are numbered. If we don't change course now, we'll merely become another victory on their list of conquests. Hearing his father articulate the ultimate purpose behind the great conflict between the Bai and Wei families, Wei Qingtao could scarcely believe his ears. The Wei clan actually intended to use this as an opportunity to defect to Ye Chen? Hearing this news, Wei Qingtao stared at his father in utter disbelief before asking, Father, aren't you afraid Ye Chen will settle scores with our Wei family? I've heard Ye Chen despises fraudsters most of all. Do you think we can hide the Henry Group's affairs from him? Hearing Wei Qingtao's words, Wei Chaoran sank into the sofa as if relieved, then sighed helplessly, whoever does the deed must take the blame. These schemes were all planned and executed by yours truly. If he wants my head, let him take it. As long as you and your sister are safe, I wouldn't even flinch at being crushed into mincemeat by that grinder. Wei Qingtao believed Wei Chaoran's words without a shred of doubt. Because when Wei Qingtao was very young, one of Wei Chaoran's mistresses had entered the household and attempted to poison him, intending to have her own son inherit the Wei family estate. Fortunately, Wei Chaoran discovered the plot in time, preventing its execution. Afterward, Wei Chaoran not only killed the mistress himself but also strangled her and her child to death. Originally, Wei Chaoran's lawful wife had begged him not to kill the mistress and her child. But Wei Chaoran knew that if he didn't eliminate the threat at its root, once the child grew up, the entire Wei family could be destroyed by that offspring. Thus, Wei Chaoran eradicated the threat completely, leaving no trace of potential trouble. This demonstrated his ruthless decisiveness, merciless not only toward others but even more so toward himself. From that moment on, Wei Qingtao finally understood, sometimes, to gain certain things, one must inevitably sacrifice others. Those who crave everything yet refuse to give anything in return inevitably meet a bitter end. Meanwhile, in the city of Malamine, accompanied by his trusted confidants, Yichen conducted a preliminary review of the economic recovery progress in both the Malamine economic zone and the city center, concluding a productive day. When Yichen returned to his hotel room to bathe and rest, he was utterly taken aback to find an unexpected woman waiting there. Seated on the European-style sofa, Wei Rong wore a form-fitting red dress, her makeup flawless, radiating an irresistible beauty. Spotting Yichen enter, Wei Rong immediately rose, swaying her hips seductively as she glided toward him. President Yi is indeed busy, she murmured. I've waited 8 long hours in this hotel, and finally, my dear troublemaker has arrived. With that, she shot him a seductive glance, her eyes narrowing suggestively as if begging him to take her right then and there. Seeing Wei Rong appear in his room surprised Ye Chen, but he felt no fear. After all, he possessed a life-saving artifact. Even if Wei Rong pulled out a gun and fired at him right now, Ye Chen was certain he could survive. Calming himself, Ye Chen slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down. He then looked at the uninvited Wei Rong and said, no news is good news. Since you're here, get straight to the point. I don't want to hear any nonsense, especially from people like you. If my next questions receive satisfactory answers from you, I'll let you finish speaking. But if you harbor any illusions of getting away with deception, I need only snap my fingers once and the assassins outside will execute you within 10 seconds. Now, my first question. How did you get in here? Hearing this, Wei Rong sat down opposite Ye Chen with an air of ease and replied, this hotel used to belong to my family, the Wei family. Satisfied with her answer, Ye Chen pressed further, what is your purpose? Chapter 72, The Wei Family's Plan. Our Wei family intends to submit to the new government. However, given that our Wei family's rise to prominence was not entirely honorable, we fear President Yi may refuse us. Therefore, my father has prepared 2 gifts for you, hoping you will accept our family's allegiance to the new government. Wei Rong looked at Ye Chen with utmost sincerity, her posture as upright as a child who had done something wrong. Upon hearing the Wei family's offer to submit to the new government, Ye Chen smiled faintly. He did not expose their petty scheme but nodded instead. Continue. With Ye Chen's permission, Wei Rong continued, the first gift my father has prepared for you is the artillery brigade in Mandalay. Everyone knows this brigade may be the Burmese exile government's only trump card against you. As for the second gift, it concerns the Bai family currently entrenched in Mandalay. On the surface, the Wei family is competing with the Bai family for control of the artillery brigade. In reality, it's to trap the Bai family. If President Ye can send troops to attack Mandalay within 5 days, the Wei family will do whatever it takes to hold the Bai family back. By then, the Bai family will be caught between two fires, unable to escape. President Ye will also clear a major obstacle for his northern campaign, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. After hearing Wei Rong's explanation, Yichen clapped his hands enthusiastically, clearly impressed by the Wei family's audacious gamble of forcing their opponents into a desperate situation to achieve victory. There's a reason your Wei family became one of Burma's 4 great families. You possess both skill and ruthlessness. But what if I told you now that I fear neither the artillery brigade nor the Bai or Wei families? How would you respond? Hearing Ye Chen's blunt words, Wei Rong smiled enchantingly and replied, "The world bustles with people coming for profit and throngs with people going for profit. If this still fails to sway President Ye, then it means the sincerity our Wei family has offered has not yet reached the level of satisfaction you require." Truthfully, my father had prepared 3 gifts for President Ye. This final one is my father's head. Should President Ye agree to the Wei family's allegiance to the new government, his head shall be delivered to you within 3 days. My father may have committed many wrongdoings, but he truly cherished his family. I cannot bear to see him die, so I have exchanged this 3rd gift for myself. If President Ye agrees to let the Wei family submit and spare my father's life, then I, Wei Rong, will serve you faithfully, even if it means becoming your slave. With that, Wei Rong rose and slowly undid the buttons of her dress. The fabric slid away, revealing her voluptuous form standing before Ye Chen. Having just married, Ye Chen was naturally still savoring the taste of newfound intimacy. The sight of Wei Rong completely naked instantly stirred his response. Yet Ye Chen still managed to control his desires. He didn't immediately rise to overpower Wei Rong, who was in the prime of her youth. Instead, he picked up a towel nearby and wrapped it around her. "You are a beautiful woman, and you still possess a shred of conscience. Had I followed my original plan, once my northern expedition concluded, the Wei, Bai, and Bao families would have faced only one fate, death. But considering you still possess a shred of conscience, I'll grant your Wei family permission to submit to the new government. But I don't want the gifts you prepared. I want every single asset the Wei family possesses. Of course, these assets aren't for my personal gain, but to atone for your sins and compensate those you've wronged. Furthermore, the Wei family shall henceforth refrain from politics and military service, limiting yourselves to medicine and commerce. Should I discover any breach of this agreement, we shall settle both old and new accounts. If you agree, then get dressed and leave my room. If you refuse, then leave my room as well. Though I do appreciate beauty, I take no pleasure in exploiting others' misfortune." With that, Yichen picked up the clothes from the floor and placed them in Wei Rong's hands before returning to his seat, watching silently to see how she would respond. "On behalf of the Wei family, I accept your terms. Bai Englan was right. You truly are a man worthy of lifelong trust, unlike certain others who can't control their own desires when they see a woman. Today I acted rashly toward President Ye. When the Wei family pledges allegiance to the new government, I shall offer President Ye another toast. Goodbye." Wei Rong nonchalantly dressed in front of Ye Chen, uttered those 2 sentences, and then left the hotel. Only after hearing the hotel room door close did Ye Chen exhale a long breath. Truth be told, Wei Rong was indeed a woman of exceptional beauty, exactly the kind Ye Chen preferred, a woman brimming with allure. Yet in this situation, though his body responded, his mind resisted fiercely. First, he genuinely disliked taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Second, Wei Rong gave him an unsettling sense of danger. If Ye Chen had pushed her down, he was certain Wei Rong would likely look down on him because of it. She would then exploit their relationship to help the Wei family regain its former status. Thus, Ye Chen rejected Wei Rong's advances, hoping to leave her with a favorable impression and thereby strengthen the leverage for the terms he would later demand. As long as Ye Chen refrained from pursuing Wei Rong, the Wei family would inevitably fear the conditions he had set once they submitted to the new government. Those conditions would become a death sentence they dared not challenge lightly. After seeing Wei Rong off, Ye Chen pondered deeply for a long time before deciding to alter his strategy for rescuing the Pine brothers, shifting to a new plan. Exhausted after a long day, Ye Chen soon fell into a deep sleep, waking only at daybreak. The next morning, after waking and washing up, Ye Chen was about to summon Yumeng to revise his plan when she rushed in unexpectedly. Approaching Ye Chen, Yumeng immediately reported, "President, someone from the Bai family has arrived at Spy Englan, whom you met before. They claim it's an urgent matter requiring your presence. Would you be willing to meet?" Bai Englan? Hearing that name, Ye Chen immediately thought of Wei Rong from last night. Ye Chen knew Wei Rong and Bai Englan were sworn sisters. But Wei Rong had just left last night and Bai Englan arrived today? Was this a damn coincidence? Or was it pre-arranged? For a moment, Ye Chen sensed that the Bai and Wei families weren't as straightforward as they appeared. Instead, they seemed shrouded in mystery, difficult to see clearly. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ye Chen nodded to Yumeng and said, "Let her in. I have some questions for her anyway." Hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng nodded in agreement before going to escort Bai Yinglan into Ye Chen's room. Chapter 73, Working in Cahoots. For their second meeting, the tall Bai Yinglan wore a loose-fitting black evening gown today, giving her an air of aloofness and mystery. Compared to Wei Rong's voluptuousness and delicate charm, Bai Yinglan exuded an aura of grandeur and nobility. After Bai Yinglan entered the room with Yu Meng, she looked at Ye Chen, who was bent over eating breakfast, and spoke first. Bai Yinglan greets President Yi. Hearing this, Ye Chen lifted his head to look at the elegant Bai Yinglan and immediately noticed a faint bruise at the corner of her eye. You came to see me so early. You must not have had breakfast yet? Why not sit down and eat while we talk? Ye Chen shot Yu Meng a glance, and soon a waiter entered carrying an additional plate of food. Bai Yinglan accepted Ye Chen's offer without hesitation, or perhaps she was genuinely starving. To meet him, she hadn't eaten all night. After quietly finishing breakfast with the beauty, Ye Chen set down his utensils and looked at Bai Yinglan. You seem to have eaten your fill. So, tell me, did the Bai family send you here to negotiate peace, or to pledge allegiance to the new government? Or perhaps you're here to continue resisting, bearing a challenge to me? Hearing Ye Chen's final words, Bai Yinglan seemed afraid Ye Chen might misunderstand, quickly waving her hands. No. The Bai family sent me here to represent them in preparing to submit to the new government. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Bai family is prepared to surrender 90% of our assets to the new government, retaining only 10% for the family's survival. Additionally, my father stated that after the Bai family submits, we will no longer engage in military or political affairs. However, we hope to pursue commerce to support our family. If President Yi agrees to these terms, any woman of the Bai family, including myself, whom you find suitable, may be chosen as your wife. Including myself. Hearing Bai Yinglan's final words, Ye Chen thought to himself, the Bai and Wei families truly lived up to their reputation as two of the four great families. Selling daughters for capital was a scheme they executed with practiced ease and utter nonchalance. Truth be told, Bai Yinglan was indeed a woman of exceptional beauty. Yet, seeing the lingering fear in her eyes, Ye Chen concluded this matter was likely far from straightforward. Therefore, Ye Chen cut straight to the most pressing question. Did your husband consent to this? Hearing Ye Chen's question, Bai Yinglan bit her lip lightly before speaking. My husband, Xiao Liqiang, is dead. My father killed him. I don't hate my father, nor do I hate you. All of this is simply our own doing. We have no one else to blame. When Xiao Liqiang married me, he said he would die for me. I was deeply moved, so I married him. But now that he truly has died for me, I don't feel much at all. Perhaps it's because we've committed so many evil deeds that our hearts have grown numb and callous. Hearing Bai Yinglan's words, Ye Chen remained non-committal. Instead, he pressed further. Then how do you explain why Wei Rong conceived last night and you arrived today? Such a coincidence makes me suspect the Bai and Wei families are conspiring to deceive me. If I uncover even a shred of evidence, your fate will be far more miserable than anything I've ever inflicted upon you before. Facing Ye Chen's questioning, Bai Yinglan gave a helpless smile and sighed deeply before finally saying, everyone knows Wei Rong and I are close sisters, but few realize this is merely a false bond created by the Bai and Wei families to spy on and test each other. Wei Rong's driver was a gift from me, and my driver was a gift from Wei Rong. Later, the driver I gave to Wei Rong became her lover. I knew exactly how many times they had relations and where they did it. And the driver Wei Rong gave me naturally became my lover too. Everything about me was under Wei Rong's control. The only difference between us is that Wei Rong genuinely fell in love with that driver and didn't kill him. As for me and the driver, it was merely physical need and mutual pretense, and in the end, he died by my hand. The day before Wei Rong arrived in Malamine from Mandalay, the Bai family received word of their plans to submit to the new government. My father feared the Wei family would use the Bai family as a sacrificial offering. Upon receiving the news, he sent me to Mandalay to meet with you immediately. As for what happened afterward, you already know the story. I won't waste your time with unnecessary details. After hearing Bai Yinglan's account, Ye Chen fell deep in thought. Through Bai Yinglan's explanation of the Bai and Wei family's dealings, he gained a stark understanding of what it truly meant to be deceitful and treacherous. After an unknown length of time, Ye Chen finally spoke. I agree to your surrender. However, given your actions, I believe Myanmar can no longer tolerate your presence here. Therefore, after your surrender, I will permit you to take 20% of your assets and emigrate overseas. If you find my terms too harsh, you are free to refuse. Upon hearing Ye Chen's response, Bai Yinglan paused for a moment before replying, I need to consult my father about this. Excuse me for now. With that, Bai Yinglan rose and walked to the telephone, lifting the receiver to call Bai Suwaching for instructions. Ye Chen paid no heed to Bai Yinglan's abrupt departure. Even if she used this phone call to relay his location to Bai Suwaching, enabling a missile strike from afar, Ye Chen remained unfazed. After last night's incident with Wei Rong, every single staff member in this hotel had been replaced. Even the phone numbers and addresses were borrowed from other locations, specifically to prevent anyone with malicious intent from launching a remote decapitation strike against him. Bai Yinglan spoke for less than 30 seconds before hanging up. This small detail added to Ye Chen's belief in the Bai family's sincerity in submitting.
After all, even with the world's most advanced tracking technology, achieving this in under 30 seconds was impossible.
Witnessing Bai Yinglan's call duration, Ye Chen's trust in her grew.
After completing her report, Bai Yinglan returned to the dining table, sat upright in her chair, and declared solemnly, "My father has agreed to your terms. However, he insists that we choose the country for our immigration ourselves.
And the country we've chosen is the ancestral homeland of my father, the Yanxia nation." After hearing Bai Yinglan's words, Ye Chen nodded.
"That's acceptable. Then hurry back and inform your father to immediately cease hostilities between the Bai and Wei families. Then await the new government's troops entering Mandalay to accept your surrender and transfer of authority. Only after my forces take over the Bai and Wei clan's armies can you truly leave Burma."
Chapter 74, The Assassination Plan. I can't go back to the Bai family. My father has always been unyielding.
He said he would send me to you, so I must remain by your side. If I defy his will, my only fate is death. My children are still young.
I don't want anything to happen to them. Please take me in. This is the only hope for my children and me to survive.
Bai Yinglan heard Ye Chen instruct her to return and inform the Bai family of his decision. Yet, she knelt directly before him and revealed the true reason for her visit. After hearing Bai Yinglan's words, Yichen fell silent for a moment before turning to Yu Meng beside him and saying, "Prepare a room for Miss Bai." After speaking, Ye Chen turned to Bai Yinglan again. "In that case, you may stay here for now. Once everything is settled, you may take your children and live freely." With that, Ye Chen rose to change his clothes and prepare for the new day's work. Meanwhile, at the outskirts base of Mandalay City, Wei Rong returned to the Wei residence and relayed the news of Ye Chen's acceptance of their terms to Wei Chaoran and her younger brother.
Upon hearing the news, Wei Chaoran seemed to relax considerably.
He exhaled deeply and remarked, "Ye Chen is far more astute than we imagined, and his magnanimity surpasses our expectations by leaps and bounds.
The Wei family's defeat at the hands of such a man is no injustice."
Just as the Wei family assumed Ye Chen intended to have them stall the Bai family, Wei Rong's phone suddenly received a message. "The Bai and Wei families, immediately order your forces to cease hostilities and await the new government's military takeover.
Should anyone act recklessly, all agreements shall be null and void."
Receiving this message from Ye Chen's forces, all three members of the Wei family were taken aback. Yet after a moment's thought, they quickly grasped the crux of the matter. If they could consider surrendering to the new government, the Bai family likely had the same idea. Coupled with the message from Ye Chen's forces, it further indicated that the Bai family had also reached some sort of agreement with Ye Chen. Otherwise, Ye Chen's forces would never have acted this way.
It seems the Bai family has also sent representatives to meet with Ye Chen.
In the face of the inevitable tide, few are foolish enough not to seek their own path and patron. Truly, men die for wealth, birds die for food.
Wei Chaoran sighed, then turned to Wei Qingtao beside him.
"Go. Order the soldiers to cease fire. Don't let any mishaps disrupt our plans." Hearing Wei Chaoran's words, Wei Qingtao hesitated but ultimately left the command center to direct the soldiers at the front lines to cease fire. Meanwhile, at the Bai family headquarters. Upon receiving news from Mao Danyan relayed by Bai Yinglan, Bai Suocheng immediately halted the Bai family's operations.
In an instant, Mandalay, which had been engulfed in fierce fighting moments before, fell silent. The once constant roar of artillery and gunfire vanished completely.
Only the war-torn ruins and shattered walls remained, bearing witness to the devastation that had unfolded here.
Meanwhile,
Mu Ren's left front army had also reached the border of the Mandalay region. With the ceasefire orders from the heads of the Bai and Wei families, the local armed forces affiliated with them and entrenched around Mandalay naturally dared not act recklessly upon seeing the new government's troops. They swiftly surrendered their weapons. From the local armed groups at the Mandalay border to the Bai and Wei families within Mandalay city itself, the new government's takeover proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within just 2 days, they had completely occupied Mandalay. The ease with which Mandalay fell was unexpected by Ye Chen. Moreover, once he secured this strategic location, the pressure on armed groups in other parts of northern Burma would intensify. Among these armed groups, the exiled government led by Aung San Suu Kyi faced the most pressure. Beyond sheer numbers, they held no other advantages. Aung San Suu Kyi's exiled government was now largely confined to the areas surrounding Hakka, and as Ye Chen's forces advanced, their territory was shrinking day by day. Inside the government office building in Hakka City, Aung San Suu Kyi stared at the spy dispatched by the island nation and asked, "If the organization doesn't provide support soon, Ye Chen's forces will swiftly unify Myanmar. Then, our decades-long strategic in Southeast Asia will be destroyed in an instant." Hearing her words, the spy from the island nation replied, "Rest assured, Miss Aung San. The organization is planning an assassination attempt against Ye Chen. Should this assassination succeed, Ye Chen's new government will inevitably collapse. We can then secure British backing to reclaim control over the Burmese region." "That's good. I will do my best to persuade the others to resist Ye Chen's vanguard forces with all our might. I also hope you can expedite your efforts." Aung San Suu Kyi finished speaking and then left the reception office, as if she had never been there at all. Meanwhile, Ye Chen continued his inspection tour southward from Malamine. However, as he neared Dawei, an assassination attempt occurred in a place called Deja.
Given Ye Chen's current control over southern Myanmar, few individuals or factions would dare challenge him.
However, since the assassins had not been apprehended, Ye Chen decided to extend his stay in Deja for several days. This would give the killers time to act, but also afford him the opportunity to capture them. After checking into the government guesthouse in Dais, Ye Chen waited for the assassins' arrival. Yet, after staying at the guesthouse for a full day and night, the killer still did not show up. Therefore, the next day, Ye Chen decided to venture out onto the streets to test the waters, to see if the enemy dared to make a move. Dais wasn't exactly bustling. Street vendors were scarce, and with the war having just ended, consumers were few and far between.
The best-selling goods were merely everyday necessities.
After wandering the streets for most of the day, Ye Chen still hadn't spotted the assassin. He was about to return to the guesthouse to prepare for his next inspection location. But just as he reached the hotel entrance, a little flower girl ran up to him and said, "Mr. President, someone asked me to give you this."
With that, the girl handed Ye Chen an invitation before darting away. Ye Chen opened the invitation and discovered it was from a prominent local family.
The head of this family was none other than Madaida, the county chief of Dais, who had been accompanying Ye Chen. Seeing this, Ye Chen looked at Madaida with a puzzled expression and asked, "I heard your eldest son just returned from studying abroad in Japan.
Now they're inviting me to join their young people's gathering. That's quite interesting. How about this? We go together. With you, the old man, present, I'll feel much more at ease." Chapter 75, The Traitorous Official. Even before the assassination attempt, Ye Chen had suspected that Madaida, the county chief of Dais, had skeletons in his closet. Later, through gathered intelligence, Ye Chen confirmed his suspicions were correct. Madaida had 3 wives, but 2 of them were brought back from the island nation.
Moreover, Modida's eldest son had been sent to study in the island nation immediately after graduating from junior high school. Most crucially, Madaida was actually the cousin of the leader of a local armed group that Ye Chen had just crushed. When all this information was laid out before Ye Chen, he simply couldn't believe Madaida had no connection to the assassins sent to kill him.
Hearing Ye Chen's inquiry, Madaida forced a light-hearted smile. The boy has always been impulsive. Inviting President Yi is no simple matter. You needn't give it a second thought. Ye Chen responded with a faint smile, "It's fine. Impulsiveness is quite normal for young people. Since I have nothing else to do anyway, why not go take a look? So please lead the way, County Magistrate Madaida. We'll take the opportunity to tour your home as well." With that, Ye Chen got into the car, and they headed toward Modida's mansion in Dais. Modida's estate covered an area nearly matching Ye Chen's own suburban compound in Tawa.
This alone suggested the county magistrate had undoubtedly siphoned off a considerable amount of public funds during his tenure. However, Ye Chen wasn't here to investigate economic crimes, but to hunt down an assassin. Thus, he chose to swallow his anger and keep quiet about such matters. Should he uncover any connection between Madaida and the assassin, he would settle all past and present scores with him. Ye Chen had initially intended to have Madaida give him a tour of the mansion. Yet the moment Madaida stepped out of the car, he waddled away, his obese frame jiggling as he hurried toward the nearby greenbelt. Seeing this, Ye Chen instantly understood, the man had lured him here, likely plotting to eliminate him by any means necessary. Thus, as Madaida fled, Ye Chen was dragged by the newly S-rank Yumeng to hide beneath a statue. Then, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The cars parked outside Modida's residence were instantly obliterated. Instantly, the hired assassins appeared atop the mansion's surrounding walls, unleashing a hail of bullets toward Ye Chen and his companions. Fortunately, Ye Chen was not only protected by Yumeng, an S-level assassin, but also by over 20 Special Forces soldiers. As the assassin team unleashed a hail of submachine gun fire, the Special Forces instantly formed a protective circle. Oval shields extended from their arms, creating a solid barrier that completely enclosed Ye Chen. A fierce firefight ensued. After a barrage of intense gunfire, the assassins suffered heavy casualties, seemingly realizing they couldn't breach Ye Chen's SWAT defense. The assassins even produced a rocket launcher, preparing to blast Ye Chen to death with a shell. Fortunately, Yumeng reacted with lightning speed, shooting the rocket launcher operator dead with a single headshot. After over half an hour of fierce combat within Modida's mansion, only 2 survivors remained from the original 50 assassins who had ambushed the residence. One survivor was Modida's eldest son, and the other was Modida's girlfriend. Modida's girlfriend, however, was revealed to be a spy from the Japanese Special Hire Police, with a background far more significant than expected, rumored to be descended from a prominent political family in Japan. Ye Chen did not rush to interrogate these 2 assassin group leaders. Instead, he ordered his men to bring the traitor Madaida forward first. Staring at Madaida, beaten and bruised beyond recognition, Ye Chen asked, "I recall when you, the former county chief of the old Burmese government, pledged allegiance to me, you signed your name in the Book of Loyalty. I also promise that as long as you remain loyal to the new government, I will not hold against you the misdeeds you committed under the old regime. But I simply cannot understand why you would abandon a peaceful life to oppose the new government. Why? Is it because of the island nation's promise of high office and generous rewards for your son?"
Or are you a spy left behind by the old Burmese government? Or did the old Burmese government offer you some other conditions?
Hearing Ye Chen's questioning, Madida remained silent, seemingly realizing there was no way out and choosing to throw caution to the wind. Watching the silent Madida, Ye Chen smiled faintly before speaking. It doesn't matter if you won't talk. I have ways to make you talk. With that, Ye Chen waved to the soldiers beside him. Take him away. Cut off his fingers one by one. Stop only when he confesses. As Ye Chen's words fell, Madida was dragged away. Ye Chen, may you die a horrible death. Ye Chen, you can't kill us all. Madida raged as he was dragged away, but Ye Chen paid him no mind. Instead, he walked straight over to where Modida's son and his girlfriend were bound together. Gazing at the two assassin leaders, Ye Chen spoke slowly. If you provide sufficiently valuable information, perhaps your lives might be spared. If you refuse to say anything, your fate might not be so pleasant. Ma Chen, I can understand you falling for a high-ranking beauty spy from the island nation while studying abroad. After all, love is human nature. But bringing a foreign spy to destroy your own country? That I find hard to fathom. Don't you know the heinous crimes the Japanese committed in Southeast Asia during World War II? As Ye Chen's words fell, Mosen erupted in fury. Bull. You're the damned one destroying Burma. Don't think I'll believe your nonsense just because you spout a few random words. I will always stand by everything I've done. It was all justifiable. Hearing Mosen's words, Ye Chen remained unperturbed. After all, lunatics never see themselves as such. After having someone tape Moxan's mouth shut, Ye Chen approached Moxan's spy girlfriend, crouching down to say, truthfully, I admire people like you who willingly sacrifice themselves for the island nation's government. But what I feel most for you is pity. Your empire's elite rule over the people. As long as they live well, anything can be sacrificed, anything can be discarded. Even committing evil acts like discharging nuclear wastewater acts that disregard the interests of their own people they consider perfectly justified. Therefore, I truly pity your hopeless nation, forever shrouded in the shadow of militaristic self-colonization. With that, Ye Chen waved to his men. He saw no point in asking further questions. He simply ordered his guards to take the man away for execution. But just as Ye Chen's soldiers were about to act, the silent female assassin from the island nation finally spoke. I'll give you some information. Release Mosen. Chapter 76, Live Streaming Gifts. Go on. If it proves useful, I might spare you too. But if you deceive me, I'll make you watch each other die slowly. Ye Chen felt no pity for the Japanese. After issuing this stern warning, he waited for her to continue. The former Burmese government is seeking support from Britain and the island nation. They plan to transport weapons through Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand to aid the former Burmese regime. Furthermore, NATO is secretly discussing a nuclear strike against your new government, and you are one of their primary targets. Our assassination attempt against you is part of a plan orchestrated by the former Burmese government and Japanese spies operating covertly within Burma. All I know is that the spy chief is named Naiko. As the island nation's female assassin leader finished speaking, dark red blood began flowing from her mouth. Seeing this, Ye Chen realized she had poisoned herself. Glancing at Mosen beside him, Ye Chen said nothing. Instead, he grabbed the gun from the guard's hand and shot Mosen in the head. True love conquers all. Ye Chen felt that eliminating both assassins was the optimal resolution. Leaving either one alive would be the greatest cruelty to both the new government and himself. After eliminating the Madida family and installing another relatively trustworthy local clan to govern Dais, Ye Chen continued his inspection journey southward. However, regarding the spy chief Naiko mentioned by the female assassin, Ye Chen remained vigilant, dispatching agents to investigate discreetly. By the time Ye Chen reached Tua, favorable news had also arrived from the north. The Li family and the right front guard had fully secured Yangon and were advancing northward. Within just 5 days, they had captured regions like Xing, Tonsai, and Zaya, now pressing toward western Naypyidaw. The left vanguard, led by the So family, with support from other armed groups, had also captured the regions of Ligut and Tongyai, forcing the local warlords of northern Burma to retreat toward the Shan Plateau. As for the left front, it was now mopping up residual enemy forces around Mandalay. The Bayanwei families, who had surrendered, were currently being escorted and would reach Tonggu within 2 days. Ye Chen was naturally pleased to hear this news. However, a phone call from the Yanxia kingdom prompted him to alter his plans once more. The caller was Director Wang, whom Ye Chen had met once before. The conversation revealed that NATO now intended to shift the war's focus to Myanmar, drawing several Southeast Asian nations into the conflict, and had finalized plans for a nuclear strike. Hearing this, Ye Chen realized that annihilating the Seven Nations Alliance still hadn't sufficiently punished these self-proclaimed bandits. Therefore, Ye Chen resolved to go live on an international broadcast once more and deliver some special gifts to those NATO pirates. On the international live stream platform, countless viewers eagerly awaited Ye Chen's broadcast. After all, watching him take on NATO's capitalist empire was truly exhilarating. Netizens from Yanxia Nation commented, "Wonder what earth-shattering feat the Divine Yi will pull off this time. Can't wait." Russian netizen commented, "I'm definitely looking forward to it."
If he livestreams slaughtering fascists again, it'll surely send shockwaves across the world. North Korean netizen commented, President Yi, go get him. Wipe out those despicable Anglo-Saxon pigs. They and the island nation's militarists are the most evil demons in this world. American netizen commented, our foolish leader doesn't care about his soldiers at all. So go ahead, President Yi, we won't say a single kind word for these aggressors. British netizen commented, our government has money to invade other countries, yet they can't afford cheap masks and let blacks run wild committing crimes in our cities. French netizen commented, blacks are now the true masters of France. French people, get out of France, you are the invaders. Before the livestream began, those who learned Ye Chen would broadcast eagerly gathered across platforms to discuss. As the broadcast commenced, Ye Chen's figure finally appeared on screen, though this broadcast differed from his previous trial livestream. Behind Ye Chen stood 7 kamikaze missiles. OMG. That godlike man has appeared again. Long live President Yi. Long live President Yi. Long live the light of Myanmar. Long live the true light of the people. As Ye Chen appeared on screen, a torrent of praise and accolades began scrolling frantically across the display. Seeing this, Ye Chen finally spoke before the camera, it's truly wonderful to see you all again. I wish everyone here the best of luck. After his opening remarks, Ye Chen immediately brought the conversation to the main point. Recently, I've received some troubling news. It seems certain descendants of pirates are plotting to invade Myanmar once more, and there are even plans for a nuclear strike. To reward these individuals for their kindness toward Myanmar, I've specially prepared several gifts today. With that, Ye Chen gestured toward the 7 missiles behind him and continued, these are the gifts I prepared for them. And during the upcoming livestream, I'll deliver these gifts to the invaders of Myanmar at the fastest possible speed. The first to receive these gifts will be the notoriously infamous island nation. With that, Ye Chen waved to the commander behind him, who immediately ordered the soldiers to launch the missiles. As the missiles slowly ascended into the sky, the comments on the screen erupted into frenzy. Holy crap! The island nation really is blessed by the heavens. Since World War II, this is the second time they've received such a gift. Is it an atomic bomb? Or a hydrogen bomb? Is President Yi planning to help the island nation neutralize nuclear contamination? So badass. Hurry up and send it to them. Earth can do without the island nation, but it can't do without the oceans. We need normal humans, not these devils. Destroy it. This is a hopeless, hypocritical nation. Even I despise my own country and those demonic politicians. The island nation deserves this treatment. It stems from the harm they've inflicted on the world. They're either plotting invasions or already on the path to one. The island nation is the most disgusting race I've ever seen. They're the most anti-human devils, utterly unworthy of existing on Earth. As Ye Chen broadcast the missile launch live, nations learning of this news immediately fell into panic. The island nation's government, upon learning of Ye Chen's missile launch, immediately sounded air raid sirens. Many officials fled by plane to the United States or Europe. As for those unable to flee, their only fate was to accept the coming death. Chapter 77, Make an example of them. Woo! As Ye Chen launched his global livestream preparing to fire missiles at the island nation, the entire country activated its air raid sirens upon receiving the news. News of the island nation's invasion of Myanmar and the ensuing retaliation swiftly spread across the country. In the Central Government Command Center, Emperor Naruhito coldly addressed Fumio Kishida, who knelt before him. You advised earlier that by cooperating with the actions of the United States and NATO, we could secure vast resources to implement our plans. Now, not only have the 7 nations' forces failed to eliminate Ye Chen, but we've also suffered heavy losses ourselves. Ye Chen has now launched retaliatory strikes against us. Tell me, is this the ultimate outcome of your plan? Hearing Emperor Naruhito's icy words, Fumio Kishida, prostrate on the floor, was already drenched in cold sweat. His mind racing, he quickly interjected, Your Majesty, this failure of the encirclement operation was due to erroneous intelligence from the United States and NATO. Had I known earlier that Ye Chen's forces possessed such formidable combat strength, I would never have made such a recommendation. Now that Ye Chen is retaliating, our only option is to intercept the missiles and dispatch a special envoy to negotiate peace and apologize. Perhaps this might temporarily ease tensions between our nations. After hearing Kishida Fumio's words, Emperor Naruhito remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. I know you have secret connections with high-ranking officials in the United States and are plotting something, but I don't care about that. Do as you say and fulfill your duties. Otherwise, you will be the next ape neither the United States nor I will spare you. After Emperor Naruhito finished speaking, he departed for the island nation's most secure air defense base, escorted by his guards. Watching Emperor Naruhito's departing figure, Kishida Fumio's eyes instantly turned icy. While rumors swirled that the island nation's emperor had lost control over its politics, only the nation's top leaders knew the truth. The imperial family had never relinquished its grip on power. Instead, they remained hidden behind the scenes, secretly orchestrating everything. As for the rumors that the United States controlled Japan's politics and economy, it was merely part of Japan's plan to assimilate the United States.
By leveraging its relationship as America's regent, the island nation covertly expanded its influence and power worldwide. This explains why Kishida Fumio treads on eggshells when meeting Emperor Naruhito, overcome with fear.
Prime Minister.
The missile launched from the direction of Myanmar has broken through the atmosphere and is now beyond our monitoring range. If it continues to attack us at a speed exceeding Mach 15, we may not be able to intercept it. As Kishida stared blankly in the command room, the commander behind him reported the situation.
It would be best if we could intercept it. If we can't intercept it, then we can't intercept it. To reap rewards, one must always pay a price.
After uttering these words, Kishida waved the commander away and sat quietly in the commander-in-chief's office. Above the island nation, a faint starlight grew increasingly bright, then plummeted at breakneck speed toward Tokyo and the island nation.
Boom!
A deafening explosion erupted from Kyudenkita, Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, followed by a massive mushroom cloud slowly rising into the sky. Shortly after the missile detonated upon impact, the commander of the Central Government Command Center rushed to Kishida Fumio and reported, "Prime Minister,
the missile struck northern Tokyo, seemingly targeting the Yasukuni Shrine."
Fortunately, civilians had already been evacuated from the northern area, so casualties are minimal.
After hearing the commander's report, Kishida nodded expressionlessly.
He then waved his hand and said, "Report the actual situation to His Majesty the Emperor. I must prepare for peace negotiations."
"I'll leave that task to you."
Though the island nation had been bombed, neither its citizens nor its officials voiced calls for retaliation against Ye Chen, a rare occurrence.
On the contrary, most islanders understood that their invasion of Burma had provoked Ye Chen's retaliatory strike.
The mindset of the island nation's officials, however, was largely different. In their view, since they couldn't defeat the enemy and were facing retaliation, the only option was to negotiate peace.
Otherwise, they couldn't withstand Ye Chen's continued retaliation. Meanwhile,
after Ye Chen live-streamed the launch of the first missile, the governments of the 7 nations invading Myanmar immediately flooded his phone lines. Without exception, every call requested peace negotiations. They had no way of knowing whether Ye Chen's missiles carried nuclear warheads. If he were to deliver a nuclear weapon their way, and if they failed to intercept it, the consequences would be catastrophic.
Reporting to the President.
The President of the United States requests to speak with you.
Do you approve? Reporting to the President.
The President of the United Kingdom requests to speak with you.
Do you consent? Reporting to the President.
The President of Canada requests to speak with you.
Do you consent?
Listening to the operator's rapid succession of reports, Ye Chen smiled faintly before stating live on air, "They may wish to negotiate peace, but the entry requirements are rather steep. Tell them the terms for peace are reparations of $1 trillion in gold. Otherwise, let them wait to receive their gifts." As Ye Chen finished speaking, the live stream screen erupted with discussions about his reparations demand.
Good heavens! 1 trillion in gold? How much is that even worth? President Xi is so bold.
These fascist nations deserve to pay a heavy price, otherwise they'll just keep invading with impunity.
Ha, the fascist nations are in for a massive financial hit. Can't wait to see their helpless and resentful expressions, it'll be priceless.
Honestly, $10 trillion in gold isn't that much for national reparations. The destruction they caused far exceeds that value. Ha ha ha, the thugs finally got what they deserved.
President Yi is the bravest person I've ever seen, you're my idol.
Reading the comments flooding the screen, Ye Chen smiled faintly. His demand for reparations wasn't about actual compensation, it was a tactic to show the world that the United States and NATO were nothing but bullies who picked on the weak and feared the strong.
They weren't worth fearing at all.
Before long, the messenger returned, reporting again, "Mr. President, the 7 nations are willing to negotiate. However, they claim they can't come up with the full amount right now and are asking if they can pay a portion up front."
Pay a portion first? Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He nodded immediately, agreed.
After all, the intended warning effect had already been achieved.
Chapter 78, Internal Strife.
Though termed peace talks, Ye Chen had no intention of actually meeting with the leaders of the 7 nations. After all, since their reparations hadn't been fully paid, there was no need to put on a show by meeting.
Reporting to the President.
The United States is prepared to pay an initial indemnity of $500 billion in gold. Britain is prepared to pay $400 billion in gold. The island nation is willing to pay $300 billion in gold. The other nations are each willing to pay $200 billion in gold.
Listening to the soldier's report, Ye Chen nodded. Since they've made their initial payments, today's livestream can conclude for now.
Turning to the camera, he added, "Thank you to all our viewers from near and far for watching this broadcast. I hope to see you again next time. Goodbye." With that, Ye Chen exited the livestream studio.
Meanwhile,
deep within the exiled government's headquarters in Mandalay's northwest region, those who had pinned their hopes on the League of Nations for support fell into complete silence after witnessing Ye Chen's broadcast. If even the governments of the 7 nations had offered reparations to negotiate peace with Ye Chen, how could they possibly support continuing the fight against him? Clearly, that was impossible.
Yet neither were they willing to surrender their regime or flee into exile.
Thus, during today's Southern Campaign Council meeting, all officials turned their gaze toward Aung San Suu Kyi and Bao Yongxiang, the leader of the Bao family.
Commander-in-Chief Bao.
With Ye Chen's southern government growing increasingly powerful internationally, our only chance to oppose him is to unite and secure the support of the League of Nations. Only then can we hope to subdue Ye Chen's rebel regime. Sitting in the seat of honor, Aung San Suu Kyi still wore an air of haughty superiority, seemingly treating Bao Yongxiang, the former commander-in-chief of the old Burmese government, as her subordinate. Upon hearing her words, Bao Yongxiang sneered with disdain. Aung San Suu Kyi, you are nothing but a puppet propped up by Britain and the island nation.
You do not represent Burma, nor do you have the right to lecture me. Moreover, the reason I attended this assembly today was to ask the Burmese officials present, why should we risk our lives for a puppet government? It's certainly a good thing for us Burmese to stand united. But if outsiders treat us like fools to be commanded, then I'd rather defect to Ye Chen's new government. At the very least, we are all yellow-skinned people, not slaves for those white pigs from Europe and America to trample at will. As Bao Yongxiang's words rang out with conviction, those present were not only stunned but overwhelmingly agreed with his stance. Bao Yongxiang. Don't forget where you are. This is the Burmese government. I am the legitimate leader of this government. Do you think I won't make sure you don't leave Hakka alive today after slandering me like this? Aung San Suu Kyi glared at Bao Yongxiang with fury, resorting to threats.
Clearly, she too had grasped the immense power concealed within his words.
Aung San Suu Kyi.
You're nothing but a hypocritical puppet of a foreign power. You don't deserve to be Burma's supreme leader, and you certainly don't deserve for these people here to die for you. Don't think a few threats will make me cower, make me submit, and then be sent to the battlefield to die at your command. You claim to act for the Burmese government, yet what meaningful deeds have you done for the Burmese people thus far? On the contrary, the foreign government pulling your strings is the true enemy wreaking havoc upon our Myanmar. Without the British island nation propping up you, their puppet, without the British island nation tearing Myanmar apart, this country would have no war. You are the real culprits.
My fellow citizens, as long as this person remains in power, Myanmar will continue to be in chaos.
As long as the traitors connected to the government behind her remain, Myanmar will continue to be in chaos. I truly pity those traitors. For fleeting pleasures, they willingly abandon their country, unaware that should their faction fail, their ultimate fate will be utterly miserable. Therefore, I urge everyone here, we must eliminate the puppet government and negotiate with Ye Chen's new administration. Only then can Myanmar achieve true stability and see fewer lives lost. After voicing his heartfelt words, Bao Yongxiang seemed to age several years in an instant. His action stemmed solely from the fact that his son had fallen in battle just 3 days prior.
3 days ago, Aung San Suu Kyi's government approached Bao Yongxiang, proposing an alliance to launch a counteroffensive against the southern government.
Initially, Bao Yongxiang took it seriously and sent his son to lead troops in supporting Aung San Suu Kyi's puppet government's counteroffensive. However, when Bao Yongxiang's son led the vanguard assault on Manhwa, Ye Chen's forces executed a counter-encirclement, trapping them within the city. Upon learning of the situation, Bao Yongxiang repeatedly pleaded with Aung San Suu Kyi's government to launch a rescue operation for his son. Yet the coalition forces under her command ignored his pleas entirely. This indifference ultimately led to the death of Bao Yongxiang's younger son in the battle for Manhwa. Compared to Ye Chen's forces who killed his own son, Bao Yongxiang actually despised the treacherous Aung San Suu Kyi puppet government even more. Therefore, Bao Yongxiang's participation in the Hakka Coalition Council this time was aimed at dismantling the puppet government led by Aung San Suu Kyi. As for what becomes of the Northern Myanmar alliance after the puppet government's downfall, that no longer matters.
Guards! Seize this traitor to the coalition.
When my forces advance southward, his blood shall be spilled to consecrate our banners.
Aung San Suu Kyi flushed crimson with fury.
In her rage, she ordered the parliamentary security personnel to arrest Bao Yongxiang. Yet as Bao Yongxiang's words fell, the security personnel present remained frozen in place.
The scene fell into an eerie silence. Are you all planning to defect? You dare disobey the orders of this chairwoman? Without me, you will lose all credibility in the international community.
Seeing her command ignored, Aung San Suu Kyi glared furiously at the assembled crowd, roaring in fury. Yet everyone merely watched coldly, paying her no heed. After a long, heavy silence, Kun Sha, seated to Aung San Suu Kyi's right and ranked among the top 3 military powers in northern Myanmar, finally turned to Bao Yongxiang and spoke, "Commander Bao, pay no mind to this madwoman. If she hadn't been somewhat useful before, able to contact the British and Japanese governments, we wouldn't have bothered with her." With that, Kun Sha clapped his hands. Soldiers responsible for security at the meeting promptly seized Aung San Suu Kyi and led her away. Once Aung San Suu Kyi was led away, Kun Sha turned to Bao Yongxiang and said again, "Commander Bao, we are standing with you this time. We hope you won't let us down." Chapter 79, Meeting Bao Yongxiang. Reporting to the President. The former commander-in-chief of the Northern Coalition Forces requests an audience. He claims to represent all Northern Coalition forces and wishes to meet with you.
Do you wish to meet with him?
At the estate on the outskirts of Tuwa, Ye Chen was chatting on the phone with Li Jinhu when Yu Meng walked in and spoke.
Bao Yongxiang? Upon hearing the name, Ye Chen immediately ended his call with Li Jinhu and nodded. Bring him in. Since he represents the Northern Myanmar coalition forces, we ought to meet him, don't you think? With Ye Chen's permission, Yu Meng turned and went to escort Bao Yongxiang inside. Now in his 60s, Bao Yongxiang possessed remarkable composure. Yet upon seeing Ye Chen seated in the estate's grand hall, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. Because Ye Chen was far too young. So young it made him feel uneasy. How could a man barely in his 20s stir up such turmoil in Burma, even repelling a coalition of 7 nations? Whoever faced him would be hard-pressed to underestimate him. I am Ye Chen. I had only heard of Commander Bao's formidable reputation before, never having met you in person. To meet you today is indeed a great honor for me. Seeing the slightly startled Bao Yongxiang, Ye Chen rose first and spoke. Upon hearing this, Bao Yongxiang extended his hand to shake Ye Chen's before sighing, truly, heroes emerge in youth. At your age, I was merely a platoon sergeant, yet you've already become a figure commanding respect across the land. I fall short of your achievements. Hearing Bao Yongxiang's praise, Ye Chen smiled faintly and gestured toward the nearby sofa. Commander Bao, you flatter me. Let's take a seat and talk. With that, Ye Chen and Bao Yongxiang slowly took their seats. After tea was served, Ye Chen spoke again. A few days ago, I received news of Commander Bao's son falling in battle. I expected the Bao family to pursue me relentlessly, yet I never imagined Commander Bao himself would come to see me. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Bao Yongxiang understood this was a test to gauge his intentions. He replied, the battlefield is a place of life and death. Whether one dies in battle or survives victorious, it is all fate. Compared to the army that killed my son, I despise the instigators of the Battle of Menjiua even more. Had it not been for the old government's scheming, I wouldn't be so consumed by my son's death. It was precisely this war that revealed the puppet nature of the old government. That is why I have come to see you today. I come with 3 objectives. First, I represent the Northern Burma Alliance to discuss terms of surrender. Second, I represent the Bao family in declaring allegiance to the new government. Third, I represent the Northern Burma Alliance in discussing the fate of the old government. Upon hearing Bao Yongxiang's words, Ye Chen nodded. No problem. Speak your mind freely. I'll fulfill what I can, and if I can't, I'll be straightforward about it. With Ye Chen's permission, Bao Yongxiang nodded and continued. First, the Northern Burma Alliance intends to surrender to the new government, but they wish to retain their strength and autonomy over their territories. Second, I pledge allegiance to the new government on behalf of the Bao family with no additional demands. The sole condition is that the new government treat the surrendered troops fairly and refrain from punishing them for past hostilities. Third, the old government is now virtually in a state of collapse. Discussing its fate is largely pointless. However, its puppets must be handed over to the new government for handling. Others should not be implicated. After hearing Bao Yongxiang's 3 demands, Ye Chen pondered for a moment before replying, I can agree to the second and third points immediately. But the first one is out of the question. For Burma to be unified, it must adopt central authority, not local autonomy. I won't interfere with whatever wealth they acquired through any means before. But after submitting to the new government, everyone must operate under its oversight to ensure Myanmar's stability. My bottom line is Burma's stable and healthy development. If anyone still intends to engage in illegal activities like fraud, drug trafficking or manufacturing, or human smuggling, the new government will absolutely not tolerate it. Commander-in-Chief Bao may return and inform them. I grant them 1 week to deliberate. After 1 week, I require feedback from all Northern Myanmar alliance leaders. If they choose to submit and accept my terms, the new government welcomes them with open arms. If they refuse, then war it is. After all, Mandalay and Yangon regions are already firmly under my control. Taking Northern Myanmar is merely a matter of time. At this point, Ye Chen looked at Bao Yongxiang meaningfully and added, additionally, I must trouble Commander Bao to remind them that after submitting to the new government, I can arrange corresponding local official positions based on their capabilities, including for your Bao family as well. Should they decline public office, the new government will support their entrepreneurial pursuits and ensure they never go hungry. But if anyone breaks their word, I won't show mercy or speak of benevolence. Hearing Ye Chen's words, which blended both reward and punishment, Bao Yongxiang couldn't help but feel even greater admiration for the young man before him. Understood. I will convey President Ye's demands word for word. Whether they succeed or not depends entirely on their own decisions. I take my leave. Bao Yongxiang responded with a nod before rising to take his leave. He had obtained the answers he sought, and lingering here served no purpose. Crucially, with the volatile situation in northern Burma, delaying his return risked exposing the Bao family to the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. After seeing Bao Yongxiang off, Yichen felt greatly relieved. Unifying northern Myanmar through this approach would be the ideal outcome. Otherwise, if force were truly required, the region might remain unstable for years to come. With Myanmar's grand unification imminent, Yichen began contemplating the post-unification era. Truthfully, becoming president was never Ye Chen's ultimate dream.
Therefore, after unifying Myanmar, he planned to find the most suitable candidate to lead the nation's development in his stead. As for himself, he would pursue his own aspirations. As these thoughts surfaced, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new mission. Mission 1, achieve the grand unification of Myanmar. Mission 2, choosing a new dream. Mission reward, random. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen froze for a moment. He understood the goal of achieving the great unification of Myanmar, but what did this choice of a new dream mean? Could it be related to what he wanted to do after unifying Myanmar? Ye Chen pondered it over and over, yet couldn't make sense of it. Fortunately, these two missions were sequential. Only after completing the first would the second become available. Chapter 80, A New Crisis. Reporting to the President. The 19 local armed factions in northern Burma have been accepted in Mandalay. However, some stubborn local forces refuse to surrender. Most of these are joint forces under the Bai, Wei, Pang, and Bao clans. Should we conduct a sweeping operation across all northern Myanmar regions after acceptance is complete, eliminating these cancerous growths in one decisive blow? At the estate on the outskirts of Tuwa, Yumeng was briefing Ye Chen on the latest intelligence from northern Burma. Since Bao Yongxiang's departure, the more astute leaders of the local armed forces in northern Burma had accepted Ye Chen's offer of amnesty. However, some stubborn local forces still intended to resist the new government to the end. After all, accepting Ye Chen's terms would mean sacrificing their own interests. Upon hearing Yomeng's report, Ye Chen responded calmly, these fraudsters, drug traffickers, and human smugglers are beyond redemption. There's no need to discuss morality with them. Issue orders to Mu Rin and Xiansha. After accepting the surrendered troops, immediately join forces with other factions to commence the purge operation. I will ensure no criminal activity remains in northern Burma. Also inform Xiansha and Yumeng, any surrendered soldiers willing to prove themselves may be given important roles. After distinguishing themselves, they shall receive official positions and honors bestowed by the new government. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yumeng nodded in agreement before rising to fetch his wife. Li Jinhu had fled abroad while pregnant. With Myanmar now nearly unified, Ye Chen decided to bring her back to join in the grand celebration of Myanmar's reunification. Arriving at the airport by car and entering through a special, Ye Chen watched the aircraft slowly descend from the sky before finally coming to a stop before him. He felt a surge of emotion. As the aircraft came to a halt, Li Jinhu, supported by her sister, slowly descended the steps. Ye Chen hurried forward to greet her. Approaching Li Jinhu and his companion, Ye Chen first shook hands with Li Jinhu's sister before sharing a heartfelt embrace with Li Jinhu himself. After a moment, they released each other. Ye Chen looked at Li Jinhu's slightly rounded belly and smiled warmly. Long time no see. How have you been in Yanxia? Li Jinhu beamed brightly at the question, nodding as he replied, I've been doing wonderfully in Yanxia Kingdom. My sister and I have traveled to many places. I never imagined our hometown could be so beautiful. At this point, Li Jinhu looked at Ye Chen and couldn't help but add with a smile, of course, wherever you are is the most beautiful place. Hearing such affectionate words from the usually strong-willed Li Jinhu, Ye Chen grinned. He wrapped his arm around her as they walked toward the car. Let's head home first. Everyone's been missing you. With that, the two got into the car. The motorcade slowly exited the airport and headed straight for the estate in the suburbs of Tuwa. Originally, Ye Chen had planned to stay with Li Jinhu until her due date after her return. But no sooner had they arrived at the Tuwa estate than the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs rushed in urgently, reporting, Mr. President, the Chairman of the Military Commission, the Premier, and the Minister of Defense of Yanxia Nation, along with other high-ranking officials, request to speak with you. The President of Yanxia. The Premier of Yanxia. Minister of National Defense of Yanxia. Hearing these names, Ye Chen instantly realized something major must have happened internationally. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited for Li Jinhu's return to make such an urgent call. After briefly reassuring Li Jinhu, Ye Chen immediately proceeded to his command center. Begin. At Ye Chen's command, the communications officer immediately established a video conference with several top leaders of the Yanxia Nation. President Yi. It is a pleasure to engage in this conversation with you. Before we delve into the formal agenda, my colleagues and I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations on your remarkable achievements in Myanmar. After the opening remarks from Yanxia's top leader concluded, Ye Chen nodded and smiled in response. It is equally my pleasure to meet with the leaders of our fellow nations. Compared to my own achievements, it is Yanxia's remarkable rise that commands my deepest admiration. I shall strive to learn from all of you and work harder to accomplish more meaningful things for the people of Myanmar. Thank you, President Yi, for your recognition of our leadership's work. We will continue striving to meet the expectations of both the international community and our citizens. Now let us proceed to the formal agenda. According to reliable intelligence we have received, the United States, NATO, and their ASEAN allies are plotting to launch a global bioterrorist attack. Therefore, we must unite all available forces to resist this biological terror plan with all our might, preventing these mad, evil capitalist empires from destroying our nations. We will implement a closed border policy toward unfriendly nations to prevent them from exploiting the situation to infiltrate terrorists into our territory for illegal activities. However, for friendly nations, we will adopt an open border policy to maintain essential economic and trade relations.
Should you have any questions regarding this matter, we will reach an agreement backed by detailed evidence and protocols.
After hearing the words of Yicheng's supreme leader, Yichen finally understood why this call had been so urgent. Moreover, Yichen now grasped why, when he implemented retaliatory measures against the United States and its allies, they had so readily agreed to compensate Myanmar.
So the compensation came first, and the conspiracy followed.
After a moment of reflection, Yichen spoke, I accept the proposals put forth by the leaders present. Within 3 days, Myanmar will dispatch its Prime Minister to Yichen to negotiate and sign this agreement. I also extend my gratitude for taking time from your busy schedules to deliver this message to us. With that, Ye Chen saluted the screen. After the other side returned the salute, the video conference concluded.
Ding! New international crisis detected. System initiating update. System version 2.0, path to the new world update complete.
Upon completing the Myanmar Grand Unification mission, the new path to the world system version will automatically unlock.
As the meeting concluded, the system's voice sounded.
Yichen then noticed a new panel had suddenly appeared on the system interface, bearing several lines of prominently displayed text.
System version 2.0, path to the new world.
Note, the new system version not only completely upgrades the shop system but also enhances the mission system. Seeing these words on the system panel, Yichen seemed to grasp something. The great trends of the world unification followed by division, division followed by unification. The rise and fall of dynasties is merely a regional pattern, while the grand convergence of the world may be its ultimate destiny.
Chapter 81, the NCP-19 Plan.
Ralph, you have only 3 days left before the purge. I hope the solution and treatment you provide are flawless.
Otherwise, you know the consequences.
At the Biological Research Headquarters in Fort Detrick, USA, a high-ranking American official sat in the director's office, gazing coldly at Ralph as he spoke.
NCP-19 is flawless. However, to fully contain the threat posed by NCP-1, you must have complete control over the virus's release parameters.
Otherwise, if its spread becomes too extensive and isn't promptly contained, NCP-19 will mutate based on varying conditions.
We've currently identified 39 mutation variants, but it could still evolve new systems or achieve self-improvement, thereby enhancing its core capabilities.
Therefore, my recommendation is, exercise extreme caution in its use. Ravel calmly delivered the details of his experimental subject to the arrogant official before him.
Very well.
Since you hold such confidence in your experimental subject, you will soon be reunited with your family. However, should your test subject fail to achieve the results you claim, you may find yourself confined to this laboratory for some time yet.
Good luck to you. And wish me luck too. With that, a high-ranking official rose and exited Laffy's office. Escorted by bodyguards, he departed the laboratory.
After stepping out of the lab and into the car, one of the bodyguards asked, Chairman, the armed puppets from all regions are in position.
Shall we eliminate them now? MHM.
Make sure they work quickly and leave no traces. If anyone botches this, don't blame me for being harsh with your men.
Let's go. It's time to report to our president.
Those bigwigs behind him won't wait forever.
People could die.
Yes, sir. As the Speaker of the United States finished speaking, the motorcade began moving toward the White House where the president resided.
Meanwhile,
American spies and assassins stationed around the globe received a single mission: eliminate the target. The mission's objective was to retrieve the experimental virus NCP-19 from Fort Detrick through foreign spies bribed by the United States, release the virus at designated locations, and finally eliminate the foreign spies who transported it.
Reporting to the president.
The Hakka region has been recaptured. The highest-ranking commander station there is General Qiansha. Additionally, the 30,000-strong vanguard of the Left Front Army has begun advancing toward northern Hakka. It is estimated they will rendezvous with the Right Front Army in Myitkyina within 2 days at most.
In a suburban estate in Tuwa, Ye Chen reviewed the latest blockade reports from southern Burma while listening to Yeoman's briefing. Understood. Issue orders to Qiansha and Murin. After capturing Myitkyina, they must immediately seal the border to prevent any attempts at illegal entry. The United States has been uncharacteristically quiet on the international stage lately. They might be secretly implementing the biological terror plan mentioned by the Yenxia leader. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the orders, Yu Meng hurried to relay Ye Chen's directives.
As soon as she finished speaking, a soldier hurried into the command center to report, Mr. President, the puppet government officials led by Aung San Suu Kyi have been escorted to the base.
Would you like to interrogate them personally? Upon hearing the report, Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need to see them. If they voluntarily provide useful information, spare their lives. If they remain stubbornly silent, send them on their final journey. These people are nothing but trouble anyway.
Yes, sir.
The soldier withdrew immediately upon receiving the order. After handling the day's affairs, Ye Chen felt a bit weary despite his abundant energy.
Returning to the estate, he ate dinner and then collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to move.
Li Jinhu noticed Ye Chen's exhaustion.
As he massaged Ye Chen's shoulders, he teased, "Lately, with my pregnancy, I can't even help you share the load.
How about I get you a female secretary? Whenever you're tired, she can massage your shoulders and knead your legs?"
Hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes twinkled.
He quickly replied, "No need for that.
If you get jealous and ruin your health, my son would suffer too." Li Jinhu smirked at this, continuing her teasing tone.
Like I don't know you men? You toss and turn all night, thinking about those things, and end up disturbing both me and the baby's sleep. Honestly, you should just get yourself a second wife already. It's better than bottling it all up and making yourself miserable." Hearing Li Jinhu's words, Yichen gave an awkward laugh and could only silently agree. Ever since Li Jinhu returned, his desires had grown increasingly intense. If not for her pregnancy, he likely would have already consummated their relationship. Yichen began seriously considering Li Jinhu's words. He knew he wouldn't stop at just her in the future. But so far, there were very few women in Myanmar who truly caught his eye. Wei Rong and Bai Inglan were indeed socially compatible with Ye Chen. However, both were married women and members of criminal families. For the sake of Myanmar's future stability, Ye Chen, no matter how desperate his desires, would never touch either of them. As for Burma's renowned beauties, Ye Chen had even less desire to engage with them. Firstly, most of these women were actresses or engaged in questionable professions, making their backgrounds fundamentally incompatible. Second, associating with them would inevitably tarnish Ye Chen's reputation. Thus, despite his intense desires, he had not yet reached the point of reckless indulgence. Just as Ye Chen was feeling helpless about the matter, a call from Thailand dispelled his impure thoughts. "President Yi, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. I'm considering a visit to Myanmar soon. Would you be available?" The caller was Thailand's Prime Minister Yingluck Shinawatra, though a rather suggestive tone made Ye Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ye Chen knew Yingluck Shinawatra was the illegitimate daughter of Thailand's royal family, the Maha. With King Maha imprisoned in Britain, he had no choice but to prop up his illegitimate daughter to maintain control over Thailand. Though Thailand appeared calm on the surface, turbulent currents churned beneath. Ye Chen alone knew of at least 7 foreign powers entangled within the nation. If Yingluck truly sought to seize control of Thailand, her only option was to seek support from the most powerful neighboring nation. Yenxia was undoubtedly Asia's foremost power, but it was inconvenient for Yenxia to get involved in such matters. Thus, Yingluck turned to Ye Chen instead, a move he could understand. After all, he had just defeated a coalition of 7 nations. If anyone dared to back Yingluck, Ye Chen himself was undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 82, I Want to Bury Your Child. After confirming Yingluck's visit date, Ye Chen initially planned a grand welcome ceremony for her, but she firmly refused. Thus, Yingluck's secret visit to Myanmar remained known only to a select few. At a hotel in the heart of Yangon's city center, Ye Chen held a private meeting with Yingluck, the stunningly beautiful president. In the vast hotel, Yingluck wore a form-fitting silver dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Any normal man who saw her would find it impossible not to let his imagination run wild. Spotting Ye Chen enter, Yingluck rose from the sofa, swaying her slender waist as she glided toward him with alluring grace. "President Yi, you truly are young and accomplished. You appear even younger in person than in videos. I imagine you're the most captivating figure among Burmese women right now, aren't you?" Yingluck teased as she extended her hand to shake Ye Chen's, her large, watery eyes utterly captivating. "Prime Minister Yingluck is far more beautiful in person than in the videos. I wonder what brings Prime Minister Yingluck to Myanmar on this secret visit to meet with me." After speaking, Ye Chen sat down on the sofa beside Yingluck. Facing each other, Ye Chen kept his gaze fixed on Yingluck's eyes, seemingly trying to discern from her expression whether she might be lying. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Yingluck Shinawatra, seated across from him, crossed her long, shapely legs, revealing her graceful curves in an unmistakable gesture of allure and implication. "I came to meet President Yi for important matters. The situation in Myanmar has suddenly become tense. Last night, several high-ranking officials in Myanmar were suddenly assassinated. I have reasonable grounds to suspect this may be the work of the United States and its allies. Perhaps the leaders of these nations are plotting something in secret. As President Yi is aware, while our Thai government appears to maintain firm control over everything in Thailand, local governments across the country have long been infiltrated and subverted by other nations. They relentlessly exploit our nation's resources and economy, and we have no means to counter them except to endure in silence. That is why I have come to meet with President Yi in secret to seek your support. After all, you are now a prominent figure on the international stage, having not only defeated the coalition of 7 nations but also secured reparations from the United States and its allies. With President Ye's backing, I will undoubtedly stabilize the domestic situation and even purge traitors detrimental to the nation. Moreover, with your backing, our shared border will become more stable and economic trade between our nations will flourish. With such multiple benefits, what reason would I have not to meet with you?" After hearing Yingluck Shinawatra's words, Ye Chen roughly understood her intentions. But Ye Chen wasn't a fool.
He wouldn't agree to everything after just a few words. Observing that Yinluck's expression did not betray deception, Ye Chen finally spoke, "Whether militarily or economically, I do possess the capacity to support Thailand at present.
But what benefits could you offer me in return?
I, Ye Chen, never make deals that leave me at a loss. But once we reach an agreement, I won't let my friends come out short either." Hearing Ye Chen's reply, Yinluck Shinawat slowly rose, swaying her hips as she approached him. She then plopped down onto his lap, leaning close to whisper in his ear with a breath that smelled of orchids, "I'm willing to pay any price, even myself. I know President Yi is already married, but I don't mind. I can be your mistress or do whatever you desire. The only condition is that you must help me seize control of Thailand, preventing it from becoming someone else's colony." Feeling the alluring fragrance emanating from Yinluck Shinawat, Ye Chen remained composed, replying, "You are indeed a beautiful and charming woman. But how can I be sure you won't discard me once you've used me? All verbal assurances are meaningless. You must present tangible proof to earn my trust. Otherwise, I can only offer sympathy, not assistance." Instead of anger, Yinluck Shinawat leaned into Ye Chen's embrace. Her hand slipped beneath his shirt as she murmured with a seductive gaze, "In this world, I believe only a handful of men are worthy of me. And you are my most desired choice, no contest. If you agree to help me seize control of Thailand, then our future child will become the next monarch of the Thai royal family. If I fail, you may exact any revenge you desire at any time. Furthermore, to prove my sincerity, I will reside in Burma for a month until I conceive your child. What do you think of this arrangement?" As Yinluck Shinawat finished speaking, Ye Chen's shirt was nearly stripped off completely. Feeling Yinluck Shinawat's hungry gaze, Ye Chen smiled faintly before reaching out to grip her chin.
"You're the most power-hungry woman I've ever met.
Your offer is tempting, but I have one condition: once you become my woman, you must be utterly loyal to me.
If you ever decide you no longer wish to be my woman, you can tell me. I won't hold it against you." Upon receiving Ye Chen's final answer, Yinluck Shinawat's lips curved into a sly smile like a fox that had gotten its way. Then she leaned in and kissed him. In that moment, heaven's thunder met earth's fire. Ye Chen could no longer hold back, rolling with her as they plunged into the exquisite process of carnal pleasure. After an unknown length of time, Yinluck Shinawat lay limp on the bed, her gaze hazy as she murmured to Ye Chen, "You are a formidable man. I also hope you are a man of your word." Hearing the voluptuous Yinluck Shinawat's words, Ye Chen replied calmly, "Send me your plan as soon as possible. Whatever support you need, I can arrange it within 2 days. But for this month, you must stay put in Myanmar and fulfill your promise. Once you're carrying my child, I'll give you another gift. When you return to Thailand, you can start doing whatever you want." Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yinluck Shinawat smiled sweetly before climbing back onto him, her expression hungry and eager. "In that case, we'd better make the most of our time." With that, the vast room once again became the scene of adult-only activities. Meanwhile, overnight, cases of people developing fevers followed by rapid death began appearing on a massive scale worldwide. Nations plunged into a state of emergency over this crisis. Chapter 83, Assault on Myitkyina. Along the eastern and western river basins of Myitkyina, Ye Chen's left and right vanguard forces advanced upstream with unstoppable momentum, reclaiming all territories within a single day. The two armies had now converged south of Myitkyina, preparing to launch the final assault tonight and seize the city in one decisive push. The arrival of the new government forces sparked two distinct reactions within Myitkyina's city center. One group comprised the city's long-oppressed populace, who welcomed the new government troops with immense joy. They have heard that the new government not only exempts all ordinary citizens from oppressive taxes but also provides free education for their children and free medical treatment for serious illnesses. Consequently, the populace largely embraced the new government's rule, with few willing to join the local militia fighting against the new forces. In contrast to the common people of Myitkyina, the local armed forces held opposing views. More accurately, the powerful local clans of Myitkyina chose war to maintain their exploitative rule over the region, safeguarding their wealth and power. Today, most local armed forces around Myitkyina, having learned profound lessons, surrendered outright. Only a few local militias allied with Myatkina's forces, establishing a defensive line 30 miles outside the city to block the new government's recapture of Myatkina. In the past, Xianxia and Murin avoided using weapons of mass destruction to spare ordinary civilians from war's ravages. Now, however, the enemy's defenses were positioned in uninhabited areas. This provided the perfect opportunity to deploy weapons of devastating power, rocket artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and long-range missiles. Thus, after meeting, Xianxia and Murin resolved to employ concentrated firepower to shatter the enemy defenses in one decisive blow. But just before this order was issued, a ragged girl emerged from the rainforest and rushed to the front of the new government army camp, shouting that she demanded to see the commander-in-chief. Since Ye Chen had issued a strict order forbidding harm to civilians, the camp soldiers, after confirming the girl carried no weapons, escorted her before Xianxia and Murin. "You must not bomb the local army's defenses in Myitkyina. Their camp holds over 10,000 civilians people they captured to build fortifications. My family is also imprisoned in that camp. I beg you, don't bomb my family. My younger brother and sister are only 3 and 4 years old. Upon seeing Muren and Qiansha, the girl immediately knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly as she explained her purpose for coming. Did the Myatkina local militia send you? Or did you come on your own? Muren asked coldly. She needed to understand the girl's motives to determine if her words were truthful. I snuck out on my own. My mother and father were taken away by the local militia over 20 days ago to build fortifications. Since I didn't meet the age requirement, I had to stay home to look after my younger siblings. Later, the village elders said those sent to build the fortifications likely wouldn't return. The local militia needed them as hostages. If the new government forces massacre ordinary people on a large scale, you won't be able to control Myatkina, and the people here will come to hate you. After learning of their evil intentions, I slipped out during a rainstorm when the local militia's surveillance of the village was lax. That's how I found you. After listening with eyes closed, Niren slowly opened them and turned to Qiansha beside him. She wasn't lying. We should consult our master about altering the battle plan. After all, there's still over half an hour before the main assault. For assassins who have ascended to the S rank, Muren possesses several unique abilities, one of which is mind reading. This ability not only discerns the truthfulness of another's words but also reveals a person's inner thoughts through their actions and movements. Seeing Muren nod and speak, Qiansha beside her also nodded in agreement. I concur with your assessment. With that, Qiansha turned to the communications officer in the command center and ordered, contact headquarters. Request authorization to alter the operational plan and report the reasons for our temporary change. Await headquarters decision. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Qiansha's order, the communications officer immediately acknowledged and began contacting Tawa's operational command center. At the suburban base in Tawa, Ye Chen was awaiting the outcome of the joint assault on Myatkina launched by the left and right generals that evening. Unexpectedly, half an hour before the attack commenced, the communications soldier stood up to reporting to the president. The commanders of the left and right armies jointly request a change to the operation plan. They state they have received special intelligence and require the president's decision. Hearing the messenger's words, Ye Chen showed no sign of surprise. After all, the battlefield was ever-changing, and anything could happen. So upon receiving this news, Ye Chen felt mostly puzzled. Qiansha and Muren were both commanders with proven leadership and tactical acumen. For them to request a last-minute change to the battle plan meant something truly extraordinary had occurred. With that thought, Ye Chen spoke up, share the specific intelligence. Let me see what issue requires altering the battle plan. Upon hearing this, the messenger immediately reported to Ye Chen that the enemy had forcibly conscripted civilians in Myatkina to construct defensive fortifications, using them as human shields. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly. That the local militia in Myatkina would resort to such tactics meant someone was orchestrating it from behind the scenes, attempting psychological warfare. Even if Ye Chen's forces achieved victory, they would likely lose genuine control over the Myatkina region. This would allow the area to descend into chaos once more, resembling the former Burmese situation where local militias carved out fiefdoms and chaos reigned. After a moment of silence, Ye Chen finally spoke slowly. Since they've chosen to provoke us this way, we'll strike at the root of the problem. First, we eliminate the mastermind behind this army. Have the long-range missile units target the government district and affluent areas of Myatkina with several waves of bombardment. Then, deploy special forces to infiltrate Myatkina and execute the decapitation operation. Let them disintegrate from the top down. The remaining forces will then face a choice, fight to the death or trade hostages for survival. There are indeed those who fear death not at all in this world, but the enemy forces certainly aren't entirely composed of such men. Chapter 84, The Variable. Reporting to both generals. The President has approved the revised operation plan and issued the latest directive, have the long-range missile units first bombard the affluent districts and government facilities in Myatkina. Then, special forces will infiltrate Myatkina city to execute the decapitation plan, dismantling the local rebel forces from the top down. 60 miles outside Myatkina, in the command center, the communications officer relayed Ye Chen's orders to Qiansha and Muren one by one. Upon hearing the new directive, Muren turned to Qiansha and said, since headquarters has issued the order, we'll stick to our original deployment. You handle command and logistics, while I lead the vanguard assault. I will lead the special forces assault on Myatkina city. The rest is yours to handle. Qiansha nodded in agreement. I'll immediately notify the missile units to prepare and provide covering fire for your assault. With that, the two divided their tasks and proceeded to handle their respective responsibilities. Central Myatkina. In the office of Kachin State Chairman Mayan, he raised his wine glass as he addressed the three local armed faction leaders. Rest assured, generals. Our forces not only hold advantageous terrain and control the river-valley border crossing, but we also have over 10,000 civilians sheltered within our military compounds. His new government under Ye Chen claims to act for the nation and its people, right? If he dares to attack, we can ruin his reputation. Then we'll send videos and photos of civilian casualties to the UN or international platforms. His legitimacy will suffer.
Once international trust is lost, I see Ye Chen's new government collapsing is merely a matter of time. Listening to My An's words, the local militia leaders exchanged glances, merely nodding in agreement with smiles, offering no heartfelt pledges. My An's family had controlled Myakina for years, amassing wealth rivaling that of a rival state. In the past, these three local militia leaders would have considered themselves fortunate not to raid My An's territory. Cooperation was unthinkable. But with Ye Chen's army arriving, local militia leaders unwilling to submit to the new government began banding together for mutual protection, hoping to use war to secure regional autonomy. Yet these aspirations were nothing more than wishful thinking. Ye Chen's vision of a unified Burma would not tolerate anyone establishing their own fiefdom on his territory. Moreover, the local warlords present were well aware that their alliance was merely temporary. Should they truly gain regional autonomy, the factions would inevitably revert to their previous state of conflict. Though the three most powerful local warlords around Myakina understood this, they didn't realize that trusting My An's words this time would cost them everything, including their lives. For My An had never intended to let them return alive from this meeting. To eliminate these three leaders effortlessly, he had secretly laced their drinks with a sedative beforehand. By eliminating these three, the My family could seamlessly absorb their forces through this collaboration, significantly bolstering their strength to genuinely challenge Ye Chen's government forces. With a thud. After the three local warlords finished the liquor in their cups, one collapsed limp to the floor. Seeing this, the other two reached for the pistols at their waists to defend themselves. But before their hands could reach the guns, both collapsed onto the sofa. Seeing that the three were still conscious but had lost control of their bodies, My An set down his wineglass and sneered at them. "You worthless scum. Did you really think I'd partner with a bunch of dumb pigs like you? You raided and waged war against my clan in Myakina time and again. You don't think a few empty words will make me forget that blood debt, do you?" As My An finished speaking, his eldest son entered the room with a dozen soldiers. He looked at My An and asked, "Father, what should we do with these three?" "Imprison them for now. After all, they still have some use for now. Once we gain autonomy, we'll chop them up and feed them to the dogs." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing his father's command, My An's eldest son acknowledged it with a nod. He then waved to those beside him, signaling them to take the three local militia leaders away in custody. After the soldiers cleared the mess from the room, the 53-year-old My An turned to his eldest son, Nep, and said, "Next, you go outside the city to monitor the allied forces and ensure no trouble arises. Then we'll contact Ye Chen's new government to discuss regional autonomy matters. Once this matter is settled, you will become the vice chairman of all Myakina. Everyone here will fall under your jurisdiction. Nep, you are the son I hold in highest regard. Do not disappoint me." With that, My An departed the chairman's office, escorted by his guards. "Yes, sir. Father." Watching My An's receding figure, Nep's previously composed eyes suddenly flashed with icy hatred. No one knew that the person Nep hated most was his own father. Nor did anyone know that the girl he cherished most had ultimately been taken to bed by his father. After My An's car departed the government building and headed toward the villa district in the affluent neighborhood, an officer approached Nep and reported, "General, preparations are complete. The messenger has been dispatched to the new government's military camp. We should receive a response before dawn." Hearing this, Nep's face twisted into a cold, sinister smile. "A Taikang, you are the descendant of a renowned Burmese general. Once the messenger contacts the new government, you will lead your troops to surrender. With your abilities, you will surely secure a position within the new government." Hearing Nep's words, a Taikang urgently retorted, "What about you? Didn't we agree to surrender to the new government together?" Hearing a Taikang's retort, Nep laughed with a carefree air, "I owe Zanya far too much. Some debts can only be repaid with one's life. Go. Don't let me hold you back. You have your mother and younger siblings, you must think of them." Realizing Nep had struck at his core, Taikang sighed helplessly before speaking, "Is there anything else I can do for you? Or is there anything you regret? Just tell me, and I'll do everything in my power to make it happen." Hearing Taikang's heartfelt words, Nep shook his head and patted the man's shoulder. "Your survival is my greatest wish." With that, Nep turned and walked out of the government hall. He got into his car and drove toward the wealthy district. Chapter 85, Hidden Secrets of the Past. After Burma chose national autonomy and independence, Myakina came under the control of two major families. One was the family of the current Myakina chairman, My An. The other was the Zhang family, whose influence was at its peak at the time, commanding the military forces of Myakina. However, the Zhang family was later accused of treason, and its leader at the time, Zhang Bu, was captured and executed by government forces. Outsiders assumed the Zhang family had fallen out of favor with the central Burmese government, leading to their suppression. Yet few knew the truth, the Zhang clan wasn't eliminated for some fabricated treason charge. Rather, My An, seeking absolute control over Myakina, chose to align with foreign puppet forces within the Burmese central government. Under the foreign puppet regime's orchestration, the Zhang family was purged on charges of treason. Of the 46 members, only one survived. After the Zhang family's elimination, My An achieved his ambition by ascending to the position of chairman of Myakina.
He not only controlled the 30,000 troops formerly under the Zhang family but also became the wealthiest tycoon in Myitkyina. The sole survivor of the Zhang family was actually a girl. NPW, Mayan's son, had hidden in a wardrobe and overheard his father conspiring with the puppet forces within the Burmese central government to frame the Zhangs. Using the pretext of play, he lured his childhood best friend, Zhangya, to his home and secretly hid her in his mother's room. Later, though Mayan discovered Nep had secretly sheltered Zhang Bu's daughter in his home, he chose not to pursue the matter. Instead, he publicly claimed the girl had been adopted from an orphanage. Nep believed this protected Zhangya, but he never imagined this was merely the beginning of the nightmare. Under the tacit concealment of Mayan and Nyepu, Zhangya remained utterly unaware that this uncle Mayan was the very culprit who had slaughtered her entire family. She even came to regard Mayan and Nyepu as her only kin. Amidst these lies, Zhangya grew up. Inheriting her mother's beauty, she blossomed into a stunning young woman over time. Nep was destined to be her lifelong partner. Yet no one could have foreseen that as Zhangya's beauty blossomed, the demonic Mayan would drug and rape her. After the assault, Mayan even revealed the full story behind the Zhang family's downfall. Unable to bear this devastating truth, Zhangya descended into madness, becoming a raving lunatic. Mayan imprisoned her in a villa, where he subjected her to relentless torment and abuse. After committing such an act that provoked the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men, Mayan knew full well that he must not let his son Nep find out, lest it lead to endless trouble. So under the guise of studying abroad, Mayan sent Nep overseas. Time flew by, and when Nep finally returned, 5 years had passed. Nep had expected to marry his beloved upon his return, but his investigations revealed that Zhangya had been imprisoned by his father in a villa, reduced to a plaything. From that moment on, Nep began using his abilities to investigate everything. With the help of his maternal relatives, Nipu finally uncovered the truth behind it all. From the moment he learned the truth, Nep lost all glimmers of hope. His sole purpose became ensuring his father would face the same despair as his beloved did through his own hands. Late at night on a city highway in Myitkyina. Seated in the passenger seat of the sedan, Nep spoke up, "Is everything in place?" Reporting to the general. "Everything is in place. Our men have completely surrounded the villa. You may order them to attack and rescue the people inside at any time, General." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Nep nodded. "After delivering me to the destination, you will escort a Taikang out of the city. There's no need to return for me." "Yes, sir. General." As the words fell, the car slowed to a stop before the gates of a villa in the affluent district. After stepping out, Nep entered the villa as if it were his own residence. Even the plainclothes soldiers at the entrance saluted him respectfully upon seeing him. Over the years, Nep had effectively seized control of the military authority once held by Mayan, placing former enemies persecuted by Mayan into positions as his own subordinates. When Mayan saw Nep return to the country and learned of the lie about Zhangya's car accident, he remained surprisingly calm, assuming Nep had lost interest in her. Thus, Mayan gradually elevated Nep to second in command of the military, entrusting him with its management. What Mayan didn't know was that his son, seeking revenge against his father, had personally severed his own little finger with a knife. He swore to exact blood vengeance and willingly played the fool, continuing to serve him. Moreover, Mayan remained unaware that Nipu had also discovered they were not biologically related. Inside the villa at that moment, the 50-something Mayan, his bloated body exposed, bathed in the bathroom. A screen hung on one wall. Through the screen, Mayan could observe every movement of Zhangya, whom he had imprisoned. Yet today, the Zhangya on the screen was unusually quiet. She sat motionless in the vast room, staring blankly into space for an extended period. To Mayan, who regarded her as a madwoman, this seemed perfectly normal. But if anyone could see the character Zhangya had written on her palm, they would recognize it as the word kill. Harboring wicked, filthy thoughts, Mayan stepped out of the bathroom naked, ready to carry out his depraved act. But the moment he emerged, he was startled by Nep sitting at the doorway. After regaining his composure, Mayan erupted in fury. "What are you doing here, you ungrateful son? Do you intend to kill me and usurp my throne?" Hearing Mayan's roar, Nep replied expressionlessly, "We are not father and son. And given all the evil deeds you've committed, you have no right to be my father. You're asking for death." Hearing Nep reveal this long-buried secret shattered Mayan's composure. He spun around, reaching for the wardrobe to grab his pistol. But after searching for a while, he discovered the pistol he had just placed in the wardrobe was gone. Only then did Mayan realize that Nep's appearance here wasn't a sudden act, but the result of meticulous planning, the reason he dared come to this villa to confront him. "You? What the hell do you want? I've given you everything. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? All for some worthless woman? You betrayed years of my nurturing and guidance." Listening to Mayan's increasingly desperate words, Nep finally spoke again. "Isn't betrayal something you taught me yourself?" Chapter 86, Past Memories. A loud thud echoed. Mayan was kicked backward by Nep, crashing into the bathroom's glass door and shattering it instantly. Before Mayan could scramble to his feet, Nep's boot slammed down on his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Trapped amidst the shards, glass pierced his flesh. "You little bastard.
If I'd known this would happen, I should have let you and your parents burn to death on that ship. Saved myself the trouble of raising a tiger only to face this outcome today. Hearing Mayan bring up the past, Nep smiled faintly, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever more intense. Through years of investigation, Nep had uncovered the truth: his real parents had perished in a deliberately orchestrated shipfire. And the mastermind behind that crime was none other than Mayan. In the late 1980s, when the Republic of Yenxia was founded, many people chose to venture into business under national policies.
Nep's parents were among them.
According to Nep's investigation, his father and mother had been upright merchants who supported the resistance against Japanese aggression during the Republic of China era. Thus, after Yenxia's reform and opening up, they seized the opportunity to venture into international trade in high-end goods. Through years of diligent work, Nep's parents had not only recovered the family's lost wealth but significantly surpassed it. However, upon hearing from Mayan that Southeast Asia was currently undergoing an open-door period highly favorable for investment, Nep's parents followed Mayan's plan and traveled to Myanmar in Southeast Asia. In Myanmar, Mayan had befriended a local power broker named Lu Ma. After deceiving Nep's parents into coming to Myanmar, Mayan colluded with Lu Ma to murder them and seize the majority of their assets.
Nep's parents had also set up a fund for his future development.
To get his hands on this money, Mayan became Nep's guardian by posing as a distant relative. What Mayan never anticipated was that after seizing Nep's parents' wealth, he discovered he was unable to have children, a revelation that nearly shattered him.
After prolonged inner turmoil, Mayan gradually began raising Nep as his own son. Yet Mayan ultimately crossed Nep's boundaries, sparking Nep's doubts about his true identity and unearthing long-buried secrets.
Gazing at the aged Mayan, his face etched with regret and fear, Nep drew the firearm he carried and declared, "I've always believed everyone must pay for their actions. If heaven is blind, then I shall take justice into my own hands.
There are 7 bullets here.
2 are for my birth parents to let them know I avenge them." With that, Nep raised his injured arm and fired precisely into both of Mayan's knees. His voice trailing off, Nep continued reloading as he declared, "2 are for Zhangya's parents, this is what I'm giving you." With that, Nep loaded the magazine and swiftly fired into Mayan's hands.
"Ah!
You little bastard! I slept with your lover.
Does that hurt? Ha 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 ha."
Mayan, shot in the arms and legs, collapsed to the ground. His face contorted in agony, yet he still laughed and hurled insults at Nep.
Hearing Mayan's filthy insults, Nep showed little reaction.
He continued reloading while saying, "All these years abroad, I didn't just study economics, I earned a medical doctorate too. I know exactly how many days a person can survive under the most agonizing conditions, and I know even better how to heal their wounds. So rest assured, I won't let you die so easily." With that, Nep fired 2 more shots into Mayan's arms, rendering him completely immobile.
"Ah!
You little..." Feeling Nep's brutal assault, Mayan was about to scream in agony, but before he could utter a word, a sedative dart pierced his neck. With that done, Nep casually pulled out the syringe and dragged the bloodied Mayan by one arm toward another room in the villa. In the other room, surgical instruments and tools lay ready. After placing the unconscious Mayan on the operating table, Nep began his revenge.
Meanwhile, Muren was leading his troops to prepare for an assault on Myitkyina.
But before the attack could commence, several military units emerged from the city waving white flags in surrender. After communicating with the enemy commander sent to negotiate the surrender, Muren and Qian Sha learned that the government forces and local militias in Myitkyina had fallen into internal strife. With most of the commanders dead, the troops were leaderless. Left with no choice, the soldiers surrendered to save their lives. Upon learning the reasons for the surrender, Muren first led his troops to occupy Myitkyina, securing its stability. Qian Sha was then tasked with receiving and reorganizing the surrendered soldiers.
Finally, they reported this news to Ye Chen, who was awaiting updates in Taal. Reporting to the president, "Myitkyina has been completely recaptured by our forces. Within 2 days, our army will retake the northern regions of Myitkyina. The unification of Burma will be achieved within these 2 days." At the outskirts base in Tua, Ye Chen listened to Yoming's report with great satisfaction. For once Myanmar was unified and the situation fully stabilized, dismantling the fascist rule of the United States and its allies would be one step closer. Excellent. Then let's select an appropriate date to announce Burma's unification and independence.
Ye Chen nodded in agreement and began contemplating the announcement date for Burma's unification. Before he could settle on a date, however, a soldier abruptly stood and reported, "Mr. President, the World Health Organization, led by the Yenxia Nation, is convening an emergency assembly. They report mass viral infections emerging worldwide, with rumors even circulating about infected individuals mutating into zombies. The leader of Yenxia Nation has now invited you, President, to attend this assembly. Would you agree to participate?"
Masses of infected individuals? Mutated zombies?
Hearing these words, Yichen found it somewhat unbelievable. Yet he also knew that nations like the United States and Japan, devoid of any national integrity, were capable of anything. Thus, that sense of disbelief in his heart turned into utter disgust.
Reply to the leaders of the Yenxia Nation.
Tell them I agree to participate in this assembly. Having spoken, Ye Chen turned to Yu Meng beside him. Transmit my order. The entire nation enters a state of special emergency.
Immediately seal all entry and exit points. Prepare to confront the impending global crisis.
After a moment's thought, Ye Chen added, additionally, issue a nationwide announcement informing the people of Myanmar of the full truth.
Chapter 87, The Great Unification of Myanmar.
According to the intelligence we've received, this virus originated from the Yichen nation. We must dispatch the World Health Organization to Yichen to trace its source and investigate whether they are truly researching biological weapons. During the international video conference, Ye Chen had just taken his seat in the parliamentary lineup when the United States representative rose to speak first, immediately shifting the blame for this global crisis onto Yichen.
According to? Where did you get this evidence? Would you dare disclose the source of this evidence? If no one here misremembers, your own Fort Detrick in the United States has experienced multiple virus leaks.
Residents near Fort Detrick were infected, exhibiting symptoms identical to those seen in recent virus patients.
Therefore, we firmly believe this viral outbreak is a conspiracy orchestrated by the United States. Who else but you possesses the capability to disseminate a virus across neighboring nations surrounding your laboratory facilities? As soon as the American representative finished speaking, the North Korean delegate immediately stood to address the assembly, clearly showing no deference to American hegemony.
Hearing North Korea's direct accusation, before the American representative could respond, the Russian representative also stood up and said, based on our investigation into most of America's laboratories around the world, we have discovered that the locations in countries experiencing large-scale virus outbreaks are all very close to American biological research facilities. Moreover, a U.S. biologist who defected to Russia revealed that the United States is massively collecting the genetic material of most people worldwide, preparing to use genetic weapons to eliminate those they wish to destroy. Therefore, we have every reason to suspect that this global health crisis is a biological warfare campaign launched by the United States against nations worldwide.
Bull. How could the United States possibly commit such an act that infringes upon the rights of the world's people?
This sort of thing is more likely something you Russians would do. As soon as the Russian delegate finished speaking, the Japanese delegate promptly stepped into his role, dutifully acting as America's lapdog and unconditionally defending the United States.
You're the one talking, Bull.
You, a defeated nation, have the nerve to bark like a dog.
Did you think 2 atomic bombs weren't enough? If you love being lapdogs so much, why not go eat white pigs in America? Our Siberian potatoes. You're welcome to come plant them anytime.
The Russian delegate fired back at the Japanese representative with unambiguous directness, his words sharp and decisive.
Russian representative, please watch your language.
This is the World Health Assembly, not a street where you hurl insults at each other. If you wish to avoid discussing this matter, you may withdraw from the session immediately. Observing the heated exchange, officials immediately stepped in to restore order, though their words and tone clearly favored the United States, lacking any semblance of neutrality.
Fine, we'll leave. This so-called WHO is nothing but a sham.
Not only does it fail to protect the interests of nations, but it consistently speaks on behalf of the United States, which has unleashed viruses across the globe. Its intentions are utterly despicable. As the WHO representative finished speaking, Pakistan's delegate immediately stood up and declared,
exactly. Nothing but a gang of fascists in cahoots.
Don't think that just because you're all in cahoots, we're foolish enough to believe a single word you say. Your words have long lost all credibility.
You're nothing but a pack of dogs bred by the United States.
As Pakistan finished speaking, the Hungarian delegate also spoke up. Ye Chen watched the chaotic scene in the assembly hall, torn between laughter and tears. Meanwhile, the leader of Yichen nation beside him remained utterly unfazed, as if he didn't regard this assembly as a forum for resolving issues at all.
Instead, it seemed more like a stage for exposing the ugly faces of the United States and its allies. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing the Myanmar Grand Unification mission.
Rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Ding.
System version 2.0, Path to the New World, fully unlocked. Just as Ye Chen listened to the heated arguments in the video conference, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Before Ye Chen could react, Yu Meng whispered a report from the side, reporting to the president, local township leaders from Northern Myanmar have just arrived in the city, stating they've come to pledge allegiance to the new government. With only 3 local armed groups remaining along the northern Burmese border, Myanmar can now be considered truly unified. Upon hearing Yemen's report, Ye Chen finally understood why the system had suddenly activated. After grasping the situation, Ye Chen immediately opened the system inventory and saw the rewards it had granted.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 3 SS grade upgrade cards.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 advanced character attribute random card.
3 SS grade upgrade cards? A high-level random attribute card? Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen was overjoyed.
Forget the 3 SS upgrade cards, just this single high-level random attribute card alone was enough to make him ecstatic. After all, a high-tier random attribute card not only significantly boosts one's physical capabilities but also carries the potential to grant entirely new abilities.
Currently, aside from nuclear-grade weapons, the greatest threat to Ye Chen came from biological weapons. After all, his magic resistance was practically non-existent. If someone targeted him through that avenue, he could very well fall victim. Therefore, Ye Chen's greatest hope now was to acquire new abilities and attributes to prepare for the impending global viral outbreak. Host, do you wish to use the Advanced Random Attribute card? Host, do you wish to use the SS Grade Upgrade card? Upon opening his inventory, the system prompt sounded once more. Hearing it, Ye Chen responded without hesitation, use them all. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Chen's attribute panel window popped up. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 200. Speed, 90. Intelligence, 115. Skills, none. Conquest value, 10,000. Wealth, 116.59 billion. Affinity, 100. Assassins, S rank 3, F rank 194,618. Card in use, please wait. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 300. Speed, 120. Intelligence, 160. Skill, Devour. Conquest value, 1 million. Wealth, 268.56 billion. Affinity, 200. Assassins, SS rank 3, F rank 286,984. Ding. Card usage complete. Interface updated. System version 2.0, the path of new world choices officially activated. Hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen realized his attributes had not only skyrocketed but also gained a new skill, Devour. Chapter 88, The New World. Friendly reminder, the Devour skill can be activated once every 10 days. If used for extended periods, it can be stored up to 3 times. Skill notes, Devour can consume any living being to permanently enhance specific attributes or acquire abilities corresponding to the consumed creature. Reading the system's explanation of the Devour skill, Ye Chen grasped its basic usage. Just as Ye Chen prepared to test this Devour skill, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding. Detection of an international biochemical crisis outbreak. System version 2.0, Path to the New World, officially activated. New World Path version notice. The New World has commenced. Due to the outbreak of the biohazard crisis, the world will face apocalyptic-level catastrophe. To prevent this global disaster, the host must undergo new trials. Only by enduring countless trials, undergoing a phoenix-like rebirth, and acquiring new powers can the host conclude the 2.0 version of the world system. Listening to the system prompt, Ye Chen was utterly baffled. Just as he pondered the implications of this system update, an image resembling a Qilin suddenly appeared on the system panel, followed by a new notification sound. Ding. I am the version 2.0 system spirit. For the upcoming New World Path version, I shall provide comprehensive service to the host. Any questions the host may have, this spirit can answer. Upon hearing the system spirit's announcement, Ye Chen immediately asked, System Spirit, does this system have any connection to the world of Resident Evil? Ding. The New World Path version refers to the world after the outbreak of the biohazard crisis. The host must make various mission choices and overcome challenges following the outbreak to acquire the skills and resources necessary for survival in this new world. Following the outbreak, the world will descend into chaos. Only a handful of people's socialist nations may survive this catastrophe. These nations are known as the 5 Great Sanctuaries. Beyond these sanctuaries, the rest of the world will descend into chaos and ruin. Listening to the system spirit's explanation, Ye Chen finally understood that this bioterror crisis engineered by the United States could very well be a pivotal turning point in the course of world history. In this crisis, countless nations and people would likely be locked in prolonged, chaotic struggles for survival against infected zombies and mutated creatures. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Ye Chen realized that supplies and food would likely become the most precious resources in the world. He resolved to begin preparing in the real world, stockpiling various supplies to weather the impending crisis. But just as this thought surfaced, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding. System version 2.0, Path to the New World. The store has been updated. Host may exchange points for any required supplies. System store panel. Drinking water 300 milliliters price, 5 points. Wheat bread 260 G price, 5 points. Rice 25 GK price, 500 points. Wheat flour 50 GK price, 1000 points. Vegetable oil 5L price, 500 points. Salt 500 G price, 5 points. Sugar 500 G price, 50 points. Surveying the vast array of goods in the system store, Ye Chen felt like a walking, endlessly restocked department store. Essentially every item related to human life was available here. Yet among these items, the most eye-catching were the newly added products related to the path to the new world. For instance, the special bullets priced at 20 points each were specifically designed to take down ordinary zombies. Then there were sniper rifle bullets priced at 50 points each, designed to take down zombies 1 tier stronger than the standard variety.
Beyond weapons and ammunition for zombies, there were also various medications for treating infections, though their prices were shockingly exorbitant. A single box of infection-blocking antibodies was priced at a staggering 10,000 points. And each box contained only 10 doses, enough for a maximum of 10 people. For the top-tier SSSS-grade antibodies, the price skyrocketed to a staggering trillion points, a figure so astronomical it made Ye Chen doubt his own eyes. Just as Ye Chen was immersed in the system's vast array of goods, the system spirit suddenly chimed. Ding! Biochemical virus infection detected at national border. New mission triggered. Mission 1, proceed to the incident site and contain the spread of the biochemical virus. Mission 2, investigate the source of the biochemical virus and eliminate it. Still reeling from the shock of the system's alert, Ye Chen watched as the interface abruptly shifted to a blue map of Myanmar. On this blue map, Ye Chen noticed red dots appearing near the Thai border. These dots continued to expand as time passed. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen zoomed in on the map. He then saw a dense cluster of red dots appearing across the world map. Ye Chen instantly understood this was the real-time monitoring map following the outbreak of the biohazard crisis. Watching the red dot zones on the real-time monitoring map expand and shift by the minute, Ye Chen knew this disaster was likely far more dangerous and rapidly spreading than he had imagined. Issue the order. Withdraw 5,000 soldiers from the garrison. They will accompany me to the Malamine region to investigate and contain the source of the viral infection. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen issued the order to Yumeng. He then purchased large quantities of viral antigens from the marketplace. After leaving a portion at the base to vaccinate all personnel, Ye Chen led his troops toward the Maadi border. In theory, Maadi was Ye Chen's old stronghold. Its security and defenses were virtually identical to the suburban base in Tawa, so major issues were unlikely. However, Ye Chen had established numerous factories in Malamine, attracting many Thai nationals to cross the border for work. Moreover, after Ye Chen slept with Yingluck Shinawat, Malamine became a primary border crossing for bilateral trade, facilitating the delivery of goods promised to Yingluck. Thus, when the United States began indiscriminately spreading toxins worldwide, it came as no surprise to Ye Chen that Myanmar's first infection source emerged here. After all, the United States excels at long-range operations. Planting a few spies to monitor the situation in Myanmar and Thailand was hardly a difficult task. While the troops were en route to Manhwa, Ye Chen issued orders to seal off the border town. He also had all infected individuals and those who had come into contact with them gathered together. As long as he arrived in time with the antigens, these people could still be saved. Even if he failed to arrive promptly, at least the infection wouldn't continue spreading uncontrollably. Chapter 89, The Catastrophe Begins. Today is a special day. It is a day worthy of celebration, a day of pride for the American people, for we have conquered the virus and developed the latest antibodies. As citizens of the United States, you will be the first to receive the vaccine at half price. Subsequently, our vaccine will be exported to countries worldwide to help them combat the Asian virus. Furthermore, we strongly condemn the actions of the Yichen nation in releasing the virus and call upon the international community to join us in sanctioning the Yichen nation. At the White House press conference, the U.S. President's secretary declared to reporters. Seated inside the mobile command vehicle, Ye Chen watched the American clownish antics unfold before turning to Yumeng beside him and saying, "Since the United States is so shameless, let us help them tear off that fig leaf." Go live globally. Announced that Myanmar declares the United States a permanent enemy effective today. We will attack them at any cost until America loses its capacity for both biological and physical warfare. Upon hearing Ye Chen's order, Yumeng immediately began preparing the live broadcast, then posted Ye Chen's words verbatim across major international video platforms. After Ye Chen's words declared war on behalf of Myanmar, the American president, He Jianma, who had just received the news, flew into a rage in the Oval Office of the White House. That Ye Chen. Damn it! Can't we send agents to eliminate him? If Myanmar actually launches long-range missile strikes against us, our economy will sink deeper and deeper into a quagmire with no way out. Our vaccines are just starting to turn a profit who has time to wage war against a tiny speck like Burma. Hearing He Jianma's words, several behind-the-scenes representatives from the United States shook their heads in unison. If international warfare couldn't kill him, agents certainly won't stand a chance. Unless we launch a saturation nuclear strike on Burma, turning it into a wasteland, only then might we eliminate this man. As one finished, another chimed in, of course, this Ye Chen might just be spouting radical rhetoric to curry favor with Yenxia. If he truly had the guts to take on a major power like us, he wouldn't need to spout such empty threats on the international stage. As the words fell, another voice chimed in, if he wants war, then let's fight him. Who knows? Once the fighting starts, we might even gain more advantages. Listening to the words of these representatives of the powerful figures behind the scenes, He Jianma could only nod in agreement. After all, the real decision-makers in the United States weren't him, but the powerful factions these individuals represented. But just as their discussion concluded, the emergency phone on He Jianma's desk rang urgently. Seeing this, He Jianma quickly picked up the phone and listened to the message coming through. Reporting to the president.
5 missiles have been launched from the direction of Myanmar, heading toward 5 of our states. Based on their flight trajectories, the targets are highly likely to be our 5 major research facilities. Listening to the news on the phone, He Zhengma could scarcely believe his ears. Ye Chen had only just issued his declaration of war, and now missiles were already flying in. If this wasn't premeditated, He Zhengma wouldn't believe it. Can we intercept them? The enemy missiles are moving far too fast. We cannot intercept them. He Zhengma asked the most critical question on his mind, but the answer left him slumped in his chair, utterly defeated. He Zhengma knew full well that research facilities like the Fort Detrick Biological Research Base were conducting all manner of terrifying genetic weapon experiments. If the base's defense systems remained intact, these genetic organisms would never leak out, posing little threat. But once the base's defenses were breached, these genetically engineered weapons still not fully researched or controlled could unleash unimaginable catastrophe upon the entire United States and its neighboring nations. Stop it. Do whatever it takes to stop him. Even if it means crashing a plane into it, bring him down. Overhearing the urgent dispatch through the speakerphone, the others nearby grasped the gravity of the situation. After a moment's thought, one of them urgently shouted into the microphone. No sooner had the man finished speaking than 5 bright stars plummeted swiftly from the sky. These 5 meteors transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the United States air defense systems at incredible speed before striking their targets with pinpoint accuracy. As the earth trembled like an earthquake, those in the Oval Office of the White House reacted and hurriedly evacuated the building, intending to flee the United States for refuge. At the 5 struck experimental bases, utter devastation reigned. Even the deeply buried, nuclear-proof air defense facilities were reduced to ruins under the bombardment of Ye Chen's Earth Dragon missiles. Particularly in a laboratory marked NCP-20, several biochemical weapons researchers killed in the bombing lay submerged in the NCP-20 viral solution. Their dead bodies began to twitch, seemingly mutating under the influence of the NCP-20 virus. Meanwhile, inside the temporary command vehicle en route to Mayawati, Yichen felt an immense sense of satisfaction upon confirming all 5 missiles had hit their targets. According to his confirmed intelligence, the original strain of the NCP virus had been developed at Fort Detrick's research facility in the United States. Now that all 5 major bioweapons research sites in the United States had been bombed, once the news was confirmed, the US would inevitably face an NCP virus outbreak. Given the NCP's terrifying contagiousness and America's inadequate healthcare system, Yichen was confident it wouldn't take a month for the United States to become a breeding ground for the NCP virus. Although the United States now claimed to possess antibodies, Yichen understood that, given the greed of American capitalists, they would never waste vaccines on those who couldn't afford them. Thus, the NCP virus would never be eradicated. It would repeatedly torment the United States, forcing them to reap what they sow. Send someone to handle the biolab virus leak properly, or you won't be serving as my puppet president much longer. In the US presidential office, Black Zhengma listened respectfully to the reprimand over the phone, not daring to show the slightest hint of anger. The president's authority was nowhere to be seen in him. Instead, he resembled nothing more than a fawning lapdog. After hanging up, He Zhengma immediately notified the military. 5 units were dispatched to the bioweapons research facility to contain the outbreak, preventing large-scale viral transmission that could deal a devastating blow to the United States. Little did He Zhengma know that this very action would unleash America's true catastrophe. Chapter 90, NCP-20. Amid the ruins of Fort Detrick's underground laboratory, a researcher named Malamine and several loyal monitoring personnel were trapped in the command and monitoring center. Watching the monitoring screens display the failed and destroyed research areas, Marlene, her forehead bleeding from a blow, turned to the burly man beside her and asked, "Leon, most of the research labs are destroyed now. How are we supposed to get out?" Hearing her words, Leon glanced at his injured, immobile thigh, then at the devastated NCP-20 zone. He shook his head. If the virus from the NCP-20 area has already leaked and infected someone, whether we escape or not makes no difference. NCP-20 is the most terrifying pathogen in our entire research center. It's highly contagious, and there's currently no definitive cure or antibody. Once infected by this pathogen, nothing but scorching sunlight or a smelting furnace can kill the infected host. We're beyond saving. Give up, Malamine. Leon slumped against the wall, his voice hollow as he spoke, resigned to fate. Give up? How could I give up? You may not want to live, but I still do. Faced with Leon's defeatist words, Marlene was so enraged she sprang to her feet, determined to find an escape route. But just as she reached the shattered entrance to the command center, a blood-soaked monster appeared outside the transparent glass wall. The creature, still chewing on a human limb in its jaws, stared through the glass at Marlene and the others inside. Everyone inside collapsed in terror, too afraid to make a sound. Quick, get into the command center's shelter. This is the true pathogen of NCP-20. If it wants to get in, this glass wall won't hold against its attack. Bang! As soon as Leon finished speaking, Marlene and the others finally snapped out of their shock. They scrambled to their feet and carried Leon toward the command center shelter. Truthfully, no one present wanted to carry Leon, the crippled head of the biological research lab.
But the command center shelter required the fingerprint and password of a top-level researcher to unlock.
To survive multiple monster assaults inside the shelter, they had no choice but to bring him along. As they carried Leon toward the command center's shelter, the monsters outside seemed to be provoked.
They began violently ramming the command center's extremely sturdy glass walls.
Thud! Thud!
The creature, with a body resembling a lean horse, possessed terrifying strength. It relentlessly slammed into the glass wall, quickly smashing a large dent into it. Moreover, with each relentless impact, the glass wall's defensive capabilities gradually weakened. At this rate of destruction, breaching the glass wall wouldn't be easy for the monster to enter the command center. However, with each impact, the creature released a corrosive liquid from its body that eroded the glass. Thus, the moment the shelter doors closed behind Marlon and the others carrying Leon inside, the monster outside smashed through the exceptionally sturdy glass wall.
With a thunderous crash,
the monster slammed into the already closed, heavy alloy door, managing to punch a large dent into it. Realizing the door's impenetrable strength, the monster roared in rage outside the entrance.
Once inside the shelter, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief.
Though all were aware of NCP-20's existence, only a handful of senior researchers had participated in its studies. Originally, NCP-20 was confined within a glass chamber filled with mercury. As long as the mercury remained, NCP-20 dared not strike the glass walls, instead submitting meekly like a lamb to the researchers' care and experimentation. However, Ye Chen's missile bombardment shattered the mercury-filled chamber, causing the mercury to leak completely. NCP-20 then smashed through the glass walls, transforming into an utterly unrestrained, bloodthirsty killing machine.
Every living thing within the laboratory became its prey.
Seeing the expressions of the researchers who had narrowly escaped death, Leon reassured them, "Gentlemen, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. Once we enter the shelter, we can at least survive for several years on the supplies here. Once the authorities learn of our situation, they will undoubtedly send troops to rescue us." Though Leon's words eased the tension among the survivors, no one was willing to engage with this former official's son who had once flaunted his privilege. Moreover, everyone understood that even if troops did come to rescue them, Leon would likely be the only one able to leave this place. As for the rest of them, they would inevitably become discarded pawns hardly worth the government wasting resources to rescue. This unspoken truth weighed on everyone's minds as they each calculated their own survival strategies. Little did they know, outside the shelter, the monster had begun laying eggs within the command center, seemingly preparing to spawn a new generation of creatures. But just as the monster finished laying all its eggs within the command center, a disturbance on the surface halted its egg laying. Above ground, an army was sweeping through the ruins of the research facility under the harsh sunlight. As the cleanup progressed, the troops began moving toward the underground laboratories beneath the base. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the shadowy underground facility, a monster had begun its hunt.
Meanwhile,
upon arriving in Mayawati with the military, Yichen immediately rushed to the hospital treating NCP-infected individuals. Seeing the infected lying on the beds, their bodies contorted and consciousness fading, Yichen immediately organized his team to swiftly administer the antitoxin serum. Only after all the citizens of Malamine had received the antibody vaccine did Ye Chen finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Ye Chen's ears.
"Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 1. Reward for Mission 1 has been dispersed. Please check your inventory promptly. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on triggering System Mission 3, establish one of the 5 great sanctuaries of the New World, the Light of Southeast Asia.
Mission details, transform Myanmar into one of the 5 great sanctuaries defending the New World against biomonsters. Reward, upon completing the sanctuary's construction, the host shall receive an exclusive weapon."
Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen did not rush to check his reward. Instead, he addressed Yumeng beside him, "Notify officials in all provincial capitals to prepare for a video conference.
I have an important announcement to make."
"Yes, sir."
Following Ye Chen's order, Yumeng promptly went to arrange the video conference. Chapter 91, The Puppet Behind the Scenes. Ladies and gentlemen,
the international situation is turbulent. The United States and its allies, driven by wolfish ambitions, have launched a biochemical war, attempting to exploit nations worldwide through vaccines. Now, our nation, in alliance with other BRICS countries, has overcome the vaccine challenge. Therefore, preventing the pathogen from entering our borders has become our most urgent priority. Moving forward, we will establish vaccination centers nationwide. All citizens of our country will be eligible for free vaccinations. Additionally, our nation will collaborate with the Republic of Yenxia to construct 3 layers of defensive fortifications along the Bangladesh border, our national borders, and major cities in Southeast Asia to guard against attacks by infected mutant humans. During the video conference, Ye Chen outlined his plans, and officials from major cities listened attentively. As Ye Chen concluded his remarks, the video conference drew to a close. Yet immediately after the meeting ended, Yumeng ordered soldiers to escort a Burmese national and 2 Thai nationals into the chamber. Reporting to the president. Because we promptly sealed off entry and exit points with both countries, these infectious disease agents attempting to flee were apprehended by our soldiers.
Hearing Yoming's words, Ye Chen glanced at the three individuals before him, then fixed his gaze on the Burmese man seated to his right. Speak. Who sent you to sabotage our operations? If you confess truthfully and demonstrate cooperation, I will spare your lives. But if anyone dares to speak falsely, I will make them pay dearly for their words. Hearing Ye Chen's calm tone, the three spies were already trembling in fear. The moment Ye Chen finished speaking, the Burmese man immediately threw himself to the ground and groveled, reporting to the president, I was deceived by them. They claimed that if I sprinkled the holy water into the temple's drinking pool, not only would it bring salvation to the Burmese people praying there, but I would also receive a huge sum of money. And they promised to find me a beautiful Thai wife. Hearing this fellow's words, Ye Chen felt utterly speechless, partly amused, partly exasperated. Still, considering the man hadn't harbored any truly malicious intent, he waved his hand dismissively. Very well then. As punishment, you'll spend the next 3 months building defensive fortifications. You'll be paid for your labor, no free work for you. With that, Ye Chen had the man escorted away. He then turned his attention to the two Thai masterminds behind the poisoning plot. Report to the president, we were deceived by the Japanese from the island nation. They claimed that if we poured the holy water into the drinking troughs at the Burmese temples, they would pay us a huge sum of money. Our families were so impoverished we couldn't afford food, so we took this job, risking illegal entry into Burma. There we found local Burmese poor people and tricked them into helping us carry out the mission. Your Excellency, we truly aren't lying. Now that Thailand has sealed off border crossings, these people are all hiding out in Japanese-invested hotels in Thailand. Listening to the Thai spy's account, Ye Chen finally grasped the full story. Very well. Since you've provided useful intelligence, I, as president, will honor my word and spare your lives for now. But if my soldiers' investigation reveals you lied, you should know what fate awaits you. We wouldn't dare. Everything we said is the truth. After the interrogation concluded, Ye Chen beckoned to Yumeng, detain these two for now. Then dispatch a special forces team to Thailand to apprehend the mastermind behind this. I'll make arrangements with the Thai side. They'll cooperate with our operation. Yes, sir. With that, Ye Chen dismissed them, and Yumeng had the two Thai spies escorted away. At the same time, infected individuals worldwide were experiencing explosive growth. Within just 2 or 3 days, the global count had surpassed 100 million and was rapidly approaching the 1 billion threshold. And the nation with the highest number of infections was none other than the United States. The reason for the rapid spread in the United States wasn't human-to-human transmission, but rather because the NCP-20 monster that had devoured thousands within the underground research facility at Fort Detrick had completed its first evolution. The evolved NCP-20 resembled an ant queen with a bizarre blood flower growth on its back. Throughout the entire biological research facility, eggs produced by NCP-20 and hatched worker monsters were everywhere. Whenever these worker ant-like monsters collected human corpses, they would first feed the NCP-20. Only after the NCP-20 had eaten its fill would the lower-tier monsters be allowed to feed. The blood blossoms on the sated NCP-20s back then release pollen like viruses. These viruses exist in enormous quantities and can spread through the air, infecting others. Thus, within mere days, nearly all of Maryland's population was infected. Moreover, these infections differ from the original NCP virus. While the first wave of infected individuals could develop antibodies to combat the virus if exposed to a vaccine. However, the virus released by NCP directly transforms infected humans into monster-like low-level creatures, making them one of the primary sources of infection spread. The United States government naturally noticed the crisis in Maryland. After deliberation by the presidents behind-the-scenes power brokers, the government ordered a bombing campaign to destroy the state. The government would first bomb shelters where monsters gathered with napalm, then follow up with nuclear strikes, attempting to wipe out the monsters completely. However, while this method proved effective against surface-dwelling monsters, those hiding deep within shelters managed to survive remarkably well. Each night, the subterranean monsters emerged en masse, launching massive assaults on human settlements where no living soul was spared. Thus, under these dire circumstances, the United States declared its highest state of military readiness, igniting the war between humanity reaping what it had sown and the bio-monsters. Ye Chen remained unaware of the events unfolding in the United States, but through the surveillance of the Heavenly Eye system, he witnessed America becoming the nation with the highest number of infected. Meanwhile, in a Thai hotel, a group of Japanese mercenaries feasted lavishly, celebrating their successful mission. Little did they know that the forces dispatched by Ye Chen had already silently eliminated all enemies surrounding the hotel. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of the Japanese, the entire group was slaughtered by the storming Special Forces soldiers. Not a single survivor remained. After the Japanese inside the hotel were wiped out, the system's voice sounded in Ye Chen's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 2. Mission rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen hurriedly checked what goodies the system had given him. After all, he desperately needed some cutting-edge tech to help him tackle the bizarre tasks on his path through this new world. Chapter 92, On the Eve of Catastrophe. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained one special shopping slot unlock card for the mall. After opening his inventory, Ye Chen was about to examine the mission reward when he heard the system's notification sound. This particular reward, however, caught Ye Chen off guard. After all, the system store never required unlocking, and he had never received a reward for unlocking a shopping tab before.
Driven by intense curiosity, Ye Chen examined the newly acquired reward. Upon opening the reward description, all details regarding the reward appeared before Ye Chen. Purpose of the special shopping bar unlock card. Upon obtaining the special shopping tab unlock card, you may use points in the card to unlock various limited time items. Once an item is successfully unlocked, the host must purchase it within the restricted time frame. Failure to do so will cause the shopping tab to vanish once the time limit expires. Reading the system's explanation, Ye Chen finally grasped the card's purpose.
He immediately opened the limited time shopping section of the mall, intending to unlock some essential new items.
What did he need most right now?
After a moment's thought, Ye Chen recalled the shelter he was preparing to build alongside the Yinsha kingdom. Building a sanctuary was no simple task. It demanded not only vast financial resources and materials but also a massive workforce.
Based on Myanmar's current capabilities, constructing the first line of defense alone would take considerable time.
Adding the protective walls around the city would require an astronomical amount of resources. Therefore, Ye Chen began searching for ways to shorten the construction timeline for the protective walls. After scouring the special shopping section of the mall for a while, Ye Chen finally found an item called a civil engineering AI robot. These civil engineering AI robots were categorized into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. According to the system's assessment, a D-tier robot operated at roughly 10 times the efficiency of an ordinary worker, while an A-tier robot could work at 100 times human productivity. Naturally, the prices for the 4 tiers varied according to their respective capabilities.
The D-grade robot cost 1,000 points. A C-grade robot costs 10,000 points.
Grade B robots are priced at 100,000 credits. Grade A robots cost 1 million points.
Glancing at his wealth of over 200 billion points, Ye Chen didn't hesitate.
He purchased 10,000 B-class robots and 1,000 A-class robots for himself. The B-class robots were deployed alongside ordinary workers to construct the protective wall along the Myanmar border. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sent the A-class robots to Tua to first build the protective wall around the city. After completing these tasks, Ye Chen promptly returned to Tua and closely monitored international news developments. Seated in his suburban Tua estate, Ye Chen embraced the stunning beauty Li Jinhu while listening to international news reports. According to the latest updates, the United States has become the country with the highest number of initial-stage NCP infections.
New reports reveal that the US is launching a nuclear strike on Maryland, attempting to eliminate the mutated infected. These infected have lost all self-awareness, mutating into bloodthirsty monsters driven by malevolent intent. They fear daylight and high temperatures, preferring to lurk in dark, shadowy places. Witnesses to the attacks in the United States describe these creatures as demons of the night. If spotted, victims are torn to shreds. Given the bizarre events unfolding across the United States, many citizens declare their government is nothing but a pile of utterly disgusting. Countless citizens declared the American government has utterly lost credibility and is unworthy of public support.
Listening to the news broadcast, Ye Chen immediately pulled up the system's monitoring panel. What he saw left him stunned. The entire territory of the United States was nearly blanketed in red dots, revealing just how widespread the NCP virus infection had become. After noting the US's infection count had surpassed 100 million, Ye Chen checked the global infection statistics. According to Sky Eye monitoring statistics, most NCP-infected countries were in Europe and America. In Asia, the highest infection rates were found in colonial nations aligned with the United States and Europe. Upon reaching this conclusion, Ye Chen shook his head in resignation. The leaders of these Western colonial nations cared nothing for their people's lives. Even now, they clung to the Western proposed strategy of herd immunity, which had led to mass infections. I hear you're having people build a protective wall.
Has the situation really become so uncontrollable that you need to erect high walls for self-preservation? Li Jinhu remarked, observing Ye Chen's troubled expression.
The situation may be far more severe than we imagined. The United States recklessly deployed biological weapons. Let them taste the consequences of their own actions. The era of the military-industrial complex pulling the strings behind the United States and despicable nations like Japan may end in this crisis, paving the way for a new world. But before that happens, we must naturally have the means to protect ourselves. Building a protective wall is the simplest and most practical solution. Upon hearing Ye Chen's response, Li Jinhu remained non-committal and instead remarked, I've heard Thailand's been in turmoil lately, with escalating friction between the government and armed factions across the country.
Could someone be plotting to take advantage of the situation and target us in Myanmar?
Addressing Li Jinhu's concern, Ye Chen nodded.
That's not something to worry about.
The North, East, and South armies are already stationed along the border.
Should Thailand dare to divert trouble eastward, they'll face the consequences of aggression.
As he spoke, Ye Chen seemed to recall something and added, if it's a conventional war, we can handle it.
But if it's a biochemical war involving infected individuals, then no matter how we fight, it'll be a losing proposition.
With our military capabilities, I believe holding off the Burmese government isn't too much of a problem right now. But if Thailand has too many infected and triggers a bioterror crisis like the one in the United States, then our neighbor might not stay so peaceful. During my trip to Myawaddy, I witnessed severely infected individuals, those on the brink of mutation. Their terror is nothing like the casual portrayals on television. I can scarcely imagine what kind of terrifying monsters they'll become once they truly mutate, if they're already so dreadful before that. The path to this new world will likely be one drenched in blood and violence, a world steeped in tragedy.
Chapter 93, Rescue Yinbluk. Reporting to the President. The entire central region of the United States has fallen. Active duty forces have retreated to defend the Canadian and Mexican borders. The U.S. President's request for military support from Mexico has been denied. Both sides are now engaged in intense firefights along the border. Before he knew it, more than half a month had passed. Standing atop the border shelter wall at the Myanmar frontier, Ye Chen inspected the structure while listening to the latest international intelligence reports. Thanks to robotic assistance, the border shelter wall was not only constructed rapidly but also with exceptional quality. During his inspection, Ye Chen's forces had already encountered 2 attacks, perpetrated by Thai nationals infected with the NCP mutation. The speed at which NCP spread far exceeded Ye Chen's expectations, plunging numerous countries worldwide into a biochemical crisis that greatly surpassed his initial projections. Fortunately, Myanmar had now completed 3 layers of protective walls. Not only did the border feature a 50-meter-high barrier, but each major city was also fortified with 2 additional layers, one 60 meters high and another 100 meters high. With these 3 protective walls in place, Ye Chen finally felt somewhat relieved. Given his current military strength, he could ensure Myanmar would not become the next United States. Standing atop the protective wall near the Thai border, Ye Chen deflected Yu Meng's question, how much longer until the mutual troop transport arrives? Upon hearing his inquiry, Yu Meng swiftly activated the intelligent monitoring system, reporting to the president, the mutual troop transport has safely picked up Thai Prime Minister Yingluck Shinawat. They are currently 300 kilometers away and are estimated to reach the border by 2 p.m. Ever since learning that Thailand's infection rate approached 1 in 10, Ye Chen had sent men to retrieve Yingluck under the pretext of delivering weapons. After all, she was carrying his child, he couldn't simply ignore her. Then we'll wait here. Once the forces converge, we'll set off for Tuwa. After issuing the order, Ye Chen turned his attention to analyzing his system. With recent border troop shortages, he decided to expand his forces by 1 million soldiers in one fell swoop. Each of Burma's 3 military branches now commanded at least 300,000 elite F-class troops across its 4 major war zones. Combined with the substantial weapons purchased from the new mall specifically designed to combat mutated infected, the forces now under Ye Chen's command had effectively achieved an unrivaled position of dominance across Southeast Asia. His only concern was the chaotic international situation, which had disrupted much trade. To survive in these apocalyptic times, food resources, water supplies, and military strength became critical considerations. Military strength was not an issue for Ye Chen. With Myanmar bordering the sea, water resources were also not a concern.
Only food resources were causing him some headaches. Just as Ye Chen pondered how to secure more food supplies, the system's voice echoed in his ears.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the task of establishing the world's 5 major sanctuary nations. Your mission reward has been dispatched.
Please check your inventory immediately.
Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen quickly opened the system inventory and was astonished to find a set of combat mecha armor appearing within.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the first-generation Azura Divine Mecha. Friendly reminder, host has not yet met the requirements to pilot the first-generation Azura Divine Mech and therefore cannot use it.
Requirements for using the Azura Divine Armor are as follows.
Usage Requirement 1, the host personally. Usage Condition 2, Strength 500 points. Usage Requirement 3, 200 Wisdom points. Reading the requirements for the Shura Divine Mech, Ye Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. After all, boosting his attributes wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Without related quests from the system, Ye Chen had no other means to increase his attribute points. Thus, he could only stare blankly at the Azura Divine Mecha before him, utterly unable to activate it. Just as Ye Chen pondered the first-generation Azura Divine Mecha in confusion, the system's voice unexpectedly sounded once more. Ding! Detected massive attack on Ingla Zyanoa by infected mutants. New mission triggered. New mission, Rescuing La. Reward, 1 randomized high-tier attribute card.
As the system notification concluded, Yumeng beside him reported, President, our mutual support forces are under heavy attack just 80 kilometers from our position.
Should we deploy reinforcements?
Have Mu Ren and Xian Sha lead 10,000 troops to accompany me in providing support.
You will remain here to command temporarily.
With that, Ye Chen led Mu Ren and Xian Sha, along with their troops, departing from the border at Myawaddy and entering Thai territory. Seated inside the armored vehicle, Ye Chen gazed at the desolate landscape outside, his heart heavy with sorrow. In Myanmar, thanks to the protective wall, one could still see people diligently working in the fields, whether in cities or towns. But since entering Thailand, the fields along the way were overgrown with weeds, and the villages lay in ruins like abandoned settlements. It was clear just how dire the situation had become within Thailand. The journey of several dozen miles passed neither quickly nor slowly. Though they encountered some infected, mutated zombies along the way, they were insignificant against the overwhelming firepower of Ye Chen's forces. After traveling for over an hour through Thailand's Tak province near Myanmar, Ye Chen's forces finally spotted the besieged mutual aid troops in a town called My Lai. Numerous mines dotted the area around My Lai. Those infected with the NCP virus who hadn't received timely medical attention had mutated into zombies. During daylight, they hid in the mine shafts surrounding the mining sites. Come nightfall or overcast days, they emerged in hordes to attack any living creature, wreaking immense destruction. Standing far away on a hilltop, Ye Chen watched the dense horde of zombies numbering no less than 100,000 and felt his scalp tingle. But with the mutual aid force now surrounded, Ye Chen had no time for hesitation. Glancing at Mu Run and Xian Sha beside him, he promptly issued combat orders. Mu Ren, lead 6,000 men to charge. Xian Sha, command 2,000 snipers to support Mu Ren's advance. Once you break through the zombie horde and link up with the mutual aid force, do not linger in battle, withdraw immediately. Yes, sir. Yes. Upon hearing Ye Chen's orders, Xiansha and Muren sprang into action. The 2,000 elite soldiers remaining by Ye Chen's side remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any unexpected threats. Ye Chen had witnessed the deaf soldiers battling zombies at the border before. Despite their emaciated, skin and bones appearance, their strength was terrifying. A single ordinary zombie could hold its own against an F-rank deaf soldier in combat. Were it not for the deaf soldier's specialized weapons designed to counter zombies, the outcome of such a fight would be far from certain. Chapter 94, The Invitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. The moment the 100-round-per-second heavy machine gun roared to life, Mu Ren's 6,000 troops sliced through the zombie horde surrounding the mutual escort force like a razor-sharp blade, carving open a gaping breach. After re-establishing contact with the main force, the mutual rescue unit coordinated with Mu Ren's troops to launch their breakout. Through coordinated thrusts and breaks, the dense horde of zombies was forcibly torn apart. After reuniting with the main force, the mutual escort unit and Mu Ren's vanguard immediately retreated. If they were overwhelmed by the zombie horde, no one would escape. On the hilltop, Ye Chen sat inside the armored vehicle, watching the breakout forces of the mutual rescue unit. He finally let out a sigh of relief. As the mutual transport force and the main force were about to join him, Ye Chen was ready to issue the retreat order. However, when the mutual transport force and the vanguard were still several miles away from his location, an unexpected situation arose. A 3-meter-tall zombie, bulky as a small hill, emerged from nowhere and charged directly at the retreating troops. As the colossal creature charged, most of the army's firepower poured into its body. Yet, 2 massive bone-like shields on its arms deflected every bullet, preventing any fatal damage. If this monster breached the ranks, regardless of its destructive power, the mere disruption of their retreat would leave the entire force vulnerable once the zombie horde closed in again. At this critical moment, Mu Ren, seated atop the armored vehicle, leapt high onto its cannon turret. Drawing his razor-sharp machete, he swung it directly at the monster's head. Clang! The moment Mu Ren's blade descended, the colossal zombie monster seemed to sense the threat. It raised a bone shield with one arm, blocking the strike. Whether due to Mu Ren's weapon being too fragile or the monster's bone shield being inhumanly strong, the blade shattered upon impact. Having successfully defended itself, the zombie monster seized the moment Mu Ren was weaponless and shifted from defense to offense, reaching out to grab him. But Mu Ren was the strongest combatant among the 3 SS-ranked warriors. How could he possibly fall so easily to such a lowly foe? Just as the monster's hand was about to seize Mu Ren, his body moved like a graceful butterfly in flight. He grabbed one of the monster's fingers, then spun mid-air to catch the shards of his shattered blade before soaring above the creature's head. The monster seemed to sense Muren's true killing move and hastily reached out with its other hand to grab Muren. Yet, the massive zombie monster's movements were far too clumsy to halt Muren's assault. With a sharp thud, the shards of the broken blade plunged directly into the back of the monster's skull. Having just landed after this maneuver, Muren lightly tapped the ground and instantly vanished several zhang away. Then came a series of beeps from the back of the giant zombie's head, followed by a thunderous boom. The creature's head and upper torso were instantly blown to bloody pulp, collapsing completely. Most observers might not have witnessed Mu Ren's swift disposal of the colossal zombie, but Ye Chen, through the heavenly eye monitoring system, saw it all with crystal clarity. The reason the giant zombie's head was blown off was that the moment Mu Ren grasped the blade fragment midair, he had attached a bomb to it. Though only thumb-sized, its destructive power was astonishing. After Mu Ren landed and swiftly moved out of the bomb's danger zone, he immediately detonated it, completely eliminating the colossal zombie monster. Analyzing this less than 10-second offensive sequence, Ye Chen realized with astonishment that Mu Ren must have known from the start how incredibly hard the giant zombie monster's bone shield was. Yet he deliberately used his own weapon to test it, then executed this swift and effective kill.
This could only mean he had mentally calculated the attack trajectory beforehand, otherwise, such fluidity would be impossible. Reaching SS rank has significantly boosted combat prowess. This level of adaptability likely surpasses human reaction capabilities. Watching Mu Ren eliminate the colossal zombie monster and lead the mutual escort force back, Ye Chen, seated inside the armored vehicle, gained a deeper understanding of combat tactics. Once the mutual escort force, the vanguard, and Ye Chen regrouped, Ye Chen immediately issued the order to retreat. As the main force withdrew, Zhensha, responsible for rear guard, led 2,000 troops in retreating behind the column. As Ye Chen's forces slipped away, the massive horde of zombies prepared to pursue. However, when the zombies reached the area where Zhensha's troops were stationed, they triggered the fire mines buried underground. Boom! In an instant, countless fire mines detonated in rapid succession. Any zombie caught in the flames was inevitably reduced to ashes. These fire bombs were a weapon specifically designed to counter zombies. Even a single spark landing on a zombie would ignite the grease covering its body, causing it to burn like paper until nothing remained but a pile of ashes. Due to the firebomb array, the zombies at the rear of the horde abandoned their pursuit and retreated in disarray. Ye Chen's unit thus managed to return safely to Burmese territory. The moment the convoy crossed the border, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the rescue mission for Engla. System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory promptly. Upon hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen immediately opened the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained one advanced random attribute card. Would you like to use it now? Use. Without hesitation, Ye Chen activated the card, and his random attribute panel opened. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Place of origin, Yanxia nationality. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 300. Speed, 120. Intelligence, 160. Skill, Devour. Conquest value, 1 million. Wealth, 268.56 billion. Affinity, 200. Assassins, SS rank 3, F rank 286,984. Card in use, please wait. Advanced attribute card successfully applied. Attribute panel updated. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 510. Speed, 180. Intelligence, 210. Skill, Devour. Conquest value, 1,100,000. Wealth, 613.6 billion. Affinity, 200. Assassins, SS Class 3, F Class 1,286,984. When the system prompted him again, Ye Chen was astonished to discover his attributes had already met the requirements to wield the first-generation Azura Divine Armor. Just as Ye Chen was about to test this exclusive weapon and see how powerful the first-generation Azura Divine Armor truly was, Yu Meng suddenly reported from the side, reporting to the president, the Republic of Yanxia has invited you to their capital to participate in an international conference on combating the biohazard crisis. Would you like to attend? Chapter 95, Peril Everywhere. An invitation to an international conference from Yanxia? Upon hearing Yu Meng's words, Ye Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. Attending is acceptable. If the international situation continues to deteriorate, such conferences remain necessary. The United States dared to deploy biological weapons, sealing its own downfall. At this critical juncture, someone must step forward to lead smaller nations in countering this global crisis. Otherwise, these smaller countries risk being consumed by the bioterror threat as well. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Meng finalized his upcoming itinerary. Once they returned to Tuva to arrange defenses along the Myanmar border, they would depart for Yanxia. After returning with the troops to the Tuva headquarters, Ye Chen arranged accommodations for Ingla Zinua before preparing to depart for Yanxia. But just as Ye Chen was preparing to depart, a phone call interrupted his plans. The caller was none other than the president of Yanxia. President Yi. It's a pleasure to speak with you again. I had hoped to meet you in the capital, but due to an unforeseen emergency, that meeting will likely have to be postponed. According to our latest intelligence, several nations bordering Yanxia have descended into complete chaos. Countless infected are now pursuing survivors from those countries. As a major power, we must shoulder our responsibilities. We cannot stand by and watch them perish. Moreover, these survivors are converging on the borders of Yanxia and other nations. If we ignore this, it could have significant repercussions for us as well. Therefore, we have decided to convene a meeting to allocate responsibility for receiving a portion of the uninfected survivors. Currently, Yanxia's western frontier, Russia's western border, South Korea's southern border, and Myanmar's northwest and southeast borders all face massive attacks from infected mutants. We should each handle these immediate threats before convening to discuss the new international situation. Listening to the Yanxia Nation chairman's words, Ye Chen nodded in agreement before responding, I concur with your assessment. Let us first stabilize our respective borders before proceeding further.
After ending the call with the Yenxia Nation's chairman, Ye Chen prepared to dispatch reconnaissance teams to investigate the situation around Myanmar. After all, if Yenxia Nation had issued an alert, it couldn't be without cause. Just as Ye Chen was preparing to dispatch reconnaissance teams from the northern and southern armies, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Mass infection detected in India. Large numbers of infected mutants are rapidly spreading across Bangladesh. Within 2 days at most, the entire country will fall. Ding! Mass infections detected in Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Malaysia. Without intervention, all nations will fall within half a month at most. Upon hearing the system's broadcast, Ye Chen immediately activated the SkyEye system's monitoring function and began reviewing the real-time data. The speed and scale of the NCP virus spreading across nations now far exceeded Ye Chen's expectations. Southern Laos, Central and Southern Thailand, Northern Cambodia, and Central and Southern Vietnam were now almost entirely red. Moreover, the border regions between these 4 countries had completely fallen, becoming wastelands overrun by zombie monsters. If the infection continued spreading at this rate, Ye Chen believed that within less than half a month, the entire Southeast Asian region would likely be reduced to ruins. Reporting to the President. Urgent intelligence from the Northern Army reports a large-scale influx of Bangladeshi citizens seeking entry at the border to escape the outbreak. Should we approve their entry requests? Just as Ye Chen was contemplating how to handle the escalating tensions in Southeast Asia, Yu Meng rushed over and spoke. Hearing her words, Ye Chen nodded. Order the Northern Army to accept the Bangladeshi citizens, but all entrants must first receive the antibody vaccine. Those who refuse can be expelled immediately. Should anyone attempt to exploit the chaos at the border, gather evidence and eliminate the threat immediately. Ye Chen had long anticipated the possibility of large-scale infected outbreaks in the northern border regions. Consequently, the forces deployed there and along the eastern frontier comprised the largest contingent of the 4 frontier armies. However, no sooner had Ye Chen finished speaking than another communications soldier rushed in urgently, reporting to the President. Large-scale migrations of foreign citizens from Thailand's Basa region and Malaysia's Chumphon region are also requesting entry. Should we approve? According to the latest intelligence received by the Southern Defense Forces, these migrant groups are being pursued by a massive horde of infected mutants. Grant them entry. Follow the same procedure as the Northern Defense Forces, those vaccinated may enter, and local authorities will arrange their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Those who refuse to comply with our orders shall be immediately deported. Individuals with suspicious motives or improper conduct may be detained for evidence collection, then dealt with by military forces first. As Ye Chen finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Level 2 mutated zombies detected in Bashu region. New mission triggered. New mission, eliminate level 2 mutant zombies. Reward, random. Level 2 mutant zombie? Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen froze momentarily. He had no idea what criteria defined this level 2 zombie rating, so he couldn't gauge the difficulty of this system mission. But just as Ye Chen was puzzling over it, the system's monster panel suddenly opened, and the system spirit appeared on the panel to explain. Based on the latest analysis of the NCP virus. Under normal infection conditions, the NCP virus can evolve up to 20 times. Each time the virus advances, its host gains increasingly powerful strength and abilities. The system has now analyzed the progression sequence for the first 5 stages of the NCP virus. It has compiled and categorized the abilities and names of the first 5 zombie tiers, ranked as follows. Level 1, Giant Bone Corpse. Ability, possesses the unique ability to transform bone tissue into shields, granting formidable defense. Weaknesses, head, spine. Second stage, Bat Corpse. Ability, possesses the unique ability to transform bone tissue and wield sonic weapons, boasting formidable speed and offensive capabilities. Weaknesses, head, spine. Third stage, Bat Corpse King. Abilities, a composite form combining the abilities of the first 2 tiers, possessing formidable defense and attack capabilities, and may possess an unknown third ability. Weaknesses, unknown. Fourth tier, unknown. Abilities, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Fifth level, unknown. Abilities, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Friendly reminder, only by defeating zombies of the same sequence can you analyze collected data to identify monsters of the same sequence. Chapter 96, Heading to Bashu. Looking at the monster sequence and prompts provided by the system, Ye Chen roughly understood how the system arranged them. The system's zombie monster sequence was inferred from collected data based on matching sequences, while the names of zombie monsters only had 3 entries. Therefore, Ye Chen deduced that this arrangement must be related to his recent rescue mission for Yingluck at the Defu estate, and the colossal monster Muren had slain during their retreat. The reason for this thought was that the graphic of that enormous monster was identical to the first-tier monster in the system's classification. Upon this realization, Ye Chen beckoned to Yu Meng beside him and ordered, assemble 10,000 troops and march immediately to the Bashu region along the Thai border. We cannot allow chaos in southern Burma, or we risk losing control over numerous southern islands. Therefore, we must resolve the crisis in the southern region first. Yes, sir. Yu Meng acknowledged the order and immediately began mobilizing troops, preparing for an imminent departure to the Bashu region in southwest Thailand. Once the troops were assembled, Ye Chen led the 10,000-strong Special Forces unit toward the border region between southern Myanmar and southwestern Thailand. After a grueling half-day march, Ye Chen finally arrived at the shelter wall camp stationed along the Bang Lang border.
At the Bang Lamung border, countless Thai citizens were now methodically undergoing vaccination and reissuing new ID documents under Ye Chen's military command. Watching the orderly queues of Thai citizens, Ye Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as these people didn't cause trouble, Ye Chen didn't mind giving them a place to settle down. However, if anyone tried to take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble, he would show no mercy. With only 3 border crossings at Bang Lamung's protective wall, the pace of accepting refugees remained slow. To avoid disrupting the flow of arrivals, Ye Chen's forces had not yet withdrawn from the border. From noon until afternoon, the border crossings had processed nearly 100,000 people before Ye Chen finally caught sight of the tail end of the refugee convoy. Just as all refugees were about to complete entry, dust suddenly swirled up from the rear of the convoy. It seemed a massive force was racing toward the border. Rumble. Rumble. As tanks and military transport vehicles emerged from the dust, Ye Chen, standing atop the border shelter wall, roughly guessed the origin of this force. The Thai-Burmese Border Defense Forces. Standing silently atop the border wall, Ye Chen waited until the force reached the city gates before dispatching a soldier to negotiate. If they wished to enter, they must surrender their weapons before crossing into Myanmar. If they attempted any trouble, Ye Chen was confident he could annihilate this force of less than 4,000 men within an hour. Surrender your weapons? You think I'm here to surrender? You've taken in Thai citizens, so we have the right to protect our own people. Move aside immediately, or we won't hold back. The Thai border guard officer roared furiously beneath the city walls upon hearing the negotiators' words. They seemed to believe entry into Myanmar was their birthright. Seeing their attitude, Ye Chen immediately relayed through the walkie-talkie to the negotiating soldier, "Since they're so stubborn, let them fight their way in. You can withdraw." With Ye Chen's order issued, the negotiating soldier immediately retreated behind the protective walls gate. The border gate then slowly closed, sending a clear message to this ungrateful military force: this gate wasn't theirs to enter at will. Damn it! Attack! Watching the gate slam shut, the commander of the Thai Bashu border forces erupted in curses before ordering his troops to attack. But just as the Thai Bashu border troops' tanks and artillery prepared to fire, rockets launched from the border shelter wall struck first, instantly destroying 7 or 8 of their tanks and armored vehicles. Under the overwhelming firepower, the Thai Bashu border forces were utterly overwhelmed, unable to mount any resistance. Seeing this, many soldiers either seized the chance to flee or ran to the city walls to kneel and surrender. As for the once uncompromising commander of the Taishan Border Defense Forces, it was unclear whether he had been blown to smithereens or had managed to escape unseen. In a single exchange, the entire 4,000-strong force was utterly subdued, becoming genuine surrendered troops. Lay down your arms and surrender. All who obey our nation's rules will be granted humanitarian asylum. However, any who dare violate our sovereignty will face no mercy. Standing atop the border sanctuary wall, Ye Chen addressed the over 1,000 surrendering soldiers through a megaphone. The border sanctuary wall's gates slowly opened. The surrendering Thai-Burmese border troops hastily raised their hands in submission. Facing Ye Chen's troops, equipped with state-of-the-art body armor and weaponry, the surrendered Thai-Burmese border guards could muster no will to resist. They didn't know if their bullets would kill the enemy, but if the enemy fired at them, their fate would be far from pleasant. Therefore, after discarding their weapons and surrendering, the Thai Bashu border guards obediently allowed themselves to be escorted through the shelter wall gates by Ye Chen's troops. After dealing with this self-destructive Thai Bashu border force, Ye Chen assigned the border troops to manage the refugees and the surrendered Thai Bashu soldiers. He then led his elite forces toward the Bashu region. Seated inside an armored vehicle, Ye Chen assigned the task of locating the target monster to Yu Meng, Xianxia, and Murin. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in studying his first-generation Azura divine mecha. Having witnessed Murin's battle against a level 1 giant bone corpse, Ye Chen felt the warlike genes within him stirring. Thus, on this mission to hunt level 2 mutant zombies, Ye Chen yearned to experience the thrill of engaging the enemy firsthand. The first-generation Azura Divine Mech was broadly divided into 3 aspects: the mech's defensive armor, the drive system, and the weapon system. The armor's defensive systems were straightforward and required minimal operation, so they didn't warrant much study. However, the mech's propulsion and weapon systems were highly complex. The propulsion system alone was divided into 3 distinct modules. These 3 modules were the land propulsion module, the aerial propulsion module, and the aquatic propulsion module. Within these modules, various propulsion methods exist. For example, land travel utilizes rocket thrusters, fuel engines, and wheel assemblies. Faced with these intricate operational procedures and manuals, Ye Chen momentarily doubted whether he could master his own specialized weapon. The military convoy moved slowly along the deserted highway, occasionally encountering a few zombies that were swiftly dealt with. It wasn't until the army approached within 30 li of Bashu city's outskirts that they encountered their first truly massive horde of zombies. Chapter 97, Leading the Charge. 30 li from Bashu lay a small town called Batu. Surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests, Batu was the only flat road leading to Bashu. Therefore, Ye Chen's army had to pass through Batu to reach Bashu. However, standing on the observation deck of his armored vehicle, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on as he surveyed the dense swarm of zombies covering Batu. The horde entrenched in Batu far surpassed in numbers any zombies encountered in Dafu. If the level 2 zombies from the mission were within Batu town, Ye Chen could have ordered his troops to charge into the horde and eliminate the target zombies. But after searching for ages, there was no sign of the target zombies. This made Ye Chen hesitate. Should he really provoke this massive horde? Beep beep beep. Target detected within pursuit range. Host, do you wish to don the first generation Azura God armor and enter combat mode? Just as Ye Chen was pondering this, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ye Chen hadn't experienced combat mode before, but he knew that missing the quest target would mean a wasted trip. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen responded without hesitation, agreed to enter combat mode. The moment the words left his mouth, the first generation Azura God armor stored in the system warehouse instantly bonded to Ye Chen's body. Instantly, he felt as if he'd donned protective gear, and a data analysis system interface appeared before his eyes. Host has completed equipping the first generation Azura Divine Armor. Combat system activated. System Spirit will assist you throughout the battle. Target monsters detected in the abandoned factory at the center of Batu town. Proceed? Yes. Upon hearing the System Spirit's voice, Ye Chen immediately confirmed. After opening the armored vehicle, Ye Chen addressed the 3 elite assassins beside him. Murun, follow me with 3,000 men to execute the recruitment mission. Yumeng Qiansha, lead the remaining 7,000 to distract the zombie horde. Yes. Yes. With orders issued, Ye Chen piloted the first generation Azura Divine Mecha to spearhead the charge. Murun, clad in the advanced ally combat armor Ye Chen had procured for her, followed half a step behind, radiating lethal intent. As Ye Chen led his 3,000 troops charging down the nearby hills toward Batu town, the zombies lingering in the town were instantly drawn to the commotion he created. Arg! Arg! In an instant, the horde surged toward Ye Chen and his men like a tidal wave of starved beasts. Seeing the dense wave of zombies approaching, Ye Chen glanced at his weapon drive system and immediately addressed the system spirit, fire short-range rockets to clear the path. Command received. Short-range rockets firing. As the system spirit's prompt sounded, 12 small rockets launched from the back of Ye Chen's mech, striking the zombie horde and erupting into crimson flames. Under the cover of night, 12 blossoms of flame erupted in the darkness, then spread like wildfire, instantly engulfing the surrounding zombies in flames. As if sensing the searing heat, the ignited zombies charged toward Ye Chen with renewed fury. Yet, after only 7 or 8 steps engulfed in flames, these fiery zombies melted away like wax, reducing to piles of ash. Under the devastating power of this terrifying rocket attack, Ye Chen instantly eliminated 700 or 800 zombies. However, precisely because Ye Chen had caused such a commotion, more zombies now regarded him as the greatest threat. The numbers of zombies closing in for the attack grew ever larger. Seeing Ye Chen holding the brunt of the pressure up front, the 3,000 Special Forces troops behind him unleashed full firepower, periodically throwing incendiary grenades into the zombie horde. In a single exchange, the 3,000-strong Special Forces unit unleashed tens of thousands of bullets and nearly 1,000 incendiary grenades within 10 seconds. With the Special Forces firepower backing him, Ye Chen drew the 2 long blades from his back. Like the curtain blade, they transformed into meat grinders, whirling through the zombie horde. 963. 1,050. 1,691. 2,102. As time passed, Ye Chen led his 3,000-strong Special Forces unit, carving a bloody path through the horde of zombies. The number of zombies they had eliminated was nearing the 3,000 mark. Ye Chen's force plunged into Batu town like a spearhead, while Yumeng and Qiansha, tasked with distracting the main zombie horde, were equally busy. First, they used attractants to lure large numbers of zombies into their fire coverage range. Then, without mercy, they unleashed wave after wave of bombardment and fire. In an instant, nearly every zombie surrounding Batu town poured out, surging toward Ye Chen and his forces. What Ye Chen didn't know was that inside the abandoned factory at the town's center, 3 figures clad in specialized protective suits were observing the zombie tissue organism and the blood pool at the facility's core. It must be Ye Chen from Burma sending reinforcements. Otherwise, those shoddy weapons of the Bashu Border Defense Army couldn't possibly cause this much commotion. We'll likely have to abandon this test subject. As one finished speaking, another chimed in, abandon it? Of course we must abandon it. But before we do, I intend to leave this man a little surprise. With that, the speaker pulled a glass vial from his coat and poured its entire crimson contents into the blood pool. Once the crimson blood had fully merged with the pool, the colossal zombie within stirred like a monstrous beast awakened from slumber, radiating a terrifying aura. Seeing this, the 3 conversing figures swiftly retreated from the abandoned factory and vanished into the night. At the town entrance, Ye Chen and his Special Forces team arrived. The narrow streets prevented the zombies from attacking from all directions, easing the pressure on the group. Ye Chen then pressed forward relentlessly, cutting a swath through the town until he reached the abandoned factory at the heart of Bata town. As he prepared to storm the facility, Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement. Only after mastering the first-generation Azura God mecha had he truly grasped the exhilaration of combat. But his joy lasted less than 3 minutes. From within the abandoned factory at the town center, a colossal figure over 3 meters tall smashed through the wall and lunged ferociously toward Ye Chen. Without hesitation, Ye Chen fired one of the mech's most lethal missiles, sending the colossal zombie flying backward. The missile blast sent dust and smoke billowing across the battlefield. Chapter 98, Underestimating the Enemy. That was it? As the smoke cleared, Ye Chen surveyed the collapsed ruins of the abandoned factory. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal mutated zombie burst forth from the rubble of the collapsed factory. Only then did Ye Chen clearly see that this colossal zombie was a monstrous amalgamation of countless human body parts. Whether this monstrosity had evolved through devouring its own kind or was artificially created, Ye Chen dared not jump to conclusions. Did this thing also mutate through evolution? The moment this thought flashed through Ye Chen's mind, the system spirit instantly displayed an analysis report on the panel. Level 2, Bat Zombie. Abilities: possesses the unique abilities to transform bone matter and wield sonic weapons. Possesses formidable speed and offensive capabilities. Weaknesses: head, spine. Origin: Bat zombies are unnatural mutant zombies artificially stitched together from mutated corpses. Having integrated level 2 NCP virus and vampire bat genes, they possess some of the vampire bat's abilities. Reading the analysis report on the system panel, Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the hidden story behind this monster was likely far more complex than it appeared. But with a formidable foe bearing down, Ye Chen had no time for deep thought. As the 3-meter-tall colossal zombie lunged forward, he instantly maneuvered the first-generation Azura God mecha to evade. The colossal creature lunged forward, stamping 2 deep footprints into the ground after seeing Ye Chen evade, then continued stalking him relentlessly. Facing this massive, agile creature, Ye Chen remained composed, darting into the town's narrow streets. In Ye Chen's plan, if he could use the narrow streets to hinder the monster's movement, eliminating it would be a simple task. Watching the colossal creature's speed hindered by the buildings lining the narrow streets, Ye Chen prepared to pilot his mech for a counterattack. He fired a smoke grenade from behind the mecha, temporarily obscuring the monster's vision. Then, he drew the long sword strapped to his back, preparing to strike. But just as Ye Chen closed to within a meter of the monster, it seemed to pinpoint his location by sound alone. With a thunderous crash, it raised its massive, bulky arm and brought it crashing down toward Ye Chen. With a thunderous crash, Ye Chen felt as if he'd been struck by a truck, sent flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily into a building. Combat alert! Bat corpses possess echolocation abilities due to their bat genetic fusion, allowing them to pinpoint enemies and track their movements through sound. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen couldn't help but want to criticize its hindsight. That colossal blow from the bat corpse earlier, had it not been for the first-generation Azura God armor protecting him, he would have been smashed into a pulp long ago. Still, the system's warning wasn't too late. Now that he understood the enemy's tactics, he could tailor his combat approach instead of feeling his way blindly. After activating his thrusters to burst out of the building ruins, Ye Chen watched the charging bat corpse and immediately launched another assault. This time, however, Ye Chen had no intention of engaging in close-quarters combat. After all, the combat system's analysis report had indicated that this level 2 zombie's strength was nearly on par with his mech's maximum power output. A direct confrontation would likely result in mutual destruction. Thus, as Ye Chen charged toward the enemy, he retrieved a weapon called the Thousand Binding Rope from the side of his mech. Thousand Binding Rope. As the name implied, it was a rope-like weapon, typically used as an auxiliary tool for binding and restraining. After retrieving the Thousand Binding Rope, Ye Chen circled around the bat corpse upon closing in. He swiftly fired the rope, embedding its spikes into the surrounding structures, intending to weave a spiderweb to restrict the monster's mobility. Though the level 2 bat corpse moved swiftly, Ye Chen's mech possessed superior speed, allowing him to parry its attacks with ease. Faced with Ye Chen's swift reactions, the bat corpse seemed to grow increasingly frenzied. Each time it swung its bulky, massive hands to attack, it reduced the surrounding structures to utter ruin. However, as the battle progressed, the bat corpse's speed gradually slowed. It seemed to have noticed Ye Chen's Thousand Binding Rope restraining its movements. Reaching out, it attempted to tear at the ropes, seeking to destroy these obstacles hindering its attacks. Seeing this, Ye Chen knew his chance had come. Wielding his twin blades, he charged straight at the bat corpse. Seems this level 2 bat corpse isn't all that. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, Ye Chen began to feel this mission was far too easy. But before Ye Chen could gloat for even 3 seconds, the bound bat corpse plunged both hands deep into its own bloated, obese body. It then tore out 2 bloody monstrosities and hurled them at Ye Chen. Danger! Danger! Evade immediately! The first-generation Azura God mecha immediately sounded the alarm upon scanning the objects hurled by the bat corpse. Seeing this, Ye Chen panicked for a moment. He quickly maneuvered the mecha, using its rocket thrusters to dodge to the side. A thunderous explosion echoed. The moment Ye Chen dodged, the object thrown by the bat corpse exploded beside him. The massive shockwave hurled Ye Chen dozens of meters away. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into a building, reducing the 3-story structure to rubble. As Ye Chen scrambled out of the rubble, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detecting failure of the first-generation Azura Godmech to automatically repair damage. Currently assessing damage severity. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen glanced at the damaged armor on his side and thought to himself that he had truly been careless this time. On the left side of his armor, finger-sized dents marred the surface, some even embedded with bloody bone fragments. First-generation Azura Divine Armor Damage Assessment complete. Damage level, 23%. Remaining combat time, 28 minutes and 30 seconds. Hearing the system's alert, Ye Chen knew time was running out to complete this mission. He watched the bat corpse struggling to break free from the 1,000-bound rope. Ye Chen paused briefly and thought before issuing the command, activate Fire Element Combat Mode. Allocate 50% of remaining energy to replenish incendiary rounds. Compress combat duration to 10 minutes. Understood, host. Fire Element Combat Mode activated. Level 1 incendiary grenades being replenished. Incendiary rounds fully replenished. Official combat countdown initiated. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen's dark gray mecha instantly transformed into a fiery crimson, resembling a flame-walking humanoid. Chapter 99, Fierce Battle. The moment the Divine Azura mecha shifted into Fire Element Combat Mode, Ye Chen seized the opportunity before the Level 2 bat corpse could break free from its restraints. He swiftly commanded the mecha to launch its assault. Fire Element Combat Mode. This was one of the 9 specialized combat modes of the first-generation Azura God Mecha, and also one of the 3 most lethal modes. Once activated, all offensive techniques and skills of the Shura Divine Mecha became fire-based, hence the name. As the battle timer began its countdown, Ye Chen activated the thrusters and flew toward the nearby bat corpse, shouting, "Fire 2 incendiary bombs." The words barely left his mouth before the first-generation Azura Divine Mecha launched 2 incendiary bombs. These incendiary bombs were unlike ordinary military ones. Not only did they reach extreme temperatures, but they would burn indefinitely as long as they had combustible material and air to sustain the flames. Boom! The 2 incendiary bombs struck the bat corpse, instantly engulfing a 20-meter radius in a sea of flames. Seemingly wounded by the firebomb's power, the bat corpse let out a piercing roar, a shrill scream that nearly ruptured human eardrums. As the incendiary bomb inflicted damage, the bat corpse's massive, thick hands gripped the surrounding chains, twisting and yanking with such force that it actually pried the chains embedded in the building loose. Spotting Ye Chen charging toward it, the bat corpse whipped the chains still dragging chunks of concrete and swung them viciously at him. Faced with the dense barrage of 1,000 binding ropes, Ye Chen had no choice but to dodge swiftly, altering his attack trajectory. Retract! Dodging the bat corpse's flailing 1,000-bound ropes, Ye Chen immediately issued a combat command to the system. Upon receiving the command, the system instantly activated the remote control function for the 1,000-bound ropes. Once the remote control function activated, the already fired chains instantly retracted back into the launcher. Due to Ye Chen's maneuver, the bat corpse, mid-swing with the 1,000 binding rope, was instantly knocked to the ground by the recoil from the retraction. Spotting the bat corpse's new opening, Ye Chen seized the moment, manipulating the thrusters to launch another assault. Under normal circumstances, landing a ranged attack on an opponent's vital weak point could potentially eliminate them from a distance. However, the ranged attack capabilities of the first-generation Azura God armor were severely limited. Aside from flame-infused blades and area of effect incendiary bombs, it only possessed auxiliary equipment like the 1,000 binding rope. Moreover, the bat corpse's head was encased in sturdy bone armor, while its body was covered in tough flesh and bone layers. Though the incendiary grenades inflicted damage, they were far from lethal. Once it found water to extinguish the firebombs, the bat corpse would simply recover. As for the other advanced combat techniques within the 9 combat modes, they currently displayed as unlocked. Therefore, close combat was Ye Chen's only option. If he could strike the creature's vital points with his most lethal flaming blade, killing the bat corpse would be certain. Propelled by his thrusters, Ye Chen closed in on the bat corpse, poised to strike its head with his flaming blade. But just as Ye Chen raised the blade, the bat corpse, which had been lying prone in the flames, unexpectedly sprouted a pair of wings. In an instant, it flapped them, sending Ye Chen flying backward. Another loud thud echoed. Ye Chen was slammed into a nearby building by the corpse's wings, smashing through 3 walls in an instant as dust billowed everywhere. Damn it! Is this damn thing actually a bat? Ye Chen scrambled back to his feet from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth from the bat corpse's massive attack. Clearly, the sheer force of that single bat corpse wing strike had surpassed the defensive limits of the first-generation Azura God Mecha, injuring Ye Chen inside. Master! Do you need backup? Noticing Ye Chen's repeated setbacks against the bat corpse, the formidable Mu Run, while effortlessly crushing the surrounding zombies, inquired via intercom. No need. I must handle this bat corpse myself. Declining Mu Ren's offer, Ye Chen glanced at the battle clock. Over a minute had already been wasted. He knew that if he didn't eliminate this bat corpse within 8 minutes, his solo hunting mission would end in failure. Not far away.
The bat corpse, previously engulfed in flames, now shed its flesh and blood cocoon like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, revealing its true form. Now, the bat corpse truly resembled a giant bat, possessing not only broad, powerful wings but also a body and head shaped like a bat. It looked exactly like a giant rat with wings and fangs. After shedding its flesh cocoon, the burning bombs clinging to its body fell into the sea of flames along with the shed flesh. The winged bat corpse now hovered midair, flapping its wings, its gaze fixed intently on Ye Chen as if calculating the remnants of his power.
In that case, then I'll fight to the death.
Ye Chen glanced at the bat corpse circling overhead, then thrust one of his flame blades into the ground. Grasping the other blade with both hands, he seemed determined to give it his all and take down the bat corpse in one decisive strike. He activated his thrusters and charged toward the bat corpse again, recklessly. Seeing Ye Chen attack once more, the bat corpse also flew toward him at breakneck speed, seemingly unwilling to waste any more time, wanting only a swift conclusion. Both charged toward each other. The bat corpse bared its sharp claws and fangs, while Ye Chen, dual-wielding his flame blades, collided head-on, showing no sign of retreat. Just as the two seemed poised to collide with overwhelming force, Ye Chen suddenly uttered a single word, stab.
As if sensing Ye Chen's unusual intent, the bat corpse hesitated, as though wary of falling into his trap.
Yet within that split second of hesitation, Ye Chen seized the fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he swung his flaming blade down toward the bat corpse's head. Facing Ye Chen's full force strike, the bat corpse showed no intention of meeting it head-on, seemingly afraid of sustaining further injuries that could hinder the battle's resolution. Instead, it chose to evade.
With a swift turn, the bat corpse narrowly evaded Ye Chen's full force strike.
Yet, just as it dodged the twin blazing blades, it felt something pierce directly through its back, severing its spine cleanly. Roar! Gazing at the sudden weapon and the angle at which the thousand-binding rope-wrapped blade pierced him, the bat corpse emitted a shrill howl before becoming a truly dead giant bat.
Chapter 100, The Invitation. Faced with Ye Chen's peculiar attack method, the bat corpse ultimately became a soul beneath the blade. Ye Chen achieved this precisely because he hadn't retracted his thousand-binding rope before attacking the bat corpse. Moreover, he had planted a flaming blade into the ground. Moreover, Ye Chen feigned all-out effort, confusing the bat corpse's combat instincts and causing it to overlook the trap he had set. With such meticulously interlocking schemes, even if bat corpse could evade Ye Chen's first strike, it couldn't escape the lethal follow-up he delivered immediately afterward. Judging purely by raw ability, Ye Chen's odds of victory were actually lower than the bat corpse's. But when it came to intelligence, the bat corpse's chances of winning were likely less than 20%. Were it not for the bat corpse's ability to pinpoint locations by sound, Ye Chen would have completed this hunting mission long ago. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. System task has been issued. Please check your notifications. The system's voice chimed immediately after disposing of the bat corpse. However, with the main force currently engaged in combat, Ye Chen had no mind to check any rewards. He could only issue the retreat order through the walkie-talkie. Upon Ye Chen's command, the main force executed an orderly retreat while continuing their offensive. Even as the zombie horde surged back, they couldn't break through the defenses of Ye Chen's special forces team. As Ye Chen led the main force back to the defensive line for cover, Xianxia and Yu Meng, tasked with covering the retreat, detonated the fire grenades they had buried earlier once Ye Chen's troops reached the safe zone. Fire grenades resembled incendiary bombs, though their destructive power fell short of such ordnance. Instead, they functioned more like gasoline bombs, designed primarily to ignite kerosene through explosion, creating a wall of fire to sever or impede enemy advances. After the fire bombs detonated, a river of flames instantly appeared within the surging tide of zombies. Any zombies entering it were instantly engulfed in flames. While low-level zombies possessed formidable attack power, their defenses were extremely weak. Once engulfed by these flames, the zombies were burned to ashes. The only way to escape the fire was to leap into deep water, where the flames could not burn. Yet no such conditions existed nearby. Thus, once the fire grenades ignited, the surging horde of zombies was instantly slowed in its advance, while the flames grew ever more intense. Perhaps sensing the flames' threat, the rear zombies halted, forced to watch from across the inferno as Ye Chen's main force withdrew in orderly fashion. Seated inside the armored vehicle, Ye Chen removed the first-generation Azura God armor and stored the damaged suit in the system's marketplace for repairs. After completing these tasks, Ye Chen finally opened the system warehouse to see what the built-in system reward was. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 common attribute card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 mech unlock card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 honor points. Ye Chen had used common attribute cards before and knew their purpose. However, he was less familiar with the mecha unlock card and honor points. Therefore, Ye Chen had no choice but to open the item description to read up. The panel detailed the uses of both items. Mecha unlock card. This card unlocks combat mode skill equipment. Once all skill equipment for a combat mode is unlocked, it advances the current mode to the next stage. Note, if not all mech modes are unlocked, the unlock card cannot unlock equipment skills for the next stage.
Honor points, the sole currency used by the host to repair items in the shop. Additionally, honor points can be exchanged for special ultimate skills for each combat mode of the mecha. Reading the system description, Ye Chen finally grasped the purpose of these two items. After boosting his strength by 30 points using a common attribute card, Ye Chen's troops successfully entered the border sanctuary wall of Myanmar. After settling the Thai refugees who had crossed the border, Ye Chen returned to Tuva with the main force. But just as he arrived at his estate on the outskirts of Tuva, he received another call from the chairman of the Republic of Yenxia. Prime Minister Yi. I apologize for disturbing you again, but this matter is truly urgent. I felt it necessary to speak with you personally. Just half an hour ago, I received the latest intelligence. A level 5 NCP mutant has been detected in the United States of America. 42 of the 50 states in the United States have already fallen. Although they've used their remaining strength to establish the Divine Retribution defense line, we estimate that as the NCP virus mutates and evolves, the zombies have gained even greater power. The complete collapse of the United States is only a matter of time. Therefore, to prevent innocent nations from being swept into this catastrophe, we must assemble a formidable multinational force to confront these increasingly formidable hordes of zombies. After consulting with leaders from multiple nations, we have decided that each country will dispatch elite forces to join this unit and safeguard global peace. This summit will convene in 3 days. We expect your punctual attendance. As the chairman of Yenxia concluded his statement, Ye Chen nodded in agreement. I endorse the chairman's proposal and will certainly arrive punctually in Yenxia to attend this meeting. Very well, it's settled then. I will dispatch personnel shortly to extend a state-level invitation. We look forward to your arrival. After hanging up, Ye Chen gestured to Yu Meng beside him. Convene all senior officials for a meeting tomorrow. Instruct them to handle their respective duties and maintain defenses during my absence. Then select a few worthy individuals to accompany me on my diplomatic mission to the kingdom of Yenxia. Yes. Upon hearing Ye Chen's command, Yu Meng promptly set out to carry it out. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Ye Chen began contemplating the innocent people and nations surrounding the United States of America. The rulers of the United States of America might deserve death 1,000 times over, but harming the innocent was not Ye Chen's original intention in bombing the American biological research facility. Therefore, Ye Chen planned that after joining the international peacekeeping force, he would definitely go to the Americas to assess the situation. He would do his utmost to contain the accelerating mutation and spread of the NCP. As for those damned souls, their names were never on the list of those Ye Chen sought to save. After convening all newly appointed Burmese high-ranking officials the following day to discuss matters and assign a series of tasks, Ye Chen boarded a plane with his delegation, bound for the capital of the Yenxia nation to participate in this international conference. Chapter 101, Drawing Lots. At the capital airport of Yenxia Nation, Ye Chen and the new Myanmar government delegation stepped off the plane. Yenxia officials responsible for reception immediately approached. President Yi. We are deeply honored that you could make time to attend this crucial meeting. The Yenxia reception official grasped Ye Chen's hand warmly as soon as he approached. It is my profound honor to receive this invitation from my motherland. Thank you all for your efforts. Ye Chen politely returned the greetings before following the reception official toward his hotel accommodations. After checking in, Ye Chen discussed the parliamentary speech draft with his delegation before everyone retired to their respective rooms to rest. Due to his special status, Ye Chen was accommodated in the presidential suite, complete with 3 bodyguards and rooms for family members. With Li Jinhu and Yingluck both pregnant, Ye Chen naturally couldn't bring them along. Thus, in Ye Chen's presidential suite, besides himself, only Mu Ren and Qian Sha remained. As for Yu Meng, she stayed behind in Myanmar to oversee the broader operations. After spending one night at the hotel, Ye Chen proceeded to the Yenxia Grand Hall the following day, following the official itinerary arranged by the Yenxia government, to attend the commencement of the conference. As leaders from various nations took their seats, the presiding chairperson slowly ascended the podium and announced, "Welcome to all attending leaders for this parliamentary session. The meeting is now officially convened. Our Prime Minister will now deliver the opening address." With that, the Prime Minister of Yenxia State slowly walked onto the stage, preparing to speak. Distinguished guests and leaders of all nations, good day. Welcome to this international assembly on the community with a shared future for mankind. Our theme this time is to establish an elite international peacekeeping force to deploy worldwide against mutated zombies and monsters. To ensure the fair leadership and just nature of this force, we plan to collaborate with the Asian International Fund Organization to conduct an international live-action simulation exercise. We will dispatch elite forces from each nation to participate in selection competitions across the globe. National elites who excel in these qualifying rounds will not only receive funding support from the Asian International Fund Organization but will also become one of our 5 pre-selected core member nations. Listening to the Prime Minister of Yenxia Nation, Ye Chen grasped the true purpose of attending this conference. The NCP virus had now erupted on a massive scale across the globe, yet few nations possessed the capability to develop vaccines or antibodies. Compounding the crisis, the NCP virus continues to mutate and strengthen over time. Consequently, the global biochemical crisis has reached a precarious tipping point. If humanity fails to unite against this catastrophe, countless nations will inevitably perish in the crisis. Therefore, Yichen found it entirely fitting that Yenxia, as a major power, would take responsibility and convene such a meeting. Just as Ye Chen pondered this, the Prime Minister of Yenxia Nation on the podium spoke again. All nations now face the prospect of a biohazard outbreak. Therefore, we propose adopting a lottery system for cross-selection.
Does anyone have objections? As soon as the words fell, murmurs of discussion erupted among the assembled leaders as they debated Yenxia's proposal. The so-called cross-selection system essentially meant that through lottery, each nation's elite forces would be assigned to different regions for combat operations.
Based on their combat rankings, 5 primary consular member nations would be designated. To be precise, becoming one of the 5 primary consular member states meant establishing a genuine brotherhood with Yenxia Nation, bringing continuous benefits.
Naturally, Ye Chen endorsed such a favorable arrangement. After deliberating for some time, none of the other leaders voiced opposition clearly. All present strongly favored the proposal. If everyone is in agreement, let us proceed to the vote. Those in favor, cast a green vote. Those opposed, cast a red vote. Voting is now open.
Once the murmurs from the audience subsided, the Prime Minister of Yenxia took the stage once more. As soon as the Prime Minister of Yenxia finished speaking, the vote officially commenced.
When the voting concluded, Ye Chen looked at the results and couldn't help but smile, for the outcome was exactly as he had anticipated. Currently, no other nation possessed the capability to develop antibody vaccines. Those nations that did possess this capability had managed to research vaccines and antibodies in such a short time frame. Therefore, if other nations wished to obtain these antibodies and vaccines, they would have to cultivate good relations with major powers like Yenxia. Thus, the vote's outcome was inevitably unanimous approval. After all, no one truly wished to court disaster. Since there's no point in further discussion, let's proceed with the draw. The order of drawing is irrelevant. You have 10 minutes to draw.
Once all national leaders have completed their draws, the destinations drawn by each country will be revealed immediately. As the Yenxia leader concluded, a large screen displaying the lottery process appeared at the center of the assembly hall. Each leader could freely draw a lot within the allotted time using their voting device. As soon as the drawing commenced, everyone immediately drew their lots. After all, everyone understood that drawing earlier increased their chances of securing an easier destination. Thus, shortly after the draw commenced, numerous lots had already been selected from the screen. Ye Chen wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the lottery. For him, whether he drew an easy or difficult assignment location didn't matter much. On the contrary, Ye Chen actually preferred drawing a more difficult task. After all, the greater the challenge, the higher his chances of reaping substantial rewards. Thus, after everyone else had finished drawing, Ye Chen observed the untouched slips from Yenxia and Russia before casually selecting one from the remaining few. The moment Ye Chen completed his draw, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the consular member mission. Simply become one of the 5 major consular member nations during the selection tournament to complete the mission. Mission reward, random. As the system's prompt faded, the results of the draw were revealed. Coincidentally, Ye Chen and several of the world's strongest nations all drew the task involving the already fallen United States of America. The only difference was that the destinations for the United States missions varied among the nations that drew it. Ye Chen drew a coastal destination in the United States, Russia drew a border destination near Mexico, and Yenxia drew a border destination near Canada. Additionally, nations like North Korea, Japan, and South Korea also drew missions within the United States. Everyone present was quite satisfied with the draw results. After all, the nations assigned difficult missions were all militarily formidable. Chapter 102, New Skill. The draw is complete. We urge all national leaders to participate in the selection tournament as agreed. Upon its conclusion, all nations regardless of ranking except the top 5 consular member states will receive support from countries that have developed antibodies and vaccines to resolve this bioterror crisis. The departure for the qualifying tournament is set for 2 days hence. All parties are requested to arrive punctually at the designated departure point. In the conference hall, as the Prime Minister of Yenxia concluded his remarks, the assembly drew to a close. After returning to his hotel with his assistant and bodyguards, Ye Chen began preparing the candidates for the selection tournament. 2 days later, at the capital's international airport, the Prime Minister of Yenxia bid farewell to the elite forces from various nations participating in the selection trials. Standing atop the reviewing platform, the Prime Minister declared, "May you achieve swift victory in this campaign and return safely. Additionally, our selection tournament will be broadcast live. I urge you all to fight fiercely and bring home the ultimate glory. Depart." As the Prime Minister's command echoed with authority, the elite forces from various nations turned and swiftly boarded their aircraft. One by one, the aircraft took off in orderly fashion from the Yenxia capital, heading to various parts of the world to begin their selection missions. Yet no one could have imagined that Ye Chen, as a president, would personally participate in the selection trials and then head to the United States, the nation with the highest number of infected individuals.
Ye Chen suddenly vanished from the podium, returning to his country under the pretext of handling urgent domestic affairs. He thus disappeared from public view with complete justification. At that very moment, aboard a Burmese elite aircraft, Ye Chen sat in the command center, observing the landing site on the American West Coast. According to the selection tournament rules, each team must survive for 7 days at the mission destination, or eliminate one level 3 zombie mutated by the NCP virus and 100,000 regular zombies. Faced with this demand, those who had never truly fought high-level zombies had no idea of their terror. Yet Ye Chen knew it all too well. His last encounter with level 2 zombies had nearly exhausted all his resources. Facing the even more formidable level 3 zombies would only reduce his chances of victory further. Therefore, Ye Chen's focus for this mission was solely on surviving the full 7 days, not on the latter option. As the plane soared through the sky, Ye Chen finalized his battle plan and turned his attention to personal matters. The first-generation Azura God Mecha was still undergoing repairs in the system store. Based on the estimated completion time, it would be finished just in time before landing. However, to boost his mission success rate, Ye Chen browsed them all anyway, searching for suitable equipment and supplies that could improve his odds. After completing his last mission, Ye Chen had not only obtained a common attribute card but also an armor unlock card and 10,000 honor points. Upon using the common attribute card, Ye Chen's strength attribute increased by 30 points, and his attribute panel changed. Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Place of origin, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 540. Speed, 200. Intelligence, 210. Skill, Devour. Recent Devour ability grants a 20-point speed boost. Conquest value, 1,100,000. Wealth, 101.36 billion. Affinity, 200. Death Knights, SS rank 3, F rank 1,286,984. Having previously awakened the devouring attribute, Ye Chen not only achieved 540 points in strength but also gained a full 20-point boost to his speed through the devouring skill. Beyond his inherent attribute gains, Ye Chen possessed 2 additional items he had yet to utilize. Thus, Ye Chen decided to utilize the Mecha Arbitrary Unlock card to determine which equipment skills would be most suitable for this mission. Upon entering the Mecha Unlock panel, the interface displayed. First Generation Azura God Mecha Equipment Skill Bar. Gold Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, 1000 Binding Rope, Alloy Blade. Wood Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Water Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Fire Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, Incendiary Bomb, Flaming Blade, Rocket Boosters. Earth Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Wind Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Lightning Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Dark Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Light Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, none. Note, the last 4 Level 1 skills can only be unlocked after each of the first 5 skills has been unlocked at least once. Seeing the mecha's meager selection of Level 1 equipment skills, Ye Chen decided to use a card to unlock a practical yet devastatingly powerful skill. Among these skills, the Gold, Fire, and Lightning elemental equipment skills possess the greatest destructive power. Ye Chen therefore considered unlocking a Gold element skill. After all, the Lightning element skill currently didn't meet the requirements for unlocking, making the Gold element skill one of the optimal choices. The reason Ye Chen didn't choose a Fire attribute equipment skill was that he felt his current Fire skills were already sufficient. First, the Burning Bomb was an area of effect damage skill, while the Flame Blade was a level 1 skill with strong single target damage. Therefore, Ye Chen contemplated unlocking another control skill akin to 1000 Binding Rope. Even if it didn't deal substantial damage to the enemy, controlling them would give him the opportunity to seize victory. After scouring the Gold element equipment skill list for a while, Ye Chen finally spotted a skill that satisfied him. This equipment skill was named Sword Pool. Its effect involved the alloy sword splitting into 6 blades after being enhanced. Controlled by an advanced AI program, these 6 blades attack the enemy from multiple directions, thereby restricting the enemy's attacks and movements. To be precise, if 1000 Binding Rope was hard control, then Sword Pool was soft control that combined offense and restraint. Most crucially, Sword Pool was also a persistent area of effect damage skill. As long as Ye Chen's mech could supply energy, Sword Pool could remain active indefinitely, making it both practical and the most energy-efficient equipment skill available. After unlocking the Sword Pool equipment skill, Ye Chen headed to the Honor Mall. Beyond the intelligent mechanical arsenal for mech repairs, the Honor Store also allows players to exchange honor points for special combat skills across various mech modes. Crucially, unlike equipment skills, special combat techniques could not only be fused using honor points but also upgraded to unlock even more powerful tiers. After browsing the honor shop for a long time, Ye Chen finally set his sights on a special combat skill, Extreme Gold Blade, a Gold element special combat skill. Extreme Gold Blade was a high-intensity special combat skill activated by enhancing a Gold element alloy sword. Due to its immense energy consumption per use, it could only be deployed a maximum of 3 times per battle. Chapter 103, Ranked 3rd.
Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States and unquestionably the largest on the West Coast. With a population of approximately 4 million, its population density ranks among the top 5 cities in the United States. Despite its dense population and thriving commerce, since the outbreak of the biohazard crisis, major cities like Los Angeles have become the regions where the NCP virus spreads most rapidly. Given its geographical position, the outbreak originating in Maryland to the east should not have spread to Los Angeles so rapidly. Yet after Maryland's massive biohazard outbreak, the majority of infected individuals from surrounding areas fled to Los Angeles. After all, Los Angeles borders the Pacific Ocean. Crossing the ocean to settle on any island nation offered a real possibility of survival for the refugees. Yet the refugees underestimated the speed of NCP transmission. By the time they reached Los Angeles after the biovirus crisis at Fort Detrick in Maryland, they had already spread the virus they carried to the city. On the very first day local media reported infections, tens of thousands of people in Los Angeles were already infected. Within a little over a month, the entire Los Angeles healthcare system collapsed, the government collapsed, transportation collapsed, and the entire city became a terrifying place filled with the stench of death. Then, after the NCP virus had mutated sufficiently, nearly all infected transformed into bloodthirsty, grotesque zombies. They lurked in the shadows by day and roamed by night, hunting any living creature they could find. From initial infection to viral mutation, it took just 1 month for Los Angeles to transform into a hellscape overrun by zombies. Centered around Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., the NCP virus rapidly spread across the entire central and southern regions of the United States. The location where Ye Chen had carried out his selection mission was now the ghost town of Los Angeles. As Ye Chen's plane crossed the Pacific and touched down at the abandoned airport in Los Angeles, he stepped off the aircraft and surveyed the desolate landscape. He knew immediately that this mission would be far from easy. Stand by. Form squads. Begin clearing the surrounding zombies and prepare to move to the pre-designated staging area. At Ye Chen's command, the 100 elite soldiers he brought split into 9 squads of 10 each. They began clearing the surrounding buildings to prevent zombie attacks on the unit. The remaining dozen or so men swiftly unloaded armored vehicles from the military transport plane. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the clearing squad approached the buildings surrounding the airport, zombies lurking in the shadows suddenly emerged into view. Intense gunfire erupted. Enraged by the overcast sky, the zombies charged directly at Ye Chen's unit without hesitation. Beep beep beep. Rat-a-tat-tat. Facing the surging horde, the 9 squads immediately mounted their heavy machine guns, barely suppressing the overwhelming numbers of zombies charging to kill. Set explosives. Blow these buildings to smithereens. Ye Chen monitored the 9 squads' movements while issuing commands over the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing Ye Chen's orders, each squad immediately dispatched 1 member to use remote detonators, placing explosives strategically at the critical load-bearing points of the airport structures. Launch the Molotov cocktails. Prepare to withdraw and depart. Once all explosives were secured, Ye Chen issued another command. The moment the words left his mouth, the pre-positioned squad instantly hurled dozens of Molotov cocktails, completely sealing off the airport building's exits. As the Molotovs landed among the zombie horde and ignited, a sea of flames sealed off every exit. Zombies trapped inside cowered from the fire, while those outside were scorched, running wildly and screaming. Seeing the zombie numbers contained, Ye Chen led his team in armored vehicles toward their designated staging area. Meanwhile, Yanxia Central Television was broadcasting live coverage of all the qualifying matches in real time. Viewers glued to their screens continuously flooded the live chat with comments, expressing their thoughts and emotions. Europe isn't too badly infected yet. Honestly, the most exciting qualifiers are definitely the ones in the United States. Absolutely. The American national teams not only have superior equipment, but their combat prowess is unmatched by smaller nations. Of course. We Koreans are the strongest. Bull. You Koreans only sent 10 people, the rest are your foster dads. How dare you claim to be the strongest? Korean bastards are all talk. Our island nation is the real powerhouse. Your island nation is nothing but crap. You dare talk trash about average Americans and your own people. Ha 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 ha. The major powers haven't even spoken yet, and these trashy little countries are already squawking away. On the international live streaming platform, people from various countries argued incessantly, though some had noticed something. For instance, a Russian netizen remarked, "The troops dispatched by Myanmar's new government are terrifying. They wiped out over 10,000 zombies immediately after landing. And that commander's combat gear looks like some kind of high-tech stuff." After this Russian netizen's comment was marked as a featured comment, another comment also became a featured comment. Crashing into the top 3 right after landing? Besides the summer nation in Russia, this Myanmar government force is seriously impressive. If only their base wasn't at the airport, if they'd kept hunting, they might have even taken first place. Beneath this featured comment, another quickly gained prominence. Well said. This new Myanmar government team is seriously impressive. Not only are they highly coordinated, but their weaponry is top tier. Looks like after unifying the country, the new Myanmar government has developed some serious firepower. I'm getting more and more excited about this team. As comments poured in across platforms, Ye Chen's forces already departed from the airport had racked up over 10,000 zombie kills. At this rate, Ye Chen's forces could very well complete the task of eliminating 100,000 zombies within a single day. But Ye Chen understood clearly, 10,000 ordinary zombies were merely the side dish of this mission. The real challenge lay in the level 3 zombies. Having battled high-level zombies before, Ye Chen knew that without the power of his mech, he might not even stand a chance against level 1 zombies. Therefore, Ye Chen approached the decision to hunt level 3 zombies and complete the selection mission as quickly as possible with extreme caution. If this went wrong, forget about being selected as one of the 5 consulate member nations. The 100+ people he brought along wouldn't even be enough to wipe out the entire group. Chapter 104, The Sealed Courtyard. As the sun set, the slanting rays burned like fire. After departing the airport, Ye Chen's armored convoy traveled for most of the day before finally arriving at a highland on the outskirts of Los Angeles' main city. This highland was called Santa Ana Mountain. From a military perspective, Santa Ana Hill was an easily defensible, hard-to-attack strategic stronghold. Its vantage point offered a clear view of the Los Angeles cityscape, while its geographical advantages allowed a smaller force to hold off a larger one. Most crucially, the Los Angeles government had constructed a power transmission tower on this mountain. Establishing a base here provided not only an inexhaustible source of wind power but also transformed the tower into a fortified stronghold, significantly enhancing the troops' defensive capabilities. Ye Chen chose to station his troops here precisely because satellite imagery revealed its strategic terrain. As the troops arrived at the power tower on Santa Ana Mountain, Ye Chen stepped out of his vehicle and immediately addressed his soldiers, 3rd Vanguard Team, clear the power tower. The rest begin constructing defensive fortifications and surveillance around the tower. The order was barely out before the troops sprang into action. 90 soldiers divided into 3 platoons entered the tower to clear it of any potential threats. The remaining troops formed 10-man squads to establish a surveillance network within a 5 to 20-mile radius around the tower. Within the 5-mile radius, soldiers personally deployed miniature cameras. Beyond that range, they dispatched swarms of drones to install surveillance equipment at designated points. Reporting, sir. The interior of the power tower has been cleared. No hazardous materials found. Awaiting further orders, sir. After the soldiers finished clearing the entire tower, one of them ran up to Ye Chen and reported. The soldier addressed Ye Chen as sir precisely because Ye Chen had arranged it that way. After all, it was rather unbelievable that a president would personally participate in such a dangerous mission. Moreover, Ye Chen feared that if other nations learned of his presidential presence on a U.S. mission, they might exploit the opportunity to harm Myanmar or target him personally. Thus, Ye Chen had resolved to conceal his identity throughout the operation, orchestrating this arrangement. Secure the power tower. Then conduct a thorough sweep. Hearing that not a single zombie had been found inside the power tower struck Ye Chen as highly unusual. After all, the tower was still operational. It couldn't possibly be unmanned. If it was managed, where had the personnel gone? Thus, after ordering his troops to occupy the tower, Ye Chen immediately commanded another thorough search. Reporting, sir. Defenses and surveillance are fully deployed within a 20-mile radius around Mount Santa Ana. Any activity in the vicinity will give us at least 10 minutes advance warning. However, during our deployment, we discovered a sealed courtyard on the left mountainside. There also appear to be recent signs of human activity in the vicinity. Listening to the sentry's report, Ye Chen nodded approvingly. Good. Leave that enclosed courtyard alone for now. Just keep it under surveillance. Our objective this time is to survive for a full week. As for everything else, we'll leave it to fate. Yes, sir. Upon receiving Ye Chen's orders, the soldiers withdrew. After the soldier departed, Ye Chen stood on the observation deck of the power tower. Gazing at the Los Angeles cityscape shrouded in twilight, now utterly lifeless and stripped of any trace of the bustling vitality that once defined America's second-largest city, he felt an unusual sense of calm. To be precise, America had brought this situation upon itself. Those who defy humanity have no hope. Though Ye Chen felt confident about this mission, he silently prayed he wouldn't encounter level 3 or higher mutated zombies. After all, the capabilities of level 2 zombies had already given Ye Chen a terrifying glimpse of their power. He dared not imagine how formidable higher-level mutated zombies might be. As night fell, Ye Chen ate dinner with the soldiers and retired early to rest. Meanwhile, in a sealed courtyard halfway up Mount Santa Ana, a gang of 20 to 30 African Americans and Caucasians held nearly 200 women and children captive. Some of these women and children had stumbled upon Santa Ana Mountain by chance after the outbreak began, seeking refuge. Others had been captured and brought to the mountain by the gang following the crisis. Originally a storage warehouse for the power tower, after the outbreak, personnel from the power tower company colluding with the gangsters had handed over the storage facility to the gang leaders as a hideout. The food stored in the courtyard was insufficient to feed so many people. Therefore, during daylight hours, the gang would release the detained women and children to scavenge for food. To prevent escape, they even strapped timed explosives onto the women and children. If the women and children failed to return within the allotted time, the explosives would detonate, killing them. Despite the heavy toll, they managed to retrieve a considerable amount of grain and food. However, the rations given to these women and children were barely enough to fill their stomachs. When the gang members' animalistic instincts flared, they would even drag off attractive women and young girls to satisfy their lust. Thus, nearly every woman and child confined within the courtyard harbored a deep hatred for these scum, wishing to tear them limb from limb. Yet the moment Ye Chen's forces occupied the power tower, the courtyard fell utterly silent. Fear now etched itself upon every face. This expression stemmed from a shared understanding: the American government was highly likely to employ devastating, annihilation-style methods to clear out cities that had fallen under enemy control. Thus, upon seeing Ye Chen's troops clad in camouflage and fully armed through the surveillance cameras installed within the tower, they were all struck down with terror. What the people trapped in the sealed courtyard didn't know was that, given the technological sophistication of Ye Chen's weapons, his forces had long since scanned the cameras and tracked the signal source to the sealed courtyard hidden halfway up Santa Ana Mountain. The reason Ye Chen hadn't sent anyone to investigate the courtyard was that he couldn't determine whether the people inside were good or bad. If they were good people, it would be one thing. But if they harbored ill intent, rescuing them would only invite trouble. Therefore, Ye Chen had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. His sole aim was to complete the mission smoothly and return safely to his base. As for saving the American people, Ye Chen felt little compassion. After all, a race that seized others' lands and slaughtered Native Americans was utterly unworthy of pity. Chapter 105: River Enmity. Within the enclosed courtyard, if there was one person the imprisoned women and children resented the least, it was undoubtedly a young man from the gang named River Enmity. River Enmity was an Indian. When River Enmity was born, his parents' farm was seized by white settlers. His father, fighting to defend their land, was ultimately killed by the white men by the riverbank. Native Americans traditionally named their children based on the time, place, and circumstances of their birth. Thus, his mother named him River Enmity, intending for him to never forget this hatred and seek vengeance once he gained sufficient strength. Under his mother's protection, the first thing River did upon reaching adulthood was join a black gang, hoping to leverage black power to fulfill his desire for vengeance. After all, African Americans were also a race discriminated against by white people, and irreconcilable racial conflicts existed between the two groups. But after joining the gang, Ye Chen realized they did nothing but robbery and drug trafficking, not a single good deed. This realization rekindled his plan to take his mother to Mexico. Yet before he could act, the outbreak of the biohazard crisis trapped him and his mother in a sealed courtyard. Night fell. Ye Chen sat in the surveillance room, monitoring the movements of Ye Chen's forces atop the power tower alongside a black man. "Cho-hee, that Mary sure is a wild ride. Wanna me go get her so we can have some fun?" Brother Black, seated beside Cho-hee, fiddled with his firearm while grinning lewdly. Hearing this, Cho remained impassive, replying with his usual listless tone, "Mary belongs to Taylor. Even the boss has to give him some face. With Taylor's explosive temper and that 2-meter frame, I'd rather not cross him." Hearing this, Black Brother instantly bristled. "You're just a coward. My brother is Tensun, why would I fear Taylor?" At this, Black Brother seemed to recall something. He leaned in close to Ye Chen with a knowing grin. "Besides, I've heard Taylor's just a useless little brother. That Mary's been sleeping with other men behind his back, and the fool doesn't even know it. The kicker is, I know that Mary gets an extra loaf of bread every day just by sucking our boss's dick. How exciting is that? Ha ha ha." Hearing Brother Black recount the sordid affairs of his own comrades, Ye Chen, who had known all along, remained utterly unmoved. He merely remarked with a casual air, "If you want to sleep with Mary, go ahead. I'll handle the monitoring room. Your brother's Tansen, but I don't have a brother." Hearing Ye Chen say exactly what he wanted to hear, Black Brother chuckled. He tossed a pack of cigarettes to Ye Chen, slapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Since you're such a loyal brother, consider this pack my thanks for covering my shift. If there's any woman you fancy, I'll make sure you get her." With that, Black Brother scurried out of the monitoring room and headed toward the detention area. After watching Black Brother disappear into the detention area, Ye Chen finally turned his attention back to the situation inside the power tower. He had a different perspective on Ye Chen's forces inside the tower than others. After joining the gang, Ye Chen had spent time with American mercenaries. According to them, U.S. officers holding the rank of major never ate with soldiers except on special occasions. They certainly wouldn't sleep in the same quarters. Even in the harshest conditions, American high-ranking officers would leisurely sip coffee, eat steak, and indulge in every luxury. From Ye Chen's observations, every soldier around Ye Chen was elite among elites. Their shoulder insignia indicated that the Special Forces unit Ye Chen brought consisted entirely of sergeants, with 2 even holding the rank of general. Despite this luxurious array of ranks, everyone seemed equal, eating and sleeping under identical conditions. Therefore, Ye Chen concluded that this force was most likely not American troops. Should we probe them? No, we need to wait. We only get one chance. We can't risk it and endanger everyone. Ye Chen wrestled with the decision for a long while, finally suppressing his urge to contact Ye Chen's forces. Though he desperately wanted to escape his current gang, if the boss discovered his attempt to flee, both he and his mother would likely be burned alive. After all, the gang's punishment for traitors was to be doused in gasoline and burned to death. Therefore, Ye Chen resolved to observe the situation further, ensuring absolute safety. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Los Angeles' tallest skyscraper, a brunette beauty gazed at the man perched on the edge of the terrace and whispered, "Are they after you? Should we leave?" Hearing the brunette speak, the man seated at the edge turned his icy face and revealed a pair of cold, crimson eyes. "Leave? Leave here? Where could a mutant freak like me possibly go? And the one who hurt us hasn't been caught yet. How could I let him off so easily? Once I break through the level 5 restriction, I'll no longer fear sunlight. I'll walk freely beneath the rays. Then, even if I have to tear Los Angeles apart, I'll find those bastards and tear them limb from limb." With that, the man let out a piercing howl toward the moon and the sky. Upon hearing his cry, the ordinary zombies hiding within the buildings quickly gathered and surged toward the outskirts of Los Angeles like a tidal wave. Watching the tidal wave of zombies, the man rose lightly from the edge of the rooftop and entered the top floor of the building through a collapsed entrance. In the luxurious hall atop the building, a gaunt black man was strapped to a blood-drawing rack. Bright red blood flowed from the tubes into a container. Gazing at the bound man, the white man with crimson eyes sneered coldly, "Skull, your look of utter despair is truly unfamiliar. Back when you ruled over Los Angeles' largest black gang, you probably never imagined you'd end up in the hands of a lowly minion like me, did you? Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily until I see your son." Chapter 106, Night Raid. Deep into the night, Los Angeles lay in deathly silence beneath the night sky. Waves of zombies surged toward the surrounding mountains like an invading army. Among them, a horde of 30 to 40,000 zombies surged toward the Santa Ana Mountains to the south. When these zombies reached 20 miles from Santa Ana Mountain, Ye Chen's forces stationed atop the mountain received an alert from the Sky Eye system. Reporting, Commander. A horde of over 38,000 zombies is currently advancing toward our defensive position. Judging by the speed of the vanguard, they should reach the transmission tower in approximately 20 minutes. Additionally, the Sky Eye scan has not detected any high-level mutated zombies thus far. Awaiting your orders, sir. Woken in the dead of night, Ye Chen listened to the soldier's report without panic. Only after the report concluded did he speak. Mount Santa Ana is merely 30 to 40 kilometers from Los Angeles. If we rashly deploy firearms, we will inevitably draw massive hordes of zombies. It's 1:35 a.m. now. If we face relentless waves of zombies, our firepower might not last until dawn. Therefore, we must eliminate this horde heading toward Mount Santa Ana with cold weapons only. We must minimize the noise of combat to avoid attracting too many zombie hordes and putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Understood. Upon hearing Ye Chen's orders, the soldier withdrew from the room to relay the instructions. Once the soldier departed, Ye Chen felt no trace of sleepiness left. He donned the first-generation Azura God armor and proceeded to the observation deck of the power tower to oversee the operation. A gentle midnight breeze rustled through the sparse trees on the mountain, leaves whispering softly. Standing on the terrace, Ye Chen picked up a pair of binoculars and scanned the horde of zombies that had already reached the foot of Mount Santa Ana. As he watched, Ye Chen sensed something amiss. The zombies passing through the area around Mount Santa Ana weren't just the over 30,000 reported by the soldiers. Instead, they were divided into several waves, each heading toward different regions. This discovery made Ye Chen realize that the zombies here might be fundamentally different from the ones he had encountered before. The zombies Ye Chen had encountered in Thailand, aside from 2 mutated high-level zombies, all attacked driven solely by their remaining bloodlust instincts. Thus, their attacks were chaotic and unpredictable, making them relatively easy to deal with. Yet the zombies at the foot of Mount Santa Ana moved like a disciplined army, advancing in waves to different areas. Such behavior often signaled that these zombie hordes seemed controlled by something, possessing a degree of obedience. After discerning clues from the zombies' behavior, Ye Chen swiftly issued his latest combat directive. Everyone switch to ice blades. 30 men defend the left terrace, 30 defend the right terrace. The remainder split into 2 waves. Should casualties occur, the rear wave immediately takes over. Form ranks. As Ye Chen finished speaking, the Special Forces soldiers he brought drew one of the long blades from their waists. These blades were new weapons Ye Chen had equipped his Special Forces unit with before joining the selection tournament, the Waterfire Twin Blades. As the name suggests, the Waterfire Twin Blades were 2 weapons possessing water and fire attributes. Unlike Ye Chen's weapon, which converted energy into attributes, the twin blades achieved their effects through chemical reactions. For instance, the water blade could rapidly cool to -75°C in an instant, instantly freezing an enemy's wounds. Once frozen, even the most virulent viruses and cells are instantly killed or rendered dormant, delivering devastating combat results. As for the fire blade, it generates phosphorus flames that incinerate the flammable flesh and tissue of zombies. Under normal circumstances, Ye Chen disapproved of using the fire blade. Once ignited, the phosphorus fire would spread wildly, consuming all zombies in its path and potentially endangering the user. Unless absolutely necessary, Ye Chen would never issue the command to deploy the fire blade. As Ye Chen's orders concluded, the zombies climbing Mount Santa Ana reached the base of the summit's power tower. The mutated, grotesque zombies, sensing the human presence atop the tower, began frantically scrambling upward. Perhaps the tower's exterior walls had undergone special treatment, for these zombies, bellowing wildly, would climb halfway up before sliding down the smooth surfaces. Roar! Realizing the tower's exterior was impassable, a slightly larger zombie within the horde acting like a commander let out a thunderous roar. The others immediately began stacking themselves into human pyramids. Watching this from the terrace, Ye Chen grew even more certain of his suspicions these zombies were no ordinary undead. Yet the more aggressive they became, the less Ye Chen felt fear. Instead, he grew eager to test just how formidable these zombies truly were. Kill! As the zombies reached the terrace, Ye Chen drew his weapon and shouted, leading the charge into battle against the invading horde. With Ye Chen, Mu Ren, and Xianxia, three formidable combatants leading the vanguard, and the confines of the power tower terrace limiting the zombies' movement, the advance team held both the advantage of position and momentum. They handled the invading zombies with ease. 100. 500. 2,000. 5,000. Ye Chen kept tallying the number of zombies slain. By the time he had cut down 5,000 with his alloy sword, the combined total of zombies killed by the others was nearing 30,000. Seeing that the remaining 2,000 or 3,000 zombies couldn't even form a human ladder, and glancing at the sky that was about to break dawn, Ye Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief on the terrace. However, he had no intention of letting the remaining zombies beneath the power tower escape. After all, these creatures possessed a degree of intelligence. Who knew if, after escaping, they might rally tens of thousands more zombies for a nighttime ambush the next day? Therefore, Ye Chen ordered the Special Forces team to deploy drones and eliminate the remaining zombies with cold ice bombs. Cold ice bombs function similarly to water blades, utilizing chemical agents to trigger instant freezing reactions that encase the zombies in ice. Moreover, zombies frozen by these bombs had their NCP viruses decomposed, rendering them incapable of infecting others. Watching the drones freeze the remaining zombies with cold ice bombs, Ye Chen thought his worries were over. But just as the last zombie froze, a blue zombie dog that had been lurking nearby suddenly sprinted down the mountain, seemingly racing back to relay a warning. Chapter 107, The King of Los Angeles. No! Seeing the zombie dog sprinting toward the mountain's base, Ye Chen sensed trouble. He immediately hurled his alloy sword like a spear. The alloy blade streaked through the air like a dark shadow, poised to impale the zombie dog into the ground. Yet the next instant, something utterly unexpected occurred. The zombie dog split in two, transforming into two separate creatures that scattered left and right, vanishing swiftly into the grass. Were these ordinary zombies? Witnessing the ghoul dog's division, Ye Chen wore a rare look of astonishment. Ordinary ghouls simply didn't possess such splitting capabilities. Deploy the drone to eliminate it. This thing is likely a special zombie used for communication. We can't let it leave here. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to go in the future. Ye Chen spoke, gazing at the spot where the zombie dog had vanished. Upon receiving Ye Chen's order, the soldier in charge of the drone immediately maneuvered it to track the fleeing zombie dog. As time ticked by, the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. Seeing no reports from the soldiers about the pursuit of the zombie dog, Ye Chen knew the chase had failed. After ordering his men to cease pursuit, Ye Chen commanded them to take turns standing guard and resting. After all, last night's battle had taken a heavy toll on the Special Forces' elite fighters. Without proper rest to recover their strength, if another night raid occurred tonight, Ye Chen's forces would have no choice but to flee for their lives. Additionally, Ye Chen deployed several intelligent civil engineering robots to begin constructing the power tower. They capped the terrace and refined the exterior walls, smoothing their surfaces. Only after completing these preparations did Ye Chen finally settle down to sleep. Meanwhile, in the private rooftop pool of the tallest federal bank tower in Los Angeles, a zombie man with bloodshot eyes bathed in a pool of blood, his face contorted in a satisfied, pleased expression. Ding ding. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and saw the zombie dog that had slipped away from Mount Santa Ana the previous night approaching him. The zombie dog appeared to be the red-eyed man's pet. Upon reaching him, it prostrated itself on the ground, opening its gaping maw as if seeking favor. Observing the creature's demeanor, the red-eyed man smiled faintly. A tentacle of flesh and blood extended from his fingertips, piercing directly into the zombie dog's skull. The man then closed his eyes, seemingly accessing the dog's stored memories to review the intelligence it had brought back. After a long while, the red-eyed man finally opened his eyes. He scooped an arm from the pool of blood, tossed it to the zombie dog as if it were a bone, and let it run off. Like a true pet, the zombie dog deftly caught the severed limb tossed by the red-eyed man before scurrying into a corner to devour it with relish. Watching his pet dog, the red-eyed man seemed to recall some fond memory from the past. He then spoke with a faint smile, "Too bad. It's not the person I'm looking for. But since you insist on camping on my turf, I'll entertain you properly. Just don't disappoint me too much. If you ruin my fun, I won't be pleased." With that, the man rose and stepped out of the blood pool. The blood clinging to his body didn't drip onto the floor. Instead, it gradually vanished, as if absorbed by him. Passing through the pool hall, the man took the elevator down to the lower levels. When the elevator stopped on the 10th floor, the red-eyed man stepped out into a sealed, dimly lit hall. The moment he stepped inside, rustling sounds emerged from the shadowy corners, as if something was moving swiftly. Several dark shadows flashed by, and then a few tiger-headed, human-bodied, eight-legged hybrid zombies appeared before the red-eyed man. These peculiar zombies seemed to be the man's pets, humbly crawling at his feet like obedient dogs. Spotting his kept pets, the crimson-eyed man extended several tentacles from his arm to stroke the zombies' heads before speaking. I know you crave fresh things. Fortunately, Speckles found some tasty food for you yesterday. Once night falls, I'll let you out to eat your fill. But for now, you'll have to make do with some stored provisions. With that, the red-eyed man's tentacles plunged directly into the monster's skulls, seemingly feeding them through the tentacles. After completing this, the man returned to the elevator and ascended to the second floor at the very top of the building. On the second floor, a stunningly beautiful blonde zombie woman lay reclining in a chair, admiring the sunrise. The scene exuded a hauntingly beautiful yet eerie atmosphere. The red-eyed man approached the blonde beauty and smiled as he said, though we no longer fear sunlight, prolonged exposure to the sun will still weaken our bodies. Once I advance to level 6, I'll take you to the seaside to see a real sunrise. We'll be together forever, immortal. Hearing his words, the blonde beauty reached out and pressed his hand, then spoke softly, can we truly live forever? If those above find out about your plan, will they tolerate us? The red-eyed man chuckled at her words. We're no longer truly human now. There's nothing left for us to lose. I've safeguarded both our blood poison genes. Should anyone threaten us, we can rebirth ourselves anywhere at any time. No matter how many times we are reborn, I will make them pay. Hearing the red-eyed man's resolute words, the blonde woman rested her head on his thigh and smiled softly. David, I believe you will. To outsiders, zombies were emotionless, mindless monsters. Yet if humans witnessed this scene, it would shock most beyond belief. The man called David by the blonde beauty had once been a zookeeper while she was his newlywed wife. They had been living a blissfully happy life until the outbreak of the biohazard crisis. Not only did they become infected, but they were also captured by a mysterious organization and imprisoned in a secret base as experimental subjects for research. Had David not undergone an advanced mutation, an extremely rare occurrence among those infected with the NCP virus, they would never have survived to this day. It was also because of David's advanced mutation that he became the King of Los Angeles. Chapter 108, The Origin. Half a month before the outbreak of the American biohazard crisis, David had just married his wife, Missy, and moved into their new home. But no one could have foreseen that when Oni, the son of Los Angeles gang boss Score, passed through the white neighborhood, he happened to catch sight of David's beautiful wife, Missy. Mesmerized by her striking beauty and voluptuous figure, Oni, long subjected to white discrimination, was consumed by lust. After dispatching men to track and investigate David and Michelle's identities and occupations, Oni seized the opportunity while David was on duty at the zoo. He led a group to raid David's home, drugged Michelle unconscious, and abducted her to the black community's territory. In Oni's drug warehouse, after being violated, Missy was injected with narcotics. Oni intended to control her with drugs and force her into prostitution to earn money for him. However, when David returned home from his shift, he discovered not only that his house had been ransacked, but also that his wife, Missy, had vanished. David immediately called the police. Missy's grandfather had once served as the local police chief, and thanks to this connection, the police investigation yielded results quickly. Upon learning that the granddaughter of his former superior had been kidnapped by the son of crime boss Score, the police chief mobilized all local officers and even called in the FBI for assistance. Together, they headed to Score's factory, which was in the process of being laundered. When Score learned his son had kidnapped the family of a police officer, and that the FBI was now involved, he knew the situation could not escalate further. After reaching an agreement with the police chief, Score mobilized every available subordinate to search for his son, Oni. Upon realizing the magnitude of his crime, Oni attempted to flee. Little did he know the FBI had already been tracking the search party, setting up a perfect trap where the hunter becomes the hunted. After Oni was apprehended, he decided to reduce his own sentence by revealing the location where Missile was being held. Unfortunately, by the time the FBI arrived at the warehouse where Missile was being held, she had already slit her wrists with a razor blade and taken her own life. Seeing Missy's lifeless body in the warehouse, Oni desperately tried to explain, but no one was willing to listen to a criminal's confession, just as no one believes a crocodile's tears. Ultimately, O'Neill was apprehended and awaited trial. After claiming his wife's body, David plunged into despair, retreating to a solitary room and never venturing out again. As time passed, Oni's case drew the attention of all white residents in Los Angeles, prompting an accelerated trial. In the end, Oni was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, commutation, or visitation rights, condemned to die in prison. However, Score had lost her ability to bear children after giving birth to O'Neill during a violent turf war. This was why Score doted on Oni so excessively, fostering his arrogance and recklessness until it culminated in catastrophe. As a crime boss with only one son, Score attempted to bribe officials to allow his son to father offspring for the family while incarcerated. However, his request was rejected by the Los Angeles County Sheriff and District Attorney. To compensate for this regret, Score was ultimately forced to hijack a prisoner transport vehicle. But no one could have predicted that just as Score successfully hijacked the transport and prepared to flee with his son, a massive NCP virus outbreak struck Los Angeles. Not only was the airport sealed off, but all roads out of the city were completely blocked by authorities. Score didn't know that the Los Angeles government's closure of the airport and roads wasn't actually to capture them. The city's true purpose was to contain the rapid spread of the NCP virus, awaiting vaccines and antibodies from the central government. Unaware of the true situation, Score had no choice but to hide with Oni. What was even more unexpected was, when David learned that the murderer of his wife had been abducted, he nearly broke down mentally. Rushing out of his home, he vowed to seek justice for his wife with his own hands. After searching all over Los Angeles for a day and night without a single clue, he instead became infected with the virus. Returning home, he collapsed beside his wife's frozen corpse. Whether fueled by his fierce determination to avenge his wife or not, David somehow avoided being fully assimilated into a zombie by the virus. Instead, he mutated the original NCP virus, evolving into a special Type 1 blood demon. Upon awakening and discovering his newfound powers, David resolved to use this sudden gift for vengeance. Through further investigation, he learned of several secret bases belonging to Score from a low-level member of a Los Angeles black gang. Using his powers, David systematically destroyed Score's drug manufacturing facilities one by one and captured Score as he attempted to flee with a large sum of cash. Upon learning of David's newfound abilities, Score became determined to die rather than reveal his son's whereabouts. Thus, David transformed Score into a blood-producing machine for Blood Source, intending to capture Oni and make Score witness his son's death. Originally, David had no intention of harming the innocent. However, he discovered that not only had the police taken bribes and leaked Oni's transport location, but certain white individuals had even aided Score in his escape. Thus, consumed by vengeance, David unleashed the true viral storm upon Los Angeles. In a mere 5 days, he transformed the city into a veritable zombie wasteland. By absorbing vast quantities of blood and acquiring numerous new special human gene sequences, David advanced from level 1 to level 5, becoming the true king of Los Angeles. Yet even today, David still hadn't found Oni's whereabouts, which is why Score survived until now. David felt no sorrow, however, for after advancing to level 3, he awakened an ability called Bionic. Through this unique power, David could resurrect any flesh and blood creature living or dead into a blood demon like himself. Thus, Missile, who had been dead for days but preserved, was resurrected by David. Furthermore, to solidify his rule, David used another unique ability to create numerous capable subordinates. The tiger-headed, 8-legged humanoid monster encountered on the 10th floor was one such subordinate, created through David's unique abilities, and it was merely the weakest of his minions. Chapter 109, Tiger Spider Corpse. October 22, 4:20 p.m. After a night of fierce combat, Ye Chen awoke from a sound sleep and glanced at his wristwatch, only then realizing it was already the following afternoon. After waking up and freshening up, Ye Chen grabbed a quick bite to eat before heading to the power tower's terrace to inspect the progress of the defensive structures. In just one day, the robots had completed all the facilities according to Ye Chen's orders. Not only had they finished capping the terrace, but they had also coated the outer walls of the power tower with lubricant. While these defenses couldn't possibly withstand a full-scale zombie assault, Ye Chen was confident they would make things significantly easier if the attacking horde matched last night's numbers. Satisfied with the newly constructed defenses, Ye Chen stepped onto the terrace to admire the sunset over Los Angeles. Los Angeles, America's second-largest city, should logically be one of its most advanced and beautiful metropolises. Yet the Los Angeles of today appeared lifeless, its buildings dilapidated and streets filthy, resembling a second-tier city in Myanmar. Gazing at the city bathed in sunset hues, Ye Chen couldn't shake the feeling that unknown dangers lurked within its streets. Unconsciously, he murmured to himself, "Hopefully, we'll get through this period safely." Meanwhile, inside the Federal Bank Tower in Los Angeles, David watched the sun gradually sink below the horizon before opening the doors to the tower's 10th floor. "Go on, little ones. Enjoy tonight's feast." As David's words faded, the fusion monsters confined within the 10th floor building swiftly descended through the elevator shaft. Few knew that beneath the Federal Bank building lay one of the U.S. military's underground research facilities. They had excavated countless tunnels beneath the entire city of Los Angeles, creating an extensive network connecting every district. Ever since David discovered these hidden subterranean passages, he had used them to exert true control over the entire city of Los Angeles. Moreover, since ordinary zombies feared sunlight, these subterranean passages became the perfect hiding place for David's zombie horde. When the 8 fusion zombies entered the underground passages, the ordinary zombies quickly hid themselves away. It seemed that within the zombie hierarchy, there existed distinct levels of status. The weak forever fear the strong. This law held true within the zombie hierarchy as well. After the 8 hideous, malevolent fusion zombies entered the tunnels, they seemed to possess an innate navigation system. Selecting the passage leading to Santa Ana Mountain, they charged toward it at full speed. As the last rays of sunset vanished from the earth, Ye Chen's expression grew solemn as he stood on the terrace. For the arrival of night meant the descent of danger. Moreover, that peculiar zombie dog that had escaped continued to unsettle Ye Chen, and this unease only intensified with the nightfall. Under this foreboding feeling, Yichen donned his battle armor, mentally preparing himself for another fierce battle tonight. Just as Ye Chen finished donning his armor, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! 8 level 1 zombies detected within quantum sensor range. New mission triggered. Mission 2, eliminate all level 1 zombies. Mission reward, random. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen's expression actually relaxed. When facing unknown enemies, people tend to exaggerate the perceived danger. However, once the enemy's capabilities became clear, that sense of crisis would shift according to their actual strength. Ye Chen had already fought level 2 zombies. Therefore, the appearance of level 1 zombies not only failed to unsettle him but actually brought him considerable relief. Even though there were 8 level 1 zombies, their sheer numbers couldn't compare to the qualitative leap of level 2 zombies. Thus, rather than worry, Yichen felt a surge of anticipation. As the last vestiges of sunset vanished, night descended, deepening into a profound darkness. The gray world grew ever dimmer, as if poised to swallow everything whole. Reporting, Commander. 8 extremely fast zombies have appeared in the north, heading toward Mount Santa Ana. According to fly camera monitoring, these 8 zombies are moving at 280 km/h and will arrive here in 3 minutes. Additionally, following these 8 special zombies is a horde of 30 to 40,000 zombies. Ye Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the terrace, slowly opened them upon hearing the soldier's report. Issue the orders. Murin, lead all soldiers to prepare for the zombie horde. Shencha, provide cover while I eliminate the 8 level 1 zombies. After issuing the orders, Ye Chen activated the rocket thrusters of the first generation Azura God armor. He leapt from the terrace and landed directly beneath the power tower. Standing beneath the granite base of the tower, Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the mountain's base. In less than 2 minutes, several dark specks appeared at the mountain's base. As they drew nearer, precise data on these monsters appeared on Ye Chen's mecha scan panel. System Detection Panel. Monster Name, Tiger Spider Corpse. Monster Level, Tier 1. Monster Abilities, Speed, Venom, Poison Sting. Danger Level, A. Defense Level, A. Staring at the system's detection data panel, Yichen slowly drew the alloy sword from his back, poised for action. 8 level 1 zombies swiftly scrambled up the mountainside from the base. Upon detecting Ye Chen within their sensory range, the 8 level 1 tiger spider corpses grew even more frenzied, accelerating their charge toward him. When the 8 level 1 zombies close to within 16 feet of Ye Chen, the tiger spider zombies launched their assault. Some sprayed venom, others fired poisonous spines from their northern limbs, each unleashing their unique abilities. Ye Chen watched their lethal moves and instantly sidestepped. The spot where he had stood moments before was immediately riddled with 4 or 5 fist-sized holes from the tiger spider zombies' venomous spines and poisonous spit. After dodging the attack, Ye Chen landed and immediately sprang back up. Swinging his long sword, he slashed down at one of the tiger spider zombies. Clang! Just as Ye Chen attacked one tiger spider corpse, another nearby seized the opening, thrusting its venomous leg toward Ye Chen's head. Facing the tiger spider corpse's desperate, life-or-death tactic, Ye Chen, possessing only one life himself, had no intention of mutual destruction. He could only withdraw his sword to block the strike beside his body. The immense force of the tiger spider corpse's strike surged through the alloy blade, sending Ye Chen flying backward. At the same time, Ye Chen felt fortunate that his choice had been correct. Otherwise, that terrifying strike might not have killed him outright, but it would have certainly rendered him temporarily incapacitated. Chapter 110, Special Grade Antibody. As Ye Chen was knocked to the ground by the tiger spider corpse, the other 7 seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks upon him. Seeing their seamless coordinated assault, Ye Chen dared not take them lightly. He transformed his alloy sword into a shield to block the tiger spider corpse's attacks before swiftly retreating 10 feet away. After this brief exchange, Ye Chen realized his opponents not only held a numerical advantage but also possessed terrifying attack power and speed. If he continued fighting them one-on-one like this, Ye Chen feared he would suffer a heavy loss. Earlier, Ye Chen had assumed 8 tiger spider corpses couldn't compare to a single level 2 bat corpse. But now, after the battle, he realized he had underestimated the combined capabilities of the 8 tiger spider corpses. Since you prefer to win by sheer numbers, then let's counter your formation with our own. After landing, Ye Chen spoke coldly, then immediately activated the sword pool skill he had just unlocked. He split his alloy sword into 7 parts. 6 flying blades levitated in the air using magnetic suspension, while he gripped the core blade in his hand. Ye Chen then charged once more toward the 8 tiger spider corpses. Manipulating the sword pool to assault the 8 tiger spider corpses, their coordinated attack seemed disrupted by Ye Chen's flying sword formation, losing the sharpness it had possessed earlier. Feeling the pressure ease significantly, Ye Chen held nothing back. He plunged into the encircling formation of the 8 tiger spider corpses, moving with the grace and ease of a dragon playing in water. Whenever a tiger spider corpse sprayed venom or launched poisonous spikes, Ye Chen either parried with his flying swords, deflected them with his handsword, or sidestepped to evade. In this high-frequency battle, Ye Chen initially barely held his ground. But as the fight continued, his mastery of the sword tool grew increasingly proficient. Through repeated cycles of defense and offense, he even learned to redirect their force against them. For instance, when a venomous dart was fired, Ye Chen didn't need to deflect it with full force. He simply redirected its trajectory from the side, causing the dart to strike another tiger spider corpse instead. By mastering this technique of redirecting force, Ye Chen found his movements growing increasingly fluid. What had been a defensive struggle suddenly shifted into an offensive advantage. Moreover, in this sustained battle, Ye Chen not only drained the tiger spider corpse's energy but also inflicted damage on them intermittently. Amidst the fierce entanglement, Ye Chen seized a momentary lapse in one tiger spider corpse's defense. He thrust his blade into its mouth, now coated in viscous saliva, and sliced it cleanly in two. 8 down, 1 to go. Now the tables are truly turned. Shaking the foul-smelling blood from his body, Ye Chen coldly surveyed the remaining 7 tiger spider corpses. But just as Ye Chen believed he would now overwhelm them, the remaining 7 devoured a black substance that had spilled from the fallen corpse. After consuming this black substance, the remaining 7 tiger spider corpses seemed to have been enhanced. Each corpse not only underwent a noticeable physical transformation, growing more razor-sharp venomous spines and pointed legs, but also sprouted an additional row of eyes on their heads. Watching the tiger spider corpse's transformation, Ye Chen frowned, muttering to himself, could that black substance be the reason they gained these special abilities? Once this thought crossed his mind, Ye Chen dared not delay any longer. If these tiger spider corpses fully devoured and absorbed the energy, advancing into level 2 zombies, things would get very unpleasant. They must be dealt with swiftly. And I can't let them devour each other. Having settled on his strategy, Ye Chen launched another assault on the remaining 7 tiger spider corpses, this time with significantly increased intensity. Charging once more into the swarm of tiger spider corpses, Ye Chen distinctly sensed a marked increase in their combat prowess. Previously, whether parrying with his flying sword or blocking with his handheld blade, Ye Chen had easily deflected each attack from the tiger spider corpses. But after the tiger spider corpses devoured their own kind, the sheer force behind each attack now made Ye Chen feel the struggle setting in. Therefore, Ye Chen pushed his speed to the absolute limit, either redirecting their force against them or dodging outright, refusing to waste energy on direct confrontation. As Ye Chen battled 7 tiger spider corpses alone, his formidable abilities were broadcast for the first time on live streaming platforms worldwide, causing a significant stir. On a certain country's streaming platform, viewers frantically typed comments, expressing their utter astonishment. Holy crap! Is this officer even human? He's taking on 8 level 1 zombies single-handedly? How insane is that? I heard the president of Myanmar's new government is from Yenxia. Could this guy be using Yenxia martial arts and cutting-edge tech? Holy crap, he's too strong. What an incredible person. I wish he could teach me a few moves. Myanmar's new government is currently ranked 3rd, leaving the other nations far behind. Barring any surprises, Myanmar's new government is likely to become one of the 5 major consular member states. It's truly incredible. Not only is this general incredibly powerful, but his 2 deputies are formidable too. They've already killed nearly 10,000 zombies. As live streams of Ye Chen's battle aired across global platforms, within a secret research facility on the island nation, the emperor received a top researcher from the United States who had secretly returned. Did you bring back the special grade antibody? The Japanese emperor asked the biological research spy who had been operating undercover in the United States. As the emperor's words fell, the biological research spy immediately shed his outer garment. From his mechanized abdomen, he retrieved 2 vials of golden green liquid. Here is the special grade antibody. Once His Majesty the Emperor administers the special grade antibody, he will fulfill his dream of world domination. Then, the dawn of the Crimson Sun shall illuminate the entire world. Hearing the undercover agent's words, the Japanese emperor smiled faintly, then extended his arm. In that case, inject me. Once I possess this immense power, my Yamato race shall once again stand supreme at the pinnacle of the world. After the Japanese emperor finished speaking, the undercover agent administered the special grade antibody. The emperor, seated upon his throne, immediately began to contort. Black blood patterns spread across his entire body, making him look hideous and terrifying, like a zombie on the verge of mutation. After an unknown period, the warped Japanese emperor finally returned to normal form. Yet, he now possessed fingers that could freely transform into alloy spikes, and he wore a chilling grin. Chapter 111, Fusion Self-Destruction. 1000-bound rope. Incendiary bomb. Flame blade. At the summit of Mount Santa Ana, Ye Chen had exhausted nearly every tactic at his disposal save for his specialized combat techniques. Empowered by these skills and equipment, Ye Chen successfully slayed 6 tiger spider corpses. He then used incendiary bombs to destroy the bodies of 4 others, preventing them from devouring each other and thereby strengthening their power. The remaining 2 tiger spider corpses did devour 1 more of their kind, but the power boost they gained was nowhere near as significant as before. Beyond a slight increase in strength and speed, they showed little change in other aspects. Observing the last 2 tiger spider corpses, Ye Chen resolved to finish them swiftly before rushing to aid his soldiers against the encircling horde of zombies. What puzzled Ye Chen was that despite battling the 8 tiger spider corpses for quite some time, no ordinary zombies had come to interfere. He didn't know why this was happening, but he understood his priority now was to eliminate the remaining tiger spider corpses and provide support, not to waste time figuring out the reason. Thus, after dispatching the 6th tiger spider corpse, Ye Chen wasted no time and charged at the last 2 remaining corpses. The last 2 tiger spider corpses seemed to possess some intelligence.
Witnessing their comrades slaughtered by Ye Chen, they suddenly developed the urge to retreat, attempting to flee. But Ye Chen wasn't about to give them that chance.
Yesterday he had let a zombie dog escape, and today 8 level 1 zombies had appeared.
If he allowed these intelligent zombies to return, who knew what monsters might be drawn tomorrow?
Therefore, Ye Chen resolutely adhered to the principle of cutting the weeds at their roots, directly deploying the sword pool to trap the remaining 2 tiger spider corpses. Earlier, he had handled 7 swords against 8 spiders with ease. Now, facing 1 spider with 3 swords, Ye Chen was as steady as a mountain. Even though the tiger spider zombies had gained significant enhancements after devouring their kin, facing the encirclement of 3 swords and Ye Chen's sudden attacks, the remaining 2 were trapped with no escape. They could only barely fend off Ye Chen's assaults. With a sharp hiss. Just as Ye Chen believed victory over the last 2 tiger spider corpses was assured, the battle took an unexpected turn. Perhaps intimidated by Ye Chen's overwhelming power, the 2 surviving tiger spider corpses chose a fusion strategy he never anticipated. The 2 corpses pierced each other with their sharp claws, slowly merging into a single entity, a 2-headed, 4-armed, 2-legged creature that stood upright.
No way! Is that even possible?
Staring at the fused, humanoid tiger spider corpse, Ye Chen was not only visually stunned but also noticed a distinct shift in its aura. Crucially, this fusion process took only about 10 seconds, leaving Ye Chen no time to decide whether to attack.
By the time Ye Chen registered what was happening, the fusion was complete. Warning! Warning!
Level 1 tiger spider corpse has completed suicidal fusion. Its strength now approaches that of a level 2 zombie.
Proceed with caution. Just as Ye Chen was stunned by the fusion, the system's voice sounded.
Before the alert could finish, the fused tiger spider corpse launched another fierce attack at Ye Chen. 4 distinct weapons sprouted directly from the tiger spider corpse's 4 arms. Among them were spear-like spikes, whip-like bone lashes resembling flexible swords, and bone shields resembling shields. It could be said that the fused tiger spider corpse had truly achieved a perfect balance of offense and defense. Facing the fused tiger spider corpse's assault, Ye Chen dared not take it lightly. He immediately entered his optimal combat state and engaged the creature in a fierce struggle.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
On the summit of Mount Santa Ana under the night sky, Ye Chen's alloy sword clashed fiercely with the tiger spider corpse's weapons, sending bursts of sparks flying across the night sky. Moreover, during the fight, the tiger spider corpse launched explosive bone needle bombs from its back. Any area hit by these bombs was left riddled with holes, making them Ye Chen's most challenging target to deal with. But as the fight progressed, Ye Chen noticed the opponent's speed slowing down and its attack intensity weakening considerably. Just as Ye Chen was puzzling over this change, the system's voice sounded again.
Warning! Warning!
Detecting energy convergence in the abdomen of the tiger spider corpse.
Imminent risk of missile-level self-destruction. Maintain distance immediately.
Hearing the system's alert, Ye Chen immediately activated his rocket thrusters, instantly creating distance between himself and the tiger spider corpse. Though Ye Chen had broken the close-quarters combat, he kept the sword pool firmly controlled within 3 feet of the tiger spider corpse. Roar! As if sensing Ye Chen had uncovered its intent, the tiger spider corpse let out a piercing howl toward the heavens, then prepared to charge forward in a desperate attempt to take Ye Chen down with it. But Ye Chen wouldn't give it a chance. He retreated again and again, pushing the sword pool's power to its absolute limit. Any step forward by the tiger spider corpse would draw a flying sword striking fiercely at its vital points. Despite Ye Chen pushing the sword pool to its absolute limit, the fused tiger spider corpse charged relentlessly toward him, heedless of its own injuries. Ye Chen knew that as long as he could stall it, victory would be his. Thus, whenever the corpse attacked, he retreated, maintaining his position within the system's designated green safety zone. Roar! Faced with Ye Chen's retreating tactics, the tiger spider corpse abruptly ceased parrying the 6 flying swords. After absorbing the full force of all 6 strikes, it mustered its last ounce of strength to leap high into the air, crashing down toward Ye Chen. Seeing this tactic, Ye Chen recognized the creature was fighting with its last ounce of strength. Yet, mindful of the danger of its self-detonation, he hurled his alloy sword forward and swiftly retreated beyond the tiger spider corpse's attack range. With a sharp hiss. Mid-air, the tiger spider corpse was impaled by Ye Chen's alloy sword, which plunged from above and pinned it to the ground.
Then came a thunderous boom.
The tiger spider corpse's self-detonation blasted a massive crater in the ground, causing even Ye Chen to feel the tremors of Mount Santa Ana.
Ding! Danger neutralized. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Ding! System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Hearing the system's notification, Ye Chen finally exhaled in relief. Glancing at the first generation Azura God Mecha's energy gauge, which showed only 30% remaining, he dared not imagine what would happen if the battle continued, whether he might truly be beaten to death. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. After retrieving his damaged weapon from the explosion site of the Tiger Spider's corpse, Ye Chen hurried to reinforce the power tower. Chapter 112, Creation. October 23, 6:12 a.m. Standing on the power tower's observation deck, Ye Chen watched the sun slowly rise in the east. Under its golden glow, Los Angeles lay in utter stillness. After last night's relentless battle, Ye Chen's unit had already killed over 76,000 zombies. Below the tower, mountains of zombie corpses gradually turned to ash in the golden sunlight, fading into dust as if they had never existed. Hold out for 5 more days. Just hold out for 5 more days. Ye Chen believed the new Burmese government he had established would become one of the 5 member states of the Consular Alliance. After all, the top 3 nations on the real-time mission leaderboard had already pulled far ahead of the rest. Therefore, the newly formed government of Myanmar, ranked 3rd, has an almost certain chance of becoming one of the 5 consular member states. In contrast, the data for the nations trailing behind 3rd place is nothing short of dismal. Take South Korea, touted as the world's top nation. They barely touched down in a small northern city of the United States before being chased hundreds of miles by dozens of zombies. What's more, not a single casualty among the South Korean troops resulted from direct combat. Every injury occurred during their retreat, making them the first major laughingstock of the selection process. Then there's India's Big Brother unit. En route to their designated base, they encountered a zombie horde and fled without a fight, even breaking through the scattered border defenses of the remnant U.S. forces stationed in Montana. Now, not only are they dodging the zombies' pursuit, but they're also evading the American remnant border forces. They've essentially turned the selection tournament into a game of hide and seek, sharing the top spot on the list of laughingstocks with the universe's #1 nation, South Korea. Such incidents were countless. Even the combined achievements of the 4th to 20th ranked nations didn't reach 2/3 of the top 3's accomplishments. Yet among these top 20, Ye Chen noticed Japan was not among them. Instead, it had been relegated to somewhere beyond the 40s or 50s. After noting the Woku nation's peculiar ranking, Ye Chen sensed something amiss. He couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off, so he filed it away for future investigation. Meanwhile, inside the Federal Bank Tower in downtown Los Angeles, David discovered that the 8 eyes on his arm had completely closed. He reached out and dug them out. Casually tossing them into a pool of blood, David stood at the window, gazing south toward the Santa Ana Mountains. A meaningful smile spread across his face. To have slain 8 tiger spider corpses comparable to level 2 zombies, it seems I underestimated you a bit. Now you've successfully piqued my interest. Don't disappoint me. With that, David transformed his arm into a tentacle and reached into the adjacent swimming pool, retrieving a specially constructed alloy glass vial. Inside the alloy glass bottle lay 4 snake-like eyes. After removing them, David placed each eye into a recess on his arm. After completing these actions, David crossed the blood-filled hall and took the elevator down to the lower levels. When the elevator stopped on the 20th floor, David stepped out to find himself in a bright, spacious hall. Within the hall stood 2 enormous glass display cases. Inside these cases lay the mummified remains of 2 colossal snakes, each measuring 20 meters in length. Surveying the flawless specimens within the glass cases, David smiled with satisfaction. I truly look forward to seeing your resurrected form. With that, David slowly extended his hand. His arm transformed into 2 tentacles, piercing through the glass and embedding themselves into the snakes' mummified bodies. He then began injecting his special blood into them through the tentacles, his face radiating excitement. Drink it, drink it. The more you can handle my blood, the stronger you'll become. David murmured to himself as he continued injecting blood into the serpent's corpse. As the blood flowed in, the dried corpse began to swell like an inflatable doll. When David ceased the infusion, the 2 serpentine bodies began to stir. Moments later, the serpent's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a pair of glowing green orbs. Clang! The revived serpent broke free from its metal restraints, lashing its massive tail to shatter the glass display case into shards. Roar! Having escaped the glass case, the serpent let out a long, piercing roar, as if proclaiming its resurrection. But upon seeing David, it circled him like a pet seeking praise before slithering to rest at his feet. Good children! Once you awaken your abilities, you shall be free. Then, you may choose to serve me. David stroked the serpent's head, speaking as if addressing his own child. Ye Chen remained unaware of the events unfolding at the Federal Bank in downtown Los Angeles. However, after a day's rest, Ye Chen immediately opened his system inventory upon waking. He still hadn't checked what yesterday's mission reward was. In such critical times, gaining even a shred of strength meant a sliver more chance of surviving and prevailing. Therefore, upon waking, Ye Chen immediately checked what rewards the system had granted him for completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 mecha advancement card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 advanced attribute card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 equipment skill unlock card. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 50,000 honor points. Upon hearing the system's notification sounds, Yichen promptly used every usable item. However, when he attempted to use the mecha advancement card, the system prompted again, "We apologize, but the mecha is currently undergoing repairs. To advance your mecha, please perform the operation after repairs are complete." Hearing the system's notification, Yichen finally understood that mecha advancement must be performed under normal conditions.
Fortunately, the damage wasn't severe, only the alloy sword had suffered a 26% loss when the Tiger Spider Corpse self-detonated, requiring 13 hours of repair. Additionally, Ye Chen unlocked an Earth-type equipment skill for future use. As for the over 50,000 points, they were insufficient for any purchases, so he chose not to spend them. Looking at Ye Chen's attribute panel, however, it showed a significant boost.
Name, Ye Chen. Gender, male. Ancestral home, Yanxia Nation. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 600. Speed, 270. Intelligence, 300. Skill, Devour. Recent Devour ability grants a 30-point speed boost. Conquest value, 60,000. Wealth, 100.29 billion. Affinity, 200. Death Knights, SS Rank 3, F Rank 1,286,984. Chapter 113, Vitality Primordial. Within the United States Capitol, the lofty President Black Dumas now knelt before an aged elder.
The old man's head was covered in silver hair, his body hunched over in a wheelchair. Yet those eyes, brimming with authority, were so piercing that even President He Zhengma dared not meet their gaze directly.
"You couldn't even protect my medicine. What good has it done me all these years, spending my money to keep you useless fools around? Within 3 months, you had better retrieve my medicine. Otherwise, even if the entire United States becomes a hell, even if this world becomes a hell, I won't care." His tone was calm, yet the authority in his words silenced all present. As the true power behind the United States of America, the old man was its undisputed ruler. Yet no one could have imagined that the top scientist America had recruited from the Japanese Empire was actually a spy sent by the Japanese Emperor. Even now, with America fallen into a zombie-infested wasteland, every remaining faction was searching for the special-grade antibody developed at Fort Detrick. The special-grade antibody, as its name implied, was the ultimate antibody. Even the highest-level zombies infected with the NCP-20 mutation could not withstand someone possessing it. Therefore, the special antibody had become something the old man absolutely had to retrieve. After delivering his warning, the old man departed the White House, the highest administrative institution of the United States, escorted by 2 men in black. As a black traitor to America, Black Zhengma not only allowed whites to discriminate against and humiliate his own race but was also the capitalist who exploited blacks most ruthlessly. Even the horrific virus program implemented in Africa was carried out with his backing. Thus, those in America privy to these truths privately dubbed him the Black Devil. Yet who could have imagined that this Black Devil, seemingly untouchable and perpetrator of every conceivable evil, would kneel before an old man like a slave? Only after the old man departed did Black Zhengma rise from the floor. Surveying the officials in the hall, he resumed his usual haughty demeanor as if nothing had transpired. After scanning the crowd, he declared, "Execute Plan A immediately. Dispatch the first wave of bioengineered soldiers to seize the special-grade antibodies. Additionally, mobilize all forces immediately to launch an assault on the Japanese nation. I'll see if they can withstand the wrath of the United States." As He Zhengma's orders echoed through the room, inside a special research facility of the United States, dozens of soldiers stood in line as doctors administered injections of a unique substance. This drug was called the first-generation Vitality Primordial. The Vitality Primordial was extracted from the bodies of NXP-20 infected individuals, then refined through continuous cultivation and selective elimination until the first-generation Vitality Primordial was finally obtained. The special-grade antibody represented the most potent iteration of the Vitality Primordial. Those injected with Vitality Primordials not only avoided mutation into zombies but also unlocked their maximum potential, gaining various special abilities. To put it bluntly, without weapons, a person injected with the first-generation Vitality agent could single-handedly take on 1,000 ordinary people and still emerge victorious. This alone speaks to the terrifying power it unlocks. However, the Vitality essence is not without its drawbacks. Once injected with any generation from the 1st to the 9th, the recipient must receive regular injections of the same specific Vitality essence. Otherwise, once the Vitality essence is depleted and human potential is pushed to its limit, failure to administer fresh doses will cause the individual to succumb to an incurable, withering disease akin to a plant's decline. According to the United States plan, once the NCP virus spreads worldwide, they will begin selling standard antibody vaccines. Should any regions lack timely intervention and experience viral mutations, they would dispatch superhuman agents injected with Vitality agents to exterminate the mutated zombies, perfectly playing the role of saviors. Yet American officials never imagined Ye Chen would defy convention. After the NCP outbreak, he launched a direct assault on the United States. Crucially, Ye Chen targeted the very headquarters where the US conducted its NCP virus research. Compounding the disaster, Japanese spies exploited the chaos to steal the only 2 remaining bottles of the special-grade antibodies.
Regarding these matters laid bare for all to see, the United States knows them inside out, and the Wokoku nation knows them inside out.
Yet no one knows that the top-grade antibodies stolen by the Japanese Empire's undercover agent were never administered to their emperor. Instead, they deceived the Japanese emperor using the 9th-generation vitality source. No one knows why this individual who stole America's most vital asset and then deceived the emperor chose to act this way. But those sufficiently astute could roughly deduce the purpose behind these actions from the undercover agent's place of origin. This undercover agent was named Inoue Tetsuno. Inoue Tetsuno's ancestors were Ryukyuan people. Later, during World War II, the Wokou invaded and assimilated the Ryukyuan people, prompting Inoue Tetsuno's ancestors to relocate to Hiroshima, the most prosperous city in the Wokou nation. But later, due to the Japanese emperor's misguided decisions during World War II, they provoked the American superpower they should never have challenged. This led to Hiroshima being bombed with an atomic bomb. At that time, Inoue Tetsuno, gifted with exceptional intelligence, had been sponsored by the local government to study in Tokyo. This fortunate circumstance allowed him to escape the atomic bombing. Later, he learned that his parents had perished due to the Japanese emperor's misguided decisions, planting seeds of resentment deep within his heart. Later, he learned that while his parents had perished in the atomic bombing, his younger sister had miraculously survived. This brought him some solace. Yet when he finally saw his sister, it was inside a specimen laboratory at the Japanese Radiation Research Center. Seeing his sister severely irradiated, Inoue Tetsuno's blood boiled with vengeance from that moment onward. Through relentless study, Inoue Tetsuno rose to become one of the most trusted scientists of Japan's next emperor. Using the authority granted by the emperor, he retrieved his sister from the radiation center and then vanished completely from everyone's world. Only the emperor of Wako knew of Inoue Tetsuno's actions. After being dispatched by the emperor to infiltrate the United States, Inoue Tetsuno dedicated his research primarily to saving his sister. As the saying goes, heaven rewards those who persevere. After 6 months of research at his American base, Inoue developed methods and medications to control his sister's deteriorating condition. Later, his research shifted from merely maintaining her condition to actively curing it. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of several senior scientists in America, he succeeded in developing a special-grade antibody. Chapter 114, One Move. To the United States, Inoue Tetsuno was a defector from the Wokou nation, a traitor and opportunist driven by ambition and profit, ripe for exploitation. To the Japanese Empire, Inoue was a loyal and vital pawn, an elite figure capable of reshaping the nation's standing, deserving of trust and support. Yet beneath these surface appearances, only Inoue Tetsuno himself knew the truth. Everything he did was not for others, but to save his only remaining family member. In Inoue Tetsuno's eyes, the United States of America and the Wokou nation were fundamentally no different. Both were capable of committing any inhumane act for profit, equally foul and repulsive like excrement. Internal factions within the United States would legalize drugs and pornography for profit, wage wars to slaughter civilians, and research viruses to spread globally, all to harvest the world's wealth. The Wokoku nation was no different. Not only had it legalized pornography and discharged nuclear wastewater to pollute the oceans, but its entire population clung to defeatism, refusing to reflect on the heinous crimes they had committed. They possessed no conscience whatsoever. To Inoue Tetsuno, Japan is a nation devoid of noble cause, lacking any noble national spirit or hope. Moreover, Inoue Tetsuno was never truly Japanese, so he felt no sense of belonging to this nation whatsoever. After deceiving the Japanese emperor with Vitality Core No. 9, Inoue Tetsuno vanished without a trace from the surveillance of Japan's special forces. At this very moment, Inoue Tetsuno had already secretly returned to the homeland of his ancestors, the Ryukyu Kingdom. On one of the Ryukyu Islands, Inoue Tetsuno had long established a secret base. Within this subterranean hideout, Inoue had set up numerous fake laboratories to deceive his enemies. Only one of them was his true research facility. In room 194586, Inoue Tetsuno gazed at the cryogenic liquid cabinet before him and spoke slowly, "Haruko, soon you will be restored to normal. No one will ever be able to harm us again." With that, Inoue took out a syringe filled with golden liquid and injected it into the nutrient converter of the cryogenic liquid cabinet. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate on the outskirts of San Francisco, California, the defeated presidential candidate Trump sat on the sofa, glaring at the people before him. That bastard Black Zhengma only became president because he had Jewish backing. Otherwise, with his stupid head, how could he possibly become president of the United States of America? Now this fool, backed by the Jews, has thrown America and the world into chaos. If we don't act fast, we'll become prisoners in our own land. Hearing Trump's roar, his youngest son Barron immediately interjected, "Father, the stolen NCP Vitality prototype data we have can only produce Type 7. As for Types 8, 9, and 10, this data simply isn't sufficient to support the research. But I heard a top researcher from Japan recently escaped from Fort Detrick. If we capture him, we might get some useful data from him." Trump nodded at Barron's words. This approach is viable, but we can't pin all our hopes on it. Data collection efforts must continue. And we can't slack off on old Biden's front either. If not for his family's backing, how could that traitorous black horse Black Jungma have dared to and piss all over me? Hearing Trump's furious words, Baron respectfully replied, "Understood, father. Team 5 has been monitoring Biden, waiting for an opening. The moment it arises, they'll take his head without hesitation. As for Team 6, I intend to deploy them to the Japanese nation to track down that senior biotech researcher named Inoue Tetsuno. The remaining Special Forces Units 1, 2, 3, and 4 will handle defense of the mainland and accelerate construction of the impregnable underground fortress."
After Baron finished speaking, Trump nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, proceed as you've outlined.
Now go about your duties. I await your good news."
After dismissing his children, Trump sat on the sofa, rolled up his pant leg, and stared at his mechanical prosthetic leg. His gaze grew increasingly cold. After his election defeat, the Democrats, seeking permanent control over all power in the United States, had secretly orchestrated an assassination attempt against the Republican Party. It was during this Democratic assassination attempt that Trump lost his leg. Had his youngest son Barron not risked everything to pull him from the burning car, Trump would likely have been reduced to ashes. Therefore, the person Trump trusts most now is his youngest son, Barron.
Meanwhile,
on the summit of Mount Santa Ana in southern Los Angeles, Ye Chen, having rested for a day, once again faced the night. Originally, Ye Chen had planned to indulge in another night of killing spree, but strangely, the massive hordes of zombies that had appeared in the previous nights were nowhere to be seen. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. In a metropolis like Los Angeles, home to millions of infected, mutated zombies, this situation was undeniably eerie.
Where had all the zombies gone? Should he go out and take a look? Driven by curiosity, Ye Chen waited until midnight, yet still saw not a single zombie.
This prompted him to consider venturing into the city of Los Angeles to investigate. This idea arose because after his first-generation Azura God mecha completed its advancement, it could not only store more energy but also gained the ability to move rapidly across irregular terrain over medium to short distances.
Moreover, this ability consumed very little energy.
Even if Ye Chen were to circle through Los Angeles now, as long as he avoided level 3 or higher zombie monsters, he was confident he could defeat them decisively after expending a certain amount of energy. However, before Ye Chen could put his plan into action, a massive fireball erupting from a fierce battle northeast of Los Angeles caught his attention.
Seeing the distant flames, Ye Chen's first thought was, could there be another organization within this city?
Xianxia and Murin, you two lead the soldiers to defend the power tower. I'll go investigate the situation at the eastern firefight. If enemy contact is made, contact me immediately. After issuing his orders, Ye Chen donned his Tier 1 Azura Divine Armor, leaped from the power tower, and activated his rocket thrusters. Flying low, he sped toward the heart of Los Angeles.
Chapter 115, Domain. Northeast Los Angeles, inside the Dodger Stadium. 3 peculiar-looking Americans watched David and Missile on the rooftop.
The blonde man in charge sneered, well, never thought we'd run into NCP-5 here.
How interesting. Advancing from NCP-1 to NCP-5 isn't that easy.
You're either incredibly lucky or you've come into contact with someone we're looking for.
After finishing this patrol of Los Angeles, I was ready to return empty-handed.
Never expected such a stroke of luck.
If we bring you back, we might even get some perks. I advise you to come with us quietly for questioning.
If you provide useful leads, the president might be pleased enough to commute your death sentence. Of course, if you insist on putting up a fight, we're ready to oblige. But I hear that once they advance to Product Type 5, they undergo a complete functional overhaul, gaining human-like senses.
Honestly, I'd love to break your bones and see if you'll crawl at my feet, begging for mercy.
And that beauty by your side is truly stunning.
What a pity she can't be used as a plaything for a quick thrill. Ha 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 ha.
Listening to the blonde man's arrogant words, David's expression remained calm throughout.
Yet when the other mentioned Missile, David's gaze instantly turned icy.
Without a word, without a movement, David extended his left hand. Instantly, flesh and blood coalesced in his palm into a blood-soaked cauliflower.
Sound-calling flower.
This was an advanced zombie's method of controlling lesser zombies. Named for the way it bloomed and emitted sound waves resembling a flower, it was called the sound-calling flower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After David deployed the sound-summoning flower, 7 or 8 swift shadows raced across the buildings or soared through the sky, rapidly approaching the Dodge Stadium.
Boom! Boom!
As several shadows landed within Dodger Stadium, they instantly created a tremendous rumbling sound, shaking the entire stadium as if it were about to collapse.
2 level 4 humanoid monsters then materialized on either side of David, seemingly acting as his bodyguards.
The remaining 4 or 5 shadows materialized as advanced zombie-human hybrids. Upon landing, they immediately surrounded the blonde man and his 2 companions. Before the blonde man could utter another boast, the 5 level 4 zombies launched a coordinated assault on the trio.
Despite witnessing David's ruthless decisiveness, the blonde man remained utterly unfazed.
After effortlessly dodging the level 4 zombies' attacks, he still had the energy to taunt David from the rooftop.
So it seems your ability is to upgrade low-level zombies to higher tiers, huh? But these little puppies aren't much of a challenge for me. How about Just as the blonde man continued his boastful rant, he suddenly realized his head had nearly been sliced off by a mantis-like creature. Running his fingers over his slashed cheek, the blonde man's face finally twisted with anger. I truly underestimated you. These things may only possess level 4 combat strength, but their physical constitution has likely reached level 5, hasn't it? Your ability is quite intriguing. Once I capture you and bring you back, I'll personally cut you open and study you thoroughly. As he spoke, the blonde man's hair began rapidly growing longer, and golden scales sprouted all over his body. His hideous visage resembled that of an enraged golden eagle. Beast transformation. This was one of the true abilities of the Vitality prototype. After undergoing zoomorphization, a person could adapt to various characteristics and abilities of beasts. Moreover, the abilities gained varied depending on the level of the Vitality prototype. The blonde man's ability to mimic a golden eagle meant his genes had selected the golden eagle's genetic blueprint within the Vitality prototype. After zoomorphization, besides the golden scales covering his body and his hands transforming into diamond-hard claws, the most striking change was his hair turning into stiff, feather-like bristles. After violently kicking the mantis monster that had attacked him away, the blonde man then assisted his 2 comrades in repelling the assaults of 5 monsters one by one. Whether due to his overwhelming strength or not, every zombie monster he struck suffered either broken limbs and shattered bones or was instantly incapacitated. After dispatching the 5 level 4 zombies, the blonde man deactivated his Vitality Core's enhanced state. He then looked up at David above him and said, "If you think these little pests can keep us here, then you've seriously underestimated our level 6 Vitality Cores. If you have any other abilities, feel free to use them now. Otherwise, once I twist your head off, you won't have any more chances." David remained impassive at the blonde man's arrogant words. Withdrawing his right hand from the sound-summoning flower, he squeezed a drop of thick blood from his fingertip. The moment the drop hit the ground, it spread like a crimson vine, growing wildly and rapidly. Within mere breaths, the Dodge Stadium was completely enveloped by this flesh-like growth. Just as the stadium roof was about to seal shut, David leaped through the last remaining opening. A tendril of flesh and blood materialized precisely beneath his feet, suspending him in midair. Only then did David speak, his voice slow and deliberate. "I've been developing this recently and haven't had a chance to test its effectiveness. Today's situation is perfect for it. Let's see how well this thing works on you guys." As the words fell, the zombie monsters damaged by the blonde man were instantly pulled into the flesh walls by surrounding tentacles. A few gurgling sounds echoed. The zombies pulled into the flesh wall seemed to recover at an astonishing speed, fully restored and spat back out in just 3 or 4 seconds. The reanimated zombies immediately launched another assault on the blonde man and his companions. Witnessing this, the blonde man finally grasped what was happening. But before he could think further, the zombies' attacks were already upon him. Activating his Vitality Core Berserk state once more, the blonde man and his companions joined forces to eliminate 5 more zombie monsters. But the moment one was killed, nearby tentacles would drag it back into the flesh wall, where it would rapidly regenerate. After this cycle repeated several times, the blonde man finally grasped that the 3 of them had entered David's special ability domain. If they continued fighting like this, as long as David had enough power to resurrect the undead creatures, they would inevitably be worn down and killed. Realizing David's intent, the blonde man immediately shouted to his companions, "Attack the wall! Break through!" Chapter 116, Vitality Core Mutation. Break through? Hearing the blonde man's words, David remained utterly composed, even flashing a faint smile. No one knew that for a level 5 mutant like David to dominate Los Angeles, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. According to the progression theory of the NCP virus, one level 1 zombie could emerge from every 1,000 ordinary zombies. Within a horde of 10,000 ordinary zombies, one level 2 zombie might advance. By extension, 100,000 level 3s, 1 million level 4s. When the number of ordinary zombies reached the critical threshold of 5 million, then zombies below level 10 could potentially emerge. Los Angeles's population hovers around this critical threshold of 5 million. Yet to this day, aside from David a level 5 zombie, no higher level zombies have appeared. According to the correspondence between Vitality Core levels and NCP levels, the power of a level 1 Vitality Core equates to the power of 2 NCP levels. Applying this formula, countering a level 5 Vitality Core user would require at least a level 10 zombie's capabilities. It's not hard to imagine that David, a level 5 mutated being, possesses combat prowess that cannot be measured by conventional grading systems. Thud thud thud. At the blonde man's command, the trio prepared to shatter David's domain of flesh and blood. Yet after dozens of full-force assaults, the flesh and blood barrier remained largely intact. It merely caved in like cotton, forming a massive dent that rapidly regenerated at a visible pace. Seeing their attacks fail to breach the domain of a mere level 5 zombie, the blonde man knew something was terribly wrong. Looking up at David standing beneath the dome of the Dodge Sports Arena, the blonde man finally spoke. "I never imagined you'd hide your strength so deeply. We were truly careless this time." He gave a faint smile before adding, "But if you think this thing alone can trap us, you're seriously underestimating us." With that, he shot a glance toward a lean, tall man beside him.
Upon receiving the signal, the lean, tall man activated his Vitality Core ability, transforming into a burrowing creature resembling an armadillo as he plunged underground. Watching them attempt an escape through the earth, David remained composed as he remarked, "Not a bad idea. But if you think this will let you slip away, you're seriously underestimating the power of my blood prison. And I promised my wife anyone who harms her again, I'll crush their bones." As David's words fell, the lean man who had just burrowed underground scrambled back out in panic. "Captain, it's bad. The entire underground is covered in this flesh-like substance. I've searched everywhere and can't find a single weakness. Worse, there's a level 10 zombie lurking within the flesh below." A level 10 zombie? Hearing his teammate's words, the blonde man looked up at David in shock. If the level 10 zombie underground was the core of this domain, how could David, a mere level 5 zombie, possibly control a level 10 one? In the advanced research conducted by American biohazard scientists on the different tiers of NCP-infected mutants, they discovered that higher-tier zombies possessed absolute dominance over lower-tier ones. But a lower level controlling a higher level? That was unheard of. Could it be? For a moment, only one conclusion formed in the blonde man's mind. David was most likely not a level 5 zombie at all, but had concealed his true level and power through some special ability. Observing the blonde man's silence, David spoke slowly, "It seems you figured something out. But none of it matters anymore, because your fate today is death." With that, David once again commanded the 5 level 4 zombies through his mental will to surround and attack the blonde man and his 2 companions. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. After enduring 1,000 resurrections against the 5 level 4 zombies, the blonde man and his companions finally showed signs of exhaustion. Standing atop the flesh tentacles, David watched the gasping golden-haired man below and spoke again. "It seems the berserk duration of a level 5 vitality prototype is capped at 1 hour at most. 50 minutes have already passed, leaving you only 10 minutes to resist. If you have any trump cards left, use them now. After 10 minutes, there will be no more chances." The blonde man seethed with rage as David returned his earlier arrogant words right back at him. But faced with David's unfathomable abilities, the 3 level 5 psychics had no right to argue back. The more they defied him, the more miserable their fate would be. "Fine. Very well. Who'd have thought I'd ever be backed into a corner like this?" At this point, the blonde man lifted his head to stare directly at David above him, declaring with unwavering resolve, "But do you think I'll ever submit to a monster like you, you vile monster? Mark my words, my will and soul shall never yield." With that, the blonde man pulled out a portable syringe filled with black liquid and plunged it deep into his own heart. As the black liquid flooded his body, he collapsed to the ground, his form convulsing and trembling violently, as if undergoing some horrific transformation. Vitality core alteration. He was right. You people from the presidential palace aren't human at all. You're nothing but vermin driven by lust. Witnessing the blonde man's actions, David instantly understood his intent, his hatred for the Democratic Party of the United States deepening to the core. Roar! After a series of convulsions and contortions, the blonde man on the ground underwent a complete metamorphosis into a hideous, grotesque level 10 zombie. Vitality core alteration essentially involved using a special substance to erase a specific gene sequence within the vitality core, causing the entire genetic sequence to collapse and then freely reorganize. The benefit of this process was that after vital essence mutation, the mutated individual could temporarily unleash all latent potential, gaining abilities beyond their original limits. The downside was that if the subject failed to restore themselves using the vitality core within 24 hours post-alteration, they would lose their mind and become a true zombie. Within those 24 hours, the blonde man retained some self-awareness, but the powers gained through mutation were fleeting. If they couldn't defeat David and escape within that brief window, their only fate was to be slaughtered at will. Chapter 117, Snow Lotus. Roar! Roar! After undergoing metamorphosis, the vitality primordial entity loses its speech function due to severe anthropomorphization. In other words, mutated psychics sacrifice numerous human functions to maximize their combat potential. After roaring at David, the trio shifted their attack target. They no longer assaulted the 5 level 4 zombies with infinite respawns, instead directing their assault directly at David himself. Their temporary abilities post-alteration nearly matched those of a level 6 vitality core psionicist. Level 4 zombies were no match for a level 6 vitality origin user. In a single exchange, the blonde man's mutated level 12 zombie instantly tore 3 level 4 zombies to shreds. The remaining 2 level 4 zombies were easily disposed of by the blonde man's similarly mutated teammates. As the blonde man and his 2 companions, their strength now matching that of a level 12 zombie, charged forward together, David finally ceased concealing his abilities. He extended his right hand, conjuring a sharp tentacle that pierced into the palm of his left hand. As several drops of crimson liquid seeped into his palm, David's body instantly doubled in size, covered in black scales. Moreover, a tail covered in bone spines emerged from his back, and his entire body became encased in black scales, transforming him into a black, bipedal dragon-like creature. Thud! 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 Facing the assault of 3 level 12 zombies led by the blonde man, David unleashed his full power. With a single swipe, he sent all three flying. Perhaps because David's unleashed power was too overwhelming, the flesh and blood barrier that the blonde man and his two companions had previously failed to breach together was shattered by the three figures he had sent flying with a single blow, leaving three gaping holes in its wake. Roar! After being flung out of the Dodge Stadium by David, the blonde man, still retaining his wits, roared furiously, seemingly signaling his companions to flee. He then scrambled toward Glendale himself, trying to escape. Too late. Watching the three blonde men turn and flee, David crouched down, pressed his hand against the ground, and summoned tentacles that effortlessly pierced through the earth, plunging directly into the head of a level 10 zombie lurking underground. Blood net. With David's furious roar, blood-red thorns over 10 meters tall pierced the ground where the three blonde men had fled. Faced with this massive scale attack, the fleeing blonde-haired trio had no time to dodge. They were instantly impaled by the sharp, crimson thorns, their bodies suspended in midair. Several figures leapt forward to stand before the blonde man. Seeing him severely wounded and in the midst of transforming into a vitality primordial state, David declared, "You lack even the ability to save your own life. What right do you have to rant before me? You Democrats are nothing but a bunch of stupid, incompetent vermin. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Just spare me, and I'll give you everything you desire." The blonde man gasped weakly. After the blood-red thorns pierced his body, he felt them draining the energy from within him. Precisely because of this, without the drug that induced his vitality core mutation, the altered state dissolved on its own. Faced with the blonde man's pleas, David showed not a shred of emotion. In his eyes, the members of the American Democratic Party were fickle, venomous snakes who preyed on the weak. They groveled before the strong and showed no mercy to the vulnerable, behaving more savagely than beasts. A cowardly insect like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, has no right to live. As David's words fell, he extended his right hand covered in scales and sharp claws and crushed the blonde man's skull. With the blonde man's death, David instantly reverted to his level 5 zombie form. The corpses of the three blonde men, impaled by the crimson thorns in midair, were swiftly drained dry by the thorns, reduced to desiccated husks. This ambush had required considerable force, and David had no intention of wasting the vitality essence abilities contained within the three bodies. After absorbing their abilities, David realized the bottleneck hindering his advancement was growing increasingly fragile. Given just a little more time, he might reach that superhuman level the man had spoken of. Having dealt with the arrogant blonde trio, David finally turned his gaze toward Ye Chen, who had been watching from a hidden vantage point atop a nearby high-rise. "And who might you be? Could it be you also intend to hunt me down?" Ding. Extreme threat detected. Ding. Detected threat shows no intent to kill. Do not provoke or flee, as doing so may trigger pursuit. Hearing the system's prompt in his ear, Ye Chen, concealed atop the skyscraper, saw the powerful David spot him. Following the system's advice, he neither rushed to flee nor attacked. Instead, he leapt from the building, landing over a dozen zhang away from David. Having observed the battle earlier, Ye Chen knew he was no match for this formidable zombie. The system's advice to flee rather than attack was clearly the only correct choice. Otherwise, given the opponent's strength, he might be killed in a single strike. "I didn't come here to hunt anyone. I am part of the national forces participating in the selection trials. Assigned to Los Angeles by lottery, I am stationed at the communications tower atop Mount Santa Ana. Once we complete our 7-day deployment mission, I'll lead my unit out. Whether America prospers or falls is none of my concern." Hearing Ye Chen's words, David instantly realized Ye Chen was one of those who had slain his 8 little darlings. Yet David didn't seem angry. Instead, he asked a completely unrelated question. "Is it true in the east that a snow lotus blooms in the freezing winter?" Hearing David's inexplicable question, Ye Chen nodded. "Yes. This flower grows in the northwestern frontier of the land of blazing summer. They all bloom during the cold winter." Upon hearing Ye Chen's answer, David beamed like a child receiving a gift. "Help me find a snow lotus," he said warmly, "and I'll let you camp safely on Mount Santa Ana until your mission is complete. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Ye Chen paused for a moment before replying, "Agreed, but it might take some time." "No problem. As long as I can find the gift my wife loves, I'll wait as long as it takes. I hope you don't go back on your word." Chapter 118, True Justice. After David finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished before Ye Chen's eyes. What grade of undead is this guy? How can it possess normal human-level intelligence and such overwhelming power? Gazing at the direction David vanished, Ye Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ding. According to system detection, the threat source's weakest state is level 5, while its strongest state reaches a staggering level 15. Friendly reminder, host is currently no match for this formidable foe. As the target has not issued any hostile signals, it is advisable to prioritize peace and harmony. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen couldn't help but inwardly gasp. What did level 15 even mean? Earlier on the high rise, witnessing the thorn forest that covered the entire ground was nothing short of spectacular and terrifying. Ye Chen knew that if he were in that situation, he likely wouldn't have escaped such a dense area of effect attack. Since he couldn't take them on and they showed no intent to provoke him, Ye Chen glanced at the Federal Bank building in downtown Los Angeles before returning to the communications tower atop Mount Santa Ana. Upon returning to the tower, Ye Chen discovered no zombies had attacked that night. He deduced that David was likely the king controlling all the zombies in Los Angeles.
Otherwise, this abnormal behavior simply couldn't be explained.
What Ye Chen didn't know was that David's formidable abilities were actually part of a scheme orchestrated by Tetsuo Inoue to ensure his smooth escape from the United States. When Inoue Tetsuno prepared to flee from Fort Detrick, 60 miles outside Washington, D.C., he carried dozens of vitality prototypes and NCP advanced virus genes.
Initially, to escape Washington, guided by his Eastern mentor, Inoue created an ultra-grade zombie using NCP-19 that proved extremely difficult for the US government to handle. Shortly after Inoue departed Fort Detrick, the facility came under remote missile bombardment from Myanmar's new government.
It was during this bombardment that Inoue finally departed Washington, heading south all the way to the Wacko Spy headquarters in Los Angeles. During his journey south, as the NCP spread nationwide, Inoue took advantage of the situation, secretly cultivating numerous special-grade zombies using the NCP mutant virus and vitality prototypes he had brought with him. David was one of the elite zombies cultivated by Inoue Tetsuno. Beyond this, Inoue Tetsuno's deception of the Japanese emperor using Vitality Primordial No. 9 stemmed from another reason. He had vowed to his master in the eastern Yensha kingdom to eradicate the evil Japanese imperialists. Ye Chen remained unaware of these hidden truths, yet to fulfill his own pledge, he arranged for a living snow lotus to be delivered from the Yensha kingdom. After waiting 3 days on Mount Santa Ana, the 5th day since his arrival, Ye Chen finally obtained the snow lotus. He then carried it to the entrance of the Federal Bank building in downtown Los Angeles. David seemed to sense Ye Chen's arrival and promptly brought his wife, Missy, to the plaza in front of the building.
"Thank you so much, sir. I truly appreciate this gift. Should you require any assistance in Los Angeles, we are at your service." Missy took the cultivation box from Ye Chen's hands and smiled as she spoke. "You're most welcome, ma'am.
This was a promise I made to your husband.
I'm simply fulfilling it now."
It was around 4 in the afternoon, and the sun hadn't yet set. Ye Chen watched as Missy and David moved freely in the sunlight, feeling a bit surprised. "Regardless of whether this was an agreement between you two, I still want to thank you. After all, this has been a dream of mine since childhood. You two chat. I won't disturb you any longer." After curtsying to Ye Chen, Missy happily cradled her snow lotus and entered the building. David, standing nearby, seemed to notice Ye Chen's surprise and spoke up. "From what I can tell, you're someone I can trust. As a token of my appreciation for your trust, I can tell you anything you wish to know." Hearing David's words, Ye Chen shook his head. "While I'm curious about how you managed to not fear sunlight, I won't ask such questions.
The more I know, the more danger I sense. Of course, if you wish to speak, I'm more than willing to be a faithful listener."
Seemingly amused by Ye Chen's words, David extended his right hand, conjuring a tentacle before speaking. "You Easterners always enjoy playing hard to get. But it's a form of wisdom that commands respect. Foolish Westerners only know how to plunder, they lack the clever minds to devise such strategies. These words were imparted to me by a very special person. He said it was wisdom passed down from his Eastern master. I found it profoundly resonant, even though I am Western myself. As for my ability to walk in sunlight, it was also granted to me by the one who shared this wisdom. The origin of this ability is called the serum source body, a mutated gene sequence developed from the vitality source body and NCP." Hearing David reveal his secrets, Ye Chen paid little heed to these truths. After all, knowing them wouldn't change anything. What intrigued Ye Chen, however, was why the other had chosen to share this information with him. After a moment of silence, Ye Chen carefully chose his words before speaking. "You're someone worth knowing. But what I want to know is, which side will you stand on in the future? Will you harm humanity?" Hearing Ye Chen's question, David burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke. After the laughter subsided, David's expression turned serious as he looked at Ye Chen and countered, "If a person commits an unforgivable crime, do you think I should kill them?" When my wife awoke and saw me tormenting the murderer who had reduced us to this state, she said these words to me. She said that if we resorted to violence to fight back against our tormentor, wouldn't we become just like them unforgivable monsters? At first, I thought Missy had a point. But later, I realized that statement isn't necessarily true. Fighting violence with violence makes us no different from the perpetrators. To me, it's nothing but a stinking lie spun by the shameless to justify their own suffering. Therefore, I now believe only in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth that is true justice. As for those righteous judgments and humanitarianism, they're nothing but stinking farts from Western scoundrels." Chapter 119, The Handshake. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is that the true justice? Listening to David's interpretation of justice, Ye knew his question had been redundant. After a moment of deep thought, Ye Chen finally replied, "When my unit was stationed atop Mount Santa Ana, we discovered that the enclosed courtyard on the mountaintop actually concealed about 300 people. Those zombies systematically searched every hilltop, presumably hunting those people down?" As Ye Chen spoke, he carefully observed David's expression. When he saw the killing intent gradually forming in David's eyes, he knew his deduction was correct. Confirming his suspicion, Ye Chen continued, I'll be leaving Los Angeles in 2 days. I hope you'll allow me to take the innocent ones with me. As for the rest, you may dispose of them as you see fit. What do you say? Agreed. But I'm afraid I won't be able to wait 2 days. Upon hearing that people were still hiding on the summit of Mount Santa Ana, David wondered if his enemy might be among them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished in a flash, swiftly retreating toward Mount Santa Ana. Seeing David dash toward the peak, Ye Chen hurried after him. If his soldiers encountered this demonic figure and attacked first, they might not even get a chance to resist. As he raced back toward Mount St. Anna, Ye Chen simultaneously issued orders via his communication device to the troops stationed at the transmission tower, strictly forbidding them from attacking David. Ye Chen believed his speed was already considerable, yet after chasing for a considerable time, he was still shaken off by David. By the time Ye Chen reached the summit of Mount Santa Ana, he saw the skylight halfway up the mountain had opened, and numerous women and children were climbing out. David, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. God will surely bless you for it. If you spare me, I'll do anything you ask. On the open ground halfway up the mountain, David, now radiating his most formidable form fueled by rage, resembled a demonic overlord descended from the heavens. His entire body was covered in black scales, surrounded by dozens of frantically quivering tentacles. Oni, once the son of a notoriously arrogant and ruthless gang boss, now knelt before David, repeatedly kowtowing in repentance. But David paid no heed to Oni's pleas. Instead, he extended a tentacle and thrust it directly into the skull of a nearby black man, beginning to probe his memories. Confronted with David's terrifying methods, the dozen or so kneeling men immediately wet themselves in terror. The pungent stench of urine could be smelled from a considerable distance. With a loud bang. After probing the man's mind with his tentacle, David discovered this black man had participated in the kidnapping of his wife. Without hesitation, he blew the man's head to smithereens. You're a demon. Run. The devil is coming. Ah. Help me. Help me. Witnessing their comrade die in such a manner, the remaining men scattered in terror. Watching the fleeing men, Ye Chen sighed helplessly, then turned his attention away from David and their feud. He led nearly 200 women and children toward the mountaintop. However, as they passed the bodies of the men David had killed, several women spat on the corpses lying on the ground. Clearly, they too harbored deep hatred for these wicked men. Witnessing their actions, the last shred of compassion in Ye Chen's heart vanished. If even these women harbored such deep-seated hatred toward them, then the crimes these men had committed were likely beyond redemption. However, as they passed the black corpses, Ye Chen noticed a yellow-skinned man kneeling motionless, as if these events had nothing to do with him at all. What's your name? What is your relationship to these black men? Ye Chen ordered his soldiers to lead the innocent women up the mountain, then approached the yellow-skinned man and demanded. I was forced to join their gang. My name is He Cho. That's strange, that man said earlier that as long as you haven't killed, raped, or participated in kidnapping his wife, he'll spare you. I haven't done any of those things. After hearing the yellow-skinned youth's words, Ye Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Go. Follow the others up the mountain. If your hometown hasn't been infected, we'll send you back. Ye Chen led all the captives held by the black man up the mountain. Meanwhile, David didn't even glance their way. After all, he'd found the murderer of his wife. Nothing mattered more than exacting revenge with his own hands. The black men fled at a decent pace, but against David, whose strength had reached level 15, they were as doomed as Sun Wukong could never escape Mount Five Fingers. He let a dozen or so black men flee frantically, but David caught each and every one of them in the end. As for what happened to them afterward, Ye Chen didn't even want to know. After leading nearly 200 people into the power tower, Ye Chen had their lodging and meals arranged before taking his place on the terrace to await developments. From afternoon until deep into the night. As the moon hung high in the night sky, a figure finally descended from the heavens, landing on the railing before Ye Chen. Earlier, you gave my wife a gift, and I promised you safe passage until the mission's end. Now you've helped me find my enemy. I have nothing to thank you with, but these two things might be of use to you. Consider them my token of gratitude. If you ever need me to do anything, I'll agree to it. Listening to David's words from the railing, Ye Chen took the box offered to him and shook his head. If I ever sink so low that I need you to do anything, then whatever you do will likely be too little, too late. I'd rather that day never come. At this point, Ye Chen looked at David, whose expression remained unusually calm, and added, I'll be leaving Los Angeles the day after tomorrow. However, I need to escort these people to a safe zone. Therefore, I request that my unit be allowed to pass through Los Angeles safely. This is my final request. Agreed. As long as I remain here, no one will dare harm you if you come. That is my promise to you. It's also Missy's profound respect for you. When you depart, I'll bring Missy to see you off. After all, a friend like you is someone we'll likely never encounter again. David finished speaking and extended his hand toward Ye Chen, seemingly offering a handshake. Seeing this, Ye Chen reached out and grasped the other man's scaly hand. Then, thank you.
Chapter 120, Departure. President Ye.
According to our latest intelligence, over 10,000 Yenxia nationals are currently trapped in the occupied state of Kansas. Therefore, we request that the Burmese new government's forces participating in the selection tournament assist us in deploying to Kansas. Additionally, there's critical intelligence. Kansas has suddenly been overrun by mutated flying zombie creatures. Furthermore, the American government is now prohibiting foreign aircraft from approaching their airspace, preventing us from using planes to rescue the hostages. To enter Kansas, we must deploy the forces already stationed on American soil.
This assistance is voluntary. If the new Myanmar government declines, the Yenxia government will not enforce it.
On his final night stationed in Los Angeles, Ye Chen suddenly received a call from the chairman of Yenxia Nation.
Although Yenxia claimed this was to assist in rescuing its own citizens, Ye Chen suspected the matter was far more complex. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen replied over the phone, "On behalf of the new Burmese government, I agree to assist Yenxia's rescue mission.
We will depart from Los Angeles tomorrow, traversing Nevada, Utah, and Colorado before entering Kansas from the west. Once the Myanmar forces arrive in Kansas, we will coordinate with the Yenxia forces to conduct joint operations and rescue the hostages."
Thank you for your benevolence, President Ye. On behalf of Yenxia and its entire people, I express our deepest admiration and gratitude.
We will maintain constant communication moving forward.
Wishing the new government of Myanmar every success on its journey. After hanging up the phone, Yichen felt surprisingly calm rather than emotionally stirred.
After all, he still hadn't arranged accommodations for the over 200 people he'd rescued.
Perhaps this new mission would provide an opportunity to safely escort them all home. Reporting, sir. The list of rescued personnel is complete. However, they all express that they do not wish to go to the states controlled by the Black Zhengma government. Instead, they want to go to San Francisco, which is under Trump's control. As Ye Chen contemplated the plan to assist Yenxia in rescuing the hostages, a soldier ran up to him and reported. Upon hearing the report, Ye Chen frowned and pondered for a long moment before making a startling decision. Although San Francisco was also in California, it was located in Northern California, while Kansas was in the central United States. The routes between the two were completely out of the way.
Moreover, given the current situation, attempting to send the hostages to San Francisco first would inevitably delay the rescue mission in Kansas.
The only way to achieve both objectives was to split the team.
After weighing these factors, Ye Chen summoned Mu Ren and Xianxia. "You two will lead a team by sea to San Francisco.
Once you've secured the city, report back to me.
I will proceed ahead to clear the path, aiming to reach Kansas as swiftly as possible to coordinate with the rescue operation from the Republic of Yenxia.
Prepare immediately and depart at once."
"Yes, sir."
"Yes."
After Mu Ren and Xianxia received their orders, Ye Chen observed the sky beginning to brighten and gave the command to depart. Under the morning sun, Ye Chen's entire force boarded armored vehicles and headed toward downtown Los Angeles. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Ye Chen bid farewell to his troops and proceeded alone toward the Federal Bank building. The Davids seemed to have anticipated Ye Chen's arrival and had been waiting here for quite some time.
"You're so confident letting your troops carry out orders alone, even going solo yourself? Aren't you afraid something might go wrong?" David glanced toward San Francisco as he addressed Ye Chen.
"Of course there are worries. But only through hardship can one grow stronger.
Some choices simply must be made.
Besides, all of Los Angeles is under your control.
Unless you possess the strength to threaten my forces, surely there are no remaining threats capable of annihilating my troops along the route from Los Angeles to San Francisco?
Besides, if Trump can establish a secure foothold in San Francisco, it likely has something to do with you.
Otherwise, with your capabilities, controlling all of California wouldn't be a problem, would it?" Observing David's increasingly amiable demeanor, Ye Chen calmly voiced his thoughts.
Facing Ye Chen's incisive remarks, David responded with equal composure, "You're far more intelligent than I anticipated.
Since you understand all this, I wish you luck.
But let me remind you, once you leave California, other states have high-level mutants too."
"Thanks. I wish you happiness too."
With that, Ye Chen gave a polite nod and smile to Missy, who stood nearby, before setting off for neighboring Nevada. After bidding farewell to David and his wife, Ye Chen piloted the Shura Divine Mecha out of Los Angeles at its standard cruising speed.
Along the way,
the surroundings were filled with dilapidated buildings and streets. Aside from the occasional bird gliding across the sky, the ground was virtually devoid of any living creatures or humans.
Ye Chen's first stop was a place called El Monte. After grabbing a bite to eat at a plaza in El Monte to replenish his energy, Ye Chen continued on toward Nevada.
Ye Chen maintained a speed of 200 km per hour, but unfamiliarity with the terrain forced him to take several detours. By the time he reached the Nevada border, dusk had already fallen. At the junction of Nevada and California lay a place called Palamp. Beyond Pomp lay the Charleston Mountains. After traversing the rugged terrain, one would finally reach the world-renowned city of Las Vegas. Ye Chen had originally planned to reach Las Vegas before sunset. But upon arriving in Palamp, he was surprised to see a vegetable garden thriving in front of an old villa. It was clearly well maintained, not a single weed in sight.
Someone actually lived here?
Intrigued by this discovery, Ye Chen decided to investigate the villa to see if it was truly inhabited.
But just as Ye Chen approached the villa's front gate, a loudspeaker blared from within.
"Stranger, we advise you to leave this place. We're just an old couple wanting to live out our twilight years in peace.
We don't want anyone disturbing us."
As the voice echoed from the speaker, Ye Chen's monitoring system through the Azura Divine Mecha detected a staggering 17 distinct weapons locked onto him from within the villa.
Chapter 121, Immigrants from the Flaming Summer Nation.
Through the system's detection feed, Ye Chen observed that all 17 weapons were triggered by simple short-range remote controls. Since the system detected no one inside the house, he surmised that the person speaking to him must be hiding somewhere.
"Sorry. I mean no harm.
I was merely passing by and happened to discover life here, which piqued my curiosity. I don't mean to disturb your lives, but I'll offer a friendly warning: Central America has fallen completely. If you don't find a way out soon, the food you're growing might attract other things."
With that, Ye Chen turned to leave Paramp.
After all, the thought of someone lurking in the shadows made him uneasy.
"Wait."
Just as Ye Chen turned to leave, a voice came over the villa's loudspeaker, urging him to stay.
"Are you from Yanxia?"
After Ye Chen halted his steps, the inquiry echoed again from the speakers.
"Yes."
Ye Chen replied without hesitation, and silence fell once more. After about a minute, Ye Chen realized the villa was still silent. Just as he began to wonder if he'd been tricked, a manhole cover suddenly popped open on the lawn in front of the villa.
An elderly woman crawled out.
As the old woman emerged, Ye Chen was wondering what she intended to do when, unexpectedly, a little girl of 4 or 5 crawled out from the well.
"May I see your face?"
The old woman held the little girl's hand as she stood on the lawn in front of the villa, looking at Ye Chen. Seeing that both figures before him bore the features of Yanxia nationals, Ye Chen finally manipulated his mecha to remove his visor.
"Is there anything else you need? It's getting dark soon.
If you have something to say, please state it quickly.
Otherwise, once the zombies come out, it'll be troublesome."
After removing his visor, Ye Chen addressed the elderly woman and the little girl. "Sir, if it's possible, please take this child with you. This old woman can die, but the child is only a few years old. And I have severe heart disease. If I were to die one day, she'd starve to death in this well." As she spoke, the old woman pushed the little girl toward Ye Chen, seeming to pin her hopes on him, a fellow citizen of the Yanxia kingdom. "Taking this child away, or even taking you both with me, I have no problem with either.
But you must tell me where you plan to go.
After all, I'm from Asia. You've likely grown accustomed to living here and probably wouldn't want to return with me to my homeland, right?"
Ye Chen had encountered many Western-obsessed individuals before.
Even when they were down on their luck abroad, sleeping on the streets, they could still turn their backs on their homeland, speaking ill of it while praising some foreign country instead. Ye Chen had encountered many with this twisted mentality, and most were immigrants. Therefore, faced with the old woman's request, Ye Chen dared not make a rash promise, even though such a thing would be a mere trifle for him. The old woman seemed to grasp the implication in Ye Chen's words, then sighed helplessly.
"Ah. It's all karma. I never wanted to come here.
It's all because of my foolish daughter. She listened to some penniless American and insisted on settling down here.
She's my only child.
When she decided to pursue opportunities in America, I had no choice but to follow her lead and come along. But ever since arriving, I've longed every single day to return to my homeland, to my hometown. Yet I've already renounced my citizenship. There's no going back. I don't expect my old bones to return to their roots, but my granddaughter is still so young. She shouldn't be buried with me. If you take this child away, I'll let her be your daughter. She'll work tirelessly to repay your great kindness." As the old woman finished speaking, she prepared to kneel and kowtow before Ye Chen. Fortunately, Ye Chen acted swiftly, catching her before she could fully kneel.
"Old lady. I understand your meaning. But I cannot abandon you here alone. If you trust me, let me stay the night. Tomorrow, I will take you all with me."
This mission involves rescuing hostages from the main forces in Kansas and Yanxia Nation.
Once we reach Kansas, any Yanxia nationals can return home with us.
Trust.
If I can't even trust my own countrymen, who else can I trust? Night is falling. Let's head down the well first.
After hearing Ye Chen's words, the old woman led him into the underground shelter she had meticulously constructed. Following the old woman and the little girl into the underground shelter, Ye Chen realized it was actually a converted cellar. The renovated underground shelter was compact yet fully equipped, featuring not only a bathroom and bedroom but also a kitchen for cooking meals. Ye Chen found it hard to imagine how the old woman managed to keep a cellar of less than 10 square meters so tidy and completely free of any unpleasant odors. It was truly remarkable.
"Please, sir, have something to eat?"
"All we have left in the shelter now are potatoes and flour. If you want anything else, we'll have to go to the convenience store during daylight hours to get it." No sooner had he sat down inside the shelter than the old woman deftly brought over some mashed potatoes and pancakes. Ye Chen actually carried far tastier provisions than these, but to honor the old woman's kindness, he accepted the plate and began eating. While eating, Ye Chen noticed the little girl staring at him. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke up. "What's your name?"
Would you like to eat with us? Hearing Ye Chen's question, the little girl shyly hid behind the old woman, peeking out with half her head, staring at Ye Chen as if fascinated. Her name is Lily. That's what her mother named her. As for her father? He's a scoundrel, drinking, gambling, womanizing, smoking, swindling, cheating, stealing. There's no wicked deed he won't commit. Later, he even forced her mother into prostitution. If that bastard hadn't run off so fast, I would have chopped him to pieces back then. Mentioning the little girl's father, the old woman's face darkened completely, as if she had reached the absolute limit of her disappointment in him. Ye Chen didn't know where the little girl's parents had gone, but now that the central United States had fallen, unless they were hiding as cleverly as the old woman, they probably wouldn't survive the night. Therefore, Ye Chen didn't bring up the girl's parents and changed the subject instead. Chapter 122, Mobile Fortress. Auntie. Those things are in the past. You don't need to keep dwelling on them and tormenting yourself. Once you return to the country, you'll be able to live a normal life. With the United States in such dire straits now, as long as you don't break the law after returning home, the country will surely be willing to accept you. Otherwise, the over 10,000 people in Kansas weren't all Yenxia nationals, yet Yenxia treated them equally and sent troops to rescue them. Ye Chen offered some comfort to the elderly woman before quietly eating the food in his bowl. After all, in this situation, beyond offering words to boost unity and morale, Ye Chen truly didn't know what else to say. But just as Ye Chen finished speaking, a thudding sound echoed from the manhole cover overhead. Watching Ye Chen gaze upward at the manhole cover, the old woman waved her hand and murmured softly, "Don't worry. Those monsters probably caught the scent of living people, which is why they're running around up there looking for us. Whenever I go out during the day, these monsters act just like this. So we can rest easy. Besides, there are 3 layers to the manhole cover. Even if they manage to pry open the first layer, they won't stand a chance against the 2 layers beneath it. I paid a hefty sum to have those custom made." The old woman spoke with evident pride about her preemptive defensive measures. Hearing this, Ye Chen smiled faintly and nodded. "I see. It seems I was worrying too much." As he spoke, Ye Chen seemed to recall something and added, "Auntie, do you know where I might find one of those large trucks around here? I'd like to get one tomorrow." Upon hearing Ye Chen's request, the old woman pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing something. "The kind of truck you're talking about, you might have to go to the Walmart supermarket a few miles away to find one. As for other areas, I've never seen the kind of large truck you're talking about." Walmart? Nodding to take note, Ye Chen prepared to unload the Azura divine armor and rest. Just as he finished removing the armor, the old woman noticed the thin clothes Ye Chen was wearing. She fetched him a blanket and a bed, explaining, "This spot was originally meant for me to sleep in. But since this child's parents haven't returned yet, I've been sharing a bed with her. So I've never actually slept here myself." The old woman pointed to a small, isolated bed in the next room, her tone anxious that Ye Chen might find it unsuitable. "Auntie, you're too kind. Given the current situation, having a safe place to sleep is more than enough. I'm not asking for much. Auntie, I'll rest now. Tomorrow I'll get the car ready, and we'll set off for Kansas." Ye Chen made a few assurances to the elderly woman before turning over and falling asleep. The next day, Ye Chen awoke early. Upon hearing his movements, the old woman brought out the map she'd stayed up all night searching for and handed it to him. "The red circle on the map marks the place I mentioned, and the blue circle shows where we're staying. With this, you can avoid some detours." "All right. Then rest assured, Auntie. I'll be back in no time." With that, Ye Chen opened the shelter's manhole cover and returned to the surface. Following the map the old woman had given him, Ye Chen donned his Azura divine armor and soon arrived at the Walmart supermarket marked on the map. After circling the perimeter of the supermarket, Ye Chen selected a relatively new truck and drove it to an open area. He then rented a high-grade modified robot directly from the New World Mall and proceeded to overhaul the large truck. Given the truck's original base configuration, its power system required little modification. However, Ye Chen was far from satisfied with its defensive capabilities. The paper-thin metal cargo containers would likely be torn to shreds instantly if confronted by level 1 zombies or a zombie horde. Therefore, Ye Chen upgraded the cargo container to double the armor thickness of an armored vehicle. He was confident that anyone inside could survive 1 or 2 attacks from level 1 or level 2 zombies, provided they didn't encounter a level 3 zombie. Though it only withstood 1 or 2 attacks from level 1 or 2 zombies, the time gained by blocking those strikes was sufficient for Ye Chen to launch a counterattack. Additionally, Ye Chen installed radar and a surveillance system on the vehicle to constantly monitor the surrounding environment and avoid danger in a timely manner. After completing these preparations, Ye Chen made another $0 shopping trip to Walmart, transforming the interior of the truck's cargo container into a mobile living space and storage area. The living quarters could comfortably house around 40 people, while the food storage area was packed to the brim with various noodles, meats, potatoes, and other easily preserved staples. With preparations complete, Ye Chen glanced at the clock. It was nearly noon and promptly drove the modified truck toward the home of the elderly woman and the little girl. Knock knock knock. Arriving once more at the old woman's villa, Ye Chen knocked a few times on the shelter's manhole cover, using the agreed-upon signal.
The old woman immediately appeared visibly relieved.
My benefactor, you finally returned. You've had this old woman worried sick.
Before she could finish, the sight of the truck behind Ye Chen resembling a mobile fortress left her speechless with astonishment.
This is the truck you mentioned?
The old woman stared at Ye Chen in disbelief. I made a few modifications to make it safer. Once we start the truck, any monster attack will trigger the cannons on top to fire back under the system's control.
Plus, there's food, clothes, and blankets inside. We don't need to carry much. Just take whatever you think is worth bringing. The rest can stay here. In that case, then let's go. This unfamiliar home holds nothing worth keeping as a memento for me anyway.
Hearing Ye Chen's words, the old woman nodded in agreement before leading the little girl onto the truck.
Ye Chen sighed helplessly and followed them into the vehicle. After being upgraded with advanced robotic systems, the truck not only possessed an automated defense system but also had autonomous driving capabilities. Ye Chen didn't need to drive at all.
After setting the route, he could simply lie back and watch the system handle the driving. Once inside the truck, the old woman busied herself cooking while her granddaughter watched cartoons glued to the TV, looking every bit like a family on vacation. Cruising along the highway at 60 km per hour, Ye Chen's truck finally arrived in Las Vegas before sunset.
Chapter 123, Blue Diamond.
Las Vegas, also known as Sin City, is one of the world's 4 major gambling hubs and holds the title of the entertainment capital of the world. As an internationally renowned entertainment hub, Las Vegas transformed from a small, dilapidated village into a premier vacation destination and wedding capital in just a decade, a true miracle.
However, after the massive outbreak of the NCP, Las Vegas, located in Nevada, had become a ghost town.
When Ye Chen drove his modified truck to a small town dozens of kilometers from Las Vegas, he stopped advancing. The reason for stopping at this place called Blue Diamond wasn't actually Ye Chen's intention, but rather the old woman's wish.
Through their conversation during the journey, Ye Chen learned the elderly woman's surname was Sue, so he addressed her as Aunt Sue.
According to Aunt Sue, her son-in-law had a temporary residence in Blue Diamond. In her search for her daughter, she requested Ye Chen stay the night here so they could visit her son-in-law's place tomorrow to see if they could find any trace of her daughter. That was why Ye Chen had agreed to stay in Blue Diamond for the night. Blue Diamond had several schools, and a spacious open area lay before them.
Ye Chen chose this spot to park, ensuring ample time to react should any zombie monsters approach.
After parking on the square in front of the school, the elderly woman and the little girl, Duo, were exhausted from a day of travel and found it difficult to adjust. After dinner, they exchanged a few casual words with Ye Chen before retiring early. Once the grandmother and granddaughter were asleep, Ye Chen scanned the radar and found nothing unusual within 10 miles.
He too prepared to rest early. However, less than 2 hours after settling down, a peculiar sensation jolted Ye Chen awake. Beep beep beep.
Upon waking, Ye Chen heard the radar emitting an urgent alarm. A large red dot appeared on the radar display screen. The primary function of this radar system Ye Chen had installed was to detect the presence of zombie monsters. It would then display different alarm levels based on the monster's grade. Seeing the massive red dot on the display, Ye Chen immediately realized that within a radius of 1 li around him, there was a zombie of at least level 2. However, this zombie likely failed to detect the person inside Ye Chen's truck because it was equipped with a stealth device. Although it had spotted the vehicle, it hadn't sensed the occupant, hence its hesitation to attack. While level 2 zombies weren't exactly difficult for Ye Chen to handle, they certainly weren't easy pickings either. Ye Chen dared not underestimate the capabilities of level 2 monsters.
If he allowed it to attack his truck unchecked, the grandfather and granddaughter inside would likely lose their lives.
Fortunately, Ye Chen had previously agreed to assist the Yichen nation in rescuing hostages in Kansas, securing him priority entry among the 5 consular member nations. Because of this priority access, Ye Chen had completed the system tasks for the 5 consular member nations ahead of schedule, earning the corresponding task rewards. Originally, Ye Chen had intended to save these rewards for the 7-day mission in Los Angeles. However, after meeting David and his wife, the danger in Los Angeles had been neutralized, causing him to forget about the rewards. Now, however, traveling alone to Kansas, enhancing his capabilities to handle various challenges became an urgent priority. Upon entering the system warehouse, Ye Chen heard the system prompt sound.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 level 1 all-attribute unlock card for advanced mecha. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100,000 honor points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 level 1 all-attribute special skill random card. Using the advanced mecha tier 1 full attribute unlock card. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen's face lit up with delight before he promptly activated the advanced mecha full attribute unlock card. Advanced mecha tier 1 full attribute unlock card is being used.
Advanced Mecha Level 1 All Attribute Unlock card activated. Shura Divine Mecha Level 1 All Attribute Unlock complete.
As the system's prompt sounded, the attributes and skills displayed on the mecha panel shifted.
Shura God Mecha Generation 1 Equipment Skill Bar. Gold Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, 1000 Binding Rope, Alloy Blade. What Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, Iron Vine Entanglement. Water Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, Water Prison. Fire Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, Incendiary Bomb, Flaming Blade, Rocket Boosters. Earth Element Tier 1 Unlocked Equipment Skills, Quicksand Battle. Wind Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skill, Wind Blade. Lightning Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skill, Thunder Spear. Dark Element Level 1 Unlocked Equipment Skill, Devour. Light Element Level 1 Equipment Skill Unlocked, Purification.
Seeing all Tier 1 attribute skills unlocked in the attribute skill panel, Ye Chen was absolutely thrilled. With these skills at his disposal, he could now effortlessly take down a level 2 zombie. More crucially, unlocking all level 1 attribute panels would allow him to upgrade to even more powerful attribute skills. Use the All Attribute Special Skill card. After using the attribute card, Ye Chen activated the All Attribute Special Skill card once more. Special Skill card is being used. The skill selection interface for the special skill card has opened. Would the host like to draw a skill now? Hearing the system prompt, Ye Chen immediately responded, Draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Solidify special skill. The Solidify special skill is an advanced water attribute skill. Each use consumes 20,000 joules of energy. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ye Chen gained a general understanding of the skill's various aspects. After advancing his mecha, Ye Chen's mecha's energy storage capacity had reached 200,000 joules. Therefore, using this special skill once would consume 1/10 of his total energy. After a brief power-up, Ye Chen donned his upgraded mecha and activated stealth mode to exit the vehicle. The mech stealth mode proved to be a skill whose practical value far exceeded Ye Chen's expectations. As long as the zombie monsters were below level 5 and possessed strong sensory abilities, they simply couldn't detect him. As Ye Chen stepped outside the vehicle, he turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by Lei Dao's scanner. Finally, atop the school building, he spotted a massive bat-like creature. Warning! Warning! Detected level 2 bat zombie, fully evolved. The level 2 bat zombie complete form represents one of the most powerful manifestations of bat zombie abilities. It possesses not only the fastest speed among bat zombies but also all their capabilities. Chapter 124, Fierce Battle. Listening to the system's analysis report, Ye Chen couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful monster so soon after arriving in the Las Vegas suburbs. This reminded Ye Chen of their time in Los Angeles. Had David not been a highly intelligent mutant who shared their interests, they likely wouldn't have had the chance to act. Their entire army would have faced annihilation. Fortunately, Ye Chen's Azura Divine Mecha had significantly boosted his combat prowess. Thus, despite the formidable strength of this fully formed bat corpse, Ye Chen was confident he could slay it. System Spirit, gather local weaknesses and abilities for analysis. Generate a rapid assessment report. After exchanging a few words with the System Spirit, Ye Chen swiftly stealthily moved toward another part of the school, carefully avoiding combat that could endanger the grandmother and grandson in the truck. Reaching a small hill in the northern part of the school grounds, Ye Chen immediately deactivated his stealth mode. He then fired a piercing bullet directly at the fully evolved bat corpse lying prone on the roof of the school building. Roar! Seeming to sense Ye Chen's ambush, the bat corpse extended its glossy black, hardened claws. With a single swipe, it deflected Ye Chen's piercing bullet, sending it flying before it exploded, shattering a nearby tree trunk. Ye Chen's purpose in firing the piercing bullet wasn't to defeat the fully evolved bat corpse with a single shot. Instead, he deliberately exposed himself to lure the creature away from the truck's combat range. Thus, he wasn't surprised at all when the bat corpse swatted his bullet away with a single swipe. However, contrary to Ye Chen's plan, the bat corpse did not follow the lure after being attacked. Instead, it remained guarding the school rooftop, completely ignoring Ye Chen's efforts. Hiss. Is this perfect form bat corpse stupid? Ignoring my attack? Watching the bat corpse rigidly turn its body to stare at him without moving, Ye Chen frowned and muttered under his breath. No sooner had Ye Chen finished speaking than the System Spirit's voice rang out. Reporting to host. New situation detected. This perfect form bat corpse appears to be guarding something. However, the black substance covering the school building is blocking detection, so its contents remain unknown. Guard something? Upon hearing the System Spirit's alert, Ye Chen realized that this perfect bat corpse truly exhibited an intense protective instinct, as the system had described, guarding the school's teaching building without straying an inch. With this discovery, Ye Chen immediately shifted his strategy. Since attacking the bat corpse itself was ineffective, he would target what it was protecting instead. He refused to believe it could endure that. With his mind made up, Ye Chen immediately put his plan into action, launching 3 incendiary bombs from 3 different angles toward the teaching building the bat corpse was guarding. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roar! Spotting Ye Chen's incendiary grenades hurtling toward the building, the fully evolved bat corpse atop the roof let out a piercing, furious roar. Boom! 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 Just as the 3 incendiary bombs were about to strike the building, the fully evolved bat corpse teleported at incredible speed to 3 separate directions. It then fired a black, silk-like substance from its mouth, instantly enveloping all 3 bombs.
Enveloped by the black substance, the incendiary grenades which would normally explode violently upon contact suddenly went silent, as if extinguished. Before Ye Chen could analyze what the bat corpse had expelled, the thoroughly enraged creature charged toward him on the hillside. The hillside where Ye Chen stood was covered with numerous sturdy trees. However, as it was late autumn, the trees had shed all their leaves, leaving only bare, gnarled trunks. From a distance, the entire hill resembled the sparse, lifeless hair clinging to a bald man's head. The distance from the school building to Ye Chen's location was roughly half a li, but under the terrifying speed of the fully formed bat corpse, this short distance was covered in the blink of an eye. With a sharp whoosh, the bat corpse charged recklessly up the hillside from its base, then extended its claws, aiming directly for Ye Chen's chest. Given the current defensive capabilities of the Azura Divine Mecha, if struck by such an attack, it likely wouldn't withstand more than 3 hits before its defenses were completely breached, rendering it combat ineffective. Therefore, facing the full-form bat corpse's fierce strike, Ye Chen immediately countered by redirecting its force. He delivered a kick to its abdomen, using the momentum to evade the attack. Roar! Failing to eliminate Ye Chen with its first strike, the fully evolved bat corpse grew even more enraged upon finding nothing where it had stumped. It raised its head and let out a piercing howl before charging toward Ye Chen once more. Ye Chen's feet had barely touched the ground, and before he could formulate his next offensive move, the bat corpse was already upon him once more. Clang! Ye Chen drew the alloy sword from his back, directly blocking the bat corpse's claw strike. When the claws slammed into the blade, sparks flew, revealing the immense force and sheer hardness of the claws. Thud, thud, thud. After withstanding the full-form bat corpse's strike, Ye Chen was sent flying backward by the immense force. After 2 consecutive retreats, Ye Chen had been driven from the hilltop all the way to its base, crashing through numerous thick trees along the way and carving a path through the hillside. Not only is it fast, but its strength is no joke either. No wonder the system issued that warning. After marveling at the perfect bat corpse's capabilities, Ye Chen rose to his feet. He saw the bat corpse leaping down from the hilltop in an attack, already poised in a stance that combined offense and defense. Right on time. Take this sword. As the fully formed bat corpse closed in, Ye Chen sidestepped its attack and swung his alloy sword, preparing to cleave it in two. Just as Ye Chen's alloy sword descended, the fully formed bat corpse seemed to sense his killing intent. It braced its left wing's sharp claws to forcefully withstand the strike. With a thunderous crash, both Ye Chen and the bat corpse were sent flying by the impact. After regaining their footing, they immediately resumed their fierce assault. Amidst the rocky ravine at the foothills, Ye Chen and the bat corpse darted through the chaos at blinding speeds, using the massive boulders for cover while launching treacherous attacks. In such a situation, the slightest misstep meant certain death. Witnessing the fully evolved bat corpse's astonishing combat prowess, Ye Chen fought with increasing ferocity. Only after over 300 exchanges of offense and defense within the ravine did the system's voice finally sound. Chapter 125, Form Shift. Intelligence Gathering Complete. This perfect bat corpse possesses 3 vulnerabilities: the head, the neck, and the middle section of the spine. However, to protect its head and neck, it has developed hard scales, leaving only the middle spine as its sole weakness. Based on the perfect bat corpse's speed and strength, the host has a 10% chance of successfully striking its mid-spine through speed and power suppression. As the system spirit's prompt echoed in his ears, Ye Chen was utterly speechless. Fortunately, the system specified equal conditions for both combatants. What if he operated under different conditions? Would his odds improve? This thought prompted Ye Chen to recall the all-attribute skill he had just mastered. In that case, then let's fight with no holds barred. I'll see if your tricks outnumber mine. With his mind made up, Ye Chen engaged the fully formed bat corpse while deliberately luring it deeper into the stream. Roar! Seeing Ye Chen retreating while fighting, the bat corpse seemed to think he was trying to escape. After letting out a furious roar, it lunged at him once more. But Ye Chen, having reached the stream's edge, plunged directly into the thigh-deep water. Splash, splash. Ye Chen and the fully formed bat corpse plunged into the river one after the other, their clash sending water spraying everywhere. Seeing the bat corpse fall into his trap, Ye Chen wasted no time. He instantly shifted his alloy sword to water elemental energy, plunging it forcefully into the river as he commanded aloud, "Water prison." As the words left his mouth, the river water seemed to come alive, rapidly coalescing into a self-rotating sphere. Within the sphere, the fully formed bat corpse struggled desperately. Yet no matter how hard it strained toward the edges, the currents seemed to possess a mind of their own, swiftly shifting to follow its every movement. Thus, despite the bat corpse's frantic struggles within, it ultimately failed to break free from Ye Chen's water prison. For an ordinary person trapped within the water prison, once the air in their lungs was exhausted, the only outcome awaiting them would be drowning alive. But this mutated zombie, the bat corpse, required no oxygen to survive. Thus, trapped within the water prison, it could endure indefinitely as long as its central nervous system remained intact. Seeing the water prison contain the bat corpse, Ye Chen drew his alloy sword and shifted it to its metallic state, intending to cleave the creature in two with a single strike of the alloy blade. Die!
Switching to the metal element alloy sword, Ye Chen leapt high into the air and swung down at the bat corpse trapped within the water prison. Roar! As if sensing the threat of death, the fully formed bat corpse suddenly let out a furious roar. It extended the sharp claws on its wings and lunged toward the willow tree on the riverbank. No! Seeing the corpse's move, Ye Chen knew something was terribly wrong. Though he doubled the force of his strike, the corpse in the water prison narrowly escaped unharmed. After escaping the water prison by the shore, the bat corpse did not roar again. Instead, it stared at Ye Chen for a long moment with a cautious and solemn expression. Then, this fully formed bat corpse slowly shed the wings on both sides of its body, gradually extending human-like arms and thighs. The only difference was that while it was altering its limbs, a tail covered in sharp, scaly plates emerged from its rear. Most crucially, its claws transformed into trap-like hooks that wrapped around its own arms. Combined with its bat-like head, the entire sight was utterly bizarre. Watching the corpse's transformation, Ye Chen held back from attacking. After all, he had no idea what other tricks it possessed. A reckless attack would yield no advantage and risk being caught off guard by the enemy's bizarre new techniques, potentially costing him his life. Therefore, Ye Chen waited patiently for the bat corpse to complete its transformation, allowing it to strike first and reveal its abilities. Sure enough, once the bat corpse finished its transformation, it let out another furious roar at Ye Chen before charging toward him at incredible speed, skimming across the water's surface. Faced with the bat corpse's sudden burst of speed, Ye Chen had no time to dodge. He barely managed to raise his alloy sword to block, only to be sent flying by a single punch from the bat corpse. Thud! Ye Chen was smashed like a cannonball by the bat corpse's punch, crashing heavily into the riverside grass and gouging out a large pit. Damn! Its strength has increased significantly. Feeling the raw force unleashed by the bat corpse's transformed state, Ye Chen couldn't help but be secretly astonished. However, roughly 60 to 70% of the punch's force was absorbed by his alloy sword, leaving Ye Chen unscathed. Rising from the grass, Ye Chen did not rush to attack. Instead, he remained in place, waiting for the bat corpse's second strike. Seeing Ye Chen rise from the grass, the bat corpse standing in the riverbed seemed even more enraged that its first strike hadn't finished him off. With a furious roar, it stomped a massive pit into the water before charging toward Ye Chen once more. Clang! 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 Armed with his recent experience, Ye Chen immediately switched his mecha to combat mode as the bat corpse attacked once more. In combat mode, Ye Chen could unleash the mech's full potential. Its overall capabilities were worlds apart from other modes. In combat mode, the mecha Ye Chen controlled not only maximized its speed and power but also had its reaction time frozen. Consequently, against the bat zombie's renewed onslaught, Ye Chen managed to simultaneously dodge, block, and even launch occasional counterattacks. Noticing Ye Chen's equally noticeable transformation, the bat corpse, now in its altered form, ramped up its attack frequency to the absolute limit. 10 rounds. 100 rounds. 500 rounds. Under this relentless barrage, Ye Chen and the bat corpse battled for over 500 rounds before Ye Chen gradually deciphered its attack patterns and techniques. Whenever it sealed Ye Chen's movements with punches and kicks, the tail behind the bat corpse would strike with pinpoint precision, attempting to pin Ye Chen down with a single tail spike. Fortunately, Ye Chen possessed a top-tier sword pool. Where the opponent relied on speed and numbers, Ye Chen's sword pool proved a formidable counter. You have 2 hands, 2 legs, and a tail. Well, I have 2 hands, 2 legs, and 6 flying swords to fight you. Chapter 126, Rare Zombie. As the 6 flying swords bolstered his attacks, Ye Chen found his mastery of the sword pool growing steadily. Not only could he steady his footing, but he occasionally even counterattacked the fully formed bat zombie after it shifted forms. Just as Ye Chen was strategizing his counterattack, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Rare level 3 zombie detected. System quest triggered automatically. Mission 1, slay the fully formed bat zombie. Mission 2, slay the rare zombie. Reward, randomized. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Chen could scarcely believe his ears. The bat zombie before him was already formidable enough. If another level 3 rare zombie appeared, he'd truly have to start planning his escape. Just as this thought flashed through Ye Chen's mind, the system's voice sounded again. Special notice. A level 3 rare zombie is currently advancing within Blue Diamond School. The host must prevent its advancement before dawn. If the rare zombie reaches level 4, the host's only option will be to flee immediately. Hearing the system's alert, Ye Chen finally understood the thing this fully formed zombie was guarding was actually a level 3 rare zombie. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ye Chen resolved to hasten the execution of the bat zombie before him. The bat zombie was fast and powerful, but had yet to display any special abilities. Ye Chen therefore opted to unleash his ultimate attack, aiming to finish it off in one decisive blow. Deliberately letting the bat zombie's punch send him flying back into the river, Ye Chen swiftly switched his alloy sword to water attribute. Watching the bat zombie stomp across the water's surface to attack again, Ye Chen knew this creature hadn't learned a thing from its earlier defeat. Thus, when the creature re-entered the river and stepped into Ye Chen's optimal killing range, the sword in his hand unleashed a water dragon that surged toward the bat corpse.
Facing Ye Chen's counterattack, the bat corpse seemed to anticipate the move. Its winged arms instantly reverted to their original form, then flapped violently, instantly shattering Ye Chen's water dragon into pieces. But Ye Chen had been waiting for this very moment. As the river water scattered across the sky, completely submerging the bat corpse's knees, Ye Chen immediately unleashed the newly mastered special grade, Solidify. Solidify. As Ye Chen uttered another word, the long sword in his hand instantly transformed into a blade encased in dry ice. In that instant, the entire river surface froze solid, trapping the bat corpse submerged in water within the ice. Whether it was because the NCP virus entered a dormant state under extreme cold or not, the bat corpse struggled a few times after being frozen before going completely still. What an incredible skill! After praising his newly acquired ability, Ye Chen prepared to shatter the frozen bat corpse with his sword pool to eliminate any future threats. But before Ye Chen could put his plan into action, the solidified ice sphere containing the bat carcass shattered into 1,000 pieces with a loud clatter. The bat corpse trapped within the ice sphere was instantly disintegrated into countless fragments, leaving no possibility of revival. Scrutinizing the scattered fragments on the river's icy surface, Ye Chen worried the creature might possess some resurrection ability, potentially reviving after he departed. To eliminate any risk, he tossed a firebomb, incinerating the bat remains to ashes. After completing this, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of slaying the perfect bat corpse. System task rewards will be distributed automatically. Please check your inventory. Hearing the system's announcement, Ye Chen glanced at the charred remains before turning back without hesitation, heading back to Blue Diamond's school. After all, the level 3 rare zombie reported by the system was advancing its stage right at the school. If that level 3 rare zombie completed its advancement, the truck parked at the school entrance and the grandfather and granddaughter inside would be in grave danger. Open the inventory. As he hurried back, Ye Chen opened the system inventory to see what rewards it had granted. As the system opened, the system spirit's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Shura Divine Mecha Advancement Card 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Weapon Advancement Card 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100,000 honor points. Hearing the system's announcement, Ye Chen responded without hesitation, use the Mecha Advancement Card 3. Use the Weapon Advancement Card 1. Upon receiving Ye Chen's command, the system initiated the card activation process. Ding! Mecha Advancement Card 3 is being used. Ding! Weapon Advancement Card 1 is being used. Ding! Mecha Advancement Card 3 usage complete. Ding! Weapon Advancement Card 1 usage complete. Listening to the system's announcements, Ye Chen distinctly felt noticeable changes in both his mecha and the weapon in his hand. When he first donned the Shura God mech, it felt like wearing dozens of pounds of iron plates. But after advancing to Tier 2, the weight of the mech instantly halved. With this advancement to Tier 3, the weight was reduced by another half, making it feel like wearing nothing more than a thick down jacket. Moreover, the energy unit capacity had also increased significantly. Not only did the armor itself undergo such changes, but the weapon in Ye Chen's hand also underwent a qualitative transformation. Not only had it become lighter, but its toughness had more than doubled. As the mecha and weapon completed their advancement, Ye Chen arrived precisely at the entrance of Blue Diamond's academy. Silence. Deadly quiet. Upon reaching the school entrance, Ye Chen instantly sensed an unusual stillness. When stationed atop Mount Santa Ana in Southern California, Ye Chen could occasionally hear the chirping of insects. But now, Blue Diamond felt eerily quiet, just like standing outside the Federal Bank building in downtown Los Angeles. You bastard, you have some nerve. You actually killed my pet. Just as Ye Chen was pondering whether to complete another system task, a youthful yet arrogant boy's voice suddenly burst forth from the school building shrouded in an unknown substance. Hearing this voice, Ye Chen was wondering if the boy zombie was the one guarded by that fully formed bat corpse when suddenly, a gaping hole exploded open in the building. A small figure slowly emerged from the dark, gaping hole. Only when the figure fully emerged from the building's shadows into the moonlight did Ye Chen recognize the so-called rare level 3 zombie as a boy of 6 or 7. Chapter 127, Windsword. At the entrance of Blue Diamond Academy's teaching building, Ye Chen stared at the rare zombie emerging from within, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. For the rare zombie emerging from the building's doorway was a boy of 6 or 7. Under the moonlight, Ye Chen scrutinized the 7 or 8-year-old boy before him. The child wore an exquisitely tailored white suit, his pallid skin faintly tinged with a pale crimson hue. A single horn protruded from his bald head, but it was his cold, emerald green eyes that truly left a lasting impression. You killed my pet. Then leave your life behind. Perhaps I'll give those two in the truck a chance to escape. If you refuse this deal, I'll tear you to shreds. As Ye Chen studied the boy, the rare zombie spoke first. Hearing his words, Ye Chen was taken aback. After all, he had installed hidden devices on the truck. Without some special ability, it would be impossible to detect anyone inside. Since you know I'd never agree to such terms, why even ask? Besides, how do you know it has to be me who dies? Facing the zombie boy's insolent provocation, Ye Chen retorted without backing down. My father once said, a leader must possess sufficient gentlemanly grace to command respect and admiration. If I offer ample concession and the other party still refuses to comply, then it's time to show them our methods to make them regret their foolishness in endless agony. At this, the boy grinned, slowly raising his mutated claws and baring a row of gleaming white teeth. He added, so, are you ready to face my wrath? Watching the zombie boy spout words like a proper American gentleman, Ye Chen remained utterly composed. He slowly drew the alloy sword from his back and replied, though this is my first battle against a level 3 zombie and a rare type that I won't hold back just because you're a child. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ye Chen launched 6 small missiles from his mecha, probing the rare zombie from all directions. Boom! 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 As all the small missiles struck the rare zombie, they erupted in a series of massive explosions. Simultaneously, Ye Chen kept his focus on the battlefield while remotely steering the truck a mile away from the school grounds. If you think a few cannons can take me down, you're sorely underestimating me. Before the dust had even settled, the rare zombie's disdainful voice echoed from within the smoke. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ye Chen could now see that the rare zombie was enveloped in a layer of black substance. It seemed to have used this black substance to block most of the small missile's power. Since you've chosen to fight, then I'll entertain you properly. I hope your strength doesn't disappoint me too much. If you can defeat the boss and the second in command, then I might consider not tearing you to shreds and turning you into my most formidable subordinate. As the rare zombie finished speaking, it let out a piercing howl toward the heavens, emitting a shrill, ear-splitting sonic wave that seemed to summon its so-called boss and second in command. Rumble, rumble. In response to the rare zombie's call, something enormous seemed to be charging toward them from the direction of Las Vegas. As the sound of its approach grew louder, Ye Chen saw a colossal zombie bear monster 3 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long charging recklessly toward them. Roar! Upon reaching the rare zombie, the giant bear zombie immediately dropped to its knees before it like a pet. This is my pet, old number 2. Its name is Honey. The boss is on his way. For now, let number 2 keep you company. As the rare zombie finished speaking, the giant bear, which had been as docile as a puppy moments before, suddenly roared and charged toward Ye Chen. Drawing on his experience battling the bat zombie earlier, Ye Chen knew this giant bear would likely be even tougher to handle. After all, the bat zombie was only ranked 3rd among the rare zombies, while this bear was 2nd. Seeing this, Ye Chen could only create distance while using his ranged weapon to test the bear's strength. Steel piercing arrow. Steel armor piercing spear. Steel swift arrow. Incendiary bomb. Armor piercing spike. Blast shell. After exhausting most of the Azura Divine Mecha's ranged arsenal, Ye Chen was astonished to discover that this giant bear zombie possessed not only exceptionally high physical defense but also immense brute strength. Those devastating arrows struck the giant bear as if hitting a steel plate. Even the most powerful armor-piercing spikes and spears only managed to leave shallow gashes on its hide. Moreover, this beast specialized in charging headlong with overwhelming force, leaving utter devastation wherever it passed. After identifying the giant bear's weaknesses, Ye Chen kept a close eye on the rare zombies nearby while contemplating how to deal with this behemoth. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen recalled that among the Azura Divine Mecha's 9 attributes, 4 possessed uniquely distinct special properties. First is the Wind attribute, which currently only has the Wind Blade skill unlocked. Next is the Lightning attribute, which currently unlocks the skill Lightning Spear. Then comes the Dark attribute, which currently unlocks the skill Devour. Finally, the Light attribute currently unlocks the skill Purification. So far, Ye Chen hadn't used any of these skills yet. He decided to test them out, wondering if they might have some unexpected effect against the giant bear. With that thought, Ye Chen instantly accelerated his retreat, arriving 3 seconds early on the rooftop of a building to gather energy. Wind, Thunder, Dark, and Light all belonged to the special elemental category. Using these skills required an energy conversion charging process rather than instant activation. Thus, deploying these elemental skills in combat demanded precise timing. Entering the charging state left one utterly exposed and vulnerable. Wind Sword. After standing atop the roof and channeling the skill Wind Sword, Ye Chen hurled the condensed blade toward the colossal bear charging toward his position. The Wind Sword took the form of a rapidly spinning disc, its overall energy flow stabilized and controlled by the core at its eye. Chapter 128, 1 against 3. The Wind Sword, after energy conversion, would not detonate as long as its core vortex remained balanced. However, once the eye's equilibrium was disrupted, it would detonate like a lit bomb. When compressed beyond a certain threshold, the unbalanced eye would explode, violently releasing the compressed airflow in all directions to unleash terrifying destructive force. Though Ye Chen's Wind Sword skill was only at level 1, its true power was beyond comprehension with mere half-hearted thought. Perhaps sensing the threat of Ye Chen's Wind Sword, the charging giant bear did not attempt to withstand its force head-on. Instead, it used the momentum of its charge to leap high into the air. This allowed it to evade the Wind Sword's attack while simultaneously launching a counterattack against Ye Chen, who remained perched on the roof. Facing the bear's deadly pounce, Ye Chen showed no sign of panic. Instead, he remained perfectly still, radiating an air of utter confidence. To an outsider, Ye Chen appeared frozen in terror. But when the wind blade he hurled returned like a boomerang, striking the giant bear's back. The rare zombies watching from afar finally grasped the ingenuity of Ye Chen's tactic. The bear lunging at Ye Chen was moments away from biting off his head. Yet, sensing Ye Chen's faintly raised lips, the beast instinctively turned its head only to be struck squarely by the returning wind blade. With a thunderous bang, the bear collided violently with the wind blade mid-air. As the blade exploded, the beast's mountainous body was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a villa. Witnessing the immense power unleashed by Ye Chen's skill, the rare zombie nearby couldn't help but widen its eyes. Though Ye Chen marveled inwardly at the wind sword's formidable power and missile-like tracking capabilities after landing the strike. But upon seeing the enormous red dot on the Azura God Mecha's scanner, Ye Chen knew the enemy wasn't completely finished. Sure enough, within 3 to 5 seconds, Ye Chen witnessed the corpse of the zombie bear slowly crawl back to its feet from the wreckage of the demolished villa. A hole the size of a washbasin had been blown directly into the zombie bear's body. Blood-streaked flesh exposed under the moonlight looked bloated and revolting. This blast seemed to have severely crippled one of the bear's legs. After rising, it did not immediately attack but instead stared coldly at Ye Chen, waiting for its injuries to heal. Seeing the bear incapacitated, Ye Chen prepared to strike while the iron was hot. But just as he channeled energy into his wind blade, the rare zombie that had remained motionless suddenly flashed before the black bear. Number 2, stand down. Let the boss teach him a lesson. The rare zombie spoke protectively, almost like a doting parent. The moment the rare zombie finished speaking, Ye Chen leapt off the roof and vanished onto the roof of another villa. The instant Ye Chen vanished, a strange spear gleaming with cold light pierced through the roof. Attached to its tip was a black, flexible thread. A humming sound echoed. As the black thread attached to the spear's tip emitted a humming sound, the spear that had pierced the villa's roof was pulled back by the black thread. Following the direction the spear flew back, Ye Chen finally noticed a spider-like humanoid monster dangling from a large tree nearby. And that spear? It was actually the spider-like humanoid monster that had detached one of its own sharp legs and fashioned it into a spear. Observing this spider-like humanoid, Ye Chen knew instantly that this creature would be a formidable opponent. Having just demonstrated ranged attack capabilities, if it also possessed formidable close combat skills and special abilities, this monster would undoubtedly be the strongest zombie Ye Chen had ever faced. Boss, cut off its hands. At the command of the special zombie, the spider-like creature leapt from the branches. It then darted across the rooftops, charging toward Ye Chen. Mid-leap, this spider-like humanoid monster even had the energy to hurl a line spear while simultaneously spewing black spider silk, attempting to combine both skills to kill Ye Chen. Blazing speed. But thinking you can take me down like that? You're seriously underestimating me. Ye Chen dodged the attacks while sprinting toward a derelict building south of Blue Diamond. During his escape, Ye Chen took the opportunity to fire countless steel arrows, deliberately provoking the rare zombie. His dash toward the abandoned building wasn't an escape attempt, but a strategic move to use its complex terrain to counter the enemy's high-speed attacks and mobility. As for provoking the rare zombie, Ye Chen feared it might seize the opportunity to attack the grandfather and grandson in the truck while the spider-like zombie was preoccupied with him. After Ye Chen's steel arrow struck, the rare zombie seemed genuinely enraged. Limping along, it charged toward him with the massive bear in tow. Seeing this, Ye Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He made up his mind, once inside the abandoned building, he would find an opportunity to eliminate all 3 zombies, the master and his 2 servants, at once. The abandoned building to the north. This 15-story structure covered approximately 3,000 square meters. Ye Chen didn't know its original purpose, but he recognized it as a battlefield where his strengths would be maximized. With a loud clang. Without slowing down, Ye Chen smashed through the building's reinforced glass floor-to-ceiling window and plunged inside. Strangely enough, not a single ordinary zombie roamed the building. The eerie silence was unsettling. But Ye Chen had no time to ponder such things now. Upon entering the abandoned building, he used his mecha's scanning memory function to map its layout while simultaneously strategizing how to eliminate the enemy. Ambush. After weighing his options, Ye Chen concluded that the only way to swiftly eliminate the 3 zombies was through a surprise attack. First, the layout of the abandoned building was ideal for such an approach. Second, only a sneak attack could guarantee a one-hit kill. So, after penetrating deeper into the building, Ye Chen concealed himself, intending to take down the spider-like humanoid monster on the 3rd floor, where the layout was more complex. A loud bang echoed. Just as Ye Chen was monitoring the enemy's movements, a thread spear struck with pinpoint accuracy, embedding itself mere inches from his head. Had Ye Chen not reacted with lightning speed, that lightning-fast dart would have ended him right then and there. This is truly bizarre. Could this spider-like zombie possess the special observational abilities of rare zombies? Chapter 129, The Game of Life and Death. In the dark, abandoned building, after dodging the spider zombie's lethal strike, Ye Chen immediately activated his stealth mode and vanished into the shadows. Hidden in the shadows, Ye Chen contemplated whether to change his combat strategy while also pondering how his opponent had detected him. In Ye Chen's view, since this spider-like zombie was likely a subordinate of that rare zombie, it was highly probable it possessed the rare zombie's abilities. But the reality was, the humanoid spider zombie didn't possess the rare zombie's abilities. Instead, it wielded the spider's genetic gift, an extraordinary sense of perception. In other words, when spiders hunt, they rely entirely on the vibrations from prey struggling after being caught in their webs to attract their attention. The reason this humanoid spider zombie could locate Ye Chen in the darkness followed the same principle. Its legs were covered in fine hairs capable of detecting the slightest disturbance. As long as Ye Chen touched the ground, the humanoid spider zombie using the ground as a medium for vibrations could pinpoint his location. Ye Chen, of course, knew nothing of this ability. He would have to figure out the enemy's capabilities step by step through combat. No point thinking about it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just slip away. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ye Chen deactivated his stealth mode and began moving swiftly through the building. Bang bang bang. As Ye Chen darted through the building, the humanoid spider zombie's thread spears relentlessly targeted the spots he had just passed and predicted his movement patterns, launching effective attacks. Facing such rapid and relentless assaults, Ye Chen narrowly avoided being struck multiple times. If not for the Azura Divine Mecha's 3-meter hyper-reaction capability, he might have been skewered like a candy-coated hawthorn berry long ago. Clang! During another hair-raising evasion, Ye Chen had no choice but to knock over several construction pipes nearby. As the pipes fell and began rolling, Ye Chen used his mech's night vision to see that each rolling pipe was being severed one by the humanoid spider zombie's thread spears. This discovery suddenly sparked an idea in Ye Chen's mind. However, he couldn't be entirely certain his hunch was correct. So, as he dodged and ran again, Ye Chen picked up one of the steel pipes and hurled it toward another direction. Clang! Thud! Almost simultaneously, the spider zombie's threaded spears struck the two locations where the sonic waves originated. After this test, Ye Chen realized that although the opponent's attack timing gap was extremely brief, he had still managed to glean what he needed from that minuscule window. After Ye Chen hurled the steel pipe, before it even hit the ground, the sound of his running footsteps echoed first. The humanoid spider zombie, sensing the disturbance, launched its initial attack precisely at the spot where Ye Chen had fled. With this discovery, Ye Chen had already determined the fate awaiting this humanoid spider zombie. Armor-piercing cone. Steel-tipped arrows. Armor-piercing spear. With his plan set, Ye Chen prepared to launch his assault. However, as he initiated the attack, he deliberately used the simple ranged attacks as distractions to disrupt the humanoid spider zombie's perception, firing them in different directions. Thud, thud, thud. Bang bang bang. As various ranged arrows struck the building walls, the humanoid spider zombie's attacks followed swiftly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As he charged at the humanoid spider zombie, Ye Chen mentally counted its attack cycles. Upon its sixth strike, he darted in close and swung his blade horizontally, aiming to cleave the creature in two. His reasoning was simple. During his probing, Ye Chen had noticed that after 6 attacks, the spider zombie entered a brief window where it wouldn't strike. Thus, after the 6th strike, Ye Chen seized the opportunity, aiming for a decisive kill. Yet as Ye Chen swung his blade through the air, he felt his fatal strike blocked by a soft yet resilient force. What is this? Feeling the force transmitted through his alloy sword, Ye Chen seemed to realize something. He immediately retreated and hurled a firebomb. With a loud boom. After the incendiary grenade detonated mid-air, fiery trails suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing these trails, Ye Chen finally realized he had been careless once again. While he was devising a plan to counter his opponent, the enemy had been laying a trap, waiting for him to walk right into it. That was close. Watching the fiery threads dance through the air, Ye Chen grabbed a nearby steel pipe and hurled it forward. Instantly, the pipe sliced through the flames like butter, severed into several pieces. I can't keep running. If I keep running like this, the entire building might become this humanoid spider zombie's lair. After a moment's calculation, Ye Chen resolved to change tactics. Yet, staring at the humanoid spider zombie fixedly watching him, he couldn't immediately devise a countermeasure. Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes lit up as an idea flashed through his mind. Although the spider zombie's silk was razor sharp, as long as he avoided contact, it posed no threat. Moreover, if he could prevent it from spinning more silk, then once he closed in for close combat and seized the right moment, he could use its own weapon against it. Who knows? It might just work. With that thought, Ye Chen wasted no more time. After using incendiary grenades to reveal all the silk threads, he launched a close-quarters assault. His alloy sword transformed into a sword pool, and with the core sword heart of the alloy blade, Ye Chen engaged the 7 legs and 2 arms of the humanoid spider zombie. On the surface, it appeared to be an evenly matched fight. On the surface, neither Ye Chen nor the spider zombies gained the upper hand in the short term. However, in Ye Chen's view, as long as the enemy had no spare time to deploy more silk threads, he had already seized the advantage. 1 strike. 10 moves. 100 moves. After hundreds of close-quarters exchanges, Ye Chen studied and mastered the opponent's melee tactics. He then planned to use his special skill to eliminate it outright. But the humanoid spider zombie's speed was simply too swift. Ye Chen searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable opening to strike. As they fought on, they eventually reached the edge of a flooded swimming pool. Chapter 130, The Escaped Rare Zombie. Seeing the water in the pool, Ye Chen immediately conceived a strategy to counter the humanoid spider zombie's speed. Deliberately allowing himself to be knocked back to the opposite side of the pool, Ye Chen swiftly dodged the spider zombie's rapidly fired silk spears. When the spider zombie had fired all 6 spear-like tendrils and attempted to retrieve them, Ye Chen seized the moment. He swiftly seized the 6 flying swords from his sword pool and drove them deep into the wall, pinning the tendrils' ends firmly in place. Seeing Ye Chen neutralize its ranged weapon, the humanoid spider zombie did not forcefully retrieve them. Instead, it seized the chance to leap over the pool, intending to regain its weapons once within close range. This tactic was precisely within Ye Chen's calculations. As the spider zombie leapt over the pool, Ye Chen thrust the core of his alloy sword into the water. Water prison. With Ye Chen's shout, the core of his alloy sword instantly shifted to water element, unleashing the water attribute skill, water prison. The moment the words left his mouth, the water in the pool seemed to come alive, coiling into several water dragons poised to imprison the humanoid spider zombie within the water prison. Thud. 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 Facing the water prison's restraint, the humanoid spider zombie swung its arms at lightning speed, attempting to shatter the prison. Yet the more it struggled, the faster the water dragons climbed up its body. Solidify. Recalling how the bat zombie had previously escaped the water prison's grasp by using its long-range pulling ability, Ye Chen immediately activated his ultimate skill, Solidify, the moment the water prison secured the spider zombie. The moment the command fell, the humanoid spider zombie froze solid instantly. Whether due to its formidable constitution or not, the passive ability decomposition associated with Solidify failed to activate. Moreover, as time passed, tiny cracks began to appear on the frozen water prison. Ding. System intelligence gathering complete. Human spider corpse level, tier 3. Human spider zombie abilities, thread spear, soul severing silk, reincarnation mist. Weaknesses, head, waist. Effective attributes, water, ice, wood, fire, metal. Hearing the system's sudden announcement, Ye Chen instantly recalled his sword pool, restoring the alloy sword to its complete form before switching to the metal-attributed alloy blade. Neither water nor ice could defeat this human spider corpse, and would only offered a single control skill. As for fire and water being mutually countering elements, using a fire skill to slay the corpse would inevitably diminish its effectiveness. Thus, Ye Chen chose the metal attribute alloy blade. Die. With the alloy sword's elemental shift complete, Ye Chen swung his blade down toward the icebound arachnid corpse. At the very instant his blade struck, the corpse managed to break free from its icy prison. The prolonged freezing had left the corpse weakened, its body now covered in fine cracks and its movements noticeably sluggish. Thus, when Ye Chen's blade descended, the arachnid corpse could only raise its arm to block, utterly incapable of mounting any other effective defense. With a wet thud, the alloy blade sliced through the corpse like cutting into a watermelon, sending a spray of foul-smelling blood flying from its body. Break! Sensing some form of resistance within the corpse, Ye Chen channeled every ounce of strength into his strike. With a sharp crack, the human spider corpse, which had held on for 6 or 7 seconds, was finally cleaved in two by Ye Chen's blade. But immediately after the corpse was cleaved in two, Ye Chen observed through his night vision goggles that a black liquid began seeping from its body. Then, the true core of the human spider corpse, the spider heart core, scuttled away into the darkness like a crab. Warning! Warning! As long as the core remains intact, the human spider corpse can absorb energy and resurrect. Hearing the system's alert, Ye Chen realized that the escaping entity was the true core of the human spider corpse. He immediately moved to eliminate the fleeing creature. But the moment Ye Chen lifted his leg, the black liquid on the ground began releasing vast clouds of dark purple mist. In an instant, it scorched a massive crater right through the ice. Danger, danger. Please quickly exit the black mist's attack range. Otherwise, the Azura divine armor will suffer severe contamination and lose its combat capability. Hearing the system spirit's warning, Ye Chen immediately retreated over 10 zhang. Within the fog's reach, not only had the ice in the pool been corroded into a massive pit, but the pool's bottom itself had been scorched open. What a potent toxin! Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen finally understood why the system had issued such an urgent warning. This stuff could even burn a hole through concrete. Was there anything it couldn't corrode? Fortunately, though terrifying, the poisonous gas dissipated rapidly. By the time it had scorched a 3 to 4 meter wide crater in the pool's base, it had nearly exhausted itself. Seeing this, Ye Chen wasted no time and gave chase in the direction the centipede corpse's main body had fled. As he pursued, Ye Chen sprinted out of the abandoned building. The instant he emerged, a black projectile shot toward him at breakneck speed. Fortunately, Ye Chen had long been prepared for sudden emergencies. After being ambushed by this hidden weapon, he effortlessly dodged it. After sidestepping the projectile, Ye Chen looked up at the rare zombie standing atop the villa across the way, preparing to launch his own attack.
But just as Ye Chen prepared to attack, the rare zombie on the opposite rooftop spoke up. Stranger, I admit your strength is formidable, but don't get too cocky. Had I not been in the midst of advancing my abilities recently, I would have made you my #1 subordinate. Though you killed the third brother today and severely wounded the first and second brothers, I'm not angry. Let's call it a day for now. Once I complete my advancement, I'll come back and claim you as my subordinate. And let this be a warning, Las Vegas is where my mother resides. If you set foot there, you won't even be worthy of becoming a zombie yourself. So either wait for me to come and finish you off, or take a detour to one of my other brother's territories. If you can defeat my arrogant and tyrannical elder brother, I might just make you my second collection piece. Listening to the rare zombie's ramblings, Ye Chen prepared to attack and subdue him. But just as Ye Chen leapt down from the abandoned building, the rare zombie on the villa's rooftop vanished inexplicably from his sight. Chapter 131, Searching for Family? Report. Detecting rare zombie fleeing eastward. Should we activate the tracking scanner? The system spirit's voice sounded immediately after the rare zombie vanished from the villa roof. No pursuit. Ye Chen glanced at the sky, which was about to break dawn, then looked toward the Las Vegas cityscape in the east. He decided against pursuing. His decision stemmed from two concerns. First, Ye Chen feared this highly intelligent zombie might be luring him away from the truck, endangering the grandfather and grandson inside. Second, he feared the enemy might have other powerful reinforcements along his pursuit route. If he encountered zombies below level 5, he could still escape if outmatched. But if he faced level 5 or higher zombies, especially special zombies like David who could conceal their suppression levels, it would be like looking for trouble with a lantern in a toilet. Therefore, after watching the rare zombie depart, Ye Chen piloted his mech back to the truck. Thanks to the truck's excellent soundproofing, the grandfather and grandson inside remained oblivious to the chaos erupting outside. Back inside the truck, Ye Chen rested for a while before dawn broke. Since old lady Sue intended to search for news of her daughter at her son-in-law's temporary residence, Ye Chen had no choice but to accompany her. After last night's fierce fighting, roughly 1/5 of Blue Diamond's houses had been affected, reduced to piles of rubble. Holding Xiao Xiao's hand, old lady Sue walked along the route she remembered, murmuring in confusion, I distinctly recall this place being perfectly fine when we passed through yesterday. How did it become like this today? To avoid adding to their distress, Ye Chen replied, a hurricane swept through last night. Fortunately, it spared our truck, we were lucky. Hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Mrs. Su glanced at the undamaged houses surrounding the truck, then looked at the path of destruction stretching almost in a straight line on the other side. She accepted his words. As they conversed and searched, Ye Chen was soon led by the elderly Mrs. Su to the entrance of a villa that appeared somewhat shabby. Unlike the meticulously maintained villas around it, this one had several holes in its fence, left unrepaired. The yard was overgrown with weeds and littered with fallen leaves. Crucially, Ye Chen spotted some peculiar plants growing in a corner of the yard, plants that had become the drug of choice for ordinary drug users across the United States, marijuana. Upon seeing these plants, Ye Chen lost all hope that Mrs. Su would find her daughter. Even if her daughter hadn't been infected during the NCP outbreak, the fact that she'd been with a drug addict meant her fate was unlikely to be a happy one. During his time in Myanmar, Ye Chen had encountered many drug addicts. For their fix, these people would betray anyone, their own parents and relatives, even themselves. Therefore, upon seeing those cannabis plants, Ye Chen had already reached his conclusion. Though he had his answer, Ye Chen said nothing to the old woman. Instead, he silently followed her into the villa. The house appeared long abandoned, or perhaps its owner had departed in such haste that they hadn't even locked the front door. Thus, Ye Chen and his two companions entered the villa with ease. The villa itself wasn't particularly large, so the usable space consisted only of a living room, 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Upon entering the living room, they found beer bottles and various trash scattered everywhere, along with the distinct smell of moldy, rotting food. Seeing no one in the living room, Ye Chen followed the elderly woman to inspect each bedroom one by one, but found no trace of her daughter. Let's go. Whether she's dead or alive, I've done everything I could. Old Mrs. Su sighed with a desolate expression before leading Xiao Duo out of the villa. Seeing this, Ye Chen activated his sonar imaging scanner, sweeping it around the villa. After confirming no one or any bodies remained inside, he followed the elderly Mrs. Su and her granddaughter out. But just as Ye Chen stepped outside, his sonar imaging scanner detected something in the garden behind the villa, a skeleton. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurriedly addressed the elderly Mrs. Su, please wait a moment. There's a body in the back garden. With that, Ye Chen bypassed the villa's side entrance and made his way to the rear garden. In the overgrown garden, the wildly proliferating weeds nearly concealed the skeletal remains, now reduced to white bones by decay. The skeleton showed signs of severe trauma to the abdomen and legs during life. Several ribs in the abdominal area were broken, and a portion of the clothing covering the body was missing. As for the legs, they appeared to have been bitten off in one gulp. Below the thigh bones, even the tough denim jeans had vanished. Had it not been for the zombies, Ye Chen would have concluded this corpse had undoubtedly fallen victim to a ferocious beast before meeting its end here. However, after witnessing the rare zombie known as the second giant bear last night, Ye Chen could now conclude that this corpse had undoubtedly been attacked by a zombie monster, leading to its demise here. Beside the skeleton lay a discarded wallet. Several postcards had spilled out, their ink faded and illegible from wind and sun exposure. Picking up the wallet and flipping through it, Ye Chen tried to find anything that might prove the identity of this corpse. After thoroughly examining the wallet, Ye Chen finally found an ID card among the jumbled postcards that matched the corpse's features. Name, Shir Velaying. Gender, female. Age, 27. Race, Caucasian. Registered address, City of Pahrump, Nevada, United States of America. Glancing at the name on the ID card, Ye Chen promptly handed it to the elderly Mrs. Su who had followed him. Upon receiving the ID and glancing at it, the elderly Mrs. Su immediately exclaimed, "This is my son-in-law's sister. How did she end up dead here? She must have been attacked by zombies. But for some reason, she didn't mutate. Instead, she just naturally decomposed." Upon hearing the elderly Mrs. Su recognize the identity, Ye Chen voiced his own assessment. Out of her whole family, only this girl was normal. She knew right from wrong and never touched drugs. The rest were either addicts or dealers, scum who deserved to be shot 10 times over. What a pity. Truly, the good die young. Chapter 132, The Rare Zombie System. Benefactor, this girl visited me many times when I was ill. Could you please help me bury her remains? It would fulfill the bond and affection between us. Gazing at the fragmented white bones in the garden, the elderly Mrs. Su held the ID card in her hand and addressed Ye Chen. With that, the old woman turned to look for tools to dig. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurriedly stopped her. Aunt Su, I understand your compassion for her, but her body might still carry the NCP virus. It's best if I handle this. With that, Ye Chen drew his alloy sword and dug a pit in the ground. He carefully placed each bone into the hole before covering it with soil. There. Since the person you're looking for isn't here, let's keep moving. After disposing of the remains, Ye Chen led the grandmother and granddaughter back to the truck and resumed their journey toward Las Vegas. Las Vegas lay only a few dozen kilometers from Blue Diamond, but Ye Chen had no intention of entering the city center. Instead, he planned to bypass the city's suburbs and head toward the location mentioned by the elderly woman, attempting to find her daughter once more. If he still couldn't find anyone, Ye Chen would have no choice but to bypass the Las Vegas suburbs, leave Nevada, and head to the next state. There was a reason behind this choice. Given the distance of just a few dozen kilometers, Ye Chen could have reached downtown Las Vegas by afternoon at the latest. But barely 2 hours into the journey, the system delivered a comprehensive analysis report on rare zombies. Ding! Comprehensive analysis report on rare zombies completed. Host must read immediately. Report summary: Rare zombies are a sub-branch of special-grade zombies, created specifically by special-grade zombies. Initially, these unique zombies may not possess formidable combat strength. However, as they absorb more energy, their advancement accelerates, ultimately reaching the level of a special-grade zombie. Rare zombies rarely exist as solitary entities. They typically form groups composed of multiple clans of varying degrees of kinship. Therefore, when a rare zombie appears, there is a high probability that the entire clan, along with the special-grade zombie ruling over it, exists within a 300-mile radius. After receiving this special report on rare zombies, Ye Chen decided against entering Las Vegas. First, he feared provoking the rare zombie clan that had escaped the previous night. Second, he dreaded encountering a special-grade zombie of David's caliber. Regardless of which type he encountered, Ye Chen knew he stood no chance against either. His only option was to take a detour and avoid them if possible. To reach Las Vegas, one must first pass through Enterprise. However, as Ye Chen neared the Enterprise area, he halted at a gas station 15 miles away from the city. According to Ye Chen's plan, they would rest at the gas station for the night. Tomorrow, they would search the house purchased by Mrs. Su's daughter in Enterprise. Regardless of whether they found anyone, they would leave Enterprise before dark, then head out of Henderson and settle in a small town between Henderson and Boulder City. Upon arriving at the gas station, Ye Chen first filled up the tank without paying, then entered the station's convenience store to purchase some useful items. But when Ye Chen had arranged for the grandmother and grandson to hide in the car and went down to check the store's interior, he never imagined that the small gas station convenience store concealed over 100 ordinary zombies. The moment Ye Chen stepped inside, these ordinary zombies swarmed out like cats drawn by the scent of blood, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds and devouring him. Facing these ordinary zombies, Ye Chen summoned his sword pool to shield himself at its center. Any zombie that lunged forward was inevitably pierced through the skull or neck by a dagger. Within a mere minute, the zombies that had surged from the gas station were effortlessly slaughtered by Ye Chen. With the sun now fully set behind the mountains, Ye Chen activated the light attribute skill he had never used before, Purification. According to the system's skill description, Purification not only weakened monsters below the special grade level but against ordinary zombies, it could even instantly kill them outright if Ye Chen had sufficient energy. However, upon seeing the energy consumption required for each tier of the Purification skill, Ye Chen still treated it as an auxiliary skill for clearing zombie corpses. Otherwise, using it at its highest consumption level would drain Ye Chen's current third-tier energy reserves completely after just 2 uses. Using purification solely to eliminate zombie corpses required only 1000 energy. After expending 1000 energy, all the zombies turned into harmless piles of ash, scattered by the slightest breeze. After dealing with the zombies, Ye Chen finally had time to start his zero-cost shopping. He picked up some satisfactory bottled water from the supermarket before returning to the truck. During this time, old lady Su had been teaching her granddaughter, Liandua, Chinese. After all, the child had previously studied English, and upon returning to Yanxia, she would naturally need to speak Chinese to integrate into that society. Seeing the earnest study of grandmother and granddaughter, Ye Chen chose not to disturb them. Instead, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner before calling them to eat. Inside the truck, the 3 of them enjoyed the Chinese meal Ye Chen had prepared, conversing in Mandarin as they ate, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, deep within an underground city of Enprise, the escaped 6 or 7-year-old male rare zombie knelt before a beautiful, brown-haired female zombie. "Mother, it's all that damn guy's fault. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, just a few more days and I could have advanced to level 4. Please, Mother, help me reclaim Blue Diamond's lair. I swear to guard your gates forever." After the 7 or 8-year-old boy zombie finished speaking, the beautiful female zombie seated on the throne in the dungeon palace gave him a cold glance before replying in an icy tone, "Child, I will help you one last time. Do not disappoint me again. Your father entrusted us to guard this place and support his advancement to level 18. If you can't even protect a small town, then when Brian arrives, I fear I won't be able to save you either. Go. I'm sending your elder brother Sonic to help you deal with this unexpected intruder and reclaim Blue Diamond. Do not disappoint me again." As the beautiful female zombie's words faded, a youth of 18 or 19 materialized before the boy. Chapter 133, Prepared for Battle. The moon hung high in the sky, its light dappled by sparse stars, while a gentle breeze rustled through the earth. After dinner, Ye Chen took advantage of the time when old lady Su was watching TV with her granddaughter to browse the mall. His purpose wasn't shopping, but replenishing the energy depleted during last night's fierce battle. Moreover, his alloy sword had sustained damage after striking the spider silk laid by the human spider corpse. Thus, Ye Chen recharged his mecha while simultaneously repairing the alloy sword. Ding! Energy replenishment complete. This energy recharge consumed 38,000 honor points. We welcome your return. Ding! Alloy sword repair complete. This alloy sword repair consumed 40,000 honor points. We welcome your next visit. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ye Chen promptly retrieved the mecha and donned it again, just in case. Moreover, the third-tier Azura Divine Mech was as lightweight as clothing, comfortable enough to sleep in without any discomfort, truly an essential tool for home and travel. Lying in bed within the Azura Divine Mech, Ye Chen reviewed the combat reports sent by Mu Ren and Qiansha. He learned that the troops had already delivered the personnel to San Francisco and were now heading toward his location. Ye Chen had full confidence in Qiansha and Muren's abilities. With their combined strength, even a level 4 zombie would pose little threat. Moreover, with David's assurance that the troops would retrace their route, they would undoubtedly pass through the Los Angeles area safely and rendezvous with him. Thus, Ye Chen had no need to worry about the troops' safety. However, regarding the situation in Las Vegas, Ye Chen contemplated whether it would be better to wait until the troops arrived before setting off together. Otherwise, if the group split up and encountered danger, it could spell trouble. As Ye Chen pondered this dilemma, he suddenly noticed a thick fog had begun to envelop the vehicle. As time passed, the fog swirled like a sandstorm, rising over 10 meters high and enveloping the entire gas station, even obscuring the moon in the sky. This is bad. Could it be high-level zombies? Upon seeing the eerie mist outside, Ye Chen immediately suspected advanced zombies possessing special abilities. Once this thought took root, Ye Chen could no longer sit still. He got out of the car and leaped onto the roof of the gas station canopy, attempting to locate the source of the fog. On the hillside behind the gas station, 2 figures, one tall, one short, stood atop a hideous, massive zombie monster. One of these figures was the 7 or 8-year-old boy who had fled earlier. The other was the helper the boy had summoned, his older brother, Sonic. Branel, the mist zombies have formed their formation. I'll assist you in eliminating this unknown intruder. Now, I hope you won't disappoint Mother. If I catch you harboring any ill intentions, don't blame me for dragging your head to Mother to atone for your sins. Hearing Sonic's words, the zombie boy named Branel beside him immediately bowed obsequiously. Rest assured, brother. I'll do my very best. Very well, let's get started. As Sonic's words fell, the massive zombie monster that had been spewing mist leapt down the hillside and charged toward the base of the mountain. At the mist-shrouded gas station canopy near the base, Ye Chen frowned at the extremely low visibility. Just as Ye Chen contemplated clearing the fog to prevent enemy ambushes, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Warning! Warning! Detected intoxicating effects within the mist. Host must not remove faceplate to avoid inhaling mist and falling unconscious. Hearing the system's warning, Ye Chen realized his suspicions were correct. He decisively activated his rocket thrusters, rapidly ascending into the air to assess the fog's extent.
With a whoosh. As Ye Chen pierced through the fog and emerged above it, he discovered that the entire gas station, within a radius of a mile, was shrouded in the mist. What a formidable technique! This isn't just any level of zombie. Just as Ye Chen murmured these thoughts while ascending, he suddenly sensed a wire spear hurtling toward him at breakneck speed from behind. Swiftly dodging sideways with his mecha, Ye Chen turned to see not only the fleeing boy but also a brown-haired youth standing atop the massive rock behind the gas station. Beside them lurked a hideous zombie with a bloated, distended belly, the very same human spider corpse that had been severed from its puppet body earlier, only to be resurrected once more. Oh. So he brought backup. Looks like another tough fight ahead. Ye Chen remarked sarcastically as he observed the emerging enemies. Instantly, his mecha unleashed 20 reinforced incendiary shells, bombarding the opposing forces. Boom! The simultaneous detonation of 20 incendiary shells created a spectacular scene, sending a small mushroom cloud skyward. Even the fog surrounding the gas station was briefly blown away for several dozen seconds. But as the smoke cleared, Ye Chen realized the enemy was encased within a sphere of black substance. When the sphere shattered into pieces, the enemy emerged virtually unscathed. This thing is seriously tough. It's not just any substance. If I get the chance, I'll definitely get my hands on it for study. Seeing the enemy unscathed, Ye Chen felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, hovering in midair, he teased aloud. Ye Chen dared to act this way precisely to test whether the enemy possessed any ranged attack capabilities beyond that human spider corpse. If the enemy had none, Ye Chen planned to strike decisively, eliminating the human spider corpse first to remove the aerial threat. As for the remaining three, Ye Chen planned to take out the smaller ones first, then the larger ones. After all, that little one that had fled looked like an easy target. Ye Chen had formulated his battle strategy almost as casually as he'd made his teasing remarks. But if that 6 or 7-year-old brat knew what Ye Chen was thinking, he'd probably be furious enough to die before the fight even started. Yet just as Ye Chen prepared to execute his carefully crafted plan, Sonic, standing atop the enormous, hideous zombie monster, spoke coldly to Fog, "Release the flying little ones." As Sonic finished speaking, the enormous zombie known as Fog spat out bat-like zombie creatures from its mouth, launching them toward Ye Chen in the air. Damn it, so they came prepared after all. Chapter 134, Root Attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The swarm of miniature undead creatures poured forth from the giant zombie's mouth, emitting a piercing, shrill screech as they flew toward Ye Chen in the air. Seeing this, Ye Chen had no choice but to maneuver the Azura Divine Mecha backward, then immediately fired 6 incendiary bombs at the incoming flying zombie monsters. Boom! The incendiary grenades detonated mid-air, unleashing a massive sonic boom and shockwave. Facing the upgraded incendiary bombs, Ye Chen thought their power had increased several-fold. Surely they could blast and incinerate these duck-sized flying ghouls to death? Yet Ye Chen's thought hadn't even lingered for 3 seconds before the lightning-fast flying undead burst out of the explosion's flames. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if enraged by Ye Chen's attack, the screeching of these flying undead creatures grew louder and louder, piercing like needles through human eardrums. Fortunately, Ye Chen was protected by the Azura Divine Mecha, shielding him from most of the sonic assault. As the flying undead monsters closed in, Ye Chen immediately activated the sword pool, enveloping himself within its core. Earlier, Ye Chen had only unleashed 10% of the sword pool's power, yet those ordinary zombie monsters had been dispatched as easily as slicing through vegetables. But the power of the advanced sword pool was leagues beyond that of the first-tier version. Thus, confronting the enemy's human wave tactic, Ye Chen unleashed the sword pool's full might. Surrounded by the rapidly spinning sword pool, Ye Chen seemed enveloped in a protective light barrier, untouched by even a single leaf. Every flying zombie monster that lunged toward him was instantly shredded into fragments the moment it entered the sword pool. 1, 10, 100. After Ye Chen used the sword pool to completely annihilate the flying undead creatures, the rare undead creature Sonic below, lacking flight capabilities, also sensed the difficulty of facing Ye Chen as an opponent. However, after a few words with the rare zombie Brandnell, Sonic seemed to devise a strategy against Ye Chen. He commanded the massive zombie monster beneath him to charge toward the truck parked inside the gas station. Seeing the enemy resort to a diversionary tactic, Ye Chen swiftly rushed to rescue the truck, plunging into the mist. Buzz. Upon entering the fog, Ye Chen immediately used the system to start the truck, then turned it around and drove toward Blue Diamond. As the truck blasted its headlights and roared toward Blue Diamond at full throttle, Ye Chen leapt onto the roof, shielding the vehicle from attack. Trying to escape? Dream on. Seeing Ye Chen turn to flee, the rare zombie Brainal immediately commanded the spider zombie to rush forward. In the blink of an eye, it hurled 3 thread spears, aiming directly at Ye Chen and the truck beneath him. Through his sonar-scanning night vision goggles, Ye Chen detected that the attack targeted not only him but also the truck's tires in an attempt to immobilize the vehicle and restrict his mobility. Naturally, he wouldn't let the enemy's scheme succeed. Sword pool. Activate sword pool again. Ye Chen didn't even need to exert full force to intercept the attack.
He simply struck the spider zombies' thread spears with his flying sword, altering their trajectory.
This effortlessly neutralized the assault. Clink, clink, clink.
As the flying sword collided with the human spider corpse's thread spear, sparks flew, vividly visible through the mist. But just as Ye Chen thought he was about to break through the mist, the light above him suddenly dimmed. Looking up, he saw the enormous zombie monster descending from the sky, seemingly intent on crushing him with its massive body.
Damn it! What a clever diversion.
Recognizing the coordinated attack, Ye Chen cursed under his breath before quickly touching the sword pool to restore his alloy blade.
Purify.
Ye Chen then expended 2/3 of his energy to unleash the purification skill. Since the enemy dared expose such a vulnerable spot as its abdomen, Ye Chen would exploit the opportunity to strike when it least expected it.
As purification unleashed its full power, the colossal zombie monster seemed to suffer immense damage mid-air, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its entire body appeared drained of all strength, its skin scorched over vast areas. Seeing the skill's obvious effect on the colossal zombie, Ye Chen wasted no time in unleashing the advanced version of Alloy Blade. Alloy Blade, Edge Absolute. Die. With Ye Chen's furious roar, the colossal zombie monster was instantly cleaved in two mid-air, crashing down onto the roadside. As for the rare zombie Sonic standing atop its back, sensing the lethal threat of Ye Chen's strike, it dared not attempt to rescue its mount. Helplessly, it watched its ride get cleaved in two. After this brief standoff, Ye Chen stood atop the vehicle, now outside the mist's control range. Once the truck had exited the mist's control range, Ye Chen didn't accelerate to escape. Instead, he deliberately slowed the truck down, as if intentionally luring the enemy. Ah! My fatso! I'll kill you. Within the mist, the rare zombie Sonic had assumed that even if his zombie took a slash from Ye Chen, it wouldn't truly perish. Given enough time, his mount would surely resurrect. While his assumption that the creature could revive after being slashed was correct, Ye Chen's use of purification rendered Sonic's mount irrevocably doomed. Purification not only weakened zombies' abilities in physical strength but also disrupted the healing capabilities of those possessing regenerative powers, achieving a fundamental annihilation effect. Thus, when Sonic's zombie had its healing blocked and Ye Chen directly severed its central nervous system, this dual-pronged assault struck at its very core. Even a special-grade zombie might not withstand such a blow, leaving this zombie with absolutely no chance of revival. Watching his mount slowly perish, Sonic let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Bat-like wings sprouted from his back as he leapt skyward, charging swiftly toward Ye Chen. With a thunderous crash, Ye Chen was violently knocked off the truck's roof by the enraged Sonic. Had the truck not been moving at a sufficiently slow speed, the massive shockwave would have nearly overturned it onto the roadside. Cough cough cough. Level 5 zombie abilities are something else entirely. That power is like ING attaching a train to it, it's got some serious punch. By the roadside, Ye Chen climbed out of the dirt pit and stared at the claw mark on his alloy sword, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. Chapter 135, Eliminate Sonic. Sonic let out a shrill, piercing roar. Damned human! I'll tear you limb from limb. Fatty was both his top lieutenant and his mount. He'd poured countless efforts into cultivating this versatile subordinate, who had been unstoppable in every territorial expansion campaign. Now, this damned human had left him gravely wounded. Worse still, due to his inability to heal, he could only watch helplessly as his mount died. It was an utter disgrace. Sonic executed a mid-air somersault, flapping his wings as he charged toward Ye Chen once more. Ye Chen roughly assessed Sonic's capabilities, silently acknowledging him as a formidable opponent. He immediately commanded the system to move the truck further away, ensuring the impending battle wouldn't endanger the elderly Mrs. Su and her granddaughter inside. The moment the truck left the attack range, Sonic's assault arrived before Ye Chen's eyes. Ye Chen raised his alloy sword to block the strike head-on, only to be slammed into the ground by the immense impact. Frustrated by the failed strike, Sonic let out a growl and suddenly opened its mouth, spitting a jet of venom straight at Ye Chen's face. The venom shot forward like an arrow, leaving almost no chance to dodge. Warning! Warning! Detected, this venomous projectile possesses extreme corrosive properties. The third-tier Azura Divine Armor's faceplate will sustain over 80% damage, rendering the mist shield ineffective. Host, evade immediately. Host, evade immediately. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen pushed the Azura Divine Armor to its absolute limit in an instant. He kicked Sonic flying while narrowly dodging the poison dart, though it still grazed his cheek. Instantly, a crack appeared in the visor, exposing Ye Chen's skin. Warning, warning. Partial damage detected on left cheek of visor. Isolation mist effect weakened. Host must repair visor immediately. Annoying bastard. Sonic flapped his wings frantically, turning toward Bronell, who stood frozen in shock. Hurry up and kill him. Brainel nodded and vanished instantly. Reappearing behind Ye Chen, he brought the human spider corpse with him. The moment they landed, he commanded the corpse to attack Ye Chen. The spear thrust directly at Ye Chen's damaged faceplate, clearly aiming to strike while the iron was hot. Simultaneously, Sonic launched a ranged assault. Several small bats fell from his wings, darting up and down like flying darts to seal off Ye Chen's escape routes. The situation shifted instantly.
Trapped in the center of the battlefield, Ye Chen was forced into a defensive posture. Sword pool. Without forcing the issue, he immediately summoned the sword pool to encircle and shield himself completely. He then accessed the shop interface to repair his faceplate, severing the buff granted by the mist. All attacks struck the sword pool, either parried by the flying blades or shattered outright, inflicting no harm on Ye Chen at the battle center. Sonic narrowed his eyes at the sword pool. What the hell is this thing? Earlier, it had blocked the flying monster's attacks from the mist, and now it had even intercepted his own assault. Refusing to believe it, he frantically unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks. Hordes of flying monsters charged the sword pool with reckless abandon, yet failed to inflict any damage on Ye Chen. The attacks from the human spider corpses were shattered by the residual shockwaves from the two combatants before they even reached the sword pool's vicinity, rendering them utterly useless. Brainal watched his brother descend into madness. After a moment's thought, he retreated to the side, ready to leave at any moment. Just a short time apart, and this damned human had grown so much stronger. What kind of monster was he? Ding, faceplate repair complete. This repair consumed 3,600 honor points. We welcome your next visit. Ding, alloy sword repaired. This alloy sword repair consumed 40,000 honor points. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, energy replenished. This energy recharge consumed 50,000 honor points. Thank you for your patronage. Ye Chen stretched his body, raised his hand to recall the sword pool, and restored the alloy sword. After all this attacking, it's my turn now. Ye Chen activated the Azura Divine Mecha's thrusters, rapidly closing in on Sonic. Alloy sword, edge of absolute. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen abruptly withdrew his sword pool. Sonic's attack faltered for an instant, and the closing Ye Chen instantly spotted the opening. His alloy sword slashed down from above. Simultaneously, Ye Chen expended 2/3 of the energy he had just replenished, once again activating the purification skill to coat the alloy sword. Sonic's speed couldn't evade this strike. The alloy sword cleaved him clean in two. Sonic, fallen to the ground, was not yet dead. He writhed in agony, his severed halves struggling to heal themselves. Yet the purification had struck at his very core, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as his body slowly rotted away. Damn you, human! Sonic let out a final, furious roar before being utterly consumed by the purification. Ye Chen hoisted the alloy sword and looked toward Brainal in the distance. Continue fighting? Brainal and Ye Chen exchanged a glance before vanishing in an instant. Are you kidding? His own elder brother, stronger than him, had been sliced to death by this bizarre human dead as a doornail. How could he possibly stay? What terrified Brainal most was this: the man possessed the ability to prevent zombies from healing. Advanced zombies relied entirely on their indestructibility to carve out territory amidst relentless battles. Now, someone could prevent their healing? This man was their natural enemy. He had to report this to his mother immediately. Ye Chen didn't pursue them either. He simply boarded the truck provided by the system and returned to the vehicle. The Azura Divine Armor initiated self-cleaning. The moment he stepped inside, Old Lady Sue and her granddaughter surrounded him, fearing he might have been injured earlier. Benefactor, are you all right? Old Mrs. Sue's eyes burned with concern. Yet, with Ye Chen clad in the Azura Divine Armor, she couldn't discern any injuries and could only scrutinize him repeatedly. The tremendous explosion and the truck's violent shaking had prompted her to sneak a peek through the window. Even though she couldn't see clearly, the constant shockwaves of attacks echoing through the fog had left her shaken. I'm fine, no need to worry, Ye Chen smiled. Just some minor zombies blocking the road. Nothing serious. The old woman hesitated, but when she saw Ye Chen lift his visor and smile reassuringly at his granddaughter, she held her tongue. Silently, she went to pour him a glass of water. The system continued steering the truck forward. This time, they had moved far away from the territory of the high-level zombies. That evening, Ye Chen received another combat report from Mu Rin and Qiansha, indicating they were about to converge. With San Francisco's situation stable, Ye Chen dismissed that report and turned his attention to the Las Vegas update. He had originally planned to depart Enterprise today, but had been blocked by the high-level zombies and still hadn't left Enterprise's territory. It seemed his plans to head to Henderson would be slightly delayed. Chapter 136, New Ability. Ye Chen had intended to head straight for Henderson after resting at the gas station, but encountering high-level zombies along the way forced him to endure a restless night in the truck. Unable to sleep, Ye Chen sat up in the truck, gazing at the desolate landscape stretching into the distance and sighing. He had hoped that once the Myanmar situation was resolved, he could finally enjoy a period of peace. Instead, this NCP virus had struck with devastating force, not only turning people into ordinary zombies but even evolving into such high-level advanced zombies. If other countries' relief teams encountered these zombies, they'd likely be wiped out entirely. Perhaps he should send some high-tech products to China to help purge the zombies from Earth and restore order sooner. Ye Chen browsed them all, picking and choosing various high-tech products. Unfortunately, the weapons he carried were prohibitively expensive, making large-scale deployment impossible. Moreover, he wasn't currently in China, so he could only add them to his cart for now, planning to address the matter upon his return.
After driving all night, the truck finally left in Price territory and headed toward Henderson. Though they encountered numerous ordinary zombies along the way, these creatures were no more than roadside rocks to Ye Chen. In fact, they were easier to deal with than rocks. He commanded the flying swords from his sword pool to clear a path, slicing through them like cutting through melons and vegetables. Even the grandmother and grandson, who had feared the zombies, watched with fascination, their dread significantly lessened. Deep within the Enterprise dungeon, the elite zombie Brainal knelt trembling before the beautiful brown-skinned zombie. "Mother, I saw it with my own eyes. That human sliced my brother clean in two, and he can't heal." His eyes filled with terror as he continued, "Someone can stop us from healing and kill us completely." Such power was utterly unheard of. "If you don't believe me, Mother, you can come with me to the place where my brother died." Branel, the beautiful female zombie seated on the throne in the dungeon palace, sneered coldly, "Did I not tell you this would be the last time I help you? Not only did you fail to advance to level 4, but you even let your brother die at the hands of a human." Brainer cowered on the floor. "Mother! That human was too bizarre. The high-tech weapon in his hands far surpassed anything from before the apocalypse. He was terrifying. Mother! So what?" The female undead rose. "Your father is about to ascend to level 18. By then, no matter how formidable that human is, he'll be nothing more than a plaything in my father's hands. And you, my child Bran. You failed to reclaim Boludiamond and lost your brother in the process." Under these circumstances, the female zombie teleported before Brainer. With a flick of her wrist, an invisible hand seized his throat, hoisting him into the air. Branel, now a zombie, emitted a pained growl. "Mother! Such a worthless piece of trash. What use are you?" The female undead flicked her wrist, hurling Brainal into the arms of a young man. The young man patted Brainal reassuringly, but instead of calming him, it unleashed a death-defying surge of willpower as Brainal struggled to break free from the embrace. "Bran, why run?" The youth chuckled, pinning Bran down firmly. His right hand transformed into a claw, piercing Bran clean through. He pulled a bead from Bran's body. "Better than nothing. Thank you for the gift, Mother." The youth raised his head and swallowed the bead. His muscles crackled as he let out a satisfied sigh, as if he had just eaten something delicious. "Not bad." Branel wasn't dead yet, struggling weakly on the ground. The youth kicked him toward a cave entrance. A massive hand reached out, snatched Branel up, and pulled him back inside. Soon, the sound of teeth chattering chewing echoed from within. "Since Branner cannot do it, you shall go instead, Black." "Yes, Mother." The youth acknowledged the command, dissolving into a pool of water that vanished into the dungeon. "An opponent who can halt the healing process." The female undead gazed into the distance. How peculiar indeed. It was a pity she was bound to guard this place, otherwise, she would have loved to meet the peculiar human. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the hidden quest, eliminate level 5 zombie Sonic. System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. The moment he stepped into Henderson territory, the system finally delivered its long-overdue notification. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. "I thought there wouldn't be any mission rewards since I didn't get a trigger notification." As it turned out, he'd already arrived in Henderson before the system, as if suddenly remembering the matter, dished out the reward. "Oh well, at least it's something. Open the inventory." The system spirit chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Shura Divine Mech Advancement Card 4. The upgraded Shura Divine Mech now supports dual system combat with the host even when not wearing the mech. The system will temporarily take control to maximize combat effectiveness. Additionally, in this state, the host gains remote protection from the Shura Divine Mech, enabling full access to all its functions without wearing it. The announcement was lengthy, complete with the system spirit thoughtfully providing images and videos demonstrating how the Stage 4 Azura Divine Mech could protect and fight for the host even when separated from the pilot. It also featured an expanded arsenal, enhancing both the mech's defense and offensive capabilities. It's a massive, all-around upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Weapon Advancement Card 2. Weapon Advancement Card 2 will comprehensively upgrade all host weapons. The Alloy Blade will also randomly gain a new ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100,000 honor points. Ye Chen couldn't contain his excitement. Use Mech Advancement Card 4. Use Weapon Advancement Card 2. The system received the command and immediately activated both advancement cards. Ding! Mecha Advancement Card 4 is being used. Ding! Weapon Advancement Card 2 is being used. Due to significant upgrades, the process will take 1 minute. Please wait patiently. Watching the progress bar advance steadily, Yichen calmed his excitement before a wave of apprehension washed over him. He wondered what random skill Weapon Advancement Card 2 would grant the Alloy Blade this time. Ideally, it would boost attack damage 1/ to take down a level 5 zombie. Ding! Mecha Advancement Card 4 usage complete. Ding! Weapon Advancement Card 2 used. Yichen eagerly tapped to open the weapon details. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Alloy Blade's new ability Purification. Purification? Ye Chen exhaled. Though it didn't quite match his expectations, if the alloy blade could unleash purification at any moment, it would still amplify damage.
It might even make it easier to trigger the critically high, incurable effect, severing the resurrection of high-level zombies at its root.
Chapter 137, Black's Ambush. Boom!
The ground trembled violently, cracking open like a turtle's shell. Realizing danger, Yichen stomped his foot hard against the earth and leaped upward, landing on a nearby high-rise building. The ground caved in, sinking several meters. Where Ye Chen had stood moments before, a colossal crater now gaped, its diameter stretching dozens of meters. The crater filled with debris. Had he remained where he stood, he would likely have been buried beneath the rubble. Who's there? Why hide? Come out and show yourself. Ye Chen scanned his surroundings warily, assessing the situation. 100 meters directly ahead, a figure gradually materialized atop the skyscraper. The man wore a long robe, its folds billowing and swaying in the fierce wind. You are Ye Chen? The figure closed in swiftly, appearing before Ye Chen in an instant. A young man clad in black robes, his eyes shone like stars in oceanic blue. Yet the bulging veins on his body, his pallid skin, and his chest, utterly still and unmoving, all signaled that this was a zombie.
And not just any zombie, a high-level one. Ye Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. This is bizarre. Why are 5th and 6th tier zombies popping up like they're free? He had just dealt with a 5th tier zombie, yet now a 6th tier one appeared. Judging by its attire, it seemed to belong to the same group as the others earlier. Where's that short one? Why didn't he come with you? He didn't dare fight me, but instead kept running back for reinforcements. Ye Chen sneered, convinced he'd already turned onto Henderson and should have shaken off these zombies. Yet they wouldn't let it go, finding new ways to track him down and reappear before him. And each one seemed more advanced than the last. Blake watched Ye Chen's disdainful expression, a smirk curling his lips as his eyes narrowed into slits. It's rare to see someone as arrogant as you. But you won't be seeing that kid anymore. He's such a failure, letting you escape time and again. Mother has decided to abandon him. He's right here. Blake rubbed his stomach. Ever since devouring Brainer's energy, he sensed a faint hint of advancement within himself. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he ascended another tier, achieving a breakthrough. Ye Chen merely stared coldly at Black, his gaze sweeping past him toward Henderson's city center. I couldn't care less who you are. If you move out of my way, I'll spare your life. After all, your partner Sonic was no match for me. Blake's expression darkened. Suddenly, he raised both hands high, causing the ground to tremble once more. A steel rebar shot up from beneath the earth, piercing straight toward Ye Chen's chest. The rebar shot toward Ye Chen like a thick silver needle, moving at incredible speed. Ye Chen maneuvered the Azura Divine Mecha to dodge swiftly, but the rebar still grazed the mecha's outer shell, leaving a long gash. Warning, warning. Azura Divine Armor's left arm has sustained damage. Current damage level, 10%. Please repair immediately. Ye Chen looked at Black again, his gaze now tinged with caution. The man before him was undoubtedly a level 6 zombie. This one's a lot tougher than the last. Ye Chen composed himself, recalling the new skills he'd just acquired. This creature seemed like the perfect test subject to put them to the test. Ye Chen leapt out of the Azura Divine Mech and activated its auto-attack function. Alloy Blade, slash. The Azura Divine Mecha launched its counterattack, instantly entangling itself in a fierce struggle with the steel bars. Reinforcing bars shot up from the ground in all directions. Black had practically pulled every steel rod from the surrounding dilapidated structures. These steel rods formed a dense net, relentlessly assaulting the mech's body while others seemed to gain eyes, continuously targeting Ye Chen. Sword Pool, protect your master. Ye Chen swiftly summoned the Sword Pool. Flying swords swirled around him, forming a barrier against the surging steel bars, preventing him from being struck. He's got some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he defeated those few. Blake's gaze toward Ye Chen grew more serious. As the standoff persisted, Black suddenly snapped his fingers. The next instant, a black light screen materialized behind Ye Chen. The light screen appeared silently, but in the blink of an eye, a cloud of black smoke surged from within, swiftly enveloping Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned to look, he saw the black hole behind him. But it was too late. The thick smoke within the void swiftly enveloped him. Ye Chen felt an irresistible force tugging at his body, attempting to pull him into the abyss. Ye Chen drew his flaming blade and thrust it into the ground, finally stabilizing his body and preventing the immense suction from dragging him into the black hole. Yet the stones and clods of earth around him were sucked into the void one by one, crushed into dust at the very edge of the abyss. Ye Chen had no doubt that if he were pulled in, he too would be torn to powder. Azura Divine Mecha. At Ye Chen's command, the Azura Divine Mecha, still grappling with the steel bars, executed a feint to evade them. It swiftly turned and entered a gap left by the sword blade, arriving beside Ye Chen. Ye Chen climbed into the mech and activated its rocket thrusters. He shot upward at incredible speed, climbing dozens of meters in mere seconds to escape the steel bars. Ye Chen commanded the mech to launch incendiary bombs, precisely targeting the black hole beneath the ground. The incendiary bombs rained down like a violent storm, crashing onto the surface of the black hole. The deafening explosions echoed continuously. The resilient steel bars were blown apart by the explosions, scattering like blossoms in the sky. Some even flew backward, stabbing toward Black. Blake's face drained of color. He planted his feet and leaped upward, narrowly evading several bars. But the sheer volume of rebar and the immense force of the explosions proved overwhelming. One piece pierced his calf, sending Black crashing back to the ground mid-air. Clutching his leg, Black yanked out the rebar and tossed it aside. He pressed his hand against the wound, which was swiftly covered by thick green mucus and healed almost instantly. Zombies weren't like humans, they couldn't be killed easily. Watching Black, pierced through the calf and chest by rebar yet seemingly unscathed, Yichen felt a pang of envy. If only I had a body this resilient. Chapter 138, Multiple Black Hole Attacks. However, based on current technology, achieving such a physique had only one viable method, becoming a zombie. Ye Chen had no desire to become such a repulsive creature. He immediately dismissed the thought and turned his attention back to the black hole. The ground near the black hole was pockmarked with deep craters from incendiary bombs, and the black hole itself had vanished without a trace. As for Black, he hung suspended in midair, clutching the building wall with one hand, his icy gaze fixed relentlessly on Ye Chen. You possess such strength? No wonder they fell to you. But meeting me means you've met your nemesis. The next instant, Ye Chen felt a sudden wave of scorching heat beside him. Instinctively, he commanded his mecha to leap upward. Behind where he had stood moments before, a black hole materialized. From its depths, a firebomb shot straight toward him. The incendiary bomb exploded with a thunderous roar mid-air. Even though Ye Chen retreated in time, he was still caught in the blast's shockwave, leaving scorch marks on his mech's surface from the searing heat. Warning, warning. Shura God mech sustained critical damage to head, chest, and thigh sections. Current damage level, 20%. Initiate repairs immediately. Ye Chen, alloy blade in hand, stared at Black in shock. The man actually possessed the power to casually summon black holes. Ye Chen had assumed this black hole was his ultimate weapon. He had just destroyed it with a firebomb, believing he had completely incapacitated Black. It seemed he had underestimated the level 6 zombie. No wonder the firebomb's explosion hadn't seemed as powerful as expected. It turned out some incendiary bombs had been captured by Black and sealed within the black hole. This meant Black now controlled a black hole capable of launching incendiary bombs, and the number was unknown. Ye Chen even regretted firing so many incendiary bombs earlier, as they had now become weapons used against him. Blake showed no intention of granting Ye Chen respite. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Chen swiftly maneuvered the mech downward. Explosions erupted overhead, and intense flames once again engulfed the mech. Listening to the system's incessant beeping, Ye Chen chose to immediately repair and replenish energy. The black holes appeared too swiftly, and Black's attack pattern was utterly unexpected. If he couldn't maintain peak readiness, he risked being struck by his own incendiary bombs. System, replenish energy and repair the mech. At Ye Chen's command, the system immediately began consuming points to replenish energy. Ding! Energy replenishment complete. This energy replenishment consumed 38,000 honor points. We welcome your return. Ding! Mech repair complete. This armor repair consumed 40,000 honor points. We look forward to your next visit. Hearing the two notifications, Ye Chen's heart finally settled. He increased the mecha's speed, leaping continuously through the air without pause, never stopping for more than 2 seconds. Ye Chen scrutinized every move Black made. It seemed that each time Black summoned a black hole, there was a noticeable interval between them. Each time Black spoke to him, it was clearly an attempt to distract him with words. But Ye Chen had already noticed the fatal flaw in his black holes. The interval between each summoning was finite. Unable to pinpoint the exact duration, Ye Chen began incremental testing, gradually increasing the time his mech hovered in midair from 2 seconds upward. When his mech hovered for 20 seconds, a void suddenly appeared before him. Black, his face twisted with savagery, lunged viciously toward Ye Chen. Today, you must die. Ye Chen remained unmoved. He swiftly ascended the mecha to evade the black hole, simultaneously slashing downward with the alloy blade aimed at Black's head. Blake dodged at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound. Ye Chen maneuvered his mecha left and right, dodging relentlessly. He had now identified the flaw in this guy's black hole attack. As long as Ye Chen's mech remains airborne for no more than 20 seconds, he can maneuver it to evade swiftly before the next black hole forms. He wouldn't be bombarded by these incendiary bombs. After several attempts, Ye Chen could finally confirm his hypothesis. If this worked, he might have a chance to defeat Black. Ye Chen continuously shifted his mecha's position in the air, gradually maneuvering it in an arc toward Black. Blake, his face twisted with fury, manipulated the black hole in a desperate attempt to swallow Ye Chen whole, yet his efforts proved futile time and again. Fists clenched in rage, he glared at Ye Chen, consumed by a desire to tear him limb from limb. Ye Chen's mech was now only about 10 meters away from Black. He raised his alloy blade high, preparing to deliver the final blow. Yet Ye Chen caught a glimpse of a strangely twisted smile tugging at the corners of Black's mouth.
Suddenly realizing something was terribly wrong, that he might have fallen into a trap, Ye Chen trusted his instincts.
He instinctively yanked the mecha controls, swiftly pulling it high into the air.
But just as he pulled upward, 4 or 5 black holes suddenly appeared simultaneously near his original position. From each black hole, a burning bomb emerged, its focal point precisely where Ye Chen had just been standing.
You have more than one black hole? Ye Chen had assumed black holes operated on an alternating cycle, one disappearing before another could appear.
But the situation far exceeded Ye Chen's expectations. Black could control so many black holes, meaning he could summon a second one mere seconds after the first appeared.
This temporal overlap between black holes allowed for near simultaneous attacks.
Black had deliberately concealed his true capabilities earlier, biding his time to deliver a fatal blow.
Ye Chen realized this black was far more cunning than the previous 2 opponents. He wasn't merely relying on brute strength and physical prowess.
A 6th-tier zombie is indeed interesting. To think it would use tactical formations against me.
Looks like I need to be careful when dealing with it.
As Ye Chen contemplated, Black suddenly lunged toward him. A dense, pitch-black cloud of smoke abruptly materialized beside Black, followed by an enormous black hole appearing behind him.
Blake vanished upward, swiftly projecting the black hole directly before Ye Chen. Chapter 139, Black's Defeat.
The black hole materialized beside him, its gravitational pull now several times stronger than before. Even clad in his mecha armor, Ye Chen instinctively stumbled back several steps toward the void. Ye Chen forced himself to steady his body, preventing himself from being sucked into the void. He raised his alloy blade high and thrust it violently into the ground. The alloy blade plunged deep into the earth, its edge jamming against the ground to brace his body.
This anchor held Ye Chen fast, rendering the black hole's pull powerless against him.
Dense clusters of debris were torn from the ground around him, whizzing past his body toward the black hole. In an instant, every pebble and fragment near him was completely swallowed by the void.
This can't go on. I have to find a way out of here. Ye Chen took a deep breath and swiftly activated his rocket thrusters. A burst of flame erupted, propelling his body rapidly away from the black hole.
Glancing up, Ye Chen caught sight of Black directly ahead. To his shock, the man wore an almost imperceptible smirk on his lips.
Something's wrong. This is a trap. Ye Chen suddenly realized something was amiss. He instinctively pivoted his mech away from Black.
The moment Ye Chen's mech changed course, a black hole abruptly appeared in the direction he had been heading.
A wave of relief washed over Ye Chen.
Had he continued on his original course, he would likely have crashed headlong into the black hole, potentially walking straight into a trap. These black holes appeared seemingly everywhere, making them impossible to guard against. Moreover, Black was manipulating them to appear with increasingly shorter intervals. Each time, Ye Chen barely managed to turn just in time to dodge them.
If I can't eliminate the trouble, then I'll eliminate the source of the trouble.
Ye Chen's gaze quickly locked onto Black, who stood not far away. Narrowing his eyes to observe the surrounding black holes, he charged toward Black, alloy blade raised. Blake, seeing Ye Chen's fierce charge, flickered his fingers, conjuring another black hole before him. Ye Chen instantly pivoted, but just as he shifted to attack from the right, a black hole appeared again directly in front of Blake's right side. In the next instant, 10 black holes simultaneously materialized around Black, encircling him completely. Ye Chen found no angle from which to launch a surprise attack.
Don't waste your time on me. You won't find my weakness. Blake was supremely confident in his defense.
His black holes could attack or defend, and when functioning defensively, they left absolutely no blind spots. Unable to find an opening for a surprise attack, Ye Chen resorted to a direct assault. He raised his alloy blade high and swung it down toward Black. Just as the blade was about to strike, Black conjured a black hole at the point of impact. But the moment it materialized, Ye Chen roared. Incendiary! A firebomb shot out from the left side of the mecha, exploding against Black's left flank.
Blake's entire focus was on Ye Chen's alloy blade.
He never expected the diversionary tactic. The incendiary grenade from the left caught him completely off guard. Blake spun around, attempting to conjure another black hole to evade, but it was too late.
He simply couldn't control the formation of a new void in time. Blake could only scramble to evade as the incendiary bomb streaked toward his left side and detonated instantly. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire that engulfed Black's entire body. The incendiary grenade's immense power pierced through the gap between the two black holes, detonating directly against Black's form. One of Black's arms was blown clean off. Clutching his arm, from which thick green liquid oozed, he staggered backward. Yet Ye Chen had no intention of granting him an escape. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade high.
Seizing a moment in Black's evasive movement, he suddenly swung in a wide arc, striking toward the back of his neck.
Blake hadn't noticed Ye Chen's movement at all.
By the time he sensed something was wrong, Ye Chen's alloy blade had already slashed toward the back of his head. Though 10 black holes densely clustered around him, nearly enveloping Black entirely within an airtight iron barrel. They were elliptical in shape, leaving gaps at their centers. Ye Chen observed that if Black prioritized quantity, he couldn't maintain quality. The total area of the black holes seemed fixed.
If he wanted to summon that enormous black hole, he could essentially only summon one.
To have dozens of black holes function as armor shielding against attacks, their size would likely be limited to human height, and their gravitational pull would be significantly weaker.
It was precisely these gaps that provided Ye Chen with openings and opportunities to strike.
Yesterday, he had targeted precisely one such gap and plunged in. Black was still looking around, searching for Ye Chen's whereabouts, when suddenly he felt a chill in his back. Next, a blade pierced through his chest, entering from his back and emerging through his front. Ye Chen maliciously twisted the alloy blade inside his chest.
Today, I will make sure you die.
Ye Chen's alloy blade emitted a layer of golden light, causing Black excruciating pain. He let out a wretched scream and lunged forward with all his might, using the sheer force of the impact to rip the blade out of his body. A gaping hole remained in Black's chest, flesh mangled and green viscous fluid oozing steadily from his wound onto the ground.
Ye Chen piloted his mecha into the air, raising the alloy blade high and pointing it at Black. No technique is flawless.
If this is the extent of your skill, I advise you to return swiftly and seek aid from your mother.
You cannot defeat me.
Blake had never imagined suffering such a crushing defeat here. He had always presented himself as a noble young master, never looking so disheveled before. Now, one of his arms had been severed cleanly, and a gaping hole pierced his chest. Suddenly, Black snapped his fingers, and all the black holes around him vanished. Madness consumed Black's face as he fixed his gaze on Ye Chen before him, his eyes flickering with a strange mix of admiration and greed.
Ye Chen, right?
You're a formidable opponent.
I'm truly fascinated by you.
Ye Chen was speechless. He immediately took a half step back, crossing his arms over his chest in a gesture of refusal.
No, I'm not into that.
I have no interest in men, especially zombies like you. Blake was nearly choking on his own rage at Ye Chen, yet the interest on his face only deepened, his eyes burning with a greedy certainty.
Ye Chen, you're exceptional and powerful.
That's precisely why I'll make you a part of me no matter what. Your energy will nourish my body. Even if you scream and cry, I won't show mercy.
Chapter 140, Regenerating Limbs.
Blake greedily licked his lips. His severed arm shot upward toward the sky. Veins and muscles began to form above the stump, and in the blink of an eye, the arm had fully regenerated.
Blake possessed regenerative abilities. This was something Ye Chen had never anticipated.
Now, veins and muscles began sprouting from Black's chest as well, and within a mere minute, his torso was completely restored.
You possess regenerative abilities? Ye Chen frowned. This creature's regenerative power was astonishingly potent.
For ordinary healers, restoring bodily wounds to their original state inevitably required an extended period of time. This process was usually measured in hours, as the time required to regrow blood vessels was directly proportional to the severity of the injury.
Yet this level 6 zombie's abilities were exceptionally formidable.
Not only could it heal such severe wounds in under a minute, and that severed arm of his had regenerated even faster.
Even a special grade zombie might not achieve such a feat.
Ye Chen had assumed Black's specialty lay in controlling black holes, never expecting it to be limb regeneration.
But Ye Chen quickly realized something. Actually, I needn't fear him.
If he could willfully regenerate his body at will, he would have activated this ability when I attacked him earlier. The reason he didn't activate or attempt it back then is most likely because certain conditions are necessary for his body to regenerate. Without fulfilling those conditions, he couldn't fully restore his body.
And that very condition might be my opening to win.
With this realization, Ye Chen observed Black before him with heightened vigilance. His gaze fixed intently on every movement, he resolved to launch another assault to pinpoint the exact threshold of Black's ability. To make Black endure his attack, he must first control his movements.
Ye Chen thought of the 1,000 binding rope and immediately roared to summon it.
A silver-purple chain poured forth, swiftly coiling around Black's body. Blake retreated swiftly, attempting to evade, but the 1,000 binding rope seemed equipped with tracking technology.
The chain followed him wherever he went, relentlessly trailing his every movement.
The 1,000 binding rope coiled around him, swiftly restraining Black's hands and binding his arms tightly behind his back. Blake struggled fiercely, simultaneously summoning his black hole in an attempt to draw the 1,000 binding chain into its void. But the 1,000 bound rope clung tightly to his body, its chains incredibly resilient. There was no way the black hole could tear them apart. Instead, one end of the 1,000 binding rope was drawn toward the black hole, while the other remained tightly coiled around Black's body. Blake felt his arms nearly snapping. He swiftly withdrew the black hole to avoid being torn apart.
Blake glared intently at Ye Chen ahead.
He finally understood how the previous opponents had failed. This man possessed astonishingly quick reflexes, able to swiftly devise countermeasures as their techniques shifted.
Take Ye Chen now, for instance.
Within mere moments, he devised a way to immobilize Black's limbs, leaving him utterly helpless. This man's abilities were truly terrifying, especially his reaction speed, which was utterly breathtaking.
Ye Chen, someone like you.
If you could become one of my minions by turning into a zombie, I would gain a formidable general. I would grant you supreme authority. I could let you directly rule an entire city.
Are you willing?
Ye Chen was speechless.
He already controlled far more than a single city. This fellow thought such meager offers could tempt him? He was dreaming. Unmoved, Ye Chen stood firm. Seeing his offer had no effect, Black was momentarily at a loss. Then what exactly do you want? If it's within my power to grant, I'll make it happen. Blake didn't want to continue this standoff with Ye Chen. He sensed vaguely that he couldn't gain any advantage over him. Rather than squabbling here, it would be wiser to negotiate. Perhaps his mother would even praise him upon returning. Ye Chen reacted as if he'd heard a joke. Without a word, he swiftly tightened the 1,000-bind rope, immobilizing Black's movements. Blake, I have no desire to join your organization. My sole concern now is ensuring Henderson's safety. Had you not repeatedly come after my head, I would never have made you my enemy. As Ye Chen spoke, he had already successfully tethered Black's body to the outer edge of a nearby building with the 1,000-binding rope. Blake struggled violently, rapidly expanding the black hole to absorb the building behind him and break free from the 1,000-binding rope's restraint. Ye Chen knew time was fleeting. He swiftly summoned a firebomb. Incendiary grenade, activate. The incendiary bombs ignited instantly, hurtling straight toward Black. Though Black immediately summoned black holes to shield himself, successfully absorbing all the incendiary bombs with over a dozen black holes. Simultaneously, he released these black holes behind Ye Chen, sending them crashing directly toward him. Ye Chen made no attempt to dodge. Instead, just as the firebombs were about to explode beside him, he swiftly tightened the 1,000-bound rope. Blake's entire focus was on Ye Chen. He never anticipated Ye Chen suddenly exerting force. By the time Blake realized what was happening, he had already been dragged into the path of the incendiary bombs. A deafening explosion erupted. Black's body was instantly torn apart into vertical chunks of flesh. The fragments scattered in all directions, quickly dissolving into pools of green blood mist that dissipated into the air. A foul, bloody stench filled the air. Ye Chen covered his nose and stumbled back 2 steps. He hadn't expected Black to be so naive. Blake had actually tried to persuade him to join their faction without bothering to investigate how much power and wealth his own subordinates held. No matter what conditions were offered, he was fundamentally unmoved. Everything Ye Chen desired was already within his grasp. No temptation could sway him again. Ye Chen looked at the scattered flesh and blood splatters around him, feeling utterly disgusted. I never imagined this journey would be so unlucky. Wherever I go, these people seem to track me down. Can't they give me a moment of peace? Chapter 141, Black's Reborn Body. Ye Chen grumbled as he prepared to continue his inspection. He had barely entered Henderson when this fierce battle erupted, leaving him no time to properly assess the state of this territory. Ye Chen turned to board his mecha for a reconnaissance flight, but the moment the machine activated, he sensed a sudden chill on his back. The chill carried a faint icy aura, shooting straight toward his chest. Ye Chen sensed danger and instinctively elevated his mecha, but it was already too late. A black hole rapidly imploded beside him, releasing countless particles that shot toward the mecha at breakneck speed. These particles, composed of different elements, collided with each other, unleashing explosive power comparable to a bomb. The deafening explosion instantly inflicted severe damage on Ye Chen's mecha. Warning, warning. Detected particle explosion of extreme intensity. 4th tier Azura Divine Mech's faceplate damaged by 40%. The Azura Divine Mech has lost defensive capability. Host, evacuate immediately. Host, evacuate immediately. Ye Chen attempted to pilot the mech away from the black hole, only to discover its engine had been blasted beyond repair. The mech emitted a dull rumbling in midair. No matter how Ye Chen tried to maneuver it, he couldn't budge it an inch. Explosions continued to reverberate as surrounding black holes emitted streams of particles. These particles collided and detonated in the air, producing deafening booms and shattering sounds that quickly left the mecha's surface scarred and battered. Warning, warning. Azura Divine Mech cheek armor damage exceeds 80%. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Azura Divine Mech chest armor damage exceeds 40%. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Shura Divine Mech's arms have sustained 30% damage. Withdraw immediately. Withdraw immediately. The warning alarms blared incessantly in his ears, their urgent tone making Ye Chen's heart pound like a drum. He dared not imagine whether he'd still have the ability to escape if his mech were completely destroyed. System, repair the Azura Divine Mech. The system's prompt sounded immediately. Received. Repairing Azura Divine Mech initiated. Current repair progress, 10%, 20%. As the repair progress deepened, the mech finally ceased its shrill roar. Yet Ye Chen remained immobilized, the mech still unable to leave this cursed place. Prioritize repairing the leg armor. Receiving Ye Chen's command, the system swiftly began repairing the damaged sections of the leg armor. Received. Repairing damaged components of the Azura Divine Armor's legs. Current repair progress, 20%, 40%. The black hole continued to spread and expand, its radioactive particles growing ever more numerous. The likelihood of them colliding mid-air increased with each passing moment. The relentless explosions left Ye Chen with almost nowhere to dodge.
He understood that if this stalemate continued, the repair speed would never keep pace with the destruction wrought by these particle explosions. He had to focus on repairing the mech's legs and quickly use the rocket thrusters to escape this pseudo-space. Finally, the system notification reached 100%.
Congratulations, host. The Shura Divine Mech's leg components are now 100% repaired. Leg component restoration complete.
This repair of the Azura Divine Mech's leg components consumed a total of 40,000 honor points.
We welcome your next visit. Would you like to proceed with repairing the damaged chest armor of the Azura Divine Mech? Ye Chen immediately selected yes. The system's prompt sounded once more. Repairing the Azura Divine Mech's chest components. Current progress 10%, 20%. As soon as the leg armor was fully repaired, Ye Chen wasted no time and swiftly activated the rocket thrusters. The Azura Divine Mech catapulted forward, swiftly dodging the surrounding black holes and rapidly surging to a position 100 meters away. With the black hole particles unable to reach the mech, Ye Chen noticed that the flesh fragments and blood mist scattered across the black surface had begun to coalesce midair. Moreover, from one of the black hole's openings, a beating heart drifted out. As this heart emerged, the flesh and fragments gradually enveloped it, slowly regrowing arms and the entire body of black. In the blink of an eye, black reappeared before Ye Chen.
Ye Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. He hadn't expected this guy to be so difficult to deal with. Even after his body had been completely blown to pieces, he could still restore himself to his original form. Ye Chen's gaze drifted involuntarily to Black's chest. He had clearly seen Black's heart leap out of the black hole earlier. That meant he had nearly obliterated Black's entire body. Yet, that very heart had been spared, hidden away within his black hole. It was precisely because the heart hadn't been utterly destroyed that Black could return to life. Realizing this, Ye Chen immediately understood the direction his next attack strategy should take. If I can destroy this bastard's heart, I might still have a chance to kill him right here. With that thought, Ye Chen wasted no time. Upon hearing the announcement that the Azura Divine Mecha had been fully repaired, he immediately activated his rocket thrusters and charged straight toward Black.
Blake instantly grasped Ye Chen's intent.
He swiftly summoned a black hole, plunging half his body into its maw. Ye Chen had already closed in beside Black. He swiftly activated his incendiary grenade and raised his alloy blade, thrusting it toward Black's body. But at this moment, Black's upper body was submerged within the black hole. Ye Chen could even faintly hear Black's piercing screams echoing from within the void. When Black re-emerged, a gaping hole gaped in his chest. Inside the void, nothing remained. His heart had vanished without a trace. Ye Chen couldn't help but fix his gaze on the pitch-black hole nearby. At that moment, the edge of the opening seemed to be smeared with traces of green liquid. Ye Chen instantly grasped the fate of Black's heart. The creature had just ripped its own heart from its chest and concealed it once more within the black hole. This meant the Black standing before him was virtually invincible. Even if Ye Chen crushed Black's body completely, as long as that heart remained undamaged, it could still regenerate before his eyes.
Chapter 142, Shatter That Heart. I must shatter that heart.
That single thought consumed Ye Chen's mind.
He intended to strike again before Black fully recovered. Blake instantly saw through Ye Chen's plan. He leapt onto the treetop canopy, evading Ye Chen's incendiary bomb.
Looking down at Ye Chen from above, fear stirred within Black for the first time, a feeling he'd never known except when facing his mother and father.
Ye Chen, you can't kill me.
Blake bluffed, attempting to unsettle Ye Chen and rob him of his composure.
My heart resides within the black hole.
Unless you're sucked into it, you cannot harm my heart.
Even if you crush me into dust, I will regenerate.
Blake sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Ye Chen as a black sphere gradually coalesced in his hand. Behind him, a black hole materialized. As the black hole expanded, Ye Chen could vaguely discern countless pairs of blood-red eyes within it, gazing back at him through the void. Noticing Ye Chen's unwavering gaze fixed on the void behind him, Black sneered aloud.
Don't even think about it. Once you step into that void, there's no coming back. This is my final warning to you.
As Black spoke, his fingers trembled slightly.
Ye Chen's gaze remained fixed on those fingers, watching Black's every movement.
The instant Black raised his hand, Ye Chen lunged forward with blinding speed. The black hole flickered behind him. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade high and swung it down with all his might, aiming directly at Black. Simultaneously, several incendiary grenades shot forth alongside the blade, all targeting Black. A deafening roar of weapons erupted across the sky. When the flames finally cleared, Ye Chen was the only one still standing. Blake's body was once again blown to smithereens. His head was blown away, and only half of his body remained. The severed half of Black's head struggled to lift itself off the ground, one cold eye fixed on Ye Chen. The scattered fragments of flesh and blood foam floated up from the ground, slowly gathering around Black. Ye Chen, you cannot kill me. Even if you tried 10,000 times, it would be the same. A cold sneer lingered on Black's lips. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spat out a gush of thick green fluid. What did you do? The blood mist and flesh fragments suspended in the air drifted down like fine rain, scattering onto the ground.
My body. My heart.
Blake flailed helplessly in the air, while a black hole floated not far behind him. Yichen slowly withdrew his alloy blade from the void. The alloy blade still impaled a heart-oozing green fluid, though its surface had begun to wrinkle and shrink, gradually withering and shrinking.
Yichen stepped forward, crushing Black's skull under his boot and grinding it into the ground.
Blake, the only way to kill you is when your heart is exposed. After I tear you limb from limb, your heart will emerge from the black hole and restore your body.
Yichen swung the alloy blade, flinging the heart toward Black's face.
Blake's head turned greedily toward the heart, twisting incessantly in an attempt to draw closer to it. Yet Yichen kept his foot firmly planted on the skull, denying Blake any chance to move.
Blake, stop struggling. You've already lost.
With Ye Chen's words, Black's head slammed heavily onto the ground, never to move again. The woman in the distance suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed directly on Henderson.
Did Black fail? Her eyes narrowed.
Even Black, a level 6 zombie, had failed.
How formidable must his opponent's abilities be?
Ye Chen, if not for my duty to guard this place, I would have come to meet you myself. The woman glanced at her subordinates.
With Black already defeated, sending the rest would be pointless. Though reluctant, the woman had no choice but to temporarily abandon her pursuit of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I remember you. One day, I will make you pay.
She lowered her head, then suddenly noticed a silver light flickering from within the door not far away. The glow was fleeting, vanishing almost instantly. The main door remained tightly shut, showing no sign of opening. Yet the woman's face was already flushed with excitement. She hurried to the door and pressed her hand against it.
Was that you, Master? Come out quickly, Master. We need you.
Ye Chen stepped over the debris littering the ground, turned, and climbed into the car. He intended to search Henderson and the surrounding outlying cities to confirm the transmission route and geographical scope of the NCP virus.
Seated in the car, Ye Chen heard the system notification sound again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the hidden quest, eliminate level 6 zombie Brack. System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Armor Advancement Card 3. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Ability Stripping. Current level, I.
Armor Advancement Card 3 will comprehensively upgrade all of the host's armor.
The Azura Divine Armor will randomly acquire one new ability. Ability Stripping allows you to acquire and equip one random ability from a defeated foe. Current capacity, 1 ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 200,000 honor points. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. The reward for slaying a level 6 zombie clearly wasn't ordinary.
The ability stripping card, in particular, was something he had never encountered before. Ye Chen's gaze fell upon the severed half-head at his feet. He raised his hand toward it.
System, may I use ability extraction now?
The system chimed in response.
Ding! Notifying host.
Ability stripping activated on target, defeated Brook.
Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Brook's ability, Black Hole. Equip immediately? Ye Chen's eyes flashed. Sure enough, Brook's ability had been stripped, and what he gained was the Black Hole. Ye Chen immediately responded to the system. Equip it immediately. Ye Chen noticed a new control panel had appeared on his interface, labeled with the 2 characters for Black Hole. Ye Chen extended his palm directly forward, attempting to activate the Black Hole ability. A black hole the size of a fingernail appeared before him, blowing out a cool, swirling wind. The cold, eerie eyes he had seen earlier were now peering at him through this tiny aperture, watching him from within the void. Staring at the black hole, Ye Chen was speechless. Is this all it is? He questioned the system in disbelief. The system's cold voice immediately responded. Current black hole capability is level 1. To expand the black hole and facilitate its upgrade. Chapter 143, Toxic Gas Depletion Mecha Defense. Ye Chen was speechless. He moved the black hole upward, positioning it near his neck. A cool breeze brushed against his neck. This thing worked surprisingly well as a portable fan. If Black were still alive, seeing his prize skill reduced to a mere breeze-blowing trinket by Ye Chen, he'd surely be driven to his grave by the humiliation. The system notification chimed again immediately. Host, do you wish to use the item now? Facing the system's inquiry, Ye Chen immediately nodded in response. Use the Armor Advancement Card 3 now. A golden radiance erupted from the surface of the mecha. As the light gradually spread, a purple glow emanated from the Shura Divine Mecha. The Azura Divine Mecha's color transformed into a deep purple gold, significantly boosting both its offensive and defensive capabilities. At the same time, all the damage marks on its surface vanished completely. Ye Chen entered the Azura Divine Mecha. This time, controlling the mecha felt far more effortless than before. He was thoroughly satisfied with the enhanced capabilities. After securing the grandmother and grandson, Ye Chen turned his gaze to Henderson before him, his expression hardening into resolve. He would reclaim the fallen city. He would restore normalcy to its citizens, threatened by the undead, and rebuild the city to its former state. Ye Chen surveyed Henderson. Though zombies occasionally appeared here, they remained within manageable limits. Residents lived relatively peaceful lives. After inspecting his territory, he turned his attention once more to the neighboring cities. This time, however, Ye Chen's journey proceeded unusually smoothly. That group of zombies never reappeared. Ye Chen traversed all these regions of North America, delegating the handling of level 1 and level 2 zombies to his mechs. Since the mechs gained autonomous attack capabilities, his tasks had become considerably easier. After completing his inspection of most peripheral cities, Ye Chen once again scanned the skies, fixing his gaze upon Enterprise, situated in the central region. If I recall correctly, Enterprise is the place where that mother and father, the ones black and the others spoke of, reside. The reason Ye Chen had surveyed the surrounding areas first, saving Enterprise for last, was his apprehension toward the so-called father and mother within its walls. To have gathered level 5 and level 6 zombies, the promised mutant must be exceptionally formidable. Ye Chen never fought unprepared battles. His travels through other cities also served to restore his own body. After all, continuously confronting level 5 and level 6 zombies had pushed his physical endurance to its absolute limit. The recent patrols gradually restored Ye Chen's physical condition, bringing his mental state and abilities back to their peak. Excellent. Now it's time to visit Enterprise. Ye Chen swiftly made his way toward Enterprise. Yet, as he approached the city's outskirts, he discovered the entire peripheral area had become a desolate wasteland. Towering thorn bushes grew everywhere, their trunks so thick 3 men couldn't wrap their arms around them. Sharp thorns thicker than steel rods sprouted from their surfaces. The entire city was engulfed by this thorn-covered barrier, making any attempt to crawl inside utterly impossible. Directly in front of the city gate stood 2 zombies with bloodshot eyes. Positioned left and right before the entrance, they guarded the town's defenses and maintained vigilance. Ye Chen leapt down from midair, bypassing any pretense of caution as he charged straight toward the zombie guards flanking the gate. But just as Ye Chen neared the gate, the long thorns clinging to its edge suddenly whipped upward like a whip, lashing viciously toward his body. Ye Chen swiftly retreated. The thorn vine whipped past his body, slamming heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Before Ye Chen could catch his breath, the vine, seemingly possessed of eyes, lashed out at him once more. Ye Chen barely managed to retreat, narrowly evading the vine's attack once more. The vine's sharp thorns scraped against the surface of his mecha armor as it slammed into the ground, leaving a long gash across the protective plating. The mech just underwent an upgrade. How can the thorns on this vine be so incredibly resilient? The system alarm sounded simultaneously. Host, warning detected, surface spikes exhibit extreme destructive potential. Tier 4 Azura Divine Armor chestplate damaged by 10%. Host, evade immediately. Host, evade immediately. Merely a sharp thorn piercing the chest armor had already reduced its defensive capability by 10%. Ye Chen surveyed the sprawling vines covering the sky and finally understood why Black and the others were so staunchly loyal to the city of Enterprise. It seemed the city had been completely overrun by zombies. Perhaps it could even be called the central gathering point for the undead. Breaching this place would undoubtedly require immense effort. Merely attempting to break through the gates proved this difficult. Meanwhile, within the heart of Enterprise City, a woman sensed the destructive force emanating from beyond the walls. Vines began sprouting from her skin, creeping across her body as a look of worry flashed across her face. She hurried to the gate, pressing her face against the cold stone wall. "Husband, you must come out quickly. The one who killed Black and the others has reached our city gates." The woman lifted her head, her gaze now tinged with ruthlessness. "He killed our child and now attempts to breach Enterprise's defenses. This creature possesses formidable power." She gazed tenderly at the stone wall once more, as if through this gateway she could see the man training beyond it. "I'll wait for you to come out and lend me your strength. Before you break through, I won't let anyone near you." As the woman spoke against the stone wall, a report sounded from outside the door. 2 third-tier zombies burst through the doorway and immediately knelt before her. "Mother, we require your support and guidance. The attackers have begun assaulting the city gates. The situation is critical, we need you to take command." The woman nodded, waving her hand to dismiss them. She pressed her face against the stone wall once more, murmuring a few words to the person inside before turning and descending the high platform. By the time she reached the gate, her gentle demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of grave determination. "I'm quite curious to see if this Ye Chen fellow is truly as formidable as others claim. They call him undefeated." A vine sprouted from beneath her feet, swiftly propelling her body toward the city wall at breakneck speed. Ye Chen dodged the sharp thorns overhead once more, spinning to take cover beside a pillar. 2 fourth-tier zombies standing at the gate charged straight toward him. Chapter 144, A Decoy Attack. The 4th-tier zombies flanked him left and right, their sharp claws relentlessly attacking Ye Chen around the mecha. A thick green mist began to diffuse around both zombies' bodies. As the smoke drifted, Ye Chen suddenly heard the system's urgent warning. Speed warning, the green toxin contains extremely potent corrosive properties. Current mech surface corrosion has reached 1%. Repair immediately. Ye Chen's heart sank. Thankfully, his system provided precise data analysis, alerting him to detailed changes.
Most people exposed to such green toxic mist might not even realize their bodies were being affected before they were utterly incapacitated. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade high, aiming it at the two figures and bringing it down in a strike. But just as his blade swung through the air, it was violently whipped back by a thorn that met it head-on. A sharp crystal spike embedded itself into the armor's protective plating, leaving another long gash across the surface. Ye Chen aimed the alloy blade directly at the thorn and swung down with all his might. Facing the alloy blade, the thorn swiftly coiled its spine around itself, using one of its own sharp spines to brace against the blade's force. The alloy blade nearly flew from his grasp, and Ye Chen was forced back step by step by the force of the impact. Even the alloy blade couldn't sever this thorn? How incredibly resilient is this thing? Panic and worry surged within Ye Chen. A single thorn had already halted his advance. If all the thorns surrounding Enterprise City sprang into action, he would have nowhere to flee. Level 4 zombies moved with elusive stealth and blinding speed. Two of them charged at Ye Chen from opposite sides, their bodies emitting a green toxic mist that once again enveloped the mecha. Notifying host, notifying host. Surface damage to mecha from toxic mist reaches 3%, 4%, 5%. The green poisonous gas inflicted continuous damage on the mech at a rate of nearly 1% per second. Ye Chen tried to counterattack and take down the two zombies, but the thorns formed an impenetrable barrier. His alloy blades were deflected by the thorns before they could even strike the zombies. Damn it, does this thing have no weak points? The mech's defense had dropped to 60%. Ye Chen had no choice but to activate the system to initiate repairs. System, activate mech recovery. Ding. Shura God mech restoration in progress. Current restoration rate, 61%, 61%, 61%. Watching the progress bar stuck at 61%, Ye Chen grew increasingly anxious. The mech's repair speed matched the poison mist's destructive pace. 61% remained unchanged, neither decreasing nor increasing. If this continuous drain continued, he simply didn't have enough honor points to keep repairing the mech. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. I can't delay any longer. I must eliminate these two level 4 zombies. Ye Chen fixed his gaze on the two level 4 zombies. He immediately activated his rocket thrusters, propelling his body swiftly upward into the air. He flew beyond the reach of the thorny vines and away from Enterprise City. Hovering mid-air, he swiftly adjusted his state. Now distant from the green toxic mist, the mech's repair process continued steadily. Azura God mech repair in progress. Current repair progress, 62%, 63%, 64%. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the notification. The repair could continue. Moreover, the two zombies had halted by the door, glaring at him menacingly but not pursuing him. First, the zombies couldn't match his height. Second, they likely dared not stray beyond the protective range of the thorny vines. This means the thorn vines have a defined range and cannot extend upward indefinitely. If I attack while positioned at their edge, those two zombies still won't dare approach me. A thought struck Ye Chen, and he realized a way to break through. He immediately spun around and dove downward, swiftly streaking toward the city gates. Explosive bombs. Several grenades shot out from his mecha, converging rapidly toward the city gate. Mid-air, the explosive grenades were intercepted by the vines and thorns. The thorns tightly wrapped around the explosive rounds, then abruptly changed direction, flinging them straight back toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen hadn't anticipated the counterattack. He dodged backward just as the bomb whizzed past him, exploding overhead. The deafening blast and shockwave violently hurled Ye Chen toward the city, where two zombies in vines lay in wait below, watching him with predatory eyes. Mid-air, Ye Chen abruptly pivoted his mech, barely managing to pull back and avoid crashing into the overwhelming sea of vines. Simultaneously, he positioned himself at the very edge of the vine's reach and launched his own attack. The two zombies dared not advance beyond the edge, halting mere meters away. Ye Chen swung his alloy blade once more, slashing viciously at the zombies below. The alloy blade flashed with golden light, swiftly cleaving the two zombies. As the vines attempted to block the strike, Ye Chen seized the moment, launching incendiary grenades at the zombies from the side. Ding! Azura Divine Mecha repair complete. This alloy blade repair consumed 80,000 honor points. We welcome your next visit. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded once more. Ye Chen winced inwardly at the staggering cost of honor points. The incendiary grenade had already launched from the mech, hurtling straight toward the zombies. The vines reacted too late to intercept it. Ye Chen sneered coldly as he stared at the two zombies. Since your poison gas cost me so many points, you'll pay for it with your lives. But just as the incendiary grenade was about to explode beside the two zombies, a vine suddenly burst from the ground, lashing out violently at the grenade. The incendiary grenade detonated mid-air, effectively taking the vine down with it. The thorns scattered in all directions, one sharp spike hurtling straight toward Ye Chen's position. Ye Chen sidestepped the attack, his gaze narrowing as he stared at the two thorn vines sprouting from below. Thorn vines can actually move in pairs? Looks like dealing with this thing is going to get even trickier. The smoke from the explosive grenade quickly dispersed, revealing a striking figure emerging from the thick fog.
Chapter 145, Luring the Enemy In. Natasha's gaze sharpened as she watched Ye Chen floating midair.
Her fingers lifted slightly, and the two vines swiftly descended, blocking the doorway.
You are Ye Chen? Natasha's sudden appearance left Ye Chen momentarily stunned.
This woman possessed an elegant and exquisite beauty, a rare and captivating presence. In this apocalyptic world, even women seldom wore such elegant and luxurious attire. Her noble and dignified demeanor, combined with her captivating aura, made her presence entirely fitting.
Natasha's presence seemed to give the two level 4 zombies a sense of purpose. They swiftly descended, positioning themselves on either side of the woman.
Ye Chen quickly regained his composure and responded coldly.
Yes, I'm Ye Chen. Who are you?
The woman sneered in reply.
Natasha. You're the one who killed my children, aren't you? Black and the others, they died by your hand?
Ye Chen stared at Natasha in disbelief, finally realizing that this Natasha was the so-called mother Black and the others had spoken of.
You're their mother? The age gap was staggering. The woman before him looked no older than 30. How could she have given birth to young men in their 20s? Ye Chen didn't dwell on it.
He swiftly activated his Azura divine armor, creating distance between them.
Ye Chen noticed a vine clinging to the woman's body.
His gaze shifted to the surrounding thorns. Clearly, these thorns were under her control. Recalling what Black and the others had mentioned about a father and mother, it was highly probable that this woman before him was the ruler of this city and the guardian tasked with protecting the zombies.
Ye Chen fixed his gaze intently on Natasha, assuming an attack stance. Natasha's eyes flashed a deep emerald green.
Her gaze darkened as she stared at Ye Chen, then suddenly, her fingers twitched. In the next instant, the thorns surrounding the city gates suddenly stirred.
Like a giant serpent, they began violently writhing at the entrance. The vines rapidly extended upward.
In an instant, Ye Chen commanded his Azura divine armor to retreat, dodging the vines' assault.
The vines halted mid-air, unable to advance further.
Just as Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, sharp, pointed thorns erupted from the tips of the vines.
One instantly pierced through the chest of the Azura divine armor. Warning, warning. Azura divine armor chest plate penetrated. Current damage level, 50%. Repair immediately. Repair immediately.
Ye Chen had long known the thorns on these vines were exceptionally formidable and highly resilient, but he never imagined they could actually pierce through the Azura divine mecha.
A gaping hole now marred the Shura divine mech's chest.
Ye Chen immediately activated his points to initiate repairs.
Azura divine mech repair in progress. Current repair progress, 51%. Ye Chen dared not underestimate that woman any longer.
Meanwhile, Natasha sat atop a vine, her body ascending as the vine grew upward.
Soon, only a few meters separated her from Ye Chen. Natasha looked up and met Ye Chen's gaze.
Ye Chen, since you killed my children, I'll give you a chance. If you become my subordinate, I'll spare your life today. Natasha pointed behind her toward the city, her tone laced with temptation.
The entire city could be yours. I could take you in as my own child.
You could share in our glory. The deep emerald green eyes held a profound intensity that nearly shattered Ye Chen's rationality. Ye Chen stared blankly into Natasha's eyes, unable to recover for a long moment. A smile curved Natasha's lips. No one had ever resisted her beauty before. She was confident in her looks and determined to claim this young man before her. He had single-handedly killed several of her subordinates, and his formidable strength suggested that once transformed into a zombie, he would undoubtedly become her most resilient blade.
Natasha's voice softened, tinged with an even more seductive tone. Ye Chen, what do you think? And it won't just be this city. You can have whatever you desire.
As long as we capture more human cities, one day, the entire world will be ours.
Natasha slowly, inch by inch, closed in on Ye Chen.
A vine sprouted from her palm, coiling around his Azura divine armor and pulling him toward her. Natasha pressed her head against the Azura divine armor, gently caressing it as if it were her most cherished child.
Ye Chen, I trust you will make the wisest choice. I await your joining us.
As she spoke, a thorny vine suddenly extended from between her fingers. It slowly crept along the seams of the Azura divine armor, beginning to probe its way inside. Natasha intended to find the person hidden within the Azura divine armor and transform him into her own kind. Ye Chen piloted the Azura divine mecha, hovering motionless above Natasha, allowing her to toy with him at her whim. The thorny vine continued to weave through the armor, searching for gaps to breach and entangle Ye Chen within.
Ye Chen remained utterly unaware of this unfolding drama.
Still mesmerized by the enchantment in Natasha's eyes, he stood frozen in place. Finally, Natasha found a crack within the Azura divine armor. A surge of excitement filled her heart as she swiftly raised her hand, preparing to thrust the thorns into Ye Chen's neck. If she succeeded in piercing Ye Chen's body, she could inject the thorn's venom into his system. Ye Chen would become her subordinate and puppet, completely at her mercy. Just as a smile spread across Natasha's face, ready for the final strike, she suddenly realized her vines had frozen stiff. Natasha froze, and in the next instant, a sharp pain erupted in her chest. Looking down, she saw an enormous, razor-sharp blade already piercing through her chest. The alloy blade pierced through her chest, emerging cleanly from her back.
A foul-smelling green slime gushed from her body.
Staring at Ye Chen in disbelief, she retched up a pool of viscous fluid.
You weren't charmed by me? Ye Chen's eyes were clear and unwavering.
He gripped the alloy blade and twisted it forcefully inside Natasha's body, then reached up and violently yanked the tendrils embedded within her mecha armor free.
With someone like you? Sure, you're pretty, but I've seen far more beautiful women.
I'm not some pervert. How could I possibly be charmed by trash like you?
If I didn't lure you in, how else could I have crippled you? Chapter 146, I Am the Hunter.
When Ye Chen first encountered Natasha, he had already discerned her attack patterns. He had deliberately designed a trap to lure her in. He feigned being bewitched by her, engaging in a showdown of acting prowess.
Natasha's thorns were versatile, capable of both offense and defense.
Especially in defense, they formed an impenetrable barrier.
There was almost no opening whatsoever.
To strike her, he had to make her lower her guard.
Only by attacking in that split second could he achieve the best result.
Ye Chen waited patiently for this perfect opening, and finally, it presented itself. Natasha believed she had already bewitched Ye Chen, which is why she drew near him and abandoned her guard.
Ye Chen, of course, seized this moment to swiftly counterattack Natasha.
Clearly, his plan had succeeded. After the alloy blade pierced Natasha, Ye Chen swiftly twisted it within her chest to prevent her from becoming as troublesome as black. He soon pierced her heart.
This should be enough to kill her, right?
Ye Chen declared with certainty, but he noticed Natasha had lowered her head and was now chuckling softly. When she lifted her head again, a radiant smile spread across her face. Her gaze fell coldly upon Ye Chen's face, utterly devoid of warmth. Ye Chen, you're quite impressive. Your reflexes and resilience are very much to my liking.
Natasha's body slowly lowered as she forcefully pulled the alloy blade from her own flesh.
Green viscous fluid gushed continuously from her chest, splattering onto the ground from midair. The two level 4 zombies below were horrified. They leapt up from beneath the ground, preparing to rush to Natasha's aid.
Ye Chen watched Natasha warily.
A sudden premonition struck him. This woman seemed unaffected by his attack and likely had more tricks up her sleeve. Natasha clutched her chest, smiling sweetly at Ye Chen.
Ye Chen, I'm furious. I never imagined my sincerity would be met with your insincerity.
You nearly killed me.
It's just a pity my body isn't that fragile.
Even if you crushed me, I could slowly restore myself to my original state. Vines began sprouting from Natasha's wounds, rapidly spreading and forming a new layer of flesh over her body. Two level 4 zombies had already flown to Natasha's side, swiftly fetching fresh garments and helping her slip them on. Natasha tore off the shredded inner garments, and in an instant, she regained her previous composure and nobility. It was as if Ye Chen's attack had been nothing more than a joke. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade, still dripping with Natasha's viscous fluid, but she had already returned to her original state. Natasha curled her finger. The next instant, a sea of vines surged from behind her, twisting and writhing in a frenzied dance. With a snap of her fingers, the vines shot toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Natasha not only resisted but had even launched a preemptive attack. Ye Chen retreated swiftly, but his movements were slowed by his initial shock.
Several thorny vines had already wrapped around his mecha.
The surface of the mecha was pitted with holes from the thorns, and a shrill warning tone rang in his ears.
Warning, host. Warning, host. The Azura Divine Mecha's faceplate has sustained damage. Current damage level, 10%.
Please repair immediately.
The Azura Divine Mech's chest armor has sustained damage. Current damage level, 30%.
Please repair it promptly.
The urgent warning alarms rang incessantly.
Though Ye Chen had already retreated swiftly, the tense notification still sent shivers down his spine. The surface of the Azura Divine Mech was now completely covered in thorn vines.
These vines were relentlessly tightening, exerting immense pressure on the mech.
Darkness engulfed Ye Chen's vision as the Azura Divine Mech's field of view was completely blocked, leaving him utterly unable to discern his surroundings.
Trapped inside the Azura Divine Mecha, Ye Chen could still hear the deafening, grating sounds of mechanical friction emanating from the mecha's body. Creak! Creak! Beep beep beep, alarm alert! Azura Divine Armor surface damage exceeds 60%.
Initiate repairs immediately.
Without hesitation, Ye Chen selected Repair. System, initiate immediate repairs on the Azura Divine Mecha.
The system began frantically consuming points. Ye Chen watched his points rapidly deplete while the system's alarm blared in his ears over the Azura Divine Mech's distress signals. He never imagined he'd end up in such a predicament. Ye Chen flailed his arms, desperately trying to tear away the thorn vines his body. But the entire surface of the Azura Divine Mech was completely covered by the vines. Layer upon layer of thick vines formed a wall of sharp, resilient barriers, trapping him inside. No matter how fiercely he struggled, Ye Chen couldn't break free from the vines' embrace. The air inside the Azura Divine Armor grew increasingly scarce, and he already felt a suffocating pressure.
Pain!
Ye Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf as the system's piercing alarm sounded once more.
Right leg armor of the Azura Divine Armor has been pierced.
Repair immediately. Repair immediately. Yichen shook his calf, clearly feeling something piercing through the flesh, likely the sharp thorns of those thorny vines. At that moment, beyond the dense confinement, Yichen suddenly heard Natasha's icy voice.
You're not the only hunter here, I'm here too. I've been waiting for you to make your move, waiting for you to descend from the sky.
Only then can my vines reach you.
Natasha's voice carried a subtle threat. Ye Chen, you are truly formidable. That is why I respect you.
My seduction wasn't meant to make you submit to me through words.
I only sought to pull you down from the sky into the range of my vines' attack. You know my vines can't reach your height.
Only by bringing you close can I achieve my goal. Natasha seemed to draw closer to the vines, her voice growing nearer with each word.
Ye Chen, I'll give you one final chance.
If you're willing to become my subordinate, then join me as my kind become a zombie, my child. I'll use this city to protect you.
The next second, Natasha's voice suddenly turned sharp and icy. But if you refuse, you will die here today. This will be your final resting place. Chapter 147. Ye Chen breaks through the thorn vines. Ye Chen remains silent.
He would never allow himself to become a zombie. Nor would he ever submit to anyone, becoming a tool in another's hands.
Seeing Ye Chen's prolonged silence, Natasha finally lost all patience. Fine, Ye Chen. Don't blame me for taking action. The next instant, the thorn vine suddenly tightened, contracting into an oval-shaped sphere. Natasha heard a metallic crack from within the oval sphere.
She curled her lips, certain Ye Chen had perished within the thorn vines.
Natasha cast one final glance at the vines.
You only have yourself to blame for not obeying me. Had you become my subordinate, I would have granted you a chance to live? Natasha regretted losing a subordinate like Ye Chen, but for disobedient prey, she preferred crushing them outright rather than leaving behind such a potential threat. Natasha curled her finger, signaling 2 level 4 zombies to use the vines to fly toward the city gates, preparing to return and gather her forces. Yet the moment she turned, a shattering explosion erupted behind her. When she spun around, Natasha immediately saw the thorn vines that had been coiled into a ball behind her now covered in cracks. Beyond that, a blinding flash erupted from within the vines, momentarily blinding anyone nearby. Sensing something amiss, Natasha immediately clenched her palm, preparing to summon the thorn vines once more to bind Ye Chen tightly. But a sudden, thunderous explosion shattered the thorns completely, scattering them across the ground amidst a torrent of green slime. Even Natasha wasn't spared, the blast wave sending her stumbling backward several steps, nearly knocking her flat. 2 level 4 zombies immediately lunged forward, using their bodies to shield Natasha beneath them, preventing her from crashing heavily to the ground.
Natasha's gaze locked onto the explosion's origin.
The vines that had been there were now completely shattered, dust filling the air.
Ye Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen.
Mother, be careful. Suddenly, Natasha heard a cry of alarm behind her. Simultaneously, she felt a rush of wind approaching from her right.
Sensing danger, Natasha spun left to flee.
A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, striking the ground with brutal force. A long, jagged crack instantly appeared in the ground. Ye Chen, piloting the Azura Divine Mecha, stood where Natasha had been moments before, his alloy blade raised high. He glared at her with a smug, cold smile.
Natasha's face was frozen in disbelief and shock. So the thorn vines didn't kill you after all. Ye Chen responded coldly to Natasha. With those pathetic contraptions of yours, you actually think you could strangle me?
If you want to kill me, you'd need at least this much force.
Ye Chen raised the alloy blade high, aiming it squarely at Natasha before bringing it down with a heavy strike.
A golden flash erupted from the blade. Though Natasha dodged swiftly, her little finger was severed and fell to the ground. Green viscous fluid slowly dripped from Natasha's wound. She glared at Ye Chen with such intensity she could have killed him on the spot.
Ye Chen shook the alloy blade, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes.
What a pity, he murmured.
I couldn't end your life with a single stroke. Natasha no longer dared to underestimate Ye Chen as she had before. She could see this guy possessed genuine skill.
And his abilities likely far exceeded her imagination.
Seeing Natasha remain silent, Ye Chen silently sheathed the alloy blade.
He too began to watch her warily, guarding against her.
He dared not underestimate this woman.
The thorn vines in her hands had nearly killed him just moments ago. Trapped within the thorns, sharp spikes had pierced through his alloy armor, one even embedding itself deep into his leg. Ye Chen attempted to incinerate the vines with his flame blade, but with his limbs immobilized, wielding the blade was utterly impossible. Just as Ye Chen felt he was facing certain death, he suddenly recalled the black hole he had recently acquired from the level 6 zombie, Black.
Perhaps I can give it a try. Ye Chen immediately activated the black hole ability.
Though it remained no larger than a fingernail, he recalled the microscopic particles Black had previously used. He immediately tried to pull the 2 particles out of the black hole and collide them midair. He buried both particles within the vines. Sure enough, their collision unleashed a deafening explosion that hurled Ye Chen over 10 meters away. Since he had buried the 2 particles within the thorny vines, a significant portion of the massive explosion's damage was absorbed by the vines themselves. Though Ye Chen was hurled back over 10 meters, the Azura Divine armor he wore absorbed all the damage. The only significant injury he sustained was from the thorns that had pierced his flesh, otherwise, he remained unharmed. However, his seemingly unscathed appearance was merely a facade. In reality, the Azura Divine Armor had sustained damage reaching a staggering 99%. By the skin of his teeth, his Azura Divine Armor had avoided total destruction. Without hesitation, Ye Chen immediately activated the system's repair function.
Welcome to the Azura Divine Mecha Repair function. Current repair progress, 2%, 3%. Azura Divine Armor fully repaired. 300,000 honor points consumed. Thank you for your patronage. Hearing that notification made Ye Chen's flesh ache. All those points he'd painstakingly earned by slaying zombies, he'd just blown them all at this critical moment. But if using those points could restore the Azura Divine Mech to its original state and save his life, then it was all worth it. Ye Chen steadied his nerves and swiftly shifted his focus. The moment the Azura Divine Mech was fully operational, he instantly piloted it forward, materializing directly in front of Natasha. He planned to launch a surprise attack, perhaps even securing a decisive victory in one strike. Unfortunately, Natasha's reflexes were simply too quick. Despite launching his ambush at maximum speed, Natasha evaded it. Though his strike failed, he at least made her pay a price. One of her fingers snapped. The resentment festering in Ye Chen's heart was finally appeased. He stared coldly at Natasha as they once again faced off. She was now far more cautious than before, no longer daring to underestimate Ye Chen's abilities. Chapter 148, Natasha's Conditions. Natasha clutched her wound, her thoughts drifting to her husband, who was still undergoing a critical advancement. Her expression softened slightly. Ye Chen, there's no inherent conflict between us that demands confrontation. If you choose to spare me and the city of Enterprise behind me, I will grant you an opportunity to escape. I have no desire to be your enemy. You are a formidable opponent. If you are willing, we can avoid conflict and prevent a mutually destructive outcome. Natasha attempted to placate Ye Chen, hoping to prevent their conflict from escalating. Natasha knew she absolutely couldn't let Ye Chen endanger the Enterprise. Otherwise, if her husband's advancement were interrupted, he might explode and die. Ye Chen hadn't expected Natasha, the ruler of this city, to compromise so readily. Yet his purpose in coming here was precisely to eliminate these zombies infected by the NCP virus. He also sought to restore a safe, normal environment for all citizens. Releasing this threat now would be disastrous. Once Natasha's power advanced further, even he might be powerless to stop her, and by then, it would be too late. Strike the snake at its weakest point, strike while the iron is hot. This was Ye Chen's unwavering principle. He certainly wouldn't show mercy now. Ye Chen merely stared coldly at Natasha, raising his flaming blade high in an attacking stance. Though the alloy blade possessed formidable cutting power, it proved insufficient against the thorny vine-like plants. The thorny vines possessed inherent rigidity, and their razor-sharp thorns consistently matched He Jingren blow for blow. Ye Chen had no desire to continue entangling himself with the thorny vines. Most plants feared fire, and his original use of the alloy blade relied solely on its formidable offensive power. He believed that for flexible plants like the thorny vines, the alloy blade would be perfect for slicing them into shreds. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Fire proved the most effective weapon against these vines. The flaming blade was the perfect choice. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Ye Chen's eyes, Natasha knew there was no chance for reconciliation today. She could only gaze helplessly toward the city gates, then glance once more at the flame blade in Ye Chen's hand. She knew that once that blade was unleashed, her thorn vines would inevitably be defeated. Determined not to let her husband's advancement be disrupted, Natasha finally made her decision in secret. Her slender fingers extended, pointing directly at Ye Chen. Kill him. The next instant, the city gates burst open. Hordes of zombies poured out, swarming around Ye Chen in a frenzied attack. Though most were only around third-tier zombies, their numbers made them impossible for the Azura Divine Armor to handle directly. Ye Chen had no choice but to don the Azura Divine Armor himself, raising the flaming blade and alloy blade to cleave through one zombie after another. The alloy blade's resilience had reached the point of cutting through iron like mud. Any level 1 to 3 zombie that dared to charge close enough had its head instantly severed by the blades. In an instant, countless corpses littered the ground. Every zombie lay limp on the floor, their brains pulverized by Ye Chen's alloy blades. He knew exactly how to suppress these zombies, leaving them absolutely no chance to rise again. Thousands of zombies poured out of the city, forming a dense, swarming horde that suddenly lunged toward Ye Chen. Natasha's lips curved upward. She swiftly retreated back into the city, entering her bedroom where she retrieved a wooden box. Natasha stared at the object inside the wooden box, her eyes narrowing slightly as she hesitated. Using this item could greatly enhance her power, but it might also cause her to completely lose control of her own mind. Natasha was uncertain whether to proceed. Yet her level 6 zombie, Black, had already fallen to Ye Chen's hands, and Ye Chen had severed all 3 of his most resilient blades. At this moment, Natasha was arguably the city's strongest combatant. If she didn't hold the fort with unwavering resolve, once Enterprise truly fell, it might be too late for everything. Gritting her teeth, Natasha swiftly carried the box to the stone door and pressed her forehead against it. What should I do? Ares, is it time to use this thing inside the box?
A glistening mist formed in Natasha's eyes as she stared at the stone door. Suddenly, she caught sight of a faint golden light seeping from within it.
Her eyes lit up. She recalled the strange phenomenon she had witnessed earlier and realized Ares was likely at a critical juncture. Everything hinged on this moment. She couldn't falter now, she absolutely had to buy Ares more time. Resolve hardened in Natasha's eyes. Outside the door, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by her subordinate bursting in and kneeling before her.
Lady Natasha, that Ye Chen outside has already killed hundreds of our zombies. If this continues, we may not hold out much longer.
Natasha understood there was no room for hesitation now. She nodded, signaling the subordinate to stand by outside. Natasha swiftly gathered the box, unlocked it, and retrieved a green syringe from within. This contains a higher dose of the NCP virus. If injected into my body, even I cannot predict the outcome.
Natasha raised the syringe, aimed it at her arm, and injected the entire dose of the green virus into her body. Instantly, Natasha felt a wave of weakness wash over her body. Unable to support herself any longer, she leaned against the stone door, her hand gently caressing its surface.
Perhaps starting today, I am no longer that Natasha. But for you, it's all worth it.
As the words left her lips, her body suddenly convulsed and twisted in agony, a pained growl escaping her lips. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself against the wall and slowly pulled herself to her feet. With one last lingering glance at the stone door, she turned and walked resolutely toward the city gates. Natasha inched her way to the gate, where the battle outside had reached a fever pitch. Yichen piloted the Azura god mecha, his left hand wielding the flaming sword. Bursts of fiery light shot from his palm, striking the zombies with unstoppable force.
Chapter 149, Natasha's Evolution.
The moment Ye Chen unleashed his flaming blade, the vines that had been coiling toward him were instantly engulfed in flames.
Twisting and writhing, the vines began retreating relentlessly.
Being plant-based, the vines were utterly defenseless against the flames. They retreated in disarray, allowing Ye Chen to gradually gain the upper hand.
Ye Chen wielded his other alloy blade with fierce precision, slicing the heads off any zombies daring to approach.
Natasha watched as the ground behind Ye Chen became a river of blood, the earth almost entirely soaked in green slime, even the soil itself turning green. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground, all once her loyal subordinates. Even in death, they remained faithful. A surge of fury erupted within Natasha. Swiftly raising her hand, she summoned a towering vine that lashed out like a whip, striking fiercely toward Ye Chen at the center of the battlefield. Ye Chen was already in a bloodthirsty frenzy, and he wielded his flame blades with ease against the vines. Just as the thorn vine descended, Ye Chen stomped his feet hard against the ground. His body shot upward, propelling him directly toward the thorn vine. He aimed his flame blade at the thorn vine and struck it viciously. The flames instantly ignited some of the branches and leaves on the vine. The vine retreated uncontrollably under the scorching flames. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen swung his alloy blade with his right hand, aiming for the soft flesh between the thorns and slashing down hard. The vine snapped cleanly in two. The burning section instantly charred into a blackened ball, scattering into ash and vanishing into thin air. Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he fixed his gaze on Natasha, standing not far away atop the city wall, the tip of his blade pointing directly at her nose. The two faced each other across the distance. Natasha understood that Ye Chen would soon come for her life. Agonizing pain surged through her body. As a zombie, Natasha rarely felt pain anymore, but now, excruciating, bone-piercing agony seemed to cover every inch of her being. The agony nearly made her cry out, but she knew she had to stand firm as the pillar of strength to bolster the troops' morale. Natasha forced herself to stay upright, preventing herself from collapsing to the ground. One hand dug into her arm so fiercely that it drew blood, oozing green viscous fluid. Yet Natasha remained oblivious. The agony had long since rendered her existence unbearable. She could only barely support her own weight to prevent collapsing. The level 3 zombie beside her noticed her distress and promptly fetched a stool for Natasha to rest upon. Natasha gasped for breath. The moment she turned away, the agony on her face could no longer be contained. With her back to Ye Chen, she no longer suppressed her pain and began to scream in anguish. Ye Chen was locked in combat with the zombies. He thought he heard a scream, but when he looked in the direction of the sound, he only saw Natasha standing atop the city wall, looking down at him from above. A burning sensation spread across Natasha's body. She noticed vivid red cracks appearing on her skin. These cracks began to spread upward, inch by inch. Suddenly, metallic chains sprouted from Natasha's own skin, slowly wrapping and coiling around her body. The fiery red metal gradually shifted from its original bright hue to a dark metallic sheen, binding itself tightly to her skin. Natasha was utterly stunned. Ye Chen suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rising. He glanced around in disbelief, his gaze instantly landing on one of the thorny vines. Black-red cracks now rippled across its surface. Where the fissures spread and deepened, dense chains of metal slowly materialized, enveloping the thorn vine in a dense web. The chains gradually dissolved, and the thorn vine's surface was encased in a layer of iron armor. The armor's surface gleamed with a dark metallic sheen. This iron armor protected the entire surface of the thorn vines, leaving only circular openings where the sharp thorns protruded, exposing these steel-like spikes. This meant the thorn armor was now completely impervious to alloy blades and even resistant to the scorching of flames. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared in disbelief at the woman standing atop the platform not far away.
Natasha herself hadn't anticipated such a transformation.
She had always been able to manipulate the thorn vines, using wood elemental energy to defend herself against external threats. Yet today, she found herself simultaneously manipulating metal, triggering a metallic mutation that completely encased the outer shell of her thorn vines in metal. This meant the final weakness of the thorn vines had finally been completely eliminated. The thorn vines now possessed the power to completely overwhelm Ye Chen, leaving him no breathing room whatsoever.
Natasha was nearly moved to tears. I did it. I succeeded.
If she kept this up, she could successfully defend Enterprise City and await her husband's return. Natasha stared coldly at Ye Chen ahead, her eyes now tinged with murderous intent. She was itching to launch her attack, determined to make Ye Chen pay for everything.
Ye Chen never imagined he would end up in such a predicament.
Shock flashed in his eyes, but it quickly subsided. He faced every challenge head-on. Ye Chen wasn't afraid of Natasha growing stronger, he was merely curious about her repeated visits to the town center and the constant look of worry in her eyes as she gazed into its depths, as if guarding something. Moreover, Natasha's ability to undergo a second mutation was genuinely unexpected. She held too many secrets.
Ye Chen understood that he absolutely had to conquer the city, Enterprise.
Only this way could he uncover Natasha's hidden secret and the reason behind her second mutation. Without hesitation, Ye Chen activated his rocket thrusters, raised the alloy blade high, and charged straight toward Natasha herself. Natasha, having recovered from the pain, surveyed the steel armor plating covering her body with obvious satisfaction.
Natasha narrowed her eyes at the charging Ye Chen.
She twitched her fingers slightly, and in the next instant, an alloy vine shot up from the ground, slamming viciously toward Ye Chen's head.
Chapter 150, upgraded to alloy vine. Ye Chen swiftly dodged the attack, yet the alloy vine still grazed the surface of his Azura divine armor.
Particularly the razor-sharp spines covering its surface seemed even more resilient than before. These spikes tore through the Azura divine armor's outer layer, leaving a long, deep gash. A sharp, piercing alarm from the system suddenly rang out.
Warning, host. Warning, host. The sharpness of the alloy vine's surface far exceeds that of the Azura divine armor. Repeated attacks may render the armor completely inoperable. Withdraw immediately. Withdraw immediately. Ye Chen's heart sank in horror.
He never imagined the opponent could have increased their strength so dramatically in such a short time. At the very least, they had leaped over an entire tier. Ye Chen dared not imagine the consequences if he retreated today, leaving this menace behind. Should Natasha gain another opportunity to upgrade and evolve in the future, she might become even more formidable. At that point, Natasha would certainly not be satisfied with merely controlling the city of Enterprise. She would undoubtedly use her growing power to threaten other cities. The safety of those cities would become utterly unguaranteed. Ye Chen would never allow that day to come. His gaze locked onto Natasha's hand as his plan crystallized. Ye Chen turned the Shura Divine Mecha, rapidly ascending with rocket boosters before firing incendiary rounds directly at her. Natasha countered swiftly with her alloy vines. Platinum tendrils shot upward before her, forming a resilient wall that shielded her. Safeguarded by the alloy vine steel-like structure, Natasha remained completely unharmed. The shockwaves from the exploding incendiary shells nearly blew all the surrounding zombies away. Yet, shielded by the alloy vines, the shockwaves failed to harm Natasha in the slightest. She remained standing atop the city gate, her cold gaze fixed on Ye Chen in the distance. Ye Chen, I want you dead. Natasha's cold voice cut through the air. The next instant, a vine shot toward Ye Chen's chest like a dart. This vine was slender, barely thicker than a pinky finger, yet it pierced through the air like a steel needle, heading straight for Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen had no doubt that if struck by this vine, he would be impaled like a lamb skewer, pinned to the ground by his opponent. Ye Chen immediately fired a firebomb to block the attack while continuing to ascend with his Azura divine armor, striving to distance himself as far as possible from the vine's reach. Yet just as Ye Chen reached sufficient altitude, he suddenly noticed a faint smile spill from Natasha's lips. A sense of dread washed over Ye Chen. Instinctively, he pulled the Azura divine armor upward another inch. But it was clearly too late. The vine, sharp as a steel needle, swiftly pierced his chest. Ye Chen instinctively blocked with the alloy blade before his chest. The blade's toughness rivaled diamond, forcing the vine to halt upon striking its edge. Yet the immense impact still sent both Ye Chen and the Azura divine armor flying backward. He barely managed to steady himself, preventing the alloy blade from slipping from his grasp. Ye Chen fixed his gaze on the vine. It had now fully outgrown its original range, even showing a faint tendency to pull upward. Natasha's icy voice echoed ahead. How could it grow to the same height every single time? Besides, my abilities have significantly improved now. My alloy vines can grow taller and reach farther than before. Hearing this, Ye Chen's heart sank. His original plan had been to evade the alloy vines, retreating to a place beyond their reach to first use the system to repair the alloy armor. Then attempt to use evolution to see if he could sever these vines. But clearly, Natasha wasn't willing to give him that chance. Her power had grown far too formidable. While the purification ability required time to activate, its attack range and distance were unrestricted. Ye Chen had intended to position himself safely before launching an evolved attack against Natasha's vines. He could suppress Natasha without taking damage. But judging from the current situation, the power of Natasha's alloy vines had completely surpassed his expectations. Persisting with his original approach offered him no advantage and risked plunging him into even greater peril. Ye Chen realized his only remaining lifeline might lie with the sword pool. Since I can't deal with your alloy vines, I'll deal with you instead. The alloy vine's strength was too formidable, he simply couldn't penetrate them. If he wanted to resolve this trouble, he'd have to eliminate its root cause. Therefore, the primary target of his attack now should be Natasha. Having clarified his strategy, Ye Chen charged straight toward Natasha without hesitation. Natasha clearly saw through Ye Chen's plan. Not only did she make no attempt to stop him, but the alloy vines that had been blocking his path all parted to the sides under her control. Natasha actually cleared the path for Ye Chen's attack, not a single alloy vine obstructing his advance. Ye Chen felt a twinge of unease himself. He frowned at Natasha but ultimately stuck to his decision. Under no circumstances could he give Natasha any breathing room. Since she had chosen to court death, Ye Chen would ensure she had no chance of surviving by sheer luck. Without hesitation, Ye Chen activated his rocket thrusters and lunged toward Natasha. Simultaneously, he unleashed incendiary bombs from his Azura divine armor, firing them directly at her. To prevent accidents, Ye Chen simultaneously activated Sword Pool. A dense circle of swords swiftly gathered around him, forming a protective barrier that deflected all incoming attacks. The surrounding zombies clearly attempted to resist, but Natasha halted them all. She stood rooted to the spot, seemingly offering no resistance whatsoever as she awaited Ye Chen's attack. Ye Chen understood that such unusual behavior was a trap, but the arrow was already on the string. He had no choice but to fire. His attack surged forward, closing the distance to Natasha. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade high, preparing to deliver his most devastating strike the instant the incendiary bomb detonated. Natasha, today is the day you die. Chapter 151, A Life or Death Struggle. Ye Chen charged forward with his alloy blade raised. The cold, metallic glow of the blade flashed as he swung it down, aiming for Natasha's face. Natasha neither dodged nor flinched, merely raising her arm to shield her face. The next instant, the alloy blade struck her arm directly. Yet the blade failed to sever her arm. Where metal met metal, a golden cold light flared, followed by a burst of sparks. Yet Natasha didn't even take a step back. She merely smiled warmly at Ye Chen. Are you done hitting me? Ye Chen sensed trouble and turned to flee. But Natasha suddenly reached out. Countless vines erupted from beside her, swiftly coiling around the Azura divine armor, trapping it completely and preventing any retreat. Since you're done fighting, it's my turn now. Natasha's eyes flashed as a long vine materialized behind her, its tip barbed with razor-sharp spikes. The spike plunged straight toward the Azura god armor's chest. Considering the armor's resilience and the sharpness of the alloy vines, Ye Chen instantly sensed danger. He spun to flee, but the vine seized him, leaving him utterly trapped. Sword Pool. In desperation, Ye Chen summoned the Sword Pool. Instantly, countless blades scattered around him, circling rapidly to block the incoming vines. The vines collided with the sword pool, unleashing earth-shattering explosions beside the two combatants, accompanied by the incessant screech of metal grinding against metal. Ye Chen desperately sought an opening to break free from the encirclement, yet found no gap. The dense forest of blades and the overwhelming vines sealed off every possible escape route around him. What should I do? Ye Chen stared at the blades flashing past before him, desperately searching for a way to escape. He tried hacking at the vines with his alloy blade, seeking a path to freedom, but ultimately found it all futile. Meanwhile, the sword pool, under the relentless assault from multiple directions by the vines, saw its blades steadily retreating and silently closing in on him. Soon, the pool's diameter shrank from over 10 meters to just a few meters. If it kept retreating like this, the sword pool wouldn't even be able to protect him. Then I'll try purification. Ye Chen made up his mind, swiftly cleaving an opening above the sword pool. As the gap appeared, the swarming vines poured through, blanketing the area densely below. Ye Chen showed no mercy. Wielding his alloy blade, he aimed upward and roared, "Purify!" In the next instant, countless surging energies violently struck the vines descending from above. Enveloped in this blinding light, the vines melted away in an instant. The vines then scattered into fine dust, drifting through the air and vanishing without a trace. Every vine that had surged into the hollow above was utterly destroyed. Natasha hadn't expected Ye Chen to possess such formidable resistance. Her gaze toward Ye Chen instantly hardened with a sense of certainty. To achieve this level with merely a human body. If he could truly transform into my kind of undead one day, he would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. Natasha had made up her mind, no matter what, she would recruit Ye Chen as her subordinate.
His abilities were simply too formidable to refuse. Ye Chen, of course, remained unaware of Natasha's intentions. He held his breath, focusing intently as he searched for an opening to break free from the encirclement. He knew he couldn't remain trapped within the encirclement any longer, or things would only get worse. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade high and once again activated his black hole ability. A black hole materialized amidst the vines. Particles drawn into the void by Ye Chen's command collided with a deafening roar. Though the alloy vines possessed extraordinary hardness, they could not withstand the particle explosion. In an instant, the alloy vines loosened slightly. Seizing this opening, Ye Chen swiftly maneuvered the Azura Divine Mecha, breaking free from the vine's entanglement. He hovered midair, looking down with contempt at Natasha below. Natasha watched Ye Chen warily. She had been utterly confident she could handle this guy. After all, he was just a human. No matter how formidable he might be, he absolutely could not withstand their bloodline. Yet now, as she looked at Ye Chen, she felt a bone-chilling coldness and fear emanating from him. Ye Chen's abilities seemed limitless, showing signs of further growth. It even appeared he had other hidden techniques up his sleeve. If Ye Chen unleashed his full power, Natasha feared she might be powerless to resist. For the first time, a profound, bone-chilling dread gripped Natasha's heart. Her previous fears had stemmed from the possibility of losing the city and jeopardizing her husband's promotion. But this new dread trembled from the depths of her soul. She never imagined Ye Chen before her could be so relentless and that he might grow even more formidable with every clash against her. Ye Chen, what kind of man are you? Natasha knew there was no room for hesitation. Their relationship had become a matter of life and death, only one of them could emerge victorious. Natasha resolved to summon every ounce of her strength for one final confrontation with Ye Chen. Natasha tilted her head back toward the sky, then thrust both arms upward. Instantly, she summoned a deluge of plants. The vines closed in around Ye Chen, rapidly growing upward before converging above his head, forming a cage-like structure. Ye Chen had no idea what Natasha was up to, but he knew he absolutely couldn't be trapped inside those vines. If he was, he'd lose all ability to move. Without hesitation, Ye Chen maneuvered the Azura Divine Armor, turning to ram directly into the vines. Simultaneously, he raised his alloy blade and flame blade high, swiftly slashing at the surrounding vines. Yet the vines did not retreat. Their surfaces twisted ceaselessly, using their alloy exteriors to deflect the blade's attacks. Simultaneously, layers of green mist began seeping from the gaps between the thorns. This mist spread outward, gradually enveloping the Azura Divine Armor within its embrace. Chapter 152, The Plan's Inevitable Failure. Ye Chen frowned, unable to identify the nature of the green mist. But the next instant, he heard the system's shrill, explosive warning sound beside him. Warning, host. Warning, host. The current green mist is toxic gas with extreme corrosive properties. The Azura Divine Mecha has a low survival rate within this mist and is likely to be completely destroyed. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Ye Chen suddenly recalled the 2 level 4 zombies he had encountered earlier. They had been carrying this very poisonous gas. When the poisonous gas spread, his Azura Divine Armor suffered severe corrosion. Even with the system's capabilities, it was nearly impossible to repair it while it was deteriorating. Recalling the hundreds of thousands of honor points he'd lost back then, Ye Chen felt the sting of regret wash over him once more. He knew he absolutely couldn't linger in this cage any longer. He immediately summoned the black hole again and swiftly triggered a particle explosion. Ye Chen prepared to escape from this prison. But the instant the black hole manifested during the particle collision, the cage suddenly pivoted mid-air. Immediately afterward, the positions of the 2 particles he had detonated were transferred to the space between 2 vines. Another vine violently snatched the 2 particles in front of the black hole and shot out of the cage with lightning speed. The next second, the particles detonated mid-air. The vine was blown to smithereens, yet new tendrils rapidly sprouted from its lower section. Yet the explosion caused by Ye Chen's black hole and alloy particles had not affected these plants in the slightest. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the vine-formed cage surrounding him. This thing could actually establish defenses in such a manner. This meant his black hole would be useless from now on. Ye Chen sensed a palpable dread emanating from the plant prison. If he remained trapped here, his fate could turn utterly grim. At that moment, the system's notification tone continued to sound in his ear, issuing repeated warnings. Warning, host. Warning, host. The current damage to the Azura God armor has reached 10%. Please repair it immediately. Please take cover immediately. Ye Chen's heart sank. He immediately responded to the system. Initiate repairs immediately. The system responded swiftly. Repairing the Azura Divine Mech in progress. Current repair progress 91%, 90%, 89%. Ye Chen listened in stunned disbelief as the voice echoed in his ears. He never expected that after choosing to repair it, the repair progress would actually keep dropping. Why is the repair progress decreasing during the repair process? Ye Chen inquired, and the system promptly provided an explanation. The current rate of damage from toxins is 2% per minute, while the repair rate is 1% per minute. This results in a net decrease of 1% per minute. Ye Chen fell silent. This meant his remaining time was running out fast. If the Azura Divine Mecha's defense capabilities dropped by 1% every minute, it meant he could likely only hold out for about an hour. After that, his Azura Divine armor would be completely destroyed. Ye Chen stared intently at the surrounding vines, searching for a solution. He had to find a way to evade the attacks of these toxins and vines. Soon, Feng's gaze drifted unconsciously to the two level 4 zombies. They still stood guard by the gate, silently watching over the city's security. Feng recalled his ability to strip powers from defeated foes. The two zombies below stood completely unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the green toxins. Ye Chen concluded the most likely reason was that they possessed something capable of suppressing the toxins. If he could somehow strip them of this ability, perhaps he still had a chance to survive. Ye Chen understood this was his only way out. He was no match for these alloy zombies and couldn't escape from between them. Natasha clearly intended to use every ounce of her strength to pin Ye Chen down, denying him any chance of escape. With no viable solution, Ye Chen could only muster every ounce of strength to devise a way out. Ye Chen directly commanded the Azura Divine Mecha to rapidly collide with the surrounding alloy vines. Simultaneously, he swiftly activated the black hole ability, propelling it directly in front of the two level 4 zombies. This time, Ye Chen didn't unleash a large-scale particle collision. Instead, he used a small-scale particle collision to force the two zombies back step by step. They were soon driven back by the explosions, retreating all the way to the cage where Ye Chen was trapped. Natasha sensed something amiss and immediately tightened her vines, sending one to wrap around one of the level 4 zombies. She swiftly pulled it toward her. However, Natasha couldn't pull both zombies back simultaneously. The other one was swiftly seized by the quick-thinking Ye Chen, who sliced its head clean off with his alloy blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the mission, eliminate a level 4 zombie. System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 300,000 honor points. It seemed that killing a level 4 zombie wasn't too difficult for him at this stage, so the reward was limited to honor points. There weren't even the usual skill rewards or enhancement cards like before. Ye Chen paid no mind to these details. He immediately activated ability stripping. Host, shall ability stripping be activated now? Ye Chen nodded in agreement. A layer of golden light instantly blossomed from his palm, swiftly locking onto the level 4 zombie lying on the ground. Soon, the system's voice sounded in his ears once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stripped the level 4 zombie's green toxic mist ability. Would you like to equip it immediately? Equipping now will replace the black hole ability with the green toxic mist ability. The black hole ability will cease to exist. Ye Chen's heart sank. He had originally hoped to randomly strip away a solution to deal with these toxins. But now it seemed he had only stripped away the green poison. Equipping it would cost him the hard-earned black hole ability. Ye Chen immediately shook his head in refusal. Declining to equip the green toxin ability. Retaining the current black hole ability. The system chimed. Host, your black hole ability has been retained. Ability extraction cancelled. Chapter 153, The Appearance of a Special Grade Zombie. Ye Chen sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that after finally dragging this zombie into the fray, he'd only end up with 300,000 points. Not a single extra benefit had come his way. Natasha watched Ye Chen's disappointed expression and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. When Ye Chen had dragged the level 4 zombie in, fear had surged back up inside her. She sensed vaguely that Ye Chen must have devised another way to deal with her. Though she tried desperately to stop him, she'd been a step too late, allowing one of her level 4 zombies to be dragged in. Now that the level 4 zombie was dead, Ye Chen still wore that helpless expression, as if utterly powerless. This expression instantly amused Natasha. Natasha approached the cage with a cold expression, her gaze fixed on Ye Chen inside. Ye Chen, I'm giving you one last chance. If you're willing. Ye Chen slammed his alloy blade against the cage repeatedly, the clanging echoing incessantly. The deafening noise completely drowned out Natasha's voice. She couldn't even hear her own words as she spoke. Natasha knew Ye Chen would never yield. Her eyes grew cold as she stared at him, then she snorted and turned to leave. Since you're so stubborn, let me see just how capable you really are of escaping from me. Ye Chen offered no reply, his mind focused intently on devising an escape plan. Earlier, he had used purification, instantly neutralizing the abilities granted by the NCP virus. This meant he had successfully severed those alloy vines. Some had even been crushed into dust by his hands. If I keep using purification, I might be able to carve an opening in this cage. As long as I can break free from this layer of mist, I still have a chance to deal with this woman. Ye Chen poised himself, meticulously scanning the alloy vine cage for its weakest point. He quickly spotted a crack on one of the vines along the right side. This crack was likely left behind when he had clashed his alloy blade against the vine earlier. The crack hadn't closed yet. If struck again, it might actually split open. Without hesitation, Ye Chen swiftly raised his alloy blade, aimed it at the crack, and brought it down with all his might. Purify. In the next instant, a pale blue beam of light struck the vine directly. Fragmented points of light rapidly blossomed across its surface, scattering like dust particles. Ye Chen had successfully cleaved a path through it. Without hesitation, he charged through. As Natasha stared in shock, he raised the alloy blade once more and lunged toward her. Blade! Natasha's reflexes were sharp. She swiftly conjured several alloy vines, hurling them toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen's speed didn't waver. The mere utterance of blade summoned countless swords swirling around him, swiftly repelling all the vines. Ye Chen himself raised his alloy blade high, aimed it directly at Natasha in front of him, and brought it down with a heavy strike. Purify. To prevent Natasha from evading, Ye Chen activated Black Hole simultaneously with Purify. Black hole particles burst forth from within, exploding mid-air and halting Natasha's retreat. Forced to remain rooted in place, the alloy blade sliced straight down across Natasha's chest. Natasha's clothing shattered into pieces, revealing the alloy skin beneath. Upon impact, the alloy skin itself cracked and crumbled into fine powder. The alloy skin cracked like a turtle's shell. Natasha's face contorted with agony as both her alloy vines and thorn vines shattered simultaneously. Green flashes erupted in the surrounding air as the shards scattered rapidly outward. Yet in the blink of an eye, they all vanished into thin air. The vine beneath Natasha's feet shattered as well. She plummeted from midair, crashing directly onto the city wall above. Barely supporting her weight, Natasha glared fiercely at Ye Chen nearby, stunned that she had fallen this way. Ye Chen, of course, noticed the look in Natasha's eyes. He had no intention of giving this woman a moment to catch her breath after all, she was far too formidable. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade, swiftly activating the rocket thrusters to accelerate the Azura divine armor. He lunged directly toward Natasha. His blade rose and fell, poised to deliver a decisive end to Natasha. Natasha closed her eyes slightly, expecting to crash violently into the ground before being cleaved in two by the alloy blade. But just as she was about to hit the ground, a deafening explosion erupted from the heart of Enterprise City. Immediately afterward, a golden pillar of light shot skyward from the center of the main city, piercing straight into the heavens. Ye Chen stood frozen in place, stunned by the spectacle before him, unable to recover for a long while. Meanwhile, Natasha stared at the skyward beam, her eyes widening in disbelief. It worked. Did it really work? Natasha was utterly shocked, yet at the same time, she felt an immense sense of relief. Everything she had done today was worth it. She had secured enough time for her husband to successfully ascend. She had done everything within her power. Her face softened as she gazed toward the flickering golden light. Slowly, she spread her arms wide, awaiting death. Ye Chen was momentarily drawn to the light, but he quickly snapped back to his own situation. Without hesitation, he raised the alloy blade once more, preparing to strike down at Natasha's chest. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce her chest, a yellow orb suddenly shot from the distance, swiftly enveloping Natasha. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending Ye Chen flying backward. His body spun midair before finally coming to a halt. Ye Chen stared in horror at the golden figure, who had already scooped Natasha into his arms. Unable to hold back her sorrow any longer, she buried her face in the familiar embrace and wept aloud. Ares, you finally came. If you'd been even a second later, I might have truly died here. Natasha sobbed and laughed, clenching her fists and punching Ares' chest fiercely. Ares simply gazed at his wife with tender eyes. I'm sorry I was late. Chapter 154, I'm here to give you a hand. Amidst the warmth ahead, none felt the agony more keenly than Ye Chen. He stared at his palm, consumed by bitter regret. Damn it! I was so close. If I just moved forward a fraction more, I could have killed that zombie Natasha right here. Natasha's rank should have classified her as a rare zombie. Killing her would have netted him substantial rewards. But alas, all his plans vanished into thin air with the appearance of this man. Ye Chen's gaze locked onto the golden figure that had materialized ahead. He could tell this creature was a special grade zombie. The two had finished their tender moment. Ares lifted his head to look at Ye Chen in the distance, a flash of savagery gleaming in his eyes. Without hesitation, Ares gently set Natasha down before swiftly launching himself toward Ye Chen like a cannonball. Before Ye Chen could react, Ares was already upon him, clenching his fist and driving it toward Ye Chen's chest. Having escaped the toxic mist, the Azura divine armor had partially recovered. The blow landed without causing significant harm to Ye Chen. However, the chestplate of the Azura divine armor caved in sharply. Beyond that, the system alert sounded once more. Warning, 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 warning. Warning, host. The Azura divine mecha's defense capability has plummeted to 1%. Repair immediately. Repair immediately. His Azura divine mecha was practically a god-tier creation, capable of withstanding most attacks. Yet this guy had reduced the divine tier armor to a paper-thin shell with a single punch. Ye Chen could scarcely fathom just how powerful he truly was. Ye Chen quickly formed a definition for the Ares before him. Brute strength. Most likely, all his power is concentrated in his fists. I must guard against his attacks.
This guy's offensive capabilities are terrifying. Ye Chen swiftly dodged, using his rocket thrusters to propel himself upward and float mid-air. Just as he'd anticipated, Ares lagged far behind. While his strength was formidable, his speed was mediocre. When merely piloting the Azura Divine Mecha, their speeds were nearly equal. In fact, Ye Chen might even be slightly slower than Ares. Such speed, when compared to ordinary zombies, was like walking versus flying, already quite remarkable. But with the rocket thrusters boosting him, Ye Chen's speed had long since reached astonishing levels. It was only natural that Ares couldn't keep up. Without hesitation, Ye Chen rapidly increased his distance and immediately initiated repairs on the Azura Divine Mecha. Current Azura Divine Armor Defense Repair Progress 10%, 11%. As the repair progress climbed, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He simply couldn't withstand another punch from this beast. Ares' punch missed, and his face twisted with fury. He clenched his fist again, the bones creaking loudly. Without hesitation, Ares charged toward Ye Chen. But since his speed couldn't match Ye Chen's, the latter, propelled by his insane rocket boosters, rapidly gained altitude and continuously circled around the arena, dragging Ares along. Ye Chen was confident that with absolute speed superiority, once he had circled Ares around the arena several more times, he would successfully complete the repairs on the divine machine armor. Then he could turn and attack. However, mere retreat was too taxing on his stamina. Without hesitation, Ye Chen turned and hurled an incendiary grenade toward Ares. The incendiary grenade detonated midair, instantly halting Ares' momentum. Already slower than Ye Chen, Ares' speed was further impeded by the explosion. Instantly, a significant distance opened up between him and Ye Chen. Ares roared, clenching his fists as he shouted at Ye Chen. "Come down if you've got the guts. Let's settle this face to face." Ye Chen wasn't stupid. He wouldn't take the bait. He merely smiled as he watched the furious Ares below. "Sorry, I'm not about to be your punching bag. Your definitely powerful one punch nearly shattered my mech. But I won't give you a second chance to touch me." Yet the very next second after Ye Chen spoke, a faint sound echoed beneath him, followed by a green figure floating upward. Natasha's chest hadn't fully healed yet. The purification wound caused by the alloy blade was continuously purging the NCP virus from her chest. The NCP virus was being continuously broken down. Even with her formidable regenerative abilities, Natasha was currently unable to restore herself to her original state. She clutched her chest, painstakingly repairing herself bit by bit before finally standing atop one of the vines. Natasha curled her finger, and in the next instant, an alloy vine shot up from the ground, flying straight to Ares' feet. "Ares, I'll lend you a hand." The moment the words left her lips, the vine shot upward. Ares swiftly grabbed hold of one of its leaves and raced toward Ye Chen as the vine surged forward. Ye Chen hadn't expected that even after his alloy blade had struck down, Natasha still possessed the ability to summon these alloy vines. Ye Chen's worst nightmare had materialized. With speed now added to his formidable attack power, Ares suddenly had no weaknesses left. He clenched his fist tightly, and as the alloy vine hurtled toward him, it slammed down with brutal force, aiming straight for Ye Chen's head. Had Ye Chen not reacted with lightning speed to dodge, he had no doubt his brains would have been smashed out. Ares seemed to have reached the peak of his fury. His punches were fierce and relentless. Even after Ye Chen dodged, his momentum didn't stop. He kept swinging his fist down with all his might. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Ye Chen was smashed into a massive crater nearly 10 meters in diameter. Now standing within the crater, Ares suddenly thrust his feet upward. Propelled by the alloy vine's force, his body shot skyward once more. With lightning speed, he lunged toward Ye Chen again. Bitterness filled Ye Chen's mouth. With the alloy vine's support, this opponent had become so relentless and formidable. Ye Chen could only scramble to dodge, utterly unable to mount any counterattack or seize the initiative. Chapter 155, Hiding Beneath the Slab. Ares shielded Natasha behind him, his gaze cold and fixed on Ye Chen. "Kid, you're asking for death by hurting my woman." Gripping the vine, Ares charged at Ye Chen with blinding speed, clenching his fist to smash it down hard toward Ye Chen's face. Ye Chen dodged swiftly. Black hole. A black hole materialized beside Ares. The explosive collision of particles instantly tore the vine in two. Ares' body tumbled midair. He barely managed to halt his momentum, preventing himself from retreating further in disarray. The alloy surface of the vine had already cracked. Natasha, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Ares' heart ached as he descended, returning to Natasha's side. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Natasha, stop. I'll handle this. Trust me." Natasha covered the streaks of green viscous fluid trickling down her chest. When she looked up at Ares, her eyes still held a trace of worry. "Ares, I can't trust you to handle this. I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Ares continued to speak softly and reassuringly. Ye Chen didn't want to interrupt their tender moment, but opportunity was fleeting. Wielding his alloy blade and flame projector, his Azura divine armor propelled him to their front in an instant. A burst of fire erupted. Before Ye Chen could even launch his attack, Ares hoisted a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it at him. The alloy blade cleaved the boulder in two, sending fragments and dust flying everywhere.
By the time the dust settled, their figures had vanished from sight. Ares had already carried Natasha back to the city walls. He ordered the zombies behind him to guard her, then turned his gaze back to Ye Chen. Ye Chen saw a flash of cold ferocity in his eyes. The next second, Ares leapt off the ground and charged straight toward Ye Chen. His feet moved with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. He raised his fist, aiming a brutal blow at Ye Chen's calf. Ye Chen swiftly maneuvered his flamethrower to evade. Ares, relying on sheer brute force, forced Ye Chen to retreat step by step, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Though Ares lacked Ye Chen's speed, his attacks were ferocious. Every time Ye Chen retreated, Ares closed the gap instantly, his fist slamming into Ye Chen's body with vicious force. Midway, Ye Chen was momentarily halted by a boulder, and his right arm was struck by a punch. Even encased within the Azura divine armor, Ye Chen felt the excruciating, bone-piercing pain. His right arm went instantly numb from the blow. Ye Chen was horrified. If I hadn't moved faster, this guy might have crushed my arm clean off. His strength is terrifying. Ye Chen knew that against such an opponent, direct confrontation was out of the question. He had to rely on skillful evasion and find other ways to dodge, never engaging him head-on. Ye Chen carefully studied Ares' movements while strategizing how to counter his ferocious punches. Ye Chen was forced back step by step. Ares relentlessly forced him back until they were pressed against the crumbling wall of an abandoned high-rise. Ares' lips curled into a cruel, vicious grin. Ye Chen understood the man's plan, to corner him and then strike. Ye Chen, however, was unfazed by this scheme. His speed far surpassed Ares's. He could guarantee his escape before the fist even landed. With no room left to retreat, Ye Chen stood at the base of the tower. Just as he prepared to use his rocket pack to leap upward and evade the punch, a deafening crash erupted behind him. He had already ascended to a height of over 10 meters above the ground. Yet, when Ye Chen turned around, he saw the entire wall of the building crashing down toward him. Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, but it was too late to react. The building crushed him beneath its weight. The deafening roar echoed around him as Ye Chen lay trapped beneath the rubble, his fate unknown. Ares stared at the rubble, his gaze sweeping sharply across every corner. He had to ensure Ye Chen had no chance of getting back up. Ye Chen lay beneath a triangular slab of stone. The instant the building behind him collapsed, he had swiftly retreated, managing to hide his body in the corner of the wall. As the avalanche of debris descended, Ye Chen swiftly grabbed the triangular structure at the wall corner, pulling it over his head. The sturdy wall structure shielded him from most of the debris and braced against the collapsing weight above, trapping Ye Chen beneath it. Sheltered within the triangular structure's corner, Ye Chen suffered no injuries whatsoever. He gasped for breath, swiftly activating the system to heal his injured left arm. I thought this guy only relied on brute strength. Looks like he was setting me up all along, deliberately luring me to the corner. Ye Chen braced for the worst. If his opponent were merely muscle-bound, he could find a way to maneuver and escape. But this opponent was cunning and ruthlessly aggressive. Ye Chen knew getting tangled with someone like this would make escape incredibly difficult. I'll have to take another gamble. Hidden beneath the rubble, Ye Chen waited silently for the Azura Divine Mecha to complete its repairs, simultaneously summoning his blade once more. Ares returned to Natasha's side, his gaze fixed on the nearby ruins. He knew Ye Chen must still be alive beneath him. Natasha, retreat immediately. Go rest and tend to your injuries inside the city. Natasha's injuries were severe, her green slime already corroding a patch of floor tiles. Ares signaled the other zombies to come and escort Natasha back to the castle. Natasha shook her head in refusal. No, I can't go. I'll stay with you. Whether in life or death, I'll share your grave. Facing Natasha's resolute gaze, Ares found himself unable to refuse. Sighing, he finally pulled her into his arms. Natasha, listen to me. Go heal your wounds first. Then you can come back and help me. Meeting Ares' sincere gaze, Natasha finally relented. She nodded and followed the two zombies, turning back toward the city. Ares turned to watch the ruins, waiting for the man to emerge. Suddenly, a rustling vibration erupted from a corner of the ruins, sending fragments of stone scattering outward. Ares narrowed his eyes, leaping to his feet and sprinting toward the disturbance. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful punch the instant the stones scattered, driving his fist down with brutal force. Chapter 156, Discovering Ares' Weakness. Yet after the punch landed, Ares saw no figure emerge from within. He instantly realized he'd fallen into a trap. Ares retreated at lightning speed, but the alloy blade slashing from behind still caught him squarely in the back. The alloy blade collided with Ares' body, producing a metallic clang. Ares whipped his head around just in time to see Ye Chen piloting the Azura Divine Mecha emerge from another corner of the ruins. Ye Chen had just activated the black hole, positioning it at the edge of the ruins dozens of meters away. He immediately triggered a particle explosion. The shockwave from the localized particle blast sent dust billowing and debris flying in all directions. This created the illusion that he was about to escape from that location. In reality, Ye Chen was merely piloting the Azura Divine Mecha, waiting quietly in another corner for the right moment. True to expectation, Ares charged directly toward the site of the black hole particle blast. Seizing this opening, Yichen swiftly burst from his hiding place. Simultaneously, he swung his alloy blade, aiming a downward strike at Ares' back. What surprised Ye Chen, however, was how incredibly resilient Ares' skin proved to be, seemingly even tougher than the alloy vines. It won't cut through. Ye Chen fixed his gaze on Ares' back, a dark gleam flickering in his eyes. His body leaned forward slightly, poised for another strike. When Ares turned to look at Ye Chen, his gaze carried a hint of caution and wariness. You managed to do that. You're quite skilled. For the first time, Ares' gaze held a hint of admiration for Ye Chen. He pointed a finger at him, his eyes radiating absolute certainty. If you choose to serve under me, I shall grant you the highest honors. And if you can become one of us, you must surely be an exceptionally formidable figure among the undead. Ares sensed that most of the high-tier zombies within the city had perished, leaving only a handful of fourth-tier zombies to defend the walls. Recruiting Ye Chen would make his city even more secure. Ye Chen listened as if hearing a joke. This zombie couple truly slept in the same bed. Both were trying to persuade him. Ye Chen shook his head flatly in refusal. Blades. Blade after blade surged up around him, swiftly forming a closed loop that enveloped Ye Chen entirely, shielding him. Ye Chen knew Ares' formidable power, so he had to prepare his defenses in advance to ensure he wouldn't be threatened. Sure enough, the moment the blade shot forth, Ares leapt from the ground almost simultaneously, charging straight toward Ye Chen with a fierce attack. His fist carried a biting cold wind, bone-chilling as it slammed toward Ye Chen's face. Ye Chen, having anticipated this, unleashed his blades in all directions. They collided with Ares' fists, deflecting every single one of his attacks. Ye Chen stared intently at Ares, searching for a flaw in his attack. Though Ares was a zombie whose physical toughness bordered on the peak of resilience, Ye Chen refused to believe he was utterly without weakness. Hovering midair, Ye Chen refrained from counterattacking. Instead, he let the blades swirl around him, sealing every potential blind spot. Ares, however, was like an inexhaustible machine, relentlessly launching attacks from all directions. His fists pounded the blades, each strike reducing one to dust. While the sword pool shielded Ye Chen, he simultaneously commanded the flame blades to strike different parts of Ares' body. He scanned Ares' body, searching for any weakness or fatal flaw. True to form, Ares dodged the flaming blades relentlessly while continuously scattering the blades within the sword pool. Originally, the sword pool emitted an eerie green glow, enveloping Ye Chen in a dense, verdant light. However, after enduring multiple assaults from Ares, the pool's radiance had dimmed considerably, even showing faint signs of decay. The system simultaneously issued a warning. Warning, host. Warning, host. Sword pool under attack. Current resilience at 50%. Protection continues to drop rapidly. Evacuate immediately. Sword pool imminent collapse. Ye Chen had long anticipated the sword pool wouldn't withstand Ares' attacks for long. He was merely observing, searching for Ares' weakness. Ye Chen's flaming blade had already advanced from Ares' head down to his lower thighs, rapidly descending further. Judging by the current pace, Ye Chen estimated the blade could hold out for about another half hour. He was confident that within that time, the flaming blade would be able to attack Ares from head to toe. He refused to believe he couldn't find any flaws or openings. With such conviction, Ye Chen remained a silent spectator, floating motionless in midair, awaiting Ares' counterattack. Ares' attacks grew increasingly fierce and violent. Especially when he saw Ye Chen standing immovable, he felt an indescribable sense of pressure emanating from him. Ares' gaze sharpened as he clenched his fist, shattering another blade. In that instant, the flaming blade suddenly materialized near his calf, plunging straight toward his right shin. Ares' heart lurched in alarm. He swiftly countered and retreated, simultaneously creating distance between himself and the flaming blade. Ye Chen, observing the entire scene, suddenly brightened. Floating mid-air, Ares felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Damn it, I must have been exposed. The next instant, Ye Chen's alloy blade shot forth, aiming for Ares' right calf and slashing down fiercely. The flaming blade and alloy blade worked in perfect harmony, both slashing relentlessly downward, simultaneously targeting his right calf. Ares once again sensed Ye Chen's relentless tenacity and terrifying prowess. He never imagined that within such a short span, Ye Chen had already identified his weakness and fatal flaw. Ares' right calf had been severely injured during a previous battle with other zombies and had never fully healed. Particularly within the bone of the wounded area, the zombie's undiluted venom remained. Any movement of his right calf inevitably brought a faint ache and numbing pain. Therefore, he instinctively shifted his weight onto his left leg, avoiding high-intensity activity with his right. Yet within just a few dozen minutes, Ye Chen had accurately pinpointed the vulnerability in his right leg and relentlessly targeted it with attacks. Chapter 157, Using Himself as Bait. For the first time, Ares felt genuine fear toward a human. He even had a vague sense that if this continued, he would inevitably be killed by Ye Chen right here. Ares retreated swiftly, but Ye Chen wouldn't grant him that chance. After all, a cornered beast would never be spared. Ye Chen activated the black hole, triggering explosions of core particles. The precise targeting of Ares' right leg forced him back once more. Ares found no escape route. Every step backward was instantly detected by Ye Chen, and his retreating path was swiftly sealed off. Ye Chen, you're asking for death. Ares sprang up from the ground and lunged recklessly toward the sword pool. He too saw the fading glow around the sword pool, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Rather than retreating and dodging endlessly, he might as well drag Ye Chen down with him. Ares plunged forward, crashing into the blades before him. His fists slammed into the air, shattering the floating swords. Yet in an instant, the pool's light dimmed another few inches. Ye Chen was astonished by the creature's clarity of mind. After initial terror, it had swiftly devised a new path to survival. Indeed, Ye Chen himself knew his sword pool couldn't hold out much longer. It was rapidly decaying now, on the verge of collapsing completely and scattering into dust. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen watched as the final blade shattered. By then, the alloy blades and flame blades had already slashed Ares' right leg more than a dozen times. The wounds from these strikes made Ares' right leg unstable, nearly causing him to stumble and fall several times during his attacks. Yet Ares' assault remained relentless. He shifted his entire weight onto his left leg, the pain in his right only sharpening his focus. His attacks grew even more ferocious, defying any attempt to halt them. Ye Chen sighed helplessly. He had never imagined Ares' attacks would be so relentless, leaving him absolutely no breathing room. Ye Chen swiftly maneuvered the Azura God mecha backward, barely evading Ares' next heavy punch. Ares' attacks gradually slowed, but Ye Chen's stamina had reached its limit. After all, he was human, unlike the undead Ares, who possessed seemingly endless energy and endurance. Though merely piloting the Azura divine mecha, Ye Chen was now panting heavily. His gaze fixed intently on Ares ahead, awaiting the next assault. Ares, sensing Ye Chen's weakness, seized the moment and intensified his assault. His figure blurred into afterimages in the air as he relentlessly circled the Azura divine mecha, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes. Ye Chen, bearing the relentless barrage of fists, could barely catch his breath. These punches, like the initial ones, carried a fierce momentum, repeatedly slamming into the Azura divine mecha's body. The system's alerts and shrill warning sirens blared incessantly in his ears, keeping Ye Chen's heart perpetually tense and racing. Warning, host. Warning, host. Damage to the Azura divine armor's chestplate exceeds 80%. Repair immediately. Evade incoming attacks. Left armor plate damage on Azura divine mech reaches 60%. Repair immediately. Evade attacks immediately. The notifications were incessant, and Ye Chen's heart was tightly knotted. He knew there was only one opportunity before him now, to swiftly launch a fatal attack on Ares' right leg. Only by rendering Ares unable to stand could he halt this terrifying assault. Ye Chen fixed his gaze on Ares' right leg while checking his current stats. His Azura divine mecha was teetering on the brink of collapse. Every component of the modified divine armor had been savagely battered by Ares, with most of its strength now below 30%. It could not withstand a second attack. Ye Chen's gaze quickly shifted downward, landing on his own right leg. Though most of its surface had been pounded and was nearing total destruction. But by some twist of fate, the right leg had somehow avoided that terrifying assault entirely. The defensive capability of the right leg armor remained at 100%. Ye Chen examined his right leg, then glanced up at the fierce Ares' right calf nearby. A flicker of determination passed through his eyes. In that case, let's make a bet. We'll see whose legs are stronger. Without hesitation, Ye Chen swiftly recalled the alloy blade into his hand. Then, raising it, he aimed it directly at Ares before him. Ares' face lit up with wild delight, for he could already sense Ye Chen was nearing his limit. Ares' face was filled with contempt. After all, he was just an ordinary human. No matter how skilled or formidable he might be, his physical constitution still couldn't compare to his own. Only by becoming a zombie, a super body like his own, could one transcend the limitations of living flesh and truly wield the power to dominate this city, this planet. Ares drew a deep breath, his gaze holding a final flicker of calm. Ye Chen, I admire you greatly. That's why I'm willing to give you one final chance. You should be able to see the gap in our actual strength. If we keep fighting like this, you'll only end up dying by my hand. But if you choose to surrender now and are willing to become one of us, I can offer you a chance to survive. Ye Chen answered with action. He raised his core blade and charged straight at Ares, intending to use his own body as bait in a desperate gamble. Ares, of course, understood Ye Chen's choice the instant he lunged forward. With a sigh, he clenched his fist tightly, preparing to deliver a crushing final blow. Ye Chen raised his alloy blade high and lunged fiercely toward Ares. Ares, clenching his fist, aimed directly at Ye Chen's chest and slammed his fist down. His other hand formed a claw, poised to tear through Ye Chen's chest armor and reach inside to crush the man's heart, venting his fury. The alloy blade shot forward, slashing directly at Ares' right leg, while Ares' fist had already struck Ye Chen's chest. Chapter 158, Ares, you have lost. At that very moment, Ye Chen abruptly raised his right leg. Just as Ares' fist was about to make contact with his chest, he violently propelled himself upward with his rocket thrusters. Ye Chen used his right leg to block Ares' attack head-on. Simultaneously, he shifted his body downward, slashing the alloy blade viciously toward Ares' right calf. Unfortunately, Ares had already anticipated this move. The instant Ye Chen struck, he swiftly pulled his calf backward, evading the alloy blade's attack entirely. Ares' fist struck Ye Chen's right leg armor. Instantly, Ye Chen felt a series of cracking sounds emanating from the damaged armor. Upon checking his right leg's stats, he discovered the Shura Divine Armor's right leg armor was now nearly destroyed. Ares had seemingly poured every ounce of strength into that strike, boosting the right leg armor's defense to a staggering 90%. This meant that even a light punch from him now could crush and rip off Ye Chen's calf. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh at fate's cruel twist. He had been so close just moments ago, he could have brought the blade in his hand crashing down on Ares' right calf, making this bastard pay for it. But alas, it was too late now. Ye Chen swiftly retreated, but Ares chose to force a relentless assault instead. His body lunged after Ye Chen, his fists relentlessly targeting the latter's right calf. Ye Chen could only scramble to evade. He understood their offensive and defensive positions had now reversed. Ares knew he held the upper hand and wouldn't limit his attacks to just Ye Chen. Ye Chen glanced at his left arm. Given the situation, he could only attempt once more to use his own body as bait, hoping to land a decisive blow on this opponent. As Ye Chen steadily retreated, he meticulously studied the angle between himself and Ares. He adjusted their positioning, carefully guiding Ares to follow his rhythm. Sure enough, Ares slowly targeted the most exposed part of Ye Chen's body. Ye Chen quickly found an opening. As Ares launched another attack, he swiftly exposed his left arm. His left arm's defense was still at 50%. He wasn't sure if it could withstand a single punch from Ares. Seeing Ye Chen offer up an opening, Ares was now blinded by rage. He completely failed to realize there might be a trap lurking within. Alice, seeing the exposed left arm before her, immediately reached out and grabbed Ye Chen, this rabbit that had been hopping about so wildly, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Ye Chen, you can't escape now. Ares pinned Ye Chen's arm with his left hand while his right fist slammed down hard on Ye Chen's wrist. In that instant, Ye Chen activated the black hole and detonated all the dozens of microparticles he had accumulated earlier. A deafening explosion erupted directly on Ares' right leg. Ares felt a searing pain in his right leg, and then he could no longer feel its existence. His body staggered from the agony. Seizing the opening, Ye Chen swung his alloy blade down, aiming it at the arm Ares used to pin him down. Ares retreated swiftly, and Ye Chen also backed away, quickly creating distance between them. Ares raised his hand to touch his right calf, only to find nothing there. He stared in disbelief at the right side of his body. His right pant leg hung empty where his leg should have been. It had been blown clean off. Ye Chen gasped for breath, a wave of relief washing over him. He had gambled everything just now, and luckily, he had won every bet. Ares' right leg had been successfully blown off, and there was no way to reattach it anytime soon. Now standing on just one leg, and already lacking speed, he was nothing but lamb to the slaughter. Ares stared in utter shock at his right leg, blown away and lying not far from him. Completely shattered, he roared furiously at Ye Chen, who stood nearby. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Ares tried to propel himself upward with his left leg to leap at Ye Chen, but he quickly realized the explosive power from a single leg was far too weak. He made several attempts, yet none achieved the desired effect. Each time his body rose a short distance, it plummeted back down just as swiftly. Alice never imagined her first battle after advancing would end up like this. The battlefield had now become a stage for Ye Chen to showcase his sword techniques. Ye Chen wielded both the alloy blade and the flame blade, attacking from both sides. He relentlessly slashed down at Ares' body. Ares attempted to dodge several times, but his inability to generate power from his right leg caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Though his body possessed extraordinary resilience, it couldn't withstand the relentless barrage. Ares' form now bore numerous sword wounds, his exposed muscles scarred by countless slashes. Ares dodged desperately, barely managing to evade Ye Chen's attacks by using scattered rocks around him. Yet the wounds on his body multiplied, clearly nearing the point of collapse. Finally, Ye Chen seized another opening. He flung the alloy blade onto the ground, driving it straight into Ares' left arm. Ares' left arm possessed extraordinary toughness, but during Ye Chen's earlier assault, he had deliberately slashed at it repeatedly. Now, greenish-black fluid gushed from his arm, and his left limb hung limply at his side. Ares instinctively relied on his right arm for most attacks, leaving his left arm severely crippled and nearly unable to lift. Ye Chen had been waiting for this very moment. His alloy blade shot down toward the left arm at lightning speed, driving into the man's body like a nail, pinning him firmly to the ground. Ye Chen met Ares' utterly horrified gaze, then raised his flaming blade high, aiming it directly at the opponent's chest, poised to strike. "Sorry, Ares. While you're formidable, your one-sided strength without speed is utterly insufficient. If there's a next life, work on improving that." With those words, Ye Chen had already shot forward to stand before Ares. The flaming blade in his hand plunged straight toward the center of his chest. Chapter 159, Natasha's Final Counterattack. The icy dagger pierced his heart. In a death throw, Ares clenched his fist and slammed it hard against Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen's Azura Divine Armor was already at its last gasp. After taking the punch to the chestplate, the armor began shattering piece by piece. Ye Chen was sent flying backward but instinctively twisted his alloy blade halfway through Ares' chest. Simultaneously, he unleashed a black hole whose micro-particle explosion hurled Ares away as well. Ares' body crashed heavily to the ground. A viscous green pus oozed from his body, spreading across the floor. He never rose again. At that moment, a wave of wails erupted from within the city. Natasha burst from the city walls, wailing as she threw herself upon Ares' corpse. But his body had already stiffened, rapidly decaying into a putrid state, utterly silent. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Natasha abruptly scrambled to her feet and spun around, lunging toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen, who had been flung aside, clutched his chest as he struggled to his feet. Ares' fist was truly formidable. That single blow to his chest shattered his breastplate and tore his shirt to shreds. A deep fist-shaped indentation gouged into his chest, the pain forcing him to clench his wrist tightly as he clutched his chest. Warning, host. Shura God armor currently at 90% damage. Proceed with immediate repairs? Ye Chen nodded, glancing toward Ares, who lay sprawled on the ground nearby. He recalled his ability to strip powers. Given Ares' formidable strength, perhaps he could extract abilities even more powerful than the black hole from him. Proceed with repairs. The moment Ye Chen responded to the system, a flash of green light erupted before his eyes. Natasha, bereft of her husband, scrambled to her feet and lunged toward him with lightning speed. Natasha had been severely injured, and though she had rested briefly within the city walls, allowing her body to recover somewhat, yet she was still far from fully recovered. Stumbling forward, she lunged at Ye Chen, her alloy tendrils piercing toward his chest like steel needles. Sword pool. Ye Chen swiftly summoned the sword pool, which spun around him, deflecting Natasha's attacking alloy vines. As they clashed, Natasha threw herself madly at Ye Chen, slamming her body against the blades in a desperate attempt to break through the sword pool and reach him at its center. Ye Chen sighed, replenishing his energy while simultaneously repairing the Azura Divine Armor. Soon, the Azura Divine Armor's repair progress began steadily climbing. Though the sword pool began slowly dissipating under the alloy vine's relentless pounding, Ye Chen's damaged Azura Divine Armor now bore purplish-black patterns as it steadily restored itself to its original state. Ding! Energy replenishment complete. This energy recharge consumed 40,000 honor points. We welcome your return. Ding! Azura Divine Mech Repair complete. This Azura Divine Mech Repair consumed 100,000 honor points. We welcome your next visit. Upon hearing the staggering cost, Ye Chen's face darkened instantly. Just then, the blade of his sword suddenly shattered. Natasha, who had been attacking wildly, finally burst through the door and lunged viciously at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I want you dead. Alloy vines shot up like steel needles, dozens erupting simultaneously from the ground, stabbing viciously toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen's stamina had now recovered to its peak. Without hesitation, he raised the alloy blade high and roared with fury. Purify. A blinding beam shot forth, striking directly at Natasha's alloy vines. Enveloped by the blinding light, the formidable attack was halted mid-strike, forced back with brutal force. Simultaneously, Ye Chen summoned the black hole, instantly unleashing its particle explosion to blast the advancing alloy vines. To catch the thief, catch the king. Natasha, you've lost. Ye Chen's rocket thrusters propelled his alloy armor. The instant Natasha lunged, he had already closed the distance behind her. Ye Chen aimed his flame blade at Natasha's throat and thrust it downward. A foul-smelling, viscous green liquid spurted from Natasha's neck. The hatred in her eyes gradually dimmed, and the overwhelming alloy vines surrounding them vanished in an instant. Natasha turned her head, casting a cold glance at Ye Chen. Suddenly, she let out a derisive snort before spinning violently. Her body slammed into the ground like a cannonball. Though she lay on the ground, Natasha was not yet dead. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she slowly crawled forward, inch by inch, until she reached Ares' side. Natasha grasped Ares' arm and pressed it against her chest. She leaned against Ares' chest with her eyes closed, her body finally giving way as she vomited a mouthful of viscous fluid. After collapsing, she quickly fell silent. Ye Chen watched the two figures lying side by side, a complex mix of emotions stirring within him. Finally, Ye Chen let out a long sigh. Those who walk different paths cannot journey together. Though deeply moved by their bond, he knew it could never justify their cruelty toward others. Ye Chen's eyes flashed as the system notification chimes rang incessantly in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the mission. Eliminate the rare zombie Natasha and the special grade zombie Ares. System rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Advanced Ability Stripping Card Tier 2. Ability Deprivation Advancement Card Tier 2. Current capacity for absorbed abilities is 2. Please swiftly deprive new abilities to fill the card's empty slot. Congratulations, host. Your ability deprivation, Black Hole, has upgraded to level 2, expanding its containment range. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 1 million honor points. Ye Chen gazed at the rewards he had gained this time with delight. Though he hadn't gained a new ability, he had at least secured 1 million honor points. Normally, killing a level 6 zombie would only yield a few 100,000 honor points. Yet now, by decisively eliminating 2 zombies, he had directly gained 1 million honor points. Beyond that, the most thrilling aspect was the enhancement of his ability stripping power, particularly the black hole ability. With a flick of his thoughts, Ye Chen swiftly summoned the black hole. The next second, a fist-sized aperture appeared before him. Within the aperture, the profound gaze peering outward seemed more pronounced than before. Moreover, this gaze settled darkly upon Ye Chen, as if someone were secretly observing him through this boundary. Chapter 160, Clearing the City of Zombies. Yet whenever Ye Chen gazed into the black hole, his focus and consciousness gradually blurred until they slowly dissipated, unable to coalesce once more. Then, the consciousness within his mind began to blur, and voices even echoed in his ears. Ye Chen! Ye Chen! A wave of stabbing pain spread from his mind throughout his body. Ye Chen pounded his temples with his fists, forcing the voice out of his head. He swiftly averted his gaze, no longer staring into the black hole. It seemed this void might be another world entirely, one where he could never uncover the true identity of its inhabitants. Ye Chen feared he might lose his sanity entirely under that gaze. He dared not look again, swiftly withdrawing his gaze and recalling the black hole. The black hole had expanded significantly since before, and its fist-sized aperture now allowed him to accomplish far more. Ye Chen's gaze fell upon Natasha and Ares, both sprawled on the ground. Since you're both dead anyway, at least make one last contribution for me. Ye Chen aimed his palm directly at Ares and swiftly activated his ability to strip away. Notifying host, notifying host. Ability stripping activated. Current target possesses unbound ability stripping, cannot proceed. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He had suspected Ares' abilities were too formidable, all designed to enhance his own strength and critical strike capabilities. Sure enough, such abilities couldn't be easily stripped away. It seemed one had to undergo countless rounds of brutal training and reinforcement to achieve such a physique. Ye Chen wasn't disappointed. Truthfully, he hadn't particularly coveted Ares' formidable offensive capabilities anyway, given that he already possessed powerful techniques like Alloy Blade and Flame Blade. What Ye Chen felt he needed most now was defense, and Natasha's alloy vines offered exceptional protective properties. Most crucially, these alloy vines even carried a degree of offensive capability, truly a weapon that could both defend and attack. Ye Chen crouched down, palms facing Natasha. The next instant, a green glow flickered over Natasha's body, followed immediately by the system notification chime. Notice to host, notice to host. Ability extraction activated. Current target possesses alloy vine ability. Select whether to extract. Alloy Vine summons vines coated with alloy, capable of both defense and attack. Current ability level 2. Please select whether to strip alloy vines. Ye Chen blinked. It seemed the level of ability stripping was directly proportional to the level of the ability being stripped. The first time he performed ability deprivation, when he seized the black hole, his ability deprivation level was 1, so the black hole's acquired level was also 1. But now his ability stripping level was 2, and the black hole's acquired level had also become 2. This meant that by continuously improving his ability stripping skill, he might one day perfectly replicate another's abilities onto himself without any gaps. The mere thought of those sprawling vines filled Ye Chen with excitement. Ye Chen immediately responded to the system. Deprive now. A flash of green light appeared, and the alloy vine option instantly materialized on Ye Chen's interface. Without hesitation, Ye Chen activated the alloy vines. Yet, after a flash of green light, nothing appeared before him. Where are the vines? He suddenly recalled the fingernail-sized black hole from earlier. In disbelief, Ye Chen looked down at his feet. Sure enough, about half an inch below his feet, a 1-inch tall seedling sprouted. It swayed gently in the breeze, appearing tender and adorable. The sprout was covered in a layer of alloy, yet it was only thumb-sized, appearing both fierce and soft, completely lacking any semblance of offensive capability. Ye Chen was speechless. This is it? This is what level 2 looks like. He was almost certain that if his ability had stripped away a level 1 vine, it would likely have been just a seed one that hadn't even sprouted a vine yet. Ye Chen felt a headache coming on. The ability to strip powers was indeed formidable. If he could level it up, it would undoubtedly grant him countless terrifying abilities. But right now, Ye Chen could only feel helplessness and amusement. The black hole was one thing, though it couldn't drag people in like blacks could. At least it could emit explosive particles, making it somewhat useful as an explosive device. But this alloy vine? So tiny and miniature, it looked completely useless. Ye Chen was speechless for a moment. Yet, recalling the overwhelming spectacle of Natasha wielding her alloy vines, he silently recalled his own. After all, this thing still has room to grow. The day it can grow as large as the alloy vine Natasha controlled, that day it will surely prove useful. Ye Chen didn't harbor much hope for that day. Still, having already taken down the 2 top-tier zombies within the Enterprise, he no longer needed to worry about the city's undead. Ye Chen directly piloted the Azura Divine Mecha, sending it into the city to harvest.
Before long, every zombie within the city was cut down by the Azura divine mecha wielding its alloy blades. The city, once teeming with zombies, was instantly awash in blood once more, though this time, the liquid flowing across the ground was thick, viscous green slime. Ye Chen retrieved his communication device and swiftly contacted the surrounding cities. Enterprise has been successfully recaptured.
All zombies within the city have been eradicated. Dispatch personnel immediately to repair the city.
After issuing these orders, Ye Chen immediately recalled the Azura divine mech and swiftly piloted it away. These minor details would naturally be handled by others. There was no need for him to waste time lingering here. Ye Chen traversed the entire North American continent, ensuring every city was purged of zombies infected with the NCP virus before concluding his journey with peace of mind. Ensuring the safety of the cities under his rule was one of his responsibilities. Having neutralized the NCP virus's source, Ye Chen immediately shifted his focus to other cities, eradicating all nascent zombie outbreaks that had yet to fully develop.
Ye Chen taught the civilians methods to deal with these zombies. For ordinary level 1 zombies, simply smashing their skulls rendered them incapable of further attacks.
These zombies hadn't even had time to undergo significant evolution, so ordinary people were capable of defeating them.
Chapter 161, A Sword in the Face. Ye Chen toured the globe, visiting every location where level 3 zombies or higher had erupted. He left the level 2 and level 3 zombies that his military could handle for them to deal with themselves. After all, these cities belonged to him, but their inhabitants couldn't rely solely on him forever. They must gradually develop the ability to protect themselves. Otherwise, if they continued to depend on him, these cities would struggle to develop their own defensive capabilities in the future. He was only one man, he couldn't let them depend on him for survival forever. The NCP virus hadn't even had time to spread widely before Ye Chen crushed it in its infancy. Throughout his global tour, his points continued to climb. By the time Ye Chen reached the Arctic and crushed the last wandering ice zombie there, his points had already reached 9 digits. A system notification suddenly chimed in Ye Chen's ear. Congratulations, host Ye Chen. Your conquest value has reached the critical threshold, poised to unlock the conquest gate. Please select whether to activate it immediately. Ye Chen froze, but upon checking his points, he instantly understood. It seemed he had surpassed the critical thresholds for both honor and conquest. There was now no one left on this planet who could stand as his opponent. Ye Chen did not choose to open the conquest gate immediately. Instead, he first checked his attributes. Before heading out, it's essential to thoroughly understand your personal points and attributes. Only with sufficient knowledge can you venture into the next unknown location. Truthfully, Ye Chen was also curious what lay beyond the so-called conquest gate. Was it another dimension, another planet, or perhaps a parallel world to Blue Star? View current personal attributes. The system chimed, and Ye Chen's attribute values quickly appeared on the interface. Host, Ye Chen. Conquest value, 100 million. Wealth, 100 million. Assassins, 3. Equipped weapons, 1000 bound rope, flame blade, alloy sword 10, sword pool 10. Equipped gear, sonic imaging scanner, Azura divine armor 10, rocket boosters, incendiary bombs. Special abilities, purification, ability drain 10, black hole 10, alloy vines 10. During this period, Ye Chen continuously enhanced his abilities, elevating the Shura divine armor to tier 10. Beyond that, even the black hole and alloy vine abilities he had stripped from others rapidly elevated his own capabilities. The black hole now measured nearly a meter in diameter, capable of successfully absorbing hostile zombies. While the alloy vine remained a single strand, unlike Natasha's ability to control dozens simultaneously. However, his alloy vine could now extend to 100 meters in length, providing him with ample defensive and offensive capabilities. After carefully examining the items he carried, Ye Chen had gained a clear understanding of his abilities. With such formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, he was certain that no one on Blue Star could stand as his opponent now. A line from a song came to Ye Chen's mind. Invincibility is such a lonely thing. His gaze fell upon the pristine land before him, and he swiftly summoned the Death Knight's 1000 slays. 1000 slays. A silver figure swiftly materialized before him, her exquisite hair concealing a hint of lethal intent in her eyes. Xianxa's gentle demeanor suggested no aggression whatsoever. Kneeling half on the ground, she expressed her submission to Ye Chen. Master. Ye Chen nodded, pointing to the blue planet beneath his feet. I intend to journey elsewhere. Blue Star is the home I fought so hard to protect. Should I depart, I know not when I might return. For now, I entrust Blue Star to your guardianship. After much deliberation, Ye Chen had chosen Xianxia as the blade he would leave behind. Yumeng excelled at luring people into illusions, while Morian was exceptionally fierce and skilled in assassination. One was quiet and detached, the other ruthless and decisive. Yet both possessed overwhelming ferocity, and their concealment abilities fell far short of Xianxia's. Leaving Xianxia behind would allow her to protect Blue Star from the shadows. Her formidable sniping skills and stealth capabilities would also instill a measure of caution in any adversary. An adversary unable to confront her directly would inevitably feel unsettled and uncertain, buying him time to return swiftly.
Faced with Ye Chen's command, Songchai immediately chose submission. Nodding, she swiftly prostrated herself on the ground, declaring her loyalty. Ye Chen simultaneously summoned leaders from various nations, swiftly conveying his intent. He was about to depart for the Conquest Gate. The path ahead was uncertain, and he might be gone for an extended period. Ye Chen urged them to work together seamlessly and fully support Songchai in all her endeavors. Should any external enemy attack occur, or if interference from other planets arose, they must unite and resist immediately. They were also to relay any intelligence to him promptly. Only after arranging all matters could Ye Chen depart with peace of mind. He took a deep breath and swiftly summoned the system. System, open the Conquest Gate. The system emitted a crisp ding. The next second, a faint blue glow appeared before Ye Chen. As the light gradually expanded, it swiftly shifted upward, forming a fan-shaped gate. An ethereal blue light enveloped the entire gate, tinged with faint crimson halos that heightened the aura of mystery beyond. Ye Chen took a deep breath before stepping to the gate and pushing it open with a firm shove. The moment he did, a sword beam shot straight toward his face. Ye Chen dodged swiftly, simultaneously summoning the black hole to absorb the blade's energy. Ye Chen swiftly slammed the Conquest Gate shut and stepped into the alternate dimension. As he held his breath, raised his ally sword, and prepared to counterattack the ambush, Ye Chen suddenly realized he was standing in the middle of a battlefield. No one was specifically targeting him. He now stood in a corner at the edge of the battlefield. Blade after blade flew relentlessly across the field, stabbing at enemies. Under their relentless assault, weapons scattered in all directions. Just then, a blue blade streaked toward him from afar, skimming his body before slamming into the ground. Ye Chen swiftly retreated to evade it. He now understood that a fierce battle was raging here, with countless figures flickering through the air. Ye Chen attempted to sense the power emanating from them, but his eyes snapped open in shock. For even the most ordinary-looking person before him radiated an aura far surpassing his own. Chapter 162, A New World. Ye Chen had no doubt that if he were to appear among these individuals with his current abilities, he wouldn't last a single strike. Ye Chen swiftly retreated from the battlefield. He had no desire to meet his end before achieving anything. To die in a chaotic brawl so soon after arriving in this alien realm would be utterly unjust. Ye Chen retracted his Azura divine armor and, after evading the war-torn area, soon arrived at a bustling marketplace. Numerous figures flashed across the sky here, capable of soaring through the air on swords. Beyond that, most people seemed to possess an overwhelming aura of immense power. Whenever Ye Chen attempted to gauge their strength, he was forced back by their overwhelming aura, deterring him from further probing their capabilities. Cold sweat beaded on Ye Chen's forehead. Could it be that even the most ordinary person here is vastly stronger than me? Ye Chen felt an unprecedented pressure in this place. He struggled to make his way through the street, taking a long time to finally cross it and reach the mainland. The oppressive aura surrounding him finally dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finding a quiet spot, Ye Chen swiftly summoned the system. System, what exactly is this place? The system responded promptly. Host, this is a martial arts world. Even ordinary people can cultivate. The immense power within them is known as internal energy and true qi. Ye Chen's eyes grew brighter as he listened. If ordinary people could cultivate, then perhaps he could learn techniques from them. Perhaps he could bring all these things back to Blue Star. His greatest worry upon leaving Blue Star was that his citizens lacked the means to protect themselves. If he could bring these teachings back, wouldn't they then possess their own cultivation methods to rely on in times of crisis? Citizens strengthening themselves would also better protect Blue Star. The system's voice continued. Host, upon arriving at the Conquest Gate, conquering this martial arts world will grant you the right to exchange for these martial arts manuals and divine weapons. Even ordinary people can cultivate the martial arts manuals you exchange for. A flash of golden light instantly flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. This was like a pillow delivered right when he needed it most. Wasn't this place tailor-made for him? Without hesitation, Ye Chen nodded and accepted the mission. His blood burned with fervor. Successfully subjugating this realm would mean he could retire in triumph. Yet as Ye Chen stepped out from the corner and faced the crowd on the street, the towering confidence that had just risen within him instantly shrank a few inches. Ye Chen casually tested the true qi of a passerby beside him, only to be instantly knocked back half a step by the man's internal force. The man turned, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he glared at Ye Chen. Kid, don't push your luck. After issuing this warning, the man swiftly vanished. Ye Chen understood his strength was no match for the locals here. If he forced himself to pry and spy, risking perceived offense, he might truly meet his end before achieving anything. Ye Chen suppressed his excitement. He knew conquering this world required long-term planning. He decided to find a place to recuperate first, as the information the system could provide was limited. He intended to find a place to gather intelligence to understand the capabilities of the people here and the fundamental rules governing this world. Having watched his fair share of historical dramas, Ye Chen recognized the similarities to ancient lifestyles here. Most people still wore long-sleeved robes. Walking among them in his short sleeves and shorts, Ye Chen stood out like a sore thumb. He realized he had already drawn considerable attention.
As another passerby glanced his way, Yichen couldn't help but duck into a nearby clothing store.
The shopkeeper gave Ye Chen a surprised look before warmly welcoming him inside. He led Ye Chen to the clothing displays and gave him a full tour. "You're the first person I've ever seen running around in just your underwear," the shopkeeper remarked. Under the shopkeeper's slightly mocking gaze, Ye Chen instantly felt uncomfortable all over. On Blue Star, this outfit and attire were perfectly normal. Yet here, in this world of conquest, why did he feel everyone's gaze carried a hint of mockery? Especially the shopkeeper's words just now made him feel as if his clothes had been stripped off, leaving him standing naked before these people. Ye Chen sighed helplessly and casually pointed to a robe hanging above.
"How much is this?" The shopkeeper paused, then quickly pulled a silver ingot from his robe. "That'll be it."
Ye Chen froze awkwardly in place.
While he did carry a fair amount of modern currency on him, where on earth could he possibly produce a silver ingot like this?
The shopkeeper noticed Ye Chen's awkward expression and his face instantly turned cold.
"Don't cause trouble here. If you can't afford it, get out."
After hesitating for a moment, Ye Chen finally pulled a gold chain from his pocket and placed it on the table.
"Shopkeeper, use this to settle the bill."
The shopkeeper's eyes widened at the sight of the gold chain. He nodded eagerly, quickly fetching a pair of scissors and cutting off a small piece. Seeing the solid yellow gold inside, the shopkeeper's earlier disdain instantly transformed into respectful deference.
"Sir, you're truly generous. This gold is enough for 2 sets of clothes like these. Would you like 2 to alternate wearing, or shall I cut off a bit more?" Ye Chen immediately asked the shopkeeper to exchange it for 2 sets.
He pinched the gold in his hand, having gained a rough understanding of this world's system. Fortunately, he had brought gold with him when he left home. Otherwise, he would have been completely stuck here. After all, the red bills in his pocket had now become worthless scraps of paper, utterly useless for transactions in this place.
After changing into the new clothes, Ye Chen turned and left the shop.
He strolled around the street for a while before quickly selecting one of the inns. Using the same method as before, Ye Chen retrieved his gold chain. After asking the innkeeper to cut off a small piece, he successfully checked into the establishment.
Ye Chen could finally find a place to rest properly for the night.
He breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the food the innkeeper had brought him, he lay down on the bed and began to rest. Inns are places where all sorts of information mixes together. Tomorrow, I might as well go downstairs and ask around to see if I can find some more detailed information about this world. Ye Chen thought to himself as he slowly closed his eyes. But before he could truly drift off, Ye Chen suddenly heard loud, heavy kicks against the door.
"Officer, the man is inside."
It was this person who gave us that gold chain without the official merchant seal.
Looks like he must have stolen it from somewhere. Chapter 163, Outmaneuvered.
Ye Chen froze upon hearing the voices outside, but he quickly realized what was happening. Unbelievably, the gold he'd retrieved had caused trouble. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes at the door, which had been kicked several times, then quickly scrambled to his feet. Grabbing his luggage, he pushed open the window, preparing to flee. He had no way to explain the origin of this gold.
He couldn't exactly claim it came from another world, could he?
Having watched countless dramas, Ye Chen knew that if these people caught him and sent him away, escaping would be nearly impossible. But just as Ye Chen rose to push the window open, he suddenly felt his body swaying unsteadily, overcome by a strange weakness.
What's happening? Ye Chen's heart sank. His limbs refused to obey him. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the food on the table. Damn it, did someone drug me?
Having come to this world unprepared for the first time, he had been secretly set up.
I have to get back. If they see me trying to escape, it'll only make things worse.
Escaping had been his plan to avoid trouble. Now that escape was impossible, returning was his only option to prevent them from finding more faults with him. Ye Chen forced himself to turn and shuffle back to the bed, collapsing heavily onto the mattress. Behind him, he heard a thunderous crash. The people outside had kicked down the door and stormed in.
Ye Chen's last conscious thought was hearing their shouts as they rushed into the room, beginning their pursuit.
When Ye Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself locked in an airtight chamber. There were no windows, only a massive iron door standing directly ahead. The stench inside was overwhelming. In the corner sat a chamber pot filled with foul-smelling excrement. Ye Chen averted his gaze in disgust. As he prepared to rise and open the door, a sudden clatter of metal clinked beneath his feet. Ye Chen looked down and discovered an iron chain bound tightly around his ankle. The chain was about 3 meters long, just enough to reach the iron door, yet utterly insufficient to grasp the lock ring.
Damn it, did they throw me into the dungeon? The damp air and squalid surroundings instantly made Ye Chen realize his predicament.
It seemed he'd been captured and thrown straight into this prison cell. He had no idea when those people would come to interrogate him.
He needed to defend himself quickly. After waiting over an hour, a man in official attire finally opened the iron door and tossed in a food bowl as if feeding a dog. Eat? Ye Chen couldn't help but feel nauseated at the sight of the contents.
The bowl held nothing but cold, leftover scraps of slimy, watery mess that wouldn't even pass for pig feed. Ye Chen quickly called out to the man who was about to leave.
Excuse me, what's going on here? Why am I locked up? I woke up in this place, can you explain? Ye Chen knew the reason all too well. He was merely feigning ignorance.
The jailer, seeing Ye Chen's expression, sneered coldly.
Kid, you're locked up here for your own crimes, and you still have the nerve to talk back? You're that gold thief they just brought back, aren't you? Ye Chen hastily defended himself. I didn't steal it. That gold came from what I dug up underground. The guard scoffed coldly. Gold you dug up? Then you should have turned it in, not kept it for yourself. You broke our laws, you deserve to be thrown in here. With that, the man turned and walked away.
Yichen tried to call him back, but the man paid no heed, quickening his pace and swiftly leaving the area.
A wave of helplessness washed over Ye Chen. It seemed this matter couldn't be resolved properly today. He glanced down at the iron chains binding his ankles. This piece of junk? I could break it open any time.
Since the people across the way refused to release him, his otherworldly abilities wouldn't help him reason with them anyway. He'd simply wait until the dead of night, when no one was around, and break free from the chains to escape. After a moment's thought, Ye Chen swiftly drew his alloy blade and brought it down with a heavy chop against the chains binding his leg.
A thunderous crash echoed.
The alloy blade collided with the chains, producing a deafening explosion.
Yet to Ye Chen's astonishment, the chains didn't snap under the fierce blow.
A golden light flared above the chain, then rapidly faded until it vanished without a trace. As Ye Chen stood frozen, staring at the chains with his alloy blade raised, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. Moments later, several men clad in official uniforms burst through the entrance.
It was you! Were you trying to damage the chains just now? Ye Chen only had time to swiftly retract the alloy blade.
Still holding one end of the chain, he didn't even get a chance to protest.
Seeing Ye Chen like this, the men instantly flew into a rage. You actually tried to escape? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Several guards wielding clubs charged at Ye Chen, swinging them viciously.
Though Ye Chen had appeared dazed moments before, it was merely because he'd been startled into stupor by the chains that refused to break. He wasn't about to let them beat him senseless.
Ye Chen let out a cold laugh.
As a club swung toward him, he swiftly grabbed the guard's wrist and twisted it downward with brutal force. With a sharp crack, the guard's wrist snapped clean off, and the iron club instantly fell into Ye Chen's grasp. Without hesitation, Ye Chen turned and swung the iron rod, unleashing a barrage of fierce blows and kicks upon the guards. The relentless clanging of metal filled the air, and within moments, the room was thick with the stench of fear. Several terrified guards, having wet themselves in fear, knelt on the floor, staring at Ye Chen in terror and begging for mercy. Sir, spare our lives. Ye Chen had only used the rod to warn them, not to kill. He glanced at them, then pointed at the iron chain around his ankle. I'll spare you if you remove this. The jailers looked troubled. The leader, still kneeling in fear, spoke up. It's not that we won't remove it, sir. This chain was forged by those cultivators. How could ordinary mortals like us possibly break it? That's right, sir. If you really want this thing removed, you'd have to go find the cultivator who forged it. We're completely helpless. Ye Chen glanced at the guards. They didn't seem to be lying. None of them possessed any inner strength or true chi. They looked like ordinary mortals. It seemed that while everyone here could cultivate, not everyone achieved results. Ye Chen didn't intend to trouble them further. He simply weighed the staff in his hands. Get moving and find someone to come here. Tell him to come immediately and unlock these chains for me. Chapter 164, Pressuring the Guards. Ye Chen spoke, and several jailers nodded frantically. Terrified out of their wits, they scrambled and crawled their way out. Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the floor with a sigh of resignation. He flicked the stick in his hand and propped his chin on his palm. Before long, a clatter of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the jailer's arrogant curses. Right here. Inside the cell. That kid just whacked me over the head. Ye Chen looked up and glared at the loudest of the guards. The guard instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. He remembered that blow, brutal and vicious. His butt still throbbed with pain. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched the approaching figures. Besides the prison guards who were bullying others under the pretense of authority, a man with a bushy beard was also walking at the front of the crowd this time. The moment this man saw Ye Chen, his gaze sharpened. So you're the one who suddenly made a sword vanish? Clearly, this man hadn't come to back up the guards or vent their anger. He'd merely heard the guards mention a sword vanishing and had come out of curiosity. Ye Chen understood that ancient laws differed from modern ones. Ancient legal codes placed greater emphasis on human sentiment, otherwise, there wouldn't be imperial pardons. If he could make a good impression on this man, become familiar to him, and even earn some goodwill, the man would likely not cause him trouble. With that thought, Ye Chen hesitated no longer. He nodded immediately and drew the alloy blade from his back. The next instant, the alloy blade materialized before everyone's eyes. The guards gasped in shock. Earlier, when Ye Chen had subdued them, he had merely seized their iron rods. Had he drawn this blade then, their heads might well have rolled. The few who had been plotting to find someone to vent their anger on now all retreated like turtles hiding in their shells, quietly crowding to the back. This guy was clearly cultivating internal energy and true chi too. Confronting him would be nothing short of suicide. Ye Chen and his companions stepped back, fixing their gaze solely on the man with the bushy beard.
You wanted to see my sword? I've shown you. Now, can we step aside to talk? That gold truly came from underground, I didn't steal it.
The bearded man fixed Ye Chen with a deep, lingering look, his eyes flickering with surprise and confusion. After scrutinizing Ye Chen from head to toe, he suddenly waved his hand at the jailers behind him.
All of you, get out. I need to speak with him alone.
The guards, already terrified out of their wits and eager to flee, turned and ran the moment the bearded man spoke.
The last one swiftly reached back to slam the dungeon door shut. Ye Chen frowned and retracted the alloy blade. What do you want to say?
Watching Ye Chen's effortless demeanor, a hint of astonishment and bewilderment flickered in the bearded man's eyes. Young man, we're strangers, but that sword technique of yours was truly astonishing.
I sense no internal energy or chi within you. How could you conjure a blade out of thin air?
Ye Chen's face remained cold. It seemed these men could sense the depth of one's strength. Of course he possessed none of those things after all, he wasn't even from this world. Ye Chen merely responded with a cold expression.
That's my own business. What's it to you? Just tell me if you can help get me out of here.
The man with the bushy beard gave Ye Chen a long, appraising look before suddenly pulling a wooden token from his robe and clutching it in his palm. I'll give you a chance to prove your worth.
If you manage to pique my interest, then naturally I can find a way to get you out of here. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he waited for the man to continue.
The bearded man pointed at the wooden token in his hand.
Listen up.
If you can use that blade you just showed me to slice through this wooden token in my hand, then I'll find a way to get you out.
Just remember not to hit me, otherwise, you'll rot in this prison for the rest of your life.
Ye Chen stared at the bearded man for a few moments. His expression didn't seem like he was toying with him here, it appeared he was genuinely trying to find a way out for him.
It was just a matter of hitting that wooden token. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Without hesitation, Ye Chen raised his alloy sword and lunged at the bearded man.
The bearded man moved with lightning speed, his body darting forward like a blade.
In an instant, he was already behind Ye Chen. The bearded man slapped Ye Chen's shoulder.
Kid, your moves are just too slow. The bearded man vanished again, reappearing swiftly to Ye Chen's left flank. Kid, you'll never catch me. With your current skills, you'll never get a glimpse of that wooden token in my hand.
Ye Chen offered no reply.
His gaze remained fixed intently on the wooden token as he calculated the man's precise landing points with each evasive movement. Soon, Ye Chen had a rough estimate in mind.
Facing the bearded man's relentless taunts, Ye Chen showed no emotion. He kept his eyes fixed on the fleeting figure, calculating the optimal angle for his strike.
The moment the man with the bushy beard appeared to his right side, Ye Chen suddenly lunged forward, slashing fiercely toward the left. The next second, the man with the bushy beard appeared on the left side, as if he had deliberately walked into Ye Chen's blade. Ye Chen immediately pressed the blade against the bearded man's throat. Seizing the moment of his shock and hesitation, he swiftly summoned the flaming blade, aiming it at the wooden plaque. With a sharp crack, the wooden plaque split cleanly in two.
The flames trailing the flame blade even scorched away the beard on the man's chin guard.
Ye Chen had merely issued a small warning to the bearded man, advising him not to get clever and tamper with him. The bearded man hadn't expected Ye Chen to possess such a blade that blazed with fire. His eyes fixed intently on the two objects in Ye Chen's hands. This fellow possessed no internal energy or true chi, yet somehow wielded such terrifying power. This man was truly intriguing.
The bearded man smiled at Ye Chen. Very well. You are indeed formidable. You've passed my test. I'm willing to give you a chance.
The bearded man finished speaking and looked straight at Ye Chen. I can grant you this chance, but whether you escape is up to you. We have an underground black market where slaves are traded, along with practitioners like yourself.
Most possess extraordinary abilities, yet they struggle to meet basic needs.
Thus, they fight in underground arenas.
Ye Chen understood immediately what this man was scheming. Chapter 165, Fighting for My Life. You want me to join this arena and fight against the other sorcerers inside, right?
The man with the bushy beard nodded without hesitation.
Of course. I'll vouch for you and get you inside. Then you can earn your ransom. They found a rather long gold chain on you. Based on the weight of that chain, you'll need to earn an equivalent amount of money in the arena before they'll grant you your freedom. The bearded man met my gaze as he spoke, and he didn't seem to be lying. So the choice is yours. If you want a better life and to escape this place, this is your only path. After all, according to their investigation, you appear to be undocumented, unregistered here. The choice is yours. Many here are far more skilled than you. If they decide you can't leave, you won't be able to. The man with the bushy beard glanced thoughtfully at the alloy blade in Ye Chen's hand. Ye Chen recalled how he just swung the alloy blade hard at the iron chains, yet failed to sever them. Instead, a golden light had bounced the blade back. Escaping today would prove exceedingly difficult. The bearded man seemed to be offering a way out. Seeing Ye Chen seemed somewhat tempted, the bearded man quickly added. Of course, if you win a few more matches in the arena, you can earn back the money to buy your freedom. Yichen finally steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement. Fine. I accept. I'll do it.
After speaking, Ye Chen tugged at the iron chain binding his ankle. Without needing to be told, the man with the bushy beard walked out.
Moments later, he returned.
This time, he was followed by a man dressed in official attire who held a copper key in his hand. The iron shackle on Ye Chen's ankle was unlocked. He then discovered that inside the chain, around his ankle, was another iron ring that fits snugly against his skin.
It's a mark to prevent you from escaping. Once you fought your way through the arena with me and earned your freedom, we'll remove this for you.
Ye Chen was speechless, but with matters having come to this, refusal was no longer an option. Following the man with the bushy beard, Ye Chen soon emerged from the dungeon. Outside, daylight flooded the streets, bright and clear. People bustled along the pathways, and Ye Chen used his pant leg to conceal the iron ring around his ankle. Even so, many eyes that met his still carried a hint of contempt and mockery. Ye Chen could sense traces of internal energy and true chi emanating from these passers-by, evidence that they were all practitioners of the martial arts. The bearded man, however, paid no heed to their stares.
He even gave a cold snort in the direction of a few of them. What are you staring at? Never seen a living soul before?
The man with the bushy beard pulled Ye Chen along, leading him to the entrance of a restaurant.
Eat first.
Once you've regained your strength, we'll head to the Colosseum tonight. Ye Chen hadn't expected the bearded man to be so generous, but since the offer was made, he didn't want to be difficult. He promptly followed the man to a table, and the food arrived swiftly. The two dug into the feast before them. The bearded man kept pouring wine into Ye Chen's mouth, occasionally testing the waters with questions.
You possess no inner energy. How did you wield the inner hand sword? Ye Chen knew this meal was definitely not without ulterior motives, so he continued to play dumb. That's my personal secret. I can't tell you. But you tell me the rules of the arena. I don't want to end up going in with no way out.
Seeing how tight-lipped Ye Chen was, unable to coax a single word from him, the bearded man realized he was dealing with a seasoned veteran.
He abandoned further questioning and proceeded to explain the arena's rules and regulations in detail. This arena has two types of fights. One pits humans against beasts, though that's mostly a show for those mountain dwellers without true chi. The bearded man eyed Ye Chen up and down. But someone like you would mostly choose to fight against another human.
You two would battle, and the spectators would place bets. If you win, you get 1/10 of the winnings from those bets.
The rest goes to the victor and the arena. Understand? Ye Chen nodded.
It was simply a matter of the stronger fighter prevailing.
Recalling the skills he possessed, Ye Chen felt confident. Such an arena suited him well. Alright, I'm in.
Ye Chen hadn't expected such a place to exist here. If he'd known, he wouldn't have cut off his gold chain. Not only had the chain been confiscated, but he'd ended up a prisoner. Now he had to risk his life fighting for his freedom. He really shouldn't have acted so rashly back then. Ye Chen sighed and began stuffing himself with food to vent his frustration.
With his stomach full, his spirits lifted considerably.
The man with the bushy beard on Ye Chen's right led him into a clean room, where he lay down on the bed and slept soundly. He waited until night had deepened and the moon hung low over the treetops before the bearded man yanked him from the bed.
Let's go. I'll take you to the arena now.
Ye Chen yawned, found a water source to splash his face, and after feeling refreshed, quickly caught up with the bearded man. The two made their way forward and soon arrived at a stone-built structure. Several guards stood watch at the entrance. Upon seeing the bearded man, the guards greeted him warmly. Then their eyes fell on Ye Chen, their expressions tinged with pity and sorrow.
Well, this must be your new recruit. So, you're betting on him this time?
The man with the bushy beard chuckled and nodded. You bet. I'm certain I haven't misjudged him this time. This guy will definitely help me win a lot of silver. You guys just wait to drink my wine. The bearded man grabbed Ye Chen and pulled him inside. The gatekeeper didn't say much, quickly letting them through, though his gaze toward the bearded man clearly held a hint of contempt.
Just look at the guy you brought. Last time, he got beaten so badly he couldn't even get back up.
Another one died right there in the arena.
Looking at the skinny arms and legs of the guy you brought this time, he's probably no better.
I'd advise you to know when you're beat and head back home early. Despite his words, the gatekeeper stepped aside to let them pass.
Ye Chen's footsteps faltered.
The man with the bushy beard seemed to notice his hesitation and quickly turned back to offer reassurance.
Chapter 166, Entering the Colosseum. Don't listen to these fools. They're just gossiping busybodies. I believe in you, you won't die.
Ye Chen didn't buy a word of the bearded man's nonsense. His eyes darted around nervously. Clearly, the guards outside weren't far off the mark. The people this guy had brought over before had probably all met with misfortune. It seemed this bearded man was likely a gambler himself. But the man had clearly offered him an opportunity, and Ye Chen wasn't about to walk away. He wanted to get rid of the iron chain around his ankle as soon as possible, then quickly see if he could take the martial arts techniques of this world with him. He needed a legitimate way to survive here. Without looking back, Ye Chen resolutely stepped through the gate. The gatekeepers exchanged sympathetic glances at his retreating figure, shaking their heads in unison.
They sighed inwardly, knowing another unfortunate soul was likely to meet their end tonight.
Yichen paid no heed to the guard's words. He swiftly followed the man with the bushy beard through the gate, soon descending a long spiral stone staircase into the underground. To his surprise, the subterranean space was vast. Lamps burned along the surrounding walls, and soon they followed the crowd to the center of the area. This circular space, roughly the size of a sports field, was surrounded by radiating stone steps where spectators could sit. By now, these stone terraces were packed with spectators. Ye Chen was led by the man with the bushy beard around the perimeter to the backstage area. There, the man quickly began chatting with an acquaintance, occasionally gesturing toward Ye Chen standing nearby. Ye Chen knew this guy was probably going to promote him. He stood waiting for a moment before the bushy-bearded man returned, handing him an epaulette.
Wrap this around your arm, it's your identification number. Once you're inside, just listen for your number being called and follow the guide in.
The bearded man patted Ye Chen on the shoulder before gesturing toward an archway behind him.
This is the backstage area for the competitors. I can't go in there. I'll wait outside for your good news.
Ye Chen nodded, then strode swiftly through the stone doorway. As Ye Chen stepped inside, dozens of hostile stares immediately fixed on him. These men were all built like tanks. Upon noticing Ye Chen, not one of them hid the contempt in their eyes.
Loser, you don't belong here.
One man suddenly spoke up, tapping the wall with his knuckles.
Get out. There's a door next door.
Those of you without true chi should go through that door and fight the beasts.
Fighting us will get you killed.
As soon as the man finished, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted. Ye Chen said nothing, merely adjusting his shoulder insignia before turning to find a clean chair to sit on. Noticing he was being ignored, a flash of ferocity flickered in the burly man's eyes. He abruptly turned, rose, and strode toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen watched the pair of feet halting before him and couldn't help but sigh. He had only intended to properly redeem himself, yet here he was, entangled in trouble once more. Ye Chen looked up at the burly man before him.
What do you want?
The burly man clenched his fist and suddenly swung a vicious punch straight at Ye Chen's face. Sitting on a stone chair, Ye Chen frowned as he watched the fist approach. He shifted his body slightly to the side. The fist whizzed past him, smashing the chair to smithereens. The flying stone fragments whizzed past both men. Ye Chen rose to his feet, dodging the attack, and stood unscathed before the burly man. Seeing Ye Chen evade his punch with such ease, the burly man's eyes flashed with disbelief.
You're fast enough, but with skills like yours, you'll never survive. Consider this a friendly warning, the fighters you'll face in the arena won't be as kind as me.
Ye Chen sighed and replied coldly.
Thanks, but that's hardly a friendly way to greet someone.
With that, Ye Chen turned without a flicker of emotion and sat down on a nearby chair.
He wanted to conserve his energy at this moment.
After all, while most people in this room possess true chi, their levels varied greatly.
Ye Chen didn't know what kind of opponent he might be assigned. Exhausting too much energy fighting this guy now would only lead to trouble later.
Seeing Ye Chen still looking half dead and unwilling to engage, the burly man felt thoroughly humiliated. He shot Ye Chen a cold glare, turned, and left with a parting threat. Then you'd better pray you don't end up in my hands.
If you do, I won't show you any mercy.
The burly man turned back to his seat, yet his icy gaze remained fixed on Ye Chen.
Ye Chen remained silent.
He noticed, however, that many eyes were now fixed on his face, their gazes tinged with a hint of expectation. Ye Chen felt like a lamb led to slaughter, suddenly under the scrutiny of dozens of pairs of eyes. He quickly realized why. He possessed neither true chi nor inner strength. While these men might not understand why he was here, but the mere thought of Ye Chen potentially becoming their opponent made them realize they could easily punch him into submission without any resistance. These individuals were naturally poised and ready, eager for their luck to be sufficient to become Ye Chen's opponents.
Ye Chen paid them no mind whatsoever. He knew his own capabilities inside out.
Since these men all wanted to take advantage of him, he would soon show them exactly why he stood where he did. Soon, the sound of bells and drums echoed from outside. With each thunderous beat of the ceremonial drums, figures burst through the entrance, bellowing out numbers.
Where is number 3?
A tall man rose to his feet. The air around him grew noticeably colder as he did so. He spun swiftly, caught up with the number caller, and strode purposefully toward the exit.
Ye Chen was intensely curious about what the outside looked like now.
As a bell tolled outside, everyone in the room turned and began walking toward the exit. Ye Chen was clueless, but he followed the crowd outside. He soon realized they had arrived at an enclosed rooftop terrace. Iron railings surrounded the area, but gaps in the bars allowed glimpses into the arena below. It seemed this place was designed to prevent escape. Inside the arena, the tall man had already advanced to the center. Standing before him was another, shorter youth.
Chapter 167, No Internal Energy or True Chi.
The two stood facing each other. A gong sounded from outside the arena, and the combatants immediately charged toward each other, colliding in a flurry of blows. Yet in the blink of an eye, a victor emerged.
Ye Chen leaned against the railing, bored. He had expected their battle to be a fierce clash of internal energy and true chi, dimming the surrounding sky. Yet this initial pairing engaged only in bare-knuckle combat, no different from ordinary people. Are they here to test raw strength? Ye Chen wasn't worried about losing in a direct confrontation. His other primary reason for coming to the arena was to gauge the strength and skill levels of the people here. Apart from witnessing sword-riding flight the day he first arrived through the portal, he hadn't seen any direct confrontations among these people, even though they possessed true chi and inner strength. Unable to gauge their true strength through such means, Ye Chen couldn't assess the true nature of this world. Hearing about the existence of this arena, he had expected to witness numerous masters here, but the outcome left him disappointed. Ye Chen shook his head and turned to walk back. Seems I was expecting too much. When my turn comes, I'll wrap up a few fights quickly. Earn the ransom and get the hell out of this place. Ye Chen intended to seek out true masters of internal energy to test his skills against them. But just as he turned, a sudden cheer erupted behind him. Immediately following was a deafening explosion. An explosion? Confused, Ye Chen immediately turned to look toward the center of the arena. Chaos reigned within. Thick smoke billowed from the very center, mingling with dust kicked up by the blast. It was impossible to make out the fighters' forms amidst the chaos. This is strange. What caused that explosion? Ye Chen stared blankly at the epicenter of the blast, the words slipping out before he could stop himself. A cold snort came from someone nearby. Someone like you, without any inner strength, probably can't even imagine a scene like this, huh? Ye Chen turned to see the burly man who had clashed with him earlier. The man turned his gaze back to Ye Chen, his eyes brimming with scorn and coldness. I advise you to know when to quit. Go back where you came from and stay out of these matters. Otherwise, you won't survive. The burly man spoke as if stating the obvious, then turned his gaze back to the arena. The smoke had now cleared, revealing two figures standing amidst the dust. One stood upright, while the other lay motionless on the ground. The victor is our undefeated champion, Zhang Wushuang. Zhang Wushuang, the burly man at the arena's center, wore a look of triumphant satisfaction. He waved his arms toward the cheering crowd, celebrating his victory. Ye Chen stared at the roughly 3-meter-wide crater in the center of the arena. In the split second he turned away, he seemed to have missed some crucial, vital detail. The burly man watched Ye Chen staring intently at the center of the arena and continued his cold, mocking sneer. What? Scared? You can still back out now. You haven't even stepped into the ring yet. Just tell the organizers you're withdrawing. Ye Chen turned to glance at the man in confusion. He couldn't understand why this burly man had been filled with such malice toward him from the very beginning. Ye Chen shook his head and replied casually. Where do you see fear? I'm entering the next match, and I intend to win. The burly man met Ye Chen's gaze with a cold sneer. If you insist on courting death, you'll bear all the consequences yourself. Ye Chen remained silent. The burly man swiftly turned his head back, continuing to cheer loudly at the center of the arena. Ye Chen prepared to watch the third match, observing how the fighters approached their opponents. He intended to gain experience early to prepare for his own upcoming bout. Yet Ye Chen hadn't anticipated the organizers calling his name as early as the third match. Announcing the red team fighter for our third match, Ye Chen. Ye Chen was stunned. He double-checked the match number. It matched the number on his shoulder patch. My luck really sucks. But since his name had already been called, he couldn't just stand there frozen in place. Ye Chen turned his head and looked around in confusion. But he couldn't find the entrance anywhere. Seeing Ye Chen frozen in place, utterly bewildered and at a loss, no one offered help or guidance on how to proceed. Ye Chen nudged a competitor beside him. Excuse me, how do I get in? The competitor glanced at Ye Chen, then turned his head away, completely ignoring the question. Ye Chen froze in surprise, then turned to another participant. But every competitor he looked at immediately averted their gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. Some even deliberately widened the distance between themselves and him, clearly unwilling to offer any assistance. Ye Chen felt utterly bewildered. He hadn't expected to be isolated like this. His name was announced over the PA system for the third time. Is Red Team contestant Ye Chen present? Contestant Ye Chen, please respond. The countdown will now begin. Failure to respond within 5 seconds will result in automatic disqualification. 5, 4. The burly man who had challenged him earlier shot Ye Chen a defiant glance. Ye Chen watched helplessly as the man gave a thumbs up to the others who had refused to speak earlier. Clearly, they were all in cahoots. No wonder the burly man hadn't troubled him earlier. He'd been digging a pitfall just for him? He had to redeem himself. Ye Chen couldn't just quit the competition like this. If he couldn't find a way down, he'd forge his own path. Ye Chen shot the burly man a cold stare. I remember you. The next second, Ye Chen scaled the railing and leaped down. He squeezed through the gap in the high barrier and landed directly in the arena. I am Ye Chen. I'm here to report for duty. Standing within the arena, Ye Chen greeted the spectators seated on the elevated platform. The once bustling arena fell into complete silence. Many stared in astonishment at Ye Chen, who stood right in the center of the arena.
The organizers hurriedly dispatched personnel to investigate the situation. Only then did the spectators in the stands snap out of their stunned stupor.
Holy crap, what is this guy doing?
Every contestant had their own designated entrance. No one would ever jump down directly from the stands.
Ye Chen caught sight of the marshal approaching and quickly offered an explanation. Sorry, this is my first time competing in this kind of event.
I genuinely couldn't find the way down, and since my time was almost up, I panicked and jumped from above. The spot where Ye Chen landed was over 10 meters above the arena floor.
Yet he landed unscathed, drawing gasps of astonishment from those nearby. This guy's interesting.
He has no true chi or inner strength within him, yet he didn't kill himself jumping down.
Maybe he's got some other kind of skill. Chapter 168, The First Battle in the Arena. Speculation about Ye Chen's origins had already begun.
The usher who had greeted him earlier swiftly approached and gestured for him to follow. Sir, please follow us this way. We need to conduct a preliminary inspection of your belongings to ensure you are not carrying any prohibited items. The escort officer spoke in a gentle, soothing tone, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Previously, someone brought flammable liquids and explosives inside, only to set themselves on fire in the middle of the venue. That's why we conduct thorough, careful inspections on every participant. Ye Chen understood their concerns. Nodding in compliance, he followed the officers, ignoring the murmurs from others in the venue as he swiftly proceeded to undergo the screening. On the opposite side of the central arena stood a tall, slender young man, watching Ye Chen's retreating figure with utter disdain.
A guy without any inner strength dares to step onto this platform and challenge me? He's got no idea what he's getting himself into.
At that moment, many spectators in the surrounding stands had already used their own inner strength to probe Ye Chen's capabilities.
Ye Chen could distinctly feel countless prying gazes piercing through his body. Without exception, they all began mocking Ye Chen's audacity. Good heavens, I've never seen anyone crazy enough to throw themselves into the arena and duel someone with inner strength. Isn't this just courting death? What's wrong with this guy? Does he want to come here to kill himself? Forget all that. Just bet everything on Lee Sun.
Facing such an ordinary person, he's bound to win this time. Ye Chen glanced back at the tall, lanky man standing arrogantly in the center of the arena, the one they were undoubtedly referring to as Lee Sun. Ye Chen was also curious to see what kind of abilities this Lee Sun possessed, whether he could even be considered a worthy opponent.
After the final checks, both fighters took their positions.
The referee above the arena issued one last inquiry.
Contestant Ye Chen, are you certain you wish to participate in this arena battle? Ye Chen nodded without hesitation.
Of course, he replied, immediately assuming an offensive stance. Ye Chen carefully selected his abilities, knowing he couldn't reveal too much in this world.
At the very least, the Azura Divine Mecha, rocket boosters, and such were unsuitable for public display.
He didn't want them to grow suspicious. Such peculiar modern technology simply shouldn't exist in this era. A clear gong sounded from outside the arena.
The next second, the battle between the two officially commenced. Lee Sun sneered, beckoning Ye Chen with a dismissive flick of his finger. An ordinary person like you? One punch would knock you flat. To avoid accusations of bullying, I'll let you take 3 moves. Ye Chen never imagined such a windfall would land on his head. 3 moves would be more than enough to decide the outcome.
Ye Chen bowed his fist in gratitude toward Lee Sun.
Thank you.
The next instant, Ye Chen's body surged forward.